In an era of spiritual energy revival and universal martial arts, while others celebrate awakening C or B rank powers, my Super Scion system has already activated. I start with the Scion bloodline, Super Scion full power transformation, and a 20x Kaioken. While they mock me as a poor orphan, a golden warrior who can shatter testing machines with a single punch, amplify his power 50-fold, and shake the nation's leadership to its core, is about to make his debut. 300 years after the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, martial arts became universal. Everyone at the age of 18 gets one chance to awaken a superpower. Jang Fong, a freshly turned 18-year-old orphan, was excitedly preparing for his awakening ceremony. He was a transmigrator who arrived in this world at the age of 5, living a life of hardship with his similarly orphan younger sister, Jang Yuni. If I can awaken an SSS rank power, I can change my destiny, he thought, looking at his worn-out sneakers. Ding! Host has reached 18 years of age. Super Scion system activated. Novice gift pack has been delivered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Scion Bloodline, Common, Super Scion 1 Full Power, Kaioken, 20x with no side effects, and the method of using key. A system? Jang Fong froze. After 18 long years, his cheat had finally arrived, and it was Dragon Ball Super Scion. Super Scion 1 Full Power boosted all abilities 50-fold. A 20x Kaioken multiplied all stats by another 20. This was a god-tier start. The system panel also indicated that his Scion bloodline could be upgraded through missions, potentially reaching the legendary level of the first Scion. The first mission, defeat a warrior with dual powers, a near-impossible task on a planet where everyone had only one. It's difficult, but just one Super Scion transformation is enough. Jang Fong was thrilled, deciding to splurge today by adding a sausage to his instant noodles. Just then, his sister Jang Yuni knocked on his door, presenting him with a gift box. Happy birthday, brother! Inside was a brand new pair of sneakers for martial artists, worth over 1,000. Jang Fong knew this was what his sister had saved up for by scrimping on her 10 yuan daily allowance, even resorting to collecting bottles. The gift is great, I love it, Jang Fong said, touched and pained. Let's go! I'm taking you out to a restaurant. Brother, did you strike it rich? Yeah, I won a very big prize. After breakfast, Jang Fong went to the power hall for his awakening ceremony. He had a plan. No matter what he awakened, he would use his Super Scion transformation and pass it off as his awakened power. The current strongest amplification power on Blue Star was an S rank with a 10-fold boost. His 50-fold boost would at least get an SS rank, and the signing bonus alone would change their lives. The power hall was packed. Jang Fong placed his hand on the awakening stone, and 30 seconds later, a light erupted. Power, conquest, effect. After killing a martial artist, you can plunder their power. A rule-based power. Jang Fong was inwardly shaken. This was definitely an SSS rank divine ability. Though it might be weak initially, its potential was limitless, and it was the key to completing his bloodline upgrade mission. Hey, kid, what power did you awaken? Someone from the crowd shouted. Jang Fong collected himself and stuck to his plan. An amplification-type power. The crowd's reaction was lukewarm. Amplification powers were common. Just then, a female martial artist who had just been tested walked out. The official announced her rating, A rank, mental-type power. The entire hall exploded. An A-rank power was exceedingly rare in their city. The major martial arts halls went crazy, fighting over her, and the scene became chaotic. No one paid any attention to Jang Feng's common amplification power. Shouldn't you be rating me now? Jang Fong reminded an official. The official, engrossed in the spectacle, was impatient. Oh, right. Quick, punch once, then use your power and punch again. I need to measure the amplification. Jang Fong walked up to the punch testing machine and threw a normal punch. Punch power, first order martial artist, 3 stars. The weakest level. Now, activate your power and punch again, the tester urged, eager to get back to the drama. A quick question, Jang Fong said. If I break the machine, do I have to pay for it? The tester laughed. Don't worry, if you break it, we'll pay you. He didn't believe it for a second. To break this machine required the strength of a 7th-order martial artist, and the city's lord was only a 7th order. A 1st order reaching that level would need a 50-fold amplification. The world record was only 10-fold. Good to know. Jang Fong clenched his fist. Boom! A golden aura erupted from his body, his black hair shooting up and turning a brilliant gold. Super Scion 1, transformation successful. What powerful energy. The tester was forced back several steps. The next second, Jang Feng's fist struck the machine. Crash! The machine exploded into pieces. The tremendous noise silenced the entire power hall. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the testing room. What happened? Didn't that kid have an amplification power? Did he just break the machine? The hall masters instantly understood. A first-order martial artist breaking a machine that required 7th-order strength meant a 50-fold amplification. Holy sh*t. The hall masters, who had just been fawning over the A-rank girl, now stampeded towards the testing room, completely forgetting about her. The potential of a 50-fold amplification was enough to become the strongest person on the planet. The officials blocked them. Jang Feng's potential is beyond what your halls can cultivate. The government will take over. The hall masters deflated. They couldn't compete with the government. But someone had a bright idea. We can't sign him. But what about an endorsement? The first martial arts hall signed by Jang Fong. That title alone is priceless. Instantly, they started fighting again, this time for the first endorsement deal. Inside the testing room, the tester had already received instructions from high command and was leading Jang Fong to a more advanced facility. "Hello, you can call me Xiaoyu," a red-haired female tester greeted him respectfully. On a machine that could withstand a 9th order's full-force blow, Jang Fong punched again. Punch power, 7th order martial artist, 8 stars. Hiss, Xiaoyu gasped. Subsequent tests on his speed, reflexes, and other attributes all showed a 50-fold amplification with no drawbacks. Your power is the strongest in all of human history. By rating standards, it could very well reach SSS rank, Xiaoyu said excitedly. At that moment, the city's high command was in an emergency meeting. A 50-fold amplification is heaven-defying. But what about the duration? The 10-fold S-rank power only lasts 10 minutes. Receiving the message, Xiaoyu asked Jang Fong, "Excuse me, how long can your power last?" Jang Fong was silent for a moment, then held up one finger. 10 minutes? Xiaoyu guessed. Jang Fong shook his head. 1 hour? Xiaoyu was shocked. Jang Fong shook his head again. 1 minute? Xiaoyu was a bit disappointed. Jang Fong lowered his finger and said calmly, "It's constant. When I use this power, I can maintain it indefinitely. It's basically without consumption." Xiaoyu and all the high command members in the remote meeting were petrified. A 50-fold amplification with no consumption? How was anyone supposed to compete with that? SSS rank. It's definitely SSS rank, the city lord declared decisively. "Report to the national leader immediately. Our Yin nation has another SSS rank power user, and issue him a high-grade martial artist badge." The high-grade martial artist badge was a symbol of privilege only for those at 7th order or above, granting almost limitless rights within the nation. "By the way," Xiaoyu asked excitedly, "what is the name of your power?" "Golden Warrior," Jang Fong said casually. Just then, his phone rang. It was his sister's homeroom teacher. "Hello? Are you Jang Yuni's brother? Could you come to the school? She's had a bit of a conflict with someone." Jang Feng's face darkened. He hung up, and before Xiaoyu could react, he vanished in a flash of golden light. "Hey, where did he go? I haven't given him the high-grade martial artist badge yet." Meanwhile, the city lord, after reviewing Jang Feng's file, fell into deep thought. He discovered that Jang Fong and his sister were each other's only family, their bond forged through shared hardship. Jang Feng's sister. Her identity is now extremely special. She must be protected at all costs. The city lord clenched his fist. He knew very well that if anything happened to Jang Yuni, a grief-stricken SSS rank powerhouse with nothing left to lose could become an unimaginable disaster. This is not alarmist, there are simply too many similar examples. Every year, several martial artists turn to hatred against the entire human race after their beloved ones die at the hands of humans, directly becoming corrupted. Fortunately, those martial artists are not strong enough, and even if they go completely insane, they cannot affect humanity. But Jang Fong, his abilities are too terrifying. If he loses control, he could truly destroy humanity. "Come here." The city lord hurriedly signed a document. "Pay attention to this girl named Jang Yundi. Arrange for a few powerful female martial artists to enter Jang Yundi's school as students and protect her quietly. Remember, absolutely no accidents must occur." About 10 minutes later, the city lord's secretary approached him. "Lord, you said to protect this Jang Yundi?" The city lord nodded affirmatively. "Yes, protect her." The secretary whispered, "Lord, I just received news that Jang Yundi seems to have had a conflict at school and got into a fight." The city lord's hand trembled, nearly dropping the pen he had just signed with. Quick, you drive, and let's head to Jang Yundi's school to see what's going on. This little girl must not get hurt." "Okay." Jang Fong arrived at Jang Yundi's school and immediately went to the homeroom teacher's office. At that moment, the homeroom teacher was sitting in a chair with Jang Yundi and Ma Chun-chun standing beside her. Jang Yundi had some abrasions on her forehead and bruises on her arm. As for Ma Chun-chun, she was completely unscathed. "Oh, you must be Jang Fong, right?" the homeroom teacher greeted. "Just wait a moment, Ma Chun-chun's parents are on their way." "All right." Jang Fong walked over to Jang Yundi and asked, "What's going on? How did you get hurt like this?" Zhang Yundi blinked and leaned closer to Zhang Feng's ear, whispering, "Brother, we're going to get rich. That Ma Chun-chun hit me, and I didn't fight back. Here's what happened. I scared her a bit and then Ma Chun-chun got angry and wanted to hit me, but I didn't fight back. At all, it can't be considered mutual fighting. She has to compensate us, and once we get the compensation, I'll treat you to a big meal. He. Oh, by the way, these injuries are nothing, they'll heal in a few days. They look scary, but they don't hurt." Jang Fong rubbed Zhang Yundi's head, just about to say a few comforting words. At that moment, Ma Chun-chun spoke up. "So you're the brother Jang Fong that Zhang Yundi always defends? As her brother, you must care about her, right? Let me tell you, she's the one I hit. What can you do about it? Ha? Let me see what you, a poor guy, can do." With that, she put her hands on her hips, looking quite smug. Just like that, a group of lower-class people, what could they do about themselves? They probably could only flatter her, right? After all, the wealth gap between them was too vast. Oh, Zhang Fong comforted Zhang Yundi and then turned to look at Ma Chun-chun. Originally, he planned to settle accounts with Ma Chun-chun later, but unexpectedly, she came looking for trouble herself. "I'll tell you what I can do." Zhang Fong raised his hand, channeling his energy, Shi Gong wave. Buzz. A white energy orb gathered in Zhang Feng's hand, and with a whoosh, the orb instantly struck Ma Chun-chun, rendering one of her arms useless. "What are you doing?" The homeroom teacher was shocked, never expecting that Zhang Fong would dare to make a move directly in the office. What the hell? Are they trying to turn the world upside down? Ma Chun-chun's face was filled with pain as she looked at Zhang Fong in disbelief. Rebellion. These lower-class people are rebelling. First Zhang Yundi, this lower-class girl actually dared to scare her. How dare she? So she hit her. Now, Zhang Fong also dared to strike at her? Why? Two poor people, her daily allowance could cover their expenses for a month. Such a huge disparity in status, and they still dare to hurt themselves? Don't they know that if they flatter me a bit, I would give them some pocket money as a reward? You think you can hit me? Do you even deserve to? Ma Chun-chun glared resentfully at Zhang Fong. "You're finished. I will tell my parents and have them kill you both. If you have the guts, kill me now. If you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you. If you have the guts, you." Whoosh! Another energy blast shot out, piercing through Ma Chun-chun's body. Ma Chun-chun felt her consciousness fading away, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The homeroom teacher trembled, looking at Zhang Fong in disbelief. "What have you done? You dare to kill? Do you know Ma Chun-chun's background? Do you know what her parents do?" Zhang Fong withdrew his hand and glanced at the teacher. "First, I apologized to the teacher. But you heard it, she was the one who told me to kill her, so I naturally had to send her on her way." Zhang Yundi was also frozen in place, staring at the lifeless Ma Chun-chun, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind. What to do? What to do? Brother has killed someone, is he going to jail? No, that can't happen. What else can be done? It seems the only option is to eliminate the sole eyewitness and then escape with brother. With that thought, Zhang Yundi looked at the homeroom teacher. "Teacher?" In an instant, Zhang Fong understood Zhang Yundi's meaning and stopped her. "It's fine if the authorities come after us. We can just leave Yun country and join the neighboring fire country. Whether it's Yun country or fire country, it makes no difference to Zhang Fong. What truly matters is the people around him. I just want to tell you, Zhang Yundi, I'm serious. We don't lack money anymore. You don't have to suffer anymore. If someone bullies you, then hit back. If you can't win, then I'll handle it. Everything is different now. I won't let you suffer anymore." Zhang Yundi nodded. "Okay, I understand. Homeroom teacher, I am Ma Chun-chun's father, Ma Daniu. I'm late, sorry." At that moment, Ma Chun-chun's father arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw Ma Chun-chun, already cold. In an instant, Ma Daniu was frozen in place. What is going on? Is he hallucinating, or did he come in the wrong way? In disbelief, Ma Daniu could not comprehend the situation before him. The homeroom teacher opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. At that moment, buzzing official vehicles from Yin country sounded in the campus. The officials are here so quickly? Zhang Fong was somewhat surprised. Ma Daniu truly had connections. He came to the school to handle matters, directly bringing official vehicles. Because the timing of both parties' arrivals was so close, Zhang Fong instinctively felt that this official vehicle was brought by Ma Daniu. "Get ready, prepare to break out of Yun country." Zhang Fong clenched his fists. He had killed Ma Daniu's daughter, and once he reacted, he would surely command the officials to capture him. At that point, he would have to fight. Just as Zhang Fong was preparing to act, a loud voice came from outside. "Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong, are you there? I am the Lord of Rucheng. I have come to deliver your advanced warrior badge." "Lord of Rucheng? Here to deliver my advanced warrior badge?" Zhang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to look outside. He saw the Lord approaching Zhang Fong quickly, taking out the badge. "Zhang Fong, you just detected your special ability. Why did you run away?" "We haven't had the chance to award you the badge yet. Jang Fong accepted the badge and said, I heard my sister was being bullied, so I rushed over. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the Lord made an angry expression. What? Your sister was bullied? Who is it? Such audacity. You are a 7th tier warrior, and your sister is considered a relative of an advanced warrior who dares to stir trouble on the head of the sovereign. You tell me, and I'll help you vent. Jiang Fong nodded, just lying there. The city Lord turned his head to look, only to see Ma Chunchun with a serene expression. At the same moment, the homeroom teacher was explaining the situation to Ma Dainyu. The homeroom teacher said, Alas, Ma Chunchun's parents, your family education is seriously problematic. How could you let Ma Chunchun get into such a huge mess? Zhang Yundi is a relative of a high-level martial artist. You should quickly seek out the martial artist and plead with him not to take his anger out on you. Initially, the homeroom teacher was worried about Jiang Fong and the others, thinking they had caused an unimaginable disaster and that their lives were over. But, unexpectedly, Jiang Fong actually had a high-level martial artist medal. Now, it was Ma Dainyu's turn. My daughter, she died? Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's detailed account, Ma Dainyu finally realized the situation. He admitted that his pampering might have led to some issues with his daughter's character. But she was his only daughter. If he didn't spoil her, who would? Moreover, to prevent his daughter from provoking the wrong people, he had repeatedly instructed her to judge people by their wealth. Those with money were powerful, so don't provoke them. As for the poor with little money, it didn't matter, they were just lowly people, and he could handle them no matter how many he encountered. It's impossible. With the premise of judging people by their wealth, my daughter could only provoke some poor people. How could any of those poor people have relatives who are high-level martial artists? What a joke! Ma Dainyu couldn't understand how his daughter could possibly provoke a 7th-tier martial artist. Just then, the city lord walked up to Ma Dainyu. Ma Dainyu, the head of the Ma family business, contributes a lot of taxes to Ru City every year. You could be considered to have some merit, but what audacity! Your daughter actually dared to bully a relative of a 7th-tier martial artist? With a kick, the city lord directly knocked Ma Dainyu over. Who gave you the courage? Cough, cough. Ma Dainyu covered his stomach and bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, city lord, I'm sorry, it's my poor upbringing, I apologize. The city lord snorted, what good is apologizing to me? Go apologize to those two. Truly a blind fool. Ma Dainyu looked at Jang Fong, intending to walk over and apologize. Jang Fong waved his hand to stop him. No need to apologize, since the matter is resolved. I should take my sister to the hospital. Ma Dainyu, damn it, he won't even let me get close. Isn't he being a bit too cautious? Forget it, at this distance, I hope it's enough. Ma Dainyu naturally wouldn't apologize, he only wanted to get close to Jang Fong to facilitate a sneak attack. After all, he only had one daughter, and with his only daughter dead, how could he apologize to the murderer? He wanted to kill the other party. A 7th-tier martial artist was indeed powerful, and he couldn't harm him, but what about his sister? I want you to taste the pain of losing a loved one. Ma Dainyu was very clear that once he made a move, not to mention anything else, the city lord would never forgive him, and he would be doomed. But my only daughter is dead, and I don't want to live anymore. Die. I want to kill your sister, making you live in pain for the rest of your life. Ma Dainyu suddenly raised his arm, and the ring on his finger sparkled. This is a mini laser cannon? The city lord was momentarily stunned, then shouted, Little. Before he could finish his sentence, boom. The ring unleashed a beam that instantly pierced Zhang Yundi's heart. Everything happened too quickly. As a 7th-tier martial artist, the city lord couldn't even finish speaking, let alone stop it. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Ma Dainyu was overjoyed. Not bad, this laser cannon, although mini, was still a laser cannon, and the firing speed was fast. He had worried too much before, thinking the distance wasn't enough for the other party to react. The heart has been hit. With a buzz, Jang Fong felt completely dazed. The heart was hit, unless rushed to the hospital immediately. Excessive blood loss would surely lead to death. And the school was very far from the hospital. There might not be enough time to get there. At this moment, Jang Fong felt an overwhelming rage. Under the surge of anger, the Scion bloodline within him boiled. Ah! With a roar, a dazzling golden light erupted from Zhang Feng's body. Crackling, countless arcs of electricity danced around him, and the system's notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 on your own. The first phase of the transformation task is complete. Ding! The second phase of the transformation task has begun. But Jang Fong could hear none of the system's notifications. He was consumed by his fury. Die! In an instant, Jang Fong charged in front of Ma Dainyu and punched through him. Poof! Ma Dainyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he smiled. Angry, are you? Haha, I want you to experience the feeling of losing a loved one. That's right, live your life in pain. Remember, this is my revenge on you. Boom! Jang Fong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, completely evaporating Ma Dainyu, leaving not even a corpse behind. At that moment, Jang Fong vaguely heard a voice. Thank goodness, Jang Fong, hurry. Your sister is out of danger. The once furious Jang Fong immediately calmed down and voluntarily reverted from his Scion transformation. What did you say? Jang Fong joyfully rushed to the city lord's side. My sister, she's okay? The city lord laughed heartily. Yes, she's fine. I happen to have healing elixirs with me. I've already given her some. She's basically okay now, but to prevent any accidents, we should hurry and get her to the hospital. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, thankful for his foresight. Hearing that Zhang Yundi had a conflict, he feared for her safety and brought plenty of healing elixirs. He initially thought they wouldn't be needed, but he didn't expect Madania to be so bold. He attacked right in front of him. Can't even imagine. The city lord felt a bit of lingering fear. He could sense how furious Jang Fong had been. If the other party had completely lost control, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thus, the city lord called for a driver and successfully got Zhang Yundi to the hospital. There were no major issues. The city lord's healing elixirs were incredibly effective. Lying on the hospital bed, all her wounds had turned into mere scars. Thank goodness she's okay. Zhang Fong let out a sigh of relief. By the way, I think I heard the system notification earlier, but I was too angry to pay attention. What was it? Zhang Fong opened the system to check. Super Scion 2. Zhang Feng's mind stirred. Super Scion 1 could amplify one's power by 50 times, and Super Scion 2 could amplify it by 100 times. I didn't expect that. My previous rage helped me unlock the Super Scion 2 transformation. Does that mean I might be able to transform into Super Scion 4? Zhang Fong glanced behind him. It looked empty, but in reality he had a tail. After gaining the Scion bloodline, Zhang Fong naturally possessed a Scion tail, but it was too conspicuous, so he used the system to hide it. Thus, no one could see the tail. With a tail, and as Super Scion 2, as long as I transform into a Great Ape, that would be the Golden Great Ape. If I can maintain my sanity, I could transform into Super Scion 4. Zhang Fong searched online. There were still over 2 months until the night of the full moon. Too long. By the way, I remember Scions can create an artificial moon. Zhang Fong stroked his chin. I don't know how to do that. But this artificial moon is, after all, a form of energy manipulation. If I just try a few more times, I might be able to master it. Thinking of this, Zhang Fong felt a bit excited. After all, Super Scion 4 was an existence that could break the mirror with its handsomeness, although he was already quite handsome. Cough. Zhang Yundi, who had previously been pierced through the heart, had her injuries healed but remained in a coma. At this moment, she finally woke up. After waking, Zhang Yundi immediately searched for Zhang Fong, and upon seeing him, she quickly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Zhang Yundi remembered clearly that the attack had been swift and dangerous. If Zhang Fong had also been attacked, it would have been disastrous. Zhang Fong smiled and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. The one who attacked you has already been killed by me." That's good to hear. Zhang Yundi sighed in relief, then noticed her surroundings. Hospital? Am I in a hospital room? Zhang Fong nodded and slowly recounted what had happened while Zhang Yundi was unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhang Yundi listened quietly. After Zhang Fong finished, Zhang Yundi asked, "By the way, brother, how did you get that high-level warrior badge?" Zhang Fong laughed heartily. "Well, that's a long story. Let me tell you slowly. It's related to my ability. My ability is Golden Warrior." While Zhang Fong was telling his story, in a dark corner of Rucheng, Shi Cheng lay motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. Not far from the body, a middle-aged man slowly walked away. "Master, the target has been dealt with easily, surprisingly. The officials didn't arrange for any guards this time. It was too simple. Master, return to the base first. I want to see this A-level ability." The middle-aged man moved quickly, and 10 minutes later, he arrived at a grocery store. After passing through a hidden door, he entered the basement of the store. In the dim room, besides the man, there was also a bald, muscular man. The middle-aged man took out a capsule. "Master, this is Shi Cheng's ability." The master took the capsule and examined it carefully. Mental type ability, hypnosis, at a certain cost, can even hypnotize warriors of the same level. Indeed impressive. In battles between warriors of the same level, victory often hinges on a moment. With this ability, you'll be invincible among peers. No wonder the officials rated it as A level. Alright, you can leave now. I need to contact the leader. The middle-aged man nodded and quietly withdrew. Once he confirmed that no one was in the room, the master raised the capsule. "Leader, are you there? A new ability has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a black wormhole appeared in front of him. The master showed no surprise and casually tossed the capsule into the wormhole. About 3 seconds later, the wormhole slowly dissipated, and at the last moment of its disappearance, a letter was ejected from it. "This is the leader's instruction." The master opened the letter. "I have investigated thoroughly. The target is named Zhang Fong, possessing an SSS-level amplification ability, Golden Warrior, capable of amplifying himself 50 times, and the transformation duration is exceptionally long, seemingly able to maintain it indefinitely. You are the master of Ruching, possessing dual abilities, yet you are still no match for Jang Fong. I will send help tonight. If you two join forces, you will surely be able to defeat Jang Fong. Golden Warrior, this ability must be seized. Lastly, burn after reading. The master flipped his hand, took out a lighter, and ignited the letter. No wonder it's an SSS level ability, it's truly exaggerated. Amplifying 50 times while being usable continuously, it's too perverse. Every time I see an SSS level ability, I'm shocked. However, the leader is still stronger. This kind of SSS level ability information is a state secret of Yun country. Even so, the leader managed to obtain it. I can't imagine how powerful the leader's influence is. Serving the leader is definitely the right choice. As evening approached, Shurqing's body was finally discovered. This news was naturally reported to the Lord of Ruching, who looked at the information with a very grim expression. Just awakened my abilities, and I've already been killed. No need to think, it must be the work of the Z organization. The Z organization is a superpower that spans the Blue Star. All the countries on Blue Star have joined forces to investigate the Z organization, but they have only obtained two pieces of information. The first point is that anyone who awakens an ability of a grade or above can easily be assassinated by them. One must be cautious. The second point is that once the guard team of the Shadow Nation encountered members of the Z organization, and a fierce battle ensued. One of the Z organization members even displayed dual abilities. This is the first dual ability warrior since the birth of abilities. This is classified information that ordinary people are not qualified to know. This Shurqing, after awakening her abilities, actually sneaked away. The city lord was somewhat dissatisfied. According to the normal process, after Shurqing awakened her abilities, she should have joined a martial arts school, where, under the protection of the school and the authorities, she could avoid assassination by the Z organization. But Shurqing, she didn't join a martial arts school, nor did she inform the authorities, and just slipped away alone. In this way, it would be too easy for the Z organization to kill her. I just don't know, will they make a move on Jang Fong? Thinking of this, the city lord hurriedly called Jang Fong. I need to remind Jang Fong to be careful. If he gets assassinated, then I would be a sinner of the Cloud Nation, and the national leader wouldn't spare me. After making the call, no one answered. No way. The city lord widened his eyes. Why isn't he answering the phone? Could it be that Jang Fong has already encountered an accident? Damn it, are they moving this fast? Impossible. Zhang Feng's hard strength is at least level 7, if he encounters an assassination, he will definitely resist. Once a level 7 warrior starts to resist, the entire Ru city will tremble, right? Forget it, I'll go to the hospital. I must ensure Jang Fong is safe. Since the Z organization has acted, he must also take action. Protect Jang Fong well to prevent any accidents. In the imperial capital of the Cloud Nation, the national leader and the national master stood together, looking at the crystal ball in front of them. The scene in the crystal ball showed a group of beings that closely resembled humans, gathered together, dressed in animal skins, howling around a bonfire. I didn't expect that the mining rights of the ancient underworld star would ultimately fall into our hands. Cloud Nation National Master, who do you think would be best to give this opportunity to? The National Master thought for a moment and said, mining. The ancient underworld star is a great opportunity and must be given to a highly potential warrior. Currently, the two with the highest potential in the Cloud Nation are Su Qianli and Jang Fong. The national leader nodded. Both of them are SSS level ability holders. If they can grow, it would bring many benefits to our Cloud Nation. Especially Su Qianli, who has made significant contributions to our Cloud Nation multiple times. He should be rewarded. The national master nodded. So the national leader means to give this opportunity to Su Qianli? The national leader shook his head. Not so fast. Let's first see how Zhang Feng's potential is. If he can reach level 3 on his own within a month, I will give this opportunity to him. If he can't do it, then the opportunity will go to Su Qianli. The national master felt a bit surprised. Reach level 3 on his own? Does that mean without pills or external help reaching level 3 within a month? That seems a bit difficult, right? Even Su Qianli took 3 months to become a level 3 warrior. The national leader laughed heartily. Of course it has to be difficult. The ancient underworld star contains various rare treasures and no one has ever set foot there. Such a treasure land cannot be easily given away. Alright, in a month, let the city lord of Ru City report to me to see if Jang Fong can reach level 3. The national master nodded. I understand, 1 month's time. In Ru City, in the evening, Zhang Yundi was still lying on the hospital bed. Although she was not seriously injured, Jang Fong was still worried and wanted her to rest more, so he did not go through the discharge procedures. As for Jang Fong, he was walking down the road, thinking of buying some good food to supplement Zhang Yui's nutrition. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes sharpened. He sensed 2 extremely powerful auras not far away. They were filled with killing intent and had locked onto him. The basic application of Qi, aura perception. Looking with the naked eye, there are no martial artists over there. Even using energy perception, I can't sense any martial artists. They're hiding quite deep. Jang Fong turned a corner and walked towards an empty street. Ha! The bald, muscular man in the shadows let out a soft exclamation. The two people tracking Jang Fong in the dark were the leader of the Z organization, the bald muscular man Zinyu. The other was a martial artist sent by the sect leader to assist Zinyu, Yoshing. Zinyu was an 8th-tier martial artist, and Yoshing was a 7th-tier martial artist. Both were strong. This kid Jang Fong is simply asking for death, actually walking towards an empty place. Heh, good, I was worried there were too many people making it inconvenient to act. He's saving me time. Yoshing warned. This guy suddenly changed his route. He must have discovered us, right? Be careful. Zinyu scoffed. How is that possible? My invisibility ability can't even be detected by 9th-tier martial artists. Why would he be able to? And even if he did discover us, so what? Our goal is to kill him. An unavoidable battle. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a 1st-tier martial artist. Even if he has a 50-fold amplification ability, with you and me working together, can he really turn the tables? Yoshing nodded. Then let's hurry and follow him. Prepare to strike. The two followed Jang Fong, and when they reached a deserted corner, Jang Fong stopped. You two, come out. You've been following me the whole way. Aren't you tired? Zinyu and Yoshing in the shadows were stunned. Is he serious? Is Jang Fong talking to them? Impossible. No way. Zinyu held Yoshing back. This guy must be trying to scare us. My invisibility ability can't be seen through. Yoshing also didn't act rashly. I know, I believe you. I won't move. Jang Fong sighed, still not willing to come out. Suddenly raising his hand, he unleashed a chi cannon towards Zinyu and the others. Boom! Zinyu was hit, and the two immediately revealed themselves. Although they weren't injured, Zinyu felt extremely annoyed. This is absolutely impossible. How could you know my location? Jang Fong grinned. It's a secret. At the same time, because the two revealed themselves, Jang Fong also saw the information panel. Name, Zinyu health 100% level, 8th-tier martial artist abilities, invisibility, assassination dual abilities. Zhang Feng's pupils constricted. This Zinyu actually has dual abilities? What is going on? Looking at the history of human martial arts, aren't all ability users single ability users? What special trait? Does Zinyu have to be a dual ability holder? Ha ha ha. Jang Fong couldn't help but laugh. Although I don't know how this happened, it's good. Today you will die. Here. His bloodline task was to kill dual ability martial artists. He originally thought this task would be extremely difficult, but unexpectedly, the target delivered itself right to his door. Zinyu looked at Jang Fong. You say I'll die here? Just because of you? Yoshing frowned and then raised his arm directly. Zinyu, don't waste time talking to him, just act. Shadow Curse activate. Cursed 1, Jang Fong, ability, Golden Warrior. As soon as the words fell, a burst of purple light erupted from Yoshing's arm, instantly rushing towards Jang Fong. What is that? Jang Fong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, trying to resist the purple light, but it was futile. The purple light seemed to ignore the physical form and directly drilled into Zhang Feng's body. Is it an ability? Jiang Feng was extremely cautious. This ability invading his body was probably not a good thing. It is necessary to conduct a thorough examination to understand the effects of this ability. Zhang Feng concentrated incensed but found no residual traces of any ability. Disappeared? It didn't cause me any harm, it just dissipated? Is this ability playing tricks on me? Not good. Yuxing suddenly showed a look of terror. I was deceived. Zinyu, Zhang Feng's ability is not the Golden Warrior. My curse didn't take effect. Zinyu's eyes widened as well. Zhang Feng's ability was not the Golden Warrior? How could that be? Wasn't it written in the official documents? Zhang Feng's ability is the Golden Warrior. Could it be he deceived the authorities? So it's a curse-type ability. I was worried for nothing. Zhang Feng suddenly exerted force and instantly appeared behind Zixing. I didn't expect my ability's secret to be discovered by you so quickly. You guessed it right. My ability is not the Golden Warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's fist pierced through Zixing's body. Using energy bombardment, he directly obliterated him. Conquer ability activated, successfully plundered Zixing's ability, Shadow Curse. Zhang Feng looked at his abilities. Besides Conquer, there were two others. One was Shadow Curse, and the other was the ability obtained after killing Ma Daniel, Business Acumen. Shadow Curse, choose a target, silently recite the opponent's ability, and it can render the opponent's ability ineffective for 10 seconds. Business Acumen, when faced with business choices, activate the ability to obtain the optimal choice. The effect of Shadow Curse is quite good. It can catch someone off guard. Zhang Feng turned to look at Zinyu. Feeling Zhang Feng's gaze, Zinyu instinctively took 2 steps back. How could it be? You killed Yuxing with one move. How is that possible? According to the intelligence, Zhang Feng's strength should only be that of a 7th-tier warrior, on par with Yuxing. But why could Zhang Feng kill Yuxing in an instant? The gap is too large. Besides strength, there's also Zhang Feng's ability. The intelligence was not accurate at all. Zhang Feng's ability is not the Golden Warrior. Jang Fong is hiding too deeply. All the information about him is completely wrong. And it's absurdly wrong. No, I can't confront him head on, I need to retreat for now. Zenyo suddenly erupted, the energy of an 8th tier warrior scattering around. Are you ready to fight to the death? Jang Fong assumed a fighting stance. Who would have thought? Zenyo accelerated, turned, and flew into the air, escaping. Jang Fong. So he was trying to run away? Do you think you can escape? Jang Fong exerted force, and with a whoosh he disappeared from his spot. The next moment, Jang Fong blocked Zenyo's path. How can your speed be so fast? Zenyo looked at Jang Fong in disbelief. Moreover, only 5th tier warriors can fly. Aren't you a 1st tier warrior? Why can you fly? What is going on? Jang Fong smiled. Of course, it was because of the skydance technique. Just basic application of energy. As for his speed being faster than Zenyo's, that was simple. Super Saiyan transformation. 100-fold increase in all attributes. How strong that specific power is, Jang Fong himself didn't know, but he felt even a 9th tier warrior he could defeat. Damn it, how could the information given by the leader be so wrong? Zenyo roared, preparing to use his ultimate ability. This was his last trump card. Ability, ultimate. Just as Zenyo activated his ability, he saw Jang Fong raise a hand, and a purple light surged into his body. Sealing ability, ultimate kill. This light, why does it feel so familiar? As soon as Zenyo had this thought, the next moment he realized his ability had become ineffective. His ultimate kill had no effect at all. It's the Shadow Curse, the one that can seal abilities? Zenyo was stunned. Isn't this Yu Xing's ability? Why can Jang Fong use it? What is going on? Am I dreaming? Boom! In the next moment, the heart of the purple bull was pierced. Cough! The purple bull spat out a mouthful of blood, using his last bit of strength to look at Jang Fong. He was very curious about the boy in front of him. What kind of monster he truly was. I completely cannot understand. The purple bull died. Conquest ability activated, successfully plundered the purple bull's ability. God concealment, absolute kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the Bloodline task, killing a dual ability warrior. Bloodline. Evolve to Royal. Buzz. In an instant, Jang Fong felt the energy surging within him, his bloodline continuously refining. Is this Bloodline upgrade? Jang Fong looked at his palm. As the energy within him increased, his own cultivation began to rise as well. Warrior level 1. Warrior level 2. Warrior level 3. In the blink of an eye, Jang Fong reached Warrior level 5. The effect of the Bloodline upgrade also came to a stop. Super Scion Bloodline, Royal. Greatly increases personal potential, making it easier to break through realms, and after transforming into a giant ape, will not lose rationality. The second to last piece of the puzzle. Jiang Feng's heart stirred. To transform into Super Saiyan 4, he needed to maintain rationality during the giant ape transformation. Now that he possessed the royal bloodline, it would be easy to keep his wits about him. Just waiting for the night of the full moon, or for me to comprehend that artificial moon, and I can attempt to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Then, Jang Fong glanced at the new Bloodline task. Bloodline task Phase 2 on a planet of your own, become a king. Bloodline will be upgraded to Transcendent Super, old. Transcendent Super? Jang Fong was somewhat dazed. This was only the second phase, and he could become Transcendent Super? According to the anime setting, this Transcendent Super bloodline was truly extraordinary. What would the third phase be? Could it really be the Ancestor bloodline? And this old designation, is it what I think it is? Jang Fong opened the panel and examined it carefully. After a while, Jang Fong took a deep breath. It was indeed as he thought. Transcendent Super was divided into Old Transcendent Super and New Transcendent Super. New Transcendent Super was the one from Dragon Ball Super, and its effects weren't too outrageous. But Old Transcendent Super, according to the setting, was a terrifying bloodline that could enhance strength at any moment. The stronger the enemies encountered, the stronger this Transcendent Super bloodline could become. An absolutely extraordinary bloodline. However, wanting to own a planet of my own, this task is quite difficult. Jang Fong shook his head. What era was it now? The era of the Cosmic Federation. Every planet's administrator was designated by the Federation. With his current strength, dominating Blue Star was sufficient. But he still couldn't be considered the master of Blue Star. To become the master of Blue Star, he needed the Federation's approval. If he claimed kingship, without the Federation's consent, it would be a challenge to the Federation's laws. The Federation's martial emperor-level experts would take action directly. My normal state is too weak. Even if I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I could probably only defeat martial artists. Challenging a martial emperor is still far off. Jang Fong shook his head. His strength was insufficient, and the Federation's laws must be obeyed. Within the confines of the law, acquiring a planet was truly too difficult. However, I heard that warriors who contribute to the Federation can be rewarded with a planet. Perhaps I can approach it from that angle. Jang Fong pondered for a moment and decided to set it aside for now. After all, there were too many things to do, and he had to tackle them one by one. The top priority was still to master the artificial moon. By the way, let's take a look at the new abilities I've obtained. Jang Fong sensed his abilities. God Concealment. Activate the ability to become invisible. Under the same major realm, cannot be sensed or seen. Absolute Kill. Condense into a point, delivering a devastating blow that ignores defenses. The synergy between these two abilities is very strong, one for invisibility, one for super strong attacks, making them perfect for assassination. Jang Fong withdrew his thoughts and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Jang Fong noticed something. Wait, what is this capsule? Jiang Fengfei was in the air, casually glancing down and discovering an information panel. Name, Ability Capsule Effect. After killing a martial artist, placing the capsule on, the corpse can absorb the opponent's abilities. Absorb abilities? Jang Fong landed and held the capsule in his hand. This capsule must be something that the purple bull and his companions carried. It fell to the ground after they were blasted by him. Considering the capsule's effect and the two purple bulls who had attacked him, did they want to absorb my abilities? Jang Fong stroked his chin. The absorbed ability should be usable again, right? If they couldn't be reused, there would be no need for them to collect abilities. I see, no wonder the purple bull has two abilities. They must have taken them from others. What kind of background do these two have to create something like this? I'll ask the city lord about it later and see if he has encountered anything similar. Jang Fong put away the capsule and quietly left. In a certain base of the Z organization, the leader suddenly frowned. Something bad has happened. Which side is in trouble? The leader lowered his head and activated his abilities to deduce. After a moment, he opened his eyes and waved his hand again, activating a new ability, Time Reversal. Before him, an image appeared, showing Jang Fong transforming into Super Saiyan 2, almost instantaneously defeating the purple bull and Yoshing failed? The purple bull was killed? Yoshing's curse ability was ineffective? The golden warrior is not Jiang Feng's ability? The leader pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Good kid, he even deceived the official Yin Kingdom, not reporting his true abilities. Well, no matter what his abilities are, they will be killed by me. To invade the Shadow Kingdom, I have been planning for 172 years. Now is the time to wrap things up. I cannot fail at the last hurdle. Consider yourself lucky, kid. After the Shadow Kingdom falls, I will deal with you personally. Let this be your time to grow. I hope you become stronger, so it won't be boring to kill you with one move. After saying this, the leader felt a bit of anticipation. As a first-tier martial artist, he could kill an 8th-tier martial artist. What if he grew to a 9th-tier martial artist? Could he even kill a martial king? An interesting little guy. We will meet in the future. In Zhang Yundi's hospital room, Jang Fong was having dinner with Zhang Yundi, all of which he had just bought. Brother, Zhang Yundi mumbled while eating. I feel very healthy now. I can be discharged, right? Jang Fong shook his head. Not yet. Let's observe for a few more days. After all, you were injured in the heart. We can't be careless. Okay. Zhang Yundi replied and began to focus on eating. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the hospital room door. Is Jang Fong here? I am the city lord of Rucheng. Jang Fong got up to open the door. City lord, just in time. I have something to ask you. The city lord saw Jang Fong and breathed a sigh of relief. You brat, why didn't you answer my call earlier? You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Jang Fong took out his phone and glanced at it. Oh, I was fighting someone earlier, so I didn't notice. The matter I want to ask you about is related to them. City lord, fighting someone? Has something already happened? The city lord couldn't help but ask. Have you already been assassinated? Is it by the people of the Z organization? Jang Fong pondered. What is the Z organization? I've never heard of it before. The city lord glanced at Zhang Yundi, thought for a moment, and then said, this matter is confidential. You must keep it a secret after hearing it. If it gets out, it will definitely cause panic. In simple terms, the Z organization is very mysterious. They specifically attack high-level ability holders. We still don't know why they attack, but they are powerful, and some warriors even possess dual abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yundi couldn't help but slightly part her lips. Dual abilities? She had never heard of such a thing. Surprised, aren't you? The city lord chuckled. I was shocked when I first heard this news too. It's simply incredible that someone can possess dual abilities. At this moment, Jang Fong spoke up. So, according to you, the ones who attacked me are from the Z organization. There were 2 of them, and one of them has dual abilities. Moreover, the reason they attacked high-level ability users must be this. After saying that, Jang Fong took out the ability capsule. The city lord looked at the capsule in confusion. What is this thing? Jang Fong explained, if you place the capsule on a deceased person, it can absorb their abilities. The city lord's pupils suddenly constricted. Absorb abilities? So that means, the Z organization is collecting high-level abilities? But why? What do they want with these abilities? Could it be that they can be reused? Just as he thought of this, the city lord's eyes widened suddenly. Right. If that's the case, everything makes sense. No wonder the people from the Z organization have dual abilities. They must be stealing others' abilities and then reusing them. Jiang Fong, can you give me this capsule? I need to report it to the Yun Kingdom. The city lord couldn't help but feel a bit excited. We need official verification. If what you say is true, you will have made a great contribution this time. This is a significant achievement for the entire human race. Jang Fong nodded, sure. If you need it, take it. This capsule was completely useless to Jang Fong. After all, his own ability was to kill and absorb abilities. Thank you. The city lord took the capsule and then looked at Jang Fong, smiling. Speaking of which, you really are impressive for being able to counterattack the Z organization's people. As of now, only a few have managed to escape from the Z organization's assassination of ability users. Hearing this, Jang Fong pondered, now that you mention it, I realize something important. The people from the Z organization know what my ability is, they have my detailed information. City Lord, they know your ability? The City Lord was shocked. Abilities are classified official intelligence. The Z organization actually knows such top secret information? No. Wonder when the Z organization strikes, it's almost a guaranteed kill. They have all your information, isn't it easy for them to kill you? I understand what you mean, there might be a traitor among the high ranks of the Yun Kingdom. The City Lord took a deep breath. I will report this to the national leader. This is a significant matter. Jang Fong, you are remarkable. With just one move, you've made 2 great contributions. Jang Fong smiled and didn't say much. At this moment, the City Lord took out a talisman. This is for you. If you encounter another assassination from the Z organization and can't fight back, you can infuse energy into the talisman and instantly teleport 1,000 miles away. This is the 1,000-mile talisman, a good thing for saving your life. Jang Fong took the 1,000-mile talisman and thanked him. Also, the City Lord then looked at Jiang Yundi and said, Jang Fong, your sister's current situation isn't suitable for going to school. After all, 2 people died because of her, and I'm afraid some classmates might talk behind her back and say bad things. Moreover, her identity is different now. The Z organization might attack her to threaten you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Have her join the official organization. We will arrange for teachers to educate her. You don't need to worry about her education. We will still issue her a diploma. Have the official organization arrange for teachers for her? Jang Fong thought for a moment. Wouldn't that be equivalent to a private school? That's fine. With official protection, at least her safety would be guaranteed. Okay, but I must review the selected teachers. The City Lord expressed no problem. I'll select a few teachers, and you can choose from them later. Alright, I'll take my leave now. I still need to report your achievements to the monarch. Just wait. For those who have made contributions, the monarch is never stingy. There will definitely be a tremendous reward. After saying this, the City Lord directly left the hospital room. As for the reward mentioned by the City Lord, Jang Fong didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, if he wanted material possessions, he could just seize them. Who would dare to oppose? In the world of martial artists, the bigger the fist, the more reason it holds. Looking at Blue Star, his fist should be the biggest. If it weren't for the existence of the Great Federation, he might have already become the king of Blue Star. The Cosmic Great Federation, once I master Super Saiyan 4, I'll try to join. A day later, in the capital of Yun Country, the monarch had just received the ability absorption capsule. This is what the City Lord of Ru City mentioned. A capsule that can absorb abilities, a conspiracy of the Z organization. The monarch called in several technicians and ordered them to study it thoroughly. He then summoned his national advisor. Jang Fong has made a contribution this time. What are your thoughts? The national advisor bowed his head and replied, his contribution to humanity is immense. The monarch should reward him generously. At the very least, the ancient underworld star we discussed earlier, I think. We can give it to Jang Fong. The monarch thought for a moment and said, giving it directly to Jang Fong would be unfair to Su Qianli. How about this? Previously, we said that if Jang Fong reaches the 3rd-tier martial artist within a month, we would give him the planet. Now, let's relax the conditions a bit. 3 months. As long as he reaches the 3rd-tier martial artist in 3 months, the planet will be his. Back then, Su Qianli became a 3rd-tier martial artist in 3 months. As long as Jiang Feng's training speed is the same as his, I will support Jang Fong. The national advisor nodded. The monarch is wise. I will inform the City Lord of Ru City to send Jiang Feng's cultivation level in 3 months. A few days later, Jiang Yundi was discharged from the hospital and began attending classes at the Ru City official school. Her teacher was none other than Jiang Feng's acquaintance, the tester Xiao Yu. After helping Jiang Yundi with her studies, Jang Fong continued his research on the artificial moon. Constructing an artificial moon using energy is more complicated than I thought. Jang Fong stood on a mountaintop, watching the energy ball in his hand change continuously. This time, it seems I will fail again. Jang Fong threw the energy ball into the air, then clenched his fist, controlling the energy ball to explode. Boom! The energy ball suddenly expanded, resembling a full moon, hanging in the sky. Jang Fong looked up, but there was no change. Indeed, it's quite difficult. At this rate, it will take another 3 days before I can create a true full moon. I should ask the City Lord how the artificial full moon is coming along. After making a great contribution, the city lord of Ru City had asked Jang Fong if he needed anything. Whatever he requested would surely be fulfilled. Jang Feng's request was whether they could use technology to create an artificial full moon. It had to be similar to the real moon. Jang Fong made a call. City Lord, how is the progress on the artificial full moon? The City Lord replied, wait. Another 3 or 4 days, we are mobilizing the entire nation to help you build the artificial full moon. Alright, I won't say more. I'm currently adjusting the parameters of the artificial moon. We'll talk later. After hanging up the phone, Jang Fong stroked his chin. Did he really have to wait 3 days? Well, it seems he wouldn't have the chance to transform into Super Saiyan 4 today. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well find the location of the Z organization and wipe them out. With this thought, Jang Fong flew directly into the sky. The Z organization clearly wanted him dead. Having such an enemy lurking in the shadows made Jang Fong feel uncomfortable. It was better to eliminate them directly. The leader of the Z organization must be a 9th tier martial artist, or even stronger. Then, I'll use my aura perception to capture all the 9th tier martial artists on Blue Star. One by one, I'll check them. There aren't many 9th tier warriors on Blue Star, and even if Jang Fong checks them one by one, it won't take much time. Let's first go to the neighboring country of Yun, the Fire Country. We'll leave Yun for last. Jang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan, his speed increasing 50-fold, and then he flew towards the Fire Country. Soon, Jang Fong arrived in the territory of the Fire Country. According to his perception, there were 3 9th tier warriors here. 3, huh? I remember the Fire Country publicly claiming they only have 1 9th tier warrior. Let's check them one by one. With a burst of speed, Jang Fong reached the imperial capital of the Fire Country, where he sensed the presence of a 9th tier warrior, the strongest war god of the Fire Country, known as the martial god Yen. As soon as he arrived above the imperial capital, Jang Fong unleashed a massive amount of energy. It directly enveloped the entire palace. In an instant, everyone inside the palace, including the ruler and ministers, was pressed to the ground, unable to stand. Only an old man slowly walked out of the palace, which esteemed elder has graced my Fire Country to create such a commotion. This person was none other than the martial god Yen. Jang Fong couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yan's personal panel, because Yan's special ability was, surprisingly, to create a full moon. Isn't that just too coincidental? Speaking of Yan's special ability, it was also the aspect he was most proud of. Not that the ability was particularly strong. In fact, this ability was quite useless. One could even say completely worthless. Yet, he stood at the pinnacle of the Fire Country with such a useless ability. Thus, he left behind the famous saying, there are no useless abilities, only useless warriors. Yen couldn't help but ask, Elder, why do you laugh? Although Jang Fong looked very young, Yen dared not show any negligence. Because, judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from Jang Fong, this person was undoubtedly a master at the martial master level. The existence of a martial master was something the Fire Country could never afford to offend. Jang Fong put away his smile and looked at Yen. Let me ask you, how much lifespan do you have left? Yen was taken aback for a moment and immediately replied with cupped hands. The lifespan limit for a martial master is 150 years. I have lived for 140 years and could die at any moment. The maximum lifespan is something most warriors cannot reach. Just like ordinary people, the maximum lifespan is 100 years, but most can only live to 80 or 90. The same goes for warriors. The limit is 150 years, but most can only live to 140 or 130. Jang Fong grinned. Then let me ask you, after you die, can you rest assured about the Fire Country? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for 1,000 years of peace for the Fire Country? Yen was stunned for a moment, not grasping Jang Feng's meaning. Please enlighten me, Elder. Jang Fong clapped his hands. If you are willing to sacrifice yourself, then after your death, I will protect the Fire Country for 1,000 years, ensuring that no one invades the Fire Country. How about that? Yen made a gesture of realization. So that's it, using his own death to exchange for the stability of the Fire Country. What was there to hesitate about? He was a dying man. Wait, I refuse. At that moment, a figure rushed over from a distance. In an instant, it arrived in front of Jang Fong. Who are you? Jang Fong looked at the other person's panel. Name, level, 9th tier warrior. Within the Fire Country, Jang Fong sensed 3 9th tier warriors, one of whom was Yen, and the other was I am Yan's disciple. Looked at Jang Fong with a wary expression. The safety of the Fire Country does not require the elder to worry. With me here, no one dares to invade the Fire Country. As for my master, he will have a perfect old age. Had been adopted by Yen since childhood and taught how to become stronger. For Yen was not just a master but also a father. How could he possibly agree to sacrifice his father now? Even if this father has little time left. Nonsense. At this moment, Yen spoke, waving to Ubu. Come here. Quickly, you must not be so reckless in front of the elder. Ubu sighed and then descended from the air, standing beside Yen. Master, please don't act rashly. With Me and the Fire Nation, there is naturally nothing to worry about. Yen patted Ubu's shoulder. I know, but you only have 100 years of life. If you die, and the Fire Nation does not have a ninth tier born, wouldn't that mean the possibility of a fallen nation? But this elder is different. He can protect the Fire Nation for 1,000 years. Alright, no more talking. As a dying man, being able to contribute a bit more to the Fire Nation is worth it. Ubu wanted to say something else, but Jang Fong waved his hand, releasing a stronger pressure that directly suppressed Ubu, rendering him unable to speak. Then, old man, since you are willing to sacrifice, go with peace of mind. Jang Fong summoned a key cannon and directly took Yen away. Don't worry, after you die, the Fire Nation will soar. The ability to conquer has been activated, successfully plundering Yan's ability. Full moon. Let's go. Jang Fong waved his hand, lifted the pressure, and flew away. Once the pressure was lifted, Ubu and the others were all able to move freely. No! Ubu clutched Yan's corpse, trembling all over. Damn it, you killed my master. I will not let you go. Absolutely not. The ruler of the Fire Nation wanted to comfort Ubu, but suddenly a communication talisman fell from the sky, followed by Jiang Feng's voice. Ruler of the Fire Nation, if you encounter a crisis, use the communication talisman to find me, and I will help you resolve it. I will protect the Fire Nation for 1,000 years. The ruler was instantly overjoyed that elder truly kept his word. He really is willing to guard the Fire Nation, so Yan's sacrifice can be considered valuable. The ruler cleared his throat, suppressing the joy in his heart, and walked to Ubu's side. Don't be too sad, this was your master's choice, you should respect it. Ubu looked up at the ruler, unable to hide the joy on his face. He understood that from an outsider's perspective, exchanging a dying ninth tier for a martial master level expert to protect for 1,000 years is incredibly worthwhile. But for him, his master dedicated his life to the Fire Nation, and now, at the age to finally enjoy life, he ended up in this situation. I am still too weak. Ubu clenched his fists, deciding to hide his hatred. If one day I can also reach the martial master level, I will definitely take revenge. I will avenge my master, just wait. The ruler suddenly called out, by the way, Ubu, all this time, we in the Fire Nation have been concealing your cultivation level, claiming that only Yen was a ninth tier. Now that Yen is dead, you should step into the spotlight. In a few days, our Fire Nation will officially announce your identity, so be prepared. Ubu took a deep breath. Yes, ruler, I understand. He must endure. Using the resources of the Fire Nation, he will definitely surpass the others. Definitely. Full moon activates abilities, can turn the moon into a full moon when night falls. There are still a few hours until night. Jang Fong flew in the air, deciding to check on the last ninth tier martial artist of the Fire Nation. The first two were official people from the Fire Nation, this last one might be related to the Z organization. Jang Fong flew to a mountainous area in the Fire Nation, and within his perception, the last ninth tier was hiding deep in the mountains. Hiding so secretly, it might really be the Z organization. Jang Fong couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Following the aura, Jang Fong arrived at the foot of a mountain, where the ninth tier was hiding inside. Besides that ninth tier, there was also an eighth tier and several seventh tier martial artists inside the mountain. Then, Jang Fong raised his hand, countless energies gathering in his palm. Come out all of you. Jang Fong suddenly waved his hand, and energy burst forth in several beams of light, all rushing into the mountain. These beams would lock onto the hidden warriors, blasting them all out. Boom! As the light hit the ground, the sound of explosions echoed continuously, and soon, all the hidden warriors flew out. Who are you? The leader looked at Jang Fong, his eyes filled with caution. Where did this person come from? He came in swinging, and even found everyone's hiding place. What a skill! It should be known that even the martial god Yen of the Fire Nation couldn't detect this place. Ha ha ha. Jang Fong did not answer but laughed directly. It seems you are from the Z organization. Jang Fong was so certain because the leader had 3 special abilities, and the 8th tier warriors behind him had 2 special abilities. The other 7th tier warriors all had 1 special ability. A 3 special ability warrior could undoubtedly only be a masterpiece of the Z organization. Who exactly are you? How do you know I am from the Z organization? The leader's expression changed slightly. He was indeed a member of the Z organization, and not just any member. The highest position in the Z organization was the Master, mysterious and unfathomable, controlling the entire Blue Star. Below the Master were the Elders, responsible for a country. Below the Elders were the Hall Masters, responsible for a city. And he was an elder of the Z organization. You don't need to know. Jiang Fong raised his hand, and all the energy erupted, instantly suppressing everyone with his aura. This can be considered a small headquarters, right? I see your special abilities are quite compatible. The person in charge widened his eyes. Although he was a 9th tier warrior, he couldn't even speak under Jiang Feng's suppression. Well, that's good, it saves me some trouble. Jiang Fong waved his hand again, and countless energy cannons shot out. In an instant, all the warriors, except for the leader, were slain by Jiang Fong. Conquer special ability activated. Gained new abilities: blazing fire, turtle breath, brutal strength, clever mind, energy gathering, dispel lies, earth manipulation. Just as Jang Fong said, these people's special abilities were quite compatible, clearly chosen on purpose. Turtle breath was used to help everyone hide their presence. Energy gathering could gather the surrounding energy, making it easier for everyone to absorb energy, similar to a spirit gathering array. Then there was clever mind. Since this was a branch of the Z organization, there had to be smart people to command. Finally, this headquarters was built in the mountains, likely relying on earth manipulation to construct their dwelling underground. One more thing, dispel lies, was to check if any members were lying. And now, everything belonged to Jang Fong. Dispel lies. Jang Fong raised his hand and released his special ability on the leader. Now, tell me, where is the leader of the Z organization hiding? The leader had been struggling, but after being affected by the special ability, he instantly stopped struggling and truthfully replied, I don't know the master's location, I only have a rough guess. Based on my speculation, the master might be near the Shadow Nation. I really don't know the exact location. Jang Fong stroked his chin. The Shadow Nation? On the other side of Blue Star, due to the time difference, it seemed to still be night there. Then let's go over there. I can also use the full moon ability. Jang Fong continued to ask, tell me the details of the Z organization's intelligence. The leader answered honestly, our Z organization is led by a powerful master. Even the special ability capsules we use were invented by the master. The structure of the special ability capsules is very unique. The master has said that even if the Cosmic Federation obtains the capsules, they cannot replicate the same ones. Then there's the power structure. The master is the boss, followed by the elders. Each country on Blue Star has an elder stationed there, and the strength of the elders is similar. 9th tier warriors with 3 special abilities. I am the elder stationed in the Fire Nation. The elder is followed by the Hall Master, who is typically an 8th tier warrior with dual abilities. The Hall Master is stationed in every city. Our Z organization has a vast influence. Anyone opposing Z organization will fall. I advise you to join Z organization sooner rather than later. The leader is a true deity. Jang Fong was secretly astonished. The power of Z organization was indeed immense. There are 31 countries on Blue Star, which means, just in terms of 9th tier warriors, Z organization has 31. Moreover, these 9th tier warriors all possess 3 abilities, far surpassing ordinary 9th tier warriors. Adding in the so-called Hall Masters, with over 100 cities in each country, even if we consider just 100 cities, that means Z organization has over 3,000 8th tier warriors. This force, looking across Blue Star, no one can stand against it. It seems Z organization has not dominated Blue Star out of fear of the Cosmic Federation. After all, the ownership of Blue Star has long been planned by the Federation. You Z organization are indeed powerful, but how strong do you think the leader is? Is he a master-level warrior? The leader shook his head. I don't know, but I believe the leader definitely surpasses the master level. I've said it before, the leader is a god. A god can do anything. Jang Fong clicked his tongue. Could he really be that strong? Then I must go and test my strength against him. Just the thought of facing such a powerful leader made Jang Fong inexplicably excited. There's no way around it. The warriors on Blue Star are too weak, not even a match for him. Perhaps only the so-called leader could provide him with a thrilling battle. Wait, why am I so excited about facing a strong enemy? Is it because of the Scion bloodline? Jang Fong squinted. It seemed he was truly becoming a battle fanatic. Well, that's fine. Scions are a warrior race, and fighting strong enemies can accelerate his growth. I have one more question, Jang Fong continued to inquire. You said that even if the Cosmic Federation got that ability capsule, they wouldn't be able to replicate it? You're that confident? Do you know how terrifying the Federation's technology is? The Cosmic Federation, whether in terms of hard power, technological strength, or medical standards, far surpasses Blue Star. But even so, they wouldn't be able to replicate the ability capsule? Jang Fong was somewhat skeptical. The leader responded, I don't believe it either. After all, the Federation's technology is terrifying. But the leader insists that the Federation cannot replicate it, and I have no choice but to believe it. Jang Fong. So it was forced? Alright, that's it then. Jang Fong released his ability, and the leader's consciousness returned. Looking at Jang Fong in shock, the ability you just used was to dispel lies? Impossible, how did you do that? Why? The leader couldn't understand. Killing the opponent to seize their abilities was clearly what our Z organization excelled at. Why could the opponent do it too? Jang Fong smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you. Leader, damn you. Put. Jang Fong pierced through the leader's body, directly killing him. Conquer ability activated, successfully plundered 3 abilities, Blood Curse, borrow another year, fought weapon Blood Curse. By obtaining a drop of the target's blood, you can cast a curse on them, causing them harm. The stronger the opponent's cultivation, the lower the chance of the curse succeeding. Borrow another year, can be used once every 10 years to extend one's lifespan by 1 year. Thought weapon, can reinforce any item in hand, turning it into a sharp weapon. Extend lifespan? Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. Looking at the history of Blue Star, it seems that among the recorded abilities, there has never been one related to lifespan. It might have appeared before, it's just that the official confidentiality measures are well done, and we, ordinary people, have no chance to access it. Jang Fong smiled and said, let's meet the ruler of the Cloud Kingdom another day. Not to mention anything else, I want to take a look at the confidential documents of the Cloud Kingdom myself. Otherwise, my knowledge is too limited, and that would be quite a loss. Now, I need to head to the Shadow Kingdom. Jang Fong took out a world map and glanced at it. According to this position, I just need to fly north. If I fly at full speed, it should take about 10 minutes. With that, Jang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and flew directly towards the Shadow Kingdom. 10 minutes later, Jang Fong arrived at the territory of the Shadow Kingdom, where it was still night. It's really lively here. Jang Fong sensed the surroundings. Within the territory of the Shadow Kingdom, there were actually 12 auras of 9th tier warriors. According to the information released by the Shadow Kingdom, their country only has 2 9th tier warriors. In other words, there are 10 9th tier warriors here who do not belong to the Shadow Kingdom. With so many 9th tier warriors, they must be elders of the Z organization, right? What are they all gathering here for? Is this the headquarters of the Z organization? Or is the Z organization planning to attack the Shadow Kingdom? And there's one aura that is very chaotic and strange. Could it be the so-called leader of the Z organization? Jiang Feng's expression became much more serious. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre aura. He couldn't sense the strength, only the chaos. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Let's try to transform into Super Saiyan 4 first. Jang Fong looked at the half-moon in the sky. Full moon ability, activate. As the full moon ability activated, the half-moon in the sky began to continuously transform into a complete circle. Tail, reveal yourself. Jang Fong waved his hand, no longer hiding his tail. Although hiding the tail wouldn't affect his transformation into Super Saiyan 4, it was mainly for the sense of ceremony. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 looked cooler with the tail visible. Here we go. Jang Fong spread his arms and looked at the full moon in the sky. Boom! In an instant, Jang Fong felt his heart racing. 1 beat, 2 beats. Roar! With a furious roar, a giant brown-furred ape appeared. Transform, Super Saiyan 2. Jang Fong unleashed all his energy, and in an instant, the brown fur was visibly changing to gold. Here it comes. Boom! A golden giant ape stood in the air, slowly raising its hand. Such powerful strength, if I can harness it. Jang Fong took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Buzz! A new change occurred. The golden giant ape began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of an adult man. This is Super Saiyan 4. Jang Fong looked up and took out a mirror from the system space to check himself. His jet black hair and the signature red fur on his upper body exuded a wild and powerful aura. Crack! The moment Jang Fong looked into the mirror, it shattered. The power is endless, too strong, even stronger than I originally expected. Jang Fong took a deep breath and then jumped a few times in place. The exact multiple of Super Saiyan 4 compared to the normal state has never been officially stated, only some readers have speculated. The only thing that can be confirmed is that compared to Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4 completely surpasses it, and the amplification factor of Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times the normal state. Ding! Host has completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The second stage transformation task is considered complete. Reward, full power. Transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Ding! Host has completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The third stage transformation task is considered complete. Reward, full power transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Ding! Fourth stage task activated. Transformation task, fourth stage on a cosmic domain. Reward, full power transformation into Super Saiyan 5. The host can also transform into Super Saiyan 5 on their own. What is this cosmic domain? The task scope is too large, I can't even understand it. Jang Fong chuckled. He then looked up towards the north, where the capital of the Shadow Kingdom was located. The leader of the Z organization, let me see your strength. With a burst of speed, Jang Fong vanished from the spot. In the capital of the Shadow Nation, within a high-end residential area, the leader of the Z organization was strolling in the garden with an elder. The elder sighed inwardly. The leader truly has a big heart. In the territory of the Shadow Nation, he is still so high-profile, directly residing in a luxury community. He really isn't afraid of being discovered by the people of the Shadow Nation. Su Kai, he is the chosen ruler of Blue Star by the Cosmic Federation, and the current power layout of Blue Star is also Su Kai's intention. The leader walked while admiring the flowers. To destroy the Shadow Nation would mean disrupting Su Kai's plans. In other words, to annihilate the Shadow Nation is to offend Su Kai, and offending Su Kai is equivalent to offending the Federation. With our current strength, we cannot withstand the wrath of the Federation, so I have spent 100 years replacing the entire royal family of the Shadow Nation with our own people. The time to reap the rewards
has finally come. As long as we let them take control of the Shadow Nation, then the Shadow Nation will be mine.
Even the leader did not dare to directly annihilate the Shadow Nation. He could only grasp it through replacing its members. From a certain perspective, this could also be considered the destruction of the
Shadow Nation.
The elder nodded beside him. Leader, your foresight is truly impressive. However, if your plans are discovered by Sukai, it could be dangerous. The leader waved his hand. That's why I personally came to the Shadow Nation, to oversee the situation.
At this critical moment of reaping, there can be no mistakes.
Even if Sukai comes in person, we must complete our control over the Shadow Nation right under his nose. The elder wanted to say something more, but suddenly, the leader's expression changed.
Wait, no. The elder looked at the leader in confusion. What's wrong? The leader pointed to the sky. Did you not notice?
The moon has turned into a full moon.
Elder. Ha? Just this little thing? It doesn't matter. No.
The leader's gaze was very grim.
Such a change must have a reason. Let me deduce it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the leader's pupils began to spin continuously, as if transforming into two Tai Chi diagrams. Suddenly, the pupils stopped spinning, and a cold sweat appeared on the leader's forehead.
How is this possible? Great misfortune? Who in Blue Star could harm me?
The leader did not understand. Even the strongest Sukai, the ruler of Blue Star, was merely a second-tier martial artist, someone he did not take seriously
at all.
If it weren't for his fear of the Federation, he would have killed Sukai long ago.
Could it be that the Federation sent a martial emperor here? No, absolutely impossible. Let me deduce again. Who is it?
Just as the leader was about to deduce once more, suddenly, a gust of wind blew through.
Bang 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 bang.
There was a series of striking sounds.
In an instant, the elder was dead.
The leader had dozens of fist imprints appearing on his body.
The leader of the Z organization? Meeting you today has truly opened my eyes.
Jang Fong appeared behind the leader, having just struck down the elder and severely injured the leader.
When
he said he was opened his eyes, it was because of the leader's personal panel.
Name, Quan Yu level, Martial King 6th tier abilities, Conquest, Drugification.
Precognitive evolution, instant teleportation, time and space observation, immortality, grip of truth, death curse, hypnosis, metamorphosis, blessing of light.
Annihilation. There were many more, and at a glance, Jang Fong couldn't see the end. The abilities of Quan Yu were simply too numerous. However, what truly attracted Jang Fong was Chuanyo's first ability, Conquest. I see, a conquest ability just like mine? Jang Fong began to understand what was going on.
The ability of Drugification could turn the characteristics of the conquest ability into capsules, thus creating ability capsules.
Using this ability capsule again, Quan O
established the Z organization across Europe, starting to plunder abilities everywhere to make himself stronger. No wonder Quan O was so confident. Even if people from the Great Federation came, they couldn't produce the same type of capsule. Because to manufacture the capsule, one must possess both the conquest and pharmacology abilities. Who are you? Quan O, covered in fist marks, activated his healing ability. With a loud bang, all the injuries on his body completely vanished.
Quan O looked at Jang Fong, suddenly stunned. He had a tail? This didn't seem like a human from Blue Star. You're not from Blue Star? Are you a powerful being from the Great Federation? Why would you powerful beings from the Great Federation attack me? Quan O didn't understand, even though he was plotting against the Shadow Kingdom, he hadn't made a move yet. The people from the Great Federation shouldn't be targeting him. Could it be a misunderstanding? Jang Fong smiled slightly. A warrior from the Great Federation? Of course not. Don't you have the ability to deduce? Why not deduce it yourself? Upon hearing this, Quan O glared at Jang Fong.
The deduction ability could only outline the general situation. It didn't mean he was all-knowing and all-powerful.
Moreover, give me some time to deduce. Don't think I don't know that as soon as I get distracted, you'll definitely sneak attack me.
Then if you're not from the Great Federation,
where else could you be from?
Don't tell me you're from Blue Star. First, the humans on Blue Star don't have tails.
Second, you're so strong that Blue Star can't accommodate a big Buddha like you.
Jang Fong placed his hand in front of him. Then let me tell you, I am the one here to take your life.
As soon as the
words fell, Jang Fong moved, accelerating directly to Quan O's back, throwing a punch aimed at him.
Absolute defense. Quan O activated his ability, instantly,
radiating bright light all over his body, completely protecting himself.
Zhang Feng's punch ultimately struck the bright light. This defensive method is not bad.
However, Quan O's expression was not good. Although this ability could defend against everything, the energy consumed varied depending on the strength of the
attack.
That punch just now had consumed 10% of his energy.
That was 10%. In other words, if he activated all his energy, he could only withstand 10 punches?
That was too exaggerated. Even a first-tier martial emperor could withstand 100 punches. I don't know the exact cultivation level, but this person's attack power surpasses that of a first-tier martial emperor. He is definitely a second-tier martial emperor, and it's even possible he is a third-tier martial emperor. Kwano was shocked. He had been hiding on Blue Star, killing a few ability users at most, and then plotting against the Shadow Kingdom. How could he attract such
A formidable enemy?
If it were a first-tier martial emperor, I could still fight back, but a second-tier, I really can't contend with.
Damn it, am I supposed to flee without a fight? No, if I run away, the Z organization will be leaderless and will surely be destroyed. If the Z organization is destroyed, all my years of hard work will be in vain. There's no other way, I'll give it a shot. Kwano suddenly clenched his fist, activating his amplification ability. All attributes amplified 12 times. Since amplification abilities couldn't stack, this 12-fold amplification was already Kwano's strongest amplification ability. If I could get my hands on Jang Feng's 50-fold amplification, I would be able to handle this guy more easily. Damn it, it's all Jang Feng's fault. At this moment, Kwano still didn't know that the person in front of him was Jang Fong. Jang Fong looked at the energy-exploding Kwano and smiled. Interesting. Are you planning to clash head-on? Come on. Kwano pointed at the void, and instantly countless energy attacks surged toward Jang Fong. Kid, can you withstand my mental attack? Kwano knew that if it were a true head-on clash, he would definitely not be the opponent. But with the assistance of multiple abilities, there might be a chance. If he really couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. Your abilities are indeed numerous, but Jang Fong waved his hand, releasing his own energy, directly destroying all the mental attacks. Your strength is too weak to threaten me at all. Die. Jang Fong charged at Kwano. Once more. With a wave of my hand, I dispelled your mental attack. You really are strong. Kwano pointed with one hand. Then let's try my rule-based ability. Time freeze. In an instant, everything, including Jang Fong rushing forward, came to a halt. This is one of Kwano's trump cards, time freeze. No matter how strong you are, in the face of the rules of time, you will be. What the hell? Kwano exclaimed in surprise as he saw Jang Feng's finger twitch slightly, while everything was frozen. Not good. My energy is depleting. The next moment, Kwano realized that his energy was rapidly draining. Clearly, Jang Fong was about to break free from the time pause. And to keep Jang Fong frozen, time freeze was continuously siphoning Kwano's energy, trying to control him. This energy drain is getting faster. Kwano looked at Jang Fong, who, under the time pause, also turned to look at him and gave him a warm smile. This isn't right. It seems time freeze has no effect on him. Could it be that he is adapting to the time freeze? Kwano hurriedly lifted the time freeze. If this continued, not only would he fail to defeat his opponent, but he would also be drained of energy first. Oh, you took the initiative to lift it? Jang Fong resumed normal movement, looking at his hands with a hint of regret on his face. What a pity, I was so close to breaking through the time pause. Kwano, even using time freeze, can't stop him from moving. This guy is terrifying, I'm no match for him. If we keep fighting, I'll definitely die. There's no choice, I have to retreat. Kwano waved his hand and used his ability to disguise everything. This was the strongest concealment ability he had ever seen. Once used, even a martial emperor level expert couldn't detect it. At this moment, Kwano's plan was to disguise himself first, then after shaking off his opponent, explain a few things to the Z organization to ensure it wouldn't be destroyed. Then he would make his escape, temporarily leaving Blue Star. When the storm passed, he would return and continue managing the Z organization. What Kwano cherished the most was his Z organization. Meanwhile, Jang Fong looked curiously at the stone on the ground, not understanding why Kwano had transformed into a stone right in front of him. Not to mention the bug-level skill of breath perception, just relying on the system's built-in information panel, he could lock onto Kwano. He saw the stone labeled with the martial artist's name, Kwano. Kwano, you might as well fight me properly. Jang Fong raised his hand, aiming at the stone. Countless energies gathered, and then a key cannon shot directly at the stone. Whoosh! The stone dodged and appeared beside Jang Fong, revealing its true form. Kwano, my strongest hidden ability is useless in front of you? Kwano was somewhat incredulous. Even he, possessing countless probing abilities, couldn't see through this disguise. Why could this guy? Wait, your appearance. Suddenly, Kwano noticed a blind spot. If he discarded this person's hair and body shape and only looked at the face, wasn't this Jang Fong from Yun Country? You are the SSS level ability holder from Yun Country, Jang Fong? Kwano was somewhat incredulous. The monster that had pushed him into a corner was actually that first-tier martial artist. Jang Fong? What a joke. In Kwano's eyes, Jang Fong was merely a junior who needed to grow. According to his calculations, once he destroyed the Shadow Kingdom, it would only take a few years. By then, Jang Fong would at most reach the 9th-tier martial artist. Even if he used a 50-fold amplification, he could only reach the Martial King realm. When he turned back to deal with Jang Fong, he could kill him with just one move. But who would have thought it didn't take years at all? It was just a few days without seeing him, and Jang Fong came to kill. Oh, you found out? Jang Fong chuckled, showing no intention of hiding. That's right, I am Jang Fong. Now you know why I came to kill you, right? It was you who sent your subordinates to attack me first. Hearing Jang Fong admit it in person, Chu Yu was so frightened that he took several steps back. Clearly, just a few days ago, Jang Fong was a first-tier martial artist and now his strength surpassed that of a first-tier martial emperor. Who would believe that? Could it be that he had broken through? But that was impossible. Even if he had broken through, it would only be a few minor realms at most. How could he have surpassed so many? Monster. Absolutely a monster. A complete monster. In that moment, Chu Yu made a decision to leave Blue Star, never to return. With Jang Fong around, he had to stay far away. As for the Z organization, forget it. Whatever happens, happens. Anyway, he had to escape Blue Star, permanently distancing himself from Jang Fong. There was no choice. The potential Jang Fong displayed was too terrifying. Just a few days? From a first-tier martial artist to surpassing a first-tier martial emperor, was he even human? Who would dare to be his enemy? Who wouldn't be afraid? Creating another Z organization is difficult. It might take over 100 years of planning, but it's worth it. Everything is worth it. Blue Star is too dangerous. I'm leaving. Teleportation. Chu Yu activated his ability, preparing to leave. Want to go? Jang Fong saw through Chu Yu's thoughts at a glance. Because he knew Chu Yu had a teleportation ability. Not so easy. Jang Fong placed his hands in front of him, two spheres of energy gathering in his palms. Let's see who's faster, you or my attack. Ultimate Dragon Flash. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Fong merged the two spheres of energy, and in an instant, golden energy surged towards Chu Yu. What a joke! Can you be faster than my teleportation? Chu Yu activated his teleportation just as his body was about to turn into an illusion. Boom! The golden energy instantly engulfed Chu Yu. Conquering ability activated, successfully plundering Chu Yu's abilities. A large chunk. Ha! Jang Fong took a breath. This ultimate dragon flash was the strongest attack, gathering most of his energy into one explosive strike. Even in Super Saiyan 4 state, using this move still took a toll on him. This Chu Yu is actually quite strong, but it's a pity he had no intention of fighting me. Jang Fong adjusted his breathing and then shook his head. Upon realizing he was inferior to me, he immediately thought of escaping, showing no warrior's resolve at all. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let's see these abilities. Jang Fong glanced over, as Chu Yu had a whole bunch of abilities, which naturally all came to him after Chu Yu's death. Now, he also had a large number of abilities. This hypnosis ability? Jang Fong roughly browsed through the abilities. The hypnosis ability could make the opponent lose focus for a moment. Martial artists of the same realm or lower would fall victim. This Chu Yu didn't even think to use this ability. If he had, given that my true realm is lower than his, I might have been affected. What Jang Fong didn't know was that when he first appeared, Chu Yu thought he was a emperor-level martial artist, far surpassing him. How could he dare to use hypnosis? After his identity was exposed, Chu Yu was already scared out of his wits, only thinking about escaping, lacking even the courage to fight back. Besides hypnosis, there are several other mental-type abilities. Jang Fong stroked his chin. These mental-type abilities are quite tricky. Some can restrain me. To put it simply, Jang Fong had the Scion transformation, which maxed out his physical attack and resistance. However, mental-type attacks were akin to magical attacks, and he had no magic resistance. Is there an ability to resist mental attacks? There are just too many abilities. Searching through them one by one is really not easy. Jang Fong searched around and finally found several abilities that could enhance mental resistance, one of which was particularly strong and could immunize against most mental attacks. Ha, I knew it. This guy from the Z organization has collected so many abilities, he definitely has ways to resist mental powers. But speaking of which, having too many abilities is really quite troublesome. With so many choices, sometimes I don't even know which one to use. It's better to have just one ability, that's one less choice. Jang Fong made a decision to construct multiple combos based on various abilities. He aimed to maximize the potential of each ability to the fullest. Alright, with the Z organization already dead, let's take out the remaining elders of the Z organization. Those guys each have 3 abilities, we can't miss them. Jang Fong flew into the air and, through his senses, located all the elders of the Z organization. Let's start calling them out one by one. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, the greatest threat to the Blue Star human race, the Z organization, was annihilated today. A month later, in the capital of Yun country, researchers were reporting news to the monarch. Your Majesty, this ability capsule is too complex. We can't analyze it at all. This technology is completely beyond our understanding. The monarch was somewhat surprised. Was the Z organization's technology really that strong? All the researchers in Yun country gathered together and still couldn't analyze it? I see, the monarch said as he took the ability capsule. You've all worked hard this month, take a good rest. The researchers responded, understood. As the researchers left, the monarch planned to contact the ruler of the Blue Star, the spokesperson of the Cosmic Federation, Sukai. The monarch took out a special communication device and sent a message. Lord Sukai, our Yun country recently obtained a capsule related to the Z organization. When can I meet with you? After a while, Sukai replied, I am exploring new planets outside, let's wait a few months. I will return to Blue Star in a few months, and then we can take a look at this capsule. The monarch glanced at the message and had a rough idea. Lord Sukai is really carefree, running to other planets every day. Speaking of which, how is Jang Fong doing? Has he made any breakthroughs in his cultivation over the past month? Has he reached the second-tier warrior level? Thinking of this, the monarch contacted the Lord of Ruching. Hey, Lord, I want to ask you, what level is Jang Fong at now? Has he reached the second-tier warrior level? The Lord replied, I'm not sure, I haven't asked about his cultivation. Should I ask him now? The monarch said, sure, go ahead and ask. In Ruching, the Lord had just finished the call with the monarch. Right, how is Jiang Feng's cultivation now? Over the past month, the official has provided him with so much spiritual liquid. As long as his talent isn't too poor, he should be able to reach the second tier, right? If he really reaches the second tier, combined with his abilities, wouldn't that make him at the 9th tier level? TSK, not bad. I need to ask him. Just as the Lord of Ruching was about to call Jiang Fong, suddenly, his phone rang again. What is it? The Lord answered the call. The voice on the other end said, Lord, it's our genius training camp in Rucheng. Your nephew has been having some issues lately. He's too arrogant, thinking no one can surpass him, and he hasn't even been doing his daily training. This mindset will greatly affect his future cultivation path. The Lord replied, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the Lord sighed. His nephew was indeed a genius, having reached the 6th tier of warriors at just 20 years old, which was considered top-tier talent in all of Yin country. But his only flaw was that he was too arrogant. He always felt invincible and looked down on others. Having talent is a good thing, but this mindset must be corrected. It's best to find someone more talented than him to give him a wake-up call. Thinking of this, the city lord felt quite troubled. A more talented person would be someone who reached the 7th stage of a warrior at the age of 20, or the 6th stage at 19. Either way, it wouldn't be easy to find. Wait, isn't there Jiang Fong? The city lord suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If Jiang Fong reaches the 2nd stage of a warrior, combined with his special abilities, he could stand up to a 9th stage warrior. And he's only 18, just the right person to teach my nephew a lesson. Ha ha ha. The city lord couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Quickly find out if Jiang Fong has reached the 2nd stage of a warrior. I hope he has. With that, the city lord called for a driver and headed towards Jiang Feng's residence. Jiang Feng's current residence was no longer what it used to be. It was a standalone villa specially arranged by the authorities. At this moment, Jiang Fong was in the backyard, absorbing the spiritual liquid provided by the officials. The spiritual liquid contains more energy than spiritual chi and is much easier to absorb. Prolonged absorption of the spiritual liquid can double the cultivation speed. After a month of absorption, Jiang Fong had reached the 6th stage of a warrior. In just a month, going from the 5th stage to the 6th stage, this cultivation speed is indeed quite fast. Jiang Fong rubbed his chin. Normally, even with spiritual liquid, it would take an average person several years to break through from the 5th to the 6th stage. Even a genius would need 10 months. At this moment, Jiang Fong thought of his Scion bloodline, which clearly stated that it could elevate his lineage to royal status and enhance his qualifications. From the current perspective, this enhancement in qualifications is much greater than I had anticipated. Jiang Fong stood up and walked towards the villa's entrance as he sensed that the city lord was rushing over. He came in person. I wonder what the city lord wants with me this time. Soon, at the villa's entrance, Jiang Fong met the city lord. Why can't I see through your cultivation? The city lord looked at Jiang Fong, puzzled. Jiang Fong smiled and explained, I practiced a technique that hides my cultivation, and that's how it is. In reality, some abilities in Europe inherently have the effect of concealing one's cultivation, making it impossible for others to detect Jiang Feng's level. The city lord understood. I see, then let me ask, has your cultivation reached the 2nd stage of a warrior? It should have, right? Jiang Fong thought for a moment and nodded. The 2nd stage of a warrior? Yes, I've reached it. The city lord slapped his thigh. Since you've reached it, why didn't you tell me sooner? You're too low-key. This is a big deal. Think about it. With your cultivation at the 2nd stage of a warrior, combined with your abilities, wouldn't you be able to rival a 9th stage warrior? A 9th stage warrior, and there are only 3 in our Yin country. My goodness, you're really too low-key. I need to report this to the national lord quickly. This is great news. Just as the city lord was about to report, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, if he reports your cultivation now, the national lord will definitely be eager to meet Jiang Fong, which means there won't be time to ask Jiang Fong for help. With this thought, the city lord looked at Jiang Fong and asked, Jiang Fong, could I ask you for a favor? I have a nephew who is a 6th stage warrior, currently training in the genius training camp in Ru City. Although his qualifications are decent, his personality is too arrogant. He always thinks his talent is unmatched. If this continues, it will greatly affect his path of cultivation. I want you to step in and teach him a lesson. Ding. Temporary mission activated.
Accept the City Lord's request to teach the City Lord's nephew a lesson.
Mission. Completion reward, minor enhancement of conquering abilities. There's even a temporary mission?
Jang Feng's heart stirred.
I'll accept it. It's just a matter
of teaching a 6th-tier martial artist a lesson. It's a small effort for me, but it can lead to an upgrade in my abilities, which is a win-win situation.
Even if the enhancement is minimal, it's still a gain. Sure, no problem, Jang Fong smiled. When are we going?
The City Lord thought for a moment and said, the sooner, the better. After all, the sooner we correct the mindset, the better the effect.
Jang Fong nodded. Alright, let's go.
With that, the City Lord called his driver and took Jang Fong with him towards the Genius Training Camp. The training camp is located in the suburbs of Rucheng, and it usually takes over 2 hours
to drive there.
Zhang Yundi is still in class. Jang Fong took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yundi. I'm going to the Genius Training Camp in Rucheng.
I'll be back home before evening.
By the time she finishes class and sees the message, I might already be home, Zhang Fong chuckled to himself. At this moment, in Zhang Feng's villa, in a quiet room, Xiaoyu was teaching Zhang Yundi various subjects. Originally, Zhang Yundi attended classes at the official school, but due to various reasons, Zhang Fong arranged for private tutoring at the villa. It seems my brother sent me a message, Zhang Yundi heard the special notification sound from her phone and immediately took it out. Teacher Xiaoyu, I need to check the message, it's from my brother.
Xiaoyu nodded. No problem, go ahead. In principle, students are not allowed to look at their phones during class.
But now, it was a message from Zhang Yundi's brother.
What could Xiaoyu say?
After reading the message, Zhang Yundi was momentarily stunned.
Going to the Genius Training Camp? What is her brother doing there? Did he join the training camp?
But that doesn't make sense. Her brother said he would be back in the evening. If he joined the training camp, he would have to stay there
and wouldn't be able to come home.
I can't figure it out, but I remember the class monitor from school. She was inviting everyone to visit the Genius Training
Camp a few days ago.
In Zhang Yundi's class, the class monitor had invited many friends to visit the Genius Training Camp.
Zhang Yundi had directly declined. She preferred to watch Zhang Fong practice rather than visit any training camp. But now, since my brother is going to the training camp, I want to go see it too.
Zhang Yundi looked at Xiaoyu and smiled mischievously. Teacher Xiaoyu, let's go to the Genius Training Camp together. My brother is there and I want to sneak
in and give him a scare.
Xiaoyu shook her head. The Genius Training Camp?
That place is not easy to enter.
Even as an official staff member, I can't get in.
However, there is one way. You can communicate directly with the City Lord.
Considering Zhang Feng's status, he should allow us to enter the camp.
Zhang Yundi fell into deep thought.
This time, she was on a secret mission.
If she told the City Lord and he informed her brother, how could she scare him? Wait, let me check
what's going on with the class monitor and see if she can take us along. Zhang Yundi glanced at the time agreed upon with the class monitor, and it just so
happened to be today. Moreover, they were set to depart in half an hour.
What a coincidence. Zhang Yundi rubbed her hands and said to Xiaoyu,
I have a class monitor who can take me into the training camp.
What do you think, Teacher Xiaoyu?
Let's go to the training camp together.
Not for anything else, just to suddenly appear and scare my brother.
Your class monitor can take you to the Genius Training Camp?
Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and nodded. Sure, we can go together. But you need to stick close to me, otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I won't be able to explain it to Lord Zhang Fong.
Zhang Yundi excitedly waved her hand. Great, no problem. Teacher Xiaoyu, let's set off.
With that, the two of them headed out, and Zhang Yundi sent a message to her class monitor.
Class monitor, I've changed my mind at the last minute. I want to visit the Genius Training Camp too. Is that okay?
The class monitor quickly replied, You want to come
too? Of course, no problem.
We'll meet at the entrance of the subway station, the one closest to our school.
Got it.
Zhang Yundi waved her little hand.
Teacher Xiaoya, let's go. Fei Yingying was the class monitor in Zhang Yundi's previous class.
She met a martial artist online, who was from the Genius Training Camp and had excellent qualifications.
They later fell in love online and confirmed their relationship. Fei Yingying was able to bring a group of people to visit the Genius Training Camp because of her boyfriend.
At the subway station entrance, 6 girls gathered together and one looked at Fei Yingying.
Class monitor, are we not leaving yet?
Fei Yingying waved her hand. Don't rush, Zhang Yundi is also going to the Genius Training Camp.
Let's wait for her. Ha! The other classmates were taken aback. Zhang Yundi, didn't she drop out a month ago?
I heard her brother is really impressive now. Can we ask about that
when we see her today? A few of them were curious about the current Zhang Yundi.
Just then, Zhang Yundi walked up to Fei Yingying and tapped her shoulder.
Class monitor, I've walked right up to you and you still haven't recognized me? Fei Yingying was startled and looked at Zhang Yundi in disbelief.
The old Zhang Yundi,
although not unattractive, had been malnourished for a long time and looked more like a petite little sister.
But now, after more than a month of recuperation, Jang Yundi's figure was no longer frail, her body displayed perfect curves, and her eyes were much clearer, sparkling like pearls under the sunlight.
You are Jang Yundi? Fei Yingying still found it hard to believe. Jang Yundi was a bit puzzled. Have I changed that much?
The other classmates nodded in unison.
Yes, you've changed a lot. The spirit and energy of the whole person had completely transformed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? The difference was like night and day. This is. Fei Yingying pointed to Xiaoya behind Jang Yundi. Xiaoya spoke up. You don't need to mind me. I'm just responsible for Miss Zhang's personal safety, sort of like a bodyguard. Fei Yingying hissed. The other classmates couldn't help but gasp. A bodyguard?
The rumors were indeed true. Jang Yundi's older brother had awakened a powerful ability and now held a high social status.
I'm really envious, one classmate muttered softly.
Jang Yundi's brother really hit the jackpot, awakening such a strong ability and rising to the top in one leap.
Well, what can we do? It's just luck on their part. Others sighed. Envy. To sum it up, aside from envy, it was still envy. This was truly a leap to success. From a little girl picking up bottles,
she suddenly transformed into a princess of Rucheng. All the classmates looked at Jang Yundi with envious faces, and Fei Yingying felt a bit uncomfortable
witnessing this scene.
Although she was also envious of Jang Yundi, she felt that today's protagonist should be herself, and the one everyone should envy should
also be her. Ahem. Thus, Fei Yingying couldn't help but clear her throat. Everyone, we are getting ready to go to the Genius Training Camp. Don't forget.
This Genius Training Camp is not a place that just anyone can enter. If it weren't for my boyfriend, we would never have the chance to visit it in our lifetime.
Oh right. The other classmates looked at Fei Yingying again. I'm also very envious of Fei Yingying for knowing such an amazing boyfriend.
Indeed, the Genius Training Camp, those who can enter are the future pillars of Rucheng. I'm really envious, Fei Yingying, you're so lucky to know a boyfriend like that.
Fei Yingying smiled faintly. It's nothing much, it's just a piece of cake for my boyfriend. By the way, Jang Yundi, why didn't you go to the Genius Training Camp alone this time?
Jang Yundi didn't think much and replied directly, I can't get in by myself, I owe it all to the class monitor's connections that I can
enter the Genius Training Camp. Upon hearing this, Fei Yingying raised an eyebrow, and the other classmates couldn't help but gasp. If it weren't for the class monitor's help, Jang Yundi wouldn't have been able to visit the Genius Training Camp? It seems that Fei Yingying's boyfriend is more impressive than Jang Yundi's brother.
After all, everyone could enter the training camp thanks to Fei Yingying's boyfriend.
By the way, Fei Yingying asked again, you refused to go to the training camp before, so why are you going today?
Jang Yundi said, my brother is in the training camp, so I want to surprise him.
Hearing Jang Yundi's words,
Fei Yingying instinctively thought that Jang Fong was a student in the training camp, just like her boyfriend. After all, most of the geniuses in the training camp are around 20 years old, and Jang Fong is just 18, which fits perfectly. So Jang Fong is a genius in the training camp. That doesn't seem like a big deal, Fei Yingying muttered. Because of her boyfriend, she knew some of the rules of the training camp. Only the top 3 geniuses in the training camp are qualified to bring outsiders for a visit. And her boyfriend is the second-ranked genius in the training camp. According to her boyfriend, looking at the entire training camp, aside from the first, he is the strongest. As for the first place, that is a genius who reached the 6th level of martial arts at the age of 20, and has a close relationship with the city lord. They are uncle and nephew. Jang Fong is a student in the training camp, so he must not be as strong as my boyfriend. After all, my boyfriend is ranked 2nd. Thinking of this, Fei Yingying smiled confidently and looked at Jang Yundi. So your brother is also a genius in
the training camp?
That's great. My boyfriend is 2nd in the training camp, so he should be a bit stronger than your brother.
Since we were classmates before,
I can have my boyfriend give your brother some pointers and take care of him. Jang Yundi blinked. She wasn't sure if her brother was a member of the training camp, but no matter what, Fei Yingying was being kind and wanted to help her.
Thank you, Jang Yundi said gratefully.
Jang Yundi remembered her brother's teachings.
When facing good people who help you, you must say thank you.
Everyone watching this scene could only marvel at how impressive Fei Yingying's boyfriend was. They had thought Jang Fong was strong enough, but it seemed that
Fei Yingying's boyfriend was much stronger than Jang Fong. Fei Yingying, your boyfriend is
really impressive. I truly envy you, someone praised. Fei Yingying took a deep breath, feeling much happier. After all, today's protagonist should be herself. At this moment, Xiaoya couldn't help but shake her head, thinking it was too naive. With Zhang Feng's status and strength, how could he possibly be a genius in the
training camp? Jang Fong was likely going to the training camp as a mentor, right?
Anyway, no matter what, how could a mere genius in the training camp compare
to Lord Jang Fong?
However, Xiaoya didn't say anything. After all, she was only responsible for protecting Jang Yundi and didn't want to deal with this group
of students.
Besides, she also wanted to see the surprised expressions on their faces when they learned the truth.
The 2nd in the genius training camp? Does he even qualify to carry Lord Zhang Feng's shoes? That's quite amusing.
Soon, everyone boarded the subway, heading towards the genius training camp.
At the
speed of the subway, we should arrive at the genius training camp in about 40 minutes. Fei Yingying glanced at the time.
I'll let my boyfriend know we'll be there in 40 minutes.
40 minutes later, Jang Fong and the city lord were in the car, still on their way to the genius training camp. Fei Yingying and the others, having taken the subway, arrived at the training camp ahead of time.
This is the genius training camp.
As they reached the entrance, it looked less like a training camp and more like a military base, with the area heavily guarded.
There are many advanced facilities inside that we usually never get a chance to see, Fei Yingying introduced while taking out her phone.
I'll send a message to my boyfriend and have him come out to let us in.
Soon, Fei Yingying received a reply from her boyfriend. Sorry, babe, we're a bit busy today. You can have the guard let you in. The city lord said he's bringing important figures for a visit today, so we can't wander around. Important figures? Fei Yingying blinked. Important figures mentioned by the city lord? How significant could they be? Ordinary people wouldn't have a chance to interact with them, right?
Thinking of this, Fei Yingying looked at the others. You guys are in for a treat.
Today,
my boyfriend said the city lord is bringing important figures to tour the training camp. We can hide in the shadows and observe.
The others couldn't help but be curious. What important figures? How important?
Fei Yingying made a mysterious expression and said, anyway, my boyfriend said even the city lord has to
refer to them as important figures. You can imagine.
Everyone gasped. That indeed sounded like an important figure. Being able to get close to such a presence
would be a lifetime honor. Quick, let's head into the genius training camp. Thus, under the crowd's enthusiasm, Fei Yingying led the way to the guard station.
My boyfriend is Wenchu, the second in the genius training camp. Fei Yingying introduced herself.
Can we go in for a visit? The guard glanced at Fei
Yingying and nodded. I've heard from Wenchu will follow me. I'll take you to the lounge. But today is a bit special. Important figures are coming to the training
camp.
You guys should stay in the lounge and not wander around.
If you annoy the important figures, that could be troublesome. Fei Yingying smiled. Don't
worry, we won't cause any trouble. A few minutes later, they entered the lounge, which was decorated quite ordinarily, with a dining table in the center laden with
many beautifully presented snacks. Wow, what kind of food is this? I've never seen it before. Everyone looked at the snacks on the table like curious children. Being able to come to the training camp today is indeed an eye-opener. Hearing this, Fei Yingying's already good mood became even more pleasant. Awesome. This is the effect I wanted. Everyone, don't be polite, Fei Yingying called out. These are all specially prepared by my boyfriend for you. Just eat whatever you want. Great. Everyone was very happy.
As they snacked, time passed quickly, and soon, the city lord's special car arrived. We're here, this is the genius training camp. The city lord got out of the car and introduced it to Jang Fong. Please, teach my useless nephew a good lesson.
Jang Fong nodded and then got out of the car.
He sensed the presence of Jiang Yundi and her teacher, Xiaoyu, to his right.
Jang Fong? This little girl isn't in class? How did she end up at the training camp?
City lord, let's go check that side. Jang Fong pointed towards the lounge.
The city lord was taken aback. Why did Jang Fong want to go there? He then used energy perception. Oh, it turned out to be Jiang Yundi. Ah, I see, the city lord laughed. It's just a bit strange. How did your sister come to the training camp?
Jang Fong shook his head. I'd like to know that too.
Thus, the two walked towards the lounge, followed by several official personnel
from the training camp. Meanwhile, in the lounge, the students led by Fei Yingying were all peeking through the door crack, eager to see the legendary important figures. As for Jiang Yundi, she was calculating something in her mind. I need to find an opportunity to sneak out of the lounge and then find my brother in the training camp to give him a scare.
Never forget my original intention. Hey, is that the lord of the city?
Suddenly, someone peered through the crack in the door
and saw the lord, along with Jang Fong. Wow, it really is the lord. I've seen him on TV. He is indeed the lord. Right, I saw him at school that day too. This is the lord, and the boy next to him, could he be that legendary figure? He looks somewhat familiar.
He does look familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere
before, maybe on TV?
Last time Jang Fong got into a scuffle at school, it was in the homeroom teacher's office, and no one knew about it. Plus, with the lord's help covering it up, everyone thought it was just a minor altercation, and no one paid much attention.
Overall, these students only had a fleeting acquaintance with Jang Fong, so they naturally only felt he looked familiar and wouldn't remember his face. Don't talk about familiar or not, didn't you notice? He looks so young. He seems to be only 18 or 19. Indeed, that's way too young.
It's rare to see such a young big shot.
And a bit handsome, Fei Yingying blurted out instinctively.
Everyone turned to look at Fei Yingying. Fei Yingying quickly corrected herself, but not as handsome as my boyfriend. My boyfriend is the
most handsome.
The other girls clicked their tongues. Fei Yingying really wasn't doing well. Her boyfriend was strict.
Wait, the lord and that big shot are coming straight towards us. It really is. Fei Yingying panicked.
Everyone hurry, get back to your seats.
Stop leaning on the door. Right. Everyone quickly moved back to their seats. What? The lord is coming?
At this moment, Jang Yundi felt a bit flustered. If the Lord saw her here, would he tell her, brother, and then her plan would fail? Hurry, hide. Jang Yundi panicked and took refuge under the dining table, not forgetting to pull Xiao Yu along. Xiao Yu, do I need to hide too? Others? Ha? Aren't we supposed to return to our seats? What are these two doing? However, the Lord didn't give everyone a chance to react. He and Jang Fong had already pushed the door open and entered. Ha! Jang Fong scanned the room but didn't see Jang Yundi. However, he recognized these classmates. They were from Jang Yundi's original class, especially that Fei Yingying who was still the class monitor. Why are you still hiding? Jang Fong looked curiously at the dining table. Although there was a tablecloth blocking the view, he could sense the presence. Could it be? Jang Fong had a hunch. The Lord was also puzzled. What was Jang Yundi up to? She couldn't possibly think of hiding to scare Jang Fong, could she? That would be too abstract. Did she really think she could scare a high-level martial artist? If she could scare Jang Fong, he would eat 10 pounds on the spot. As for Fei Yingying and the others, they were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. No joke, these two in front of them were big shots who would dare to speak out of turn. In this extreme silence, Jang Fong slowly walked to the side of the dining table and deliberately made a sound. The food here looks pretty good. As soon as Jang Fong finished speaking, Jang Yundi's eyes lit up under the table. It was her brother's voice. So the big shot the Lord mentioned was her brother? Never mind, it didn't matter. Her brother was right next to the table. What a great opportunity. Whoosh! Jang Yundi suddenly popped out from under the table, raising both hands and pretending to be fierce. Oh! Jang Fong clutched his chest and took a few steps back, looking at Jang Yundi in surprise. Yundi, what are you doing here? You really scared me. The Lord facepalmed with one hand, turning away helplessly. He really didn't intend to trick her into food and drink. Damn it. Jang Fong, just indulge her. Jang Yundi stood with her hands on her hips, a smug expression on her small face. I heard my brother was coming to the training camp, so I came to give you a surprise. Ha, I'm just too amazing. Jang Fong nodded repeatedly. Amazing, indeed amazing. But what if I get scared by you? Ugh, my heart feels a bit uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jang Yundi hurried to Jang Feng's side, placing her hand over his heart, rubbing it as she said, Are you okay, brother? Let me rub it for you. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't scare you again. Hoo. Jang Yundi even blew a few breaths, her expression showing some regret. What was she thinking, scaring her brother? It was all her fault for being too playful. The city lord had just turned his head when he saw Jang Yundi's apologetic face and couldn't help but turn away again. Sigh. Jang Yundi, how could you possibly scare Jang Fong? He knew you were here the moment he stepped outside. Really, so foolish. It's fine, big brother was just teasing you, Jang Fong said, looking at the somewhat guilty Jang Yundi. I'm a martial artist, no matter how much you scare me, my heart is fine, huh? Jang Yundi looked at Jang Fong suspiciously. Really, it's fine? Jang Fong made a gesture. Absolutely. Only then did Jang Yundi feel reassured and stood beside Jang Fong. Meanwhile, Fei Yingying and the other classmates were left dumbfounded. The situation before them was truly beyond their expectations. They had never imagined things would develop in this way. It turned out that Jang Fong was not the genius of the genius training camp. It turned out that the person referred to as a big shot by the Lord of Ruching was Jang Yundi's brother. It turned out, Fei Yingying felt her face burning, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. She had previously boasted about wanting her boyfriend to give Jang Fong some pointers. Ridiculous, she had been so utterly wrong. Why not just drop out tonight and leave Rucheng? This is just too embarrassing. At that moment, Fei Yingying just wanted to escape to a place where no one knew her. She really couldn't stay here any longer. Although the lounge was very quiet, Fei Yingying felt as if her classmates were discussing her behind her back, talking about her as a joke. No. Just when Fei Yingying felt like she was going to go crazy, Jang Fong spoke up. Xiao Yun, let's go. I have things to do here. Jang Yundi nodded. Okay, brother. And so, the city lord, Jang Fong, and Jang Yundi left the lounge together. After the three left, the classmates couldn't help but start discussing. What are they going to do? Jang Yundi's brother said he has things to do. What could it be? I don't know. Can we go see? At that moment, Xiaoyu crawled out from under the dining table. If you want to go see, then go. I think Lord Jang Fong won't blame you. After saying that, Xiaoyu walked out of the lounge towards Jang Fong. Then, the other classmates exchanged glances. Let's go see too. Everyone moved together, and soon the lounge was left with only Fei Yingying. Fei Yingying let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that no one was really discussing her. That was a good thing. While feeling relieved, Fei Yingying also felt a bit bitter. Jang Fong had taken Jang Yundi and left directly. What did that mean? It meant he hadn't even looked at her properly. So what am I even struggling with? No one cares at all. Fei Yingying gave a self-deprecating smile, then looked at the backs of the departing crowd, thought for a moment, and followed after them.
On the training camp's playground, there were a total of 28 geniuses plus a high platform. At this moment, the geniuses were all standing in front of the high platform, waiting for the city lord to arrive. At the same time, they were whispering among themselves, "The city lord and the big shot are coming." Who do you think the big shot is? Do we even need to guess? It must be a 9th-tier warrior. Only a 9th-tier warrior could make the city lord treat them so solemnly. Indeed, everyone agreed, but they didn't know that there were only 2 9th-tier warriors in the Yun Kingdom, and they were curious which one was coming this time. Just as they were discussing, the city lord took the stage. Everyone, the city lord stood on the high platform, looking at the crowd gathered on the playground. "I have called you here to broaden your horizons, to let you see what a true genius is. Some people think they are invincible just because they reach the 6th tier at 20. To me, they are just a joke." Upon hearing this, the warriors on the playground all looked at Li Xinyuan. Li Xinyuan, the top genius of the training camp, was the only one in the entire camp to reach the 6th tier at the age of 20. He also possessed an A-level ability. There was no doubt that the city lord's words were aimed at Li Xinyuan. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Li Xinyuan was unfazed and even glared at them. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll cripple all of you in the next sparring session." Hearing this, the others quickly turned their heads, not daring to look at Li Xinyuan again. Not even the second-ranked Wen Shu dared to meet his gaze. Compared to a true genius, I'm a joke? Li Xinyuan exerted a bit of force and jumped onto the high platform, standing next to the city lord. "Uncle, hurry up and invite this genius. Let me see how strong he is and if he can withstand a punch from me." The city lord looked at Li Xinyuan and couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't he already here? Right behind you." "What?" Li Xinyuan was taken aback and immediately turned around, only to see a golden-haired Jang Fong standing right behind him. "Impossible, when did he get behind me? I didn't even notice?" Li Xinyuan felt a chill run down his back. The other party's speed was too fast. He had silently appeared behind him. No, wait, it might not just be speed. It could also be an ability. Could his ability be teleportation? Not only was Li Xinyuan puzzled, but the other geniuses on the playground were also shocked. This suddenly appearing golden-haired warrior was incredibly fast. They had been staring at the high platform and didn't even notice when Jang Fong showed up. It was absurdly fast. Could someone really achieve this level purely through speed? Is this person's ability some kind of teleportation? It should be. A human can't possibly have such speed. While everyone was discussing, the city lord smiled. "Li Xinyuan, do you think Jang Fong suddenly appearing behind you is due to his ability?" Li Xinyuan's heart stirred. So this person was called Jang Fong. The city lord continued. "Now I will tell you, Jang Feng's ability is an amplification type." Li Xinyuan's pupils constricted. "What? Amplification type?" It is well known that a warrior can only possess one ability, and since Jang Feng's ability is amplification type, it means he does not have a teleportation ability. He really did appear behind him purely based on his speed. Where did this person come from? He seems to have some real skills. Everyone was unaware that Jang Fong also had a teleportation ability. He just didn't use it. After all, relying solely on speed was already sufficient. Jang Fong looked at Li Xinyuan and said, "So you're Li Xinyuan? Before I came, I heard the city lord mention you, saying you are quite the genius." Li Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. "What does that mean? You've heard of my reputation?" Jang Fong continued. "But seeing you today, I am quite disappointed. Someone like you is worthy of being called a genius?" The city lord's lips curled up. Well said. It was time to harshly criticize Li Xinyuan. Let him temper his disposition. No doubt about it. "Jang Fong, I support you." "You?" Li Xinyuan glared at Jang Fong. "I'm only 20 this year and I've already reached the 6th level of martial artists. What about you? Aren't you just some old monster pretending to be young? You think I can't see through you?" Jang Fong looked very young on the outside, but Li Xinyuan felt that Jang Feng's incredible speed must mean he was a well-trained martial artist. It was very likely that he was an old monster who had been cultivating for 100 years, just pretending to be young. Ha ha. Jang Fong couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. "What? Do you want me to show you my identity card?" The city lord chimed in with a laugh. "Li Xinyuan, I can testify that Jang Fong is only 18 this year. To be precise, he is 18 years and 1 month old, and he has only recently awakened his special ability. The reason Jang Fong is so strong is because of his SSS level ability, which can amplify all his attributes by 50 times. How about that? Have you seen it? This is a true genius." Upon hearing the city lord's words, the playground erupted. "What? SSS level ability? This Jang Fong is actually an SSS level ability holder? Damn. So the legend is true. I heard that a month ago someone awakened a heaven-defying ability, but no one knew the exact level, because that person's information is classified. Indeed, I've heard this legend too, but I didn't expect it to be true. From today onwards, the name Jang Fong is likely to become famous worldwide.
Yeah, before today, no one knew this person, but with so many people present in various official recordings, Jang Fong is definitely going to make a name for himself. This is a true genius. An SSS-level ability holder. Compared to him, what is Li Xin Yuan? Meanwhile, behind the high platform, Zhang Yuni and her classmates were also observing in secret. SSS-level ability holder? No wonder Jang Fong is rising to the top. I see now. Terrifying. The classmates were also taken aback. They knew Jang Fong was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. This was indeed a figure worthy of being recorded in history. On the high platform, Li Xinyuan looked at Jang Fong and realized that the other party's ability was a 50-fold amplification. I can't sense his exact cultivation level. He must have some hidden energy treasure, Li Xinyuan calculated in his mind. But, based on my guess, his base cultivation level definitely can't exceed the 5th level. After all, he's only 18, no matter how fast he cultivates, he can't reach the 5th level at this age. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Facing a true strong opponent, Li Xinyuan couldn't win, but his ability was a mental type ability, a strong pressure. Anyone whose base cultivation level was lower than his would be impacted mentally and wouldn't dare to fight back. This type of ability was just right to counter amplification type abilities. No matter how strong your amplified power was, if your base was that weak, how could you fight back? Uncle, you called Jiang Feng over because you want me to spar with him, right? Li Xinyuan felt reassured and looked at the city lord. If that's the case, why not just get started? I can't wait any longer. At this moment, Li Xinyuan was very confident. This Jiang Feng could definitely not be his opponent. Once he activated the strong pressure, he could easily dominate. You're eager, huh? The city lord looked at Jiang Feng and asked. So, shall we just get started? Jiang Feng waved his hand. No rush. If I go all out, it would be too unfair. How about this? Jiang Feng extended his right hand and raised his index finger. I'll use just one finger to fight you. Let me see what your strength is like. Li Xinyuan felt like he was going to be infuriated. This Jiang Feng was truly arrogant. He thought he could fight him with just one finger? I see you're looking for death. Then come on. Li Xinyuan couldn't be bothered to waste words, and directly used his strong pressure on Jiang Feng. Mental impact. Boom. A powerful mental attack surged directly towards Jiang Feng, but it was ineffective. Jiang Feng didn't even need to activate his ability for defense, because Li Xinyuan's cultivation was at the 6th level of a martial artist, and Jiang Feng was also at the 6th level of a martial artist. Li Xinyuan's ability only worked against those with lower cultivation than him, but Jiang Feng was at the same level, so it was useless. The moment he activated his ability, Li Xinyuan charged at Jiang Feng and threw a punch, determined to hit Jiang Feng's head. The result was that he only struck Jiang Feng's afterimage. What? He can still move? Li Xinyuan was somewhat incredulous. He had unleashed the pressure of a strong fighter. Why wasn't Jiang Feng cowering in fear? Instead, he could still move freely? Before Li Xinyuan could think further, Jiang Feng's real body appeared behind him, and he pointed his index finger at the back of Li Xinyuan's neck. With just that one touch, Li Xinyuan lost all ability to move and crashed heavily to the ground. Unconscious. So fierce. The geniuses on the playground were dumbfounded. This is too strong, right? With one move, he took out Li Xinyuan. Unbelievable. Our training camp's strongest Li Xinyuan is so easily defeated. I thought they would fight for a while. Me too. I thought they would struggle for a bit before determining the winner, but it ended with just one move, and he only used a finger. Impressive. The city lord nodded as well. He was well aware of Li Xinyuan's abilities, which were somewhat restraining towards Jiang Feng. On the way here, he had even asked Jiang Feng if he wanted to prepare some items to resist mental attacks, to which Jiang Feng replied, no need. In the background, Jiang Yundi's classmates were also discussing this move. Fei Yingying, did you see that? Jiang Feng solved Li Xinyuan with just one finger. Fei Yingying shrank her neck. Yeah, I saw it. It was terrifying, really terrifying. As the girlfriend of Wen Chang, Fei Yingying often heard him praise Li Xinyuan, saying how powerful and fearsome he was. Therefore, Fei Yingying always thought of Li Xinyuan as a god of war. She never expected that in their first encounter, Jiang Feng would defeat him with just a finger. The gap was truly like heaven and earth. With such strength, he could probably defeat Wen Chang with just half a finger, right? Jiang Yundi excitedly waved her little hand. Brother is amazing. Oh yeah. On the high platform, after being unconscious for a few minutes, Li Xinyuan held his head and struggled to stand up. Impossible. He glared at the city lord and questioned. Uncle, did you give Jiang Feng some treasure? Like a treasure to resist mental abilities. Why is my ability useless against him? Why? Li Xinyuan felt that his loss was definitely because the city lord and Jiang Feng had teamed up. If it weren't for a treasure-resisting abilities, how could Jiang Feng possibly defeat him? The city lord shrugged. Not at all. I did say I would give Jiang Feng a treasure, but he refused. There's a video as proof. Do you want to see it? Li Xinyuan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I lose?
I reached the 6th level of a martial artist at 20. Who could possibly compare to me? I can't. Possibly. Boom. At that moment, Jang Fong unleashed his own energy, without a hint of concealment. The cultivation of a 6th level martial artist radiated out. Sorry, I'm 18, also a 6th level martial artist. Since the city lord had said to shatter Li Xinyuan's arrogance, he might as well do it thoroughly. Li Xinyuan's pupils shook. No wonder his ability was ineffective. He was actually at the same level as him. But it was impossible. He was only 18. How could he have reached the 6th level of a martial artist? Looking at the history of humanity, the fastest record for reaching the 5th level of a martial artist was 18. The fastest record for reaching the 6th level was 19. Does that mean Jang Fong was a year faster than the fastest record? A genius, with unparalleled martial arts talent and possesses the strongest SSS level ability. Li Xinyuan felt a wave of dizziness. At this point, even if he was proud, he had to admit the gap. The two of them were simply not from the same world. A world apart. At this moment, the city lord walked over, looked at Li Xinyuan, and said earnestly, "Now, do you finally understand? There are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Your talent really isn't much. You should practice hard in the future and must not be arrogant." Although the city lord had no expression on his face, he was also deeply shocked inside. Damn it! When did Jang Fong become a 6th-tier martial artist? I thought he was only a 2nd-tier martial artist before. I underestimated him. Damn! He's not human. How can his cultivation speed be so fast? Li Xinyuan lowered his head in shame. Uncle, you are right. I will work hard in the future. After saying that, he took a deep breath and looked at Jang Fong with determination. Just wait. One day, I will catch up to you and surpass you. From now on, I will practice even harder. Jang Fong smiled slightly. Then good luck, but I still have to remind you, you can never surpass me. You don't have a chance at all. Li Xinyuan clenched his fist secretly. You are stronger than me now, so whatever you say is right. If there really comes a day when I catch up to you, I will definitely prove it to you. Ding! Temporary mission completed. Ability Conquest has received a slight enhancement. Ability Conquest Effect 1. After killing a martial artist, you can plunder the opponent's ability. Effect 2. Choose unnecessary abilities and convert them into your own cultivation based on their strength. Convert into my own cultivation? Jang Fong was taken aback. Originally, when he saw the mission description, he thought it was just a slight enhancement to Conquest and expected the enhancement effect to be quite ordinary. He didn't expect it to be this useful. Even if it took hundreds of abilities, it could raise a cultivation level. That's quite a bargain. To raise the cultivation level, one must continuously absorb energy, and this process is generally very long, especially in the later stages. It becomes even longer. For example, a martial artist at the 8th tier wanting to break through to the 9th tier usually takes over 10 years. Although Jang Feng's talent was decent, breaking through to the 9th tier could also take him several months. But now with this, as long as the abilities are sufficient, he could reach the 9th tier martial artist in a day. As for what to do if the abilities run out, to say something outrageous, abilities are something everyone has, they are everywhere. How could one possibly run out? I currently possess hundreds of abilities, and they are all top-notch abilities collected from all over Europe. Jang Feng's mind stirred. The Z organization only scavenges abilities rated A and above, so the abilities Jang Fong obtained from slaying throughout Europe are all rated A and above according to official ratings. Let's test the waters first. Find a duplicate ability. Jang Fong chose the ability Borrow Another Year, which duplicated the ability Immortality. Convert it into cultivation and see the effect. Ability, Borrow Another Year. Conversion successful. Cultivation increased. Jang Fong clearly felt a surge of energy within him. Oh, the increase in energy is quite good, more than I expected. Jang Fong withdrew his thoughts, planning to choose multiple abilities for conversion after returning home. At this moment, the city lord was quietly speaking to Jang Fong. How did your cultivation increase so fast? You really shocked me. From 1st tier martial artist to 6th tier, you only took a little over a month. Jang Fong pondered. The spiritual liquid given by the national lord is too effective. After absorbing the spiritual liquid, my cultivation increased dramatically. City lord? Is the spiritual liquid really that effective? How come I've been absorbing it for years and my cultivation is still at the 7th tier? Jang Fong boldly hypothesized. People's physiques cannot be generalized. Perhaps I have an easy absorption physique. City lord. Easy absorption? Is there such a thing? Although it feels a bit absurd, upon closer thought, it seems this is the only possibility. That's great, you're progressing so quickly in your training. The Lord might reward you specially, the city lord said softly. And about this operation against Li Xinyuan, thank you. When we get back, I'll treat you to dinner. Jang Fong glanced at Zhang Yundi and said, sure, I'll have a bowl of beef noodles, no scallions, and a box of milk too. The city lord laughed heartily. No problem. After dealing with Li Xinyuan, the city lord and Jang Fong didn't stay long and left the training camp directly. Of course, on the way back, they brought Zhang
Yundi and Xiaoye along, and everyone took the car together. As for Fei Yingying, she stood at the entrance of the training camp, her face full of envy. That was the city lord's special car. If only she could ride in it once, wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? Unfortunately, she wasn't Jiang Yundi and didn't have an older brother like Jang Fong. Sigh. Fei Yingying sighed and then comforted herself. It's fine. We'll take the subway, it's faster. What's so good about taking a car? It's slow and makes you carsick. The other classmates nodded, just about to agree. At that moment, an official from the training camp came out. Miss Jiang, Yundi instructed us before leaving to send you all with a special car. From what you said, you don't want the special car? You want to take the subway? Fei Yingying immediately changed her tune. Yes. We want the special car, thank you. Just thinking about riding in the genius training camp's special car made Fei Yingying unable to suppress a smile. She couldn't even imagine being dropped off right at her doorstep and then having the neighbors see it. How impressive would that be? Thanks to Jiang Yundi, if it weren't for her, we might never have this privilege. Someone said this without knowing who. Isn't it because her brother is Jang Fong? Fei Yingying added with a hint of jealousy. On the way home, the city lord sent a message to the national lord. I found out Jiang Feng's cultivation level, martial artist level 6. The national lord was momentarily stunned when he saw the message. Martial artist level 6? Did the city lord of Ruching make a typo when sending this message? How could Jiang Fong possibly reach martial artist level 6? The national lord replied, did you make a typo? Ruching city lord, absolutely no mistake. Jiang Fong has indeed reached martial artist level 6. The national lord fell silent. Martial artist level 6. Jiang Fong actually went from martial artist level 1 to level 6 in just 1 month? Ha. Impressive. The national lord couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just then, the national master walked over, surprised to hear the national lord curse. What happened to make the national lord swear? The national master couldn't help but ask, is something big happening? The national lord exhaled. Jiang Feng's current cultivation level is martial artist level 6. National master? Wait, I think I might have misheard. Give me a moment. The national master patted his ears. The national lord walked over to the national master and shouted, you didn't mishear. Jiang Feng's cultivation level is indeed martial artist level 6. The national master fell silent. Martial artist level 6, how? Did this kid train? Did he cheat? No need to hesitate. Let's give the mining rights of the ancient underworld star to Jiang Fong. The national lord took out a transparent piece of paper. This paper was a planetary certificate issued by the Great Federation. This certificate recorded a planet, the ancient underworld star. As long as Jiang Fong entered his information into it, the ancient underworld star would belong to him and be protected by the laws of the Great Federation. I'm going to Ruching for a visit. The national lord prepared to go to Ruching in person. I'll go too. The national master immediately followed. I also want to see what kind of remarkable person Jiang Fong is, who has created such a record in cultivation. In the evening, Jiang Fong took his sister to have dinner with the city lord. As they returned home, they saw 2 middle-aged men standing at the door. They look familiar, Jiang Yundi said, pretending to think. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Could they be celebrities from TV? Jiang Fong replied, it's the national lord and the national master. Ha, it's actually the national lord? Jiang Yundi's mouth slightly opened. The national lord of Yun country was just standing at the door, looking like 2 gatekeepers. They won't blame us, will they? Jiang Yundi couldn't help but whisper. Waiting at our doorstep for so long, they can't be angry, right? Jiang Fong chuckled, they shouldn't be. The national lord is quite nice. He has sent me a lot of spiritual liquid. He probably came to find us for some reason. Let's go see. Jiang Yundi nodded and closely followed Jiang Fong. Is that Jiang Fong? At that moment, the national lord also spotted Jiang Fong not far away. TSK, such a strong sense of oppression. Indeed, the national master nodded in agreement. As expected of someone with SSS level abilities, even from this distance, they could feel the pressure emanating from Jiang Fong. He had no doubt that if a fight broke out, Jiang Fong could kill both of them in a second. Let's go over as well, the national lord said, taking the initiative to walk towards Jiang Fong while greeting him. Jiang Fong, I've heard of your reputation for a long time, but due to national affairs, I never had the chance to meet you until now. First of all, congratulations on creating the fastest cultivation record. As a member of Yun country, I don't have any special gifts for you. Here, take this planet certificate. After saying that, the national lord directly took out the planet certificate and placed it in front of Jiang Fong. Planet certificate? Jiang Fong was somewhat incredulous. Yun country, in the grand scheme of Blue Star, could only be considered a medium country, not particularly strong. But the national lord could actually present a planet certificate? It was like a backward small country suddenly producing a full set of high-tech armor. It was simply absurd. Seeing Jiang Fong not moving, the national lord couldn't help but laugh. Why aren't you taking it? Do you not appreciate my gift? Prompted by the National Lord, Jang Fong finally came to his senses and clasped his hands in one fist. Thank you, City Lord. This gift is extremely important to me. With the planet certificate, he could complete the bloodline task, which was a transcendent bloodline. He had thought he would have to join the Great Federation and make various contributions to obtain a planet, but he never expected the National Lord to act at this moment. I'm glad you like it, the National Lord said, looking at Jang Fong with a serious expression. After you obtain the planet, make sure to cultivate hard and become stronger. You are the hope of our Yin country. No, I should say, you are the hope of our blue star. In this great cosmic era, besides Su Kai, you are the most qualified warrior. I have high hopes for you. Su Kai, Jang Fong murmured. He knew this name, a second-tier martial master recognized as the Lord of Blue Star by the Great Federation. National Lord, no need for thanks. As long as I am alive, I will surely protect Yun country. The National Lord's eyes lit up. Thank you. He understood how significant Zhang Feng's words were. Not to mention potential, just looking at his current strength, Zhang Feng was a 6th-tier warrior, and with a 50-fold enhancement, he could easily crush Su Kai. It could be said that Zhang Feng was the #1 person on Blue Star, right now. Who could dare to imagine what the future holds? Such an existence making a promise in person carried immense weight. In the deep of night, Zhang Feng sat in a spaceship heading towards ancient underworld star. This was a spaceship built by Yun country, and it would take just 10 hours to reach ancient underworld star. Although Zhang Feng had the ability of instant teleportation, he did not want to expose it. After all, during the flight, Zhang Feng had many things to do. For example, signing. Zhang Feng silently took out the planet certificate. By entering my identity information, I can become the owner of the planet. Zhang Feng engraved various information such as his cornea, fingerprints, and blood into the planet certificate. In an instant, the transparent paper emitted a dazzling light. Information recording complete. Master of Ancient Underworld Star, Zhang Feng. At the moment the recording was successful, the system prompt sounded directly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the second phase of the bloodline task. You have obtained the transcendent bloodline. Ding. The third phase of the bloodline task has begun. Bloodline task phase 3. Enhance your territory, raising the average strength of residents to martial emperor level. Reward, ancient Scion bloodline. Tribe task officially begins. Currently in phase 1, the host can select suitable human beings on their planet and cultivate them into Scions. Tribe task notes. 1. The Scions under the host will be forever loyal and will never betray. 2. If the Scions under the host awaken new transformations or bloodlines, the host can directly possess them. 3. The total cultivation level of all Scions under the host will be directly added to the host. 4. The host can purchase items to enhance Scions through the tribe shop. 5. The host can currently choose 2 individuals to grant Scion bloodlines. Tribe task? Cultivating new Scions? The total cultivation level of all Scions will be directly added to me? Seeing this, Zhang Feng's heart stirred. This Scion, I really must cultivate. Moreover, if I succeed in cultivating them, leading a group of Super Blue and Super 4, just think about it, it would be exhilarating. If I really have a bunch of Super 4s, what the hell is the Cosmic Federation? Calling it my little brother would be giving it face. Zhang Feng carefully flipped through it again and discovered a hidden entry. Attached bloodline task. If a hybrid Scion bloodline is born under the host and masters the beast form transformation, the host can also directly possess it. Beast form, Zhang Feng nodded. This was the transformation Gohan used against Cell Max in the movie. It was also a very good transformation. Zhang Feng then looked at the tribe shop, which required tribe points to purchase items, and it contained training items, such as gravity chambers. As for tribe points, they were earned by having his subordinates fight. The more they conquer and defeat, the more tribe points he would gain. Currently, Zhang Feng had 0 tribe points. Fight and conquer everywhere? It really has the Scion flair. By the way, I haven't checked the effect of the Transcendent Bloodline yet. Zhang Feng opened the panel. Transcendent Bloodline, old passive effect. The host's strength continuously increases. Every day, a certain amount of strength will grow. There is no upper limit to personal power. Active effect. Activate the Transcendent Bloodline, causing the host's muscles to swell several times and enter a berserk state. As long as it's not a fatal injury, the host can be immune. Moreover, the stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the host's power can become. Unlimited growth. Tisk. Zhang Feng clicked his tongue. Looking at the information on the panel, Zhang Feng could only say one word. Strong. As expected of the Transcendent Bloodline, even the effects have 2 parts. First, the passive effect. With this thing, even if I do nothing every day, just lying down, my strength will naturally grow. Then there's the active effect. The more the opponent attacks, the stronger I become. No need to say more. This effect is also quite outrageous. After actively activating it, the muscles will swell. This thing is quite considerate. After all, I don't want to be carrying a body full of muscles all day, huh? Saying this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, Jang Fong prepared to exchange his abilities, using his powers.
Let's start exchanging one by one. By the time I finish exchanging, I should be at Ancient Underworld Star.
With many repetitive abilities, Jang
Fong exchanged them all for cultivation. 10 hours later, the spaceship Jang Fong was arrived at Ancient Underworld Star, and he also
completed the ability exchange.
Currently, his cultivation level is Martial Master Tier 4.
Although he has fewer abilities, the ones he kept are all top-notch.
4. Example, rapid healing allows him to recover quickly even if injured.
He also retained abilities like immortality. As for mental defense, Jang Fong naturally kept that as well, along with teleportation and others.
Alright, we've finally arrived at Ancient Underworld Star.
Jang Fong looked around, it was all forest with
few signs of human habitation.
According to the records, the human race on Ancient Underworld Star is still in the era of primitive living, wearing animal skins. However, they have their own language and tribes, and their development is decent. The strongest beings on this planet are only comparable to martial artist tier 3. Martial arts have yet to rise, but due to the dense spiritual energy, everyone is relatively strong. What I need to do now is collect all the resources on
Ancient Underworld Star.
Then, I will spread the 2 Scion bloodlines from the system and build my own power.
Collecting resources is something every planet owner must do. A new planet's most precious assets are the various unexploited resources. If luck is on your side, finding a pile of top-tier spirit stones or spiritual
springs could lead to a windfall.
It is rumored that there was once a destitute martial artist who unexpectedly obtained a planet. Then, on that planet he
discovered a large number of spirit stones and sold them for trillions of cosmic coins, changing his life forever.
Because of this, some wealthy individuals even started a new game, betting on planets.
They auctioned off planets and then determined whether there were spirit stones within, ultimately buying them to see if
they could profit. All based on luck. Why does this feel a bit like gambling stones on Blue Star? Jang Fong couldn't help but complain. Moreover, I suspect
that the advertisement about the poor man turning his life around by buying a planet was spread by those betting on planets.
Sigh, it's all a trick. After finishing
his complaints, Jang Fong exerted himself and flew away. Let's see which areas have denser spiritual energy. Generally speaking, places with rich spiritual energy hide a lot of spirit stones.
Ancient Underworld Star isn't very large, and with Jiang Feng's current strength, he roughly explored the planet in less than 10 minutes.
There are 3 areas with relatively dense spiritual energy, quite good.
The resources inside Ancient Underworld Star are already considered abundant. Among these 3 areas, one is located on a plain.
Let's choose this one and select a nearby tribe as my own power.
Jang Fong flew towards the direction
of the plain. The people on Ancient Underworld Star do not know what spiritual energy is, but they know that staying near spiritual energy feels very comfortable. Therefore, the denser the spiritual energy, the more popular the place.
It is even referred to as a holy land. Tribes often fight
each other to seize these spiritually rich holy lands.
On Qianhe Plain, the former overlord was the Beiju tribe, which occupied the area with the densest spiritual energy.
Until later, the Scion tribe rose up, directly challenging the Beiju tribe and annihilating over 80% of its members.
From then on, the Scion tribe became the absolute overlord of Qianhe Plain, occupying the area with the densest spiritual energy.
As for the Beiju tribe, due to significant losses,
they directly withdrew from Qianhe Plain. However, the people of the Beiju tribe have never forgotten their hatred.
All of them dream of one day returning to Qianhe
Plain to destroy the Scion tribe and reclaim their former position of dominance.
Especially the prince of the Beiju tribe, Beiju Ta. He was a genius warrior, known as the most talented warrior in the history of the Beiju tribe.
On this day, Beiju Tower was practicing boxing with his clansmen in the tribe for revenge to destroy the Scion tribe. Everyone, throw your punches,
Beiju Tower roared.
The clansmen all swung their fists, showcasing their strength.
Hey, Beiju
Tower.
At that moment, a young man with a straw in his mouth walked up to Beiju Tower. Stop wasting time training them, they're all too weak.
Training them is pointless. Why not have a match with me? It's been a while since we fought. The newcomer was none other than the second genius warrior of the Beiju tribe, Karoti.
All residents of the tribe were referred to as warriors. After all, in this brutal era, everyone had to go out and fight. Speaking of Karoti, he was quite peculiar. Both of his parents were ordinary, even referred to as lower-tier warriors by the tribe, but somehow, Karoti was born with extraordinary talent.
In fact,
some said that Karoti's talent far surpassed Beiju Tower's, but because Beiju Tower was the son of the tribe's king, he was deemed the most talented.
Get lost, Karoti, Beiju Tower huffed. You, a lower-tier warrior, shouldn't interfere with my work.
Hey,
Karoti scratched his head. Come on, fight me. If you don't, I'm so bored.
Beiju Tower, are you afraid I might surpass you? Hearing this, Beiju Tower felt infuriated, even though he knew it was Karoti's provocation.
You, a lower-tier warrior, dare to say such things? Fine, let's do it. I'll show you. The gap between a lower-tier warrior like you and an elite warrior like Me. I am. Super Beiju Tower. With that, Beiju Tower confidently raised a thumb, pointing at himself with a slight smirk. This was his unique victory declaration. Wow, you're so impressive. Karoti excitedly struck a fighting pose. Then let's get to it. Boom. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely. The warriors who were still practicing boxing stopped their movements and gathered around to watch. It's the prince. The prince is fighting Karoti. Guess who will win? I bet it's the prince. Then I'll guess Karoti. That guy is a total battle maniac. I fought him before and got defeated in just a few moves. I know how terrifying he is. As the crowd discussed, Jang Fong flew through the air. Ha! Jang Fong noticed the two. Both of them have decent potential, and they're from the same tribe. With the Scion bloodline, they can look out for each other. Not bad. The more he watched, the more satisfied Jang Fong became. These two will do. Without further ado, Jang Fong made his decision and descended from the sky. Boom! At that moment, Karoti and Beiju Tower both threw punches at their opponent when, suddenly, Jang Fong appeared between them, blocking Beiju Tower with his left hand and Karoti with his right. He directly deflected their attacks. Who is it? Both were astonished. Who was this sudden intruder who could block our attacks with just one hand? And why did this person dress so strangely? It wasn't even Beast. Fur. Hello, gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Jang Fong. Jang Fong recalled the language of the ancient underworld star. Thanks to his clever mind ability, Jang Fong was able to master a language so quickly. You can call me Lord Jang Fong, for this world is mine. You two are my subjects. Karoti fell into thought. Lord Jang Fong? Beiju Tower's eyes widened. You want me to call you Lord Jang Fong? Are you kidding? I am a prince. Take this punch. Before he could finish his sentence, Jang Fong swung the hand that was gripping Beijuta's fist down towards the ground. Bang! Beijuta was slammed to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Karoti's eyes lit up. This suddenly appearing Lord Jang Fong looked so powerful. If I could fight him, it would definitely be exhilarating. Lord Jang Fong, can you fight me? You're so strong. Please, you have to fight me. Jang Fong? How is there someone asking to fight? Jang Fong swung his hand again, slamming Karoti to the ground as well. Then, Jang Fong looked at the other warriors. Call your tribe's king over here. Hurry, or I'll destroy your tribe directly. The tribal warriors glanced at Jang Fong, then at the fallen Karoti and Beijuta, and swallowed hard. Everyone retreat. Immediately call the king to come. The warriors quickly retreated, leaving only Karoti and Beijuta. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Karoti covered his head and stood up from the ground. Wow, Lord Jang Fong, you really are strong, so amazing. How should I train to become as powerful as you? So strong. Beijuta also stood up, but he didn't speak, just stood silently to the side. Jang Fong scanned the two. Do you both want to become stronger? No problem, I can teach you, as long as you pledge loyalty to me. I am willing to serve. Karoti immediately stood beside Jang Fong. Can Lord Jang Fong teach me to become stronger now? He. Beijuta turned his face away. He was a proud prince. How could he pledge loyalty to someone else? At this moment, Karoti, who knew Beijuta's character well, quietly said, Beijuta, don't. You want to become stronger? I pledge loyalty to Lord Jang Fong, and when I become super strong, maybe I can defeat you with one move. Hearing Karoti's words, and recalling how he was defeated by Karoti, Beijuta's face darkened. I am also willing to pledge loyalty to you. Please, teach me to become stronger. In the end, Beijuta chose to bow his head. No matter what, he had to be stronger than Karoti. A mere lower-level warrior, how could he surpass him? Very well, come. Here, I grant you the Scion bloodline. Jang Fong waved his hand. The Scion bloodline was bestowed upon the two. Ding! Bloodline granting successful. Current number of bloodlines the host can grant, 0. When Beijuta and Karoti become 9th-tier warriors, the host will be able to obtain 100 grantable bloodlines. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The first phase of the clan mission is complete. Receive system rewards, Extreme Gravity Chamber, Rejuvenation Spring. Clan mission, Phase 2. Let the Scions occupy the entire planet. Become the overlord of the planet. Clan mission warm reminder, Beijuta and Karoti are pure-blood Scions. If they mate with the human tribe, the offspring will be half-blood Scions. What is this? Karoti and Beijuta looked at each other in surprise. What is this suddenly grown tale? And why is power continuously surging from within? So strong. Really so strong. Tisk. Looking at the two in animal skins before him, Jang Fong couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In the original work, the Scions of the old era also wore animal skins. This really brings a sense of immersion. Lord Jang Fong, I feel like I'm becoming really strong now. At this moment, Karoti leaned over again. I want to challenge you again. I feel like I can do it. Jang Fong slapped Karoti back to the ground. What a battle maniac. Well, this fits the Scion bloodline. Jang Fong sighed. Beijuta secretly swallowed hard. Lord Jang Fong is so strong, truly unfathomable, and this Karoti is such a fool. He has no self-awareness at all. Perhaps it was the
System's loyalty function that activated, or maybe Beijuta itself admired the strong.
After realizing Zhang Feng's true strength, Beijuta respected him greatly
and dared not overstep. At that moment, the king of the Beiju tribe arrived with his warriors.
You are.
The Beiju king's expression changed slightly upon seeing the clothes Jang Fong wore.
He had never seen such clothing. Could it be from another tribe?
Jang Fong looked at the Beiju king and said, I am the king of
this planet. Oh, no, you probably don't know what a planet is. In terms you can understand, I am the king of this world and you are all my subjects. Is there a problem?
Just as the Beiju king was about to say something, he suddenly saw Beijuta shaking its head frantically and signaling Jang Fong with its eyes.
In that
moment, the Beiju king seemed to understand.
And no problem, Lord Jang Fong. We, the Beiju tribe, are willing to submit to you. Jang Fong nodded. Those who recognize the times are wise. Good, from now on, the Beiju tribe will lead the entire world. The Beiju king couldn't help but swallow hard. To lead the entire world? That was truly unimaginable.
To be honest, he was already grateful just to reclaim the Qianhe plain.
Lord Jang Fong, will you help us reclaim the Qianhe plain? The Beiju king couldn't help but ask. Jang Fong waved his hand. Do you think I need to take action to reclaim a Qianhe plain? You all step back.
Karoti and Beijuta will stay. I will train you for 2 days, and then you will go reclaim the Qianhe plain.
Beijuta was taken aback. Relying on me and Karoti? Can we really reclaim the Qianhe plain after 2 days of training?
The Scion tribe is filled with strong warriors.
After gaining Scion blood, Beijuta's strength
increased significantly, but relying on just 2 people to challenge the Scion tribe still felt daunting.
I believe in Lord Jang Fong. At that moment, Karoti, holding his head, got up from the ground.
With him training us for 2 days, we might really be able to defeat the Scion tribe.
Damn!
Beijuta gritted his teeth.
I also believe in Lord Jang Fong.
Seeing that both Beijuta and Karoti were on board, the Beiju king could only take a step back. We will obey Lord Jiang
Feng's orders and retreat now. The Beiju king led the tribal warriors away from the area. However, on the way, they couldn't help but discuss, can we really win, challenging that powerful Scion tribe?
Lord Jang Fong is very strong. If he takes action, it would be easy for him to destroy the Scion tribe.
But he won't take action. He insists on training Beijuta and the others to fight. I feel it's difficult.
Yeah, no matter how talented Beijuta and the others are, they can't possibly have the strength to defeat the Scion tribe after just 2 days of training.
If it were that easy, we would have reclaimed the Qianhe plain long ago. Alright, enough talk. The Beiju king waved his hand to stop them. Regardless, let's wait and see the result.
Lord Jang Fong certainly has his own
considerations. Does Jang Fong have any considerations?
Indeed, he does, and that is the clan points. Killing enemies himself wouldn't earn him clan points.
Only if
Karoti and Beijuta took action and killed would it add to his clan points. As for training for 2 days to have Karoti and the others annihilate the Scion tribe,
is that really difficult?
The strongest warriors in the Scion tribe, in terms of strength, are only comparable to the 3rd stage of martial artists.
These 2
guys, relying solely on their own strength, could already match the 2nd stage of martial artists.
After absorbing some spiritual energy, they could formally cultivate in the martial artist path.
Even if they were only at the 1st stage of martial artists, with the power of their own bodies matching the 3rd stage of
martial artists shouldn't be hard. Then, with some casual cultivation, not to mention transforming into super science, just slightly increasing their strength would
be enough for them to sweep through the Scion tribe.
Alright, you two, let's start training.
Jang Fong snapped his fingers and the ground rumbled loudly.
Not
far away, a spring suddenly appeared, one of the rewards Jang Fong received for completing the clan task, the rejuvenating spring.
Rejuvenating spring, entering. The spring will rapidly heal your injured body. What kind of miracle is this?
Karo and the others were slightly shocked.
With just a snap of his fingers, he could change the terrain and create a spring? Lord Jiang Feng's methods are truly unfathomable.
And then there's the gravity chamber.
Jang Fong waved his
hand again, directly bringing out the extreme gravity chamber he had received as a reward.
And my special ability, energy gathering. The special ability of energy gathering can accumulate the surrounding spiritual energy equivalent to a spirit gathering array. Boom! Countless spiritual powers surged, covering the entire Beiju tribe. What a comfortable feeling. Wrapped in spiritual power, Karo was somewhat surprised. I've never felt this comfortable before. It feels like cultivating in this environment will make me much stronger. Beiju Tower also looked around in astonishment.
This is called spiritual power, Jang Fong explained.
Briefly,
Beiju Tower suddenly realized that the sacred place they spoke of was actually a place where spiritual power gathers, so that's how it is.
If the previous shock was minor, this time it was a major shock.
Creating a sacred place so casually is absolutely beyond imagination. Jang Fong suddenly asked, by the way,
are you two 18 years old?
Beiju Tower replied directly, I'm a year older than Karo, but we're both 18. Jang Feng's eyes lit up, 18 years
old, that's good.
Although ancient underworld star is relatively backward, Beiju Tower and the others are still human.
And as long as they are human, they can awaken special abilities.
They haven't awakened their abilities, they just don't have awakening stones.
Wait a moment, I'll return to Blue Star to get an awakening
stone. As for now, Jang Fong talked about spiritual energy and martial arts.
You too, try to absorb the spiritual energy into your bodies. That's how you can become first-tier martial artists.
After giving his instructions, both of them began to absorb spiritual energy, but to become first-tier martial artists, they would need several hours of cultivation. Well, for now, let's go to Blue Star to get the awakening stone.
Jang Fong used his special ability to teleport.
Instantly, whoosh, he arrived at Blue Star, Shadow Country. In a warehouse where no one was paying attention, Jang Fong took an awakening stone and teleported away.
Again.
After returning to ancient underworld star, Jang Fong waited for an hour, and Karo was the first to become a first-tier martial artist.
Oh, it seems your aptitude is quite good, Jang Fong praised. Maybe even better than Beiju Tower.
Karo scratched his head and chuckled. On the other side, Beiju Tower snorted.
This Karo actually got ahead of him. Damn it. Those cursed lower-level warriors.
Fortunately, Beiju Tower's aptitude was also good, and after 30 minutes, he successfully reached first-tier martial artist as well. At this time, Karo had already completed his special ability awakening through the awakening stone.
Hey!
Karo gathered a ball of white energy with one hand and looked at Beiju Tower.
Look, this is my special ability. I can collect the energy of all things and then gather it as an attack method. Due to time constraints, I only collected a little bit.
If I had more time, I could gather more energy. It would take both
hands to lift it.
I call this special ability the Vitality Bomb.
Beiju Tower's eyes widened. Special ability? What is that? After Karo's explanation, Beiju Tower finally realized that it required an awakening stone.
I also want to awaken a special ability, the strongest special ability, to surpass your special ability. Moments later, Beiju Tower also awakened his special ability, unleashing his energy to strike a target.
Beiju Tower was very satisfied with this special ability and named it the Prince's Battle Technique. Ding!
All Scions under the host have awakened their special abilities. The host gains the same kind of superpower.
Spirit Bomb and Prince's Combat Style. Jang Fong, can even my subordinates gain superpowers? Not bad, but the Prince's combat style is not advisable.
Very well, since you have both awakened your superpowers, the next step is extreme training. Jang Fong pointed to the gravity chamber.
Go in and train. After
reaching your limits, go to the heavenly spring to heal your injuries.
Understood?
The two nodded in unison. Understood, we both understand. Thus, the two entered the extreme gravity chamber, and Jang Fong activated 5 times the gravity. In an instant, both felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, making it
difficult to even stand. Damn it, hold on. Jang Fong couldn't be bothered with the two. He sat aside, and since the spiritual energy here was dense, he also began his cultivation.
And so, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Ah!
Carrot was the first to exit the gravity chamber, unable to resist jumping a little.
So light. It feels like my body is a cloud. So light.
Humph. Beiju also walked out of the gravity chamber, crossing his arms and huffing.
At this moment,
Jang Fong also opened his eyes. He hadn't made any significant progress in his cultivation over the past 2 days. After all, Jang Fong had already reached the martial master realm, and at this stage, improving even a little requires months of effort. However, both Beiju and Carrot were ordinary martial artists, and their training over the past 2 days had allowed them to become second-tier martial artists. There was no way around it. The spiritual energy here was too rich. It was hard for them not to improve. Moreover, Jang Fong also gained the total cultivation of the two. Although it wasn't much, combined with the energy he had already accumulated, it was significant. Additionally, the daily enhancement from Chuan Chao allowed Jang Fong to break through a small realm, directly reaching the 5th tier of martial master. Their hard strength should be at the 4th or 5th tier of martial artists, Jang Fong concluded. His own cultivation was at the 2nd tier, and combined with their continuous training in the gravity chamber to strengthen their physical power, their hard strength was definitely at the 4th tier.
Alright, you two follow me. Let's go annihilate the Scion tribe.
Jang Fong stood up.
By the way, I asked you to overcome the weakness of your tails. Have you managed to do that?
Beiju replied, rest assured, Lord Jang Fong, we have both trained and the tail is no longer a weakness.
Carrot scratched
his head. Lord Jang Fong, this tail is so troublesome, why not just remove it?
Jang Fong chuckled, because we need to transform into Super Saiyan 4.
Beiju and Carrot were taken aback.
Super Saiyan 4? What is that?
Alright, let's go. Jang Fong took the two and, with a burst of energy, flew away.
Beiju Wang had
been hiding in the shadows, observing, and seeing the three fly away, he stepped out. The 2 days are up. Lord Jang Fong has indeed taken them to challenge
the Scion tribe. My goodness, quickly gather the clan to take a look. Can Beiju and Carrot really defeat the Scion tribe on their own? Is Lord Jang Feng's training really that miraculous? On the Qianhe plain, Jang Fong landed with the two
This mission is not just to defeat the Saiyan tribe.
Jang Fong crossed his arms and looked at the two. What I want is for you to defeat all the tribes on the Qianhe Plain. From now on, there will only be the Bei tribe on the Qianhe Plain. Do you understand? Bei Juda was the first to respond. Rest assured, Lord Jang Fong, I will expand your territory. Carrot was full of fighting spirit. Lord Jang Fong, leave the fighting to me.
The Qianhe Plain was rich in spiritual energy, gathering a total of 6 tribes. Among them, the Saiyan tribe was the strongest, occupying the area with the densest spiritual energy. Very well, let's take action. Charge straight towards the Saiyan tribe, and if we encounter any obstructing tribes, annihilate them all. Jang Fong waved his hand, issuing the command. Whoosh! Beiju Tower and Karoti erupted simultaneously, charging into the depths of the Qianhe Plain. On the way to the Saiyan tribe, they encountered 2 tribes blocking their path, and without a doubt, these 2 tribes were swiftly annihilated by the 2, bringing Jang Fong over 3,000 tribe points. Not bad, just destroying 2 small tribes, and I got 3,000 tribe points, Jang Fong said, quite satisfied. Thus, the 3 of them fought their way to the gates of the Saiyan tribe. Saiyan tribe's king, come out and die. Beiju Tower roared, his heart surging with excitement. As the prince of the Beiju tribe, he had waited too long for this day. Finally, he could take his revenge. I will kill everyone in the Saiyan tribe. Hey! Karoti was anxious at this moment. Beiju Tower, you're being too greedy. Didn't we agree that the fighting would be left to me? Let me go first and deal with them. Beiju Tower frowned. In this battle, I must go first. Both wanted to take the lead, and they began to argue. At that moment, Jang Fong offered a solution. Do you know what rock paper scissors is? After Jiang Feng's explanation, the two finally understood and decided to use rock paper scissors to determine who would go first. Let's go! The two began to play. At the same time, warriors from the Scion tribe emerged. Who was making a racket? They were met with the sight of the two playing rock paper scissors. Ha! What the hell is this? Where did these two fools come from? Hey, you! The strongest warrior of the Scion tribe, Shaq, looked at Jang Fong. Where did you 3 come from? What do you want in our tribe? Jang Fong made a shushing gesture. Don't rush, wait until they settle the outcome, then we'll come to wipe you out. The warriors of the Scion tribe? Ha! Wipe us out. Seeking death. I see you 3 want to die. Shaq grabbed a spear and charged at Jang Fong. At that moment, the two who had been at a stalemate. In rock paper scissors finally, Beiju Tower smashed Karoti's scissors with a rock. Damn it! Karoti looked at his scissors, feeling frustrated. Beiju Tower was delighted and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Next, leave it to me. Seeing Shaq approaching Jang Fong, Beiju Tower decisively struck out, kicking Shaq away. With you dare to approach Lord Jang Fong? Die! Beiju Tower charged at Shaq, intending to pursue the victory. Not good, boss. The other warriors of the Scion tribe couldn't sit still and rushed towards Beiju Tower. Beiju Tower glanced at the charging warriors and snorted coldly. A bunch of ants. He then raised his right hand and waved it in the air. A powerful energy surged towards the warriors. In an instant, it exploded, killing everyone in one move. Beiju Tower, you seem to be a bit heavy-handed. Seeing this scene, Karoti couldn't help but shout. Beiju Tower ignored Karoti and charged at Shaq, determined to take him down. At that moment, Shaq, witnessing Beiju Tower annihilate all the warriors with a single move, was left dumbfounded. How is this guy so strong? Where did he come from? This person says his name is Beiju Tower? Shaq's pupils constricted. Beiju, could he be from the Beiju tribe? Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. The priority is how to survive. Suddenly, he thought of something. Although Beiju Tower is strong, he just referred to the other as Lord Jang Fong. Clearly, these 3 are centered around Lord Jang Fong. The leader is not necessarily the strongest. For example, in the Saiyan tribe, the king is the leader. But the strongest is Shaq. This Jang Fong must be weaker than Beiju Tower. If I can capture Jang Fong, I can surely turn defeat into victory. Thinking of this, Shaku couldn't help but feel a bit proud. This is the power of wisdom. He was truly clever, knowing to capture the king first. If I can't defeat Beiju Ta, can I not handle Jang Fong? With this thought, Shaku no longer hesitated and took the initiative to engage in battle with Beiju Ta. This Shaku is indeed the strongest of the Saiyan tribe. Although his strength is not on par with Beiju Ta, he can still barely hold his own. The two fought for several exchanges, and neither could gain the upper hand. It seems I need to take this a bit more seriously, Beiju Ta said, shaking his hand. Shaku glanced at Jang Feng's position. While fighting Beiju Ta, he had intentionally moved closer to Jang Fong. Now, the distance between them was very close. There's a chance. That fool Beiju Ta hasn't even noticed my true target. How stupid. Die. Beiju Ta roared, charging directly at Shaku. He decided to get serious and must kill Shaku within 3 moves. Shaku retreated while continuing to approach Jang Fong. Finally, Beiju Ta reached Shaku and kicked out, vowing to send Shaku flying. Shaku adjusted his position. As long as Beijuta hit him, he could fly towards Jang Fong.
Plan successful. Come on. Boom. Beijuta kicked Shako away and Shako flew right near Jang Fong. Gotcha. Ha ha ha.
Shaka suddenly exerted force, twisting in the air and turning to charge at Jang Fong in an instant.
Shako successfully approached Jang Fong and placed his right hand on Jang Feng's neck, saying fiercely, "Don't move. If you do, I'll strangle you." After warning Jang Fong, Shaku looked at Beijuta. "You too, don't move. If you do, I'll kill your lord Jang Fong." Beijuta? Kaluote? Jang Fong? What the hell? I've been kidnapped? Even with Jiang Feng's intellect, he couldn't keep up with Shaka's thoughts. Goodness, this is simply outlandish. You! Beijuta raised his hand, wanting to say something. Shut up! Shaka shouted angrily. I said, if you dare come closer, I'll kill Jiang Fong right away. Back off. All of you, back off. Interesting. At this moment, Jiang Fong chuckled lightly. Really interesting, Shaku, you have quite the audacity. Humph. Shaku snorted. As the strongest warrior of the Scion tribe, of course, he had the biggest guts. Is there a problem with that? Ha ha ha. Kaluote couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Hey, Beijuta, did you hear that? He said you should back off, or he'll kill Lord Jiang Fong. Beijuta's face darkened, and after glancing at Jiang Fong, he chose to step back a few paces. That's more like it. Shaku's lips curled up. He had bet right. As long as he captured Jiang Fong, Beijuta and the others would be no threat. I thought you guys were strong, but it turns out it's just this. Ha! Shaka's laughter abruptly stopped because Jiang Fong had grabbed Shaku's arm from behind. Do you dare resist? Just as Shaku was about to exert force, he suddenly realized that he couldn't muster any strength under Jiang Feng's grip. What happened to my strength? Why can't I exert force? Before Shaku could react, Jiang Fong forcefully swung him towards Beijuta. Kill him. Yes. Beijuta looked at the flying Shaku, no longer hesitating, and threw a punch. Boom! This punch pierced through Shaka's body. It directly obliterated him. In his final moments, Shaka had only one thought, is this Jiang Fong a bit too strong? What a joke. I really thought my plan was perfect. Turns out, I was the clown. Hey! Kaluote walked towards Beijuta. You see, the strongest warrior, Shak, has been killed by you. Can I take care of the Saiyan king? Beijuta snorted coldly, dream on. You lost in rock paper scissors earlier, so the Saiyan king should be killed by me. Karoti wanted to argue further, but at that moment, within the Scion tribe, the Saiyan king had gathered all the warriors and was rushing towards the entrance. He had seen it all. Shak had been slain so easily. The enemy was too terrifying. This battle would determine the survival of the tribe. Can we win? The warrior asked the Saiyan king. The Saiyan king's gaze was fierce. We will win. There was no time to mourn Shak's death. Next to appear was the Saiyan king, leading all the tribe's warriors. You dare to invade my tribe. The Saiyan king glared at Jiang Fong and the others, his aura surging to its limit. Now, I give you a chance. Retreat quickly, and I can spare your lives. Humph. Beijuta snorted and charged directly at the Saiyan king. You speak arrogantly, die for me. Hey! At that moment, Karoti suddenly exclaimed. Beijuta, look. Quickly, there's a big monster on the left. Beijuta slowed down, turning to the left. What monster? It was at this moment that Karoti seized the opportunity, instantly surpassing Beijuta and arriving in front of the Saiyan king. Goodbye, uncle. A hand chop swept across the Saiyan king's neck, directly killing him. The remaining tribe warriors were dumbfounded at this scene. The Saiyan king, who had just claimed they could win, had his head severed in an instant. Damn it! Karoti! Beijuta reacted, glaring at Karoti. Damn, there was no monster on the left at all. Karoti said that on purpose to distract him and then struck secretly. This was infuriating. The Saiyan king was supposed to be his prey. He. Karoti scratched his head and laughed. Beijuta, this isn't the time to argue. The Saiyan tribe still has many warriors. If you don't make a move, I will. Get lost. Beijuta was too lazy to pay attention to Karoti and charged towards the remaining tribe warriors. Karoti, feeling excited, joined the fray. I'll help you. No need. In just a few moves, the two of them eliminated all the warriors of the Saiyan tribe. At this moment, Beijuan, leading his warriors, was also very close to the Saiyan tribe. Gathering everyone took a bit of time. Beijuan pondered. We spent some time on the road, but we should make it in time, right? They can't have wiped out the Saiyan tribe while we were on our way, can they? That's a whole tribe. Beijuan and his warriors arrived at the entrance of the Saiyan tribe, being very cautious, fearing that the Saiyan tribe's people would rush out to attack. Strange, where are Beijuta and the others? How come we've reached the entrance and still haven't seen them? While Beijuan was puzzled, Karoti walked out from the tribe. Yo, Beijuan, what brings you here? But you're too late, the Saiyan tribe has already been wiped out. Humph. At this moment, Beijuta, arms crossed, also walked out from the side. Dad, I didn't let you down, I wiped out the entire Saiyan tribe. Beijuan, huh? What's going on? The Scion tribe has already been wiped out?
The battle is over. Jang Fong also walked out, then glanced at Beiju. You can take over now, tidy up the Scion
tribe a bit, and you'll live here from now on. Yes, we obey Lord Jiangfeng's orders. Beiju finally reacted.
This was clearly because Karoti and the others were too strong. They had wiped out the Scion tribe while they were on their way. My god, Lord Jang Fong trained for just 2 days, and Beiju and the others
improved so much? Some warriors were also frightened, and one quietly asked Beiju, Prince, didn't Lord Jang Fong make a move? Is it really just you and Karoti? Who wiped out the Scion tribe? Beiju's expression was grim. To be precise, I alone am enough.
There's no need for Karoti to intervene at all.
Hiss. The warriors collectively gasped. Being strong themselves while also training others to become strong quickly, such a presence was simply too impressive, wasn't it? Our Beiju tribe is truly fortunate to receive Lord Jiangfeng's favor. Beiju Wang immediately knelt on one knee, expressing his submission. The previous submission was due to Jiangfeng's overwhelming strength, making resistance impossible. Now, the submission was heartfelt, hoping to cling tightly to Jiangfeng's leg. If there are orders, I will not hesitate to die. Stop the nonsense. Jiangfeng looked at Beiju Wang with vacant eyes. You don't need to die, just hurry up and tidy up the tribe and move over. Beiju Wang bowed his head in response. Yes, I will move right away. And then, the rest. Jiangfeng looked at Beiju and Karoti. You two split up and eliminate all the remaining 3 tribes on the Qianhua plain. Karoti and Beiju responded simultaneously, yes. Beiju Wang felt a shock again. Wasn't there a total of 6 tribes on the Qianhua plain? Now only 3 were left?
My goodness, while we were on our way, they didn't just wipe out
1 tribe, but 3. So it turns out that eliminating a tribe is this simple? No wonder we didn't encounter a single tribe along the way. They were all wiped out by Beiju and Karoti. Ding!
The Scion Karoti under the host has eliminated a tribe, rewarding 1,000 tribe points.
With the last tribe destroyed,
Jiangfeng's tribe points also reached 6,000. At the same time, the Beiju tribe officially settled on the Qianhua plain, becoming the only tribe on the plain.
Jang Fong also moved the extreme gravity room and the rejuvenation spring over. With 6,000 tribe points, let's see what I can exchange for. Jang Fong browsed the tribe shop. Oh,
this power totem is not bad. Within the territory, my subordinates will become 30% stronger.
There are other good items too. This Scion totem is also nice.
Within the territory, the Scion totem can significantly increase the training speed of Scions and make it easier to transform into Super
Scions.
All very good, but these totems are quite expensive. I can only choose one to exchange.
After some consideration, Jang Fong ultimately chose 2 items.
The first was a rescue button worth 1,000 tribe points.
When the Scions encounter an unstoppable enemy, activating the button will allow Jang Fong to sense it, ignoring distance.
In other words, even if Jang Fong is on Blue Star, as long as the rescue button is activated, he can sense it.
Leaving the button in, the tribe can serve as a life-saving trump card.
After all, I spend most of my time on Blue Star. If the Beiju tribe is wiped out, I wouldn't even know.
This is my base camp.
Although Jang Fong felt that there was no one on Ancient Underworld Star who could defeat Karoti and Beiju, having an extra insurance policy
never hurts. As for the second item, it was the Scion Totem, worth 4,000 tribe points. Scion Totem, within the territory, all Scions' training speed increases by 30%. If a mixed-blood Scion is born, their aptitude will be better, making it easier to awaken their beast form. Under the influence of the totem, ordinary Scions will also find it easier to transform into Super Scions. I can only say, it's useful.
I am also a Scion, and training within the totem's range can also increase my training speed.
Jang Fong was very satisfied and ordered the construction of a training ground. This training ground was equipped with the
totem, the spring, and the gravity room, specifically for Scions to train. After everything was set up, Jang Fong planned to return to Blue Star for a while.
Next, I will enter seclusion for a while. If there is an emergency, you can use the button to call me. Jang Fong dropped the rescue button and directly vanished from the spot using instant transmission. Yes, Lord Jang Fong. Karoti and the others had no objections. On Blue Star, in the Fire Nation, the 9th-tier powerhouse, ventured alone into the territory of ferocious beasts. Within this territory, there were powerful ferocious beasts everywhere. Even though was a 9th-tier martial artist, he did not dare to be careless. If discovered by a ferocious beast, death was the only outcome. Infiltrated the territory of the ferocious beasts with only one goal in mind, the legendary treasure of the ferocious beasts, the Source Spirit Stone. It was said that within the territory of the ferocious beasts, there was a Source Spirit Stone that continuously emitted top-tier spiritual energy. If one cultivated near the Source Spirit Stone, their cultivation speed would triple. After extensive inquiries, confirmed that this information was not just a legend. If I can obtain the Source Spirit Stone, I will have the possibility to surpass Jang Fong. Silently clenched his fists. Only by surpassing Jang Fong can I avenge my master. I must get My hands on the source spirit stone.
Suddenly, a ferocious beast passed nearby, and Ub immediately concealed his aura.
I can't be discovered, there are 9th tier. Ferocious beasts all around. If I'm found, I'm dead. Thus, Ub continued to conceal his aura while delving deeper into the territory of the ferocious beasts.
A month later, at Zhang Feng's home, he glanced at the panel. Beiju Tower and Karoti had been diligently cultivating, and with the support of the Totem and the Gathering Spirit Array, both had reached the 5th tier of martial artists in just a month.
As for Jang Fong, after receiving the cultivation levels of the two,
he also experienced a passive upgrade and reached the 7th tier of martial masters. He had directly crossed 2 realms, and this speed of improvement
was indeed astonishing.
Even looking across the entire universe, it was extremely rare for a martial master to break through 2 minor realms in just a month. Because for a normal martial master, breaking through once would take years.
Still a bit slow,
Karoti and Beiju Tower need to reach the 9th tier quickly. Jang Fong shook his head. Once they both reach the 9th tier, I can train 100 Scions.
By then, the combined cultivation of 100 Scions might just allow them to improve a minor realm in a day, right?
This was too convenient. The functionality of this race was incredibly advantageous, allowing him to gain the
total cultivation of all his subordinates, simply outrageous. Speaking of which, they've all found partners. As long as they have children, there will be new Scions.
I'm somewhat looking forward to the strength of hybrid Scions. Zhang Feng's lips curled up slightly. It was under his suggestion that the two were willing
to marry and have children. Otherwise, with the personalities of these two battle maniacs, how could they possibly think about finding wives? Alright, let's go see Yuni. I wonder how her studies are going lately.
Zhang Fong walked into the living room and happened to see Xiaoyu resting nearby, while Zhang Yuni
was reading a novel. Is this the end of your study session?
Xiaoyu saw Zhang Fong and immediately bowed slightly, showing respect. Yes, Lord Zhang Fong, I've completed part of my studies, now it's break time, 30 minutes.
Zhang Fong nodded in response and looked at Zhang Yuni's novel.
He caught a glimpse of the title, the one and only, My Brother is Zhang Fong.
Zhang Fong, what the hell is this novel?
Brother. Zhang Yuni put away the novel and looked at
Zhang Fong. What kind of expression is that? You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you alright? Do you want me to get you some hot water? Zhang Fong replied.
Leisurely, straight girl, just knows to offer hot water.
I don't want any. Zhang Yuni.
Brother, stop messing around.
I'm not joking, let's get to the point. Zhang Fong pointed at the novel. What is this thing? This, Zhang Yundi looked at the novel and replied. Brother, you don't know? After the battle at the Genius Training Camp, you became famous.
Now everyone in Yun country knows that we have a super genius.
At just 18 years old, awakening an SSS level ability and reaching the 6th stage of martial arts.
As a result, many derivative works have emerged based on your character, including videos and novels, among
which, this novel is the most popular.
It roughly says that Zhang Fong has a sister who causes trouble everywhere, but Zhang Fong is invincible and dotes
on his sister, resolving any mess she creates.
It's really popular. Everyone says it's very satisfying, especially when the sister is bullied and Zhang Fong appears to protect her.
Super satisfying.
Zhang Fong curiously asked, so what do you think of this story?
Zhang Yundi shook her head. My classmates all say this story is very satisfying, but I looked at it and didn't feel that satisfied. Moreover, Zhang Yundi couldn't help but complain. The sister is simply a troublemaker, so annoying. The brother in the novel treats her so well, yet she keeps making enemies for him. It's just, sigh. It drives me crazy. How can she keep causing trouble for her brother? This novel, in my opinion, is a failure. Completely a failure. Most importantly, the brother is only mine. As she said this,
Zhang Yundi hugged Zhang Fong, her face showing a hint of jealousy. How infuriating, these novel authors and fanfic creators don't even change the names.
Trying to monopolize someone else's brother.
Zhang Fong also hugged Zhang Yundi, gently patting her little head just as the sunlight outside the window bathed the
two of them.
Seeing this scene, Xiaodia felt a phrase rise in her heart. The years are peaceful and good. The bond between the siblings is really good. I also
want a brother. Boo-hoo, please tell me, what kind of sleeping posture can create such a dream? As the break time ended, Xiaodia took Zhang Yundi to start a new class, which was said to be about trigonometric functions and planar vectors.
Zhang Fong also planned to wander around when suddenly, he paused.
Is it a communication talisman? Zhang Fong took out his communication talisman.
Only a few people would use a communication talisman to contact me. Who could it be?
Upon opening it,
he found it was from the ruler of the Fire Nation. The border wall of the Fire Nation is under attack by a large number of ferocious beasts and has been breached. If the ferocious beasts enter the interior of the Fire Nation, the people will suffer heavy casualties. We implore you to take action to protect the Fire Nation. A large number of ferocious beasts attacking? Zhang Fong decided to go take a look. No matter what, he had promised Yen that after his death he would protect the Fire Nation for 1,000 years.
Zhang Fong flew towards the Fire Nation.
At this moment, on the border of the Fire Nation, There were ferocious beasts everywhere. In the history of Blue Star, this was the first time so many ferocious beasts had appeared.
Roar! A ninth stage ferocious beast walked at the front of all the beasts, glaring at the soldiers of the Fire Nation on the city wall. Let Ubu come out. Ferocious beasts above the 5th stage can speak human language. On the city wall, Ubu and the ruler were also present. After all, there were too many ferocious beasts this time, and the ruler did not dare to take it lightly. Looking for you? The ruler was startled and looked at Ubu in confusion. What did you do to make the ferocious beasts so furious? Ubu looked bewildered. I don't know, I've been in closed-door training recently, as you know, my lord. The ruler nodded. Indeed, Ubu had been in closed-door training. How could he have offended the ferocious beasts? The 9th stage ferocious beast continued to roar. Hand over Ubu. We can spare the Fire Nation. Otherwise, we will attack the city. At that time, the Fire Nation will surely be destroyed. The ruler frowned slightly, and Ubu said beside him, My lord, we should resist these ferocious beasts together. If we really hand me over, the Fire Nation will have no 9th stage martial artist to protect it, and that would be a crisis. The ruler nodded. Rest assured, I have no intention of handing you over. This group of ferocious beasts must be trying to sow discord between us. If I truly hand you over and they attack me again, how can I defend myself? So, at this moment, we can only face the enemy together. Ubu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the ruler was wise enough. Let the battle begin. How could these ferocious beasts expect to take away the source spirit stones they worked so hard to obtain? Yes, back in the territory of the ferocious beasts, Ubu had succeeded. He had successfully stolen the source spirit stones. For this, all the ferocious beasts were shaken. Where did the clan's source spirit stones go? Search. Using some special means, the ferocious beasts eventually locked onto Ubu, this little brat, who had stolen our clan's treasure. Thus, all the ferocious beasts mobilized just to reclaim the source spirit stones. Not handing over? It seems we must fight. Today, the 9th tier ferocious beast roared. Then come, all ferocious beasts, heed my command, tear down the walls of the Fire Nation. Roar, roar, roar. A group of ferocious beasts howled as they charged towards the border wall of the Fire Nation. The ruler of the Fire Nation also issued orders, laser cannons, energy cannons fire at will. All high-level warriors, stand by. If any ferocious beasts climb the walls, counterattack immediately. In an instant, the sounds of cannon fire and roars echoed throughout the area. Both sides erupted into fierce combat. As time passed, ultimately, a 9th tier ferocious beast broke through the city wall, leading numerous ferocious beasts into the interior of the wall. In an instant, countless soldiers were killed or injured. It was a scene of hell on earth. Can't hold on any longer? The ruler gritted his teeth. There was no other way. He could only trouble Jang Fong. Activate the communication talisman. Meanwhile, Ubu was engaged in a fierce battle with a 9th tier ferocious beast, unable to determine a victor. You brat, aren't you from the Fire Nation? Seeing so many soldiers die, aren't you heartbroken? The 9th tier ferocious beast roared. We both know the source spirit stone is in your hands. Hand it over. We will retreat. Ubu scoffed. Dream on. Ubu had his own plans. He was indeed heartbroken over the massive casualties of the Fire Nation soldiers, as they were his comrades and friends. But he had no choice. Only by harnessing the power of the source spirit stones could he have a chance for revenge. Without the source spirit stones, he would never surpass Jang Fong in his lifetime. For the sake of avenging my master, these sacrifices are necessary. Moreover, the ruler will definitely summon Jang Fong. With Jang Fong protecting the Fire Nation, at the very least, the Fire Nation will not be destroyed. At this moment, Ubu was truly committed. No matter what, he could not hand over the source spirit stones. This was his only chance for revenge. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged through the sky. Everyone, stop! Jang Fong emanated martial master level energy, and in an instant, all the ferocious beasts were suppressed. A bunch of ferocious beasts, still daring to be rampant? Jang Fong waved his hand, and an energy projectile flew out, directly hitting the 9th tier ferocious beast that had breached the city wall. With a loud bang, the 9th tier ferocious beast was killed. It's Jang Fong. Jang Fong has come. The ruler of the Fire Nation was overjoyed. Jang Feng's strength had become even more terrifying. The first time they met, his imposing aura could not suppress 9th tier warriors. Now, he had directly suppressed all 9th tier ferocious beasts and even killed one with a mere wave of his hand. This strength was formidable. Is he a martial master level expert? Or a very strong kind of martial master? The 9th tier ferocious beast facing Ubu was left dumbfounded. To be able to suppress all ferocious beasts, he must be an extremely powerful martial master. But wasn't there only Su among the martial master level experts on Blue Star? He was the master of Blue Star. Then now, who is this martial master level expert? Impossible. How could Jang Fong reach the martial master level? Ubu looked up at Jang Fong in the sky, his eyes filled with despair. He had inquired about Jang Feng's information and knew that Jang Fong possessed the ability of the Golden Warrior, which could amplify his power by 50 times. In terms of strength, Jang Fong was terrifyingly powerful. But in terms of normal cultivation, he also knew that Jang Fong had excellent talent, reaching the 6th rank martial artist in just a month. However, a 6th rank martial artist was still just a martial artist. To reach the 9th rank, even with Zhang Feng's unmatched talent, it would take at least 4 to 5 months. During this time, he could use the Source Spirit Stones to definitely reach the Martial Master realm. Then, when dealing with Jang Fong, who was at the martial artist level, the difference in realms would give him a significant advantage, and with some mental attack methods, there was definitely a possibility of killing Jang Fong. But now, Jang Fong hadn't even used his abilities and had already reached this level? Didn't that mean Zhang Feng's normal state was already at the Martial Master realm? If he had reached the Martial Master realm in his normal state and then used his ability as a Golden Warrior, how strong would Zhang Feng's true power be? Ub couldn't even bear to think about it. It's over, everything is over. Ub's eyes were vacant. His only chance for revenge was to reach the Martial Master realm before Zhang Fong did, relying on the difference in realms to defeat him. But now, that chance was gone. Zhang Fong had actually reached the Martial Master realm before him. This guy was truly inhuman. Heaven, this is so unfair. I've cultivated for 53 years and only reached the 9th rank martial artist. Why? Why has Zhang Fong reached the Martial Master realm in just a few months? Ub could only scream in his heart. It was over, really over. Zhang Feng's talent was already better than his, and now he had reached the Martial Master realm first. How could he possibly catch up? Coming to terms with reality, Ub looked at the sacrificed soldiers of the Fire Nation, and his heart ached again. If his plan had succeeded and he had completed his revenge, then the sacrifices of these soldiers would have had meaning. It would have been a chance for him. But now, weren't these soldiers sacrificed in vain? I'm sorry, I have let down the Fire Nation and all the soldiers. Ub cried in his heart. He could imagine that. If his master were still alive and knew about the meaningless sacrifices of so many soldiers, he would surely be furious. I truly have let down the elders and folks of the Fire Nation. Meanwhile, Jang Fong in the air was unaware of Ub's thoughts. He simply scanned around and selected all the 9th rank ferocious beasts. There are still 2 9th rank ferocious beasts, one of which is confronting Ub. Jang Fong had some impression of Ub, the 9th rank martial artist from the Fire Nation. Let's kill him first. Jang Fong approached Ub and looked at the 9th rank ferocious beast in front of him. It's over, ferocious beast. Jang Fong raised his hand, ready to destroy the beast. At that moment, the ferocious beast roared, its voice coming from its throat. No, wait, I have treasures to offer you. Spare my life, spare my life. Jang Fong paused his movement. This guy had such a strong will to survive. Under his energy pressure, it was not easy to still be able to speak. What treasure? Speak. Thus, Jang Fong released some of his energy pressure, allowing the ferocious beast to speak more easily. The ferocious beast glanced at Ub and whispered, this guy stole our ferocious beast's treasure, the Source Spirit Stone. Spare me, and I will offer you the Source Spirit Stone. Ub, who had been sulking, immediately glared fiercely at the ferocious beast upon hearing this. How dare you? I took the Source Spirit Stone, and I must hand it over. Jang Fong, you actually took the initiative to offer the Source Spirit Stone? Is there such a double standard? Is being a martial master really that impressive? The Source Spirit Stone, huh? Jang Fong stroked his chin. He had heard legends about this thing. It was said to be the treasure of the Ferocious Beast clan, containing immense spiritual energy. I didn't expect this thing to actually exist. Jang Fong raised his hand and directly annihilated the 9th rank Ferocious Beast. Before dying, the 9th rank Ferocious Beast widened its eyes, looking at Jang Fong in confusion. That gaze seemed to question. Why, I am willing to offer treasures, yet you still want to kill me? Nonsense, the treasure is with Ubu, not with you. Jang Fong turned to look at Ubu. It's you who took the Source Spirit Stone from the Ferocious Beast? Seeing Jang Fong completely unguarded at this moment, a new plan unexpectedly surfaced in Ubu's mind. Perhaps this is the final opportunity. With this thought, Ubu knelt on one knee and said, yes, Lord Jang Fong, if you wish, I can offer you the Source Spirit Stone. It's in my storage ring. After saying this, Ubu took out a sphere radiating white light. Target name, Source Spirit Stone effect, emits the purest spiritual energy. Staying near the Source Spirit Stone for a long time can significantly increase cultivation speed. This spiritual energy is indeed very rich. Jang Fong took the Source Spirit Stone and examined it carefully. But, it's just that, perhaps I had too high expectations. This thing isn't as rich in spiritual energy as that of the Beiju tribe. The current Beiju tribe is extraordinary. They have dealt with most of the tribes and plundered a bunch of spirit stones. It can be said that 80% of the spirit stones on the ancient Dark Star are concentrated in the Beiju tribe. Thus, with so many spirit stones, combined with Jiang Feng's spirit gathering ability, the spiritual power within the tribe is exceptionally rich. It even surpasses the Source Spirit Stone. I thought it was some treasure. I'm so disappointed. Jang Fong shook his head. If the dead ferocious beast knew Jiang Feng's thoughts, it would surely be furious enough to come back to life. Isn't this source spirit stone considered a treasure? The spiritual energy is indeed rich enough. Is your vision too high? Damn, you even look down on the source spirit stone. This is the moment. Ubu seized the opportunity and took out a mini laser gun from his storage ring. While Jang Fong was examining the source spirit stone, Ubu thought that this was the moment when Jang Fong was the least guarded. If he launched a sneak attack, he would surely succeed. The laser gun fired quickly. Ubu aimed at Jiang Feng's heart and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, a laser shot out, hitting Jiang Feng's heart, and then, with a bang, the laser simply dissipated. Yes, the laser disintegrated upon hitting Jiang Feng's body. It didn't injure him at all. A laser? Jiang Feng looked at Ubu. You actually tried to sneak attack me? I see, you want revenge for your master's death? In an instant, Jiang Feng understood everything. Ubu, however, was incredulous. Why, does a laser attack at such close range have no effect on you? Why? Jiang Feng chuckled, isn't that obvious? He is a Scion. How could a mere laser gun injure a Scion? It's ridiculous. Is there a Scion who could be pierced by a laser gun? Is there? It can't be possible, right? Whoosh! In an instant, Jiang Feng grabbed Ubu with one hand and lifted him into the air. Very well, next I will give you a quick end. No, wait. Ubu struggled and pleaded. I know I will die today, but I hope you give me a chance. I want to fight. Isn't there a 9th tier ferocious beast? I can self-destruct with it. Consider it my plea, let me die on the battlefield. I owe it to the elders of the Fire Nation. At this moment, Ubu had only one thought. Since he couldn't take revenge, he might as well die on the battlefield. In this way, he could feel a bit better inside. Dying fighting a 9th tier ferocious beast would still have some value. But Jiang Feng instantly dealt with Ubu. No need, as long as I am here, I will not allow any citizen of the Fire Nation to die at the hands of a ferocious beast. Even self-destruction with a ferocious beast is not allowed. So, you will die here. Ubu, the 9th tier warrior of the Fire Nation, has perished. Conquer ability activated. Kill Ubu and gain Ubu's abilities. Jiang Feng took a glance. It was an ordinary ability, which he directly transformed into cultivation. Let's deal with the remaining beasts. Jiang Feng flew into the air, raising his right hand, where a ball of white energy gathered. Die! As soon as the words left his mouth, countless small energy blasts erupted from the energy ball, each one hitting the beasts with precision. In just a moment, the threat posed by the beasts surrounding the entire Fire Nation was completely resolved by Jiang Feng. Is it over? On the border wall, the soldiers looked at the fallen beast army, and after a moment of silence, they erupted into cheers. It's over. These beasts are all dead. Great, fantastic. Who is this suddenly appearing powerhouse? So fierce. In just a few moves, he wiped out all the beasts. Wow, is there no casualties? After this martial artist appeared, he directly suppressed all the beasts. Surely no one was hurt? I don't know. Let's ask someone from headquarters later. Soon, the soldiers received data from the command center, confirming that there were indeed casualties before Jiang Feng arrived. But after Jiang Feng showed up, not a single soldier died. It was a complete zero casualties. So strong, this martial artist, named Jiang Feng. Awesome, thanks to him, our Fire Nation soldiers basically all survived. That's great. The ruler of the Fire Nation couldn't help but smile upon seeing this scene. After Jiang Feng arrived, the Fire Nation had zero casualties. What incredible strength. Looking across the entire blue star, only Jiang Feng could achieve this. Moreover, Jiang Feng's complete extermination of all the beasts is a tremendous boon for the entire human race. This beast attack on the Fire Nation could be described as a full-scale assault. Now that they were all wiped out here, it was essentially equivalent to the entire beast clan being eradicated by Jiang Feng. There might still be some beasts in their territory, but the remaining beasts no longer posed a threat. Ha! The ruler of the Fire Nation stood on the border wall, feeling quite spirited. For a long time, the beast clan that threatened humanity is gone. Awesome! At this moment, Jiang Feng also landed from the air, standing beside the ruler. Your Majesty, the crisis in the Fire Nation has been resolved, but there is one more thing to tell you. Ubu is dead. The ruler was taken aback. How could that be? No, it can't be, right? Senior Jang Fong, after you joined the battlefield, even the soldiers had zero casualties. How could Ubu, a dignified 9th tier, die? The beasts couldn't have killed him, right? Jang Fong replied, that's right, after I joined the battlefield, not a single soldier died at the hands of the beasts, and Ubu was the same, he died by my hand. Ruler. Ha! The ruler was a bit dazed. Jang Fong briefly explained how Ubu had stolen the Source Spirit Stone, how the beasts became enraged and attacked the Fire Nation, and finally, how Ubu was ambushed and killed by Jiang Feng in retaliation. Sigh. The ruler felt a bit disoriented. He hadn't expected that the beast crisis was brought about by Ubu, but he could understand. After all, Yen was both a master and a father figure to Ubu, someone truly important. I'm sorry, Senior Jang Feng. I didn't expect Ubu to cause such a big trouble. I hope you won't hold it against the Fire Nation. Jang Fong waved his hand. No, I just wanted to inform you. Alright, I need to go now. With that, Jang Fong instantly disappeared from the spot. Sigh. After Jang Fong left, the ruler slumped to the ground, unsure of what to say. He couldn't evaluate what Ubu had done. If it were him, perhaps he would have done the same. But the Fire Nation no longer has a 9th-tier martial artist. The ruler looked up at the sky, his feelings complex to the extreme. During the genius training camp, Zhang Feng's battle directly made his name known in the Cloud Nation, being hailed as the most talented martial artist of the contemporary era. And today, in the Battle of the Fire Nation, Jang Fong has made a name for himself. On Blue Star, single-handedly annihilating the entire Beast clan. He is the savior who has reversed the fate of humanity. From now on, humanity can finally live a stable life. All over the world, every human being is engulfed in cheers. On Blue Star, due to the time difference, some countries are still at 1 in the morning, and everyone is asleep when suddenly someone shouts excitedly, "You guys, quick, look at the news! Look at the news! It's a report from the Fire Nation. All the beasts have been killed. It's a big event, a big event. All the beasts are dead. We humans no longer have to worry about the beasts." Someone, still half asleep, opens their eyes. What the heck? All the beasts are dead? Am I dreaming? Then they pick up their phone and see the official video released by the Fire Nation, where Jang Fong descends from the sky facing a dense crowd of beasts and directly suppresses them. He then uses a key wave to slay all those beasts. It's real. The person who was still dazed instantly wakes up. All the beasts are really gone? We no longer have to worry about them? But who is this martial artist? Why have I never heard of him before? Where did he come from? At this moment, everyone in the world is celebrating, but there is also a question lingering. Who is this martial artist? Where did he come from? Until the netizens from the Cloud Nation come online. This is our Jang Fong from the Cloud Nation. My god, I can't believe Jang Fong has achieved such a feat. That's right, it's Jang Fong. I recognized him at a glance. He's my husband Jang Fong. Ha! This netizen. Are you Jang Feng's wife? No, I'm just joking. Oh, idiot. Hey, why are you cursing? Can't a man have a husband? Oh, not just an idiot but a rebellious idiot. Blocked, goodbye. With Zhang Feng's explosive fame, some of his basic information also became well known, such as his sister, Zhang Yundi. Ah, old man. At this moment, in a dilapidated old house in Luocheng of the Cloud Nation, a middle-aged woman holds her phone and hands it to her husband. Look at this person. She is Zhang Feng's sister. The old man takes the phone and looks at the photo of Zhang Yundi. What's wrong? She looks a bit like you when you were young. What's the problem? Also, who is Zhang Fong? Where did he come from? The woman operates the phone. Zhang Fong is now famous. He is the savior of humanity. He single-handedly resolved the beast crisis. The old man widens his eyes. What? The beast crisis has been resolved? How many years has it been? The martial arts have flourished for 300 years. Today, the beast crisis has actually been resolved. My god, I never expected, in my lifetime, to see humanity triumph over the beasts. The middle-aged woman waves her hand. That's not important. Look at her. She is Zhang Feng's sister, but the internet says Zhang Fong and his sister have no blood relation. They are both orphans. And she looks like me when I was young. Even though I'm old now, she still resembles me. Don't you see? Hearing the woman's words, the old man's pupils suddenly constrict. Right, even though you're old, you look a lot like her. Could it be that? You mean? The middle-aged woman nods. Yes, that's exactly what she means. The old man slaps his thigh. You look very much like the savior's sister. So you plan to go livestream, name it middle-aged Zhang Yundi, and gain fans and make money. The middle-aged woman. Get lost. A slap lands directly on the old man's head. Are you crazy? Can't you see? We look a lot like her. She could possibly be our biological daughter. Have you forgotten? 16 years ago, we abandoned that little girl. Calculating the time, it says online that Zhang Fong is 18 years old and his sister is 16, which is just about right. The old man clapped his hands suddenly, realizing what it meant. It's a match. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized it. But when we abandoned the girl, didn't we leave her in Xinjiang? How did she end up in Rucheng? The middle-aged woman reminded him. Have you forgotten? Xinjiang was breached by ferocious beasts before. Moreover, I investigated and found out that Zhang Fong and the others moved from Xinjiang to Rucheng. Everything matches up. Hearing this, the old man's breath quickened. Indeed, everything matched up. If the savior's sister was his own biological daughter, wouldn't he be able to live a life of luxury in the future? Hurry! The old man took out his phone directly. Take our precious son and let's go to Rucheng right now. We can reach Rucheng in just 3 hours. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but laugh. With Zhang Yundi around, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Who said they were living in poverty? Wasn't this a change of fortune? Let's go, hurry up. On Zhang Feng's side, after obtaining the Source Spirit Stone, he felt it was useless and planned to let Kakarot and the others absorb it directly.
Therefore, he used instant transmission to arrive at the ancient underworld star.
At this moment, in the training ground of the Beiju tribe, Beiju Tower and Kakarot were desperately training to become stronger. Alright, take a break. Jang Fong walked over. Come, absorb this Source Spirit Stone.
The Source Spirit Stone, as long as it was placed there, would continuously produce spiritual energy.
But at the
same time, the Source Spirit Stone could also be absorbed, though very few people directly absorbed Source Spirit Stones because it was too wasteful.
After all, once you absorb a Spirit Stone, it no longer exists.
Almost all martial artists preferred to let the Source Spirit Stone continuously produce spiritual energy,
rather than absorb it all at once.
However, in Zhang Feng's case, because the spiritual energy in the Beiju tribe was too dense, even with the addition of the Source
Spirit Stone, it had little effect, so it was better to absorb it directly. This Spirit Stone contains so much spiritual energy? The moment Beiju Tower saw
the Source Spirit Stone, he was shocked. The current Beiju Tower was no longer the ignorant native. He knew very well that spirit stones of this grade were absolutely
precious. It really contains a lot of spiritual energy.
Kakarot was also surprised.
Lord Jang Fong, are we absorbing this? Aren't you using it yourself? Jang Fong chuckled. It's fine, you absorb it. If you absorb it, it's the same as me absorbing it. Because of the existence of the tribe, no matter how much the
Scions improved their cultivation, Jang Fong would directly increase his cultivation to the same level. Therefore, when Kakarot and the others absorbed the Spirit Stone, it was equivalent to Jang Fong absorbing it. But Kakarot and Beiju Tower didn't know this. They only felt that Jang Fong was really good to them. Such a good Spirit Stone, and he didn't absorb it himself but left it for them? Lord Jang Fong, you are too good to us. Both of them were a bit moved.
We really don't know how to repay you.
Jang Fong waved his hand. Alright, stop being so sentimental.
Hurry up and absorb it. By the way, isn't your wife pregnant? Have you thought of a name for your future son?
While absorbing the Source Spirit Stone, Kakarot and Beiju Tower said, Not yet, Lord Jang Fong, do you want to
name the child?
Jang Fong thought for a moment and said, Sure, Kakarot, your son's name will be Kakarot. As for Beiju Tower, your son's name will be Beijux. Upon hearing this, both of them grinned. Good names. Then, the two focused on absorbing the Source Spirit Stone while Jang Fong decided to practice a bit.
Sigh, I've been too relaxed for too long. Jang Fong went to the spot with the densest spiritual energy. Although relying on the transcendent bloodline in the cultivation of the Scions, I am getting stronger every day.
But I really haven't put in much effort in training for a long time.
How about this? Let's train hard for an hour first. Let's see the effects of the training. Jang Fong also entered a state of cultivation. Time passed little by little, and after an hour,
Carrot and Bejuta successfully absorbed the Source Spirit Stones and both reached the 9th level of martial artist.
Huff.
Jang Fong also finished his training, glanced at his own cultivation, and found he was still at the 7th level of martial master with a slight increase in his energy.
After reaching the
martial master realm, the energy required for oneself increases significantly. Even if I train seriously for an hour, I can only improve a little.
Ding! The Scions under your command have continuously broken through, and the host gains the newly increased cultivation of the Scions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8th level of martial master.
The system's prompt sounded as the breakthroughs of Carrot and the others also propelled Jiang Feng's breakthrough. It's still better to cultivate the Scions, the improvement is faster.
Closing myself off for training doesn't yield much progress. Jang Fong ended his seclusion
and decided to focus more on cultivating the Scions in the future.
Just reached the 9th level, Carrot and Bejuta were both filled with fighting spirit. Carrot, if you have the ability, come fight me.
Although we are both 9th level martial artists, my 9th level is definitely stronger than yours.
Because I am a prince. That's exactly what I mean. Bejuta, let's have a match.
The two instantly engaged in battle, but as 9th level martial artists, every move they made was earth-shattering, and after just a few exchanges, the ground began to crack.
You two, if you want to fight seriously, go outside. Jang Fong ordered. Don't destroy the tribe, do you hear me? Understood, Lord Jang Fong.
The two replied, then continued to fight while moving towards a less populated area.
No.
One knew that in the extreme cold of the ancient dark star, a demon lay in slumber.
The frozen demon clan. In the universe, the enemies faced by humanity are the myriad clans.
The myriad clans refer to countless groups united together to oppose humanity. Among them is the frozen demon clan. This race is quite special,
possessing terrifying vitality, able to breathe freely even in the cosmos.
At the same time, the frozen demon clan enjoys sleeping. The longer they are frozen, the
stronger they become upon awakening.
Bejuta and Carrot were engaged in a fierce aerial battle, flying and fighting, and in just a moment they arrived at the extreme
cold region.
But the battle continued, as if the cold winds had no effect on them at all. At this moment, all they could see was each other,
defeating the opponent.
These two are quite serious about their fight, Jang Fong remarked, then looked at his system panel. Since both had reached the 9th level of martial artist, he could bestow new Scion bloodlines, with 100 slots available. When the time comes, bestowing the bloodlines would allow him to gain another 100 Scions. There was also a new task: train 102 Scions to become 9th level martial artists, which would grant him another 1,000 slots. I won't rush for that 1,000 slots just yet. Jang Fong glanced at his bloodline task: to raise the average strength of the Scions to the martial emperor realm. If he had too many Scions under his command, it would be difficult to improve that average strength. Currently, having 100 Scions was just right. Moreover, not to mention anything else, just in terms of spiritual energy, the energy in the Bejuta tribe is very rich, but it's only enough to cultivate 100 people. If there were thousands, the spiritual energy would become much thinner and everyone's training speed would be delayed. Let's stick with this: 100 Scions, 50 Super Blue, and 50 Super 4, not bad, that works. Jang Fong chuckled, planning to bestow the bloodline once this battle was over. Once the bloodline bestowal is complete, if I can gather 5 kind-hearted Scions, I will be able to transform into Super Scion Red. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. It was at this moment that North Judah was sent flying by a punch from Carrot. North Judah was particularly furious and decided to use his special ability, the Prince's Battle Technique. You little brat, let's settle this with this move. North Judah spread his arms, activating the Prince's Battle Technique. All the energy within him surged out, transforming into countless energy blasts that rained down on Carrot. You think you can hit me? Not that easy. Carrot quickly dodged, and behind him was a massive iceberg. As he dodged, many energy blasts struck the iceberg, causing it to begin collapsing. But neither of them paid any mind. After all, this was a no man's land, and fighting here was of no consequence. Wait a minute. Zhang Feng's expression changed. Although it was very faint, after the iceberg collapsed, he sensed a presence. A presence that wasn't particularly strong but was extremely evil. It felt as if it was born to represent malice. What kind of presence is this? Jang Fong immediately waved his hand, stopping the fight between the two. Stop. There's something in the iceberg. The two were also startled. There's something in this iceberg? What is it? Jang Fong flew towards the bottom of the iceberg. I'm not sure, but we'll find out by going over there. It's at the very bottom of the iceberg. At the very bottom of the iceberg, Kula slowly opened his eyes, filled with rage. As a member of the Frozen Demon Clan, the longer he slept, the stronger he became. Before falling asleep, he had specifically chosen a weak ancient star, but what happened? Someone came knocking and woke him up, resulting in his sleep being extremely short and his power hardly increasing. Truly infuriating. Damn it. Kula took a deep breath and burst out of the iceberg. This time in seclusion, my cultivation only improved a little. My brother Kalisa is also in seclusion. I hope he won't surpass me because of this. Damn it. Anyone who disturbs my sleep must die. After Kula burst out of the iceberg, he saw Jang Fong, Carrot, and North Judah. The three of them had just been exploring the bottom of the iceberg, not expecting the target to come charging out. Ah! North Judah looked at Kula, puzzled. What? What is this thing? This isn't a human, right? Jang Fong, upon seeing Kula, also fell into contemplation. Purple skin, body wrapped in white armor, and only 3 toes. According to the racial data of the Galactic Federation, the only match for this description seemed to be the Frozen Demon Clan. You are from the Frozen Demon Clan? I didn't expect there to be a frozen demon sleeping on the ancient star. Kula looked at Jang Fong with some surprise. Oh, you actually know my race? Interesting. But you all should die. How dare you disturb my sleep? You're quite arrogant. North Judah flew in front of Kula. Your cultivation is only at the 9th level of a martial artist and you dare to say such things? What are you even? As a 9th level martial artist, North Judah could sense that this so-called Kula was merely a 9th level martial artist as well. If a fight broke out, it was uncertain who would win. He. Kula let out a strange laugh. I a 9th level martial artist? He. At this moment, Jang Fong took the initiative to educate the two. This is the Frozen Demon Clan. They usually seal their powerful abilities within themselves. The first form they show is their weakest form. Generally speaking, they have 4 forms in total, and the 4th form is their full power explosion. This Kula is very likely in the first form. North Judah was startled. The first form is a 9th level martial artist? Then how strong must the strongest 4th form be? Can I defeat it? Kara was beaming with excitement. It sounds really strong. I'm getting more and more excited. The personalities of the two were unmistakable. If Bejuta encountered a strong enemy, he might explode with anxiety, losing the will to fight. But for Karo, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. He wanted to face off against even stronger opponents. Ha ha ha. Kula couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect you to know everything. That's right. I am currently in my first form. Now, watch closely, I will demonstrate my second form. With a roar, Kula unleashed a surge of energy and his body underwent some subtle changes, his height nearly doubling. As for his cultivation level, it had reached Martial Master level 5. How about that? Kula raised a finger.
Just for your reference, the power I'm showing now is only 1/10 of my full strength. Now, do you understand the gap? Ah, Vegeta instinctively took a step back. The fact that Martial Master level 5 was only 1/10 of his full strength? How powerful was that? It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Alright, I'll fight you. Karo excitedly charged at Kula. Let me see your strength. As Karo rushed forward, Kula simply kicked him away. Is this guy an idiot? Vegeta couldn't help but mutter. Knowing the gap in strength was so vast, he still charged in? Did he want to die? Indeed, very strong. After being kicked away, Karo steadied himself in midair and wiped the corner of his mouth. It seems that relying solely on this state won't be enough to defeat you. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this Karo? Yeah! With a furious roar, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Karo. Boom! A powerful aura surged forth, and Karo, with his golden hair, appeared before Kula, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, it's time for the second round. Karo grinned and assumed a fighting stance. Jang Fong nodded in satisfaction. As expected, this Karo has mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Not bad, really not bad. During martial arts training, Jang Fong had naturally explained that to transform into a Super Saiyan, there were two methods. First, you need to be angry. If you can't get angry, try the second method, which is to concentrate your power at your back. Although the methods were explained, Karo and Vegeta had never managed to transform into a Super Saiyan until today, when Karo demonstrated the transformation. Is this the Super Saiyan that Lord Jang Fong mentioned? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Karo. When did this lower-level warrior manage to master the Super Saiyan transformation before him? No, that's not right. From the very beginning of his martial arts training, Karo had always been a step ahead, reaching martial artist level 1 first. Now, even the transformation had been mastered by Karo ahead of him. Could it be that I, a prince and an elite warrior of the tribe, am outdone by a lower-level warrior? Vegeta couldn't accept it, a massive anger enveloping him. No, impossible. Why is it that Karo always seems to be one step ahead of me? Yeah! With a loud boom, Vegeta was also enveloped in golden light, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Both Saions you cultivated have completed their Super Saiyan transformation. You have once again gained the total cultivation level of both. Due to the rapid speed of the Super Saiyan transformation, the host also receives the ability to bestow the Super Saiyan bloodline. The current host can bestow the bloodline to 101 Scions. One of them is the Super Saiyan bloodline. With a loud boom, Zhang Feng's cultivation broke through, reaching Martial Master level 9. He was just one step away from the Martial King realm. Oh, there are hidden rewards as well? Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Indeed, even the ability to grant the Super Saiyan bloodline has been bestowed upon me. My power is on the rise. No matter what, Scions would never rebel. They were always their most loyal subordinates. The stronger these subordinates became, the happier Jang Fong was. At this moment, Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, still wore a dazed expression. Have I really done it? But how did I manage to do this? Suddenly, Vegeta remembered what Lord Jang Fong had said. Extreme anger could allow one to transform into a Super Saiyan. I understand now. Because I couldn't catch up to Karoti, my anger towards myself led me to become a Super Saiyan. So that's the reason. Karoti also noticed Vegeta's transformation and looked at him with some surprise. Hey, Vegeta, you've transformed too? Not bad, but let me make this clear. This Kula is my opponent. You can't interfere. Vegeta snorted coldly, crossing his arms. Humph. No one is stopping you. Go ahead and fight. If you fail, I'll step in. Kula laughed at this moment, one after another. Just you guys? Out of kindness, I'll remind you, come at me together. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Karoti scratched his head. I didn't expect you to be so nice, actually reminding us, but sorry, Vegeta. And I can't team up. So, here comes my attack. Karoti charged at Kula, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. One was a 5th-level martial artist, and the other was a 9th-level martial artist in normal form who had increased his power 50-fold after transforming into a Super Saiyan. After a while of fighting, Karoti successfully suppressed Kula. In terms of strength, Karoti had barely reached the 6th level of martial artists. He was still somewhat stronger than Kula. Bang! After being sent flying by Karoti, Kula began to doubt his life. What was this human? After radiating golden light, his power had increased so much? A mere 9th-level martial artist could suppress his second stage? Having lived for so many years, he had truly never seen such a human. A human who could turn golden-haired. Damn, this guy is the real monster. Kula took a step back and then took a deep breath. In that case, I should take this a bit more seriously and use 1/5 of my power to fight you. Kula clenched his fists tightly and his body underwent another transformation. He shrank slightly, and some spikes appeared on his body. Third stage. Cultivation 5th level Martial King. Human, the game of house is over. Kula flashed and appeared behind Karoti. Bang bang bang.
In an instant, Karoti, along with Bei Juta who was watching from the side, had fist imprints appear on their bodies. Clearly, with his super speed, Kula had landed several punches on them.
Ah! Karoti spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen.
Such heavy fists,
Kula turned around, his right hand with fingers together, directly reaching for Karoti. You're going to die. In the blink of an eye, Jang Fong appeared in front of Kula and grabbed his right wrist,
preventing him from attacking.
That's enough, next, I'll fight you.
Kula glanced at Jang Fong, who also had golden hair, clearly similar to Karoti and the others.
Get away from me.
Kula tried to exert force to break free from Jang Feng's grip, but Jang Fong held his wrist tightly, not letting him escape.
Impossible. How? Can your strength be so strong?
At that moment, Kula seemed to realize that although they all had golden hair, Jang Fong was completely different from the
other two.
At this time, Jang Fong tightened his grip on Kula's wrist and squeezed slightly, causing Kula's expression to twist in agony.
It hurts. So painful. Kula felt as if his wrist was about to break, struggling desperately but to no avail, still unable to escape Jang Feng's grip. It wasn't until Jang Fong
voluntarily released his arm that Kula managed to pull away, immediately creating distance between them.
Ha, ha. Kula gasped for breath, looking at Jang Fong in disbelief. What kind of monster are you? How can you be so strong? Are you a martial emperor level expert? Jang Fong glanced at Kula indifferently.
Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and enter the fourth stage, let me see your full power.
Kula took a deep breath. Fine, since you insist on seeking death then.
Open your eyes wide and see clearly, my true form.
Ah!
With Kula's furious roar, he entered the fourth stage, his overall figure simplified significantly. White armor covering his entire body and his head transformed into a round shape.
As you can see, this is my fourth form. Kula extended a hand. To be honest,
I'm only showing 50% of my power right now,
which is half. I believe this power is enough to annihilate you. Fourth stage, Martial Emperor first level. Oh, then you really are impressive.
At this moment, Jang Fong also extended his hand, raising 3 fingers.
Let me give you some information too. My
cultivation is Martial Master 9th level, and just now I transformed for the first time, reaching Martial King 7th level.
That's right, similar to your transformation. Every time I transform, my strength increases significantly, and I have 3 more transformations like this. 50%, yes, just 50%. And I can turn you into cosmic dust. Even if you use your final form, it would be the same.
But don't worry, I won't use my full strength, I might even let you
use one hand. Oh, by the way, do you prefer ground combat or aerial combat? Do you like hand-to-hand combat or energy attacks? I can let you choose. Kula's expression changed. Was this guy insulting him? You bastard. You can't scare me. I don't believe you can be that strong. Kula roared and charged directly at Jang Fong.
Jang Fong extended his left hand, indicating that he would only use his left hand, and as Kula rushed over, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, Jang Feng's strength also reached Martial Emperor 1st level. And it was a very strong kind, just a little short of Martial Emperor 2nd level. With such strength, even though Kula was also at Martial Emperor 1st level, he could not defeat Jang Fong.
Kula rushed in front of Jang Fong, throwing a punch directly.
But Jang Fong blocked it with his left hand and then gripped hard.
He caught Kula's arm in his hand. Still trying to hold on? Kula cursed under his breath,
then struck at Jang Fong with his other hand.
I want to see if you really are only using your left hand.
In that instant, Jang Fong simply yanked hard, pulling
Kula's arm down. Ah!
Kula screamed in agony, losing one arm, now left with only his right hand. Jang Fong seized the opportunity, and as Kula screamed, his left hand formed a fist and slammed into Kula's abdomen.
Pooh!
Kula spat out a mouthful of bile, his whole body hunched over.
Bang! Another slap sent Kula flying. At this moment, the spectators, Karo and Beijuta, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It really is Lord Jang Fong. So strong, Kula, who couldn't fight
back against us, is like a toy in front of Lord Jang Fong.
Not only that, Kula used only the 3rd stage to defeat us. Now he's in the even stronger 4th stage.
This power gap is too great. I want to learn from Lord Jang Fong. Karo looked at Jang Feng's back, his eyes filled with hope.
I hope that one
day, I can be as strong as Lord Jang Fong.
But, Lord Jang Feng's Super Saiyan seems a bit different from ours. Is he surrounded by electric arcs? It does seem a bit different. Beijuta also noticed this. Could it be that this is the Super Saiyan 2 that Lord Jang Fong mentioned before? Karoti was somewhat excited,
looking seriously at Jang Fong as if wanting to learn the method to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After being knocked away by Jang Fong, Kula adjusted quickly. After all, as a frozen demon, they possessed terrifying vitality. Not to mention losing an arm, even if their body were split in 2, they could still survive. His strength is indeed formidable. He defeated me with just one hand. Perhaps what he said earlier wasn't a lie. After calming down, Kula felt a bit of an urge to escape. After all, facing such a terrifying existence, if he didn't run, it would only lead to death. Damn it, just wait.
When I get back, I'll call my brother and dad to come for revenge. Let's go. Kula turned to fly away, but the next moment he was horrified to find Jang Fong standing right above him. When did? Kula trembled all over. This guy is too terrifying, really too terrifying. Are you trying to escape? A hint of disappointment flashed in Jang Feng's eyes. I thought you would fight to the end with me. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. With that, Jang Fong raised his left hand, gathering energy into a ball. Ah! Kula roared. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight. As if he was afraid to fight. Moreover, he claimed to have 3 more transformations. Did he really? What if he was just trying to scare him? No need, really no need to be afraid. I don't believe it. A human can really have that many transformations. Watch closely, foolish human. As an elite among elites, I have 1 more transformation than an ordinary frozen demon. This is my 5th stage. My full power. Today, I'll fight you. Ah! With Kula's outburst, his body changed again, first his muscles swelling by a third. Then, a mask-like structure appeared over his mouth, directly covering his chin, and spikes grew from his joints. In the 5th stage, Kula's cultivation reached the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. Though Martial Emperor realm is different from previous levels, in this realm, the gap between each minor level is enormous. Kula reaching the 2nd level of Martial Emperor is already a strong existence. Looking across the Great Federation, he could be considered a powerhouse. At the same time, after transforming into the 5th stage, Kula's severed arm actually grew back. All his injuries healed completely. Oh, finally using your full power? Jang Feng's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, the 2nd level of Martial Emperor deserved a bit more seriousness from him. Laugh? Kula snorted. You won't be laughing for long. Human, you'd better really have a new transformation. Kula's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he was right in front of Jang Fong. So fast. Beijuta, who was watching, was startled. I can't see anything at all, no traces of movement. Kula seems to be teleporting. Too fast, this speed. Kula at full power. Karoti was also a bit nervous. Lord, Jang Fong should be fine, right? He hasn't shown any of that Super Saiyan 4 he mentioned, so he should be able to win, right? Standing in front of Jang Fong, Kula clenched his fists, all his power exploding at that moment. His right fist slammed into Jang Feng's face. It made Jang Feng's head tilt back slightly. How about this punch? Kula couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Thought you were so strong, huh? You still got hit by me, didn't you? This punch must not feel good. But suddenly, Kula sensed something was off. His punch seemed to have no effect. Jang Fong took the punch head-on. But wait, isn't that strange? With his 2nd tier Martial Emperor's strength, he couldn't even shake Jang Fong with a full-force punch? Jang Fong slowly moved his head back, and then his hair flared up by 3 points. It was Super Saiyan 3. Your attack doesn't seem very effective, Jang Fong said as he sidestepped and appeared directly in front of Kula. Let me show you what a truly effective attack looks like. With a left hook, he struck Kula right in the abdomen, continuing to exert force. This punch pierced straight through Kula's abdomen. Apu! Kula spat out a mouthful of blood and rapidly retreated. At this moment, one thought filled his mind. Jang Fong wasn't lying. He had mentioned before that he had 3 more transformations. Now, counting from the first golden hair to the 2nd, which was crackling with arcs of electricity, that counted as 1 transformation. Then, from the electric golden hair to the current long hair, that was the 2nd transformation. That meant Jang Fong still had 1 transformation hidden. Jang Fong hasn't even used his full strength, and I've already lost. Kula felt a surge of fear. If he uses his final transformation, I'll definitely die. No, I can't die here. I can't. Looking at Jang Fong, who was getting closer, Kula decisively begged for mercy. Wait, don't kill me, don't kill me. If you're willing to spare me, I'll serve you loyally. I'm a Martial Emperor level powerhouse. Having me as your subordinate is definitely a good deal. Jang Fong remained silent, simply raising his hand to aim at Kula. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of energy blasts shot directly at Kula. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out as Kula's body was blasted with several holes, but he still had breath left, continuing to plead for mercy. The life force of this frozen demon clan is indeed quite tenacious, Jang Fong couldn't help but comment. Calling it the strongest meat shield isn't an exaggeration. Alright, I need to attack a bit more seriously now. As for Kula's offer to serve him, it was a joke. There was no binding oath involved. Just talking casually didn't mean he had truly submitted, right? Don't be ridiculous. Better to die here. Jang Fong increased the intensity of his attack, and Kula couldn't withstand it any longer. Ah! Kula roared in anger before dying. Ancient underworld star, Jang Fong, just you wait. My brother Kalisa and my father King Kurd will avenge me. They are much stronger than I am and will definitely kill you. If you let me go now, I still have a chance to live. Jang Fong said nothing and directly fired an energy blast, killing Kula. Thus, Kula was dead. As for his talk of revenge, Jang Fong didn't care at all. Because according to the information, the Frozen Demon Clan had no concept of family. They were pure evil, and for the sake of treasure, they might even kill their own father. This was quite common. Moreover, even if they really came, Jang Fong wasn't afraid. As long as I spread the bloodline of 100 Scions and ensure they all reach the martial artist realm, all that cultivation will add up, and my normal state will definitely surpass the martial king realm. By then, who kills whom is still uncertain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the first foreign tribe member in your territory. Reward: Fusion Earrings. Fusion Earrings. Using the earrings allows two people to fuse for 1 hour, and their strength will increase exponentially after fusion. Fusion Earrings? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to receive such an item after killing Kula. Not bad, I'll keep it for now, it might come in handy one day. As Jang Fong celebrated his victory, Vegeta and Kakarot flew to his side. Lord Jang Fong, shall we return to the tribe? Jang Fong nodded. Yes, back to the tribe. Next, we need to select the most outstanding warriors from the tribe. We need 101. No restrictions on age or gender. Beiju Tower responded, yes. With that, the three of them returned to the tribe, and Beiju Tower selected 101 of the most promising warriors for Jang Fong. After scanning the crowd and confirming the numbers were correct, Jang Fong distributed 100 ordinary Scion bloodlines. As for the last one, the transcendent bloodline, Beiju Tower brought a child to Jang Fong, Lord Jang Fong. This child is the newly emerged genius of the tribe. His name is Broly. He has the best aptitude in the entire tribe. Lord Jang Fong. Broly slightly bowed. Although he was young, he was aware of Zhang Feng's legend. It was precisely because of Jang Fong that the Beiju tribe could rise. Jang Fong was the benefactor of the entire tribe. He was a god. Is he really the one with the best talent? Jang Fong nodded and placed his hand in front of Broly. After all, it was the transcendent bloodline, and Jang Fong didn't want to waste it. If he was to bestow it, it should go to the one with the best aptitude. Thus, Broly received the transcendent bloodline. With that, all 101 bloodlines were distributed. The rest is to teach them martial arts, Jang Fong said, looking at Beiju Tower and Karo. You two will temporarily act as teachers and guide them in their martial arts training. The two naturally had no objections. Yes. After some thought, Jang Fong handed the earrings to Karo. Keep these earrings, they can be used for fusion in critical moments. If the tribe encounters danger and I can't protect you in time, at least you will have some trump cards. Although there was a rescue button, if the tribe truly faced an unstoppable danger, it could summon Jang Fong. But what if he couldn't make it in time? For instance, if Jang Fong was busy with something else and couldn't arrive promptly. Therefore, Jang Fong felt it was good to provide the tribe with more protective measures. After all, this was his stronghold. If it were destroyed, it would be a huge loss. Retraining the Scions, who knows how long that would take. Yes, Karo solemnly accepted the earrings. After explaining some training matters, Jang Fong used instant transmission to leave ancient underworld star. After Jang Fong left, Beiju Tower stood up. Come, all 101 of you, train hard. Don't let Lord Jiang Feng's expectations down. Start getting stronger. Did you hear that? Everyone responded, yes. In the universe, at the headquarters of the United Federation, two warriors looked at the computer in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Did you see that just now? The detector picked up a signal. The frozen demon clan has appeared in the heart of our human territory. Judging by its strength, it seems to be at the martial emperor level? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. How did it infiltrate the human territory? The sudden appearance of a martial emperor level frozen demon in human territory was undoubtedly a significant event. The two inspectors did not hesitate and reported it to the higher-ups of the Federation. The senior members of the United Federation urgently convened a meeting to discuss the matter. They gathered around a conference table, and in the center of the table, a holographic screen appeared, displaying various information. Did you see that? The data shows that a martial emperor-level creature has appeared in human territory. This is very serious. If this creature goes out of control, it could cause devastating damage to nearby planets. Yes, the urgent task is to send experts to suppress the martial emperor level creature. At the same time, we need to investigate how this guy infiltrated human territory. Who brought him in? According to the energy detector, the opponent is a second-tier martial emperor creature. To ensure the suppression goes smoothly, I suggest sending two third-tier martial emperor experts. Wait, new intelligence has come in. The life energy of this frozen demon clan seems to have dissipated. What? Impossible. A frozen demon clan at the second level of martial emperor, apart from our great federation, who else could eliminate it? How could humans from other planets possibly defeat it? I don't know, I'm not sure, but this guy's life energy has indeed dissipated. He was killed. According to the detector, there is also an energy fluctuation on ancient underworld star that rivals a third-level martial emperor. It seems that this third-level martial emperor is the one who killed the frozen demon clan. The third-level martial emperor on ancient underworld star, which is located in the Milky Way.
According to the Great Federation's data, we only assigned one first-level martial emperor expert.
In the Milky Way. That means,
this third-level martial emperor is not one of our Great Federation's martial artists.
but how is that possible? As long as they
are human martial artists, they must register their identity information with the Great Federation after reaching the martial master realm.
Perhaps this third-level martial emperor is not one of our human race. Enough.
It's useless for us to guess here.
Quickly send 2 martial emperor realm warriors over to investigate and see what the situation is on ancient underworld star.
We originally planned to send 2 third-level martial emperor experts, but now, I propose we send 2 fifth-level martial emperor experts.
Because the current situation is unclear, having stronger power is never a bad thing.
Alright, I agree.
Sigh. To investigate an ancient underworld star, sending so many experts, what about other places? For example, the illusory realm, which is also short on personnel. It is indeed troublesome, we are a bit short-handed. By the way, ancient underworld star already has an owner, right? I remember the owner's name is Jang Fong. Let me check.
Yes, it's Jang Fong, a blue star person.
Blue star is under Sukai's responsibility.
Jang Fong, according to the data, has not reached the
martial master realm.
What a pity, only by reaching the martial master realm can one obtain a cross-universe communicator.
We currently have no way to contact Jang Fong.
It's fine, just contact Sukai and have him return to Blue Star quickly, then go check the situation on ancient underworld star. Of course, the martial
emperor realm experts must also head over.
The identity of that third-level martial emperor who killed the frozen demon clan must be investigated.
Otherwise, it would be too dangerous.
Just as everyone was discussing intensely, the door of the conference room was kicked open by a young man.
Hey, what are you all discussing here?
The young man swaggered over to the side and glanced at the light screen on the conference table. The light screen recorded information about the
frozen demon clan, ancient underworld star, and more.
Oh,
a mysterious third-level martial emperor expert killed the frozen demon clan? Interesting, should I go take a look? After all, you guys are short on manpower, right?
Inside the conference room, everyone exchanged glances and then looked at the young man, Lord Jiu.
Chen, is it really necessary for you to personally intervene in such a trivial matter?
Yes, Lord Jiu Chen, this kind of thing can be resolved by sending 2
fifth-level martial emperor warriors. If you get involved, won't that leave the Shining World without anyone to suppress it?
Jiu Chen waved his hand.
The Shining
World has been quite stable lately, which is why I have time to wander around.
Since I'm idle anyway, I'm also quite curious about the origins of this mysterious martial emperor.
That's settled then, I make the decision.
I will take full responsibility for the matter of ancient underworld star. Everyone exchanged
glances and could only comply. Alright, we will listen to Lord Jiu Chen.
Are you kidding? What kind of strength does Jiu Chen have? Who would dare to refute?
Just talking about the Shining World, it is filled with foreign races, and there are several 7th-level martial emperor monsters, yet they were all suppressed by
Jiu Chen alone.
Yes, several 7th-level martial emperors teamed up, but they were suppressed by Jiu Chen alone.
Such strength is truly terrifying. Not only that,
Jiu Chen has made multiple contributions to the human race, and there was even a time when he alarmed the powerful martial saint of the human race who personally bestowed upon him a forbidden treasure. Since then, Jiu Chen's strength has surged, and it can be said that in the realm of martial emperor, Jiu Chen is invincible. With such a powerful existence going to ancient underworld star to investigate a third-tier martial emperor, it truly is using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. In another part of the universe, on a desolate planet, Sukai was covered in dirt and looking disheveled. He was flying while fearfully
glancing back. It seems they have stopped chasing. Damn Lu Ruyan, how could she toy with me like this?
Clearly, I was the one who discovered the treasure first. Yet she colluded with other martial artists to drive me out.
She even chased me all the way. Damn it, one day I will take my revenge. The Lu family and Lu Ruyan are not good people.
Suddenly, Sukai noticed a message from the Great Federation.
They want me to return to Blue Star? To investigate the matter of ancient underworld star? Fine. Sukai sighed.
Previously, the ruler of Yun country had asked him to research the ability capsule, but at that time he was busy exploring treasures and said he would return to Blue Star in a few months. But who would have thought that later, the treasure was snatched away by Lu Ruyan, and now he was free of burdens. I might as well return to Blue Star to rest for a bit and take a look at that ability capsule. What exactly is it?
Ability capsule. Z organization. Thinking of the Z organization, Sukai felt a headache coming on.
Although he was the master of Blue Star, he was still quite wary of the leader
of the Z organization.
I wanted to rely on the Great Federation to deal with the leader, but they have always refused to send troops, saying they lack manpower. And only if the leader rules Blue Star would they take action.
Sigh. It really makes me furious. I really hope that when I return to Blue Star this time, the leader will just die on their own, so I won't have to worry anymore. Sigh. The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
As the master of Blue Star, I can't
truly control Blue Star. Damn Z organization.
One day, I will completely annihilate you.
On ancient underworld star, not long after Jang Fong left, Karo and Bejuta were teaching the Scions how to cultivate. Suddenly, Jang Fong reappeared with a flash of movement.
Oh, I almost forgot something important. Jang Fong
Scratched his head. His memory was indeed a bit off.
The matter of the Super Saiyan God, such a crucial thing, he actually forgot.
Lord Jang Fong, why are you back again? Bejuta greeted him immediately upon seeing Jang Fong.
Jang Fong gestured, Bejuta, go find me 5 clansmen. Alright, they should be the kind.
With good intentions. Bejuta scratched his head, not quite understanding, but still complied. Moments later, 5 Scions were brought to Zhang Feng's side. What are we doing? Karo asked curiously from the side. Bejuta, do you know what Lord Jang Fong is going to do? Bejuta shook his head, I don't know, just shut up, it's really noisy. Now,
Jang Fong looked at the 5 Scions. Transfer your Scion energy to me, come, take your time, don't rush.
The 5 responded. In unison, yes.
They held hands, gathering their energy together, then transmitted it to Jang Fong.
Boom!
Golden flames ignited around Jang Fong, and almost
instantly, these golden flames transformed into red.
Suddenly, the clouds in the sky swiftly passed by, and a ray of sunlight shone down on Jang Fong.
At that
moment, Jang Fong seemed to have lost a bit of weight, and his hair had completely turned red. This is the Super Saiyan God, or rather, Super Red.
Is this the feeling of becoming a god?
He slowly raised his hand, looking at his palm. It felt different from Super 4. Super 4 was more violent, with a more surging battle intent, but Super Red. I feel very calm right now, and it seems I can see through everything. This power is incredible, but it seems to be a bit weaker compared to Super 4. Jang Fong carefully sensed this boost in Super Red's power, which was roughly on par with the Golden Great Ape.
Got it, Super Red corresponds to the Golden Great Ape, Super Blue corresponds to Super 4, and Super 5 corresponds to the Ultra Instinct.
Jang Fong suddenly understood.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have completed the transformation into Super Saiyan God,
unlocking a new path to divinity. Super Saiyan God mission, Phase 1 become
the Lord of a region, reward Super Saiyan Blue at full power. The host can also cultivate on their own to master Super Saiyan Blue.
Lord of a region? Jang Fong stroked his chin.
Recently, Jang Fong had learned some knowledge about the universe.
First, the universe is divided into 4 major regions, East, South, West, and North. The region Jang Fong is currently in is the East Universe region.
The universe region mentioned in the Super 5 transformation refers to this concept.
There are only 4 universe regions in total. Below the East Universe region is the region.
A region encompasses countless star systems.
Below the region are the star systems. Currently, Jang Fong is located in the East Universe region, Demo region, Milky Way galaxy, Blue Star. Becoming the Lord of a region is quite challenging.
But it doesn't matter, so far, all my transformations have been self-understood, without relying on missions.
Super 2 was a transformation Jang Fong achieved in anger, without completing a mission. Super 3 was a transformation granted directly by the system after transforming into Super 4, without completing a mission.
Super 4 was achieved through a full moon transformation, without completing a mission. Super Saiyan Red was still achieved solely by himself, without ever completing a mission. I can achieve Super Saiyan Blue the same way, without needing to complete a mission, Jang Fong said slowly, clenching
his fist. He had that confidence. At this moment, Carrot couldn't help but step forward. Lord Jang Fong, what kind of transformation is this? Why can't I feel your aura?
Jang Fong looked at Carrot and chuckled, because the aura of a god cannot be perceived.
Carrot blinked, it sounded quite impressive. Jang Fong
called over Bejuta and said, you two listen carefully, all Scions can use this method to transform into Super Saiyan Red, as long as they gather the energy of
5 Scions. However,
Carrot, you can transform into Super Saiyan Red, and then, you gather 50 people to transform into Super Saiyan Red just like you.
As for Bejuta, for now, hold off on transforming into Super Saiyan Red.
You lead 50 people and try to transform into Super 2 as soon as possible.
I'll teach you how to transform into Super 4, got it?
This was Zhang Feng's plan, 50 Super Saiyan Gods, 50 Super 4s,
even distribution.
The Super Saiyan God
team would be led by Carrot. The Super 4 team would be led by Bejuta. At that time, their influence in the entire universe would be the greatest. Any major or minor federation would have to take a detour upon seeing them. Can I transform too? Carrot looked very excited. Great. Lord Jang Fong, I'll go try it right now.
Bejuta clenched his fists, a hint of envy in his eyes. He also wanted to transform into Super Saiyan God. Don't worry, Jang Fong patted Bejuta's shoulder. The Super 4 I teach you will be stronger than Super Saiyan Red. Just hold on, and you'll have a transformation stronger than Carrot's.
Bejuta's eyes lit up. Really? Lord Jang Fong, you're not lying to me, are you?
Jang Fong smiled, of course not. Super Saiyan Red corresponds to the Golden Great Ape.
Super Saiyan Blue corresponds to Super 4, so Super 4 is inherently stronger than the Great Ape.
Therefore, saying Super 4 is stronger than Super Red is
perfectly fine. no issues at all.
Moments later, Carrot successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Red and insisted on dragging Vegeta into a fight, and the result was predictable. With one move, he defeated Vegeta in an instant.
Damn it!
The North Refusal Tower can only transform sorrow and anger into strength, striving to reach Super 2 as soon as possible and then attempt to transform into Super 4.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. Among the Scions under your command,
someone has finally mastered transformations above Super 3.
You have received a special reward,
an increase in spiritual energy. With the increase in
spiritual energy, the spiritual energy within the host's sphere of influence has significantly improved. After receiving this reward, the already rich spiritual
energy within the North Refusal tribe became even more exaggerated.
In the area where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, it had even turned into liquid.
Yes, the spiritual energy was so dense that it had liquefied.
This level of richness far surpassed the so-called Source Spirit Stones.
Not just surpassing the
Source Spirit Stones, Jang Fong sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. With this level of richness, even 10 Source Spirit Stones combined wouldn't compare. With so much spiritual power backing them, all the Scions could break through faster. At that time, their cultivation would all contribute to Jang Fong, helping him make a significant breakthrough. Maybe I really have a chance to become the Lord of the Mansion. Jang Fong stroked his chin.
Previously, he felt that the position of the Lord was distant because his cultivation was indeed lacking.
But now, with so much spiritual energy assisting him, he might surpass the Lord within a year. TSK, still the same saying, being able to gain the cultivation of all my subordinates, this tribe function is really too awesome.
After a moment
of reflection, Jang Fong bid farewell to everyone and returned to Blue Star. Before leaving, he reminded everyone to practice diligently and not to slack off.
In response, the North Refusal Tower vowed to never slack off. I must surpass Kakarot. I will return all the humiliation of today. Damn it! Kakarot, wait for me.
Blue Star, the middle-aged woman who previously said she resembled Zhang Yui, arrived in Ruching with her husband and son. At this moment, standing on the streets
of Ruching, the family felt a bit at a loss. What do we do now? Should we go directly to Jiang Feng's residence? Although we can find the address online, the community is under official lockdown, so we probably can't get in. The old man chuckled. You don't understand this, do you? We go directly to the Ruching authorities. Just say we are Zhang Yui's biological parents. Do you think they would dare to neglect us?
The middle-aged woman clapped her hands. Good idea, old man.
You're really smart.
Thus, the three turned around and headed to the official building of Ruching.
Three of you, this is the official building of Ruching. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter.
They were stopped by the guard as soon as they reached the entrance.
The old man stepped forward. Are you blind? Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Not even the Lord of Ruching would be so arrogant in front of me. Guard? The guard looked at the three, constantly pondering in his mind. Who are these people? So impressive? How come I don't remember anyone this impressive? Even the most powerful Lord Jang Fong doesn't act this arrogantly towards us guards, and he even takes care of us. Could this group be even more impressive than Lord Jang Fong?
Who are you? The guard asked.
Cautiously,
the old man cleared his throat. Remember, my name is Wang Shi.
This is my wife, Meng Huiwan.
And this is my son, Wang Dating. The guard was even more confused. He had never heard these names before. Sigh. At this moment, Meng Huiwan spoke up. Old man, stop hiding it. Just tell him directly. Wang Shi cleared his throat.
Alright, I'll tell you. We are Jiang Yui's biological parents. Got it? Hurry up and report to the lord of the city. Call Jiang Yui over.
The guards' pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Yui's biological parents? Jiang Yui and Jang Fong have no blood relation. Both are orphans, which is not a secret in the
Cloud Nation.
Are you really? The guard took a deep breath.
If it's true, then they are indeed big shots. They need to be treated with caution. Isn't it so? If we personally verify it, won't we know?
Wang Shi raised his fist. At this moment he was very confident, because on the way here he had investigated a lot of
information about Zhang Yundi and it all matched perfectly.
99%. Zhang Yundi was indeed the girl they abandoned 16 years ago.
Yes, yes. The guard replied and then directly called the city lord.
At this moment, Meng Huiwan looked at her small son, her eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. My son,
our good days are coming.
Your sister, she is the most powerful person in the world today. Wang Dating, who is 15 this year, had also gained some basic
knowledge. He looked around at the tall buildings. Mom, is Zhang Yundi really my sister?
If she is, I want many tall buildings in the future so no one can laugh
at me anymore.
Meng Huiwan nodded. No problem, your sister's brother has eliminated all the fierce beasts. Rounding it off, we are also a meritorious family. Don't say a few buildings, even if we want a city, it probably won't be a problem.
Old woman, don't talk nonsense.
At this moment, Wang Shi whispered. What brother? Of the sister, doesn't that distance the relationship? Think about it, these two kids have no blood relation, yet they have been together all this time. Who
knows what might happen?
So, Jang Fong is very likely to be dating's brother-in-law, and also our son-in-law.
Meng Huiwan suddenly gasped. Hiss. You're right, how did I not think of that?
The identity of the savior's mother-in-law sounds impressive. While the three were envisioning a bright future, the city lord of Rucheng hurriedly arrived.
I heard that you two are the biological parents of John Yundi?
The city lord sized them up and came to a conclusion in his heart.
They really looked alike. It might be true.
Yes, we are.
Wang Shi stood up straight and looked at the city lord.
You are the city lord of Rucheng?
The city lord smiled slightly. Yes, I am the city lord.
You do resemble Miss John Yundi, but we still need to conduct a DNA test.
Once we confirm there are no issues, we will notify Miss John Yundi to see if she wants to meet you. If she doesn't.
At this moment, Wang Shi waved his hand, interrupting the city lord. How could
she not want to meet?
We are her real family. Hearing this, the city lord frowned slightly.
What do you mean you are her real family? Are you implying something about Lord Jang Fong?
Forget it, the priority is to conduct the DNA test first. Meng Huiwan was a bit curious. Can the DNA test be done without Zhang Yundi
being present?
The city lord nodded affirmatively. Lord Jang Fong and Miss John Yundi both have official backup DNA samples because they anticipated that if relatives came to identify, they would conduct tests first.
Wang Shi was a bit impatient. Then let's hurry up and do the test. I can just follow you, right?
The
city lord pointed to Meng Huiwan. Since you claim to be John Yundi's parents, both of you need to be tested.
Wang Shi shook his head. That's quite troublesome.
So let's get on with it.
Thus, the city lord took the two for testing, and after comparison, they were indeed John Yundi's parents.
You two, please sit in the lounge for a while. The city lord showed a bit more respect. I will go notify John Yundi to see if she wants to meet you.
Wang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was very confident, he was also a bit worried, fearing it was just a coincidence and John Yundi was not his daughter. Now that the dust had settled,
he felt completely at ease.
Good, hurry up. When the time comes, bring Zhang Yundi to recognize her roots. She should be surnamed Wang.
This glory of
saving the world should belong to my Wang family as well.
Wang Shi was overjoyed.
The city lord wanted to say something but ultimately said nothing and
left directly.
In the lounge, the three sat together, discussing their respective futures.
Hey, old man.
Meng Huiwan suddenly changed the subject.
When we see John Yundi, what should we say? Should we explain why we abandoned her back then?
Wang Shi waved his hand dismissively. Explain what?
Just tell the truth.
We were poor at home and couldn't afford to raise two children. Of course, we chose to raise a boy. She was just a girl, so we sent her away.
She will definitely understand us.
Besides, she has grown up healthy now, which is a good thing. It's her turn to take care of us. Oh, by the way, Zhang Yundi is not a nice name. Let's
change it. We'll call her Wang Yaodi.
Sounds good for our child.
Ha ha ha. Meng Huiwan nodded. Indeed, Yaodi is a nice name.
At Zhang Feng's home, Zhang Yundi was still in class with Xiaoye, finishing up trigonometric functions. One must say, Zhang Yundi's little brain is quite clever.
Suddenly, Xiaoye's phone rang. Hold on, teacher's going to take a call. Xiaoye stepped out of the room and answered the phone. Lord of the city, what's the matter? Jiang. Yundi's biological parents have come? My goodness, this is great news. What? Not necessarily good news? What do you mean?
What do you mean, her parents are a
bit slow-witted?
Forget it, I'll tell Zhang Yundi first.
Xiaoye returned to the room and looked at Zhang Yundi. Yundi, the lord of the city just called and said he found your biological parents. Do you want to meet them?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yundi, who had been working on her problems, suddenly paused.
Found her biological parents? When she was very young, she did think about her biological parents. After all, what orphan wouldn't think about their parents? But as she grew older, she thought about it less and less. First, since she was abandoned, what was there to say?
Second, she had an older brother now. Her brother was her family,
and she didn't need any other relatives. I guess I'll take a look.
After pondering for a long time, Zhang Yundi decided to see them.
Deep down, she still had a glimmer of hope. Did her parents abandon her on purpose, making her an orphan, or did they accidentally get separated? If it was an accident, perhaps her parents
had been searching for her all these years, which must have been quite hard.
Should we tell Jang Fong? Xiaoye reminded her. For such a big matter, Jang Fong should be present, right?
Zhang Yundi shook her head. Brother has things to do. The small matter doesn't need to disturb him.
Xiaoye coughed lightly. So, recognizing her parents was considered a small matter? Well, then I'll drive you over. So, Xiaoye drove Zhang Yundi towards the official building. Stay calm. If they are those unreasonable parents, I'll help you beat them up.
On the way, Xiaoye showed off her skills.
A 4th-level warrior. Teacher, oh no, sister, is here to protect you. We're off school now, so you don't have to call me teacher. Zhang Yundi smiled. Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. Just like that, Zhang Yundi
and Xiaoye arrived at the official building, where the lord of the city had been waiting for a long time.
They are in the lounge. The lord of the city came over to greet Zhang Yundi. Let me give you a heads up. John Yundi, watch the video. The lord of the city took out his phone, and the screen showed Wang Shi and the others chatting in the lounge. They were discussing things like changing names and voluntarily abandoning her, among other topics. So, do you still want to meet them? The lord of the city asked Zhang Yundi. If you don't want to meet, I can just drive them away. Zhang Yundi frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, I'll go meet them. Now it was Xiaoya's turn to be confused. Everyone knew she was voluntarily abandoned by her parents, so why would she want to meet them? Because I have something to say to them. Zhang Yundi's expression was somewhat serious. The city lord nodded. Alright, I'll take you there. Thus, led by the city lord, everyone arrived at the door of the lounge. At the same time, inside the lounge, Wang Shi and the others also saw Zhang Yundi. Oh, Yao Di. Boo-hoo. You've suffered outside all these years. Meng Huiwan wiped her tears as she walked towards Zhang Yundi. Now that our family is reunited, it's truly wonderful. However, before she could reach Zhang Yundi, she was stopped by Xiaoye. Seeing herself being blocked, Meng Huiwan stopped crying and looked at Xiaoye. In confusion. Why are you stopping me? I'm meeting my own daughter. What are you doing? Who do you think you are? Xiaoye didn't say anything, but at that moment, Zhang Yundi spoke up. The reason I came to see you is to tell you one thing. Don't call me Yao Di. My name was given to me by my brother, Zhang Yundi. The name my brother gave me. I won't allow any of you to change it. If you tarnish the name my brother gave me again, I will be angry. Meng Huiwan paused, looking at Zhang Yundi in disbelief. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what it means to have your body and skin given by your parents? Wang Shi couldn't help but stand up, directly scolding her. We are your only family in this world. Blood relatives. How can you say such rebellious words? I think you need a beating, if I don't deal with you today. As she said this, Wang Shi couldn't help but take off her shoes, preparing to hit her with them. Idiot. Zhang Yundi muttered under her breath and turned to leave. Xiaoya stood by with her mouth slightly agape. She was cursing. It was the first time she heard Zhang Yundi swear. Today was quite an eye-opener. City Lord, I leave this to you, Xiaoya said, then followed Zhang Yundi out. As for the City Lord, he stood in front of Wang Shi, preventing her from moving around. Have you had enough of the commotion? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Don't come back to Ruse City. Wang Shi glanced at the City Lord, then at the distant Zhang Yundi, and collapsed onto the ground, wailing, I'm so miserable, sigh, I've been bullied. The City Lord frowned slightly, considering whether to call someone over. City Lord, your methods are a bit too gentle, aren't they? Zhang Feng's figure appeared beside the City Lord. The City Lord was delighted. When did you arrive? Jang Fong smiled. He had been there for a while, just concealing his presence, wanting Zhang Yundi to resolve the matter herself. Now that the situation was basically resolved, it was time for him to step in. The City Lord was also troubled. You say my methods are gentle? They are just ordinary people. How can I, as a City Lord, bully them? If they were martial artists, I would have acted long ago. Jang Fong understood and decided to take care of the rest. He then walked around the City Lord and approached Wang Shi, Meng Huiwan, and Wang Dating. Hello, I believe you all know me. My name is Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong grinned. Wang Shi's pupils contracted. He had come. The savior of the human race had arrived. Zhang Fong, Zhang Yundi's brother. Seeing Zhang Feng smile, Meng Huijuan's thoughts stirred. She felt Zhang Fong was easy to talk to. It seemed that although Zhang Yundi didn't want to acknowledge her, Zhang Fong did want to acknowledge her. That made sense. After all, no matter what, she was Zhang Yundi's biological mother. If Zhang Fong could recognize her, then there would be no problem, as the main reason for reconciling with Zhang Yundi was to climb up to Zhang Feng's high branch. As long as she could climb up, what did it matter about Zhang Yundi? No one cared. Meng Huiwan nodded and looked at Zhang Fong. I am Yao, Zhang Yundi's biological mother. Do you have something to say? Zhang Fong clenched his fist. Of course, I made a special appearance just to tell you that disgusting others comes with a price. What? Meng Huiwan was startled. Zhang Feng's words seemed to indicate that he was not here with good intentions. What did he want to do? Put. Before Meng Huiwan could think further, Zhang Fong raised his hand and sent her away directly. Ah! Wang Shi screamed in terror. Murder, murder. Is there no law anymore? In broad daylight, how dare you kill? City Lord, don't just stand there, come and arrest him. Zhang Fong coldly glanced at Wang Shi. Law? In this world of martial artists, I am the law. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Shi's head flew up as well. I see you've forgotten. Zhang Fong raised his hand and grabbed Wang Dating from midair. You're a high school student, right? Come tell me, what is the history of the Martial Artists Society? Wang Dating's face turned pale with fear, momentarily forgetting to think. 3 seconds, if you don't speak, I'll send you to the afterlife. Zhang Fong threw Wang Dating to the ground and gathered an energy ball with one hand. 3. Before he could finish the word, Wang Dating immediately spoke up. History. I've studied history. I'll say that when martial arts first emerged on Blue Star, martial artists were above the law, and no one dared to provoke them, not even the rulers of nations. That era was called the
turbulent period, and there were many evil cultivators who refined ordinary people to enhance themselves.
Until the Great Federation appeared, suppressing the entire Blue Star with powerful force. From then on, the law gradually improved, and evil cultivators completely disappeared.
Thus, the martial artist society entered
a harmonious era.
But even in the harmonious era, all powerful martial artists still had the right to be above the law.
As long as they didn't engage in mass killings or wipe out an entire planet's population, then
they wouldn't be considered in violation of the law.
This is the true world of martial artists, an absolute survival of the fittest. The strong hold all the power. Zhang Feng's lips curled slightly. Yes, that's right, isn't that common knowledge? Then let me ask you, do you know what the report will be later? Wang Dating was taken aback. What report? Savior Jang Fong, dealing with the three harms. Zhang Fong turned and left the lounge, followed by a loud explosion. Wang Dating followed his parents' footsteps and left this world. City Lord, I leave the cleanup to you. The City Lord slightly bowed. At your service. Perhaps the three of them did not deserve death, but in the world of martial artists, provoking a high-level martial artist only leads to one outcome, death. There's no reasoning. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is right. A day later, Zhou Chen arrived near the ancient underworld star aboard his spaceship. It's quite far from the Great Federation to here, Zhou Chen remarked. If it weren't for the excellent performance of his spaceship, it would have taken over a month to reach this place. Wait, the spiritual energy of ancient underworld star seems off, doesn't it? Even though the spaceship was only approaching ancient underworld star and hadn't landed yet, as a martial emperor level expert, Zhou Chen sensed that the spiritual energy of ancient underworld star was unusual. It was too dense. According to the data, ancient underworld star was just an ordinary planet. Such a planet shouldn't have such dense spiritual energy. It seems that ancient underworld star has indeed undergone some changes. I'll take a closer look. Zhou Chen piloted the spaceship and landed directly on ancient underworld star. At that moment, Karoti felt something. Beiju Tower, there's a powerful aura. He has come to ancient underworld star. Beiju Tower nodded. I sensed it too. It's someone from the universe. Lord Jiang Fong said that if someone from the universe appears, we must be cautious. If any accidents occur, remember to call Lord Jiang Fong. Caro thought for a moment and said, don't rush. We can't trouble Lord Jiang Fong with everything. I'll lead the team to probe a bit and see what this alien means. Beijuta took a deep breath. Alright, I'll go with you. Caro looked at Beijuta in confusion. Are you looking for death? That person's aura is at the martial emperor level. I can transform into Super Saiyan Red, so I'm not afraid of him. What about you? You can't even transform into Super Saiyan Red, so what are you going for? Beijuta widened his eyes and glared angrily at Caro. Caro waved his hand. Enough, you shouldn't get involved. It's too dangerous. After saying that, Caro led his subordinates 50 Scions and directly left the Bei Ju tribe. Beijuta angrily punched the ground. Damn it. Damn it. That bastard Caro actually looks down on me. I must transform into Super Saiyan 2. Before you, let you see my abilities. Ah. Beijuta felt like he was going to go crazy with anger and directly entered the gravity chamber to begin intense training. Caro led 50 Scions, and these 50 were not simple. They were all capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Red. Although they were relatively weak in their normal state, only at the first or second stage of martial artists, 50 Super Saiyan gods transforming together could reach the martial king level. Zhou Chen flew in the air and suddenly sensed that 51 energy signatures were rapidly approaching him from a distance. Flying? Among these 51 energies, one is at the 9th stage of martial artists, and the other 50 are all at the 1st and 2nd stages, like beginners in martial arts. Wait, that's not right. You need to be at least at the 5th stage of martial artists to fly. What's their situation? All 51 are flying? Wait, there's something even more wrong. I concealed my energy. How did they detect me? Zhou Chen was confused. The other party was heading straight for him, clearly having discovered him. How could this be? As a dignified martial emperor level expert, how could his concealed energy be detected by mere martial artists? Before Zhou Chen could think further, Caro had already flown in front of him. Who are you? Why did you intrude on ancient underworld star? Land immediately. Ahead is the Beiju tribe. Flying is prohibited for martial artists. Upon seeing Caro, Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. Everyone was dressed in animal skins, shouting about tribes. Were they all natives? But the question was, who spread the cultivation methods? I don't understand, but Zhou Chen clenched his fist with one hand, his aura completely erupting. Martial Emperor, 7th stage. This was the strongest Martial Emperor level expert, Zhou Chen. In the Martial Emperor realm, there are significant gaps between each small realm. Zhou Chen's most monstrous trait lay here. Clearly only at the 7th stage of Martial Emperor, logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to defeat an 8th stage Martial Emperor, yet he challenged and defeated a 9th stage Martial Emperor. Not just one stage, but 2 stages. And he defeated the 9th stage expert with overwhelming force. Such an existence is a true monstrous genius.
And the more of a genius he is, the heavier his pride and self-esteem become. Just you few? You dare to make me land? What are you even? Jiu Chen was furious. He was a martial artist sent by the Great Federation, and in terms of status and identity he far surpassed these natives. How dare they shout at him? Flying prohibited? What if I don't land? Karo looked at Jiu Chen, took a deep breath, then, I must offend you. Knowing the strength of his opponent, Karo didn't dare to be careless and directly transformed into Super Saiyan Red. Yeah! Behind Karo, all 50 Scions also transformed into Super Saiyan Red. If you won't surrender, then I'll make you submit. Jiu Chen looked at these 51 people in disbelief. After their hair turned red, he could no longer sense any energy from them. This was simply reversing the heavens. A group of martial artists could sense their own energy. But why can't I sense their energy? I don't understand, but since you dare to provoke me, you will pay the price. Jiu Chen summoned his weapon with one hand, a long staff. You want me to submit? Perfect, I have the same intention. I'll make you all submit first. Whoosh! Jiu Chen charged directly at Karoti, striking down with his staff, hitting Karoti squarely and sending him flying. Not good. Jiu Chen suddenly felt a pang of regret. That last strike, I used 10% of my strength. Even a typical first-tier martial emperor would be dead from that blow. This 9th-tier warrior is surely doomed. Sigh. Why am I even arguing with these natives? I should just capture them and interrogate them. I'm getting too carried away. As Jiu Chen lamented, he suddenly noticed Karoti flying back towards him. This is impossible. A 9th-tier warrior, after taking one of his strikes, was coming back as if nothing had happened? Oh dear, your attack is so strong, I'm starting to feel a bit of pain. At this, Karoti looked at his subordinates. You are no match for him, use your abilities from a distance to disrupt him. Those without long-range abilities, use energy blasts. Jang Fong had placed the awakening stone in the Beiju tribe, so all warriors over 18 in the Beiju tribe had awakened their abilities. Understood, Lord Karoti. 50 Super Scions all sprang into action, those with abilities used them, and those with energy blasts used their blasts. Among the 50 abilities, some were particularly troublesome. Ability: Energy Recovery. Prohibition: Lock onto the target, preventing them from recovering their energy. Ability: Storage Space Lock. Lock onto the target, preventing them from using their storage bags, storage rings, etc. Why can't I recover my energy? Jiu Chen keenly sensed it was due to an ability. Abilities? They have all awakened. Abilities? Where did these natives get the awakening stones? Could it be that Jang Fong, the master of the ancient underworld star, brought them? So, they are all Jiang Feng's subordinates? What a joke. The data shows Jang Fong is just a warrior. How could he command so many experts? And the corners of Jiu Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. My fighting spirit is rising too. You little brats, if you want to fight me, then let me see what you can do. Faced with the suppression of various abilities in Karoti, a powerhouse at the martial emperor level, Jiu Chen was also getting excited. No matter who he served, no matter his background, let's have a fight first. Even if I can't recover my energy, defeating you will be enough. Jiu Chen hurled his long staff towards Karoti with one hand. The speed of this weapon is incredible. Karoti was just about to defend. The next moment, the staff in front of him vanished, and immediately after, Jiu Chen, holding the staff, appeared behind Karoti. Bang! One strike hit Karoti, knocking him to the ground, and due to the heavy blow, Karoti was sent back to his normal state, unconscious. Oh, after the red hair disappeared, I can sense the energy? Jiu Chen twirled his weapon. This guy's hard power is probably around the first or second tier of martial emperor. If I take it a bit seriously, he won't last. The other Scions grew anxious, with a few flying towards Karoti. Lord Karoti, are you okay? We have healing abilities and can help you a bit. Jiu Chen did not pursue the attack but merely stood there watching their movements. I'm quite curious, a 9th-tier warrior can unleash the power of a martial emperor. What a tremendous increase. What kind of cost must be paid for this? It is well known that in the path of martial arts, the more powerful the technique, the greater the cost. For example, the legendary forbidden technique that burns life, sacrificing a large portion of one's life to enhance oneself by hundreds of times. Every time he transforms, he must pay a tremendous price. Jiu Chen looked at Karoti. So, can this kid transform into red hair again? It shouldn't be possible, right? At this moment, with the help of healing abilities, Karoti slowly awakened. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiu Chen standing in the distance. The enemy is still here. Everyone, be on guard. Karoti instantly transformed into Super Red. This person is very strong, I'm not his match. I can only merge with Beiju Tower. Karoti remembered Jiang Feng's advice that if he encountered an insurmountable enemy, he should either merge or call for himself. At this moment, he didn't want to trouble Jang Fong, so he decided to merge. Everyone together. Maintain the blockade of abilities while looking for an opportunity. Once there's a chance, we'll fly back. Return to the Beiju tribe. Karoti ordered, planning
to return to the Beiju tribe.
They were all Super Saiyan gods, with the weakest having the strength of a martial king at the 8th level, and their flying speed
was extremely fast. With 50 people acting together, they could return to the Beiju tribe in just a few seconds. What? Transformed again? Zhou Chen found it hard to believe.
After Karoti stood up, he directly transformed into red hair.
Could it be that this transformation had no cost? This guy could transform whenever he wanted? No, it's impossible. To fight beyond one's level, one must pay a huge price.
How could this guy jump from martial artist to martial emperor without
paying a price? That's absolutely impossible.
At this moment, Zhou Chen felt a bit dazed.
Now's the time. Karoti naturally seized this opportunity and gave the order. Retreat. Whoosh.
In an instant, all 51 people acted together and flew away in the blink of an eye.
They flew away? Zhou Chen came back to his senses
and looked at Karoti and the others who had flown off.
Although he couldn't sense their energy, he could see faint silhouettes.
I heard them say they seemed to
be returning to the tribe? Is it the main base?
Well, I'll go take a look and see what good things are at this main base.
Zhou Chen followed them while sending a message to the Great Federation.
Interesting, I've discovered something intriguing that could potentially overturn the entire Great Federation.
So interesting.
I'll go take a look first and explain it to you later. This message sent back to the Great Federation made all the high-ranking officials anxious.
What does it mean? To potentially overturn the Great Federation?
What the hell, Zhou Chen? What have you discovered?
Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us guessing. Damn it.
At this moment, everyone in the Great Federation was anxious, wishing they could fly directly to ancient underworld star to clarify things.
Damn it, Zhou Chen, I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied. I'm so anxious. Watch your wording, it's Lord Zhou Chen.
I know you're anxious, but we mustn't forget our respect.
No need to rush.
Since Lord Zhou Chen has said so, when he has time, he will explain it to us.
We shouldn't ask too much, otherwise Lord Zhou Chen will be unhappy. Yeah, right. Let's not pry into this matter.
Once Lord Zhou Chen resolves it, he will naturally tell us.
Alright then, let's wait.
I hope Lord Zhou Chen replies soon. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the Great Federation stopped fretting and instead waited with peace of mind.
Zhou Chen
followed the flying figures of Karoti and the others, getting closer to the Beiju tribe.
Oh,
the more we fly, the denser the spiritual energy around us becomes.
Could it be? Zhou Chen had a bold guess that the rich spiritual power of ancient underworld star was all due to the Beiju tribe?
It seems that all the secrets lie within the Beiju tribe.
I want to see what's here.
Zhou Chen accelerated and flew towards the Beiju tribe, only 5 seconds away from arriving.
At this moment, Karoti and the others landed, and Beiju Tower walked over directly. What's the situation now? What happened to that alien? In the second, Carrot looked at Beijuta and without saying a word, directly took out the fusion earrings. Beijuta, I can't stop the alien, there's nothing I can do now. Either we fuse, or you call Lord Jang Fong, it's up to you.
Fusion, we need a strong warrior in their normal state.
Currently, the strongest in the entire tribe is Beijuta.
Therefore, if Carrot wants to fuse, he can only look for Beijuta.
Beijuta's eyes widened. Fusion? Me? Fuse with you? In the third second, Beijuta had a look of
disdain. He was 100 times unwilling to fuse with someone like Carrot. But then he thought, if we don't fuse, it will be troublesome for Jang Fong.
The first encounter with aliens for the ancient underworld star, and we are defeated, then we have to trouble Lord Jang Fong. What a disgrace. Beijuta clenched his fists. No, this alien must be defeated by me. In the fourth second, Beijuta no longer hesitated and used the earrings to fuse. At the same time, a figure appeared. In the sky, it was Zhou Chen. So this is the Beiju tribe? Quite impressive. Zhou Chen felt a bit dazzled. The spiritual energy in this tribe was so dense it was frightening.
The last time he encountered such dense spiritual energy was at the Martial Saint's place. No, to be precise, the Martial Saint's secluded place isn't
as rich in spiritual energy as this. What on earth is going on?
While Zhou Chen was in shock, a figure descended from the sky, crossing his arms and blocking Zhou Chen's path.
Hey!
This person called out to Zhou Chen, and strangely, it was clearly one person speaking, but the voice sounded like two people.
Yes, that's right, it was an echo. This person spoke with an echo. Who are you?
Zhou Chen sensed the other's cultivation level, and it had actually reached the first stage
of Martial King. Me? The person pondered for a moment and said, since it's the fusion of Carrot and Beijuta, let's call it Beijut. Zhou Chen squinted his eyes. Fusion? What kind of new trick is this? But indeed, when this person spoke, there was Carrot's voice and another man's voice. Presumably, that would be Beijuta. Ha, fusion, ha?
Zhou Chen positioned his staff in front of him.
What? You all want to fight me? Beijut looked sideways. Wrong. It's not about fighting you, but defeating you. Watch closely. Ah. With a roar, Beijut successfully transformed, Super Saiyan Red. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Defeat me? Just you? Then come and try.
Jiuchen swung his staff at Beijut, who did not dodge or evade, allowing the weapon to strike his head.
Bang! A huge collision. Sound echoed. Your attack doesn't seem that impressive. Beijut shrugged. I'm standing here for you to hit, and you can't even hurt me? I'm so disappointed. Now, let me try my attack.
Beijut raised his right hand and threw a punch through the air, the punch's wind instantly tearing through Jiuchen's skin.
I am injured? Jiuchen touched the wounded area, blood flowing. Very good, very good. You've successfully angered me. Jiuchen suddenly retreated, creating distance from Beijut. Divine power. Overturning palm.
This was one of the reasons Jiuchen could dominate in the martial emperor realm, divine power.
As the divine
power was activated, dense incantations appeared on Jiuchen's right hand, terrifying energy swirling around it.
Come.
If you have the ability, take my palm.
Jiuchen directly slapped at Beijut. Whoosh!
At that moment, Beijut raised his right hand and released a lightsaber from his hand.
The lightsaber instantly pierced through Jiuchen's overturning palm. Impossible. Jiuchen couldn't believe it.
He had used various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cultivate
the overturning palm, and now it was pierced by a single sword?
This wasn't even a magical sword, just a sword formed from pure energy.
Too weak. Beijut flashed
and rushed in front of Jiuchen.
Just wait for Lord Zhangfeng's orders. Bang! In an instant, Beijut delivered a knee strike right to Jiuchen's abdomen. Ah, poof! Jiuchen spat out a mouthful of bile, clutching his abdomen, and fainted.
Before losing consciousness, Jiuchen had only one thought: I haven't even
used my treasure yet.
If you have the ability, lift the power suppression. I'll take out my storage ring's treasure and won't let you off.
Jiuchen truly hadn't considered that there was a master hidden in the Beiju tribe.
If he had known, he would have been more cautious.
What a blunder, this is a huge embarrassment. After Jiuchen completely fainted, Beijut carried him back to the tribe. Hey you! Beijut called over a Scion. I remember your ability is of the confinement type, right? As long as the opponent doesn't resist, you can directly seal all their energy? The Scion replied, yes, as long as they don't resist for 10 seconds. I can seal them. Beijut threw Jiuchen in front of him. Alright, seal him. He's unconscious, so he definitely won't resist. Let him lose all his energy. After a series of operations by the Scion, Jiuchen's energy was sealed. Next, Beijut placed his hands on his hips. We just wait for Lord Jang Fong to return and give him a surprise. The first alien to invade our Scion race has been easily captured by me. Ha ha ha. After merging for an hour, the two successfully separated, turning back into Carrot and Beijuta. I will never merge with you again. Beijuta shouted angrily. Sukai returned to Blue Star and went to meet the ruler of Yun country. Not for any other reason but to see what the ruler of Yun country said about the ability capsule. What on earth is this thing? By the way, Sukai also wanted to find out if anything major had happened during his absence from Blue Star. What? The ferocious beasts are all dead? The Z organization hasn't appeared for a long time, suspected to be destroyed. Sukai doubted his hearing. How long had he been gone? How could Blue Star have changed so much? Damn, is this still my Blue Star? What on earth is going on? Ruler of Yun country, you must explain this to me clearly. After a thorough explanation from the ruler, Sukai finally understood that a monstrous genius had emerged on Blue Star. Jang Fong. SSS level ability, Golden Warrior, increases normal state by 50 times. Is this still human? Sukai swallowed hard. That's 50 times. If I had a 50-fold increase, that damned Lu Ruyan wouldn't dare to insult me. Bastard. With such a big event happening, why didn't you tell me sooner? Sukai slammed his thigh. Jang Fong has been cultivating for over a month and reached the Martial Master realm. This kind of monstrous genius could definitely join the Great Federation. There, he could get better resources. Alas! Ruler, you are wasting Zhang Feng's talent. The ruler of Yun country was shocked. Ah, is that so? I'm sorry, I didn't know. I know very little about things in the universe. Please, forgive me. Sukai waved his hand. Ah, forget it. It's not your fault. It makes sense. Apart from me, no one else on Blue Star has ever left. How could they know about the Great Federation? Forget it. I'll go meet Jang Fong in person and have a chat with him. Sukai stood up, preparing to head to Ru City. By the way, Jang Fong helped me destroy the Z organization. How should I thank him? Although no one had seen Jang Fong destroy the Z organization, it was obvious that he was the one who did it. Because apart from him, no one else on Blue Star could accomplish that. My most precious treasure is the Source Spirit Stone, which I gave to the ferocious Beast Clan. Now that they have been wiped out, the Source Spirit Stone should have fallen into Jiang Feng's hands. Ah, I have no treasures. To present. Am I really going to meet him empty-handed? Sigh, never mind, empty-handed it is. I truly have no treasures. There's nothing I can do. I'm poor. Sukai flew into the air, just about to head to Ru City, when he suddenly noticed someone floating ahead. It was Jang Fong. Upon sensing Sukai's aura, Jang Fong knew that Sukai had returned to Blue Star and decided to meet this master of Blue Star. You are Jang Fong? Sukai blinked upon seeing Jang Fong. The
national leader had given him a photo, so he naturally recognized him.
Jang Fong nodded in response. I am. Su Kai praised. Impressive. It's truly a blessing. That blue star can nurture a genius like you.
Jang Fong smiled slightly. I happen to have a question, please enlighten me.
This fierce beast, was it your intention?
After dealing with most of the fierce beasts, Jang Fong had also wandered around the territory of the fierce beasts and discovered many issues.
These fierce beasts seemed to be artificially cultivated. Thus, the first person Jang Fong thought of was Su Kai. Sigh. Su Kai sighed helplessly. I know the fierce beasts have killed many people, but don't blame me, I was just stacking some armor.
Really, don't blame me, I had no choice.
The fierce beasts were indeed cultivated
by me, and the goal is quite simple, to train the human race on Blue Star.
In a stable environment, our Blue Star will never produce strong individuals. Only like this.
Only through battle, only through countless trials can we produce strong individuals.
And one more thing, looking across the entire universe, almost all planet owners adopt this cultivation method. Facts have long proven that on planets without enemies, the human race is very prone to dying from internal strife.
On the contrary, having an enemy allows the human race to unite and become stronger.
For the strength of Blue Star and the continuous continuation of the human race on Blue Star, I created the Fierce Beast Clan. Jang Fong replied, don't be agitated, I'm not blaming you, I'm just purely curious. Hearing this,
Su Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Jang Fong was coming to hold him accountable, as if some of his relatives had died at the hands of the fierce beasts.
Then questioning him, why did you create fierce beasts that harmed my relatives? Such things often happen on other planets.
Fortunately, Jang Fong was not like that. In fact, creating the Fierce Beast Clan was also due to some of my selfish motives. Su Kai shifted the topic and explained. The Great Federation places
great importance on talents from all walks of life.
Among them, there is a type of talent called a guide. A guide refers to cultivating the people of a planet, allowing their average strength to reach a certain requirement. For example, achieving an average strength of martial master level.
If you can do this, it means you are an outstanding guide.
Suitable for cultivating talents, the Great Federation will reward you with many things. I once saw a very talented guide. His own cultivation was only at the first level of martial master, but the average strength of the planet under his command was at the martial king level. Such a talented guide is treated as a guest of honor by the Great Federation, holding a very high status, even surpassing those at the martial emperor level. So, I created the Fierce Beast Clan to raise the overall level of Blue Star. Only with pressure can there be progress.
As long as Blue Star improves enough, I will be an outstanding guide, and my status will soar. Ha ha.
Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. Cultivating the people on a planet to become stronger, if done well, would
actually attract the attention of the Great Federation, even surpassing the martial emperor in status?
The Great Federation truly seeks all kinds of talents.
Su Kai suddenly thought of something. By the way, you are also a planet owner, right? How is the average strength of the people on your planet? Jang Fong smiled. Slightly, it's okay.
Su Kai nodded and didn't think much of it. After all, Jang Fong had only obtained Ancient Underworld Star for a month, and no matter how he cultivated,
the overall strength of Ancient Underworld Star wouldn't be too strong. Even the most outstanding guides take years to cultivate a planet. A month, and nothing can be seen.
However, Su was unaware that in just a month, the Ancient Underworld Star had undergone tremendous changes. In fact, your talent in martial
arts is quite high. Even if you don't become a guide, it doesn't matter. Su chuckled self-deprecatingly.
I wanted to become a guide precisely because my martial
arts talent wasn't enough to see if I had any aptitude in that area. Alas, there's no choice. To survive in the universe, one must find ways to elevate their status. Getting off track, you haven't reported to the Federation since reaching the Martial Master realm, have you? Su took out his communicator. I can report it for you, don't worry. With your cultivation speed, you will definitely attract the Federation's attention. They might even provide you with many resources. The Federation never shortchanges geniuses.
Jang Fong thought for a moment and didn't stop Su. Alright, help me contact the Federation.
Jang Fong also wanted to join the Federation to see the scenery of the universe. Blue Star was indeed too small. There wasn't even a worthy opponent. Such a life was too dull. Scions were meant to fight.
Thus, Su sent the basic information to the Federation.
We have recently discovered a genius on Blue Star who awakened his abilities. At 18, directly amplifying his normal state by 50 times.
At the same time, in 2 months, he progressed from the first level of martial artist to the
Martial Master realm. His cultivation talent is exceptional, specially reported to the Federation, recommending him to be assessed as an SSS-level genius. After receiving the news, all the high-ranking officials of the Federation were thrown into chaos.
2 months from the first level of martial artist to the Martial Master
realm? Are you serious? Did Su make a typo? Quick, ask Su. Was the information input wrong? Is it really the Martial Master realm? Did it really only take 2 months?
After multiple inquiries, high-ranking officials of the Federation finally confirmed that this was true. Jang Fong was indeed such a genius. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. This guy is definitely the most talented cultivator our human race has seen in billions of years. Hurry and summon him to the Federation. Let him receive the best resources for cultivation. Such a genius, every day spent on Blue Star is a waste of his potential. Exactly, in that barren place. Like Blue Star, there are no resources at all. Every day spent there is wasting Jiang Feng's time. Adjust his return to the Federation immediately. By the way, ask Su what Jiang Feng's current cultivation level is. Is it the first level of Martial Master or the 9th level? Both are Martial Master realms, but the implications behind them are vastly different. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking officials of the Federation couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? Jang Fong went from the first level of martial artist to the Martial Master realm in 2 months. He must be at the lowest level of Martial Master. If he really reached the 9th level, wouldn't that make him a monster among monsters? Such a genius. Impossible. Oh, that makes sense, but what if? Just ask. It won't hurt to have Su check. It won't affect anything. Alright, I'll have Su ask what Jiang Feng's current realm is. On Blue Star, Su received a message from the Federation, asking for clarification on Jiang Feng's specific cultivation level. He needed an accurate number. Jiang Feng. Su scratched his head and looked at Jiang Feng. What level is your cultivation in the Martial Master realm? First level or second level? Su also felt that Jiang Feng had just broken through to the Martial Master realm, so his level shouldn't be too high. Just as Jiang Feng was about to answer, suddenly, a surge of powerful energy appeared within him. Oh, it seems many Scions have broken through together, and it directly brought me along. Great, I've also reached the first level of Martial King. Jiang Feng looked at Su and said, my cultivation level, as of now, is the first level of Martial King. Su nodded. Oh, got it, first level of Martial Master. I'll report it right away. Jiang Feng looked at Su Kai in confusion. Did you not hear me clearly just now? I said it was Martial King level 1. Su Kai. Ha? Su Kai was taken aback for a moment, then realized it wasn't Martial Master level 1 but Martial King level 1. It was the level that could only be reached after breaking through from Martial Master level 9. Damn! Su Kai couldn't help but curse, then widened his eyes to look at Jiang Feng. You're not joking, are you? You're not messing with me? Are you serious? Jiang Feng spread his hands, showcasing his cultivation level, Martial King level 1. A powerful pressure radiated out, making it hard for Su Kai to even stand. Su Kai waved his hands repeatedly. That's enough, enough. Quickly retract your pressure, I can hardly breathe. Jiang Feng withdrew his pressure, and Su Kai gasped for air. Facing the pressure of Martial King level 1 was still too overwhelming for him. Heaven is unfair. Heaven is really unfair. Su Kai pounded his chest and stomped his feet. I, Su Kai, have been cultivating hard since childhood, practicing for over 100 years, and I've only reached Martial Master level 2. Over 100 years. Jiang Feng, you make people so envious. Let me tell you, when you go to the Galactic Federation, you really need to keep a low profile. If others find out about your cultivation speed, they'll definitely be green with envy. I can't take it anymore. I can't say anymore. I'm really going to be green with envy. How on earth did you do it? In just over 2 months, you reached Martial King level 1? Jiang Feng pondered. Thanks to the Source Spirit Stone, after I absorbed the Source Spirit Stone, my cultivation skyrocketed. Su Kai didn't believe it. Could absorbing a single Source Spirit Stone lead to such a huge improvement? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Feng shrugged. Maybe it's because everyone's physique is different. I have an easy absorption physique. Su Kai. Easy absorption physique? Is there such a thing? If the Lord of Ru City were here, he would definitely give a thumbs up. I can testify. Jiang Feng indeed has an easy absorption physique. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Su Kai was too lazy to ponder further and directly contacted the Galactic Federation. I've reported your cultivation level. Just wait. The Galactic Federation will definitely send someone to pick you up, and then you'll be on your way to greatness. Jiang Feng, since we're both from Blue Star, when you become successful, could you take care of Blue Star a little? At this point, Su Kai also felt a bit embarrassed. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Jiang Feng smiled. Of course I can. During his growth, the Blue Star officials had also provided him with many resources. Now, when he became stronger, taking care of Blue Star would naturally be no problem. That's good, that's good. Su Kai showed a look of gratitude. I don't have any gifts to give you right now, but I know a place where there are many treasures. My Source Spirit Stone was also obtained there. That place is really nice. I recommend you go take a look when you have time. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you the coordinates. Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. A place that hid many treasures? If he had time, he would go take a look. In the Galactic Federation, all the high-ranking officials gathered together, waiting for news from Su Kai. What exactly is Jiang Feng's cultivation level? What martial master level is he? Suddenly, Sukai's message arrived. Jang Feng's cultivation level is Martial King level 1.
After seeing
this text, everyone in the conference room fell silent.
Martial King level 1? Martial King? Martial King realm? In 2 months?
They recognized each of these words individually, but when put together, it was a bit hard to comprehend.
A prodigy among prodigies. Wow, that's too exaggerated. What do you say? We should directly call for a martial saint?
A talent like Jang Fong deserves personal guidance from a martial saint.
Right,
having a martial saint guide Jang Fong would be even more beneficial for his growth. When it comes to teaching disciples, it has to be a martial saint stepping in.
Ah, martial saint, then let's contact the sky-piercing martial saint.
The power structure in the universe is like this. First, there are the 4 major cosmic domains, each governed by a powerful martial
emperor of the 9th rank.
Below them are the governors, who are generally martial saints of the 9th rank. The area of a single domain is vast, and to facilitate management, there is a great federation.
Each governor commands several great federation headquarters.
Each great federation headquarters controls tens of
thousands of star systems.
However, having a single great federation headquarters manage tens of thousands of star systems is quite difficult, so there are also great
federation branches.
These branches typically only oversee 30 star systems. The great federation that controls the Milky Way is the 9527 branch.
Generally
speaking, the rulers of great federation branches are martial venerates of the 9th rank. But because the 30 star systems under 9527 are relatively weak and lack strong individuals, the ruler is only at the martial emperor's 9th rank.
But
no matter how weak the 9527 branches, it is still part of the great
federation. Each great federation can contact a martial saint.
The sky-piercing martial saint is the martial saint that the 9527 branch can reach out to.
Reporting to the sky-piercing martial saint.
We have discovered a monstrous genius who has reached the 1st rank of Martial King after just 2 months of cultivation.
His talent is extraordinary. What is your opinion on this? After sending the message, everyone waited for the martial saint's reply. About 23 minutes later, the sky-piercing martial saint sent a message.
Wow, this time the martial saint's response was much quicker, someone exclaimed. It seems that the martial
saint is quite happy to see a genius?
Indeed, it was much faster. Usually, when contacting the martial saint, we have to wait for several hours for a reply.
Alright, let's see what the martial saint said. Everyone opened the message and saw it read, 2 months to reach the 1st rank of Martial King? Indeed, his talent is extraordinary,
but it's still just the Martial King realm. Contact me again when he reaches the Martial Emperor realm.
After reading the content, everyone exchanged glances.
After a while, someone spoke first. The martial saint's standards are still high.
The Martial King realm doesn't even catch his eye. Sigh. That's normal. I understand the martial saint. Looking at the history of humanity, there have been too many outstanding geniuses. But how many can reach the martial emperor?
The martial emperor realm is the watershed of martial arts. If Jang Fong cannot reach the martial emperor realm, then no matter how fast he cultivates,
it will be meaningless.
The martial saint probably means that if he expends a lot of resources to nurture Jang Fong, but he can't even reach the martial
emperor realm, wouldn't that be a waste of effort?
Alright, since the martial saint doesn't want to waste time nurturing him, we'll do it.
Anyway, I believe Jang Feng's talent is unparalleled throughout history.
No problem, we'll nurture him for the martial saint. Once Jang Fong reaches the martial emperor realm, we'll send him to the martial saint.
Let's do it that way.
Just as everyone was about to take action, the sky-piercing martial saint sent another message.
How is that child Jiuchen doing?
Compared to the genius of the martial king realm, I have more faith in Jiuchen. It was the sky-piercing martial saint who had originally bestowed a treasure upon Jiuchen. In the eyes of the sky-piercing martial saint, Jiuchen was the only one in the entire 9527 branch worth looking at. Everyone immediately replied, reporting to the martial saint, Jiuchen's cultivation is going well.
He is currently taking a break. After sending the message,
everyone waited a little longer, but since the martial saint did not reply, they finally closed the light screen.
It seems the martial saint won't be sending any more messages.
Yes, generally speaking, when the martial saint messages us, it's usually just one message.
He might send a few more when it comes to Jiuchen. Jiuchen is indeed the most talented one.
By the way,
didn't Jiuchen go to the ancient underworld star? The ancient underworld star is Zhang Feng's territory.
Let's send a message to have Jiuchen bring Zhang Fong to the Great Federation. Sure, with the performance of our spaceship, it will take at least 2 days to reach
ancient underworld star. Why not let Jiuchen bring Zhang Fong back instead?
Alright, I'll message Jiuchen right away.
Thus, someone sent a message to Jiuchen, asking him to bring Zhang Fong back.
Damn it, the person muttered under his breath.
The last time I messaged Jiuchen, he still didn't reply. What's this guy up to? Does he not check his communicator at all? Didn't Jiuchen say he was busy?
Just wait patiently, once he's done and sees the communicator, he'll
reply to you. So frustrating. Fine, I'll wait for Jiuchen to respond.
Everyone was unaware that it wasn't that Zhou Chen didn't want to reply, but rather that he couldn't. At that moment, he was imprisoned, all his energy sealed, unable to activate the communicator, let alone send a message. Sigh. Zhou Chen lay in a wooden cabin, staring blankly at the wooden planks above him. When I return to the United Federation, I must tell the researchers that this communicator can't be activated without energy. If one gets imprisoned and the warrior has no energy, they can't even send a distress signal. It's really a design flaw. Zhou Chen felt a bit dazed. Could he really go back? They wouldn't kill him, would they? It shouldn't come to that. Never mind, I don't want to think about it. Zhou Chen sighed, reflecting on how he had traversed the universe for so many years, only to stumble here. I was also at fault. In the future, I should keep the treasures on my back and in special situations activate them directly. Keeping them in the storage ring is indeed inconvenient. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Su Kai explained to Jang Fong, the people from the United Federation said they dispatched Martial Emperor Zhou Chen to bring you to the United Federation. However, they mentioned that Zhou Chen is wandering in the universe and doesn't know when he will come to Blue Star, so just wait patiently, he will definitely come to Blue Star. Oh, and there's one more thing, you should inform your friends and family about going to the United Federation. You will be going to the United Federation for various research training, which may take several years, and during this time, you won't be able to return to Blue Star. Jang Fong nodded, understanding. Although he could teleport and return to Blue Star whenever he wanted, it was still good to inform them. Not to mention, on Ancient Underworld Star, without his constant watch, if they encountered trouble, they would have to rely on themselves. Alright, I'll head to Ancient Underworld Star now. There's more to deal with. Over there, I need to explain a few things. Jang Fong bid farewell to Su Kai and directly teleported to Ancient Underworld Star. As soon as he arrived at the North Refusal Tribe, Jang Fong squinted his eyes. There's a faint unfamiliar aura, probably as weak as an ordinary person's. Who could it be? Whoosh! As soon as Jang Fong appeared, Beiju Tower and Karoti rushed over. Lord Jang Fong, you finally returned. We have important news to report. An alien invaded our ancient underworld star, but we defeated them. Ha ha ha. Oh, Jang Fong realized that the unfamiliar aura he sensed was likely the captured alien. Not bad. Well done. When encountering an enemy, just capture them. Hearing Jiang Feng's praise, Beiju Tower was very happy and couldn't help but say, Lord Jiang Feng, you don't know, that kid actually has some skills. Karoti led the Super Scion team and couldn't defeat him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, we combined our powers to defeat him. He has some skills, but not much. This time, it was Jiang Feng's turn to be surprised. Karoti transformed into a Super Scion and still couldn't defeat the invader? That seemed unlikely. Karoti was a 9th level warrior, and transforming into a Super Scion made him a Martial Emperor level powerhouse. There were hardly any who could defeat a Martial Emperor in the galaxy. Take me to see. Jang Fong gestured for Beiju Tower to lead the way. Beiju Tower, accompanied by Jang Fong, arrived at the wooden cabin where Zhou Chen was imprisoned. We used our abilities to seal off his energy. He can't resist at all now. Beiju Tower said as he pushed the door open. The wooden door creaked open, and Zhou Chen turned his head, wondering who had come. Jang Fong, of course, also saw Zhou Chen. With the system panel in place, Jang Fong received the information directly. Name, Zhou Chen Jang Fong. So that's it. Zhou Chen, who came to pick me up, was captured by Karoti and the others. What exactly happened in between? Modern clothing? Not animal skins? Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Jang Fong. All these natives were dressed in animal skins, and this person was clearly not one of them. Who was he? Are you their leader? Can you let me go first? I am the Martial Emperor of the Great Federation, Zhou Chen. I really mean no harm. Fearing that Jang Fong would ignore him, Zhou Chen immediately revealed his identity. Jang Fong did not release Zhou Chen but turned to Beiju Tower. Why did you capture him? Beiju Tower explained, he flew into the tribal territory. We ordered him to refrain from flying, but he refused and said we were too arrogant, and then we ended up fighting. And then, he lost. Jang Fong realized that makes sense. If it were him going to a native planet where the natives ordered him to refrain from flying, he would definitely want to fight back. The only difference might be that he would win, while Zhou Chen lost. Hearing Beiju Tower say he lost, Zhou Chen became agitated. What do you mean I lost? Nonsense. I haven't even used my treasures yet. You guys are unfair. Why can you use your abilities to interfere with me? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. I refuse to accept this. Jang Fong waved his hand. Alright, Beiju Tower, let him go. This is a misunderstanding. He doesn't count as an enemy. Beiju Tower scratched his head. So it was a misunderstanding? Fine. Thus, Beiju Tower took Zhou Chen and tossed him into the training ground, then called over the ability users. Hey, hurry up and lift your abilities. As the abilities were lifted, Zhou Chen regained his strength. Damn it, treating me like a little chick, dragging me around. Zhou Chen made an angry expression. I will not forgive you. I will kill you all. Unless you bring that Beiju Te to me.
Let me fight him again. No
matter the outcome, I will forgive you. With that, Zhou Chen immediately took out his treasure from his storage ring and placed it behind him for immediate use.
Jang Fong, pretending to be angry, huh?
If he wants to fight Beijute, he can just say so, no need to beat around the bush.
Jang Fong understood that Zhou Chen
probably felt that although he lost, it was very frustrating and he wanted to redeem himself. Beiju Tower's eyes widened. Lord Jang Fong, look at this kid. He still wants to fight. Should we teach him a lesson? Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. Lord Jang Fong? So this person is the master of the ancient underworld star. Jang Fong? But didn't the intel say Jang Fong was a martial artist? Although Zhou Chen had suspected before that the changes on the ancient underworld star were all due to Jang Fong, it was still just a guess. Now, seeing it with his own eyes was quite shocking. A little guy at the martial artist level could create so much. However, I can't be bothered with all this nonsense. I want to fight Beiju Te again. This time, I won't lose. By the way, why haven't they called Beiju Te out yet? Did I not scare them? Do I have to beg them before they will call out Beiju Te? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen felt even more frustrated. He wanted to fight, but he had to ask his opponent. I'll fight you, Jang Fong said at that moment. Zhou Chen is a powerful martial emperor expert in the Great Federation, and Jang Fong wants to see his own strength to compare how much difference there is between him and this super expert. If I only use 30% of my power, can I defeat Zhou Chen? This is what Jang Fong is thinking at the moment. You? Zhou Chen looks at Jang Fong in confusion. Aren't you a martial artist? You want to fight me? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Beiju Ta couldn't hold back. Nonsense. Lord Jiang Feng's strength is extraordinary. Even when I combine with karate, we can't defeat Lord Jiang Fong. If you dare to underestimate Lord Jiang Fong again, you'll regret it. Zhou Chen blinked. Combine? That must refer to Beiju Te, and if Beiju Te can't win, then if he defeats Jiang Fong, it would mean he has defeated Beiju Te? That's great. Zhou Chen suddenly got excited. Come on, let's fight. Let me see just how strong you really are. Jiang Fong didn't waste words and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Follow me, we'll fight in the air. Zhou Chen staggered. You can transform too? And your transformation feels so powerful, much stronger than Beiju Ta and the others. They can all transform. There must be a big secret behind this. But it doesn't matter, I'll enjoy the fight first. Zhou Chen looked at Jiang Fong in the air. Alright, I'll fight you in the air. Zhou Chen knew very well that there were many buildings in this tribe, and if they fought on the ground, the aftermath of their battle would destroy everything. That wouldn't be good. It's better to fight in the air. So, both sides flew into the air and confronted each other. Beiju Ta called karate. Quick, look. Lord Jiang Fong is about to make a move facing off against that guy from before. Oh, karate immediately ran over. This is Super Saiyan 4? Beiju Ta said proudly. That's right. This is the Super Saiyan 4 that Lord Jiang Fong will teach me in the future. How about it? Isn't it cool? Karate, aren't you envious? Karate nodded. Yeah, I'm so envious of you. I only have one Super Red now and I'm already tired of it. Beiju Ta. That hurts, I don't even have a Super Red now. Beiju Ta didn't want to talk to Karate anymore and just looked up at the sky, anticipating the battle between Jiang Fong and Zhou Chen. In the last battle, I didn't even use my magical treasures. Zhou Chen clenched his fists. This time, it will be different. I'll activate it. Go! Zhou Chen took out a magical treasure from behind him, which was a gourd. This thing. Jiang Fong squinted his eyes, looking at the gourd. Name 5 Extremes Gourd Effect. Activate the gourd to release the resonance of the 5 Extreme Shock Armor, forming a protective barrier. All attacks below Martial Emperor level 9 are completely immune. Attacks above Martial Emperor level 9 are weakened by 90%. This is Zhou Chen's forbidden magical treasure, the 5 Extremes Gourd. Forbidden magical treasures, also known as planet-destroying level treasures, mean that anyone who obtains such a treasure can possess the power to destroy several planets. It is precisely because of such danger that it is called forbidden. Forbidden magical treasures are divided into several categories such as attack types, defense types, etc. Without a doubt, this gourd is a defensive type forbidden magical treasure. After the 5 Extremes gourd was activated, it released a mysterious energy that enveloped Zhou Chen and formed the appearance of armor. Let me introduce it to you. Zhou Chen pointed to the armor on himself. This armor is a trace of the resonance of the 5 Extreme Shock Armor. Do you know what that means? The 5 Extreme Shock Armor is the supreme armor of the human race, and the armor I'm wearing now has 1,000 of the power of the supreme armor. You heard me right, it's a full 1,000th of the power. It is because of this armor that I am called the strongest Martial Emperor. Let me see how you break through the defense of this armor. Jang Fong was also a bit surprised. 1,000th of the power of the supreme armor? That really is impressive. To the supreme weapon, as the name suggests, is the strongest weapon. The Martial Emperor realm is the ultimate destination of martial arts, the highest level. The Martial Emperor's 9th stage is the strongest among the strong.
Looking across the entire human race, there are probably only 10, or even fewer, at the Martial Emperor's 9th stage. However, supreme weapons are even rarer than the 9th stage of the Martial Emperor. Thus, one can imagine that every supreme weapon is extraordinarily powerful. Including this gourd, the reason it can become a forbidden treasure is simply because it contains 1000 of the power of the supreme armor. That's all. Come and fight. Zhou Chen roared, charging towards Jang Fong. At this moment, in Zhang Feng's eyes, Zhou Chen's speed was extremely slow, as if a turtle was crawling. I am so much stronger than him, all his movements appear to me in slow motion. As long as I want, he can't possibly hit me, and I can strike him thousands of times in an instant. The question is, can I break through his defenses? Zhang Fong dodged, and before Zhou Chen could react, Zhang Fong landed a punch on Zhou Chen's abdomen. There's a slight sting, but it doesn't matter, Zhou Chen grinned. Come on, keep going. Zhou Chen was not afraid at all. Hit me as much as you want, you can't hurt me. And as long as I hit you once, you will be injured. Even if Zhang Feng's speed is fast, it's hard for me to hit him. But it doesn't matter, I won't get hurt. As long as you can't hurt me, I will be invincible in this battle. The supreme armor is indeed powerful, Zhang Fong said as he created some distance. With my current attack power, I still can't break through your defenses. Zhou Chen grinned. So, are you planning to admit defeat? Oh, don't be discouraged. Losing to the power of the supreme armor at 1000th is not shameful. You could even say, it's an honor. Zhang Fong shook his head. Wrong, I said that with my current attack, I can't break through your defenses, so, next, I will strengthen my attack. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's eyes widened. What? You can get even stronger? Are you joking? Not far away, Beiju Tower and Karoti also flew into the air to watch the battle, and upon hearing this, both were somewhat dumbfounded. Lord Zhang Fong can get even stronger? Is Super Saiyan 4 not enough? Could it be Super Saiyan 5? Does that really exist? Zhang Fong let out a breath, trying to stabilize his mindset. In the path of martial artists, the most important thing is energy, and energy is transported through meridians. Meridians can only transport one type of energy. If two types of energy are transported, it can easily lead to a collision, causing the meridians to explode and injure oneself. This is also why enhancement type abilities and enhancement type techniques can only use one. If two enhancement type techniques are used, different energies can easily collide. However, if you can control two types of energy well, allowing them to be transmitted smoothly through the meridians, you can have two transformations at the same time. But within the human body, there are countless meridians controlling two types of energy. To transmit through one meridian requires multitasking. In actual combat, every meridian in the human body must transmit two types of energy simultaneously, which is extremely difficult. It requires the martial artist to be able to focus on countless things at once. How high is the specific difficulty? Looking at the history of the human race, no one has ever accomplished this. After all, constantly monitoring every meridian to prevent energy collisions is simply not something a human can do. This move, I have also practiced for a long time. Zhang Fong looked at Zhou Chen. Watch closely. This historic moment. The history I am creating. King of the World's Fist. 10 times. Boom. At this moment, Zhang Fong, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, was engulfed in red flames. In that instant, the energy of Super Saiyan 4 and the energy of the King of the World's Fist surged chaotically within Zhang Fong. But Zhang Fong managed to smooth them out one by one. The first martial artist in the history of the human race to simultaneously use two enhancements was born at this moment. Two types of energy? Zhou Chen's expression changed slightly. He naturally sensed that there were two types of energy within Zhang Fong. Are you crazy? With such terrifying energy, aren't you afraid they'll collide and destroy your meridians? Zhang Fong smirked slightly. Don't worry, I have it under control. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fong vanished with a whoosh. Bang! In an instant, Zhang Fong appeared in front of Zhou Chen, delivering a heavy punch right to Zhou Chen's abdomen. Ah, poof! Zhou Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. This punch was heavy enough. Even with a 90% reduction in damage, it could still injure him. Zhang Feng's punch is terrifying. After obtaining the armor, this was truly the first time someone had broken through his defenses. I lost. Zhou Chen chose to admit defeat directly. The gap was too large. He couldn't possibly win. Huff. Zhang Fong let out a breath, releasing the tenfold king fist. I didn't expect you to admit defeat so readily. I haven't even gone to 20 times yet. Zhou Chen? 20 times? A monster. This guy is truly a complete monster. So strong. You are all monsters. Zhou Chen forced a smile, glancing at Beiju Ta and the other person watching from a distance. I give up, I won't fight anymore. I just want to ask, what exactly is going on with this ancient underworld star? Am I dreaming? Can you tell me? The spiritual energy here, the red-haired warriors, and you, what's the deal? After stunning Zhou Chen with a punch, Zhang Fong silently calculated in his heart. Using only 30% of his strength, he could indeed defeat Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen,
was a relatively strong martial emperor, and after using his treasure, his strength was estimated to be at the first level of martial venerable. Although Jang Fong had never fought a martial venerable, using Zhou Chen as a reference, if he went all out, he might be at the 8th or 9th level of martial venerable. He was still a bit away from martial saint. Speaking of which, the aspect of treasures is also a hard injury. Although my individual strength is strong enough, I have 0. In terms of treasures, if I encounter a master using treasures, I would also suffer. Although Jang Fong defeated Zhou Chen, who had a treasure, it was because Zhou Chen himself was weak enough. If Zhou Chen were a bit stronger, Jang Fong would have a harder time. It seems I also need to get some treasures, Jang Fong decided quietly. At this moment, Zhou Chen raised a question. What's going on with this planet, and you all? What is all of this? Jang Fong looked at Zhou Chen with a vacant expression. There are many outstanding guides within the Great Federation, right? Zhou Chen was taken aback, not expecting Jang Fong to counter-question him. However, he still answered truthfully, yes, there are many outstanding guides. Jang Fong continued to ask, so, do the methods these guides use to cultivate planets get reported to the Great Federation? Zhou Chen suddenly realized what he meant. I'm sorry, I was reckless. Zhou Chen took the initiative to apologize. Indeed, the methods guides use to cultivate planets are top secret. They generally won't be easily shared. That you could cultivate the ancient underworld star so excellently is both your strength and your secret. I will also report truthfully to the Great Federation that Jang Fong is an extremely outstanding guide. Under his guidance, in just 1 month, the ancient underworld star has produced experts comparable to martial emperors. Jang Fong, your future is very bright. The Great Federation values talent highly. Jang Fong nodded. By the way, Zhou Chen did not forget his mission. Jang Fong, did a frozen demon clan appear on your ancient underworld star before? Did you deal with it? Jang Fong replied, I dealt with it. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I need to report to the Great Federation. I was sent here specifically to investigate this matter. Zhou Chen took out his communicator and suddenly noticed the new task assigned to him by the Great Federation. Go to Blue Star, find Jang Fong. He is an SSS level martial arts genius, having progressed from the first level of martial artist to the first level of martial king in just 2 months. His talent is extraordinary. Zhou Chen, an SSS level martial arts genius? The current prosperity of the ancient underworld star is all thanks to Zhang Feng's cultivation. So, in terms of guiding ability, Zhang Feng's rating should also be SSS. Does that mean Jang Fong is a comprehensive genius who has reached SSS level in both guidance and martial arts? You're really a freak. Zhou Chen glared at Jang Fong and muttered under his breath. Just then, Broly passed by and overheard Zhou Chen's words, immediately rushing over. Hey, how can you insult Lord Jang Fong like that? Apologize. After saying that, Broly flexed his muscles, seemingly trying to intimidate Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen. Sorry, I just said it casually. Looking at the little brat in front of him, Zhou Chen didn't know why, but he felt that if he didn't listen to the kid, he would get beaten up later. Could it be that this kid has a lot of potential in the future too? Damn, are there no normal people left on this ancient underworld star? Jang Fong patted Broly on the head, telling him to go play. Although Broly was only 10 years old, Jang Fong had high hopes for him. After all, he had the transcendent bloodline, cultivated from a young age, and his future was definitely limitless. By the way, suddenly, Jang Fong thought of something. In the Cloud Nation, there was an SSS level ability user he had heard the Cloud Nation's ruler mention, named Su Qianli. His ability was daily replication. As long as it was an item, he could replicate it as long as he expended a certain amount of spiritual energy. However, the more precious the item, the more spiritual energy it consumed. The ancient underworld star is rich in spiritual energy. If Su Qianli were to replicate, could he replicate the 5 extremes gourd? Thinking of this, Jang Fong wanted to give it a try. If he failed, it wouldn't matter. But what if he succeeded? Not only would he get a magical treasure for himself, but his Scion army would also each have a forbidden type defensive treasure. Wouldn't that be incredible? At that moment, Zhou Chen walked up to Jang Fong. Jang Fong, should we go to the Great Federation? Jang Fong pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Chen, let's go back to Blue Star first. I have some things to do. Give me 1 day, and after 1 day, we can go to the Great Federation. Zhou Chen didn't think much and immediately agreed. Alright, we'll go to Blue Star first, then return to the Great Federation after a day. Thus, the two boarded Zhou Chen's spaceship and headed towards Blue Star. During the flight, Jang Fong glanced at the gourd on Zhou Chen's back. Zhou Chen, do you just carry that treasure on your back? Why not put it in your storage space? Zhou Chen, just keep pretending. You really don't know why. You can't possibly be unaware of what your subordinates are doing. Jang Fong truly didn't know. After all, with 100 subordinates, it was impossible for him to remember every detail about each one. Zhou Chen put on a mysterious air. Treasures like this should be carried with you. When you want to use it, you can take it out directly. If it's in a storage ring, it can easily delay things.
Jang Fong nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. Zhou, how about we collaborate? You lend me the gourd for a day, and I can give you some answers. You must be very curious about the changes in the ancient underworld star and their red-haired people. I can give you a clue. Zhou was taken aback, not expecting Jang Fong wanted to borrow his treasure. After thinking for a moment, Zhou nodded, indicating he was willing to lend the treasure. After all, lending it out wasn't a big deal. If it got lost, he could just call the martial saint to retrieve it. This was a treasure bestowed upon him by the sky-piercing martial saint, so it wouldn't get lost. Moreover, Zhou was genuinely curious about Zhang Feng's methods of cultivating the ancient underworld star. Even if it was just a little clue, he was very interested. Then I'll let you use it for a day. Zhou directly handed the gourd to Jang Fong. Quickly tell me your secrets. Jang Fong took the gourd and let out a breath. The so-called secret is related to my ability. After saying that, Jang Fong fell silent. Zhou, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Was it related to Zhang Feng's ability? According to the data, Zhang Feng's ability was an amplification type, amplifying by 50 times. His hair turned golden, hence the name Golden Warrior. Golden. Suddenly, Zhou felt he had thought of something. Could it be that the ability evolved? Abilities can suddenly evolve and become stronger under certain circumstances. This golden hair turning into red hair. Isn't that evolution? After all, once transformed into red hair, the amplification is no longer just 50 times. Khalid was originally a 9th-tier warrior and, after transforming, he became a 1st-tier martial emperor, with an amplification of over 1,000 times, right? Yes. That must be the only possibility. They transformed into red-haired beings without any side effects. It can only be an ability. But then the question arises, isn't this Zhang Feng's ability? How come everyone can do it? With this thought, Zhou found himself puzzled. No, the information is too scarce. I need to ask the Great Federation for Zhang Feng's data and also have them help me analyze it. Thus, Zhou sent over Zhang Feng's data along with some general information. Excuse me, the Golden Warrior is clearly Zhang Feng's ability. Why can that group of people also do it? In response, some high-ranking officials of the Great Federation began a discussion. Combining the materials submitted from Blue Star, they eventually noticed a detail. Jang Fong had destroyed the Z organization, and the Z organization had possessed dual ability warriors and ability capsules that could transfer others' abilities. Got it. I understand. One analyst from the Great Federation offered his speculation. After Jang Fong wiped out the Z organization, he must have obtained something related to abilities. For example, the ability to replicate or share abilities. He transferred his Golden Warrior ability to the folks on Ancient Underworld Star so they can all turn red-haired. Then, Zhang Feng's cultivation speed is so fast he likely possesses some ability that accelerates cultivation. I speculate. I'm just speculating. After Jang Fong destroyed the Z organization, he must have gained many useful abilities. That's how he achieved what he has today. Clap. Others applauded in agreement, no doubt about it. This analysis was likely the truth. Tisk, I'm really envious of Jang Fong wiping out a Z organization and gaining so many benefits. Indeed, had we known this earlier, when Su asked the Great Federation for help, we should have sent people to wipe out the Z organization. Come on, back then, we all thought the Z organization was just a violent group. It was only after Jang Fong destroyed it that we learned the truth about the Z organization and that ability capsule. Sigh, it's fate, it was meant for Jang Fong to have such fortune. After a moment of reflection, everyone sent their speculations to Zhou. Upon receiving the message, Zhou felt that the Great Federation's analysis was correct. This was indeed the truth. So that's how it is. Zhou looked at Jang Fong, exclaiming, Jang Fong, you are really lucky, destroying the Z organization and gaining so many benefits. Multiple abilities, right? Jang Fong smiled slightly. Indeed, Zhou had made the guess of multiple abilities according to his own thoughts. Good, this was the result he wanted, using multiple abilities to cover the truth. By then, the Great Federation would likely record that the planets Jang Fong cultivated were so strong because of multiple abilities, certainly guiding the cultivators to strengthen the planets was a secret, and generally, no one would question it. But there would always be some special circumstances, thus Jang Fong decided to fabricate a lie to deal with these special situations. With the Great Federation as my witness, no one can see through this lie. Jang Fong glanced out the window just in time to see Blue Star. Zhou, your spaceship is really fast. Zhou smiled proudly. Of course, the performance of my spaceship is not something to boast about. Looking across the entire galaxy, those are the most powerful spaceships. With that, the two successfully arrived at Blue Star. Jang Fong flew into the air. I'm heading home first. We'll meet here in a day. Zhou nodded, watching Jang Fong fly away. I should take a look around too. After all, I've come to an alien planet. I should explore it properly. In Yin Country, Jang Fong found the ruler of Yin Country. Lord Jang Fong, you called for me. Is there something you need?
The ruler slightly bowed his head. He was well aware of Jang Feng's current status.
Even Sukai didn't dare to be negligent when meeting Jang Fong,
let alone himself, a ruler of Yun country. Jang Fong smiled and said, "There's no need to be too formal, Your Majesty."
"I'm here to borrow someone." The ruler inquired.
"Who?" Jang Fong replied, "Su Qianli, the SSS level ability holder of Yun country."
The ruler nodded. "I understand. I'll call Su Qianli over right away." Moments later, Su Qianli arrived at the imperial capital of Yun country. "Greetings, Lord Jang Fong."
Su Qianli greeted Jang Fong first.
At the
same time, he felt a bit emotional. Back then, he was someone who competed alongside Jang Fong. Su Qianli had heard the ruler mention that when they obtained the ancient underworld star, the ruler hesitated over whether to give it to Jang Fong or Su Qianli.
In the end, the ruler gave the ancient underworld star to Jang
Fong, and Su Qianli held no resentment about it. Instead, he felt honored to compete alongside Jang Fong.
Jang Fong looked at Su Qianli. "Your ability is duplication, right? I need your help to duplicate a treasure."
Su Qianli replied, "No problem, but the higher the grade of the item, the more difficult the
duplication process.
If Lord Jang Fong gives me a precious item to duplicate, be prepared for the possibility of failure."
Jang Fong nodded. "I understand.
If it fails, I won't blame you.
Let's go, I'll take you to duplicate it." With that, Jang Fong took Su Qianli and teleported to the ancient underworld star. "Wow!" As soon as they arrived at the ancient underworld star, Su Qianli exclaimed,
"What rich spiritual energy!
The spiritual energy here, it's almost tangible. This is amazing. Lord Jang Fong, where is this? Are we still on Blue Star?" Jang Fong smiled. "What do you think?" Su Qianli scratched his head, unsure, but he felt it didn't seem like Blue Star.
After all, the spiritual energy on Blue Star wasn't this dense. Jang Fong didn't explain much, he just pointed to the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy. "You help me duplicate the item, and if you succeed, I can let you cultivate here.
You can cultivate for as long as you want." Su Qianli's pupils trembled. Cultivate for as long as he wanted? My goodness. Cultivating in this place would surely allow his cultivation to rise quickly, right? "I understand, Lord Jang Fong. Even if it costs me my life, I will duplicate the treasure for you." Jang Fong tossed the 5 extremes gourd to Su Qianli. "Go ahead, try to see if you can duplicate it." Su Qianli took the gourd and began his first attempt at duplication.
Moments later, the energy within Su
Qianli was completely depleted. "No, duplicating this item consumes too much energy.
Although the spiritual energy here is rich, my consumption rate is faster than
my absorption rate."
At the same time, Su Qianli was secretly astonished. The treasure Jang Fong brought out was indeed extraordinary.
He had duplicated so many
treasures before, but none had been this difficult to duplicate.
Is standing here to absorb energy not enough?
Jang Fong thought for a moment and took out a
bottle. "Then just drink this spiritual liquid.
It's a true spiritual liquid formed from gathered spiritual energy, unlike the ones on Blue Star."
There was spiritual
liquid on Blue Star too, but it only contained a portion of spiritual power, making it easier for martial artists to absorb.
To put it simply, it was more like a nutritional supplement.
The spiritual liquid that Jang Fong produced is genuine, collected after spiritual energy has transformed into liquid.
Each drop is of immense value. Genuine spiritual liquid? Liquidized spiritual energy?
Su Qianli rubbed his eyes. "My goodness, today has truly opened my eyes," this gas called.
"Spiritual energy can actually turn into liquid. I never expected that one day I would be able to drink such a treasure." Su Qianli took the bottle and drank a drop of the spiritual liquid. Refreshing. In an instant, energy filled Su Qianli's body.
At that moment, Su Qianli felt invigorated, as if he could do anything.
The second time, replication, begin.
This time, when Su Qianli's energy was insufficient, he would immediately take a sip of the spiritual liquid to bring his body
back to its peak.
Thus, the replication continued for 10 minutes, when suddenly,
bang!
A small wound burst open on Su Qianli's arm, blood spraying everywhere.
Ah, poof!
Su Qianli also spat out blood, as if struck hard.
How is this possible? Replicating this thing actually has backlash? It directly harmed my body?
Su Qianli began to doubt his life. He had replicated many treasures, but this was the first time he had suffered backlash during the replication process.
Lord Jang Fong. Su Qianli looked at Jang Fong. "What exactly is the origin of this treasure? I suffered backlash while replicating it. This is also the first time I learned that replicating something could severely injure the body." Jang Fong stroked his chin. "Backlash? That was somewhat expected. After all, it was a forbidden weapon. The replication process couldn't possibly go smoothly. You can soak in the spring water."
Jang Fong pointed to the nearby returning heaven spring.
"In the spring water, you can recover from any injury.
By the way, I also have a method to block pain. I can help you with that." Jang Fong called over a Scion whose
special ability was to block pain. Su Qianli stood by, dumbfounded. A spring that could recover from any injury? Just soak in it? TSK, today has truly broadened my horizons. In every aspect, it has broadened my horizons. Jang Fong has so many treasures. Thus, after blocking the pain, combined with entering the spring water, plus the enhancement of the spiritual liquid, Su Qianli proceeded with the third replication. When energy was insufficient, he immediately took a sip of the spiritual liquid. His body was severely injured by the backlash, but the spring water restored him immediately. The pain from the wound was completely blocked. Su Qianli focused on the replication. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 60 minutes. Time continued to pass. This time, it seems to be going smoothly. Jang Fong looked at Su Qianli, and at this moment he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Could it be possible? Suddenly, Su Qianli spoke. I can feel it. Replication requires 12 hours. As long as I persist for 12 hours, I can successfully replicate. Su Qianli's replication had already lasted for an hour, which meant he still needed 11 more hours. Good. Jang Fong instinctively clenched his fists. Su Qianli, go ahead and replicate. If you need any help, just say it. Su Qianli did not respond, likely too focused on the replication to be distracted. Thus, 11 hours later, Jang Fong had been by Su Qianli's side the whole time, fearing any accidents during the replication process. Ha! A sheen of sweat appeared on Su Qianli's forehead. The replication had reached its final stage, and the pressure on him was immense. Mainly, it was the mental fatigue, as if he had been engaged in high-intensity mental work for 12 hours, it was exhausting. His spirit had reached its limit. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flashed. The 5 extremes gourd split into 2. Replication successful. Succeeded. Su Qianli muttered, unable to hold on any longer, and fainted. He was too tired. Quick! Someone, use healing abilities to ensure Su Qianli's safety. Jang Fong immediately ordered. The Scion with healing abilities rushed to Su Qianli's side, surrounding him to heal. However, Su Qianli remained unconscious. It seems he was just too tired and fell asleep. He isn't injured, someone speculated. Jang Fong commanded, then let's escort him and get him to bed so he can rest properly. Keep a close watch on his safety, we can't afford any accidents. The Scions responded, yes. After confirming that Su Qianli was fine, Jang Fong picked up 2 5 extremes gourds. Identical, Jang Fong felt. These gourds truly had no difference. Then, Jang Fong calculated the consumption. Although the spiritual energy in the Beiju tribe was rich, generally it would take 2 days to gather enough for a bottle of pure spiritual liquid. Moreover, Su Qianli needs to rest. If I want to replicate multiple items, it feels like it would take 3 days to replicate 1 5 extremes gourd. 3 days was already quite fast. Creating a forbidden weapon in 3 days would astonish anyone from other factions. Even a martial saint couldn't achieve that. About 3 hours later, Su Qianli woke up. My heavens! Su Qianli couldn't believe it. My cultivation has actually reached the 9th level of a martial artist? How could it be so fast? I was only at the 7th level before. Soon, Su Qianli figured it out. Every time he replicated a treasure, he exhausted his energy completely and then replenished it with spiritual liquid. In this continuous process of consumption and replenishment, his body absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. Thus, breaking through 2 small realms was quite normal. Moreover, I feel my spirit has become more refined. I actually benefited greatly from the process of replicating treasures. Su Qianli was a bit excited. Lord Jang Fong, is there any more of this replication work? If there is, please let me handle it all. I want to progress so badly. At that moment, Jang Fong pushed the door open and entered. You're awake? Su Qianli nodded excitedly. Yes, Lord Jang Fong, I'm awake. Do you need me to replicate? Anything else? My ability allows me to replicate a treasure every 24 hours. It's been 15 hours already. In a few more hours, I can continue replicating. Please give me more treasures to replicate. Jang Fong sensed Su Qianli's cultivation and realized he had made significant progress. So, that's it. Su Qianli benefited greatly from the process of replicating treasures, which is why he is so eager. Originally, Jang Fong felt a bit guilty for making Su Qianli help with the replication, which led to him fainting. But unexpectedly, Su Qianli was so excited that he wanted to immediately replicate a second treasure. Alright, since you're so eager, once your ability recovers, you can continue replicating. Jang Fong patted Su Qianli's shoulder. But don't push yourself too hard, your health is important. If you run out of spiritual liquid, go to Beiju Tower to get more. There were still some supplies in the Beiju tribe, probably about a dozen bottles. That would be enough for Su Qianli to use, allowing him to replicate a 5 extremes gourd every day. Rest assured, Lord Jang Fong, Su Qianli patted his chest. I'm in great shape. Replicating every day is absolutely no problem. No kidding, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he rest? He had to replicate, he had to crazily improve his realm. The faster he replicated, the quicker his cultivation would break through. By the time he returned to Blue Star, he might even reach the Martial King realm.
Just thinking about reaching the Martial King realm made Su Chenli unable to contain his smile.
That was the Martial King realm, even higher than Sukai's cultivation. At this moment, Su Chenli was full of motivation. Whoever tried to stop him would face his wrath. Replicating forbidden weapons seemed simple, but besides Su Chenli's ability, 3 other conditions had to be met. The first condition is sufficient spiritual liquid. The second condition is a treasure that can continuously heal wounds, such as the rejuvenation spring. The third condition is pain shielding. Otherwise, the replication process lasts for 12 hours, enduring excruciating pain, and no one can hold on. Forbidden weapons are indeed forbidden weapons. Replicating them is quite difficult. Jang Fong returned to Blue Star, looking at the 5 extremes gourd in his hand, and couldn't help but sigh. As for Su Chenli, he would stay on Ancient Underworld Star, crazily replicating treasures and then enhancing himself. According to his own words, he wouldn't leave until he replicated 100 items. Even if Jang Fong urged him to go, he wouldn't budge. To this, Jang Fong could only say, "That suits me just fine." In just 100 days, there would be 50 Super Saiyan gods, 50 Super Saiyan 4s, each with a forbidden weapon. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Alright, it's almost time for my appointment with Zhou Chen. I should leave Blue Star now. Before leaving, Jang Fong glanced at Zhang Yundi, who was sitting at her desk doing exercises, wearing a floral dress paired with little white socks, her feet swinging in the air, lively as ever. "Lord Jang Fong?" Xiaoyu noticed Jang Fong and asked, "Is there something?" Zhang Yundi, who had been doing her exercises, also paused and looked up at Jang Fong. Jang Fong walked over to Zhang Yundi and said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to let you know that I will be leaving Blue Star for a few days. If you miss me, remember to use the cosmic communicator to contact me, and I will come back immediately." After saying that, he winked at Zhang Yundi. The cosmic communicator, Zhou Chen had given Jang Fong several. He would give one to Zhang Yundi, and they could chat across planets. Zhang Yundi tilted her head, pretending to think, "What if I want to talk every day?" Jang Fong pondered. "Then I will come back once a day." Zhang Yundi looked a bit worried. "Isn't it troublesome for you to come back once?" "If it's too troublesome, I will try to think of you less." Jang Fong laughed heartily. "Not troublesome at all. Just joking." At this moment, it was the perfect time to showcase the usefulness of teleportation. But Zhang Yundi clearly didn't believe it. She thought that since Jang Fong was going to the universe, returning to Blue Star would definitely be troublesome and might even cost a lot of money. She should try not to disturb Jang Fong. "Don't worry, brother, I will try not to think of you. I can definitely hold on." At this moment, Zhang Yundi had a bit of confidence. "All right." Seeing such a confident Zhang Yundi, Jang Fong waved his hand, as a farewell. "Xiao Yu, please take care of Yundi these days." Xiao Yu nodded. "Lord Jang Fong, you can rest assured, I will take good care of Yundi." Just like that, with a teleportation. Jang Fong laughed. Looking at the spot where Jang Fong had stood, Zhang Yundi propped her chin on one hand, her gaze a bit dreamy. "Xiao Yu, I think I miss my brother a little." "Xiao Yu, wait, weren't you just full of confidence?" Zhang Yundi said seriously. "Well, I was a bit confident just now, but I think I overestimated myself." "Xiao Yu, then, should I contact Lord Jang Fong? He should still be here?" Zhang Yundi lowered her head and began to focus on her exercises. "I can't disturb brother, I will lose my focus." Xiaoyu covered her face. "Fine, but I hope your plan to not get distracted goes smoothly. I have a feeling you won't be able to do it." At Zhou Chen's spaceship, Jang Fong, Sukai, and Zhou Chen were all gathered here. Sukai? Jiang Fong looked at Sukai. "Are you going to the United Federation too?" Sukai nodded. "Yes, I have some business to attend to in the United Federation." Zhou Chen smiled. "Then let's go together. We can set off now?" Set off. Set off. As they boarded the spaceship, Jang Fong tossed the 5 extremes gourd to Zhou Chen. "Here. It's yours. I've used it well." Zhou Chen caught the gourd and casually placed it at his waist. Jang Fong squinted. "What? Not putting it behind you anymore?" Zhou Chen replied. "I upgraded my belt, now I can keep it at my waist. It's more convenient this way." Sukai looked puzzled. What is this gourd? Why keep it at your waist? And why not put it in the storage ring? Keeping it at your waist makes it easy to lose, right?" The corner of Zhou Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "Sukai, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll give you a beating." Sukai lowered his head. "Sorry, Lord Zhou Chen." But he was very confused. Did he say something wrong? Jang Fong laughed heartily and was the first to enter the spaceship. "Let's go." Just like that, the 3 of them entered the spaceship and headed towards the Great Federation. On the way, Zhou Chen sent a message to the Great Federation. "I will proceed at full speed. I will arrive at the Great Federation in just 10 hours. 10 hours later, the 3 arrived at the Great Federation, to be precise, the 9527 branch of the Great Federation. As soon as the spaceship landed, several martial artists surrounded them. "Is Jang Fong here? Is Jang Fong around?" The spaceship opened its hatch, and Jang Fong, along with Zhou Chen and Sukai, stepped down. "Let me introduce you," Zhou Chen said, looking at Jang Fong. "The upper echelons of the Great Federation consist of 9 elders.
among whom the Grand Elder is the strongest at the 9th level of Martial Emperor.
In terms of strength, he's a bit weaker than me. If we're comparing to you, he's a billion times weaker.
The Grand Elder has many responsibilities, overseeing the entire Great Federation, so you rarely get to see him.
As for that,
Second Elder and the others, there's not much to say, they're all quite average. Anyway, generally speaking, when the Great Federation needs to make decisions,
it's the Second Elder and the others who hold meetings to discuss. And the ones here to pick you up are the 7th Elder and the 9th Elder. They don't have much strength.
In terms of raw power, without a doubt, the strongest in this 9527 branch of the Great Federation is Jang Fong. But Jang Fong also lacks many things. After all, this is his first time in the universe.
The 9th Elder coughed lightly. Lord Zhou, you are right, we really don't have much strength.
The 7th Elder interrupted. If you don't have strength, go play somewhere else.
Don't disturb me while I'm handling business. Hello, you must be Jang Fong, right? Jang Fong, come with us quickly, we need to upgrade your abilities.
Besides the ability upgrade, we also have prepared Dragon Clan blood for you, all good stuff.
Hurry up and use it. The sooner you use these things, the better.
Zhou added from the side, the ability upgrade is indeed a good thing, as the name suggests.
It can upgrade your abilities.
Everyone has one chance to upgrade their abilities with external items, but the upgrade potion is very expensive, usually
requiring martial artists to pay for it.
But you are a genius, these resources will be provided to you for free by the Great Federation, just so you can become
stronger.
You don't need to thank the Great Federation too much. In the end, we all have to go to the battlefield to kill foreign races. The more foreign races
you kill, the more you repay humanity. Jang Fong pondered, going to the battlefield to kill foreign races? No problem at all. In fact, he even wanted to go to the battlefield to kill foreign races right now. No other reason, he wanted to fight.
Jang Fong hadn't had a good fight in a long time.
The Scion bloodline was boiling.
After arriving at the 9527 branch, in a corner unnoticed, the Grand Elder took out his communication device and contacted his master.
A martial saint.
Powerhouse, wholeheartedly a martial saint.
Grand Elder, Master, didn't you say before that you needed an outstanding guide? We just happened to have a guide appear
at the 9527 branch, particularly strong. From the existing data, he cultivated a martial emperor level powerhouse in just 1 month on a planet.
Incredible. I
heard that even the disciple of the sky-piercing martial saint, Zhou, was beaten when he went to that planet. After sending the message, the Grand Elder's
heart raced.
Finally, after 100 years, he had contacted his master again. After all, the Grand Elder was merely a nominal disciple of the one-minded martial saint and usually did not dare to disturb the martial saint unless there was a special situation.
I must thank Jang Fong. Thanks to him, I have a reason to message my master. Soon, the one-minded martial saint replied, in your area, such an excellent guide has appeared? What does the sky-piercing martial saint say?
After all, that is the sky-piercing martial saint's territory. Although I am stronger than him, it wouldn't be good to just take someone directly.
Grand Elder.
Because Jang Fong has excellent martial arts talent, when reporting to the sky-piercing martial saint, we only reported Zhang Feng's cultivation speed, saying,
he is a martial arts genius.
The sky-piercing martial saint still doesn't know that Jang Fong is an outstanding guide.
And the sky-piercing martial saint's
evaluation of Jang Fong is to wait and see. When he reaches the martial emperor realm, he will consider accepting Jang Fong as a disciple.
One-minded martial saint. Ha ha ha. Good. The sky-piercing martial saint is truly blind. Such an outstanding genius. Why doesn't he take him in for training immediately?
Very
good. Extremely good.
I have some matters to attend to now. Probably in a year, no, in half a year, I should be able to find time to visit you.
You keep Jang Fong steady. Don't expose Zhang Feng's extraordinary guiding talent.
When the time comes, I will personally rush over to accept Jang Fong as my disciple.
Absolutely. Do not let the sky-piercing martial saint notice Zhang Feng's special qualities. Do you understand? Keep it hidden. The Grand Elder replied, rest assured, Master, I will keep it hidden well. A talent as excellent as Jang Fong will definitely not be discovered by the sky-piercing martial saint. The one-minded martial saint was very satisfied. Not bad. If Jang Fong successfully becomes my disciple, it will be a great achievement for you. The Grand Elder was very excited. And after cutting off the communication, he immediately destroyed the communicator. Although I am the Grand Elder of the 9527 branch, the real decision-maker, here is still the sky-piercing martial saint. I must act cautiously and ensure that the sky-piercing martial saint does not notice me. Jang Fong, I really
envy you for being accepted as a direct disciple by my master. You must know that the sky-piercing martial saint is just a junior in front of my master. After this reflection, the Grand Elder concealed his presence. Elder 7 and Elder 9, along with Jang Fong, Su Kai, and Zhou,
walked down the street.
On the way, Zhou said to Jang Fong that dragon blood is also a good thing. The dragon clan is quite rare in this world.
By the way, you just arrived in the universe and haven't encountered many races, right? Let me tell you about it. This dragon clan, although they are outsiders, are among
the few races that can unite with our human race. Thus, in the human territory, you might occasionally see dragons. We are all comrades in arms. However, the dragon clan itself is very rare, and due to the war, there are probably only about 100,000 dragons surviving now. Jang Fong felt astonished. The entire
clan has only 100,000?
This, compared to the human race, that is indeed far too few. Not to mention the entire human race in the universe, just on
one planet, there are more than 100 million humans. Zhou Qin continued, the dragon clan is quite magical. They possess various abilities. If you ever meet a
dragon, you'll understand, they are truly formidable. In ancient legends, the dragon clan had so-called dragon gods who could create pearls that grant wishes. Unfortunately, the current dragon clan has no dragon gods. As for the so-called wish pearls, no one knows their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong stumbled. Wish pearls? Could it be the Dragon Balls? This time, it was Zhou Chen's turn to be surprised. Huh? I didn't expect you to have quite a bit of knowledge
about the Dragon Clan.
Yes, it's the Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God. I've heard they can grant wishes.
Jang Fong coughed a few times. Ahem, I see. Zhou Chen looked at Jang Fong in confusion, wondering why he was coughing. Surely he wasn't sick? That couldn't be possible, right? After all, he was a powerful warrior at the martial king level. How could he be ill? I'll continue telling you about the Dragon Clan, Zhou Chen decided, not wanting to dwell on Zhang Feng's condition.
This Dragon Clan's blood essence, in fact, has nothing to do with the blood of the Dragon Clan. It's a liquid refined by the members of the Dragon Clan.
Through special means,
they sell it to the human race in exchange for cultivation resources.
To elaborate, this blood essence can stimulate your body, making your physical form much stronger.
Of course, since you're not a martial fighter, the strength of your body doesn't matter much.
The benefit for you is that it can enhance your meridians. After absorbing the blood essence, your meridians will expand.
In the future, when you cultivate, your speed of absorbing spiritual energy will permanently increase by 10%. That's why the elders are so anxious to expand your meridians,
because every minute of delay means a 10% loss in your cultivation speed. Jang Fong stroked his chin. Wait a minute, what exactly is a martial fighter?
Su Kai interjected at this moment. They're like guides, a special
type of talent.
They don't rely on abilities or energy, but purely on the strength of their bodies to fight. Zhou Chen nodded. Right, special talents, martial fighters rely solely on their physical strength in battle, making them incredibly formidable. Even I, if I were to rely only on my physical strength, wouldn't stand a chance against a martial fighter. Martial fighters are all very strong.
Jang Fong became a bit interested. Oh, that sounds quite impressive. Fighting purely with the body. I want to give it a try. Where can I find a martial fighter? Zhou Chen sized up Jang Fong and then shook his head. Brother, I'm not saying this to be mean, but your physique is too ordinary, not muscular at all. Do you know those martial fighters? They're all built like bulls. If you go up against them, you have no chance of winning. There was one thing Zhou Chen didn't say, which was that it would be self-humiliation, because Zhou Chen had also challenged martial fighters before, but ended up defeated and humiliated by them. They said things like even a martial emperor is nothing special. Almost every martial
fighter was quite arrogant. It was hard to tell if it was the confidence from their muscles or the side effects of training them.
In any case, Zhou Chen didn't want Jang Fong to deal with martial fighters. It was too easy to be humiliated. Indeed,
Su Kai also tried to persuade him. Jang Fong, you'd better not provoke that group of martial fighters because it's very hard to win.
And once you lose, they'll mock you mercilessly.
I suspect it's because they themselves lack cultivation and have a low status in the martial world, so they live very humbly. Only in the world of martial combat can they step on the martial artists, so every time they defeat a martial artist, they go wild with glee. Su Kai also had experiences of being humiliated by martial fighters and had no good feelings towards them. Zhang Feng's interest grew even stronger. You all have been defeated, so if I go and defeat the martial fighters, wouldn't that be avenging you? Quick, take me there. Zhang Feng's hands were itching. If he used abilities and energy, finding an evenly matched opponent would be too difficult.
But if he abandoned all
that and fought purely with his body, perhaps he could have a thrilling battle.
Zhou Chen clicked his tongue. I didn't expect you to be so eager for battle. Battle maniac, huh?
Since you insist on wanting to fight the martial fighters, then you should use the dragon blood first.
At the very least, after using the
dragon blood, your physical quality will improve a bit and your chances of winning will be higher. Jang Fong agreed, so he would absorb the dragon blood first. Zhou Chen called out to Elder Qi, please take us to the place to absorb the dragon blood. Let Jang Fong absorb the dragon blood first.
The seventh elder nodded. All right, Lord Zhou Chen.
Thus, they arrived at the absorption chamber, where 10 humanoid capsules were arranged. Among them, 6 capsules contained a warrior, their bodies completely submerged in red liquid, which was the blood of the dragon clan.
This is the absorption process, the seventh elder explained.
Once you enter the capsule, it will seal itself and then release the dragon clan's blood for you to absorb.
Keep absorbing until your body is saturated. Generally
Speaking, after absorbing the dragon blood, your cultivation speed can increase by 10%. If you absorb a particularly large amount, it might even increase by 15% or 20%. In short, there's no need to worry about absorbing too much, the concern is absorbing too little. At this moment, Zhou Chen was a bit smug. Jang Fong. I'm not bragging, but when I absorbed dragon blood, I took in a full 2 kilograms. After that, my body reached saturation. From then on, my cultivation speed permanently increased by 23%. Su was somewhat surprised. Indeed, Lord Zhou Chen has unparalleled talent. When I absorbed it, I only managed half a kilogram, which was already my limit. The seventh elder chuckled. Half a kilogram is the norm. Someone like Zhou Chen is quite rare. Just as he finished speaking, one of the capsules suddenly opened, and the warrior inside opened his eyes. How much dragon blood did I absorb? He glanced at the display. 600 grams, just over half a kilogram. Just over half a kilogram? Not bad. The warrior let out a sigh, slightly above the average line, indicating that his talent was decent, with a permanent increase in cultivation speed of 11%. Ha! Is that Elder 7? The warrior saw the seventh elder and immediately greeted him respectfully. Junior Shao. Jia. Greetings, Elder 7. Are you here to bring someone to absorb dragon blood? The 9 elders of the Great Federation were known to these warriors. The seventh elder nodded. Yes, hello. Xiao Jiao was a bit excited. An elder from the Great Federation greeted him. That's wonderful. Then, Xiao Jia glanced at the people. Behind the seventh elder, an elder 9 was also present? My goodness, 2 elders? Suddenly, Xiao Jia noticed something, and his heart surged with waves of shock. The person next to the seventh elder seemed to be Martial Emperor Jiu Chun, the one who suppressed the divine radiance world? Xiao Jia lowered his head, not daring to breathe. He was extremely curious. Such a big shot was here to absorb dragon blood, and even Jiu Chen came to observe. Could he be the successor of the martial saint? At this moment, the seventh elder picked a capsule for Jang Fong. This capsule has abundant dragon blood. Jang Fong, you can use this one. Jang Fong responded, okay, I understand. He lay down in the capsule, and in an instant the capsule sealed shut. Then, the dragon blood engulfed Jang Fong. At that moment, Jang Fong felt himself wrapped in a strange energy. What a wonderful feeling, like a body that has been hungry for a long time, experiencing its first meal. At this moment, Jang Feng's body continuously absorbed the dragon blood, and his physical strength kept increasing. Jang Fong, Xiao Jia murmured. Softly, he heard the seventh elder call Jang Feng's name. Such a strange name, I've never heard it before. It seems that the Great Federation will have another big figure in the future. Meanwhile, Jiu Chen was chatting with the seventh elder. Elder 7, how about a bet? Let's wager on how much dragon blood Jang Fong can absorb. The seventh elder pondered. That could work. Let me give a number. 3 kilograms. Lord Jiu Chen, do you think Jang Fong will absorb less than or more than 3 kilograms? Jiu Chen stroked his chin. 3 kilograms? Although Jiang Feng's cultivation speed was fast and his strength was decent, Jiu Chen knew very well that it was because Jang Fong had multiple abilities, and the absorption of dragon blood had nothing to do with those abilities. Without them, how could Jang Fong absorb more dragon blood than himself? Elder 7, your predicted number seems a bit high. Jiu Chen kindly reminded him. Don't forget, the record for absorbing dragon blood has always been 2 kilograms, which I've maintained. Jang Fong wants to break this record, but it's not that easy. So, I conclude that Jiang Feng's absorption of dragon blood won't reach 3 kilograms. Elder 7 clasped his hands behind his back and said, indeed, reaching 3 kilograms is difficult. After all, the historical highest record is only 2 kilograms. But, since it's a gamble, let's make it a big one. That way, it's more exciting. Jiu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Alright, then you pursue excitement. I really don't understand the psychology of you gamblers. Elder 7 smiled slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia was listening with trepidation. What on earth, is he really going to absorb 3 kilograms of dragon blood? Is this Jiang Fong really that impressive? Xiao Jia could tell that Elder 7 and Jiu Chen believed there was a possibility of Jiang Fong absorbing 3 kilograms, just very small. Even if he is a martial saint's heir, he wouldn't dare say he can absorb 3 kilograms of dragon blood, right? Who exactly is this Jiang Fong? Xiao Jia's curiosity was completely piqued. Time continued to pass, and inside the capsule, Jiang Fong was absorbing more and more dragon blood. 1 kilogram. 1.5 kilograms. 2 kilograms. It's 2 kilograms now. Jiu Chen raised an eyebrow. Goodness, it seems Jiang Feng's success today isn't solely due to his abilities. The fact that he can absorb so much dragon blood indicates that his potential is already quite significant. Ha! Elder 7 couldn't help but laugh. Jiu Chen, did you see? Your record has been broken. Jiu Chen didn't say much, just shrugged. If it's broken, it's broken. It's not that impressive of a record. I'm really curious now. Could it be that Jiang Fong can really absorb 3 kilograms of dragon blood? Elder 7 pondered. I don't know, let's see how much he absorbs. Anyway, the more he absorbs, the better. I'm not afraid of him absorbing
We have a full ton of dragon blood reserves. He can't possibly absorb all of our 1 ton of dragon blood, right? Ha ha ha, humorous. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. The storage of dragon blood is 1 ton. No matter how much one can absorb, it's impossible to absorb a ton. I estimate it will end soon, just a little over 2 kilograms, Zhou Chen made a judgment. I admit Jang Fong is excellent, but aiming for 3 kilograms is too difficult. Elder 7 was not the least bit anxious. It's fine, let's just wait and see. Su Kai's breathing became a bit rapid. As a martial artist, he knew how hard it was to survive in the universe. Jang Fong absorbing so much dragon blood indicates a very bright future. That's great. The more outstanding Jang Fong is, the better. In the future, when Blue Star is mentioned, everyone will know I'm from Blue Star with Jang Fong. I can also be considered to have a background now. Thinking of this, Su Kai couldn't help but wipe away his tears. As a low-level cultivator, he had really suffered a lot in the universe. The position of the ruler of Blue Star should be given to Jang Fong by the Federation. It doesn't matter. As long as I can hold on to Jang Feng's thigh tightly, everything is worth it. The Federation also has laws. If a particularly talented genius appears on a planet and their strength surpasses that of the original planet's ruler, then they will become the new ruler of that planet. Jang Fong, like me, is also from Blue Star. Su Kai straightened his back. Xiaojia pinched himself. He was starting to doubt whether he was dreaming. This person absorbed dragon blood and broke the record of Martial Emperor Zhou Chen. And then, Zhou Chen and the others actually thought this was a matter of course? Aren't they surprised? Their reactions are so calm. Is it my problem? Am I overreacting? Meanwhile, inside the capsule, Zhang Feng's physical quality was continuously improving. Absorbing dragon blood feels so good, Zhang Feng sighed. Inwardly, he didn't know how much dragon blood he had absorbed. He only knew that he could absorb a lot more. Especially a lot. My body feels like a strong man who has been starving for 10 years, finally getting to feast on delicious food, eating like crazy, absorbing like crazy. Zhang Feng continued to absorb the dragon blood, unaware that the muscles on his body were trembling slightly. It seemed the form of the Chuan Chao muscles could explode at any moment. 3 kilograms, 4 kilograms, 5 kilograms. Until the moment it reached 10 kilograms, even Zhou Chen and the others couldn't remain calm. This is impossible. How could Zhang Feng absorb so much dragon blood? Zhou Chen couldn't understand. Elder 7 was also stunned. It was 10 kilograms. Zhang Feng had absorbed 10 kilograms. What was going on? Everyone began to question their lives. Meanwhile, Xiaojia let out a sigh of relief. Finally, you all realized that Zhang Feng is a complete monster. Ding. Body energy increasing. Chuan Chao bloodline enhancement in progress. Zhang Feng lay in the capsule, listening to the continuous system prompts. I must have absorbed a lot of dragon blood, right? Zhang Feng pondered. About halfway through the absorption, the system suddenly chimed in. It seems that my ability to absorb so much dragon blood is likely due to the Chuan Chao bloodline. So, what will my limit be? Absorbing 10 kilograms of dragon blood? Or 20 kilograms? Anyway, the Chuan Chao bloodline has no upper limit. With this thought, Zhang Feng couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that my absorption of dragon blood is also limitless? Time passed continuously, and Zhang Feng didn't know how long it had been when suddenly, the dragon blood in the capsule disappeared. Ha! Where's the dragon blood? Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Wasn't it supposed to be available for casual absorption? Why did it suddenly disappear? His body was continuously growing stronger and the Chuan Chao bloodline was steadily enhancing. Perhaps the Chuan Chao bloodline could really upgrade. But what happened? The dragon blood suddenly vanished. What does this mean? Is it because I absorbed too much that they stopped giving it to me? Zhang Feng felt a bit helpless as he pushed open the capsule door and walked out. At the same time, 5 other warriors also emerged from their capsules. They were cursing. Where's the dragon blood? I haven't even absorbed enough yet. How did it just disappear? These warriors had started absorbing dragon blood before Zhang Feng, but their absorption speed was too slow. By the time Zhang Feng finished absorbing the dragon blood, they had only absorbed a few hundred grams. So it wasn't that they wouldn't let me use it, but that the dragon blood was all absorbed? Hearing the other warriors, Zhang Feng understood. But speaking of which, did the dragon blood run out because of him? Well, indeed, it seemed he absorbed it both quickly and in large quantities. Ha! Elder 7? Suddenly, a warrior spotted Elder 7. Elder 7, why is the dragon blood gone? I paid for this and it took so long to get a chance to absorb it. Why is it gone? Am I not losing out here? Yeah. The other warriors were also a bit angry. We all paid for the dragon blood qualification, and it was supposed to be available for casual absorption. Now, we haven't even reached our limit and the dragon blood is gone. How should we settle this? Ha! Zhang Feng quietly blended into the crowd. Yeah. Elders of the Great Federation, the dragon blood is gone. You are being too irresponsible. Hurry up and replenish the dragon blood. We want to continue absorbing. The other warriors echoed, replenish the dragon blood. Let us continue absorbing.
Zhou Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Jang Fong, how can you still have the face to blend
into the crowd? This matter was caused by you. Over a ton. A whole ton of dragon blood was completely absorbed by Jang Fong. It's outrageous, really outrageous. Everyone, please remain calm. Elder 7 hurriedly called out. Warriors who paid can go to the official personnel of the Great Federation for a full refund. After saying this, he shot a glare at Jang Fong. You absorbed all the dragon blood by yourself, and now you still have the nerve to blend into the crowd and hold us accountable. How infuriating. One warrior was very angry. What good is a refund? Dragon blood can expand the meridians. Originally, after absorbing the dragon blood, my cultivation speed would increase by 10%. From now on, every day, I would be cultivating at an incredibly fast pace. But now, the cultivation speed has only increased by 3%. Every day I cultivate, I will lose 7% of my progress. No amount of money you give me can make up for this loss. Other warriors agreed. Yes, exactly. This meridian cannot be expanded to its limit. Who will compensate for this loss? Elder 7 sighed. It's useless to say more now. The storage of dragon blood has been completely exhausted. The nearest 9526 Federation can send us dragon blood, but the fastest it will take is 3 months. The distance between federations is too far. Transporting goods is very difficult. One warrior got angry. 3 months? We have to wait another 3 months? Who can afford that? Exactly, a permanent reduction of 7% in cultivation speed for 3 months. Who can bear it? What if we reach the end of our lifespan, just one step away from a breakthrough, and it's just these 3 months that make the difference? In the end, if we die, who will take responsibility? What are you all doing? The dragon blood reserves are running low, and you're not rushing to replenish it? Now it's turned out like this? Hearing this, Jang Fong silently concealed his figure. Elder 7 wanted to find Jang Fong and glare at him fiercely, but he found Jang Fong had disappeared. Damn, this kid runs really fast. Xiao Jia swallowed hard. Beside him, he was the man who witnessed the whole process. He saw that warrior named Jang Fong madly absorbing dragon blood, and the more he absorbed, the faster he got. In the end, he absorbed a full ton of dragon blood. He absorbed all the dragon blood from the Federation. So terrifying, such a guy is really too terrifying. Although Xiao Jia knew all the truth, he didn't dare to speak it out. After all, these warriors absorbing dragon blood were all angry. If they found out the truth and cursed Jang Fong a few times, wouldn't that mean he indirectly offended Jang Fong? Offending such a person for no reason made Xiao Jia feel scared just thinking about it. Everyone, please remain calm. Please remain calm. Elder 7 could only continue to control the situation. Well, we will not only refund you in full but also provide a perfect cultivation room for everyone. Let everyone cultivate in the cultivation room until the dragon blood arrives. We will let everyone absorb the dragon blood at the first opportunity. What do you think? Hearing Elder 7 say this, everyone finally quieted down. A perfect cultivation room? I've heard that cultivating there is full of spiritual energy. 1 day of cultivation can be equivalent to a day and a half. It can make up for that missing 7%. Alright, let's do it that way. Everyone stopped causing trouble. Elder 9 stepped forward. Let's go, I'll take everyone to the perfect cultivation room. Just like that, after the crowd dispersed, Jang Fong leisurely walked up to Elder 7. Excuse me, can I go to the cultivation room? I feel like I'm also a victim. I was only allowed to absorb half of the dragon blood. Jang Fong said this jokingly. He was too lazy to go to any perfect cultivation room. After all, that resting room was just a bit richer in spiritual energy. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, could it compare to the North Jew tribe? No, it couldn't. Elder 7 glared at Jang Fong. Do you think we should provide for you? You absorbed all that dragon blood. Do you know how much 1 ton of dragon blood is worth in cosmic currency? The dragon blood you absorbed is all money. Although it was previously said that Jang Fong could absorb freely, he absorbed too much. The Federation was also struggling to cope. Our Federation has suffered greatly. If we provide a cultivation room for you, we'll continue to lose money. Sigh. Forget it. If you really want to go, I can take you. Jang Fong shook his head. I was joking, no need. The spiritual energy on my planet is also very rich. Elder 7 breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jang Fong wasn't going to the cultivation room. But speaking of which, Elder 7 asked curiously, how can you absorb so much dragon blood? That's a full ton. Even if you were drinking, it would take you half a day, right? What on earth are you made of? How can you absorb so much? At this moment, Su raised his hand. I know. Jang Fong has an easy absorption constitution. I can testify. Jiang Fong silently gave a thumbs up. Indeed, he had learned to answer quickly. Elder 7. What is an easy absorption constitution? Does that even really exist? Forget it. This matter feels like it needs to be reported to the Heavenly Martial Saint. With Zhang Feng's excellent aptitude, the Heavenly Martial Saint might change his mind. However, speaking of which, the Grand Elder personally ordered that the Heavenly Martial Saint is in seclusion and doesn't want to be disturbed.
In the future, if we need to contact the Martial Saint, we must first send the message to him, and then he will pass it on to the Heavenly Martial Saint.
That's fine, let the Grand Elder contact the Martial Saint, and I can take it easy.
Thus, Elder 7 sent the message to the Grand Elder. Jang Fong absorbed
over a ton of dragon blood. Suggest contacting the Heavenly Martial Saint. The Martial Saint will definitely take it seriously. The Grand Elder stood on a high
platform, looking at the message sent by Elder 7, his eyelids twitched. He had seen the matter of Jang Fong absorbing dragon blood from the background. After all, so much dragon blood had been depleted, he naturally had to check it out. When he first learned of this, he was also taken aback. Contact the Heavenly Martial Saint? The Grand Elder chuckled, naturally intercepting the message. Before my master sees Jang Fong, I absolutely cannot let the Heavenly Martial Saint notice him. Next, I need to think of an excuse to fool old 7. After pondering for a while, the Grand Elder replied, I have reported to the Heavenly Martial Saint, and am waiting for the Martial Saint's reply. To help the One-Heart Martial Saint acquire talent, the Grand Elder was all in, even if it offended the Heavenly Martial Saint, it was worth it. At worst, I'll just leave the 9,527 branch afterward. Jang Fong can only get the best resources with my master. The One-Heart Martial Saint is an extremely powerful guide. If Zhang Feng's master is the One-Heart Martial Saint, he will definitely receive 10,000 times the attention. Perhaps he would be the core disciple among core disciples. As for the Heavenly Martial Saint, even if he changes his mind about Jang Fong because of the dragon blood, he would at most give him the status of a named disciple and wouldn't pay too much attention to him. The status of a core disciple and a named disciple is worlds apart. Therefore, even for Zhang Feng's better growth, the Grand Elder must introduce him to the One-Heart Martial Saint. By the way, what does that kid, Zhou Chen, mean? He said he wants a communicator that can be activated without energy? What does he want that for? Doesn't he know that every time we do research, it requires costs? The current communicator works just fine. On Elder 7's side, seeing the Grand Elder's reply, he didn't think much of it. Well, since it has been reported to the Heavenly Martial Saint, that's good. He could never imagine that the Grand Elder would deceive him. At this moment, Jang Fong posed a soul-searching question. So what should I do if I absorb half of the dragon blood now and want to continue? Do I have to wait another 3 months? Elder 7 shook his head. Wait for the dragon blood to arrive in 3 months? That's too slow and will delay your cultivation speed. Moreover, even if the dragon blood is sent again, what if it's still not enough for you to absorb? Hearing this, Jang Fong fell silent. Indeed, even if a ton of dragon blood was sent over, what if he absorbed it all again? Would he have to continue waiting? After all, the transmission of super energy is supposedly limitless. Elder 7 continued. So, I'm afraid that by then, it still won't be enough for you to absorb. Moreover, if all the dragon blood from the Great Federation is absorbed by you, we won't be able to sell it. Therefore, I think you should pledge allegiance to the Martial Saint as soon as possible. At the Martial Saint's place, the dragon blood is limitless. It really can let you absorb it to your heart's content. At this moment, Zhou Chen clapped his hands. It's great to rely on the Martial Saint. In our area, the person in charge is my master, the sky-piercing Martial Saint. If you rely on the Martial Saint, we will be fellow disciples. Xiao Jia, listening nearby, was in a daze. So, Jang Fong isn't a disciple of the Martial Saint? No way, with such an abnormal guy, is the Martial Saint blind? Why? Hasn't he taken him as a disciple yet? Jang Fong smiled helplessly. Elder 7, you say I should rely on the Martial Saint. But the problem is, the Martial Saint hasn't said he wants to take me as a disciple. Even if I wanted to rely on him, I wouldn't be able to. Elder 7 reassured Jang Fong. I just asked Elder 1 to send a message to the Martial Saint. With the talent you're showing now, don't worry. The sky-piercing Martial Saint will definitely take you as a disciple. Just relax. It's just that the Martial Saint's response might be a bit slow, so wait a bit. Jang Fong stroked his chin. Fine, then let's wait and see. Hopefully, the sky-piercing Martial Saint will respond quickly so he can absorb the dragon blood sooner and not delay too long. Hey, Jang Fong, Zhou Chen suddenly spoke up. With you absorbing so much dragon blood now, your physical quality should have improved a lot, right? Don't you want to challenge the martial fighters? I think, with your current physical quality, fighting the martial fighters should be no problem. Sukai also clapped his hands. Yes. With Zhang Feng's current strength, he is very likely to win against the martial fighters. Let's go, Zhang Fong. Let's go fight the martial fighters and crush their arrogance. Zhou Chen and Sukai both hated the martial fighters, and now that Zhang Feng's strength was sufficient, they wanted him to teach the martial fighters a lesson. Zhang Fong smiled slightly. Of course, I also want to face them. However, according to Blue Star time, it's currently 9:30 in the evening. Sukai was taken aback. What does that mean? Zhang Fong said, it means I have other things to attend to, let's talk later. Without waiting for the two to react, Zhang Fong went to an empty corner and teleported. At this moment, on Blue Star, in Zhang Feng's home, Zhang Yuni was wearing a loose nightgown, her full and round red lips and her soft long hair cascading naturally. At this time, she was on tiptoe looking for a book on the bookshelf, her body slightly leaning forward, this angle perfectly showcasing a certain exaggerated aspect as if it might break the seal of her nightgown at any moment. At that moment, Jang Fong teleported outside the door, pushed it open, and saw this scene. For a moment, Jang Fong was also a bit dazzled. TSK, no wonder she's a girl in her teenage years, with her body's nutrition keeping up, her development is almost supermodel-like. Brother? Jiang Yuni also noticed Jang Fong, a hint of confusion flashing in her clear eyes. Didn't you leave Blue Star? Jang Fong laughed heartily. I did leave, but I thought you wouldn't be able to sleep without me telling you a story, so I specially came back to tell you one. Since childhood, almost every night, Jang Fong would tell stories to coax Jiang Yuni to sleep, and she relied on this a lot. Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jiang Yuni's little face turned slightly red. If her peers knew that she still needed stories to fall asleep, they would probably laugh at her. But who told them they didn't have a brother like that? Speaking of which, Jang Fong walked over to Jiang Yuni and picked her up. What are you doing in front of the bookshelf? Jiang Yuni whispered. I couldn't sleep, I missed you a bit, so I planned to read to distract myself. Jiang Fong sighed, knowing this would happen, so he came back on purpose. Alright, sleep peacefully. Jiang Fong placed Jiang Yuni on the bed, casually took off her little white socks and helped cover her with the blanket. Close your eyes and sleep, I'll tell you a story. Jiang Yuni hid under the quilt, her delicate little feet kicking about. In an instant, Jiang Fong pressed her down. What are you doing? Can't sleep, moving around like that. Jiang Yuni murmured softly, I'm a bit happy. Jiang Fong comforted her. Alright, I know you're happy, hurry up and sleep. Let me think, where did we leave off in the story last time? Jiang Yuni replied, on Cybertron, the smoke of war rises and the Prime Minister captures Megatron 7 times. Jiang Fong nodded. Good, continue. Next is Zhao Yun's 7 entries into the Land of Light. Listening to Jiang Feng's story, although Jiang Yuni couldn't fully understand, she still peacefully fell asleep. Alright, it's time to go back. Jiang Fong closed the door and, with a flash, returned to the Great Federation. Stepping out of the deserted corner, Jiang Fong found Jiao Chen and Su Kai. Let's go, I'm ready to meet those martial artists. Jiao Chen laughed heartily. Let's go, let's go. The three of them set off together. Meanwhile, in the Elder Meeting Room of the Great Federation, the Grand Elder was presiding over the meeting. He gathered several other elders and said, just now, the Sky-soaring Martial Saint sent me a message, saying that although Jiang Fong absorbed a lot of dragon blood, it doesn't mean much and he won't consider taking him as a disciple. The 7th elder, hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. Was the Sky-soaring Martial Saint crazy? Jiang Fong could absorb a ton of dragon blood, and that wasn't enough? The other elders also whispered among themselves, though they didn't dare to say it outright. They all felt that the Sky-soaring Martial Saint's judgment might be questionable. With Jiang Feng's talent laid out, how could he not take a disciple? The Grand Elder clapped his hands. Alright, everyone quiet down a bit. Jiang Feng's talent is evident, we can't cultivate him. The resources of the 9527 Great Federation, all given to Jiang Fong, probably wouldn't be enough. Therefore, I recommend letting Jiang Fong apprentice under other martial saints. As soon as this was said, there was some commotion in the room. This area was under the jurisdiction of the Sky-soaring Martial Saint, and now letting other martial saints intervene didn't seem good. But upon careful thought, it seemed there was no other way. If they didn't let other martial saints intervene, Jiang Feng's talent would be wasted. At this moment, the 2nd elder spoke up. Calling for other martial saints to intervene could easily provoke the anger of the Sky-soaring Martial Saint, and we can't bear that. How about this? I have an idea. Recommend Jiang Fong to the Holy Relic Land. There are several martial saint inheritances there, although they are difficult. But as long as Jiang Fong can activate one, he can directly apprentice under a martial saint. The Holy Relic Land exists in every region of the Great Federation. It is a place where powerful martial saints deliberately left their inheritances. Each inheritance has extremely high thresholds. Not just any super genius can pass. The Grand Elder's mouth twitched slightly. His original plan was to use the meeting vote to get everyone to agree to allow other martial saints to intervene. This way, the one-minded martial saint could come to the Great Federation and rightfully take Jiang Fong as a disciple. Otherwise, secretly taking a disciple could lead to a bad reputation. But unexpectedly, the 2nd elder's words directly shifted to the Holy Relic Land. I agree. The 3rd elder expressed his consent. The other elders also agreed. We agree too. Seeing that the situation was beyond control, the Grand Elder could only say, alright, I understand. I will personally contact Jiang Fong later to inform him of the location of the Holy Relic Land. Then, the meeting is adjourned. After everyone left, the Grand Elder also sent the news to the one-minded martial saint. Master, I'm sorry. I originally wanted you to rightfully take Jiang Fong as a disciple. I didn't expect things to develop like this. If Jiang Fong passes the test of the Holy Relic Land, he will directly apprentice under a powerful martial saint. By then, if you want to take Jiang Fong as a disciple, it might be troublesome. Should I conceal the news of the Holy Relic Land and temporarily hold Jiang Fong back?
A moment later, Exin Wu Shang sent a message, no need, your recent activities have been a bit too much, which could raise suspicion. If you continue to conceal the information about the sacred relic, it could very well lead to your own exposure. So, just communicate normally with Jang Fong and inform him of the location of the sacred relic. The Grand Elder became a bit anxious. What if Jang Fong learns the location of the sacred relic and passes the test, becoming a disciple of Wu Shang? Wouldn't that mean you have no chance? Exin Wu Shang replied, don't worry, the Wu Shang who left the inheritance at the sacred relic are all very powerful, and the difficulty of the inheritance is extremely high. Let's put it this way, even many martial emperors couldn't pass those tests during their weaker years. So, Jang Feng's chances of passing the test are very low. Seeing Exin Wu Shang's message, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the difficulty of the inheritance at the sacred relic was high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Many martial emperors couldn't clear it when they were young. This was too exaggerated. That's good. Zhang Feng's chances of passing are low, so I can safely tell him the location of the sacred relic. On Zhang Feng's side, he, along with Zhou Chen and Su Kai, were heading towards the gathering place of the martial fighters. On the way, Zhang Fong asked, by the way, Zhou Chen, you know that the strength of the planets I cultivate is quite good. Are there any benefits? Like giving everyone some dragon blood? Zhou Chen cleared his throat. There are benefits, but your cultivation time is still short, so the official can't grant you benefits yet. According to the rules, you need to cultivate for a year before participating in the planetary competition. The higher your rank, the more benefits you receive. One of those benefits is that everyone on the planet can bathe in the Dragon Clan's blood. Zhang Fong nodded, so that's how it is, it has to be a full year? He had only obtained the ancient underworld star for a month. He still had to wait for 11 more months. But it didn't matter, he could wait. After all, dragon blood is indeed good. Not to mention that after enhancing my meridians, my cultivation speed has greatly increased. Just in terms of physical strength, I've improved several times. Zhang Fong clenched his fist, feeling that even without energy he could contend against a 5th-level martial artist purely with his physical body. If he factored in the energy boost, Zhang Feng's normal strength was already enough to defeat martial artists of the same realm. This level of improvement was significant. At the same time, Zhang Fong was also thinking, if he continued to absorb dragon blood, would it be possible to match a martial emperor purely with physical strength? Of course, achieving this goal would be difficult, but if he could absorb dragon blood without limits, this goal might be attainable. Moreover, if all Scions absorbed dragon blood, their meridians would be strengthened together, and each person's cultivation speed would increase by over 10%. When combined, their cultivation levels would stack onto Zhang Fong, meaning his cultivation speed could increase by dozens of times. So from any angle, dragon blood is a great thing. Soon, the three arrived at the gathering place of the martial fighters, where most were muscular men. Zhang Fong sensed their levels, they were all quite low, with the strongest being only at the 9th level of martial artists. But their bodies were all incredibly strong. Why do they have such square heads? Zhang Fong couldn't help but ask. These muscular men not only had developed muscles but also had somewhat square-shaped heads, which was quite strange. Zhou Chen explained, because martial fighters do not cultivate energy or practice supernatural abilities, they only train their physical strength. They use certain items to enhance their physical power. Using these items, too much can change some body shapes. A square head is a side effect of these items. In fact, there's another saying, the squarer the head, the stronger the person. Zhang Fong suddenly understood. At that moment, a burly man with yellow hair walked over. What are you skinny toothpicks doing here? Zhang Feng's eyebrows twitched. These martial fighters were indeed as rude as Zhou Chen had said. Zhou Chen sneered, showing no courtesy. Of course we're here to fight. What's wrong? You don't accept the challenge? Want to have a go? The yellow-haired man scoffed. You lot? You think you can fight? I see you're just asking to be beaten. Wait. Are you new martial artists? Don't you know the rules of the fighting arena? Let me tell you, in here, fighting doesn't depend on cultivation or abilities. Only on physical strength. With your scrawny bodies, who can you possibly beat? You're just asking for humiliation. Zhou Chen clasped his hands behind his back. I know the rules of the fighting arena, so stop the nonsense and call out your best fighter. The yellow-haired man's expression changed. They really were here to stir trouble? Do I need to call someone to fight you? I can take on all three of you by myself. Come on, let's have a round in the fighting arena. Zhou Chen's eyes widened. Bring it on. Who's afraid? My brother is invincible. The yellow-haired man. So it's not you fighting, huh? Hold on. At that moment, another burly man approached from a distance. Huang Mao, this is a distinguished guest, do you know? This person is the martial emperor Zhou Chen. The yellow-haired man was startled. A martial emperor? This person's cultivation level is actually that of a martial emperor? Although they didn't care much about cultivation, encountering a high-level martial artist still surprised them. Tang Si. Zhou Chen looked at the approaching martial artist, his expression becoming much more serious. The Tang family's three brothers, Tang Yi, Tang Er, Tang Si. These three were the strongest in the fighting arena.
Back then, he had lost to Tang Si and suffered
humiliation. Today, he was counting on Jang Fong to take revenge for him. Tang Si stepped in front of Zhou Chen. What? Wasn't losing last time enough for you? You want another round?
Zhou Chen snorted and stepped back behind Jang Fong.
Shut your filthy mouth. Do you dare to fight my brother Jang Fong? Ha! Tang Si was taken aback. He had thought Zhou Chen would fight himself, but instead he was relying on someone else. Tisk, are you scared of getting beaten? Tang Si mocked Zhou Chen while sizing up Jang Fong.
I see you martial emperors aren't that impressive. If I had martial talent and your resources, I could also become a martial
emperor. Useless bunch. Zhou Chen retorted, less talk, ready to fight? Tang Si waved his hand, bring it on.
He studied Jang Fong carefully. He looked like he had no muscle at all, not someone with strong physical capabilities.
So, Tang Si didn't think he would lose. The fighting arena was in a closed room, featuring a huge platform with some seats nearby for spectators.
As Jang Fong entered the room, he instantly felt that all energy and abilities had vanished.
The only thing left was the strength of his body. As expected, here I can only rely on brute force.
Jang Fong took a deep breath, his fighting spirit soaring. I'll be waiting for you on the platform. Jang Fong leaped up, jumping from the ground onto the platform. Seeing this, Tang Si's expression grew serious. This Jang Fong, although he looked weak, he contained quite a bit of power within his body. It makes sense, he was brought here by Zhou Chen for revenge, so he clearly won't be too weak. I need to be careful, or I'll end up being mocked by Zhou Chen. The yellow-haired man was also present. Seeing Jiang Feng's leap, he quickly
cleared his throat. This guy has some skills. Good thing I didn't fight Jiang Fong back then. If it came to blows, I would definitely be beaten. I acknowledge. You. Tang Si also jumped onto the platform. Not bad, kid, I can give you 3 moves. Come on, attack me first.
Not bad at all, little guy, I acknowledge you.
Come on, I'll let you have 3 moves.
After saying that, Tang Si patted his chest and a thumping sound echoed, as if he were hammering iron.
One can imagine the strength of his physique. Jiang Fong glanced at Tang Si. Let me take 3 moves? I'm afraid that after 3 moves, you'll lose outright. Let's just fight. Normally. With that, Jiang Fong charged directly at Tang Si.
Since he couldn't use energy, Jiang Fong ran over, and everyone could see it clearly.
Normal fight?
Tang Si had a proud look on his face.
No need. You attack. If I can't withstand even 3 of your moves, I'll take on the surname of Zhou Chen. If I can withstand it,
you and Zhou Chen will have to bark like dogs.
Zhou Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Could Jiang Fong really take down Tang Si in 3 moves? He certainly didn't want to bark like a dog.
The burly man with yellow hair spoke up. What's wrong?
Are you scared? A dignified martial emperor and you don't dare to gamble?
Zhou Chen gritted his teeth.
Who's scared? Let's gamble. But Tang Si, if you lose, you also have to bark like a dog. Tang Si decisively agreed, while inwardly sneering he was absolutely not going to lose, because his muscles would never lie.
After saying that, Tang Si took a solid stance, ready to withstand 3 moves from Jiang Fong.
I must hold on.
I want to tell Zhou Chen that even if you are a martial emperor, you still have to bark like a dog.
It's nothing special. Just.
Then, Jiang Fong charged right in front of Tang Si, gathering all his strength, and threw a punch at Tang Si's abdomen.
Bang! This punch left a red mark on Tang Si's abdomen. Ouch! Tang Si gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. This person's attack was too fierce. He clearly didn't have much muscle. Why? Was he so strong?
In the next moment, before Tang Si could react, Jiang Fong flipped his body and kicked out, striking Tang Si right in the head.
Bang! Tang Si was
hit hard and fainted immediately.
2 moves, and Jiang Fong won.
This is pure physical combat. Jiang Fong stood in place, clenching his fist.
It was a strange feeling. The blood of the Chuan Chao within him seemed to be boiling. This kind of battle was quite interesting. It's a pity Tang Si isn't strong enough. If he
were a bit stronger, and the Chuan Chao blood boiled completely, there might be some special changes. Jiang Fong could sense that the Chuan Chao bloodline had
undergone some subtle changes. This is winning?
The burly man with yellow hair widened his eyes.
2 moves, just 2 moves, and he actually defeated Tang Si.
He knew Jiang Fong had some skills and guessed he might win, but he never expected that it would only take 2 moves to defeat Tang Si.
Who would believe that?
After all, in the fighter circle, Tang Si still held considerable prestige, almost equivalent to a martial emperor.
Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen laughed mockingly at this moment. Tang Si, hurry up and learn to bark like a dog. I really don't know what you're pretending to be. It's nothing special. Tang Si painfully got up from the ground, looking at Zhou Chen at that moment, his face darkened. You lot, get lost. Otherwise, I'll call my big brother to take action. Zhou Chen's expression changed. What do you mean? A bet is a bet. If you don't bark like a dog, do you still want to call for help? Tang Si snorted, get lost. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, pulling over Su Kai beside him. Let's stop here. We should prepare to leave. If Tang Si really calls his big brother, we might be in trouble. Jang Fong ran over at this moment. From what you're saying, Tang Xi's big brother is very strong? Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. Tang Yi, the strongest fighter in the 95-27 Federal Division. Do you think he's fierce? In this energy-less fighting arena, he could easily take on all of us. Don't provoke them here, let's go. Just as Zhou Chen was about to slip away, he was stopped by Jang Fong. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a loss not to fight Tang Yi? Zhou Chen. Jang Fong, there's no need. That guy Tang Yi strikes without holding back. If you face him and get injured, what will you do? Let's really go. Jang Fong shook his head, resolutely wanting to fight Tang Yi. If Tang Yi was really strong, perhaps it could stimulate the super bloodline. Zhou Chen, if you want to leave, go ahead, but I must fight this match. Zhou Chen sighed, fine, since you're not leaving, I won't leave either. Su Kai raised his hand, I won't leave either, I want to see just how strong Tang Yi is. Jang Fong nodded and walked in front of Tang Xi, then call him over. Let me have a match with him. Tang Xi scoffed, very well, I see you're looking for death. That yellow-haired guy, go, hurry and call my brother over. Teach this ignorant kid a good lesson. Does he think that winning against me makes him invincible? The yellow-haired strong man responded and left the room to call for someone. Moments later, a robust man with a square face, accompanied by a group of strong men, approached. This square-faced man was none other than Tang Yi. Interesting, I heard you defeated my brother and now you want to challenge me? Jang Fong squinted his eyes. Just looking at Tang Yi's face, he could tell he was terrifyingly strong. That's right, it's me. Want to have a match? Tang Yi waved his hand, not fighting unless you sign a death contract with me. In this battle, life and death are irrelevant. If you get killed, you can't blame anyone. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. This was Tang Yi. He fought hard. It was too dangerous for Jang Fong to fight Tang Yi. You want to sign a death contract? Su Kai was also worried about Jang Fong. If it were a normal fight, Su Kai would naturally trust Jang Fong, but this was a physical battle, without any abilities or regard for cultivation. Lord Zhou Chen, you're right, fighting Tang Yi is too dangerous. Su Kai sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have persuaded Jang Fong. Jang Fong must not have any accidents. Jang Fong, however, did not hesitate. Alright, take out your death contract. I'll sign it. Tang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. You've got guts. Kid, you're quite good. Then, Tang Yi waved his hand back and a little brother presented the death contract. Here, I've already signed it. Tang Yi handed the document to Jang Fong. Press your handprint. Tang Yi's little brother handed over the ink pad and Jang Fong used it directly to press his handprint. Alright, ready for the match on the stage? Let's go. The two of them went up to the stage together, and Tang Yi immediately clenched his fists, his muscles fully erupting. At this moment, among the group of little brothers Tang Yi brought, there was a black-haired youth who, judging by his physique, did not seem robust, looking just like an ordinary person. This Jang Fong looks weak, without any exaggerated muscles, but the pressure coming from him is not at all inferior to Tang Yi. How did he train? Has a new training method emerged in the martial artist lineage? Interesting, I must take a good look, it might be very helpful for my research. The black-haired youth was named Chinya, who had just become a martial artist not long ago. Due to his extreme loyalty, Tang Yi took Chinya with him wherever he went. Brother, show your full strength. Tang Xi shouted from below the stage. Let him know what the strongest martial artist is. On the stage, watching Tang Yi display his muscles, Jang Fong decided to strike first. Let's test his strength. Jang Fong suddenly accelerated and charged at Tang Yi. With a right hook, he struck at Tang Yi with incredible speed. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Tang Yi's head. Hiss! Tang Xi and the others gasped in shock. Tang Yi was hit just like that? Could it be that Tang Yi was going to lose? He hit him. Su Kai waved his hand excitedly. Nice! There's a chance. But Zhou Chen's expression was serious. No, although Jang Fong hit Tang Yi, he did not cause any substantial damage. Su Kai was taken aback. No damage? Su Kai hurriedly looked towards the stage. Suddenly, after withstanding a punch from Jang Fong, Tang Yi didn't even take a step back. His face relaxed. Your attack is too weak. Tang Yi raised his fist. Watch closely, this is a real attack. With one punch, he struck towards Jang Fong. Zhang Feng's pupils constricted. The speed of this punch was indeed fast, almost too quick to block. Unable to defend in time, Zhang Fong was hit squarely and sent flying. I thought you were stronger than that, Tang Yi said, shaking his hand. Just that. Tang Xi, who was watching the fight, was excited. Wow, did you see that? This is my big brother, the strongest martial artist. Tang Yi's other underlings were also thrilled. Brother Tang Yi, invincible. Zhou Chen showed a worried expression, and Su Kai looked at Jang Fong with concern. As for Jang Fong, after being knocked back, he fell to the ground but quickly stood up. Again. Right, that's the kind of powerful attack. Jang Fong wiped the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his transcendent bloodline was truly boiling, and power surged within him. This was the first time he felt suppressed after obtaining the transcendent bloodline. Activate the muscle form of the transcendent. The stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the host's power can become. Unlimited growth. Boom.
The muscles in Jang Feng's upper body suddenly
Doubled in size. Come on, Tang Yi. Keep going.
Jang Fong charged at Tang Yi again. Tang Yi looked at Jang Fong at this moment, startled.
What is happening? How did he suddenly gain so much muscle?
It should be known that to gain muscle, there are no shortcuts. It can only be achieved through relentless training.
How could someone suddenly have a bunch of muscles? If muscles could just appear, what would our daily hard training count for? The spectators, including Tang Si, were also dumbfounded. Muscles suddenly expanding?
After years of being martial artists, this was the first time they encountered such a situation.
Logically, it shouldn't be possible. Could it be that Jang Fong infused energy into his muscles, causing them to expand rapidly?
But that didn't make sense. There was no
energy for Jang Fong to draw upon in the arena.
At this moment, Chinya's eyes lit up, looking at Jang Fong with curiosity.
I've seen so many martial artists, but I've never seen this situation. Muscles expanding suddenly. This guy is indeed interesting.
On the arena, Jang Fong rushed in front of Tang Yi and threw a
punch. Tang Yi hurriedly blocked with his palm.
With a bang, Tang Yi stopped Jang Feng's attack.
Tang Yi was taken aback.
The force of the attack seemed
quite ordinary, even weak. Damn, trying to scare me? Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief.
Seeing Jang Fong suddenly bulk up with muscles, Tang Yi thought he was
in danger. Who would have thought it was just this?
He really scared himself.
Let's end this little game.
This move will take you down.
Tang Yi raised his palm, intending to slap Jang Fong down. However, this slap landed on Jang Fong with no effect at all. It was as if it had struck a wall of iron. Jang Fong simply roared and punched Tang Yi again. Tang Yi was stunned. What? My attack was actually ineffective? Oh no, Jang Feng's attack is coming again. I need to block. Bang.
Once again, Tang Yi blocked Jang Feng's attack, but for some reason,
is it my illusion?
I feel like Jang Feng's attack has gotten a bit stronger.
This time? Forget it, I won't think about it. I refuse to believe my attack is useless against you. Tang Yi exerted force, his fists raining down on Jang Fong.
But it had no effect at all, not even pushing Jang Fong back a step.
What is going on? Tang Si was dumbfounded. Why is my brother's attack completely useless? Tang Yi knew exactly how heavy his fists were. After so many punches, not to mention Jang Fong, even the stars should have been shattered, right? But why? Jang Fong took it all. And looking at his condition, it seemed he was still unscathed. Something's not right. Jiao Chan also noticed.
Jang Fong now seemed very
off. Jang Fong, is he about to win? Su Kai looked bewildered. How did he come to win? Although he didn't know why Tang Yi's attacks were ineffective against Jang Fong. But Jiang Feng's attacks were also ineffective against Tang Yi, right? If they kept fighting, it should at most end in a draw, right? How could it be that Jang Fong was about to win? Could it be that my eyesight is failing?
Jiao Chan nodded beside him. Yes, your eyesight isn't good. After all, you're
just at the martial master level. Not being able to see the outcome is normal. I don't know how Jang Fong did it, but right now, Jang Fong is about to win. On the arena, as Tang Yi launched another attack, a punch landed squarely on Jang Feng's face. But it still had no effect, and just when Tang Yi thought about retreating, Jang Fong suddenly reached out his right hand, moving so fast that he directly grabbed Tang Yi's head. You want to grab me? Tang Yi was startled and hurriedly prepared to dodge.
However, Jang Feng's speed exceeded his imagination. In an instant, he had seized Tang Yi's head.
How could this be? His speed wasn't this fast before. He is really growing.
During their exchange, Tang Yi had begun to suspect that Jang Feng's strength and speed seemed to be increasing, but he had never dared to confirm it.
Until this moment, when he was suddenly caught. Monster! Just by fighting with others for a while, his own strength can increase so much. This is too outrageous. Tang Yi panicked. He had never seen someone like this, getting stronger the more they fought. Isn't this cheating? Others work hard to become stronger. And you? Just by fighting someone, you become invincible? Nonsense.
At this moment, Jang Fong held Tang Yi's head and, with a forceful push, slammed it directly into the ground. Then, while pressing Tang Yi's head down, he started to run. Whoosh! It was as if he was plowing the field, pushing Tang Yi's head and creating a trench in the ground. Ugh. Being constantly battered by the dirt, even if Tang Yi's head was tough, he
couldn't withstand it at this moment. He directly fainted. Stop! Tang Si and the others were anxious. If this continued, wouldn't they end up killing Tang Yi? Stop!
Tang Si and the others rushed towards the arena, wanting to prevent Jang Fong from continuing to push Tang Yi's head. As a result, Jang Fong grabbed Tang Yi's body and used it as a weapon, sweeping it towards Tang Si and the others, making it impossible for them to get close. With a roar, Jang Fong forcefully threw Tang Yi away, directly knocking over several people.
Refreshing. Jang Fong let out a breath, releasing the state of enhanced muscles, his physique returning to normal. This strength has increased so much, I estimate it's at the first level of Martial King now?
Jang Fong silently sensed, previously, his physical strength was at the 5th level of Martial Master, and this fierce battle had triggered the bloodline of Chuan Chao. It had directly enhanced him to the first level of Martial King. As for his martial arts realm, it probably improved as well, but at this moment on the arena, with energy prohibited, Jang Fong couldn't sense his own cultivation. Only after leaving the martial arts arena could Jang Fong perceive how much his cultivation had increased. Encountering an evenly matched opponent, the Chuan Chao bloodline directly activated, and the speed of improvement is like flying. Unfortunately, such opponents are too hard to come by. Jang Fong felt a bit regretful. If only Tang Yi could be a bit stronger, that would be great. If the Chuan Chao bloodline continued to boil, he could improve even more. Jang Fong, impressive. Jiu Chen walked over at this moment. I really didn't expect that the strongest in the martial fighters, Tang Yi, would be easily defeated by you. You're ruthless. Jang Fong sighed but couldn't feel happy. After defeating Tang Yi, it would be difficult to find an equally matched opponent again. Suddenly, Xinya walked up to Jang Fong. Hey, big shot, you're really strong. Can I become your disciple? I want to learn your fighting style. You just expand your muscles while fighting. That's amazing. Can you take me as your apprentice? Jang Fong glanced at Xinya, the system panel displaying some basic information about him. Jang Fong was momentarily distracted by the panel, then smiled. Forget it, I'm still a low-level warrior myself. What can I teach you as a master? Maybe we'll meet again by chance. After saying that, he left with Su Kai and Zhou Chen. On the way, Su Kai curiously asked, Jang Fong, you call yourself a low-level warrior? What a joke. If you're a low-level warrior, then what am I? Super low-level? Jang Fong explained, no, I just feel that I'm not strong enough. There's still a big gap. Only when I reach the martial sovereign realm can I barely be considered a hero. Watching Jiang Feng's departing figure, Xinya pondered. Meeting again by chance? Big brother, big brother. At that moment, Tang Si was shaking Tang Yi frantically. Under the intense shaking, Tang Yi slowly woke up. What is this? Tang Si was a bit excited. Big brother, I'm glad you woke up. I thought you were dead. But, big brother, your head is pointy now. Tang Yi? What the heck? My head is pointy. Tang Si explained. Jang Fong pushed your head and rubbed it on the ground, and, it seems like he sharpened your head. Tang Yi's pupils shook, his strong square face gone? Then let me ask you. Leaving the martial arts arena, Jang Fong sensed the energy again, realizing that his cultivation level had reached the 5th stage of Martial King. Previously, he was at the 1st stage of Martial King. After this battle, he directly broke through 4 small realms. If other warriors knew, they would definitely question their lives. Though Martial King realm, breaking through once, takes years of cultivation. You just had a fight and broke through? And it was a continuous breakthrough. Even if you cheat, it's not like this. While sensing his cultivation, Jang Fong calculated in his heart. After breaking through, if he challenged the martial saint with all his might, could he win? After pondering for a while, Jang Fong shook his head. No, the gap between Martial King and Martial Saint is an absolute level difference, a qualitative change. The cultivation of a Martial Saint is like a vast ocean, wide and boundless, while his first stage of Martial King is like a drop of water. Although he can transform the drop into thousands, it's still just a drop. Even now, having become a 5th stage Martial King, he has only turned 1 drop into 5. After transformation, it's just 50,000 drops. Compared to the vast ocean, these drops are insignificant. My normal state is still too weak. From now on, I need to work harder. I aim to defeat the Martial Saint by the time I'm 20. Not really, buddy. Is your normal state really that weak? The Martial Saint has cultivated for thousands of years, mastering divine abilities, magical treasures, and martial arts to the extreme. And you still want to defeat those martial saints by the time you're 20. Does the Martial Saint have no pride? Jochin suddenly said, Jang Fong, thank you for helping me take a breath. I was so happy watching that Tang Si get beaten. That kid was so arrogant before. Jang Fong laughed. No need to thank me, I wanted to fight too. Zhou Chen, do you know where there are stronger fighters? I didn't get to fight enough this time. Jochin stroked his chin. There are definitely stronger fighters, but not in the 9527 area. If you want to go to another area, it will be very troublesome. The biggest problem is the distance. The universe is really too vast. My spaceship is quite high-performing, but to leave the 9527 area it will take several months of flight. Jiang Feng pondered. Distance, That can be compensated for with instant teleportation. Zhou Chen continued. I know you are eager to fight strong opponents, but there's no need to rush. Didn't you absorb a lot of dragon blood before? With that talent, it will definitely attract the attention of the sky-piercing Martial Saint. I estimate that in a few days, the Martial Saint will come looking for you. With the resources and connections of the sky-piercing Martial Saint, whatever kind of opponent you want, he can arrange it for you. So, my advice is to just wait patiently for the Martial Saint to find you. At this moment, Zhou Chen was still unaware that, due to the Grand Elder's reasons, the sky-piercing Martial Saint was still in the dark. Sukai also expressed his opinion at this time. Jang Fong, why don't you stay in the Great Federation for a few more days?
You haven't even used the ability enhancement potion yet. Besides that, the Great Federation has many resources. You should at least use them before thinking about leaving. Jang Fong nodded. Alright, then I'll use the ability enhancement potion first. Jochen led the way. Come on, I'll take you to find the elder. And then use the ability enhancement potion. Thus, the three of them acted together and met the fourth elder of the Great Federation in a pharmacy. This person was specifically in charge of the ability enhancement potions. Jang Fong, here to enhance your abilities? The fourth elder understood Zhang Feng's intention. Upon seeing him, just a moment, I'll get you the potion, free of charge. The fourth elder turned to fetch the potion while Jang Fong fell into deep thought. Normally, using enhancement potions would cost money. If I were to give all the science on the ancient underworld star enhancement potions, how much would that cost? In total? Jochen spoke up, seemingly guessing what Jang Fong was thinking. Are you thinking about your subordinates? Don't worry, if your ancient underworld star can achieve good results in the planetary competition, then, dragon blood and ability enhancement potions will all be free and given to all the warriors on the planet. Oh, Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. They even give away ability enhancement potions. The Great Federation is indeed generous. After all the warriors on the planet is no small number. Speaking of which, I should find something for that group of Scions to do. Staying on the ancient underworld star. Every day, they must be bored. Jang Fong glanced at his clan task. The second phase was for the Scions to dominate the ancient underworld star. This task had long been completed. The system reward was an increase in the talents of all Scions, allowing for faster cultivation. Moreover, the descendants of the Scions would more easily produce elite warriors. The third phase of the clan task was to become the planet with the strongest average strength within the entire scope of the DMO Mansion. This task was a bit difficult. The scope of the DMO Mansion was too vast, and there were many experts. To become the strongest planet, the average strength must be above Martial Venerable. Achieving this goal would take a long time. I heard that there are quite a few dangerous places in the Great Federation, like the Shining World where Jochen is stationed. Because there are too many dangerous places, the manpower in the Great Federation is severely insufficient. Just right, I can send the Scions to battle, which can both train them and allow them to scavenge some treasures while also earning clan points. The more dangerous the place, the more treasures there are, that is beyond doubt. I'll mention it to Jochen later. Jang Fong thought to himself, and the fourth elder came out with the potion. This is the ability enhancement potion. Jang Fong, give it a try. By the way, I heard you have multiple abilities? I don't know if this potion will have any special effects when used on you. Jang Fong? What does that mean? The fourth elder explained, I usually use this potion for individuals with a single ability to enhance their own abilities. Since you have several abilities, shouldn't you get multiple injections of the potion? Is it the same as them, just one injection will do? Also, when it comes to enhancing abilities, does it strengthen your own abilities or can it enhance other abilities as well? Jang Fong shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either, suggesting that the fourth elder should just inject him directly. Alright, practice makes perfect. The fourth elder took out a syringe, first drawing the medicine, then preparing to inject it into Jang Fong. However, when the needle pierced Jiang Feng's skin, there was a crack and it shattered. Yes, the needle broke. The fourth elder's eyes widened. What's going on? How is your skin so tough? The fourth elder was stunned. He had injected so many martial artists before, and this was the first time he encountered a situation where he couldn't penetrate the skin. Jochen remained calm. After all, Jang Fong had defeated the strongest martial fighter, Tang Yi, relying solely on his physical strength. With a physique of this level, how could an ordinary needle possibly break through? Fourth elder, you might not know, but Zhang Feng's physical strength is very strong. You should switch to a special needle. The fourth elder took a deep breath. Alright, I understand, just a moment. After a moment, the fourth elder produced a very precise and small needle. This is specially designed for people with strong physiques. It will definitely go in. Oh, right, Jang Fong, you need to relax and not exert any force. Otherwise, the needle might still break. Jang Fong, you said it was a special needle. Why do I still have to cooperate? This needle feels quite unprofessional too. Although he had some complaints in his heart, Jang Fong still complied, completely retracting his energy and relaxing his body. In this situation, if the needle still couldn't penetrate, there would be nothing he could do. The needle approached Zhang Feng's skin again, and this time it didn't break. It just made a sizzling sound upon contact. It still couldn't go in. Why is it still not working? The fourth elder was sweating a bit from anxiety. At this moment, Jochen walked over. Let me try, fourth elder, your strength is too weak. Jochen took over, using his own strength to successfully push the needle in. The fourth elder wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, damn, Jang Fong just stands there and lets me try to stab him, and I still can't get it in. If I were to fight him, wouldn't I never be able to break through his defenses? The young people these days are really getting more and more monstrous. With the enhancement agent successfully injected, Jang Fong could feel a surge of intense energy within him.
The fourth elder then reminded him, you need to absorb it with all your strength. After about 10 minutes, see if there are any effects. If there are no effects, we will continue to inject you.
Jang Fong nodded, and after about
5 minutes, he began to feel the effects.
Checking it out. Ability, Conquest Effect 1, after killing a martial artist, you can plunder their abilities. Effect 2, you can sacrifice abilities to convert them into your own cultivation.
Effect 3, if you injure an opponent and obtain a drop of their blood, you can seal their abilities through the blood. Effect 4, you can bestow your abilities onto others. After this upgrade, there were directly 2 new effects.
Using blood to seal
ability seems pretty good, it might have miraculous effects during battle. Jang Fong stroked his chin.
As for this ability to bestow powers onto others, I am very satisfied.
For someone like Jang Fong, by killing enemies he could obtain various abilities, including some logistical abilities which could take years to create certain treasures. Jang Fong was unwilling to use such abilities because years were too long,
but if bestowed upon others, like Su Qianli, this ability could be fully utilized.
The same goes for other abilities. Many abilities that were useless to Jang Fong, if given to his subordinates, might cultivate a
targeted genius. Goodness, is Su Qianli going to become my logistics minister? Jang Fong let out a sigh. At that moment, Elder 4 asked, Jang Fong, you have multiple abilities within you. After the injection, how many have been enhanced?
Jang Fong replied, only my own ability has been enhanced.
The others showed no change.
He had anticipated that only his innate ability would upgrade. After all, he had completed the system task before, and the reward only upgraded his conquest
ability. Elder 4 seemed a bit reluctant. How about you take another injection? Let's see if multiple injections can enhance the other abilities. Jang Fong thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Alright.
Thus, Zhou Chen helped Jang Fong with another injection.
Moments later, there was no movement within Jang Fong.
Elder 4 sighed. Well, it seems we can conclude that ability enhancement only works on the innate ability.
What a pity. If it worked on the other abilities, too, you could become even stronger. Jang Fong comforted Elder 4, it's fine. Our human technology is constantly advancing. Who knows, one day they might develop a serum that can enhance all abilities. Elder 4 nodded. It was indeed possible. After all, humans in the past didn't even have enhancement serums. Yes, our human technology is indeed developing rapidly, Elder 4 remarked.
Alright, the serum has been injected. I'll take my leave now, I have other matters to
attend to.
After saying that, Elder 4 walked towards the back of the pharmacy, busying himself.
Zhou Chen looked at Jang Fong. Shall we go? Jang Fong
nodded and was just about to leave the pharmacy when suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stern face walked in at the entrance.
Is that the Grand Elder?
The moment Zhou Chen saw the middle-aged man, he recognized him. This man was indeed the Grand Elder of the Federation,
a powerful figure at the 9th level
of Martial Emperor.
Oh, but not that strong. After all, he couldn't beat me. Zhou Chen thought this way. Grand Elder? Jang Fong also looked curiously at the middle-aged man, the nominally most powerful person in Division 9527. How did he appear at the pharmacy entrance?
The Grand Elder walked up to Jang Fong with a
friendly smile. You must be Jang Fong, right?
I guessed you would come to enhance your abilities, so I came to take a look, and indeed found you.
I came to tell you something and also to give you a suggestion. First of all, because you absorbed a lot of dragon blood, I and the other elders believe you would catch the
attention of the sky-piercing Martial Saint. But he did not take notice of you. The sky-piercing Martial Saint said he does not intend to take you as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was a bit stunned.
What? What's going on with my master? How could he overlook Jang Fong? Damn it, my master is due
to the Martial Saint's authority. Zhou Chen ultimately didn't dare to voice that last thought.
Although the Grand Elder lied, Zhou Chen didn't dare to verify it.
After all, the gap in status was too great.
He, Zhou Chen, couldn't just message the Martial Saint in question. Why didn't you take Jang Fong as a disciple? He
didn't dare to challenge the Martial Saint like that, so the Grand Elder's lie went unchallenged. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Jang Fong had no particular
reaction. The Martial Saint didn't take notice? So be it.
Indeed, with the Martial Saint's help he could avoid many detours, but if the Martial Saint was too lazy to help, he could still reach the peak on his own. It would just take a bit longer. Su Kai scratched his head. What a foolish Martial Saint. How could he overlook
someone with Zhang Feng's talent? I really want to shit on your head. Damn guy. The Grand Elder noticed Zhang Feng's lack of reaction and was somewhat impressed
by his composure. It was quite good. You don't need to be too disheartened. After saying this, the Grand Elder felt it was a bit strange. It seemed Jang Fong
wasn't disheartened at all. Cough, forget it, no need for comfort, let's get straight to the point. I mentioned before that I have a suggestion for you. You could go to the Sacred Relic Land.
There are many powerful Martial Saints there, and they have left behind legacies.
If you can pass the legacy, then you still have a chance to become a disciple of a Martial Saint. Jang Fong fell into deep thought. Oh, the Sacred Relic Land? There's such a place? I should check it out. Another day. With the help of a martial saint, it would indeed be much more convenient. At this moment, Jochin spoke up. The Sacred Relic Land? Huh? There are indeed many martial saint legacies there, but the difficulty is too high. I'm not afraid to admit it. I've been to the Sacred Relic Land before, but in the end, I didn't pass a single legacy. Sigh, it's just too hard. However, Jochin suddenly changed his tone. If it's you, Jang Fong, you might just pass. After all, you're much stronger than I am. After spending time with Jang Fong, Jochin was completely convinced. Jang Fong was just too formidable. The Grand Elder's expression tightened. Jochin trusts Jang Fong this much? Could it be that Jang Fong is even more powerful than he thought? Can he really pass the martial saint legacy? If he really becomes a disciple of another martial saint, wouldn't that be a waste of Jang Feng's talent? After all, only his own master would provide Jang Fong with the best development. If Jang Fong were to become a disciple of someone else, it would be a complete waste. The one-minded martial saint truly valued Jang Fong, while other martial saints had many disciples. Even if Jang Fong had great potential, he wouldn't be given too much attention. The resources gained from wholeheartedly nurturing a disciple versus casually nurturing one are not the same. But soon, the Grand Elder calmed his emotions again. He felt that Jochin's words might just be simple encouragement for Jang Fong. The possibility of Jang Fong truly passing was very low. Don't think too much, don't get too excited, and don't give anything away. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and continued to look kindly at Jang Fong. Jang Fong, let's exchange contact information. Later, I will send you the coordinates of the Sacred Relic Land. Just like that, the Grand Elder exchanged contact information with Jang Fong. At the same time, he also sent over the coordinates of the Sacred Relic Land. After seeing the coordinates, Jang Fong was taken aback and then called over Sukai. Look, these coordinates are somewhat close to the ones you sent me. Sukai leaned over to take a look and indeed found that he had previously sent Jang Fong a coordinate, which was a treasure land he often explored. Why is my treasure land so close to the Sacred Relic Land? The Grand Elder chuckled. That's quite normal. The spiritual energy in the Sacred Relic Land is dense, and even a little leakage of spiritual energy can nurture many treasures. Then, a small number of warriors who venture into the Sacred Relic Land might die, and after their death, their treasures are teleported out of the Sacred Relic Land, ending up outside. Over time, the areas surrounding the Sacred Relic Land also became treasure lands. Sukai suddenly realized, so that's how it is. By the way, Sukai looked at the Grand Elder and proactively suggested, I want to pass on the identity of the Blue Star Master to Jang Fong. The Grand Elder was somewhat surprised that Sukai would give up the Blue Star. Jang Fong, what do you think? Jang Fong glanced at Sukai and then looked at the Grand Elder. Sure, let me be the Blue Star Master. 3 days later, Jang Fong and Sukai set off together. Jang Feng's goal was the Sacred Relic Land. As for Sukai, his goal was naturally the treasure land he often visited. He purchased some treasures to make himself stronger. This time heading to the treasure land, he had only one goal: to reclaim everything that belonged to him. Lu Ruyan, just you wait, Sukai whispered. Jang Feng's ears twitched. After all, they were in a spaceship, and no matter how low Sukai's voice was, he could still hear it. What's going on? Can you tell me? Sukai sighed. It's nothing, I just went to explore a treasure site before and met a young woman named Lu Ruyan. At first, we explored the treasure site together and she was quite concerned about me, which touched me deeply. We teamed up and found a lot of treasures. But later, we encountered a young master from a prominent family who was stronger than me in both cultivation and background. Lu Ruyan directly sold me out, telling that young master I had many treasures on me. Taking this opportunity, Lu Ruyan successfully befriended the young master, and I was hunted down by them together, barely managing to escape. Oh, Jang Fong suddenly understood. In simple terms, a more outstanding man appeared, and Lu Ruyan sacrificed Sukai to curry favor with him. Brother, that's a bit tragic. Jang Fong patted Sukai's shoulder to offer comfort. So, you want to find Lu Ruyan for revenge, right? Do you need my help? Sukai shook his head. Don't you have your own things to do? I won't hold you up. Jang Fong laughed heartily. It's fine, even if it delays me, it won't be for long. I'm more interested in the gossip. Take me along. Sukai. So it turns out he just wants to hear the gossip. Alright, since you want to go, I'll take you with me to meet Lu Ruyan. The two sat on the spaceship, continuously heading towards their destination. Meanwhile, Jochin was also on his spaceship. Jang Fong said to go to ancient underworld star to bring a batch of Scions, and then fight alongside them in the Divine Radiance world. This will help them train. I must take Karoti and Beijuta with me. Let them fuse, I want to fight them. Again. Just thinking about being defeated by Beijut made Jochin feel very displeased. Damn it, I must take revenge. I must. Soon, Jochin landed on ancient underworld star, selecting Karoti, Beijuta, and 50 Scions who could transform into Super Saiyan gods. Everyone gathered in the tribe, planning to board Chen's spaceship. Hey, wait.
Suddenly, Jochin noticed a blind spot and looked curiously at the gourd at Kuroti's waist.
That gourd you have, why does it look so familiar? Kuroti scratched his head. Familiar?
I don't know, when I first saw a gourd, I also thought it looked familiar.
Jio-chan? No, dude, why does it feel so much like my forbidden treasure, the 5 Extremes gourd? Wait, Jang Fong borrowed my gourd for a day before, could he have somehow copied my gourd? Ha? No way? No, wait. Bei Judah seems to have one too?
Suddenly, Jochin noticed that Bei Judah also had one.
What's going on? These two actually both have 5 Extremes gourds? Could it be that Jang Fong really copied a bunch of 5 Extremes gourds and gave one to each person? No, absolutely impossible. This is a
forbidden treasure.
How could it be mass-produced?
It should just be a simple decoration, Jochin thought.
If it could be mass-produced, Jang Fong would be too amazing.
Bei Judah looked at the spaceship.
Alright, enough chit-chat, let's board and head to the Divine Radiance world. I can't wait to fight. Jio-chen hurriedly said, wait, before we set off, I have one request. Can you let that Bei Jude come out and fight me? Consider it a favor, I really can't accept it. Jio-chen was still haunted by his previous defeat.
He particularly wanted to use all his strength to fight Bei Jude and see who would win.
Kuroti said it was fine, if you want to fight, I can fight you. But Bei Judah, he doesn't like to fuse with me. Bei Judah snorted coldly. Jio-chen rubbed his temples, so as long as Bei Judah agrees, he can fight Bei Jude? Think of a way.
Seeing the tension between Bei Judah and Kuroti, suddenly, Jio-chen realized something.
I think I have an idea. Jio-chen pulled Bei Judah aside to a corner where no one was paying attention and whispered, do you want to surpass Kuroti? Bei Judah's eyes widened. Do you have a way for me to surpass Kuroti? Don't joke around.
Lord Jiangfeng has already said that I can only defeat Kuroti if I transform into Super Saiyan 4.
Jio-chen shook his head.
Not at all, I have a special ability enhancement potion that can strengthen your abilities. This way, in terms of abilities alone, you can surpass
Kuroti, Bei Judah. So it's just about surpassing in abilities?
But thinking about it carefully, just surpassing in abilities is pretty good.
At least, in one aspect, I would be stronger than Kuroti. Alright, can I use your potion? Bei Judah asked. Jio-chen clasped his hands behind his back. Of course, but I have one. Request, you need to fuse with Kuroti and let Bei Judah come out to fight me. After the battle, regardless of win or lose, I'll give you the ability enhancement potion. Bei Judah, do I really have to fuse? After a mental struggle, Bei Judah finally agreed. Okay, I'll go fuse with him right now. But don't forget, you have to give me the potion after the fight.
Jio-chen smiled slightly.
Don't worry, I won't forget. Thus, Bei Judah approached Kuroti and proposed to fuse. Kuroti was shocked. Hey, Jio-chen, how did you convince Bei Judah? He actually wants to fuse with me. Jio-chen waved his hand. Don't ask too much, let's just fight. Kuroti scratched his head. Alright then, let's get started. The two used their earrings again and instantly fused. Bei Judah made his entrance. You again? Bei Judah looked at Jio-chen and curled his lip. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of being beaten? Jio-chen snorted coldly. Last time, I was careless. This time, I absolutely won't lose. 5 Extremes gourd, come out. Jio-chen activated the gourd directly. His defense increased significantly. Seeing this, Bei Judah crossed his arms. I thought it was something else, turns out it's the 5 Extremes gourd. You think you're the only one with it? Jio-chan? What do you mean? Who else has the 5 Extremes gourd besides me? Bei Judah clapped one hand and activated the gourd at his waist as well. His defense increased significantly. Jio-chen. What the hell? It's not just a decoration. Their gourds can be used too? But how is this possible? This is unscientific. Jio-chen was completely dumbfounded. He
felt his worldview had been shaken. A prestigious forbidden weapon, even containing the essence of the supreme weapon, how could the other party replicate such a
unique thing? If you don't attack, I'm going to make a move.
Bei Judah, too lazy to waste words, saw Jio-chen looking dazed and decided to strike.
Don't say I ambushed you. Boom! Bei Judah transformed into Super Saiyan God and punched Jio-chen.
But due to the protection of the 5 Extremes gourd, the power of this
punch was reduced by 90%. It barely hurt Jio-chen. I lost. Jio-chen chose to admit defeat directly. Bei Judah, that's it? Jio-chen lowered his head. I can't break through the defense of the 5 Extremes gourd. You used the 5 Extremes gourd, and I can never hurt you, but you broke through my gourd. So, in
this battle, I had no chance of victory.
You won. I admit defeat.
Bei Judah was somewhat speechless. You went through so much trouble to call me out, and this is
the result? Sensing Bei Judah's helplessness, Jio-chen silently clenched his fists. Don't get too proud. I will train hard. One day, I will defeat you. This will be my life's pursuit. Jio-chen shouted, that's right. Defeating you is my life's pursuit. One day, I will achieve it. Bei Judah waved his hand dismissively. Impossible, don't even think about it, you will never defeat me. Alright, let's end this. Beijut voluntarily disintegrated, separating into Karoti and Beijuta. Zhou Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. Damn it, just wait, one day I will surpass you. Beijut. That day will come. As for Karoti, he looked angrily at Beijuta. Damn it, Beijuta, how insidious of you to use the ability enhancement potion. After merging, with shared memories, Karoti also learned about the deal between Beijuta and Zhou Chen. Beijuta glanced at Karoti. Idiot. Karoti. Zhou Chen. I want the ability enhancement potion too. Use it on me. Zhou Chen replied. Sorry, I promised Beijuta that I would only let him use it. Karoti, if you don't let me use it, the next time I want to challenge Beijut, I won't merge. Zhou Chen sighed. Next time we challenge, we'll talk about it then. I admit defeat. I am not a match for Beijut right now. But Zhou Chen displayed a high fighting spirit. I am not discouraged. One day I will be able to do it. Karoti. After all, you still won't give me the ability enhancement. Sigh. Beijuta felt a bit smug at this moment. Awesome. Finally, I have something that can surpass Karoti. By the way, Beijuta looked at Zhou Chen. We have the same magical artifact as yours, aren't you curious? Why didn't you ask about it? Zhou Chen appeared very nonchalant. It was made by Jang Fong, right? If he made it, then it's quite normal. No need to be too surprised. Beijuta was somewhat surprised. Oh? You're so open-minded about it? Hearing this, Zhou Chen almost cried. What else can I do if I don't act a bit nonchalant? They've mass-produced so many gourds, I can only accept it. Damn it, the magical artifact that originally belonged to me is now in everyone's hands. I feel so miserable. Beijuta. So it was just a facade of strength. Zhou Chen shouted. That guy Jang Fong is really outrageous. Anything can happen with him. Karoti interrupted Zhou Chen. Alright, we should get going, right? Let's hurry to the Shining World. I can't wait to fight. Beijuta was also filled with fighting spirit. Me too. Then let's go. Zhou Chen waved his hand, leading everyone onto the spaceship. Destination, Shining World. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe, far away from the ancient underworld star, a seemingly ordinary man sat in a chair, holding a goblet, appearing very elegant. Mr. Fu. At that moment, a woman dressed as a housekeeper approached. I have bought your ticket to the 9527 area, expected to arrive in a month. Mr. Fu stood up from his chair. Thank you, my dear housekeeper. The woman was about to say it was no trouble when Mr. Fu suddenly struck, killing the housekeeper. I will be leaving for a while. To prevent any secrets from leaking, you should remain asleep. Oh ho ho. Mr. Fu covered his mouth and laughed 3 times, then suddenly his expression darkened. Kula, you actually died in the 9527 area. I want to see what strange things are there. Mr. Fu is Kula's brother, Kalisa. After infiltrating the human race, he took on the name Mr. Fu and directly got into the cosmic real estate business, accumulating a lot of wealth. Oh, of course, Kula, the forces you have secretly nurtured for years, I will take them all. Oh ho ho ho. Kalisa laughed again. Visiting Kula is a pretense. Seizing Kula's remaining forces is Kalisa's true goal. I heard that Kula is on some high-tech planet working on mechanization, and now all his research results will belong to me. On Jiang Feng's side, he and Sukai finally arrived at the treasure land mentioned by Sukai, Planet 805. This, Planet 805 is actually a relatively large satellite, and there are many similar satellites nearby. They all revolve around a huge, spiritually rich planet. And this planet is the Holy Relic Land. Are you really going to eat melon? Why not go directly to the Holy Relic Land? Sukai looked at Jang Fong. Jang Fong nodded. No rush, let's go, take me to see Lu Ruyan. Oh, by the way, are you sure Lu Ruyan is still on this planet? Sukai thought for a moment and replied, she is. Most likely still on Planet 805 because she is most familiar with this place and can obtain treasures more easily. Jang Fong acknowledged this and then looked around. The scenery on this planet was quite good and the spiritual energy was abundant. One could only say that it was worthy of being close to the Holy Relic Land. It couldn't be too bad. Sukai flew into the air and began searching for Lu Ruyan. About an hour later, Sukai suddenly pointed to the ground, found her. Jang Fong followed his gaze and saw that Sukai was pointing at a richly dressed man. Jang Fong? This is Lu Ruyan? Sukai explained, no, this is that rich young master. Lu Ruyan backstabbed me to please him. Then they chased me together. If he is nearby, it means Lu Ruyan is also nearby. I'll go ask him. With this thought, Sukai accelerated and flew in front of the young man. You are the young master of the Su family, right? Speak quickly. Where is Lu Ruyan? I want to take revenge. If you dare to shelter her, I'll kill you too. Jang Fong was on the side, eating melon. As for the young master of the Su family, he was overjoyed when he saw Sukai. Brother Sukai. Oh wow. You came just in time. I was just planning to find Lu Ruyan for revenge. Let's team up and take down this stinky label. Sukai? Jang Fong? Oh? The young master of the Su family explained. Brother Sukai, in case you didn't know, that Lu Ruyan actually backstabbed me. We encountered a big shot. To please the big shot, she directly abandoned me. I'm so furious. I swear I won't be human if I don't take revenge. Jang Fong. Wonderful, wonderful. Sukai couldn't believe it. You were also backstabbed? The young master of the Su family nodded. Yes, she also backstabbed me. I gave her many gifts, some of which have positioning functions, so I know where she is. It's just that my strength isn't strong enough, and I've always been afraid to go over. Now, brother Sukai, if you team up with me, I will have confidence. How about it? Shall we rush over together and kill Lu Ruyan to vent our anger? Sukai was silent for a moment and nodded. Let's act together. Originally, Sukai had some resentment towards the young master of the Su family, but after learning that he was also deceived by Lu Ruyan, that resentment dissipated. There was even a sense of shared suffering. Who is this brother? The young master of the Su family noticed Jang Fong and asked tentatively, could he be the backup Sukai found? Also a strong one? Sukai cleared his throat. He's my friend, he mainly just eats melon. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Su family looked a bit gloomy. Just eating melon? That means he won't take action. What a pity. If he could take action, we could gain some support. Sukai waved his hand. Alright, enough of that. Take me to find Lu Ruyan. She should still be on planet 805, right? The young master of the Su family nodded. Yes, according to the positioning on my treasure, Lu Ruyan is about a few thousand meters away from us, just to the west. Sukai raised his right hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go over now. Thus, the three of them flew towards the location of Lu Ruyan together. To the west, by a river, Lu Ruyan was exploring treasures with a man. Young Master Chen, there are some good treasures hidden in a certain spot of this river. You will definitely like them, she said, flipping her hair and revealing her fair neck to young Master Chen. Young Master Chen remained unfazed, continuing to search for treasures. He knew exactly what kind of person Lu Ruyan was. If she could stab others in the back to please herself, then if someone more powerful appeared, she would stab him in the back too. Therefore, such a woman should be treated as a tool, just enough to find treasures. There was no need for excessive communication. Seeing that young Master Chen was ignoring her, Lu Ruyan was not discouraged. After all, they were alone together, and there was plenty of time to stir each other's hearts. I've played with more men than you've eaten salt. I don't believe you can escape from my grasp. With this thought, Lu Ruyan planned to make some small moves. Die! Suddenly, a roar echoed in the air. It was Sukai and young Master Su. They were coming to kill her. Lu Ruyan. No one can save you today. Lu Ruyan was startled, not expecting that Sukai and young Master Su had teamed up. Young Master Chen, help! Lu Ruyan quickly hid behind young Master Chen and whispered, Young Master Chen, if I die, no one will help you find treasures. Upon hearing this, young Master Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to save Lu Ruyan, but she knew many treasure locations, and if she died just like that, it would be a loss for him. Forget it. Just drive off these two little martial artists. Young Master Chen stood in front of the two. Stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Young Master Su snorted. Chen, you are a 4th-tier martial artist, and I am a 3rd-tier martial artist. Even if the two of us team up, I really can't beat you. But now, I have a helper, Sukai. He is a 2nd-tier martial artist, and with the two of us working together, you will definitely lose. If you insist on protecting Lu Ruyan, then I'll kill you. Young Master Chen cursed inwardly. Who the hell wants to protect Lu Ruyan? It's not like he was doing it for her, but because she knew many treasure locations. There's no choice now. I have to use the trump card my family gave me. Young Master Chen knew very well that he couldn't handle the two of them teaming up. Therefore, he directly activated his trump card, a Martial Emperor level puppet. With a strength reaching the 1st tier of Martial Emperor, it could be activated 3 times. This was something his family gave him for protection. I came here to participate in the family trial, and unexpectedly, on the first day, I had to use my trump card. Sigh, so difficult. However, as long as I protect Lu Ruyan, she will lead me to find many treasures. This family trial is all about who can gather more treasures. Lu Ruyan is the key to my victory. She must stay alive. Young Master Chen decisively took action, directly pulling out the Martial Emperor level puppet from his storage ring. Go! Kill them both. Also, seize the treasures. As soon as the Martial Emperor level puppet appeared, it released a terrifying pressure. It directly suppressed Sukai and young Master Su. At the same time, this momentum spread towards Jang Fong. Is that a Martial Emperor level puppet? No wonder he is a disciple of a noble family. He has so many trump cards. Jang Fong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and waved his hand. Boom! He directly dispersed this pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, seeing the puppet suppressing Sukai and young Master Su, was about to mock them, saying they were nothing in front of young Master Chen. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the puppet's pressure was dispelled. Who is this person? Lu Ruyan looked at Jang Fong with a face full of terror. How could he be so powerful? Even the Martial Emperor level puppet was suppressed by him. With a wave of his hand? Who is it? Young Master Chen also noticed Jang Fong, but, upon seeing Jiang Feng's golden hair, he was momentarily stunned. Then, bang, he directly knelt down. Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. Jang Fong? So straightforward? What does this mean? On Su Kai's side, as the pressure was dispelled by Jang Fong, he finally managed to catch his breath. Yeah, didn't you say that young Master Chen is only a 4th-tier martial artist? We could easily win. Why didn't you say he had such a trump card earlier? Young Master Su's face darkened. I didn't know. If I had known he had a martial emperor level puppet, would I have dared to trouble him? But is your friend really that strong? He suppressed a martial emperor level puppet? Su Kai snorted. My friend is that strong. What? You don't believe it? Young Master Su shrank his neck. How dare I not believe it? It's just that, look, that Chen guy knelt down right away. Su Kai looked over at Jang Fong, and young Master Chen had already knelt before him, which puzzled Su Kai. Did he kneel down that quickly? Young Master Chen hurriedly explained to Jang Fong, you might know Elder Jiu Chen from my family. He is the strongest elder in our Chen family. It was Elder Jiu Chen who said that if family disciples encounter someone with golden hair during their trials, they should kneel immediately. If they encounter someone with red hair, they should kneel and lick. Jang Fong. Oh, so he's from Jiu Chen's side. I thought Jiu Chen's surname was Jiu. Turns out it's Chen. Su Kai also realized that since he was from Jiu Chen, it wasn't surprising. Young Master Su was taken aback. The strongest martial emperor, Jiu Chen, actually issued such an order? Shouldn't this be told to the elders of the Su family? Those who can turn their hair golden seem to be quite formidable. Alright, you don't need to get involved in this matter. Jang Fong waved his hand, not making things difficult for young Master Chen. Young Master Chen immediately stood to the side. Yes, I will obey the senior's orders. Jang Fong shook his head slightly. He had intended to watch the show, but unexpectedly, the other party had directly admitted defeat. It seems that although he had just arrived in the universe not long ago, he had already made a name for himself. At this moment, the most confused was Lu Ruyan. What's going on? You, the dignified young master of the Chun family, just admitted defeat? Is this golden-haired boy really that terrifying? What should I do? Am I finished? Lu Ruyan never expected that this damn Su Kai actually knew such a powerful martial artist. If you had this background, why didn't you say so earlier? Damn it. Thinking about the possibility of being killed by Su Kai, Lu Ruyan quickly started brainstorming. This golden-haired boy is incredibly strong. Would it be useful to beg for mercy from him? It feels useless. Such a strong person probably wouldn't even glance at me. But he seems to be Su Kai's friend. In other words, if Su Kai can forgive me, I might have a chance to survive. With this thought, Lu Ruyan immediately changed her attitude, looking at Su Kai with a face full of tenderness. Brother Su Kai, it was all a misunderstanding before. Can you forgive me? I can give you all the treasures I've obtained. After saying that, Lu Ruyan activated her ability, a mental type ability, seduction. Once the other party feels a hint of sympathy, it can be amplified. After being hit by the ability, Su Kai felt a moment of daze. All treasures for me? If that's the case, I could also forgive Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, thinking her plan was about to succeed when a beam of light shot out, piercing through her body. Daring to use mental abilities in front of me? Seeking death. The one who struck was Jang Fong. Kill Lu Ruyan, conquer ability activated, gain ability seduction. Young Master Su gasped. He killed her just like that? That was too decisive. Senior is mighty. Young Master Chen immediately raised his hand to cheer. Young Master Su, he just licked? Young Master Chen was also quite decisive. Su Kai came back to his senses and thanked him. Jang Fong, thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into a trap again. Jang Fong nodded. Alright, I'm leaving. You all go do what you need to do. Young Master Chen shouted, farewell, senior. Wishing you a smooth journey. Young Master Su. No wonder the Chen family is a top-tier family. This is quite the flattery. Thus, Jang Fong left Satellite 805 and boarded a spaceship to arrive at the Sacred Relic Land. The Sacred Relic Land was crafted by multiple martial saints. It has special rules within. Warriors above the martial sovereign level are not allowed to enter. Warriors at the martial realm, martial master realm, martial king realm, and martial emperor realm can all enter the Sacred Relic Land. Once inside the Sacred Relic Land, all treasures and weapons become ineffective. This means that the only thing a warrior can rely on is their own cultivation and abilities. They cannot depend on any external items. Then, each entering warrior is assigned to different worlds based on their respective realms. For example, Jang Fong, being at the martial king realm, could only enter a world filled with martial kings. His competitors would also be martial kings. Detected new warrior, cultivation level martial king realm, assigned to the third world. As Jang Fong arrived at the Sacred Relic Land, he was directly teleported to the third world. Here, there were two towering peaks, one red and one black, connected by iron chains. There were about 20 iron chains in total. Checkpoint, sky connecting chains. All warriors start from the top of the red mountain. By walking across the iron chains to reach the black mountain, one successfully clears the checkpoint. If one loses their footing and falls from the chains, it counts as failure.
They would be directly expelled from the sacred relic land. While walking the chains, one would also face mental shocks and various dangers.
In short, these iron chains are not easy to traverse.
This is the sky connecting chains. Jang Fong stepped out of the spaceship and scanned the area.
He stood atop
the Red Mountain, where many warriors had gathered, all gazing longingly at the Black Mountain across. A few warriors were already walking on the chains, attempting to reach the Black Mountain. There are a total of 5 checkpoints, and only after clearing all of them can one reach the land of inheritance.
During this process, failing any checkpoint is considered elimination.
As for this checkpoint, the sky connecting chains, there is a powerful anti-flying formation here,
preventing all warriors from flying.
While Jang Fong pondered the rules, a warrior in black approached him. "Hey, new warrior, how are you?"
Jang Fong looked at him.
The black-clad warrior chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just bored and looking for someone to talk to. This sky-connecting chain is too difficult. It's 1,000
meters long.
I can only walk 50 meters right now. If I go any further, I might fall at any moment."
Sigh. Newcomer, let me give you a piece of advice. When
walking the sky-connecting chains, if you feel like you're about to fall, turn back immediately. Otherwise, one misstep and you're out.
Jang Fong nodded in gratitude. Thanks, I'll give it a try. The black-clad warrior smiled, indicating no need for formality.
He then speculated how far Jang Fong could go for a newcomer.
Reaching 100 meters would be impressive.
It wasn't that he underestimated Jang Fong, but because it was his first time traversing the sky-connecting chains.
Lacking experience made failure likely.
Jang Fong reached the starting point of the iron chains, just about to step onto them when suddenly, he squinted.
As if sensing something. Is it the anti-flying formation? It doesn't seem that impressive. Jang Fong gathered energy and with a loud boom transformed into Super Scion 2.
Fly.
Jang Fong soared into the air.
Indeed, as long as my strength is sufficient, this mere formation cannot suppress me. With a burst of speed, he flew directly to the Black Mountain.
At that moment, the warriors on the Red Mountain were all shocked, looking at Jang Fong. What the hell just happened? Did a warrior just fly over?
It seems so. Awesome, the anti-flying formation actually has no effect on him. His strength must be at least Martial Emperor
level. Incredible. What's so great about it? It's just that I can't use magical artifacts. If I could use them, I could reach the Martial Emperor realm too. Isn't that obvious?
The Holy Relic Land prohibits magical artifacts, so stop shouting.
That's too exaggerated. I've been on Red Mountain for so long, and it's the first time I've encountered a martial artist who can fly directly in the air. So impressive, really impressive.
The black-clothed martial artist who had greeted Jang Fong earlier was also stunned in place.
He casually greeted someone, and it turned out to be this strong? What luck do I have? Am I going to win the lottery? No way.
The black-clothed martial artist suddenly slapped his thigh, looking regretful. If I had known he was this strong, I should have
knelt down and asked him to take me along. After all, he can fly,
and he could have taken me with him to the next level.
Sigh. I was too slow to react. Boom. Jang Fong flew to the top of Black Mountain with a sonic boom. Second level, the way down the mountain. From the peak to the foot
of the mountain, you will encounter some monsters along the way. Each of these monsters has a precious pearl inside.
Killing the monsters will yield pearls. After reaching the foot of the mountain, you can exchange the pearls for some items. These items will be very useful when challenging the third level.
In short, just
kill monsters.
The more you kill, the lower the difficulty of the third level. Jang Fong couldn't be bothered with this rule and flew directly towards the foot
of the mountain.
In an instant, Jang Fong reached the foot of the mountain.
Second level, the way down the mountain, cleared.
At the same time, the third level also revealed itself, which was a path. Just standing at the entrance, Jang Fong could sense a chill. At the foot of the mountain, there was also a puppet with a sign behind it, exchanging precious pearls for warm items. Killing monsters in the second level to get pearls, then exchanging for warm items would make the challenge of the third level much easier.
At this moment, a female martial artist was exchanging pearls for warm items. She chose a thick cotton coat and a heat pearl. This path is called the ice path. The deeper you go, the heavier the chill. If you have warm items, the difficulty will decrease significantly. Jang Fong didn't care and charged straight in. He had roughly figured out that this third world was all about the Martial King realm, so these tests were set for the Martial King realm. As long as one's strength reached the Martial Emperor realm, these tests were nothing. The female martial artist saw Jang Fong flying into the ice path and immediately rubbed her eyes. Am I too tired? Am I hallucinating? In this world where flying is prohibited, I actually saw a martial artist fly away. Sigh, forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I should focus on myself. With just these 2 warm items, can I succeed in the challenge? Should I go back to the second level to kill some more monsters and exchange for more warm items? But the mountain is too dangerous, those monsters are very strong and hard to kill. Just as the female martial artist was in a dilemma, suddenly, a dazzling golden light surged from the ice path. In an instant, all the chill was dispelled. What's going on? The female martial artist was a bit confused. Why did the chill disappear? I don't know why, but I have to seize this opportunity. Quickly rush in. The female martial artist accelerated and dashed into the ice path. What is the origin of that golden light? Although she didn't understand, the female martial artist was very grateful. Thanks to the golden light, her chances of getting through the ice path had greatly increased. This golden light was naturally released by Jang Fong. During his flight, he encountered a snowstorm, which he felt was too obstructive to his vision, so he unleashed a burst of energy. Instantly, he destroyed the formation that was creating the chill. Although the formation could self-repair, it would take about 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, there would be no chill on the ice path. These formations are too fragile. Jang Fong finished the icy path and looked ahead at the fourth challenge. It was a garden, filled with many puppets, and at the entrance, several martial artists were looking around. Puppet forest. Once inside the garden, one must reach the exit, while being besieged by the puppets. The length was about 100 meters, and the puppets were endless. Even if you defeated them, they would instantly repair themselves. Quite troublesome. At the entrance of the garden, several martial artists were discussing among themselves. According to the data, the strength of the puppets fluctuates. Sometimes they are first-tier martial kings, and it's easy to get through. Other times they are 9th-tier martial kings, which is the highest difficulty. It's basically impossible to get through. What strength will the puppets we face this time have? I don't know. The puppets don't have energy fluctuations, so no one knows their cultivation level. Why don't you go in first and give it a try? Fight them, and you'll know their level. Screw you, I'm not going in there. What if they are 9th-tier puppets? I'd be dead. No way. If none of you are going, then who will be the test subject? Someone has to go in first, right? Otherwise, are we all just going to wait here? Just then, Jang Fong arrived at the entrance of the garden. Instantly, this group of martial artists came to an agreement. A newcomer. We can watch him explore the garden and observe the strength of the puppets. So, they all took a step back to make way for Jang Fong. They're giving way to me? In that moment, Jang Fong understood. These people were too afraid to enter the garden themselves, so they let him be the guinea pig to test the strength of the puppets. No matter. Jang Fong didn't bother with small talk and directly entered the garden. Damn, this guy is decisive. Just went right in, the martial artists exclaimed. He seems quite strong. Bullshit. I think he's just a reckless fool who doesn't know how terrifying those puppets are. Alright, stop talking. Let's watch him fight the puppets and predict their strength. As everyone watched, the moment Jang Fong stepped into the garden, countless puppets sprang to life, all charged at Jang Fong. In response, Jang Fong remained silent and simply threw punches. One punch for each puppet, directly smashing them. Although the puppets could regenerate, Jang Feng's destruction speed was too fast. He managed to take down most of the puppets. Just like that, Jang Fong easily passed the challenge. Damn! One punch for each puppet. What strength does this guy have? No, it shouldn't be that this guy is strong, but rather that these puppets are too weak. Probably first-tier martial king puppets. The weakest puppets. Yeah, they must be the weakest puppets. Otherwise, how could this guy pass so easily? So what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. Instantly, this group of martial artists all rushed into the garden. The puppets reactivated and surrounded them. As soon as they clashed, the martial artists were dumbfounded. These are 8th-tier martial king puppets, just below 9th tier. How is that possible? That guy passed so easily. Almost instantly, this group of martial artists was beaten black and blue, with some even eliminated outright. This can't be real, right? That previous martial artist took down a puppet with one punch, and now it's our turn, and the puppets are taking us down one by one? Are we doing it wrong? The martial artists began to doubt their lives. Was that inconspicuous guy really that strong? One punch for an 8th-tier puppet. The 5th challenge, also the final one, was a one-way passage. At the end was a large door, and opening it would lead to the place of inheritance. Finally, it's about to end. Jang Fong directly entered the one-way passage. As he walked through the passage, Jang Fong encountered some monsters blocking his way. Without needing to say much, a single energy blast sent the monsters away. Soon, Jang Fong reached the end and saw the large door. The gate was tightly shut, and there was a sign that read, "Kill monsters, accumulate 10 keys, and only then can you open the door. Each monster killed has a 1% chance of dropping a key. Jang Fong, I've killed so many monsters and haven't seen a single key. This probability is indeed low." Jang Fong raised his hand, gathering an energy blast. He certainly wasn't going to go back and slowly kill monsters to collect keys. Thus, there was only one way to go, to break the door with brute force. Boom! The energy blast exploded at the door, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the door was intact. Oh, Jang Fong was slightly surprised. The door's defenses were quite good. It seemed he needed to take this a bit more seriously. Super Saiyan 2. Jang Fong clenched his fist and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Let's try again and see if I can break it. Jang Fong gathered energy and fired a blast. Boom!
the door remained unscathed.
It seems that the energy of a martial emperor cannot break the door, it must be at the martial venerable level? Thinking of this, Jang Fong took a deep breath. Then, let's do this. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted from Jiang Feng's body. The entire sacred relic land began to tremble under the influence of this energy.
Earthquake? Many martial artists inside the sacred relic land were stunned. This was a place created by a martial saint. How could there be an earthquake? What was
going on?
Wait, I seem to feel it. There's a terrifying energy erupting. Who is it? How can there be such terrifying energy in the sacred relic land? Could it be that the tremors of the entire sacred relic land are caused by him? Thinking of this, the martial artists collectively gasped. To directly affect the entire sacred relic land with explosive energy, how powerful was that? In front of the gate of the 5th level, Jang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and slowly walked up to the door. He raised his hand, pressed 5 fingers against the door, then retracted his fingers and delivered a punch crashed into the door. Crack! Rumble! The door shattered in response. The scenery behind the door revealed itself, with green waters and lush mountains, along with several light pillars, shooting straight into the sky. A few martial artists were examining the area around the light pillars. Because the sound of Jang Fong breaking the door was too loud, these martial artists stopped looking at the light pillars and turned to look at Jang Fong. The moment they saw Jang Fong, their minds went blank for a moment. Did this guy really just break the door? This is the inheritance of the martial saint. Jang Fong took a step forward and entered the land of inheritance. The other martial artists, seeing Jang Fong enter, instinctively took a step back. If he really did just break the door, it was best not to provoke him. There are many martial saint inheritances here, but the strongest one belongs to the true word martial saint. The true word martial saint was an ancient and powerful martial saint who had guided the sky-holding martial saint when he was weak. To put it simply, the true word martial saint was the master of the sky-holding martial saint. Thus, one could imagine how powerful the true word martial saint was. Legend has it that the true word martial saint was willing to leave his inheritance in the sacred relic land out of respect for the sky-holding martial saint. Of course, in terms of difficulty, the inheritance left by the true word martial saint was also the hardest to pass. I want to see just how high this difficulty is. Jang Fong flew straight to the center of the inheritance land. There was the place where the true word martial saint left his inheritance. Watching Jang Fong fly away, the martial artists here finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, let's go check it out. Did he really break the door? Yeah, let's go see. I'm curious too. The martial artists approached the vicinity of the door, and upon seeing it, they found scattered pieces of the shattered door all over the ground. He really broke the door with a single punch. Incredible. Where did this monster come from? I suspect I'm dreaming. Can someone punch me to wake me up? I'll do it. Ah, that hurts. Looks like I'm not dreaming. This is outrageous. The gate of the Holy Relic Land has actually been shattered. I have a blasphemous thought that I'm not sure if I should say. Go ahead. It seems that the things made by the martial saint are nothing special after all. Could it be that the warrior is just too strong? Yeah, it does seem that way. Does anyone know him? Someone like that should be quite famous, right? Everyone fell silent. The power that person displayed was indeed extraordinary, but they really didn't know him. Then remember this person. If you encounter him in the future, keep your distance. Jang Fong arrived at the center of the Holy Relic Land, where a massive beam of light shot up into the sky. It was the inheritance of the true word martial saint. Nearby, the beam of light, 4 warriors were guarding it, all at the martial emperor level. Upon seeing Jang Fong, a short-haired man shouted, "Stay back, stay back. This is the place of the true word martial saint's inheritance. No idle people are allowed to approach." At the inheritance site, all levels of warriors had gathered together. There were warriors, martial masters, martial kings, and even martial emperors. The inheritance of the true word martial saint was recognized as the strongest inheritance. Therefore, the warriors who arrived here all wanted to try for the true word inheritance. Later, the powerful martial emperors united to monopolize the entrance to the true word inheritance, not allowing anyone to come close. In the path of cultivation, it is like this. When facing resources, you must compete. Even more, you must seize. If I am stronger than you, then this entrance to the inheritance is mine. You are not worthy to enter. Even if I can't obtain the inheritance, I won't let you in. Get lost. Jang Fong couldn't be bothered to waste words and waved his hand directly. At this moment, Jang Fong was still in the Super Saiyan 4 state. In an instant, the 4 martial emperors were killed in one blow. They had no chance to fight back. Defeated the warrior. Ability to conquer activated. Gaining abilities. 4 abilities were obtained, but they were all quite ordinary. Jang Fong didn't care and took a step forward, entering the beam of inheritance. In an instant, Jang Fong found himself in a vast white space. At the same time, a voice echoed in the space, "In my inheritance, I will test you on 3 things. First, the ability to resist illusions.
Second, the speed of cultivation. Third, the ability to fight beyond your level. If you pass all the tests, you will receive my inheritance and I will take you as my direct disciple. Now, the illusion test is about to begin. Do you wish to challenge it? Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, of course. Without any hesitation, Jang Fong chose to challenge. Illusion Level 1, Succubus Challenge. In an instant, Jang Fong felt dizzy, and the next moment he found himself in a thatched cottage. Illusion test, a succubus? Jang Fong looked around. In this desolate mountain area, it didn't seem like there would be a succubus around. Just then, a young boy approached. Sir, those guys are back. Jang Fong? Who? He saw three brothers walk in, and the first one knelt down. Sir, the suffering of the people is great. We implore you to come out and lend us a hand. If we succeed, you will surely leave a glorious name for eternity. We have already visited 3 times. Zhang Feng's brain short-circuited for a moment. Damn, so it's the great Han's succubus? Ha, they really came for me. Zhang Fong let out a sigh of relief. It's not embarrassing to say, deep down, he was a fan of the Chancellor, longing for the Chancellor to revive the great Han. The story he told Jiang Yundi before was related to the Chancellor. What would happen if everyone received a set of 12 talismans during the Chancellor's northern expedition? If I come, I can replace the Prime Minister and realize his ideals. Zhang Feng's heart trembled slightly. Ah, just kidding. Zhang Fong yawned. Knowing that this was an illusion yet still indulging in it, wasn't that foolishness? Disperse. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Fong directly dispelled all illusions. This kind of challenge posed no difficulty for him at all, mainly because he also had the ability to resist mental impacts. These illusions were merely a form of mental attack, nothing to worry about. After Zhang Fong saw through the illusions, the surrounding scenes changed, and he returned to that vast white space. A voice echoed within the space. Congratulations, young man, you have passed the first level of the succubus test. The second level tests your cultivation speed. I will create a virtual world where your aptitude will be no different from the real world. However, your cultivation level is the weakest, at the first stage of a warrior. You will cultivate for 1 month, and after a month, we will see what realm you can reach. Once the illusion ends, your true self will possess all the cultivation from within the illusion. Zhang Fong pondered, testing cultivation speed through an illusion? That could work, but the question was, what realm would count as achieving the goal? Before Zhang Fong could think deeply, the surrounding environment changed again, and this time, he found himself in a cave filled with spiritual energy. In simple terms, it means I will be in seclusion for a month. Zhang Fong sat down on the ground. I don't know what realm would be considered qualified, so let's give it a try. Zhang Fong began to absorb the spiritual energy, and in an instant, countless streams of energy surged in, allowing him to directly reach the second stage of a warrior. Zhang Feng's current aptitude was not lacking at all. He was a warrior who had absorbed a ton of dragon blood, and his meridians had been strengthened several times. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Within the illusion, Zhang Fong successfully reached the first stage of a martial king. Is that considered passing? Zhang Fong stood up. Then, within the cave, several lines of text appeared. Time's up. Reaching the first stage of a martial master is considered passing. This indicates you have qualified. Reaching the 5th stage of a martial master indicates your aptitude is excellent. Reaching the 9th stage of a martial master indicates your aptitude is exceptional. In just 1 month, going from the first stage of a warrior to the first stage of a martial master would be considered monstrous talent in the outside world. In this level alone, 99.9% of people would not be able to pass. But within the inheritance of the martial saint, it could only be considered passing. One can imagine how high the martial saint's standards are. As for Zhang Fong, in 1 month he successfully reached the first stage of a martial king, surpassing the highest requirement of the 9th stage of a martial master by a significant realm. It seems I have passed perfectly. Zhang Fong took a step and left the illusion. The moment he returned to reality, all the energy he had accumulated in the illusion was transferred to his true self. This meant that his true self, at the 5th stage of a martial king, added the first stage of a martial king from the illusion, simultaneously. During this month, Zhang Feng's true self had been passively increasing in cultivation. This was a passive transmission. Even if Zhang Fong did not control his body, it continued to grow. Moreover, in 1 month the Scions had also improved their realms significantly, and Zhang Fong gained their combined cultivation, raising his strength to another level. In an instant he reached the 9th stage of a martial king, just 1 step away from the martial emperor realm. In the vast white space, that same voice echoed again. Congratulations, you have passed the 2nd level, rated as excellent. Now, enter the 3rd level, which is a cross-level challenge. Your cultivation is at the martial king realm, and as long as you can defeat a martial emperor expert, you will pass. During the challenge, you cannot use any magical artifacts or divine abilities. As soon as the words fell, a blindfolded swordsman appeared in the white space, emanating the energy of a 9th stage martial emperor. This was a puppet, not a real person. Defeat your opponent by crossing a major realm. without using magical artifacts or divine abilities. Jang Fong sighed softly. No wonder everyone says the martial saint inheritance here is so difficult. How could an ordinary person possibly achieve it? But fortunately, I can do it. Jang Fong raised his hand and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 3. After all, this puppet was at the 9th level of Martial Emperor, so it deserved serious attention. Of course, it didn't need to be taken too seriously. Goodbye. Whoosh! Jang Fong flashed and appeared directly behind the puppet, taking advantage of its slow reaction. Prince's battle technique. Superpower activation. All energy converged into a missile, pouring out. In an instant, the terrifying energy blast engulfed the puppet, instantly obliterating it. A voice echoed in the space. Again, congratulations, you have successfully crossed a major realm and defeated the enemy. You have successfully cleared the Martial Saint inheritance. Please, take a short break. In one day, the true word Martial Saint will descend. Jang Fong let out a breath. It was done. With the help of the true word Martial Saint, he should have no shortage of resources in his cultivation. Well, he should be fine. In another region of the universe, the One Heart, Martial Saint held a compass, watching the constantly fluctuating numbers on it. Sigh. It seems I have failed, the One Heart Martial Saint muttered softly. Perhaps I wanted to see Jang Fong too much, my heart can never settle down. Forget it, failure is failure. I was supposed to head to the 9527 area in half a year, but now, I can go directly. With such a talented guide, he will surely lead humanity to prosperity. Just as the One Heart Martial Saint was about to head to the 9527 area, he suddenly received a message from his old friend, the true word Martial Saint. True word, One Heart, I have encountered a raw gem. Do you know? Someone has cleared the inheritance I left in the 9527 area. That person's talent is unparalleled. I will rush over directly. I believe, with his talent, becoming a Martial Emperor is a given. Remember, from now on, I will be the master of the Martial Emperor. Next time you see me, you better show me some respect. The true word Martial Saint and the One Heart Martial Saint were friends and had established a very deep friendship through their similar strengths and numerous adventures together. Sometimes, they would even tease each other. After receiving the message from the true word Martial Saint, One Heart was somewhat surprised. As a friend of the true word Martial Saint, he knew very well how difficult the inheritance left behind was. In such circumstances, someone could still clear it. That truly is a raw gem, quite a genius. However, is it also in the 9527 area? This 9527 area has so many geniuses? What a place of exceptional talent. The One Heart Martial Saint replied, True word, don't be alarmed, I recently discovered a raw gem too. Stronger than the one you found. Yours might only lead to becoming a Martial Emperor, but mine might cultivate a group of Martial Emperors. A super invincible talented guide. True word, impossible. Your disciple cannot be stronger than mine. How about we let them compete? 100 years later, we'll see whose disciple is stronger. The One Heart Martial Saint sneered, let's compete, who's afraid? One Heart, by the way, it's a coincidence, the genius I found is also in the 9527 area. The same area as your disciple. The true word Martial Saint chuckled, One Heart, the 9527 area is the territory of the sky-piercing Martial Saint. If you forcibly take a disciple, it won't look good if that gets out. Although True Word also planned to go to the 9527 area to take a disciple, he had left behind an inheritance, so there was no issue with his process. Therefore, when he crossed regions to take a disciple, no one would say anything. But for One Heart, it would definitely attract discussion. The One Heart Martial Saint was unconcerned. If I can get such an excellent disciple, what does it matter if my reputation is damaged? Alright, enough talk, let's head to the 9527 area together. Seeing the message from Isin, the True Word's Martial Saint was somewhat surprised. To take on a disciple, one could even forsake their reputation? It seems that the disciple discovered by Isin is indeed quite extraordinary. It is known that the more powerful a martial artist is, the longer their lifespan. And on this long journey of life, all their relatives and friends will eventually pass away. Only reputation will accompany them. Therefore, generally, the more powerful the martial artist, the more they value their reputation. True Word's Martial Saint, alright, I will go with you to the 9527 area. Both of them are Martial Saints, with great strength, and their flying speed is also very fast. They can reach the 9527 area within a day. In the Divine Radiance world, the world guarded by Jochen, he has been fighting alongside the North Refusal Tower and 50 Super Saiyan gods. As for Karoti, he has returned to the ancient underworld star. These 50 Super Saiyan gods are temporarily led by the North Refusal Tower. In terms of cultivation, Karoti and the North Refusal Tower have both reached the third stage of Martial Master. Super Saiyan 2, I seem to have found some clues. The North Refusal Tower was meditating alone. Last time, when I fused with Karoti to transform into a Super Saiyan god, that unique feeling, I still haven't forgotten it. A few days ago, the foreign races in the Divine Radiance world united to attack the human army. The enemy had 3 martial emperors at the 9th stage, and Zhou Chen found it somewhat difficult to resist. In desperation, the North Refusal Tower chose to fuse. In that battle, the North Refusal Tower swept everything away, almost slaughtering all the high-end combat power of the foreign races. No strong enemies remained. Because of this, Kuroti decided to return to the ancient underworld star since there were no strong opponents he would cultivate there. And the North Refusal Tower, due to the last fusion, suddenly had a different insight. He felt that he was very close to transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Super 2. As long as I reach Super 2, I can try for Super 4. The North Refusal Tower took a deep breath and began to transform into Super 2 using his own method. But the first transformation failed. There are still shortcomings. Let me make some adjustments. The North Refusal Tower made some modifications and tried again, but it didn't work. He continued to correct it. Finally, after 3 days of continuous modifications, the North Refusal Tower transformed once more and achieved Super 2. Golden flames, accompanied by arcs of electricity, surged around the North Refusal Tower. Is this Super Saiyan 2? The North Refusal Tower clenched his fist, his face filled with surprise. I did it! Lord Jang Fong, I did it! When I return to the ancient underworld star, you can guide me to transform into Super 4. The particularly excited North Refusal Tower found Zhou Chen to say goodbye. Zhou Chen did not stop him. Thanks to you all, this divine radiance world is basically free of hidden dangers. I will report to the Federation and reward all of you. North Refusal Tower, fight more in the future to protect the human race. With your activity, many fewer humans will die. The North Refusal Tower snorted coldly, no need for you to say, I will do it myself. Alright, I'm leaving with my people. Zhou Chen slightly bowed. The North Refusal Tower boarded the spaceship and suddenly thought of something, saying, by the way, if the Federation rewards us, will they give us the ability enhancement potions? Zhou Chen thought for a moment and said, they should, I guess? North Refusal Tower, don't let Kuroti use it. After saying that, the North Refusal Tower elegantly boarded the spaceship and left. Zhou Chen, A day later, in the Holy Relic Land, the True Words Martial Saint, Isan Martial Saint, and the Qingtian Martial Saint all arrived here. The True Words Martial Saint had once given guidance to the Qingtian Martial Saint, although the True Words Martial Saint did not acknowledge it. In the eyes of the Qingtian Martial Saint, the True Words Martial Saint was his master. Upon learning that his master was coming to his area to accept disciples, the sky-piercing Martial Saint naturally went to greet him in person, eager to see what kind of person his little junior brother was. At the same time, the sky-piercing Martial Saint also learned of the one-minded Martial Saint's intention to take on disciples. Regarding this, the sky-piercing Martial Saint dared not say anything. After all, the one-minded Martial Saint was stronger than him. Moreover, the one-minded Martial Saint had even given up his reputation, so the sky-piercing Martial Saint naturally had nothing to say. The one-minded Martial Saint yawned, Jinyan, hurry up and take on disciples. After you're done, I need to make a trip to the Great Federation. I heard my disciple Jang Fong is over there. The basic information about Jang Fong had long been passed to the one-minded Martial Saint by the Grand Elder. Hearing the one-minded Martial Saint's words, the sky-piercing Martial Saint's pupils constricted slightly. Jang Fong? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, it came to mind. During a previous meeting of the elders, they had recommended Zhang Feng's talent to him, but he thought Zhang Fong was not capable and rejected him. The one-minded Martial Saint is stronger than me. He actually values Zhang Fong so much. Could it be that I misjudged him? Thinking of this, the sky-piercing Martial Saint shook his head. Impossible. How could he misjudge a little guy who hadn't even reached the Martial Emperor realm? If anything, it should be the one-minded Martial Saint who misjudged. The Jinyan Martial Saint chuckled. One-minded, don't be anxious. I'll call my disciple out. He seems to still be in the inheritance space. With the message relayed, Zhang Fong heard that the Martial Saints had arrived and were at the sacred relic site, so he flew out directly. In the air, he saw the one-minded Martial Saint, the Jinyan Martial Saint, and the sky-piercing Martial Saint, 3 Martial Saints. So strong, 2 Martial Saints at the 9th level and 1 at the 3rd level. Zhang Fong scanned them with a glance. The information panels of the 3 appeared before him. The one-minded Martial Saint and the Jinyan Martial Saint were both at the 9th level, just one step away from becoming Martial Emperors. Unmatched strength. As for the sky-piercing Martial Saint, he was the weakest, at the 3rd level. The moment they saw Zhang Fong, both the one-minded Martial Saint and the Jinyan Martial Saint's expressions changed simultaneously. Not right. This kid, something's off. The one-minded Martial Saint naturally recognized him. The disciple the Jinyan Martial Saint valued was indeed Zhang Fong, the same disciple he had his eyes on. However, there was something even more important that he had to pay attention to. Why is Zhang Feng's causal line like this? This person seems to be Zhang Fong. The sky-piercing Martial Saint also recognized Zhang Fong. Master, the person you want to take on as a disciple is called Zhang Fong. One-minded Martial Saint, the disciple you want seems to be him as well. So, you both have your eyes on the same person? The sky-piercing Martial Saint was secretly astonished. Could it be that his judgment was truly flawed? 2. Ninth-level martial saints simultaneously valued Jang Fong. That was enough to prove that Zhang Feng's qualifications were indeed impressive. He had previously underestimated Jang Fong. It was his own vision that was lacking. Don't speak carelessly, the Jinyan martial saint said sternly, scolding him. This person is not to be underestimated. We are not worthy to be his masters. Sky-piercing martial saint? Ha! At this moment, the sky-piercing martial saint was even more confused. What was going on? It was already extremely rare for two ninth-level martial saints to simultaneously value a genius. Now, a ninth-level martial saint was actually admitting that they were unworthy? What was going on? The one-minded martial saint nodded. Sky-piercing, your cultivation is insufficient, you can't see it. Jinyan and I are both at the half-step martial emperor realm, barely able to see some causal lines. If we were to take Jang Fong as a disciple today, it would likely bring some calamity. Sky-piercing martial saint? Ha! Calamity? The Jinyan martial saint nodded. There are powerful beings behind Jiang Fong. The causality of that powerful being is something we cannot bear. Therefore, we cannot take him as a disciple. We can only refer to him as an equal. The sky-piercing martial saint's mind raced. A powerful being? Being referred to as a powerful being by a ninth-level martial saint, could it be a martial emperor? But the question was, who was the martial emperor behind Jang Fong? Achoo! At that moment, Genius suddenly sneezed. Who is discussing me behind my back? Forget it doesn't matter. I need to find a way to become Zhang Feng's disciple. What method should I use to make Zhang Fong accept me as his apprentice? But speaking of which, if a martial saint takes Zhang Fong as a disciple, wouldn't that make him my grandmaster? Ha, interesting. Do they dare to bear this consequence? To be my grandmaster. Zhang Fong flew in front of the three martial saints. Junior Zhang Fong, greetings to the three martial saints seniors. After saying that, he was about to perform a cupped fist salute. But in an instant, he was stopped by Scion martial saint. No, how? Can a mere martial saint like me be called a senior by you? Am I worthy? Qingtian martial saint? Ha? Zhang Fong? What is this martial saint talking about? Xingyan martial saint kicked Scion martial saint, hinting for him to stop talking nonsense. Zhang Fong might not know yet, he has some connection with a certain martial emperor. Don't speak carelessly, in case you ruin the martial emperor's affairs and end up regretting it. Scion martial saint understood and transmitted. His voice, which martial emperor are you talking about, who has nothing to do and insists on being Jiang Feng's disciple? Damn, this consequence is too great. Who would dare to be the grandmaster of a martial emperor? Jinyan martial saint. Alright, stop talking. The martial emperor's affairs are not something you can comprehend. Perhaps Zhang Fong is even more special than we think. Scion martial saint. So what do we do now? I wanted to take on a disciple, but now I'm empty-handed? Jinyan martial saint. Of course, we should befriend Zhang Fong. No matter what, we should give him the best resources and cultivate him well, treating him as our direct disciple. In this way, we can also be considered to have formed a good relationship with the martial emperor, right? Scion martial saint nodded. Then let's do it this way. The communication between the two was just a thought away. No one noticed anything unusual. Ahem. Jinyan martial saint rallied his spirits and said to Zhang Fong, young friend Zhang Fong, we have observed your connections and learned that your talent is extraordinary, and you will become a martial emperor in the future. We have decided that you will address us as peers from now on. Scion martial saint nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. If you don't want to address us as peers, calling us juniors is also fine. Zhang Fong pondered. So that's how it is? These two aren't deceiving me, are they? Qingtian martial saint? The sky is falling. Is this for real? This Zhang Fong is that impressive? What about me? Damn. Qingtian martial saint felt a bit weak in the legs. Back then, he refused to take Zhang Fong as a disciple and didn't provide him with resources. If Zhang Fong becomes stronger in the future, will he take revenge on me? What should I do? Am I going to regret this? Master, I refused to take Zhang Fong as a disciple back then. If Zhang Fong becomes stronger, will he take revenge on me? Feeling scared, Qingtian martial saint hurriedly transmitted his voice to Jinyan martial saint. In response, Jinyan martial saint just sneered. You're clever, you refused. If you had agreed, that would have truly been regrettable. Qingtian martial saint was even more confused. Is refusing the correct answer? This. Although he didn't quite understand what was happening, he seemed to realize one thing: this Zhang Fong is someone he cannot afford to provoke. Scion martial saint looked at Zhang Fong with a smile. So, young friend, are you having difficulties in your cultivation? If you need anything, just tell us directly. Also, what kind of divine abilities do you want to learn? I have many divine abilities in my library. If you see something you like, just take it and cultivate it. Oh, by the way, even my direct disciples need to achieve many merits to exchange for divine abilities through contribution points. But what I give you will all be free. You must remember my kindness to you. Jinyan martial saint also chimed in. Yes, Scion is right. Jang Fong, if you have any problems in your cultivation in the future, just come to us.
Jang Fong scratched his head, feeling that these two guys were being too nice to him.
But I don't
even know what the situation is.
forget it. If there's a benefit, why not take it? I need dragon blood right now.
I absorbed a full ton of dragon blood in the
Great Federation, but my body hasn't reached saturation.
So, I need to absorb a lot of dragon blood.
At the very least,
I need to saturate my body. The pupils of the true word martial saint trembled. Cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the one-heart martial saint.
A ton? Absorbing a ton of dragon blood and still not saturated? What a monster!
No wonder he is the master favored by the martial emperor. Indeed, he is much stronger than an ordinary person.
The sky-piercing martial
saint wasn't too surprised, as he already knew that Jang Fong had absorbed a ton of dragon blood.
Ah ha ha ha.
The true word martial saint was the first to regain his composure.
So you young one want to absorb dragon blood? That's easy to say.
I have dozens of tons of dragon blood in my residence. Take as much
as you want. The one-heart martial saint nodded as well. It's just dragon blood, we have plenty. You can absorb as much as you want. No need to be polite with us.
Zhang Feng's eyes brightened slightly.
With so much dragon blood, after absorbing it all, could he reach the martial emperor level with his physical body? Forget it, that's a bit too ambitious. Let's set a smaller goal first. Can he reach the martial saint level with his physical body?
You guys are really good people. Hearing Zhang Feng's compliment, the two martial saints nodded repeatedly in happiness. Yes, 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 we are good people.
No flaws at all. Thus, Jang Fong followed the two martial saints, planning to head to their cave and absorb dragon blood fiercely.
Meanwhile, Kalisa, aboard a spaceship, took a month to finally
arrive at the 9527 Great Federation. Ah, this fresh air.
After arriving at the Great Federation, Kalisa was in a great mood and casually bought a network connector by the roadside, successfully connecting to the 9527 Federation's network. Let's search and see if there were any frozen demon clan fallings a month ago. After a search, Kalisa indeed found something.
Was it discovered by Martial Emperor Jiu Chen?
A mysterious frozen demon clan appeared on ancient underworld star,
and was then killed by the natives? Ha, natives? Kalisa was a bit confused. Even if his brother was useless, he couldn't possibly lose to the natives, right?
Generally, the natives on planets are below the martial master level.
How could they defeat the martial emperor level Kalira? Hey, I'm really curious about what
special place this ancient underworld star has.
Kalisa decided to go take a look. Under the guise of a real estate tycoon, Kalisa got himself an advanced spaceship.
This spaceship was somewhat similar to an octopus, quite large in size, but its flying speed was anything but slow.
Target, ancient underworld star. Whoosh!
The spaceship sped through the universe at faster than light speed. About 6 hours later, the spaceship arrived near ancient underworld star.
Not bad, this spaceship is fast. If I travel again in the future, I'll only take the octopus spaceship. Kalisa stood on top of the spaceship, looking down at ancient underworld star.
As a frozen demon clan member, Kalisa could breathe in space, so even without entering the spaceship, it was no problem.
Suddenly, Kalisa's eyes lit up. This ancient underworld star contains a lot of spiritual energy. If I resell it, I can definitely make a fortune. As a real estate tycoon, Kalisa could keenly capture business opportunities. Kalira, I didn't expect that even in death you could guide me to find such a treasure. Your death is truly worth a fortune.
Kalisa returned to the interior of the spaceship and piloted it down to ancient underworld star.
Kill all the natives on this planet. By then, the planet will be mine.
On ancient underworld star, Karoti was cultivating while Beiju Tower was flying in space, still a few hours away from returning to ancient underworld star.
Suddenly, Karoti looked up and saw a huge octopus spaceship landing on ancient underworld star. Another alien? I'll go take a look. Khaled flew towards the spaceship. The spiritual energy is strongest over there, I'll go take a look. Kalisa also flew towards the northern refusal tribe. Thus, Kalisa and Khaled met halfway.
At this moment, Kalisa was still disguised as a human, not revealing his true form.
Are you the native of this planet? Kalisa asked first. Khaled looked
at Kalisa suspiciously. He always felt something was off about him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Forget it, let's try to communicate first. Given the precedent set by Jiu Chen, Khaled didn't attack directly but wanted to clarify his intentions. What are you doing on our ancient underworld star? Upon hearing
this, Kalisa slightly bowed, showing a gentlemanly demeanor. Sir, I have come to ancient underworld star to ask you for a favor.
Khaled raised an eyebrow.
This person was quite polite, so he didn't seem like a bad guy.
Asking me for a favor? As long as it's not something outrageous, I'll try to accommodate. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Khaled felt quite good about his first impression of Kalisa. What is it? Speak.
Suddenly, Kalisa clenched his fist and, in an instant, charged in front of Khaled. I want to ask you all to die. With a punch, he struck Khaled.
Put. Caught off guard by the heavy blow, Khaled spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! This guy actually ambushed me. Khaled no longer hesitated and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Currently, Khaleesi's displayed.
Cultivation was merely at the martial master level, and Khaled's transformation into a Super Saiyan was enough to handle it.
Get lost. Khaled slapped out, sending Khaleesi flying. Crack. After crashing through several trees, Khaleesi steadied himself and looked curiously at Khaled. Blonde hair? What is that? Your strength seems
to have increased a lot, Khaled snorted coldly.
Cut the nonsense, since you're an enemy, die here.
Khaled charged at Khaleesi, launching a series of attacks that
left Khaleesi in a sorry state. Damn it.
I thought my martial master level would be enough to sweep through this group of natives, but unexpectedly,
I have to reveal my true form. Gritting his teeth, Khaleesi tore off his human disguise, revealing his identity as an ice demon. Ah, this is the ice demon.
Khaled recognized him at a glance. Just like the previous Kula, this guy was an ice demon. The ice demon has multiple transformation forms. This guy has martial master level strength in his first stage, so if he shows his full strength, he probably won't be weaker than Kula.
Thinking of this, Khaled became excited. Hey, you have multiple transformations, right? Show me your final form, let me see your strength.
Back then, when facing Kula, Khaled was only at the 9th level of martial arts and had only one Super Saiyan transformation. Now, Khaled had the Super Saiyan God transformation, and his cultivation had also reached the martial master level.
He wanted to fight the ice demon again. Let's see who is stronger. Khaleesi's lips curled slightly. Sure, I'll let you see my final form. Khaleesi spread his arms, and his body rapidly expanded. In an instant, he grew taller. As you can see, this is my final form.
My heart strength has reached the martial king level. Killing you
is a piece of cake. Khaled frowned slightly. This guy was really annoying,
claiming this was his final form when it was clearly the second form.
Does he really think I don't know? Stop hiding it. If you don't show your full strength, it won't be interesting, because I am very strong. Boom. Khaled directly transformed into
Super Saiyan Red, looking indifferently at Khaleesi. I'll give you 3 seconds, otherwise, I'll make my move.
How could this be? Khaleesi was taken aback. This guy can transform into a red-haired form? It feels like he's stronger than me in this form. Khaleesi took a deep breath. It seemed he really had to use his full strength.
Thus, Khaleesi no longer held back and directly transformed into the 4th stage.
The classic Khaleesi appearance was online.
Khaleesi spread his arms, with his feet positioned one in front of the other.
Alright, native, let me see how strong your full power is. Karoti sensed the aura, realizing that the opponent's
cultivation had reached the 1st stage of Martial Emperor.
Not a bad opponent. Hey, I'm Karoti, now it's your turn, tell me your name. Khaleesi. Why should I follow your bizarre rules? Besides, the name Karoti sounds infuriating. Damn. However, Khaleesi ultimately took the initiative to announce his name. Call me Khaleesi. Kid, remember, it's me who will kill you.
After saying that, Khaleesi pointed to himself with his thumb, a confident look on his face.
Khaleesi? Karoti scratched his head. It felt somewhat related to Kula, but whatever, let's just fight and enjoy it first. Come on, Khaleesi.
Karoti charged straight at Khaleesi, delivering a flying kick with his left foot, which Khaleesi blocked with one hand.
Is that all the strength you have? Khaleesi was about to mock him. The next moment, Karoti
turned his body, his right foot following up, kicking Khaleesi away.
Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear you.
Khaleesi steadied himself, his expression furious.
Damn it, I won't let you go.
The two clashed again, and after a fierce battle, Khaleesi ultimately exhausted his energy and was defeated by Karoti.
Your energy is depleted. Karoti looked calmly at Khaleesi. You can go, I won't kill you. Go back and train well, become stronger, and we can fight again later. After
saying that, Karoti let out a breath and reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation.
Khaleesi widened his eyes, glaring at Karoti with rage. Are you pitying me? You, a native of a planet, pity me, a cosmic real estate tycoon?
Not to mention, in terms of realm, I'm so much stronger than you.
Do you even deserve to pity me? What's wrong? Karoti looked at Khaleesi at that moment. Is it that you've exhausted your energy and can't move?
Well then, I'll share some energy with you. Karoti raised his right hand and sent a ball of energy to Khaleesi. This energy is enough for you to escape from ancient underworld star.
Get lost. Khaleesi. Ah, I can be killed but not humiliated. I'd rather die than be humiliated by you like this. Bastard. You damned native. In a fit of rage, Khaleesi gathered all his energy and struck at Karoti. Looking for death. Karoti countered with a Kamehameha wave, directly engulfing Khaleesi. You were given a chance to live, and you didn't cherish it.
At this moment, Khaleesi's body was destroyed more than half, and his aura had weakened to the extreme.
In your current state, you'll definitely die in a minute.
Karoti turned and walked away, too lazy to deal with Khaleesi any longer.
Khaleesi watched Karoti fly away, muttering under his breath, then used the remaining energy to control his body and head towards the spaceship.
Idiot, I'm from the Frozen Demon Clan. Even if half of my body is destroyed, I can still
move as usual. Just wait, I will come back. Transform, huh?
I will also work hard to cultivate and strive to achieve a golden transformation.
When that time comes, I'll call myself Golden Kalisa. Bastard.
5 minutes later, Kalisa, dragging his broken body, piloted the spaceship away from Ancient Underworld Star. At this moment, Karoti noticed a spaceship leaving Ancient Underworld Star.
A spaceship? Could it be that Kalisa is injured like that and is still fine? Is this Vitality 2 resilient? About 20 minutes later, the spaceship of Beijuta landed on Ancient Underworld Star. Beijuta stepped out of the ship, frowning
slightly. The nearby energy was somewhat chaotic.
Was someone fighting?
Yo, Beijuta.
Karoti flew to Beijuta's side.
You wouldn't believe it, a frozen demon clan just arrived, and he's a martial emperor level powerhouse. I had a fight with him, and he was so strong. Unfortunately, he's still not as strong as me. After I defeated him, I told him to go back and train hard, and we'll fight again another day.
Beiju Tower? Wait, did you just let an enemy go? Aren't you afraid he'll come back for revenge?
Khaled scratched his head. Oh, come on, Beiju Tower, as long as we become stronger than him, he won't be a problem.
Beiju Tower widened his eyes. You idiot.
When you encounter an enemy, you should kill them directly.
How can you think like this?
Khaled tilted his head. Once he goes back, he'll definitely train hard to become stronger.
Don't you want to fight against strong opponents? Hearing this, Beiju Tower fell silent. Well, he did want to fight against strong opponents.
Alright, then if one day this frozen demon clan comes back, remember to let me know, and I'll go fight him.
Khaled pondered. His name is Kalisa, but
Beiju Tower, I feel like you won't be able to defeat him. He is a martial emperor level powerhouse.
Beiju Tower waved his hand. Stop underestimating people, Khaled. I can already transform into Super Saiyan 2. As long as Lord Jang Fong helps me transform into Super Saiyan 4, you won't be my opponent.
Khaled was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Beiju Tower to already be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Now, we just need to wait for Lord Jang Fong to return
to Ancient Underworld Star. I wonder when he will come back.
In the cave of the True Word Martial Saint, 3 martial saints, along with Jang Fong, were gathered there. Hearing that Jang Fong needed dragon blood for his training, the True Word Martial Saint directly brought in dozens of tons of
dragon blood, indicating for Jang Fong to absorb it first.
Jang Fong naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly entered the capsule and began absorbing the dragon blood. This time, the absorption speed was very fast. Dozens of tons of dragon blood were visibly decreasing.
My goodness, the absorption speed is so fast. The True Word Martial Saint was taken aback.
At this rate, in less than 10 minutes, Jang Fong will be able to absorb all the dragon blood, provided that he can really absorb that much. The One-Heart Martial Saint stroked his chin. It shouldn't be possible to absorb that much, right? He already absorbed a ton before, and
now, absorbing a few more kilograms should be the limit, right?
The True Word Martial Saint shook his head. While you were just speaking, he has already absorbed
another ton. One-Heart Martial Saint. Too fast.
Just like that, after 10 minutes, Jang Fong finished absorbing all the dragon blood and walked out of
the capsule. My current strength. Jang Fong clenched his fist.
His cultivation level hadn't changed, but his physical strength had directly reached the first level of Martial Emperor. My cultivation is still at the Martial King level, but my physical power has already become Martial Emperor. The effect of this dragon blood
on enhancing the body is indeed too strong.
Then, Jang Fong looked at the True Word Martial Saint. Is there more dragon blood?
I can continue to absorb. It's said that the dragon blood on the Martial Saint's side is unlimited.
Surely the Martial Saint wouldn't be out of it, right?
Ahem.
The True Word Martial Saint
cleared his throat.
Just a moment, I'll go get some for you. To be honest, he only had dozens of tons of dragon blood stored in his cave, thinking it would be enough, but he didn't expect Jang Fong to absorb it all at once. But it didn't matter, as a Martial Saint, True Word could ask others for it.
At this moment, the One-Heart
Martial Saint spoke up. Let me go, True Word Martial Saint, you just rest for a while, I'll go get some dragon blood. The One-Heart Martial Saint also had a lot of dragon blood stored in his cave, not less than the True Word Martial Saint. Seeing Jang Fong absorb so much dragon blood, the One-Heart Martial Saint's thoughts were stirred. The dragon blood Jang Fong absorbed all belonged to True Word. If he were to express gratitude, it should only be to True Word, then wouldn't
that mean I have no chance?
So, I must also achieve something.
Jinyan, this credit cannot all go to you. Jinyan Wuxing naturally understood Isin Wuxing's thoughts and nodded. Alright, go get some dragon blood back. Be quick, don't delay Jiang Feng's training. Isin Wuxing waved his hand. You don't trust me to handle this? I'll be back in 5 minutes. With that, Isin Wuxing flew off directly. This time, he was flying with all his might. Jinyan Wuxing then looked at
Qingtian Wuxing. Qingtian, you should also go get some dragon blood back.
It's an honor for Jang Fong to use your resources.
Qingtian Wuxing scratched his head. Should he be grateful for Jang Fong using his resources? In the eyes of the master, Jang Fong was far too important.
Alright, master, I'll be back soon.
Saying that, Qingtian Wuxing obediently flew off to find dragon blood.
Jang Fong, come take a little break. Jinyan Wuxing pointed to a pavilion not far away. Sit down, shall we talk about your training insights? Jang Fong nodded, indicating it was fine.
So, the two sat in the pavilion, discussing some insights
on cultivation.
After all, Jinyan was a wuxing, and his insights on training greatly benefited Jang Fong.
Thank you, wuxing, for your generous teachings. Jiang Fong expressed his heartfelt gratitude.
This exchange at least saved him several years of hard training.
Jinyan wuxing chuckled, indicating there was no need to be polite.
At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Listening to Jiang Feng's insights on training seemed nothing special, so why was the martial emperor willing
to be his disciple?
It was unclear and hard to understand. The thoughts of the martial emperor truly were inscrutable.
Soon, Xingtian wuxing and Isin wuxing
returned, each carrying their respective dragon blood. Each person brought dozens of tons, adding up to over 100 tons. Thus, Jang Fong continued to absorb the dragon blood. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. All the dragon blood brought by these two wuxing had been absorbed by Jang Fong.
Why? Jang Fong
stepped out of the capsule, clenching his fist. Why is my physical strength only at the 3rd level of Martial Emperor? Previously, after absorbing dozens of tons, his physical strength had reached the 1st level of Martial Emperor. This time, he absorbed over 100 tons, but his physical strength only increased
by 2 small realms. Could it be that physical strength, like cultivation realm, becomes extremely difficult to improve after reaching the Martial Emperor realm?
If that's the case, I think reaching the 9th level of Martial Emperor's physical strength would require absorbing a lot of dragon blood.
Not to mention the Martial Emperor realm.
This was similar to spiritual energy. The later it got, the more spiritual energy was needed to break through. At this moment, Jinyan wuxing
spoke. Jang Fong, I observed that your physical strength doesn't seem to have improved much. Jang Fong nodded. Yes, I've absorbed a lot of dragon blood, but the increase in physical strength is minimal. If I want to break through later, it might not be so easy.
Isin wuxing offered a suggestion from the side. This Dragon Clan Heart Blood also has a refined version.
1 drop is equivalent to 1 kilogram of ordinary dragon blood.
If you absorb this refined heart blood, perhaps the breakthrough speed will be faster. It's like the difference between absorbing ordinary spirit stones and absorbing top-grade spirit stones. The training speed is not the same.
Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. There was actually a refined version of the Dragon Clan Heart Blood?
Jinyan wuxing continued. However, this refined heart blood is very rare.
Even if I team up with Isin, we can't produce too much. If you want to absorb a lot, I recommend you look for the
headquarters of the Dragon Clan. At the Dragon Clan's headquarters, there should be plenty of this refined heart blood.
Enough for your use. Hearing this, Jang
Fong shook his head slightly. The headquarters of the Dragon Clan was a bit hard to find. Because the number of dragons was very small, they often moved around.
Who knows their exact location? Forget it, I'll continue absorbing ordinary dragon blood.
Although the breakthrough speed is a bit slow, it's still acceptable.
Jinyan wuxing, Isin wuxing, Xingtian wuxing. Slow? Is your cultivation speed considered slow?
In less than 2 hours, your physical body broke through from the Martial King realm to the Martial Emperor realm. This is simply unprecedented in the entire universe. Your cultivation speed is in a league of
its own. And you dare say it's slow?
If you're absorbing ordinary dragon blood, you'll have to wait a bit.
Jinyan wuxing felt a bit embarrassed. The dragon
blood we 3 prepared has all been absorbed clean. We need to find others to get some more, probably in about an hour. They had casually agreed to let Zhang Fong absorb the dragon blood, but he truly hadn't expected Zhang Feng's absorption speed to be so fierce. Of course, more importantly, no one had anticipated that Zhang Fong directly absorbed over 100 tons.
This is simply creating a record for the human race. No one has ever absorbed this much dragon blood before. Zhang
Fong looked at the 3 wuxings and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your help, I appreciate it. Jinyan wuxing and Isin wuxing smiled upon hearing
Zhang Feng's thanks. Why did they do all this? It was to build a good relationship with Zhang Fong. Zhang Feng's direct thanks indicated that he considered them as his own.
In this way, everything was worth it.
No need to thank us.
Just wait, the dragon blood will be delivered soon. Isin wuxing flew off directly.
Jinyan, leave the dragon blood matter to me.
You take Zhang Fong to see your treasure pavilion first. Let him choose a few cultivation techniques from there.
Jinyan wuxing. That's fine. Zhang Fong, do you want to cultivate a technique?
Jinyan wuxing briefly explained. Techniques are meant for martial artists. Above the Martial Emperor realm. Once your physical body reaches the Martial Emperor realm, you can also cultivate techniques.
A good technique can even help you fight above your level.
For example, in your 9527 area, Jiuchen has cultivated a technique called Sky Overturning Palm.
This Sky Overturning Palm has a
total of 6 levels, and Jiuchen has probably only cultivated to the 2nd level. If he wants to break through to the 3rd level, he will need a large number of treasures for refinement. Yes, cultivating techniques doesn't depend on cultivation level or spiritual energy, but on treasures.
Refining treasures into your body through special methods, that's a technique.
When Jiuchen fully activates the Sky Overturning Palm, he should be able to barely contend with the 1st level.
Martial Venerable. You should know, his own cultivation level is only at Martial Emperor's 7th stage. Jang Fong pondered. He had long heard of the great name of techniques. Then I'll trouble the Wuxing to lead the way. I want to choose a technique to cultivate. Jinyan Wuxing laughed heartily. What are you being polite for? Don't say just one. Even if you choose 10, I'll give them to you for free. Let's go. Inside Jinyan Wuxing's library, the disciple on guard was browsing the internet, looking at some adult materials. Ahem. Jinyan Wuxing approached the door and, upon seeing the disciple online, cleared his throat. The guard disciple was startled and turned around to see Jinyan Wuxing, Qingtian Wuxing, and Jang Fong. What the heck? Why is the master personally coming to the library? The guard disciple instantly closed the webpage, feeling panicked inside. I'm done for, I'm really done for. No one can save me now. This is a live capture. Jinyan Wuxing felt a bit embarrassed. This disciple's actions were all seen by Jang Fong. It truly affected his image. Jinyan Wuxing, later, you will go to the discipline hall to receive punishment, understand? The guard disciple lowered his head. Yes, master, I understand. Jang Fong observed everything and felt a bit disdainful. The quality of these videos was not very good. The videos shot in certain countries on Blue Star had much better quality. The human race in the universe really can't compare to the human race on Blue Star in this regard. Jang Fong, come into the library and choose a technique. Jinyan Wuxing stepped aside, gesturing for Jang Fong to go first. Jang Fong smiled in response. Thank you. The two entered the library with the heavenly martial saint following behind them. The gatekeeper disciple was somewhat shocked by the scene. Who was this Jang Fong? It seemed that both martial saints were quite respectful towards him. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I have to go face my punishment now. The gatekeeper disciple shrugged and walked towards the admonition hall. Inside the library, the True Words martial saint was introducing various divine abilities to Jang Fong. Look at this divine ability, the star extinguishing hand. Once cultivated to completion, with just one hand's power, it can destroy a planet. And this one, the indestructible divine body. Once cultivated to completion, relying solely on physical strength, even a martial venerable can't break through its defenses. Of course, reaching mastery is definitely very difficult. And there's this. The True Words martial saint introduced many abilities, and Jang Fong listened intently. That one. Jang Fong thought for a moment and asked, True Words martial saint, I feel that these divine abilities are quite good, but I just want to ask, is there a universally recognized number one divine ability? The True Words martial saint was taken aback for a moment, then replied, there is, but cultivating the number one divine ability is extremely expensive. Let me give you an example. Take Jiu Chen's Heaven Overturning Palm, for instance. To cultivate it to mastery, you need to reach the 6th level of the Heaven Overturning Palm, which requires a large amount of precious materials for refinement. And these materials, when used to cultivate the number one divine ability, wouldn't even be enough for the first level. Not to mention the second level. Even for a martial saint, emptying their entire fortune would only allow them to cultivate to the 3rd level at most. This divine ability is undoubtedly the strongest, but it also costs the most. I don't recommend you cultivate it. I'm afraid you might end up bankrupt. Jang Fong coughed lightly. Was it really that exaggerated? A martial saint emptying their fortune could only reach the 3rd level? Let's go take a look, just to satisfy my curiosity. Jang Fong decided to check it out. Your library should have the number one divine ability, right? The True Words martial saint nodded. Yes, I'll take you to see. Thus, the two arrived at the central area of the library where a thick book was placed. The pure black cover had 7 golden embossed characters. 8 transformations in 9 turns returning to pure yang. This is the number one divine ability. 8 transformations in 9 turns returning to pure yang. The True Words martial saint introduced. We prefer to call it the 8-9 mysterious art. This technique has a total of 9 levels, or rather, 9 turns. Martial artists practicing the 8-9 mysterious art, upon reaching the 9 turns, will have their physical strength reach an unparalleled level. Without using any external power, relying solely on their fists and kicks, they can match a martial emperor. It's quite exaggerated. Such freakish individuals we habitually refer to as saints of the flesh. Zhang Feng's pupils constricted. The 8-9 mysterious art? This was indeed mentioned in the myths and legends of Blue Star. To be honest, Jang Fong said, I am from Blue Star, and some myths and legends there record the 8-9 mysterious art. The True Words martial saint replied, oh, is that so? Then it must have been a long time ago that a powerful being who cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art displayed their might on your Blue Star. That's why it has been passed down in the form of myths. Jang Fong nodded. That could be the case. The True Words martial saint looked at Jang Fong. So, Jang Fong, are you planning to cultivate that divine ability? Without hesitation, Jang Fong replied, of course, it's the 8-9 mysterious art. Indeed, cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art was difficult, but as a martial artist, one should face challenges head-on. If the strongest technique was right in front of him and he didn't dare to cultivate it, what would that count as? The true words. Martial Saint sighed lightly. What determination. But I still have to remind you, cultivating the 8-9 mysterious art really costs a lot. Jang Fong said. Take it slow, after all, I'm still young. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be able to gather the materials to cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art. Upon hearing this, the true words Martial Saint couldn't help but be curious. You say you're very young, may I ask, how old are you this year? Are you even 100 years old? If you haven't even reached 100 years, then you're indeed too young. Jang Fong, do I really look that old? I'm freaking 18 this year. Truly 18, no joke. Just 3 months ago, I awakened my superpower. I'm genuinely 18, not kidding with you. The true word Martial Saint fell silent. 18? Physical strength reaching the Martial Emperor level? And there's even a Martial Emperor wanting to take him as a disciple. What the hell does that mean? This is what it means to be a winner in life. It's absurd. The true word Martial Saint still found it hard to believe. You're not lying to me, are you? The sky-piercing Martial Saint spoke at this moment. I can testify. The records of the United Federation state that Jang Fong is indeed 18. True word Martial Saint? No, you know Jiang Feng's records and age, so why didn't you want to take him as a disciple back then? With such a genius in front of you, aren't you excited? Sky-piercing Martial Saint. Master, I was just afraid. Afraid that Jang Fong wouldn't reach the Martial Emperor realm. If he doesn't reach the Martial Emperor realm, wouldn't that be the end of everything? The true word Martial Saint chuckled. Your vision and thinking are both problematic. I suggest you go back and rethink. Others might not dare to speak against the sky-piercing Martial Saint, but the true word Martial Saint dared. The sky-piercing Martial Saint could only lower his head. Master, you're right. My vision is indeed flawed. I am guilty. Forget it. The true word Martial Saint waved his hand. Not taking a disciple was the right choice. Taking one would lead to great karma. Jang Fong, I really didn't expect you to be so young. Then there's no problem. Given your qualifications, you indeed have the potential to master the 8-9 profound art. In that case, I will personally sponsor you with some treasures. These treasures should help you achieve 1/3 of the first transformation of the 8-9 profound art. The true word Martial Saint lightly coughed. The materials for the first transformation are simply too expensive. I can only provide 1/3. If I give too much, I won't be able to bear it. Jang Fong expressed his gratitude. That's plenty, true word Martial Saint. I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me. Of course, I mean after I have enough strength. The true word Martial Saint giving away dragon blood, the 8-9 profound art, and materials was indeed a huge favor for Jang Fong. Hearing Jiang Feng's promise, the true word Martial Saint was somewhat flattered. He knew very well the weight of Jiang Feng's words. If he ever needed help, he could ask him. Behind this was a Martial Emperor. Rounding up, this was a promise from a Martial Emperor. He must treat it as a treasure. True word Martial Saint. I should be the one thanking you, Jang Fong. The sky-piercing Martial Saint scratched his hand, unable to help but say, well, Jang Fong, how about I also provide you with 1/3 of the materials? I don't want any promises. I indeed misjudged you back then. I hope you won't hold it against me, and that will be enough. Jang Fong laughed heartily. What's there to hold against? Misjudging is human nature, sky-piercing Martial Saint. You're overthinking it. This time, it's actually me who should thank you. These materials are very important to me. The sky-piercing Martial Saint breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no resentment, that was good. The true word Martial Saint took out a USB drive and handed it to Jang Fong. This contains all the content of the 8-9 profound art. As for the books here, they're just decorations, don't mind them. Jang Fong. Oh, so that's how it is? Jang Fong took the USB drive and then took out the smart light brain he had previously purchased, plugging it in. This smart light brain is a technology from the universe, essentially equivalent to a computer on Blue Star, but much smarter. Through reading, Jiang Feng's understanding of the 8-9 profound art deepened. This divine ability is indeed very difficult to practice, but it has one point that is different from other divine abilities. Other divine abilities need to be actively triggered. For example, Jochen's sky overturning palm is quite ordinary under normal circumstances. Only in a stimulated state does it become powerful. But the 8-9 profound art is different. Once mastered, it becomes a genuine passive skill. There's no need for active activation. Upon completing the first transformation, one can directly match a martial sovereign of the 5th rank with their physical body. Indeed impressive, but I only have 2/3 of the resources now, so I can't even achieve the first transformation. Jang Fong shook his head slightly. To gather the complete resources, I still need to take it slow. About half an hour later, the one-minded Martial Saint returned, bringing with him several hundred tons of dragon blood. I'm back. This time, it's enough for you to absorb, Jang Fong. As soon as he landed, the one-minded Martial Saint saw the true words Martial Saint and the sky-piercing Martial Saint each giving Jang Fong a storage ring, and Jang Fong was continuously thanking them. What's in these storage rings? Why does Jang Fong value them so much? I also want to boost my favorability. Hey! The one-minded Martial Saint called out to the true words Martial Saint. What are you guys doing?
The true words martial saint explained that Jang Fong was cultivating the 8-9 profound art and they had given him 1/3 of the resources, specifically for the first transformation. So that's how it is. The one-minded martial saint didn't hesitate and directly said to Jang Fong, I'll give you the remaining 1/3 of the resources. This way, you can cultivate the first transformation of the 8-9 profound art. No need to be polite with me, we're all buddies. Jang Fong expressed his gratitude as well. Thus, Jang Fong gathered all the resources for the first transformation of the 8-9 profound art. However, he didn't start cultivating immediately, as it would take 9 days to complete the first transformation. He decided to absorb the dragon blood first. One-minded martial saint, thank you, I'm going to absorb the dragon blood. You brought now. The one-minded martial saint gestured, no problem. Just go for it. Jang Fong began to absorb the dragon blood again, although it was difficult for his physical body to become stronger once more. With several hundred tons of dragon blood available, his body was still continuously enhancing, until the transcendent bloodline boiled once again. Ding! Dragon God's power awakening. Awakening failed. Dragon God's origin is too rare. Please accumulate more origin power. When this voice sounded, Jang Fong realized that although he could still absorb dragon blood, his body could no longer continue to strengthen. At that moment, his physical strength was fixed at the 5th rank of Martial Emperor. Dragon God's power? Dragon God? Hearing this term, Jang Fong fell into deep thought. Legend has it that in ancient times, the strongest among the dragon clan was the dragon god Salama, who created the Wish Pearl and possessed incredible abilities. Origin power? This dragon blood is actually a special liquid made by the dragon clan, I think I understand. So, ordinary dragons produce dragon blood, and within this blood there is a tiny bit of dragon origin power. The amount contained is very small, perhaps in a ton of blood there's only a drop of origin power. I've absorbed so much blood, accumulating little by little, and my body has also gathered some dragon origin power. Then it mutated with the transcendent bloodline in my body, about to awaken. But in the end, because the origin power was insufficient, the awakening failed? After making this guess, Jang Fong stroked his chin. That's the dragon god Salama. If I also awaken the dragon god's power, could I rival Salama? Or perhaps, I would possess a dragon god form, a new transformation? The current problem is that I don't have enough origin power. How can I accumulate more origin power? Ordinary dragon blood has no effect on me anymore. If I want more origin power, I might have to absorb refined dragon blood. Or, I could find dragons and gather enough dragon god power through other means. After all, with so many dragons, they must know how to gather origin power. Overall, we still need to find a way to locate the dragon clan. With this thought, Jang Fong stepped out of the capsule. Jinyan Wuxing greeted Jang Fong. There are still 100 tons of dragon blood left. Why haven't you continued to absorb it? Have you finally reached saturation? Jang Fong shook his head. I can still absorb it, but there's no enhancement effect anymore, so I got lazy about it. Jinyan Wuxing. Isin Wuxing. To absorb dragon blood without any effect? That's quite absurd. How strong must Jiang Feng's physical body be now? Isin Wuxing. Jang Fong looked at Isin Wuxing. Can you give me the remaining dragon blood? I have a planet where I need to cultivate many subordinates. Isin Wuxing waved his hand. Don't be polite. The reason I wanted to take you as my disciple was because I valued your guiding ability. This dragon blood is nothing. Later, I'll give you some guiding instruments and insights on being a guide. Originally, these treasures were meant to be a gift for Jang Fong after taking him as a disciple. Now, though he dared not take a disciple, he still wanted to give these gifts to Jang Fong. No other reason, just because Jang Fong is an outstanding guide. The stronger he is, the stronger humanity becomes. A guide like Jang Fong, even if not his disciple, Isin Wuxing would still value greatly and try to provide him with the utmost help. Isin Wuxing has a heart that cherishes talent. Thank you. Jang Fong expressed his gratitude once more. Masters, I have one more thing to ask of you. I want to find a few super strong 9th stage martial venerables. Not just any 9th stage martial venerables, but the super strong kind. Not to say they are comparable to martial saints, but they should be at a level where they are invincible among 9th stage martial venerables. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Isin Wuxing stroked his chin. Super strong 9th stage martial venerables? Isn't that just a half-step martial saint? Becoming a martial saint is extremely difficult, and every martial saint possesses terrifying strength. Generally speaking, a martial saint can kill a 9th stage martial venerable with a single move. But there are always some prodigies who may have mastered certain divine abilities or have other reasons that allow them to contend with a martial saint. Although they still cannot defeat a martial saint, they have indeed managed to withstand a martial saint's attack without being killed. 2. Express respect for them. A new realm emerged, the half-step martial saint. What do you need several half-step martial saints for? Half-step martial saints are actually even rarer than martial saints, because each half-step martial saint is a prodigy among prodigies.
Looking across the entire Daimo prefecture, there may only be a dozen half-step martial saints. A battle intent flashed in Jang Feng's eyes, of course, to spar with them. I want to fight them. Jang Fong decided to activate the transcendent bloodline through battle, to continuously improve his cultivation. You want to fight? Isin Wuxing nodded. We can help you, but half-step martial saints are very scarce. It may take several months, or even years, to find one or two. You must understand, under the entire Daimo prefecture, there are hundreds of thousands of star systems, but there are only about 10 half-step martial saints. Finding them among that is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jang Fong thought for a moment and replied, no problem, I can wait. At this moment, Xingtian Wuxing spoke up. Well, a few days ago, I encountered a half-step martial saint in the 9529 area. I can try to contact him now. If he hasn't gone far, I should be able to call him over. Junyan Wuxing was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. Then hurry up and call the half-step martial saint over. Xingtian Wuxing said it was no problem and directly sent a message to the half-step martial saint. Moments later, Xingtian Wuxing looked at Jang Fong. I'll go pick him up. It should take about 3 or 4 days. I'll be off now. Jang Fong acknowledged, and Xingtian Wuxing flew away. Then next, I'll practice the first turn of the 8-9 profound art. Jang Fong found a secluded place and took out the resources he had gathered, beginning his training for the first transformation. It would take a total of 9 days. 9 days later, Jang Fong successfully completed the first transformation of the 8-9 mystical skill. At that moment, his physical strength reached the 7th level of martial sovereign. After completing the first transformation, his physical strength was at the 5th level of martial sovereign. However, due to the excessive dragon blood he absorbed, he was already strong enough. This accumulation allowed Jang Fong to possess the physical strength of a 7th level martial sovereign. As for his cultivation, it remained at the 9th level of martial king, not yet reaching the martial emperor realm. My physical strength surpasses my cultivation level. I should consider becoming a martial fighter, right? Jang Fong laughed heartily. He then directly exited his seclusion. The moment he stepped out, he happened to encounter the one-minded martial saint. Jang Fong, these are for you, the one-minded martial saint said, taking out a storage ring. This contains some of my personal experiences as a guide. If you want to be an outstanding guide, these should be useful. Additionally, there are some tools inside that can help you cultivate planets. In short, I have high hopes for you. You will definitely be the most outstanding guide. Jang Fong accepted the storage ring and bowed to the one-minded martial saint. Let's go. The sky-piercing martial saint and that half-step martial saint have been waiting for a long time. I'll lead the way. The one-minded martial saint waved his hand. Thus, the one-minded martial saint led Jang Fong to a pavilion where the true word martial saint and the sky-piercing martial saint were present. Beside them stood a man in black, exuding an air of arrogance. You are the opponent, the sky-piercing martial saint mentioned. Jang Fong, right? The man in black looked at Jang Fong and said, hello, you can call me Jing Xiao. Jang Fong nodded in response. Hello, let's get straight to the match. Jing Xiao's lips curled slightly. Straightforward, then let's go. In an instant, both of them unleashed their powers simultaneously, causing the 3 martial saints to step back a pace. Not a word wasted, just jumping straight into a fight? These two are really decisive, the one-minded martial saint joked. True word martial saint, be careful they don't demolish your cave. The true word martial saint was unfazed. No worries, I've activated the protective shield. They will fight within the shield and won't affect other areas. The one-minded martial saint clicked his tongue, as expected of his own cave. The protective measures were indeed swift. Meanwhile, on Jiang Feng's side, he decisively activated his transcendent power. Muscle form unlocked. Boom! Jiang Feng's body swelled to nearly twice its size. What kind of move is this? Jing Xiao was somewhat surprised but quickly regained his composure. We're not martial fighters, having big muscles is of no use. Jing Xiao moved directly, instantly rushing in front of Jiang Feng. As a half-step martial saint, Jing Xiao's speed was fast, and Jiang Feng didn't even have time to react. Bang! A punch, and Jing Xiao struck Jiang Feng's body. How about that, my strength? Jing Xiao looked at Jiang Feng, but he found that after Jiang Feng took his punch head-on, he remained completely unfazed, not even taking a step back. Impossible, even a first-level martial saint would have to step back from my full-force strike. Jing Xiao was somewhat astonished. The next second, Jiang Feng swung his fist towards Jing Xiao. TCH, that punch is slow as hell. Jing Xiao dodged the punch with a swift movement. Nothing impressive, his speed and strength seemed to be only at the 7th level of martial sovereign. It's nothing to worry about, but why? Can he immune my attacks? I see, he must have some special means to be immune to attacks. In that case, I can't clash with him head-on, I can only slowly engage him in a battle of attrition. The 3 observing martial saints couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Feng's diverse techniques. Especially the sudden increase in muscle size. Apart from Jiang Feng, they really haven't seen anyone else use it. Moreover, it feels like after Jiang Feng's muscles grew, his entire aura changed. There's a kind of, how should I put it, very dangerous feeling. Yes, a dangerous yet powerful feeling. Jang Feng's this move is somewhat frightening. The sky-piercing martial saint said, I have a suggestion, doesn't it feel like? Jang Fong in this state is very much like a berserker? Berserker? The one-heart martial saint and the true words martial saint fell silent for a moment, then nodded. It indeed resembled it a bit. The whole vibe was wild, as if he wanted to tear apart all enemies. At the same time, the enemy's attacks had no effect on him at all. It was so vivid, he was completely like a berserker unafraid of life and death. The battle between Jang Fong and Jing Xiao was still ongoing. Jiang Fong hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan, relying solely on the strength of a 7th-level martial venerable. He was naturally no match for Jing Xiao. No matter how Jang Fong attacked, he couldn't hit Jing Xiao. And Jing Xiao, all his attacks on Jang Fong had no effect either. What's the point of this kind of battle? Jing Xiao was somewhat speechless. You can't hit me, and hitting you is useless. Damn it, if it weren't for the martial saint's face, I would have left long ago. Continuing like this is just a waste of time. Suddenly, Jang Fong threw a punch, and Jing Xiao almost got hit, barely dodging to the left. Wait, did his attack speed increase a bit? It seems like he's growing. This scene was also witnessed by the 3 martial saints. Jang Fong almost hit Jing Xiao? Yes. Jang Feng's punch was a bit faster than any of his previous moves. Jang Fong is improving. What the hell, is he that abnormal? Is Jang Fong the type that improves while fighting? But this improvement speed is too fast. They just started clashing. Ridiculous. Does Jang Feng's improvement have no limit? Can he really improve without bounds? If that's true, by the end of this battle, won't he become a true martial venerable? Is it that exaggerated? I think I might understand. The true words martial saint sighed softly. If Jang Fong is really that abnormal, he might understand why the martial emperor wanted to take Jang Fong as a disciple. The battle between Jang Fong and Jing Xiao continued. As the two fought more fiercely, Jang Feng's speed gradually began to keep up with Jing Xiao. What a joke! Jing Xiao couldn't accept this situation at all. How much hardship did he endure to reach this point? Damn it, in the time it takes to sip tea, a guy weaker than him can catch up? Why is he improving so fast? Why doesn't he have to suffer? Let's end this child's play. I'm going to finish this battle. Jing Xiao clenched his fists. Divine ability. True spirit avatar. Boom! Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared around Jing Xiao. This golden light coalesced into a giant over 2 meters tall. This was Jing Xiao's ultimate move, the True Spirit Avatar. After condensing the True Spirit Avatar, it could assist in both attack and defense with a power 100 times that of the main body. Jing Xiao stood inside the golden giant's body, raised his hand, and the giant followed suit. Jang Fong, come on, let me see your limits. Jang Fong didn't speak, only let out a roar and charged towards Jing Xiao. TCH, what a reckless man, just charging straight at me. Jing Xiao raised his hand, intending to deliver a heavy punch to Jang Fong. As Jang Fong rushed in front of him, Jing Xiao suddenly exerted force without any hesitation, striking Jang Fong squarely in the face. Bang! Jang Feng's body was directly sent flying, crashing hard against the protective shield. Hiss! The true words martial saint gasped in shock. Fortunately, I set up a protective shield, otherwise, with this blow, Jang Fong would definitely have smashed a few of my houses. Isin Wushing nodded. This kid Jing Xiao is completely serious. After this punch, will Jang Fong still be able to stand up? Everyone looked at Jang Fong, wanting to know if he had been knocked unconscious. At this moment, although Jang Fong was hit against the protective shield and his body suffered a tremendous impact, he did not lose consciousness. Good attack, Jing Xiao. You're right, the game of house is over. Ah! With Jang Feng's furious roar, a blazing white aura erupted from his body. At this moment, the energy within him was continuously rising. His transcendent bloodline was also boiling. Ah! Another furious roar, the blazing white aura surged threefold, and the ground was also dented by the force. Such strong energy, this power is simply too overwhelming. Jing Xiao couldn't help but take a few steps back. If he wasn't mistaken, this power had already reached the level of Wuzuan. It was the real deal. His martial arts cultivation had reached Wuzuan. That's right, fighting with Jing Xiao had caused Zhang Feng's energy to continuously rise. He had directly advanced from the 9th level of Wuwan to the 1st level of Wuzuan. This is the transcendent bloodline. When a rival of equal strength appeared, his energy would continuously boil, continuously enhance. The second round begins. Jang Fong charged directly at Jing Xiao, slapping towards his head. Jing Xiao accelerated and dodged Zhang Feng's attack. His strength and speed have increased too much. Compared to the beginning of the fight, he is completely a different person. As Jing Xiao flew into the air, he was just about to express his thoughts. Whoosh! Jang Fong directly grabbed Jing Xiao's ankle. What? When did? Jing Xiao was startled. He had clearly dodged Zhang Feng's attack and flown into the air. When did he grab onto him? Before Jing Xiao could react, Zhang Fong held onto his ankle and slammed him down. Bang! He slammed Jing Xiao hard onto the ground. Then, with another forceful throw, bang!
he slammed Jing Xiao to the other side. Just like that, Jang Fong held Jing Xiao's ankle and kept slamming him back and forth. Ah! Jing Xiao roared. It was a great humiliation. He, a dignified half-step whooshing, was being tossed around like a dog. Enough! Jing Xiao shouted angrily. Since Jang Fong had grabbed his left ankle, he suddenly kicked towards Jiang Feng's head with his right foot. With a bang, it struck Jiang Feng's head, but the attack was ineffective. Bang bang bang! After this kick, Jang Fong exerted force again, slamming him back and forth on the ground. Jing Xiao was left dazed. Keep hitting! Jang Fong roared furiously, throwing Jing Xiao far away. Bang! Jing Xiao was also slammed against the protective shield. Cough cough. Jing Xiao coughed lightly, and the essence of his true self dimmed a bit. His cultivation at the first level of Wuzuan, combined with the physical strength of the 7th level of Wuzuan, perfectly combined, is not weaker than a 9th level Wuzuan expert. At the same time, his defense is extremely strong. My attacks are ineffective against him. It's like I'm being beaten unilaterally. Thinking of this, Jing Xiao felt a headache. The 9th level of Wuzuan wasn't anything, but combined with invincible defense, it was too troublesome. If this continues, I have no chance of winning. Rumble. While Jing Xiao was contemplating, Jang Fong charged straight at him from the front. Damn it, doesn't he ever get tired? I don't even want to fight him anymore. Jing Xiao gritted his teeth and flew down from the protective shield. I'll give it one last shot. If it's still ineffective, I'll admit defeat. Jing Xiao took a deep breath, betting everything on this punch. Ah, this punch will surely win. As Jang Fong drew closer, Jing Xiao tightened his right fist and directly struck towards Jang Fong. However, Jang Fong simply sidestepped, avoiding the punch, and reached out to grab. He directly grabbed Jing Xiao's head. Bang! Jang Fong pressed down hard, pinning him against the protective shield, then pushed Jing Xiao and started running. Sizzle! Jing Xiao's body slid across the shield, leaving deep marks behind. True words, martial saint. Shouldn't we pause? Continuing to fight seems pointless. Jang Fong, it's time to end the battle. Qingtian martial saint flew up directly. If this goes on, Jing Xiao might actually get killed by you. After all, Jing Xiao was the one he called to be his sparring partner. If Jang Fong really killed him, Qingtian martial saint would feel a bit guilty. Jang Fong suddenly let go, throwing Jing Xiao to the ground, while also reverting to his normal form. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, I was a bit too rough this time. Jang Fong truly didn't mean it. Ever since he activated the transcendent state, he just wanted to grab others' heads and push them like a bulldozer. He really couldn't control himself. It must be some characteristic of the transcendence. I'm really sorry. Jang Fong clasped his hands together and bowed. The guy came to be his sparring partner, and he almost killed him. It was hard to justify. Jing Xiao shook his head and glanced at Jang Fong. It's fine. After saying this, Jing Xiao directly fainted, lying on the ground, motionless. Jang Fong, is it really fine? Luckily, I have healing abilities. Jang Fong raised his hand, activating his healing powers to slowly mend Jing Xiao's injuries. At the same time, he was reflecting on this battle. The half-step martial saint had put a lot of pressure on him, causing his transcendence bloodline to continuously enhance, allowing his cultivation to leap across a major realm. He went directly from martial king to martial venerable. Now, if he wanted to upgrade using the transcendence bloodline, he would have to challenge a martial saint. After all, a half-step martial saint could no longer provide him with pressure. With this in mind, Jang Fong decided to challenge a martial saint to see what would happen. Regardless of winning or losing, he had to give it a try. Thus, Jang Fong approached Qingtian martial saint, intending to challenge the weakest one first. As long as he could withstand his attacks, he could trigger the transcendence bloodline and start upgrading continuously. Qingtian martial saint agreed, willing to fight Jang Fong. As soon as they engaged, with one move, Qingtian martial saint knocked Jang Fong out cold. When Jang Fong woke up, he found it hard to understand. He could hold his own against a half-step martial saint, so why was there still such a huge gap with a martial saint? In response, Qingtian martial saint explained, it's the difference in will. Consciousness is the key to breaking through to martial saint. With the enhancement of will, we martial saints can gain tremendous boosts. For example, when I throw a punch, if I use will enhancement and tell myself that this punch will be strong, it can truly break through everything. Those without will enhancement can never defeat a martial saint. The transcendence bloodline requires at least being able to withstand the opponent's attacks to continuously improve oneself. Fighting a martial saint is like Broly facing Beerus, one slap and he's out cold, with no enhancement whatsoever. So, Jang Fong suggested again, your will enhancement is too strong, let's fight without it and see. Qingtian martial saint agreed. Thus, the two began their second battle, with Jang Fong pressing Qingtian martial saint's head into the ground, creating a trench. Qingtian martial saint was knocked out cold. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to feel frustrated. When the martial saint used will enhancement, he was completely dominated. When the martial saint didn't use will enhancement, he dominated. So, after all this, he just couldn't find an evenly matched opponent.
Using the Transcendence bloodline to upgrade is indeed fast, Jang Fong sighed.
But the difficulty is also very high. I must encounter an evenly matched opponent. Being too strong or too weak won't work. Sigh, it's so exhausting. The difficulty of cultivation is just too great. At the same time, the sky-piercing martial saint, who had just been beaten up by Jang Fong, had just woken up from his coma. As soon as he regained consciousness, he heard Jang Fong complaining about how difficult cultivation was and how tired he felt.
The sky-piercing martial saint? You went from martial king to martial venerable in one go, and it took less than an hour. You're telling me cultivation is hard? This is a classic case of someone taking advantage and then acting all innocent. I'm so mad. Back in the day, it took me over 600 years to reach martial venerable. I'm furious. Really furious. Gah! The sky-piercing martial saint couldn't catch his breath and fainted again. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Jang Fong clapped his hands, intending to leave. Thank you both for your hospitality, but I need to return to my hometown. After that, I will also look for traces of the Dragon Clan.
If you two martial saints have any information about the Dragon Clan, please let
me know. The truthful martial saint nodded. Don't worry, we will keep an eye out.
Jang Fong then turned to Jing Xiao. Thank you, brother, for practicing with
me.
If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to speak up.
Jing Xiao.
As a dignified half-step martial saint, wherever I go, I'm treated
like a guest of honor. What difficulties could I possibly have?
Oh, there is one. Being thrown around by you is too humiliating.
As long as you don't expose this embarrassing incident, I won't have any difficulties.
Complaints aside, Jing Xiao still sincerely bid farewell to Jang Fong. The one-minded martial saint suddenly
spoke. Jang Fong, do you want me to see you off?
Jang Fong waved his hand. No need, I have a special way to get home.
Instant teleportation. Whoosh! Jang Fong disappeared from the spot. Tisk. Watching Jang Fong vanish, the truthful martial saint sighed. To be honest, I really learned something today. I've never seen a cultivator like that to improve a whole realm after a single battle.
Jing Xiao nodded. Indeed, he had never seen anything like it. At that moment, the one-minded martial saint raised a finger. Actually, I have a bold guess.
Is it possible that Jang Fong is the reincarnation of some martial emperor? Think
about it. If he is the reincarnation of a martial emperor, then everything makes sense. His rapid improvement in battle is because he was already that strong. It's just that due to reincarnation, his power hasn't fully manifested. Only in battle can he unleash his strength. Then, perhaps in his past life he had a disciple who, by chance, became a martial emperor. Just like how truthful and sky-piercing are, even though you are both martial saints, you have the title of master and disciple. This also explains why the martial emperor would be willing to take Jang Fong as a disciple. It all adds up.
Hearing the one-minded martial saint's
words, the truthful martial saint pondered for a moment. You know, thinking about it this way, it really does make sense.
Moreover, many things that were hard to understand can now be understood. But the problem is, if Jang Fong is really the reincarnation of a martial emperor,
why is he so short on resources?
The truthful
martial saint still found it hard to understand. After all, if he were truly the reincarnation of a martial emperor, he shouldn't be lacking resources.
When a
martial emperor reincarnates, they would definitely pave the way for themselves, preparing various resources in advance and then take off smoothly.
How could it be like Jang Fong, who even has to ask others for dragon blood?
The one-minded martial saint thought for a moment and replied, is it possible that Jang Fong
encountered an enemy attack in his past life, so this time he reincarnated to save his life?
Therefore, the reincarnation was very rushed and he didn't have time
to prepare? The truthful martial saint contemplated for a while and nodded. There is indeed that possibility.
If he were a reincarnated martial emperor, someone would have come to welcome him long ago. But since no one came to greet him, it might be because he has enemies chasing him and doesn't want to be discovered.
Then, hiss.
The enemies of a martial emperor must also be martial emperors.
If we help Jang Fong and let his enemies find out, will they chop us to pieces? The one-minded martial saint couldn't help but tremble slightly. Don't say any more. It's better for you and me to keep the matter of Jang Fong to ourselves. The true words martial saint nodded, indicating that there was no problem. We must ensure confidentiality. We mustn't spread it around and make it known to everyone.
These two martial saints were truly scaring themselves, taking it to the extreme. Clearly, nothing had happened, yet they had conjured up a whole series
of major events.
On Zhang Feng's side, he used a momentary teleportation and returned to Blue Star.
Everything was different now. When he left Blue Star, he was merely at the Martial King level, but now he was at the Martial Venerable level. With all his strength, he easily overwhelmed a Martial Saint without any will enhancement. Such power, in the entire universe, made him a formidable figure.
Bring Zhang Yundi along, let her cultivate with me.
Previously,
Zhang Yundi had been unable to practice due to issues with her meridians and could only pursue an academic path. Therefore, she studied particularly hard, hoping to become a researcher in the future and buy her brother a big house. Now, Jang Fong had obtained many resources and items from the Martial Saint, including things to improve her meridians. When Jang Fong returned home, he found Jiang Yundi sitting quietly in a chair, wearing a white plain dress with a built-in bow, her long hair cascading down naturally, holding a book in her hands. However, her gaze was not on the book but outside the window.
What are you looking at? Jang Fong walked over.
Jiang Yundi withdrew her gaze and looked at Jang Fong with surprise. Brother, you're back. I was just counting the passing vehicles.
If the 10th vehicle is red, you would come home today. Jang Fong asked, so, is the 10th vehicle red?
Jiang Yundi replied seriously, the 10th vehicle is not red. So I've decided to change the rules.
If the 13th vehicle is red, then you will come home today. And then, I just counted to the 102nd. And you really came back.
It feels very magical. I'll count again next time.
Jang Fong. Ahem, that is indeed quite magical. Little Yun, let me ask you, do you want to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yundi's eyes lit up. Can I also cultivate? If I can, of course, I want to cultivate. I want to fight alongside my brother.
Jang Fong took out a vial of potion. No problem, I have a vial of potion here. If you drink it, it will nourish your meridians. Once your meridians are nourished, you should be able to cultivate normally. Jiang Yundi excitedly took the potion. For her, this was not just an ordinary potion.
As long
as she could cultivate, she would no longer be a burden.
I will cultivate diligently. Jiang Yundi drank the potion, feeling the changes within her body. And this, Jang Fong took out another vial of elixir.
This is for martial artists who have not awakened their abilities. It can enhance your abilities in advance. For example, if you could originally only awaken an E-level ability, but if you keep taking the medicine and take it up, when the day of awakening comes, you might
awaken an S-level ability. Work hard in your cultivation, I have high hopes for you. Jiang Yundi took the vial with some concern and looked at Jang Fong.
Brother, you got so many treasures, it must have been very hard for you, right?
Is there any danger to your life? Although Jiang Yundi did not cultivate, she knew
that the more precious the item, the harder it was to obtain. The two items Jang Fong had taken out were clearly not ordinary. Perhaps Jang Fong had paid some
price to acquire these things.
Jang Fong clicked his tongue. After all, it was his sister whom he had raised since childhood.
If it were another woman, she would probably accept the gift and then give you a good person card.
Only his sister would worry about his safety upon seeing the gifts.
Don't worry, there is no
danger to my life, Jang Fong reassured Jiang Yundi. If we're talking about life-threatening situations, that kid Jing Xiao almost died. He was in quite a dangerous
spot. Jiang Yundi? Who is Jing Xiao? Never mind, if he's not my brother, it doesn't matter, let whoever be whoever. The potion Jiang Yundi took was taking
effect. At this moment, she could slowly absorb spiritual energy and she was getting closer to the first level of a martial artist. As for the drug to enhance her abilities, she took it but didn't feel anything special. That's normal, this stuff needs to be taken continuously. Then, she would only know how much her abilities had been enhanced on the day she awakened at 18.
Since you can already cultivate, let's go. I'll take you to a place. Jang Fong extended his hand, signaling Jiang Yundi to hold on.
Jiang Yundi stretched out her fair arm and tightly grasped Jiang Feng's hand.
Instantaneous movement. Whoosh! Jiang Fong took Jiang Yundi to the ancient Ming star.
Because Jiang Fong was concealing his aura, at this moment, Karoti and Beiju Tower could only sense Jiang Yundi's presence.
An outsider has appeared? What's going on? Ridiculous, appearing directly in the core area of the Beiju tribe? If it's an enemy, isn't that too dangerous? The two
immediately became tense and rushed towards Jiang Yundi's location.
Who is it? So audacious?
Upon arriving, they saw Jiang Fong and Jiang Yundi.
Karoti. So it's Lord Jiang Fong. By the way, who is this woman next to Lord Jiang Fong? She seems so weak, like a single punch could take her down. Isn't she too weak? What's the point of Lord Jiang Fong hanging out with such a weak martial artist?
As a battle fanatic, Karoti really couldn't understand.
Seeing Karoti in Beiju Tower, Jiang Fong greeted them. You two, let me introduce you.
This is my sister, Jiang Yundi.
Beiju Tower slightly bowed. Miss Jiang Yundi, hello. Karoti also greeted her, then inwardly scoffed.
I didn't expect Lord Jiang Feng's sister to be so weak.
Truly unexpected. Then, Karoti noticed Beiju Tower also giving him knowing looks. Oh, Karoti nodded. I know, you think the same, right?
Lord Jiang Fong is so strong. Why is his sister so weak?
She's not fit to be a warrior. At all. I thought
Lord Jiang Feng's sister should be the kind of rugged female warrior. The kind that can knock someone out with a single punch. This was Karoti's thought, which he shared with Beiju Tower. Beiju Tower wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, only a powerful female warrior would be worthy of being Lord Jiang Feng's sister. Jiang Fong was unaware of their thoughts and simply arranged for Jiang Yundi to practice at the spiritual energy gathering place.
Then, Jiang Fong took out the formation given to him by the martial saint.
These were all tools for facilitators to use. I met a senior who gave me some pointers on how to be an excellent facilitator. Jiang Fong called Beiju Tower over, and he also gave me many formations, like this one.
When you practice, if several of you join together, You can speed up your cultivation. It's very suitable for improving everyone's average strength. Beiju Tower memorized the formation, planning to call his brothers to try it out next time they practiced. At the same time, he didn't forget to share his good news with Jang Fong. Lord Jang Fong, I can transform into Super Saiyan 2. According to what you said, can I try to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Jang Feng's eyes lit up. Oh, not bad, not bad. Come, I'll teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 4. First step, full moon. Jang Fong activated his abilities and could only release a full moon. Beiju Tower, look at the moon. Beiju Tower looked up, and the moment he saw the moon, he was momentarily stunned. Then, with a roar, he transformed into a gigantic ape. Roar! Beiju Tower howled, his eyes blood-red, seemingly having completely lost his rationality. The river wind caressed his chin. Bejuta was just an ordinary Scion bloodline, transforming into a giant ape, losing all rationality. It's fine, just suppress it with force, Jang Fong said as he flew in front of Bejuta and landed a punch. The fierce giant ape Bejuta instantly turned into a well-behaved baby. Regained consciousness? Bejuta nodded obediently. Jang Fong, alright, now try to transform into Super Saiyan 2 while in giant ape form. Bejuta attempted to transform into Super Saiyan 2, and in an instant his originally brown fur turned golden. Wow! Carrot couldn't help but exclaim. A golden giant ape. Bejuta seems different, I can feel his energy has increased significantly. Jang Fong nodded, that's right, this is the precursor form to Super Saiyan 4, the golden giant ape. Bejuta, channel the power of the giant ape into yourself. Bejuta took a deep breath and began to absorb all the power of the giant ape. Soon, the giant ape began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of an adult. It was Super Saiyan 4. This is Super Saiyan 4. Bejuta looked at his hands, an endless power surging within him. This power can definitely win. Carrot, with this, I can absolutely defeat you. With that, Bejuta turned to Carrot and issued a challenge. Carrot, do you dare to fight me? Carrot cracked his knuckles. Sure, I can't wait. Come on. Boom. Carrot transformed directly into Super Saiyan Red. Super Saiyan Red? I'm not afraid at all. Bejuta charged at Carrot, and the two instantly engaged in battle. Bang bang bang. As they fought and flew, the two quickly moved away from the Bejuta tribe, and during this clash, Carrot was consistently at a disadvantage. Relying solely on Super Saiyan Red, it's impossible to defeat Super Saiyan 4. Jang Fong stood by, watching their fight. Carrot, what are you going to do about that? After another exchange, Carrot was sent flying by a punch from Bejuta. Ha ha ha. Bejuta couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally, he had gained the upper hand in the battle against Carrot. Amazing. After being knocked back, Carrot wiped the corner of his mouth. So strong, Bejuta, it seems. I need to get serious too. Bejuta? You're already using Super Saiyan Red and you're not serious yet? You need to know, Carrot suddenly clenched his fist. During these days, I haven't been the only one training. I've also been improving. Ha! With a roar, Carrot's hair quickly turned blue. At the same time, the aura surrounding him also turned blue. This transformation is called Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Of course, I prefer to call it Super Saiyan Blue. Bejuta, is this even reasonable? This kid Carrot has broken through again? Jang Fong watched and nodded. Super Saiyan Blue, huh? Not bad. Carrot's talent is indeed impressive, but he wondered who would master Blue first, him or Carrot. It should be me, Jang Fong muttered. Not long after I transformed into Super Saiyan Red, I comprehended Super Saiyan Blue on my own. Moreover, with the clan function, if Carrot masters Super Saiyan Blue before me, then I wouldn't need to train, I would naturally master Super Saiyan Blue. So, my speed in mastering Super Saiyan Blue is still faster than his. At this point, Jang Fong couldn't help but admire Carrot. Although his cultivation wasn't particularly strong, he had already caught up to him in the realm of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan Blue is powerful. After transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Carrot looked at Bejuta. But Super Saiyan Blue has a fatal flaw, which is severe energy dissipation. Do you see the blue aura beside me? Bejuta nodded. Indeed, the blue aura next to him was leaking out continuously. Carrot continued, at this rate of leakage, my energy will soon be completely drained, so, in order to maintain the power of Super Saiyan Blue, I have further enhanced it. I have sealed all my energy within my body to achieve 100% of the power of Super Saiyan Blue, which I call Super Blue 100%. Or rather, Super Blue Full Power. After saying this, Carrot let out a breath and sealed all the energy spilling out around him back inside. Now, Bejuta, let's have another fight. Bejuta, I was quite happy to transform into Super Saiyan 4. I even thought today was my home turf. I didn't expect you to pull this stunt. Now it's going to be your home turf. Damn it. Bring it on. Let me see whose Super Blue Full Power is stronger, yours or my Super Saiyan 4. The two began to battle again. This time the fight was exceptionally intense, with neither side having a clear advantage. It seemed the gap wasn't particularly large. If this keeps up, the ancient underworld star might not be able to take it. Jang Fong whispered. The strength of both after their transformations was still very strong. If they continued, it could really destroy the ancient underworld star. Forget it, let's call it a day, Khaled said, throwing a punch at Bejuta, who also punched back at Khaled. In that instant, Jang Fong appeared between them and caught their fists. Alright, that's enough. If you still want to fight, do it in your normal forms, Jang Fong said calmly. Khaled, Bejuta. Well, since Lord Jang Fong has given the order, we won't fight anymore. But Lord Jang Fong is so fierce, just using his normal form, he can withstand our transformed attacks. Jang Fong noticed their surprise and said, train hard. While transformations allow you to fight above your level, being strong in your normal form is what truly matters. If your normal forms can reach the martial emperor level, perhaps after transforming, you could match a half-step martial saint. So work hard. Khaled and Bejuta replied in unison, yes. Both were full of motivation. A year later, the ancient underworld star was thriving, everyone was diligently training, and both Khaled and Bejuta had reached the martial king level in their normal forms. As for Jiang Yuni, she was also training hard. Although not as fast as the Scions, in such a spiritually rich place like the ancient underworld star, she had also reached the 8th stage of martial artists. Then there was Jang Fong, who was searching the universe for clues about the Dragon Clan. His cultivation level remained at the 1st stage of martial sovereign. Although there was a group function, the gap in cultivation levels between them was still too great. The combined cultivation of 100 Scions was still less than 1/10,000th of Zhang Feng's current energy. Unless their normal forms reached the 5th stage of martial emperor or above, they would basically be unable to assist Jang Fong now. At this moment, Jang Fong piloted his spaceship and landed on a planet called Red Dark. Red Dark Star was the lair of a group of space pirates. Jang Fong had heard that recently on Red Dark Star there was a space pirate who had captured a Dragon Clan member. He then boasted about it everywhere, making it widely known. I hope this time the clue about the Dragon Clan is real, Jang Fong sighed. He had been searching for a year, moving from the 9527 area to the 9534 area, but had yet to see a living Dragon Clan member. These creatures were truly scarce, as rare as something in a dance hall. After entering Red Dark Star, Jang Fong was immediately stopped by several space pirates. Who's that kid over there, daring to step foot on Red Dark Star? Do you know what this place is for? Haha, well, such tender flesh, come let the brothers have a taste. With a wave of his hand, Jang Fong sent the several space pirates flying into the sky. Continuing forward, Jang Fong saw a country, a luxurious capital, and a pleasure-seeking king. A group of star thieves, and they've even made a king? Jang Fong made his move, directly exerting pressure on everyone in the capital, slowly walking up to the king. Tell me, is there a Dragon Clan on your planet? The king swallowed hard. Elder. I don't know. Please don't kill me. I'm scared. This ruler, in his youth, was also a notorious star thief, skilled in burning, killing, and looting, but now he was old and lacked his former temperament. Jang Fong. This guy is so scared that he can't even speak. Normally useless. I'll give you 3 seconds to provide clues about the Dragon Clan, or I'll kill you directly. Jang Fong glared at the ruler. Don't play dumb with me. Feeling the murderous intent in Zhang Feng's gaze, the ruler swallowed again, suppressing his inner fear, and tried hard to complete his sentence. I heard before that on the Western Mountain there is a star thief. He captured a Dragon Clan. If you want clues, you might want to ask over at the Western Mountain. This information isn't guaranteed. Jang Fong turned and left. The ruler breathed a sigh of relief. After asking the question, he really left without killing him. It seemed the other party kept his word. The kid is still too green. The ruler couldn't help but sneer. If it were me in my youth, after asking the question, I would definitely kill to silence him. He still dares not kill. Before the ruler could continue mocking, with a bang, he exploded. If the information isn't guaranteed, it could be false. Rounding it off means you're lying to me, so I'll send you to the afterlife. Jang Fong flew towards the Western Mountain, and soon, he arrived at the Western Mountain. At the mountain's peak, there was a magnificent palace, inside which sat several martial emperor-level powerhouses, along with rows of dancing girls, dressed in transparent silk, their steps light. Good. Well danced. A martial emperor-level powerhouse clapped in praise. Especially that one in the purple dress. Not bad, later I'll take you to have some fun. The dancing girls dared not speak, only continuing to dance. They were all girls taken by the star thieves, with no voice here. Who is the master here? At this moment, Jang Fong walked in from outside the Grand Hall. The martial emperor-level powerhouses, who were originally enjoying the dance, were furious at Jiang Feng's sudden intrusion. Who the hell are you? You're such a buzzkill. You've dirted our eyes. Get lost. After saying that, one martial emperor-level powerhouse suddenly made a move, releasing an energy blast towards Jang Fong from afar. Jang Fong raised his hand, gently squeezing, and the energy blast was instantly crushed. Very brave. Jang Fong raised his hand, using energy to pull the martial emperor-level powerhouse who had just attacked over. I ask you, who is the master here? the captured martial emperor level powerhouse was filled with terror, and, not me, Elder, do you have a grudge against the master here? I don't know anything. With a forceful grip, Jang Fong directly killed him. Not you, so why did you make a move? You had to be the one to stick your neck out. I thought you were the master here. The other martial emperors, seeing Jang Fong so easily slay one of their own, were terrified and knelt. Elder, we didn't know why you came here. We were unaware of your cultivation level, and we have offended you. We hope you can forgive us. The dancing girls huddled together. They had never seen such a scene. The invincible martial emperor-level powerhouses all kneeling. Jang Fong looked at everyone with a blank expression. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Who is the master here? After he spoke, all the martial emperor-level powerhouses looked at a one-eyed warrior. I am the master here. The one-eyed martial emperor stepped forward. Elder, I don't know what you seek me for. Jang Fong looked at the one-eyed martial emperor. I heard you recently captured a dragon clan? Is that true? The one-eyed martial emperor's heart skipped a beat. After all, the human race and the dragon race were comrades. When facing foreign invasions, they would join forces to fight. Therefore, if someone from the human race harmed the dragon race, according to the laws of the Great Federation, that would be a heinous crime. This person is so strong. Could he be a warrior sent by the Great Federation? The one-eyed martial emperor's mind was in turmoil. Did he come to judge me because he learned that I captured a dragon? Terrifying. Thinking of this, the one-eyed martial emperor immediately said, It's a misunderstanding, senior. This is all a misunderstanding. I've never seen any dragon, and the dragon race is our friend. How could I possibly capture a dragon? Hearing the one-eyed martial emperor's words, Jang Fong sneered. This one-eyed martial emperor definitely knew some things about the dragon race. Jang Fong had seen the changes in his expression from the very beginning. Ability, Truth Grip. Ability, Truth Grip. This ability was what Jang Fong had obtained when he killed a member of the Z organization. In an instant, the ability was bestowed upon the one-eyed martial emperor, and at this moment he could only speak the truth. Tell me, have you ever seen a dragon? The one-eyed martial emperor replied, I was lucky enough to capture an injured dragon before, and later I boasted about it, attracting the attention of the Liu family. In the end, the Liu family spent a lot of money to buy the dragon from me. Jang Fong narrowed his eyes. The area he was in was 9534, which was much stronger than the 9527 area. For example, the Grand Elder of the Great Federation branch in the 9527 area was only a 9th level martial emperor. But in the 9534 area, the Grand Elder here was a 9th level martial venerable expert. At the same time, in the 9527 area, martial emperor level experts could already establish their own sects and become family elders. But in the 9534 family, only martial venerable level experts could establish sects and hold elder positions. In other words, the Liu family, mentioned by the one-eyed martial emperor, must have a bunch of martial venerable level experts. Martial venerable level warriors are nothing to worry about. What's concerning is if they have martial saint level ones above them. Jang Fong sighed inwardly. The connection between martial venerables and martial saints was very close. If the Liu family obtained the dragon and then offered it to a martial saint, that would be troublesome. Forget it, no matter what, I should go check out the Liu family. It's not easy to get news about the dragon. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Jang Fong released the truth grip, and the one-eyed martial emperor looked at Jang Fong in terror. This guy actually had such an ability. It was too terrifying, he couldn't even lie. Selling the dragon to the Liu family means I have to make an extra trip, damn it. Jang Fong suddenly exerted force and directly killed the one-eyed martial emperor with energy. Conquer. Ability activated, plundering ability, time-space observation. What kind of ability is this? Jang Fong checked it out. Time-space observation. There are countless parallel universes in this world, and people cannot travel to parallel universes, nor do they even know what they look like. However, through this ability, you can observe events happening in other parallel universes. Observing parallel universes? That seems quite interesting. Jang Fong planned to take a look later. He then turned to look at the other martial emperors. At this moment, this group of martial emperors had also huddled together, trembling in fear. There was no way around it. Jang Fong was too ruthless. After entering, he had directly killed 2 martial emperors. They were also afraid of being killed by Jang Fong. Why does everyone look so terrified? Jang Fong waved his hand. To be honest, aren't you all Starry Sky bandits? I thought you were all fearless desperados, but I didn't expect you to be so timid. The martial emperors remained silent, merely trembling. When their cultivation was low, they indeed weren't afraid of death and fought everywhere to plunder. But now that they had become martial emperors, enjoying such a comfortable life every day, who would want to die? I'm leaving. Jang Fong waved his hand and directly dealt with all the martial emperors. By the way, I should tell you that there should be a spaceship behind the main hall. When you want to escape, just go and take the spaceship. This sentence was directed at the trembling dancers. After saying this, Jang Fong left directly.
The dancers were momentarily dazed, then they all ran towards the back of the main hall, while a few of them, with grateful expressions, bowed frantically in the direction where Jang Fong had disappeared. In the end, everyone boarded the spaceship together and escaped from this red dark star. Jang Fong sat in his spaceship and first searched for information about the Liu family, discovering that the head of the Liu family was a disciple of the martial saint. In the 9534 area, they were also a well-known family. So it really is related to the martial saint. A bit troublesome, but whatever, let's go take a look. Jang Fong set the target and let the spaceship fly there on its own. Then, Jang Fong activated the time-space observation, wanting to see the so-called parallel universes. Is there a universe where Jang Yundi becomes the empress and supports me? Jang Fong couldn't help but chuckle. In his own universe, this was Jang Yundi's dream. There were too many parallel universes, and within each universe there were countless planets. As Jang Fong observed the parallel universes for the first time, he found it was simply overwhelming. In just 1 second, countless planets perished, while countless others birthed life. This is too chaotic. Jang Fong thought for a moment, wondering if he could set it up. Can I set the observation to the blue star in the 9527 area? As soon as he finished speaking, the images in the parallel universe locked onto the blue star. But at the same time, the countless images in front of him also decreased significantly, leaving only about 100,000 images. This was because many parallel universes did not have the blue star at all. However, even 100,000 images were still too many. So Jang Fong continued to narrow the scope, deciding to look at just 10. Among the 10 images, Jang Fong froze the time at the moment he crossed over, locking onto the key figure, Jang Fong. Thus, Jang Fong saw various stories, including the original Jang Fong being beaten to death in an orphanage, and the original Jang Fong growing up to become the master of the blue star. There was also the traveler Jang Fong, who, after crossing over, thought the crossing was fake and committed suicide. Or during the destruction of Qingcheng, vowing to fight to the death alongside Qingcheng. There were all sorts of other chaotic experiences. In short, there were all kinds of stories. Damn, no wonder it's called a parallel universe. This world is too insane. Jang Fong complained. In these parallel universes, there were even some where Jang Fong had not awakened a system and was just an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, even the abilities were not of conquest. In 99% of the parallel universes, the Jang Fong there is just an ordinary martial artist with no special traits at all. Jang Fong stroked his chin, pondering what this meant. It meant that his success today had no numerical value, only sweat and effort. He had surpassed 99.9% of Jang Fong's. Jang Fong looked through the parallel universes one by one, and suddenly, he froze on one image. In this parallel world, Jang Fong was the original body and had not been crossed over. Because he was not a traveler, he did not know Jang Yundi. After all, when Jang Fong was young, he had relied on his experience as a traveler to subdue Jang Yundi, his little follower. The subsequent major event was the destruction of Qingcheng, wandering and Ruching. Then he endured until his abilities awakened. Directly awakening an SSS level ability, Conquest. So far, after looking at so many parallel universes, this is the first one where the ability Conquest has awakened. Jang Fong became interested. Can this guy make a name for himself? Jang Fong continued to watch and found that here, Jang Fong cultivated all the way to the martial master level, and later, during the chaos of the divine radiance world, Jochen could not hold back, leading to the destruction of many planets. Jang Fong fought to the death and ultimately perished. Jang Fong, not grown up yet, and it's gone? Jang Fong sighed and continued to search for other parallel universes. After flipping through thousands of parallel universes, he once again encountered a Jang Fong who had awakened the ability to conquer. But this one was a bit different. It was still the original Jang Fong, not occupied by a traveler, but this Jang Fong had suffered bullying in an orphanage since childhood. To take revenge, Jang Fong found a suitable opportunity and directly set fire to the entire orphanage. Yes, in this world, the orphanage was not destroyed by ferocious beasts but was burned down by Jang Fong himself. After leaving the orphanage, Jang Feng's life became even worse. As an orphan, he often went hungry and was bullied even more. Even the stray dogs on the street would bark at him. At that moment, Jang Fong vowed that if he had the chance, he would definitely become the strongest, to become the overlord of the world, to make others fear him. No one would dare to bully him. Until, at the age of 18, he awakened his conquering ability, gained the attention of the authorities, and began to receive training resources, continuously growing stronger. Eventually, he became the strongest in the Blue Star and declared himself emperor. He proclaimed himself the emperor of the human race of Blue Star, abbreviated as Human Emperor. After that, as a genius martial artist, he entered the 9527 area, receiving training from the Great Federation, and his strength continued to grow. When the Shining World underwent a mutation, Human Emperor Jang Fong, in order to survive, quietly escaped from the 9527 area during the fierce battle between the human race and the Shining World.
Although he successfully escaped, Jang Feng's actions were deemed despicable. Fleeing the battlefield during a war between the two races was considered desertion. Thus, Jang Fong was wanted by the Great Federation and labeled a deserter. But Jang Fong didn't care. He just kept killing martial artists to grow stronger, accumulating various abilities. After 10,000 years of cultivation, human Emperor Jang Fong became a martial saint and, with multiple abilities, enhancing him, directly defeated the 9th stage martial emperor, the master of the Eastern Universe domain, in a higher level battle. From that moment on, the Eastern Universe domain completely fell under Jang Feng's control, and he continued to call himself human emperor, initiating a dictatorship. Goodness! Jiang Fong couldn't help but exclaim as he saw these scenes. The flow of time in this parallel universe is also different. Over there, human Emperor Jang Fong has already become a martial saint. Here, I am still just an ordinary martial venerable. However, at least there is a time and space where I have reached the peak of martial arts. Unfortunately, this human emperor has a bad reputation. Others call him a brutal dictator. After his reflections, Jang Fong closed the parallel universe and planned to take a short break. But at that moment, Jang Fong was unaware that certain things were quietly happening. Normally, there should be no connection between parallel universes. Even if someone could observe a parallel universe, they could only observe and absolutely could not interfere. Unless a person possesses multiple abilities, such as the ability to observe parallel universes and also the ability to traverse parallel universes. But even so, there are too many parallel universes, possibly billions or even countless. Wanting to travel to other parallel universes is still an impossible task. Venturing into other parallel universes on one's own could easily lead to getting lost, never to return to one's own parallel universe. Therefore, to traverse parallel universes, one must have coordinates. As for the coordinates, suppose the universe Jang Fong is in is universe number 1, then the universe where human Emperor Jang Fong resides might be universe number 726984. It's me, someone is observing me. Human Emperor Jang Fong suddenly looked up at the sky. Could it be that in some parallel universe, there is another Jang Fong who has obtained the ability to observe parallel universes? The expression of human Emperor Jang Fong gradually became fervent. This is the coordinates. In a parallel universe, when two individuals simultaneously possess observational abilities, their mutual observation will expose their own cosmic coordinates. Locked on his universe. I can traverse the parallel universe now. The breath of the Emperor Jang Fong was somewhat hurried. Although he had long obtained the ability to traverse, he had always been afraid of getting lost in the multitude of parallel universes due to the lack of coordinates. Now, the coordinates have arrived. Let's take a look at his universe. If possible, I want to rule his universe too. Under heaven, all lands are the king's. This multiverse should belong to me, the Emperor. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Jang Fong tore open a wormhole and stepped right in. The Emperor arrived in the universe where Jang Fong resided, surveying his surroundings. Is this the parallel universe? It feels no different from my own universe. Good, that's best. All my techniques should work normally here. The Emperor was also a bit worried. If he ventured into another universe and the differences were too great, he wouldn't even be able to replenish his spiritual energy, which would be foolish. At that point, not to mention conquering other universes, even survival would be difficult. But it seemed that the differences between parallel universes weren't that significant. At the very least, everyone used the same type of spiritual energy. I observed that in this universe, Jang Fong is the lord of the ancient underworld star and can transform into a form with golden hair all over. Interesting. Is it a special ability? How come I didn't get it? I should go meet him at the ancient underworld star. With a burst of energy, the Emperor flew through the universe towards the ancient underworld star. Boom! In less than 10 minutes, the Emperor, carrying a tremendous momentum, broke through the atmosphere of the ancient underworld star. People of the ancient underworld star, listen. Come out quickly and worship your Emperor. I am the Emperor. The Emperor stood proudly in the air, a cape billowing behind him in the wind. What is that? Karoti and Bejuta flew into the air, looking at the Emperor. Why does this person's appearance look so much like Lord Jang Fong? The two were somewhat confused. Who was this guy? You say he is Jang Fong, but his aura is clearly not the same person. Moreover, Zhang Feng's aura cannot be perceived, but this person can sense the aura. So judging by the aura, this person must not be Jang Fong. Yet, to the naked eye, he looked exactly like Jang Fong. They were clearly the same person. Who are you? Bejuta flew in front of the Emperor and shouted. State your name. Also, state your purpose, or face death without mercy. The Emperor glanced at Bejuta indifferently. Arrogant, you have no right to be reckless. In front of the Emperor. With that, the Emperor raised one hand and a violent surge of energy erupted, directly suppressing Bejuta. Bejuta, Karoti, seeing this scene, dared not hesitate and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Let go of Bejuta, or else. The Emperor waved his hand again, and a wave of energy struck Karoti from afar, sending him flying. What's wrong with the people here? The emperor frowned slightly. One after another, so disrespectful to me? Why do you have no respect for the emperor? Oh, I see, you have never faced death, right? Then, let's start with you. The emperor looked at the suppressed Beijuta, then, I will kill you first so you know how to respect the emperor. With that, the emperor slowly raised his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Beijuta. At that moment, boom! A massive octopus spaceship broke through the atmosphere and arrived at the ancient underworld star. Oh ho ho, natives of the ancient underworld. Star, sorry to keep you waiting. Whoosh! From the octopus spaceship, Kalisa soared into the sky. Previously, he had been defeated by Karoti and had planned to train for 4 months to achieve a golden form for revenge. The plan was perfect and everything went smoothly. In 4 months, he had truly achieved the golden form. Then, he intended to seek revenge on the ancient underworld star. But on the way, he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious place where the flow of time was different. Thus, he trained there for another 10 years, equivalent to 8 months in the outside world. During this decade of hard training, he comprehended a new form, which he called the Black Gold form. From a distance, he saw the suppressed Beiju Tower and the arrogant human emperor. It seems I arrived just in time. How interesting, that group of arrogant natives is being held down and beaten. It feels so good to watch. The human emperor noticed him, narrowing his eyes. Kulasar? In the human emperor's universe, there was also a Kulasar, who was his right-hand man, helping him rule the eastern region. I didn't expect to see a familiar face in this universe, the human emperor mused. He just didn't know if this universe's Kulasar could transform into the Black Gold form. The Black Gold Kulasar still had some strength. Hearing the human emperor's murmurs, Kulasar's eyes flashed with confusion. A familiar face? Am I really that familiar with him? I have no memory of it. Ah! The previously knocked away Karo shouted as he flew back. I will not be defeated by you. Just as he flew over, he was immediately knocked away by the human emperor again. Noisy. The human emperor lifted Beiju Tower with one hand and said to Kulasar, go kill him. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be my subordinate in this universe. After saying that, he threw Beiju Tower to Kulasar. Kulasar? Is this guy sick? Who does he think he is, ordering me around right off the bat? What a joke. Get lost. Kulasar kicked Beiju Tower away and then looked at the human emperor. Originally, I descended upon the ancient underworld star just to wipe out that group of natives. I didn't expect to find such an ignorant guy like you. Fine. I'll just kill you too, so you know my power. With that, Kulasar spread his arms and transformed into the golden form. Kid, you haven't seen this before, have you? This is Golden Kulasar. The human emperor glanced at Kulasar sideways. So, you mean to say, you want to attack me? Kulasar couldn't help but chuckle. Am I not being clear enough? Don't worry, I will slowly torture you, making you endure all kinds of pain. The human emperor shook his head. The downside of going to another universe was that no one knew his reputation, and everyone wanted to challenge him. Then you can go die. Suddenly, the human emperor raised his hand and fired an energy cannon. Boom! It struck Kulasar, only causing him to lean back slightly. Is that all? Kulasar was about to mock when, in the next moment, the human emperor had already rushed in front of him and punched down. Puff! Kulasar was hit hard, directly questioning his life choices. The golden form seemed not to be a match, so, let's show my strongest stance. Black gold. Ah! Kulasar roared, his body visibly transforming into black gold. I see you're looking for death. Bang! Just as he transformed into the black gold form, Kulasar was immediately hit again, making him dizzy. Tisk! The human emperor shook his hand. Kulasar, no matter which universe you're in, your body's defense is astonishing. I have cultivated my 8-9 profound art to the 9th transformation. And with one punch, even a martial emperor would be severely injured. But you, after taking my punch, can still stand here. Truly worthy of being the strongest. Meet shield. Kulasar steadied himself, completely unable to understand what the other was saying. He only knew he was very angry. Since transforming into the black gold form, this was the first time someone had provoked him like this. Die for me. Kulasar was once again engaged in a fierce battle with the human emperor. Although the black gold form was powerful, Kulasar was ultimately just at the martial emperor level and did not understand the enhancement of will. Thus, facing the human emperor, a martial saint, he was simply no match, getting beaten to a pulp. On the other side, Beiju Ta was kicked away by Kulasar and flew a great distance. The energy pressure exerted on him by the human emperor dissipated due to the distance. Whoosh! Carrot flew over and caught Beiju Ta steadily. Beiju Ta! That guy is so strong. I went all out in Super Blue and he knocked me away with just one move. Beiju Ta snorted coldly, thinking to himself, I know he's strong. I transformed into Super 4 and was still suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. Carrot's expression turned serious. Beiju Ta, there's no other way now, we have to fuse. Beiju Ta. Not fusion again. I really don't want to fuse with you. Meanwhile, the sounds of Kulasar being beaten could be Heard from a distance. Carrot urged, don't hesitate. Kulisar might not last much longer. The opponent's attacks are too fierce. Kulisar could be killed at any moment. If Kulisar dies, we won't be able to stop him. In fact, he might even destroy the Beiju tribe. Think about the newly born Beiju Kusi and your wife. Do you want to see them killed? Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of Kulisar being beaten continued from afar. Beijuta gritted his teeth. Damn it, this time, it's really the last time I'll fuse. After this, I absolutely won't fuse again. Then let's do it, Carrot. We'll fuse and fight him. After saying that, both of them took out their fusion earrings simultaneously. On Kulisar's side, he was being beaten by the human emperor without the ability to fight back, and even his own energy was rapidly declining. The human emperor delivered a punch, knocking Kulisar unconscious, then tossed him to the ground. It's over. The human emperor extended his palm from a distance, gathering an energy blast, intending to finish off Kulisar. Hey, your days of arrogance are over. Beiju Te descended from the sky, blocking in front of the human emperor. Human emperor? Who the hell is this? Why does his voice echo? Open your eyes and see my strength, Beiju Te. Without hesitation, Beiju Te transformed into Super 4. At the same time, and this is a move I learned from Lord Jang Fong, simultaneously controlling two types of energy. With Super 4 as the norm, this is Beiju Te Blue. Boom! Blue flames erupted violently around the body of Super 4. Controlling two types of energy within one body is almost impossible. But Beiju Te, he is two people. Controlling two types of energy within one body is almost impossible. But Beiju Te, he is two people. Therefore, he had no problem simultaneously controlling the powers of Super 4 and Super Blue. Now, I give you one last chance. Get out of ancient underworld star. Beiju Te looked at the human emperor. Otherwise, I will directly erase you. The human emperor glanced at Beiju Te. Indifferently, I remember now that echoing voice. You're a fusion warrior, right? Ah, it's really nostalgic. In my universe, I can't even remember. It's been too long, really too long. The last fusion warrior who provoked me, how did he die? Beiju Te's eyelids twitched. How can you act more than me? You speak as if you can defeat me. How ridiculous. It only takes one move to deal with you. Beiju Te raised his hand, just about to attack. The next moment, the human emperor also raised his hand, and with a wave, Beiju Te disintegrated, turning back into Carrot and Beiju Ta. Carrot? Beiju Ta? What happened to our fusion? This is a type of ability I haven't used in a long time. It seems to be called something like separation technique, the human emperor said. With this ability, I can separate all fused warriors. So, your fusion is ineffective in front of me. Karoti. Beijuta. The two exchanged a glance, if even fusion was useless. Now, was there only one last path left to take? Call for Lord Jang Fong. Activate the rescue button. They dared not hesitate for a moment and directly used the rescue button, as they were well aware of the Emperor's power. If they hesitated for even a second, they might not even have the chance to use the button and would die instantly. As Jang Fong rushed to the Lu family, he suddenly received a notification from the rescue button. Is it the rescue button? Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. The current ancient underworld star was still quite strong, with Karoti, Beijuta, and their ability to fuse. Such strength actually needed to call for his help? It seemed they were truly in trouble. I want to see who can force my subordinates to this extent. Instantly teleporting. Whoosh! Jang Fong returned to the ancient underworld star. Upon arrival, he saw the unconscious Kalisa on the ground, and in the air, the Emperor was holding Karoti and Beijuta by their arms. Is that Jang Fong? They just suffered defeat, and you arrived so quickly? The Emperor looked at Jang Fong and slowly nodded. It seemed these guys had a special means of communication among themselves. You are. Jang Fong was momentarily dazed upon seeing the Emperor. Then he quickly realized that this was the Emperor Jang Fong from that parallel universe. But how could someone from a parallel universe come to his planet? You still don't know, huh? The Emperor released his hands, throwing Karoti and Beijuta aside. There are coordinates between parallel universes. You and I are the same person when we both observe the parallel universe simultaneously. Coordinates will appear. And as long as you have the ability to traverse parallel universes, you can travel to other universes. Do you want me to tell you who to kill to gain the ability to traverse universes? I'm quite generous. Jang Fong curled his lip. He didn't believe the Emperor's claim of generosity at all. After all, he had observed the Emperor's life. This guy was undoubtedly a mad tyrant. He probably came to this parallel universe with the intention of ruling it. So, you came to our universe to achieve domination, right? Jang Fong asked. The Emperor smiled faintly. You are mistaken. I do not wish to rule your universe, but to rule all parallel universes. No, this Emperor. I am the only Emperor across countless parallel universes. Under heaven, all are my subjects. Jang Fong shrugged. I don't want to be your subject. It seems I can only fight you. The Emperor sneered. You think you are worthy To fight me? Die. As soon as the words fell, the Emperor struck first. He directly ambushed Jang Fong. Jang Fong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He knew very well that this Emperor was a martial saint-level existence. Just with a mental amplification, he was not someone he could contend with. Not to mention, he had a whole bunch of abilities at his disposal. Plus, with the 9th transformation of the 8-9 profound art, his physical body could crush a martial Emperor. This guy, in his current state, simply could not win. He could only delay, trying to stall for time and then find a martial saint to deal with him. But the problem was, ordinary martial saints didn't seem to be his match either. According to the observed scenes, this Emperor could directly slay a 9th rank martial Emperor. In this universe, he was likely invincible, with no one able to stop him. What is this? Seeing Jang Fong transform into Super Saiyan 4, the Emperor was also slightly surprised. The version of himself from the parallel universe could perform such techniques, but why couldn't he? But it's nothing impressive. This punch will definitely send you flying. While amplification and invisible energy descended upon the Emperor's fist, only an amplification of will could counteract another amplification of will. Super Blue. In an instant, Jang Fong completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue. Blue flames ignited around his Super Saiyan 4 form. At the same time, Jang Fong fully unleashed his Ultra form, his body swelling several times in size. At this moment, Jang Fong held nothing back. This was the first time he had used all his strength since his training began. Yet even so, Jang Fong felt a twinge of pessimism. Could his full power really withstand a punch from the Emperor? If only I could be a bit stronger. Bang! The Emperor's punch struck Jang Fong, sending him flying. All that flashy stuff means nothing. The Emperor shrugged off his hand. Without reaching Martial Saint, you're ultimately just an ant. I can see that. Your current strength could probably crush all martial artists below Martial Saint. But unfortunately, you're just a bigger ant, nothing more. At this moment, Carrot and Vegeta, who had been thrown to the ground by the Emperor, scrambled to their feet and ran off to watch from a distance. Hiss! Lord Jang Fong seems to be at a disadvantage. This guy is too strong. What do we do? Carrot, do you have any ideas? Carrot fell into deep thought. Was there any way? Fusion wouldn't work, and Lord Jang Fong wouldn't either. What else could they do? Gather all the Scion's power and fight him? Nonsense, even all the Scions combined wouldn't be enough. Wait. Suddenly, Carrot thought of something. Vegeta, what is the core of our Scion race? Vegeta pondered for a moment. Combativeness and appetite? Carrot. While somewhat correct, it was also not right. You're wrong, it's anger. In a state of extreme anger, we can unleash terrifying power. Vegeta suddenly understood. Yes, the angrier we are, the stronger our Scion power becomes. So your idea is to make us both angry? Carrot shook his head. No, it's to make Lord Jang Fong angry. Extremely angry. Vegeta frowned slightly. But how can we make Lord Jang Fong angry? Oh, wait. At that moment, Vegeta also suddenly thought of something. Carrot clapped his hands. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking, Jang Yundi. If we sacrifice her, Lord Jang Fong will definitely unleash unprecedented energy. Vegeta still looked worried. This method is indeed possible, but if Jang Yundi really dies, Lord Jang Fong will definitely not spare us. So, is there any way to make Jang Yundi fake her death? Carrot also entered a state of contemplation, and after a moment, he shook his head. I can't think of anything. How about we ask the clan members if they have any special abilities? Like, the ability to fake death? Vegeta clapped his hands, deciding that action was better than inaction, and immediately got moving. Just like that, the two of them bolted back to the Beiju tribe. As for the Emperor, he had noticed Carrot and Vegeta, but he didn't take them seriously. What could two mere ants do? Could they really turn the tide? The Emperor looked at the mountain before him, where Jang Fong had been sent flying earlier. Why are you hiding and not coming out? I know that last hit didn't even hurt you. Inside the mountain, Jang Fong leaned against a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The punch from the martial saint was indeed outrageous. Even using all his strength, he was still heavily injured by a single blow. If another one came, he might not be able to withstand it. This is really tough. Jang Fong used his healing ability, and in an instant he returned to his complete form. I need to stall him for a while. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Jang Fong retracted his aura, trying to keep it contained. Outside the peak, the human emperor looked at Jang Fong, who still hadn't come out, and simply sneered. It seems I have to force you out. With that, he raised his hand, and countless energy blasts surged towards the mountain peak. In an instant, smoke billowed everywhere. At the same time, Karoti and Beiju Tower returned to the Beiju tribe. Gather. Is there anyone whose ability can make someone temporarily appear dead? Is there? As soon as Beiju Tower returned to the tribe, he shouted. The crowd was puzzled, completely unaware of what Beiju Tower meant. What do you need a death-like ability for? That kind of ability should be the most useless, right? The crowd whispered among themselves, while Beiju Tower merely sneered. Indeed, under normal circumstances, A death-like ability was utterly useless. But right now, it was the best ability. An ability that could save a life. So, whose ability can simulate death? Prince, I have it. At that moment, a bald warrior stepped forward. My ability makes someone temporarily lose their vitality, but it requires the other party's cooperation to use. It can last for about an hour. Upon hearing this, the crowd grimaced. It sounded terrible. Making someone temporarily lose their life force and needing cooperation to use it? How useless. But Beiju Tower was very pleased. Good, little bald head, what's your name? The bald warrior replied, Prince, you can just call me Naba. Beiju Tower clapped his hands. Very well, you wait here for me. With that, Beiju Tower walked towards the area with the densest spiritual energy, which was where Jang Yundi was cultivating. Due to the particularly rich spiritual energy, Beiju Tower couldn't see clearly and could only shout, Miss Jang Yundi, can you stop cultivating for a moment? Lord Jang Fong might need you. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure emerged from the spiritual energy, her figure enchanting, long hair flowing, and her features appearing beautiful and delicate in the haze. I've stopped cultivating, what's wrong? With my brother? Beiju Tower said, he's fighting a strong enemy and might not be able to hold on. If you're willing to simulate death, it might just trigger his full power. To be honest, Jang Yundi didn't quite understand what Beiju Tower meant. She didn't see why she needed to simulate death, but she knew Jang Fong needed her help. In that case, let alone simulating death, even truly dying wouldn't matter. Then hurry up, take me to help. Thus, Beiju Tower and Karoti, along with Jang Yundi and Naba, explained the battle plan on the way. Is that okay? No problem. Then, the plan officially begins. The four flew to the center of the battlefield, where the human emperor was continuously releasing energy blasts trying to force Jang Fong out. Or rather, the human emperor was playing with a cat and mouse mentality, enjoying himself. After all, if he really wanted to force Jang Fong to show up, there were plenty of ways. As for Jang Fong, he was still dodging the energy blasts in the mountain. I wonder if this method will work. While dodging, Jang Fong thought of many ways to deal with the human emperor. At this moment, he had an idea and decided to give it a try. I need to find an opportunity to implement the plan. At the same time, Karoti and the others arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the human emperor's relentless bombardment, they exclaimed it was a great opportunity. Shall we start? Jang Yundi indicated. It was fine, then directly lay down on the ground while Naba activated his ability, causing Jang Yundi's life force to gradually diminish until it completely vanished. Success. Naba wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's my first time using my ability too. Beiju Tower nodded. Everything was going perfectly. So, Lord Jang Fong, something bad has happened. Beiju Tower shouted loudly. Miss Jang Yundi heard the sounds of battle and got worried about you, so she ran over but was injured by the energy backlash and seems to have died. The human emperor, upon hearing this, remained indifferent. Who would care about a roadside death? But speaking of which, who is Jang Yundi? Why is there no Jang Yundi in my universe? Forget it, it doesn't matter, no one really cares. In fact, to provoke Jang Fong, the emperor of humanity deliberately laughed and said, yes, that's right, Jang Fong, that Jang Yundi is a very important person to you, isn't she? I saw her come over and directly kill him. How about that? Are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Ha, too bad, you'll never defeat me in your lifetime. Beiju Tower? What the hell, is this person cooperating so well? What a good person. At this moment, Jang Fong, who was planning to execute his plan in the mountains, heard this shout. What? Jang Yundi is dead? In an instant, Jang Fong was stunned. He couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? The next moment, the Emperor of Humanity's voice came through. Yes, I killed her. At the same time, Jang Fong also sensed that the aura that originally belonged to Jang Yundi had completely dissipated. What does this represent? It goes without saying. Jang Fong fell silent, and at this moment, an unparalleled killing intent and rage surged in his mind. Boom! A powerful energy erupted from Jang Fong, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. It was like an earthquake. Jang Fong clenched his fists, and changes were happening around his body as well. Boom! The energy on Jang Fong continued to rise. The ground around him kept shaking. In the sky, dark clouds loomed, and countless lightning bolts roared down. They smashed all the mountains into ruins, turning them into a wasteland. What is this commotion? The Emperor of Humanity, floating in the air, was having trouble stabilizing himself. What terrifying energy, how is this possible? Whose powerful energy is this? It can't be Jang Fong, can it? But why would he have such power? Not far away, Karoti and Beiju Tower were also dumbfounded. This energy was truly too powerful. How could there be such strength? Although they had never seen the Martial Emperor, they felt, just in terms of energy size, even the Martial Emperor couldn't reach this level, right? It's too terrifying, really, too terrifying. As the pressure continued to spread, even the Scions who were training in the Beiju tribe sensed it. Such power. They looked down in disbelief at the trembling ground. Be careful. Suddenly, a Scion exclaimed. The next moment, a huge chasm appeared in the ground. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. What kind of power is this? Just the residual waves spreading out created such a large chasm. This pressure still hadn't stopped. It continued to spread, even affecting Blue Star. Tsunamis surged into the sky, and networks lost signal, as if the world was about to end. What's going on? People walked into the streets, looking around in confusion. Is the zombie virus about to break out? Are we humans entering an apocalyptic state? I just read an apocalyptic novel, and I feel like I'm going to be invincible. No, it seems like abnormal weather. Just look up at the sky. They saw the clouds racing across the sky, one after another, as if they were in a car race. Yes, the clouds seemed to be racing. The speed was incredible. Although it was absurd, this was indeed happening. What on earth is causing such strange weather? Boom! Then, the ground began to shake, and everyone looked at the ground in terror. An earthquake too? This can't not be the end of the world. At the same time, in the Great Federation, the Grand Elder and Jio-chan were sitting together, chatting. The warriors on Ancient Underworld Star are really fierce, Jio-chan praised. If it weren't for them, I really couldn't withstand the chaos. In the Divine Radiance world, the Grand Elder nodded. Understood. Let me think about how to reward them. They have indeed made a contribution this time. As the Grand Elder was deep in thought, suddenly, boom! The entire Federation shook violently. What's happening? Jio-chan quickly stood up. Is it an earthquake, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder replied. Are you kidding? This Federation's base is made of special metal. How could there be an earthquake? No, that's not right. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, sensing carefully. Did you feel that? It's an extremely terrifying energy. That energy just spread out. Upon hearing this, Jio-chan's pupils suddenly contracted. The energy spread out, directly triggering an earthquake across the entire planet? How strong must that energy be? Who is it? Who else in the 9527 area has such terrifying energy? The Grand Elder hurriedly contacted the 6th Elder in charge of reconnaissance. Is there any special energy response in the 9527 area? Soon, the 6th Elder sent a message. Yes, an extremely abnormal and powerful energy suddenly appeared near the ancient Underworld Star. According to the detection, simply from the energy intensity, it's at the Martial Emperor level. The Grand Elder shivered. Martial Emperor level energy? Who is it? Could it be Jang Fong? The strongest being on the ancient Underworld Star is widely recognized as Jang Fong. Therefore, at this moment, the Grand Elder could only think of Jang Fong. But that's not right. When we last met, Jang Fong was still at the Martial King level. How did he achieve this? The true word Martial Saint was in his cave, in seclusion for cultivation. Although it was called cultivation, in reality, he planned to stay hidden and avoid the limelight. He felt that since he had helped Jang Fong, perhaps a Martial Emperor would come to take revenge on him. Therefore, he was scared and decided not to go out for the next 10,000 years. Hiding. Suddenly, the cave of the true word Martial Saint shook violently. Martial Emperor level energy. The true word Martial Saint's face turned pale. It really came. It's the Martial Emperor. Could it be that it's because he helped Jang Fong that the other party came looking for him? The true word Martial Saint wanted to hide but soon realized something was off. Wait, this energy seems to be very far from me. At this moment, the one-heart Martial Saint sent a message. True word, did you feel it? The Martial Emperor level energy is spreading out. The true word Martial Saint immediately replied. Of course I sensed it. I'm afraid all areas near the 9527 region can feel this energy. It's too strong. This energy comes from that planet, do you know? One heart Martial Saint, why don't you ask your disciple? He is responsible for the 9527 area. The true word Martial Saint contacted the Sky Pillar Martial Saint and soon received the news that the source of the energy came from the ancient Underworld Star. Ancient Underworld Star. The true word Martial Saint took a deep breath. Is it Jang Fong? Could it be? Jang Fong has restored his cultivation from his previous life? It must be. It's confirmed. Damn it, Jang Fong is indeed the reincarnated Martial Emperor. As this energy continued to spread, in the 9517 area, a group of martial fighters gathered together, discussing how to cultivate their physical bodies. Nearby, a frail young man suddenly looked up at the sky. Martial Emperor level energy? Such strong Martial Emperor level energy is truly terrifying. Damn, it's an earthquake, one martial fighter cursed. Forget it, mortal. Let's not worry about it. Shinya, let's continue to cultivate our bodies. You're too skinny, more training will do you good. Shinya grinned. Sure, speaking of which, I met a martial fighter before. He looked very frail too, but at a critical moment he could make his muscles swell several times. Have you guys seen this kind of fighting style? Upon hearing this, the other martial fighters laughed. How could there be such a fighting style? Shinya, are you dreaming? Shinya just scratched his head, having never seen anything like it before. It seemed that if he wanted to learn such a fighting style, he could only seek out Jang Fong as his master.
Meanwhile, on the ancient Ming star, Zhang Feng's energy was continuously rising. Lightning surrounded his body as if he were a demonic god from hell. At this moment, he stood between the broken peaks, slowly rising into the air.
Human Emperor, I want you dead.
At this moment, Zhang Feng's hair turned silver, his body covered in silver fur, and red arcs of electricity wrapped around him, his aura wild and unmatched.
He had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending Super Saiyan 5. You have gained full power of Super Saiyan 5. Transformation task stage 4, completed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing all transformation tasks. Please continue to work hard to complete the Super Saiyan God task. Super Saiyan God task. Stage 2, become the strongest in a cosmic domain. Reward, perfect free control technique. The host can also cultivate independently to master the perfect free control technique. Super Saiyan God task. Stage 2, revised, kill an alien martial emperor. Reward, perfect self-control. The host can also cultivate independently to master the perfect self-control. Free control and self-control, these two transformations represent angels and destroyers, two completely different evolutionary paths. The human emperor looked at Jang Fong, who was bathed in lightning, and couldn't help but sneer. I thought something significant had happened. It's just turning your body white. Do you really think you can defeat me? With your kind of strength forever? Before the human emperor could continue speaking, Jang Fong suddenly flashed forward, charging in front of the human emperor with a punch. It struck the human emperor's abdomen directly. Pu! The human emperor was hit hard, spitting out blood, his body bending over. No, impossible, you haven't even become a martial saint, you don't understand what willpower enhancement is. How could you possibly injure me? The human emperor had already used willpower enhancement to achieve perfect defense, but he didn't understand how Jang Fong, who hadn't even reached the martial saint realm, could break through his defenses. Only willpower enhancement could counter willpower enhancement. This was a consensus. Indeed, Jang Fong had not reached the martial saint realm, but at the moment of transforming into Super 5, intense emotions surged within him, and at that moment he realized that as long as he could unleash these emotions, he could achieve something akin to willpower enhancement. In simple terms, in Super 5 state, Jang Fong would not fear willpower enhancement. He was no different from a true martial saint. Oh no, there was a difference. Jang Fong could crush all martial saints. He could press them down and rub their faces in the ground. Awesome! Carrot couldn't help but shout from the ground. Indeed, Lord Jang Fong has reached an unprecedented realm. He did it. Scions can break through as long as they are angry enough. Ha ha ha. Beiju Ta couldn't help but laugh. Great, Lord Jang Fong was indeed the strongest. Ah! The human emperor roared in anger, using his special ability to teleport. In a flash, he appeared to Zhang Feng's right side, keeping his distance. Very well, then I will get serious. Watch closely, my special ability. Flash time. The human emperor used flash time, and at that moment, the entire universe would pause for 0.1 seconds. This 0.1 seconds was the time he needed to kill Jang Fong. 0.01 seconds, flash time activated, the entire universe paused. 0.02 seconds. The human emperor moved, arriving in front of Jang Fong. 0.03 seconds. The human emperor reached out to attack Jang Fong, and then, a powerful energy erupted from Jang Fong, directly breaking through the confines of flash time. Bang! Jang Feng's punch sent the human emperor flying. Fancy abilities like that have no effect on me. Jang Fong placed both hands in front of him, countless energies converging together to form a massive sphere of light. This move will take care of you. As for the emperor who was sent flying, he was filled with horror. The flash was impossible to break unless the energy gap between the two sides was too great. Is my gap with that guy really this big? The emperor found it hard to believe he could sense that Zhang Feng's energy at this moment was only at the martial emperor level. Logically, he should be able to hold it off, right? Hadn't he killed enough martial emperors? But why? I understand now, his energy is even more violent. This surge of energy, once unleashed, is enough to dispel all abilities. Indeed, he is right. Faced with such violent energy, many of my abilities are useless against him. But it's fine, this emperor has plenty of means. The emperor gestured with one hand, and a silver-white spear appeared in his grasp. Holy spear, help me kill the enemy before me. The emperor flung the spear towards Jang Fong. At the same moment, the energy in Zhang Feng's hands was fully gathered. Ultimate Dragon Flash. A tremendous burst of energy erupted, and a faint dragon roar echoed from within, instantly devouring the holy spear. Following that, it also consumed the emperor. Impossible, my holy spear, how could it be useless against him? The emperor was shocked as he was completely engulfed by the ultimate dragon flash. Boom! The ultimate dragon flash shot out of the ancient underworld star, directly flying into the universe, piercing through several abandoned planets, turning them into fireworks. What a powerful move! Carrot watched, captivated. Beiju Tower, I want to learn this move too. Beiju Tower snorted coldly, turning his head away.
Deep down, he felt that Beijute using Ultimate Dragon Flash would be more fitting. However, he wouldn't say it. Because I absolutely will not merge again.
Once the Ultimate Dragon Flash completely dissipated, the
Emperor still stood in the air, seemingly unscathed.
It must be rapid healing. Jang Fong was not surprised, as he had the healing ability himself.
If there was any surprise, it was that this move, despite its power, had not directly killed the Emperor. It even gave him a chance to use his abilities. A very effective attack. The Emperor brushed off non-existent dust from his body. So close, so close. I almost died without even having the chance to activate my healing. After saying that, the Emperor glared at Jang Fong, his expression twisted with rage. Jang Fong, how dare you? How dare you kill the Emperor? Boom! Suddenly,
a terrifying energy erupted from the Emperor.
Ultimate sublimation. The Emperor spread his hands, using his strongest amplification ability. Ultimate sublimation.
He paid the price of his life to make himself stronger. At this moment, a blazing white aura burst forth from the Emperor, and terrifying energy continuously surged. I will kill you, imprison your soul, and make you watch as I destroy everything in your universe piece by piece. Your friends, your family, your loved ones, they all must die. I will torment you mercilessly. Damn it, you almost killed me. The more he spoke, the angrier the Emperor became, to the point where the aura around his body began to twist. At this moment, Jang Fong remained calm, simply taking out a drop of blood with one hand.
Do you know what this is?
The moment the Emperor saw the drop of blood, his pupils constricted. This was the blood he had spat out after Jang Fong had punched him. He was all too clear that his ability to conquer, after upgrading, came with a sealing effect.
Could it be?
The Emperor's arm trembled slightly.
This guy intends to seal my abilities?
If that's true, I would lose all my powers and become an ordinary martial saint,
no longer special in any way.
At this moment, Jang Fong utilized the additional effect of his conquering ability. If he injured his opponent and obtained a drop of their blood, he could seal their abilities through that blood.
Seal.
In an instant, an indescribable energy descended upon the Emperor of Humanity.
The next moment, bang!
This energy was directly shattered, leaving the Emperor of
Humanity unaffected. How about that?
The Emperor of Humanity spread his hands.
Was my earlier panicked expression convincing? Don't joke around. Do you think I have no means of defense?
Kid, you're still too green to compare abilities with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Fong appeared behind the Emperor,
delivering a knife hand strike directly to his neck.
That move just now was merely a test. I didn't expect it to have any effect.
This strike caused the Emperor
to stagger, nearly falling from the air.
Damn it, taking advantage of my moment of inattention to sneak attack? That's all you've got. The Emperor suddenly
turned around and charged at Jang Fong.
Whoosh! Jang Fong instantly vanished, reappearing behind the Emperor. The Emperor reacted quickly, sensing Jang Feng's
position, and immediately kicked out, which Jang Fong blocked with his arm.
Poof! The Emperor sneered. I have already reached the pinnacle of my power. Do you think these punches and kicks are still effective against me?
What a rare opponent, Jang Fong murmured.
From any angle, the Emperor was incredibly formidable.
If it were any other time, he would gladly engage in a fierce battle with such an opponent for 300 rounds. But at this moment, he had no desire to enjoy the fight. He only wanted to kill the Emperor. You're right, then let's move towards greater heights. Jang Fong suddenly distanced himself from the
Emperor.
After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 5, my Super Blue has been released, and now it's time to transform into Super Blue while maintaining Super Saiyan 5 as my base.
Boom! Jang Fong clenched his fists, a light blue aura erupting from his body.
The energy of Super Saiyan 5 was already sufficiently
surging and violent.
At this moment, Jang Fong once again used his double transformation, allowing his meridians to bear the additional power of Super Blue, which
was undoubtedly particularly dangerous.
But I need this power to defeat my opponent. This power is essential.
Moreover, I believe I can control Super Saiyan 5 plus Super Blue.
Jang Fong tightened his fists, the surrounding blue aura violently contracting into his body.
Super Blue full power. Ah! With a roar, Jang Fong launched another attack on the Emperor. What's with this blue again? What difference does it make?
The Emperor didn't take it seriously at all, directly pulling out a second holy spear and thrusting it at Jang Fong.
Die!
Jang Fong punched towards the holy spear,
looking for death. You think you can match my holy spear with your fist? This spear will pierce right through your body.
The Emperor imagined his spear first tearing through Jiang Feng's arm, then directly
penetrating his body. A guaranteed kill. This victory will be mine. Boom!
The holy spear and Jiang Feng's fist collided, and in an instant, Jiang Feng's fist shattered the spear tip, then the spear shaft. Crack! The holy spear broke apart, leaving the Emperor momentarily stunned, and then Jiang Feng's fist surged towards
him. Penetration. Jiang Feng's fist pierced through the Emperor's body. Put!
The Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant.
Break!
Jang Fong exerted force, and with a bang, the Emperor exploded into countless fragments. If you're shattered to pieces, can you still use healing abilities? Jang Fong squinted. He didn't know how many healing-type abilities the Emperor had, but his own healing ability was for treating injuries on his body. If the body was blown to pieces, it would be ineffective. Before Jang Fong could continue his pursuit to destroy all the fragments, they all flew into the air, transforming into a mass of white energy. In less than a second, the energy reassembled into the form of the Emperor. Ha ha! The Emperor of Humanity took a few deep breaths. Good attack, but not as powerful as the ultimate Dragon Flash. That move nearly destroyed all the cells in my body. Oh, by the way, I have a special ability. As long as there is one cell alive in my body, I can keep resurrecting. How about that? Your surprised expression suggests you didn't know about this ability. Do you want me to tell you that this ability is obtained from my body? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor's head was destroyed by an energy blast. Next time I attack, I will completely annihilate the cells in your body. Jang Fong clenched his fists, and the energy around him surged. Again, the Emperor's expression grew serious. He knew Jang Fong wasn't just boasting. After all, even in his Super Saiyan 5 form, he had almost taken him down. Now, with the addition of Super Saiyan Blue, he could definitely defeat him. So, ha ha ha, the Emperor suddenly flew into the air. Jang Fong, I won't play with you anymore. You're good, and your universe is good too. Next time, when you come again, I will completely kill you all. Remember this, Jang Fong. I am only a martial saint now, but if I reach the martial emperor realm, killing you will be like killing a dog. After reaching the martial saint realm, the emperor was almost invincible in their universe. Therefore, he had not continued to train diligently. But now, he had the motivation to cultivate. Next time they meet, he would definitely come with the power of a martial emperor, flattening everything. Want to leave? You should stay. Jang Fong charged directly at the emperor. The emperor laughed heartily and raised one hand. Time rewind. In an instant, the time around Jang Fong began to reverse and his body slowly flew backward. You want to leave? Stay. Zhang Feng's body returned to its original standing position and what he said became a reverse sequence. Ha, leaving. The emperor waved his hand, intending to return to his own time and space. The next moment, he suddenly froze, realizing someone had grabbed his ankle. Who is it? The emperor looked down and found it was Jang Fong. Impossible, you aren't. The emperor's pupils constricted. Was time reversal ineffective against Jang Fong? Had the energy gap between them grown this vast? I told you, flashy abilities are useless against me. Die. Jang Fong yanked the emperor's ankle and slammed him directly to the ground. Damn it. The emperor cursed under his breath. How could this brat be so difficult to deal with? There was no other way. If he didn't pay some price, he might really not be able to escape. Remember this, Jang Fong. This grudge. Bang. Jang Fong slammed the emperor into the dirt, sneering, still threatening. Me? Do you really think that's useful? Haven't my friends been killed by you several times already? The emperor's head was buried in the mud, tasting the dirt. Special ability, soul separation. Jang Fong, being able to force me into such a desperate situation, you can be proud of yourself. Soul separation, abandoning one's physical body, surviving in a spiritual state. In reality, the moment one abandoned their physical form, it was equivalent to dying. After all, they had become a soul. To come back to life, one must have a suitable body to possess. In the Emperor's universe, he had specially prepared several bodies to deal with such situations. Of course, the bodies he possessed were nowhere near as good as the original. Therefore, the Emperor was furious. This time, he had truly paid a great price, even losing his original body. After separating from his physical form, the Emperor flew into the air in a spiritual state, looking indifferently at Jang Fong. I will return. Then, the Emperor directly activated his ability to traverse parallel universes, pinpointing the coordinates of his universe, and left. Jang Fong watched the Emperor's body, his eyes narrowing. At this moment, the human Emperor was stuck in the ground, motionless, his aura completely dissipated, as if he were dead. But Jang Fong understood that this guy would definitely not die so easily. Could it be that he has other abilities I don't know about? Jang Fong didn't dare to let his guard down, fearing that this guy was just playing dead. He might wait for me to relax my vigilance and then launch a sneak attack. Forget it, no matter what he plans to do, as long as I completely destroy him, he will be as good as dead. Jang Fong suddenly exerted his strength, throwing the human emperor into the air. This time, I will erase you completely. Ultimate Dragon Flash. Boom! A golden light surged forth, a massive energy cannon shot towards the human emperor's body, and at the same time, this energy cannon carried some faint blue flames. It was the power of Ultra Blue, the ultimate move of Super Saiyan 5 combined with Ultra Blue instantly engulfed the human emperor, leaving not a single cell behind. Successfully killed the opponent. Conquer ability activated. Successfully seized the opponent's ability. A part of the human emperor's abilities resided within this body, and now that the body had perished, the abilities naturally fell into Jang Feng's hands.
No matter what, I have destroyed his body. Jang Fong directly released the ultra blue state and let out a breath. No matter what schemes he has, without a body he is no longer a threat. Even if he really isn't dead, the next time I encounter him, I can still kill him. Jang Fong had confidence in himself. The human emperor was indeed a formidable opponent, but he was stronger. If he could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time, a third time. Or rather, once I obtain the ability to traverse parallel universes, I will personally go to the human emperor's universe and completely obliterate him. Jang Fong clenched his fists. This guy killed Zhang Yundi, and he must take revenge. Just as this thought emerged, a crisp voice came from not far away. Brother, you won. Jang Fong? Jang Fong turned his head and saw Zhang Yundi standing under a large tree, warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a gentle glow on her, giving her smooth long hair and delicate eyelashes a layer of soft gold. Her sparkling eyes were gazing at him from afar. All right, you dared to trick me. In an instant, Jang Fong understood. Due to the existence of the clan's abilities, he possessed everyone's powers, and he knew there was one called Naba, who could make people appear to be in a state of temporary death. At that time, he was in battle, and since the human emperor admitted it himself, he didn't think much of it, only feeling anger. But now, Jang Fong walked to Zhang Yundi's side and raised his right hand. Some people have learned to lie, haven't they? Time for a punishment. Zhang Yundi covered her backside, her eyes flickering. I was wrong, but I would dare again next time. In the parallel universe where the human emperor resided, his soul returned to the human emperor's palace and descended to the underground palace. Here, several bodies were placed, all prepared in advance by the human emperor for his soul to seize. Randomly selecting one of the bodies, the human emperor stood up again. I have lost quite a bit of my abilities, only a portion bound to my soul remains. Thinking of this, the human emperor felt a pang of heartache. He had lost several very useful abilities. There's no other way. In the future, I can only kill more humans and acquire more abilities. The human emperor walked out of the underground palace and happened to run into Kalisa. This was their universe's Kalisa, one of the human emperor's most loyal subordinates. Human emperor? Seeing the human emperor, Kalisa was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this body prepared for the soul seizing? Now that the body had come out of the palace, had the human emperor abandoned his physical form? Could it be that the human emperor encountered a strong enemy and had to abandon his body? No, impossible. How could the human emperor, so powerful, have his body shattered by someone? But if the physical body wasn't destroyed, why would the emperor of humanity need to seize someone else's body? I don't understand. Kulisar, the emperor of humanity, sneered. Draft the army, prepare to attack the other 3 cosmic domains. It's time for unification. Kulisar's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the emperor was truly stimulated, having previously said there was no rush for unification. Now, he had actively proposed it. Yes, Your Majesty, I will prepare the army. I wish you success in unifying the universe. In Zhang Feng's universe, on the ancient Ming star. So, that guy Kulisar, after being beaten like that, still had the strength to run away? Karoti was stunned. Previously, Kulisar had been beaten into a coma by the emperor. Now that the battle was over and they were cleaning the battlefield, they found that Kulisar had already disappeared. And his octopus spaceship was gone too. Clearly, this guy had fled with his ship. That's just ridiculous. The defense of that physical body is simply the strongest meat shield. Bejuta also exclaimed. I would call him the strongest defense. Jang Fong nodded. Kulisar's defense was indeed impressive. Karoti suddenly grabbed his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Lord Jang Fong, was your transformation earlier Super Saiyan 5? Can you teach us? Jang Fong looked at Karoti. With vacant eyes, it was indeed Super Saiyan 5, but you probably can't transform yet. Your base form is a bit weak, that's one point. Secondly, to transform into Super Saiyan 5, you must have extremely intense emotional fluctuations. Karoti felt a bit dejected, so we still can't transform? Sigh. Jang Fong patted Karoti's shoulder. Don't be discouraged, you don't actually need to transform into Super Saiyan 5. You are Super Saiyan Blue, and your next step is to master the Ultra Instinct. Karoti was taken aback. Ultra Instinct? What is that? Jang Fong looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting the blazing sun. It's a powerful divine technique, even I have not yet mastered it. Hearing this, Karoti felt even more dejected. If even Lord Jang Fong hadn't mastered it, it would probably be very difficult for him to grasp Ultra Instinct. Wrong. Jang Fong corrected him. Don't underestimate your talent, you are very likely to be the first among those Scions to master Ultra Instinct. Karoti scratched his head. Does Lord Jang Fong think so highly of him? Well, then he must work hard to comprehend Ultra Instinct as soon as possible. But how does one cultivate that thing? Bejuta couldn't help but ask at that moment, Ultra Instinct? Then, Lord Jang Fong, can I cultivate it too? Upon hearing Bejuta say he wanted to cultivate Ultra Instinct, Jang Fong couldn't help but slightly tilt his head, a scene appearing in his mind.
Bejuta, in order to cultivate Ultra Instinct, deliberately let others hit him, and then after a few punches landed on him, he would get angry and shout, "To hell with Ultra Instinct, this kind of thing is better suited for karate to cultivate." Then he would unleash all his power and send his opponent flying with a slap. Jang Fong sighed, "Bejuta, Ultra Instinct really isn't suitable for you. I recommend you should stick to the Super Saiyan 5 route. Moreover, you can already transform into Super Saiyan 4, with more training, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 will be just around the corner." Bejuta replied, "Okay, I understand. My path is to become Super Saiyan 5. After arranging everything, Jang Fong planned to continue heading to the Lu family. Oh, right. Jang Fong suddenly thought of something and said, "The planetary competition, it's been a full year for our ancient Ming star, you can sign up to participate. If possible, I hope you first take down the first place in the 9527 area. Then represent the 9527 area in the planetary ranking battle of the DMO Mansion, and then, take first place. Become the #1 planet in the DMO Mansion." Bejuta stood up straight. "I understand, Lord Jang Fong. I will sign up in a few days. Definitely help you secure the first place. Make you the most outstanding guide." Jang Fong responded with a smile, and then, in an instant, he teleported back to the spaceship. After resetting the coordinates, he piloted the ship towards the Lu family. At the same time, his cultivation at the 9th level of Martial Sovereign surged. Fourth. Yes, when he transformed into Super Saiyan 5, the energy within him skyrocketed, directly elevating him from the 1st level of Martial Sovereign to the 9th level. He was just one step away from Martial Saint. Next, it's about breaking through to Martial Saint, but I have no clue how to do that. Jang Fong turned to look out the spaceship window, where planets passed by like reflections. To will it into being, how does one even begin to grasp something as ethereal as will? After pondering for a moment, he still had no ideas and decided not to think any further. I should focus on Super Saiyan 5. This transformation is incredibly powerful. With Super Saiyan 5, I wouldn't fear Martial Saints anymore. But the problem is, the Super Saiyan 5 transformation consumes too much energy. With my energy reserves at the 9th level of Martial Sovereign, I can only maintain the transformation for about an hour. Beyond that, I would revert back to Super Saiyan 4. If only I could have infinite energy, that would be wonderful. Just like the androids, I wouldn't have to worry about energy consumption. As soon as he finished speaking, small spacecraft began to appear around Zhang Feng's spaceship, and before long, these ships surrounded him. "Haha, passerby. Hand over your toll money or die." I never expected that in this day and age, someone would dare to fly alone. What audacity! Aren't you afraid of us space pirates? It was a band of space pirates, and Jang Fong had encountered them on his path. The leader of the pirates, wielding a knife, stood on his ship laughing heartily. At the same time, his personal panel was displayed in front of Jang Fong. Name, Lu Renjia ability, Infinite Energy Jang Fong? What a coincidence. Then you can go die. Jang Fong had never been soft-hearted against space pirates, let alone now that he possessed infinite energy. Boom! With Jang Feng's strike, all the small spacecraft blocking his way exploded. Like a row of fireworks, they were dazzlingly beautiful. Gained abilities. With this move, he wiped out all the space pirates and acquired a lot of abilities. Just right, when I killed the human emperor, I also gained quite a few abilities. Now I can organize them. Jang Fong began his organizing work. At the same time, on top of a tall building within the Great Federation, Jiuchen stood on the rooftop, looking at the communicator in his hand, feeling quite pleased. "Family, I've finally got my hands on a no-energy communicator. If I'm ever captured again, I can just call for help." Awesome. Hey, Jiuchen, did you get a new communicator? Yeah. What about your old communicator? The old one? I recycled it last time. What? Advertising space for rent, thank you. The Great Elder is quite a person. He said he would make a no-energy communicator, and he really did it. Jiuchen was filled with excitement, and then he received a message from Beiju Tower. "Jiuchen, could you help me register? We plan to participate in the planetary competition and represent the ancient underworld star." "Oh, the ancient underworld star is coming to participate in the planetary competition?" Jiuchen nodded. "Guides can participate in the planetary competition 1 year after obtaining a planet. The planets that achieve victory in the competition can receive various rewards." "Sure. I'll prepare right away. There happens to be a battle in about 3 days." Jiuchen registered the ancient underworld star and then briefly explained the rules. This means that a maximum of 100 native warriors can participate in the planetary competition, and it's 100 against 100. Whoever wins is considered the victor. After receiving the news, Beiju Tower fell into deep thought. Only 100 spots? With himself, Carrot, and Broly, plus 100. Scion brothers, that makes 103. I must participate with Kakarot, as Broly said, 11 years old, still young. It's a great opportunity to accumulate combat experience.
so he must participate as well. There are only 97 spots left and 3 brothers can't compete, what a pity. At the same time, the fleeing Kalisa finally arrived at Kula's headquarters. On this planet, Kula had been researching high-tech machinery. TSK, Kula, your legacy will be inherited by me. Kalisa planned to organize all this technology and take it back for thorough study. Then, strive to become stronger and seek revenge on Kakarot and the others. Ahead, research forbidden zone, outsiders are prohibited from entering. Suddenly, a metallic Kula radiating silver light blocked Kalisa's path. Intruders will die. Kalisa's pupils shook at this sight. A metallic Kula? This guy Kula isn't dead?
No, this guy seems to not recognize
me. It doesn't have Kula's memories. Could it be an unfinished product? That makes sense. Kula's sudden death probably caused some issues in the research here, failing to cultivate a perfect metallic Kula. Then it's just a bunch of trash. Kalisa struck directly, killing the blocking metallic Kula. Useless things. I might as well create a bunch of metallic Kalisas and then I will lead them to defeat Bejuta and the others. Oh ho ho, just thinking about that scene makes me tremble with excitement. By the way, the technology here is quite advanced. I wonder if there's any height-enhancing technology. I want to grow a few centimeters taller. In the 9534 area, the Lu family. The head of the Lu family was strolling in the courtyard, feeling quite pleased. I didn't expect a living dragon clan to be so valuable. The great elder submitted it to the martial saint, and the Lu family received a pile of rewards. With these rewards, my Lu family might even become one of the top 3 families in the 9534 area. Ha ha ha, gah. Halfway through his laughter, the head of the Lu family couldn't laugh anymore, because he noticed a man standing under the pavilion beside him. Who is this person? Is he from the Lu family? But why don't I recognize him? And one more thing, how did he get into the Lu family's backyard? Is he hiding? Jang Fong looked at the head of the Lu family. I ask you, is what you just said true? Have you already submitted the dragon clan to the martial saint? The head of the Lu family frowned slightly. Is this person so bold, speaking to me in such a tone? Do you know where this is? This is the Lu family. My territory. You dare to question me? I admit, you can sneak into the Lu family silently. You probably have some strength. The head of the Lu family crossed his arms, looking coldly at Jang Fong. Relying on this strength, you might be used to being arrogant, questioning everyone you see, but sorry, this is the Lu family. Here, if it's a dragon, you must nest. If it's a tiger, you must curl up. You little brat. Questioning me with such arrogance, you're asking for death. Jang Fong frowned slightly. I was just asking normally, wasn't that arrogant? Forget it, I don't want to waste too much breath. Jang Fong suddenly erupted, directly slapping the head of the family, making him dizzy, then stepped on him to the ground. Tell me, who needs to nest? The head of the Lu family. Struggling a bit, but there was no movement, unable to shake Jang Fong. What I meant was that the dragon needs to nest. This senior, since you are human, naturally, you don't need to nest. The head of the family quickly changed his tone. Senior, if you have such strength, you should have said so earlier. It was all a misunderstanding, right? Ha ha ha. By the way, senior, what were you just saying? Dragon clan? Ah, right, the martial saint behind our Lu family is the Taiching martial saint. He is also quite curious about the living dragon clan, so we offered them to him. Senior, do you also want the dragon clan? That's really unfortunate. If you had come a bit earlier, we would have definitely given the dragon clan to you, not to the Taiching martial saint. Ahem, speaking of which, senior, you've been stepping on my foot this whole time. Aren't you tired? Would you like to move aside and take a break? I can brew you a cup of tea. Jang Fong casually glanced at the head of the Lu family and then moved his foot away from the heads. Where does the Taiching martial saint live? Tell me. I need to find him. The head of the Lu family felt a twitch in his heart. This person is so bold. Upon hearing that the dragon clan is in the hands of the martial saint, he dares to actively seek him out. Does that mean this person is also a martial saint? That's terrifying. I just spoke disrespectfully to a martial saint. In reality, I can't really blame myself, can I? He didn't show any aura at all. I thought he had no strength and didn't dare to reveal it. Sigh. The head of the Lu family got up from the ground and immediately said, the Taiching martial saint, his cave is at this coordinate. I'll send it to you. Oh, right, senior, would you like a cup of tea? As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Lu family realized that Jang Fong had already vanished, without a trace. Just got the coordinates and left? So anxious? The head of the Lu family scratched his head and then hurriedly took out his communicator. No matter what, the Taiching martial saint is still the martial saint behind our Lu family. I should notify him in advance. A suspected super strong martial saint also wants the living dragon clan. You can handle it as you see fit. The Taiching martial saint is a 4th-tier martial saint, and there's no need to elaborate on his strength. Martial saints are all like that. Besides having a few disciples under him, he also has a blood relative, a child. He unexpectedly obtained during his transformation into a mortal. And this child is exceptionally gifted. This made the Taiching martial saint very fond of him, as his lifespan as a martial saint is far too long. All his previous relatives have already passed away, but this son is different. Because of his high aptitude, he has the potential to become a martial saint. At that time, both father and son would be martial saints, and this near-immortal lifespan would have familial companionship. Therefore, the Taiching martial saint places great importance on his son. Father, I heard you obtained a dragon clan? At this moment, the Taiching martial saint's son, Eli, was talking to him. I have never seen a dragon clan, can I take a look? The Taiching martial saint nodded, since his son wanted to see. Then let him see. The Taiching martial saint took Eli to a secret chamber where there was a cage containing a humanoid creature with green skin and antennae. Eli was taken aback. This thing is a dragon clan? Did I open it the right way? The Taiching martial saint laughed heartily. I know what you're going to say. Why? Is it different from the dragon clan in our human legends? Because, this group, although they call themselves the dragon clan, strictly speaking, they don't count as dragons. However, they can summon real dragons. The Wish Dragon. It is because of this ability that they have earned the title of Dragon Clan. Eli blinked. A Wish Dragon? They have the ability to summon the Dragon Clan? Then, father, can he summon the dragon now? I have a few wishes to make. The Taiching martial saint shook his head. No, because in this era, the source of dragon god power within these guys from the Dragon Clan is already very scarce. Unless the ancient dragon god Salama reappears, it would be possible to summon a Wish Dragon. Eli. Then this group of Dragon Clan is useless, right? Wrong again. The Taiching martial saint shook his head. Dragons, they possess many special abilities, such as healing others at superluminal speeds, regardless of your cultivation level. Even a powerful martial emperor can be instantly healed by them. They can replenish your energy to its peak state. Dragons, on the battlefield, are the best support. In addition, dragons can assimilate. When two dragons merge into one, their power will greatly increase. These are all their special abilities. And I want a living dragon simply to study their special abilities. If our human race could master, then this group of dragons would no longer have any value. Eli's eyelids twitched slightly. Weren't dragons our allies? The great Qing martial saint looked deeply at Eli. Allies are allies, but you must remember, the resources they consume while cultivating are all from our human race. If these resources were given to the talented individuals of our human race, we might produce several more martial emperors. If it weren't for those special abilities, do you really think the human race would tolerate the dragons wasting resources like this? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in the great Qing martial saint's eyes. Eli gasped. The cruelty of the martial world seemed even more terrifying than he had imagined. In the martial path, one must compete. The struggle between races is the same. The great Qing martial saint patted Eli on the shoulder. Comprehend well, son, you are the future martial saint of the human race. When doing things, especially for the human race, remember, do not be soft-hearted. Eli nodded. Meanwhile, the imprisoned dragon spat in disdain to express its dissatisfaction. Clearly, it was just your own opinion, yet you insisted on making it seem like you represented the entire human race. Fool, I've seen humans who are particularly kind to dragons before. Do you dare let the higher-ups of the human race know about your research? It would be the end of you. Just a selfish martial saint thinking everyone is like you. The great Qing martial saint snorted. What are you dissatisfied about? If you keep talking nonsense, I will torture you severely. Eli scratched his head and made a request. Father, can I take this dragon with me? I want to bring it to my exhibition hall for a few days. The great Qing martial saint frowned slightly. Eli continued, dragons are indeed very rare, and if I can exhibit it, I'm sure I can make a profit. Moreover, it will also raise the profile of my exhibition hall, attracting more visitors. This way, I can earn even more. Looking at his son's pleading gaze, the great Qing martial saint thought for a moment and said, you can borrow it, but it must not be discovered by the people of the Federation. You must remember, officially, dragons are still our allies. If anyone finds out you are imprisoning a dragon, it would be a death sentence. My research is also conducted privately, without the Federation's approval. Eli. After saying so much, it turns out it was all your one-sided wish, father. I thought, no matter what, the human race wouldn't betray their allies, right? The great Qing martial saint curled his lip. I believe that when I present my research results, other martial emperors of the human race will definitely recognize my work and abandon the dragons. Rest assured, in the future, we will be the benefactors of the human race. Eli agreed and did not argue. I understand, father. I will establish a membership. Only my members can visit this dragon. I will strictly select members and absolutely not let anyone from the Federation mix in. The great Qing martial saint was very satisfied. And one more thing, this dragon can only be borrowed for a month. After a month, I need to continue studying its abilities. Do you understand? Eli indicated he understood, and after chatting a bit more, he took the dragon and the cage and left on a spaceship. While flying through space, Eli's spaceship brushed past Jang Feng's spaceship. Jang Feng's expression shifted. A breath. A different kind of breath flew past, completely unlike that of the human race, if one were to say. It seems somewhat similar to the primal power of the dragon race, as if it was the breath of the dragon race. I am heading towards the cave of the Taiching Martial Saint, and that spaceship just now seemed to have flown over from the direction of the cave. Could it be they have relocated the dragon race again? No matter what, I must intercept that spaceship. If it really is the dragon race, then it will be effortless. Jang Fong piloted the spaceship and suddenly made a sharp turn. He vigorously chased after Eli's spaceship. On the spaceship, Eli also noticed that someone was tailing them from behind. Who is it? Could it be a star thief? How blind can they be to try and rob my spaceship? A glint of killing intent flashed in Eli's eyes. Uncle Fong, there's a star thief behind us, following us closely. Why don't we stop and deal with him? Uncle Fong was a guard specially selected by the Taiching Martial Saint, responsible for Eli's personal safety. He was a powerful warrior at the 9th level of Martial Sovereign. In fact, he had even fought against half-step Martial Saints. One could say, in the realm of Martial Sovereign, unless a half-step Martial Saint personally showed up, no one could defeat Uncle Fong. His strength was outstanding. I see it, Uncle Fong nodded. Truly audacious. Other star thieves at least know to hide a bit when robbing. This guy, however, dares to chase us directly. Not even pretending. He must be a star thief, very confident in his own strength. Eli couldn't help but laugh. Confident? No matter how strong he is, when he meets Uncle Fong, isn't he doomed? Uncle Fong also smiled, his face full of confidence. Alright, Eli, stop the spaceship. I'll go meet him. Eli operated the spaceship and came to a halt. Uncle Fong, it's up to you. As the hatch opened, Uncle Fong transformed into an energy shield and stepped directly into space. Halt! Uncle Fong transmitted his voice through energy, sending it out. If you dare to come closer, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jang Fong stopped his spaceship and also flew into the starry sky. Is there a dragon race on your spaceship? Uncle Fong was taken aback. This person didn't seem like a star thief. His tone was quite polite. If he were a star thief, he would have likely attacked directly. However, Uncle Fong didn't give Jang Fong a good face either. What we have on our spaceship is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Get lost quickly. Otherwise, I will take action. Let me give you a piece of advice. If I take action, the consequences will be unimaginable. Jang Fong sighed. It was always like this. He had no choice but to act. Then I can only investigate. Personally. Jang Fong suddenly struck, directly suppressing Uncle Fong. What? How can you be so strong? Uncle Fong was shocked. The opponent's strength far exceeded his understanding. With one move, he had directly suppressed him. Are you a martial saint? You, a dignified martial saint, actually attacking us juniors? Truly shameless. Let me go. Otherwise, the Taiching Martial Saint will not let you off. Do you know? The person sitting in this spaceship is a close relative of the Taiching Martial Saint. Jang Fong waved his hand, silencing Uncle Fong. A close relative of the Taiching Martial Saint? Then it makes sense, it seems. This relative is flying with the dragon race and has run into me. Jang Fong swiftly moved and directly entered the interior of the spaceship. Eli was startled. From Uncle Fong being suppressed to the intruder breaking into the spaceship, all of this happened in an instant. Eli didn't even have time to react. Jang Fong looked at Eli. Do you know that the dragon race is a friend of our human race? You have imprisoned the dragon race, which is already a capital offense. Hearing Jang Fong say this, Eli shivered. He recalled what his father had said, that they must not let the martial artists of the Great Federation discover it. He must be a high-ranking official of the Federation. He is here to condemn me. He wants to kill me. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Eli became. At this moment, it seemed he had no other choice. Kill! Eli roared, pulling out his treasure and smashing it towards Jang Fong. Reversal of the universe glazed. Pearl. If he were to be captured by the Federation's martial artist, it would mean certain death. It was better to kill the Federation's martial artist and hide the truth. After all, there was only one of them. If he died here, no one would know. Then he could have his father manipulate things a bit, and they should be able to avoid the Federation's investigation. Jang Fong? Goodness, I wasn't even planning to kill you, yet you took the initiative to try and kill me? Truly, a reversal of fate. Lately, I've been feeling like I've killed too many people and wanted to cultivate my mind and body. I didn't expect you to force my hand. Boom! A crimson aura erupted from Jang Fong, the King of Worlds' fist, tenfold. With one punch, he shattered Eli's glazed pearl and, with the momentum, directly pierced through Eli's body. Eli's consciousness began to fade, and before he died, he looked at Jang Fong with disbelief. How is it possible? One punch shattered my treasure. What kind of technique is this? Jang Fong raised an eyebrow. My strongest technique, the King of Worlds' fist. How about that? Impressive, right? It can amplify tenfold. Eli's head tilted, his breath completely dissipated. The King of Worlds' fist? It can actually amplify tenfold. Truly impressive. This kid isn't dead yet. Jang Fong flicked his hand, and Eli's body turned into countless dust particles. He had destroyed his body, but the conquest ability had not activated, which meant Eli was still alive. Sure enough, the next moment, Eli's body reformed outside the spaceship. The life-saving heart talisman my father gave me is gone just like that. Eli's heart bled, but at the same time, he felt a bit more at ease because the heart talisman had shattered, and his father would surely sense it. This place was very close to the cave, and it wouldn't take 5 seconds for his father to arrive. With my father here, I'm completely safe. Eli couldn't help but laugh. Next, it would be the other party begging for mercy. Indeed, not far away, the Taiching martial saint was rushing over with overwhelming fury. The speed was incredible. Who is it? How dare you harm my beloved son? Even the heart talisman is shattered. Jang Fong stood inside the spaceship, watching Eli outside with a look of relief, slowly raising his arm. Do you think you're safe? Let me give you a lesson. Never let your guard down in front of an enemy. Whoosh! A beam of energy erupted from Jang Feng's arm, instantly piercing through Eli's body. This time, Eli no longer had the heart talisman. Successfully killed the target, acquired the ability. The conquest ability was activated as well, and the arriving Taiching martial saint naturally saw this scene. What have you done? At this moment, the Taiching martial saint's fury could no longer be contained. He had so many offspring, and only this one had the potential to become a martial saint. His long life would be devoid of family companionship. Ah, I want you dead. The Taiching martial saint swung his hand, directly pulling out his weapon, a wooden stick exuding an ancient aura. Just one look, and it was clear this was no ordinary item. Die! He struck directly at Jang Fong. So you're the Taiching martial saint? I'm really sorry, but I don't have time to play with you right now. Jang Fong greeted him with a smile. See you next time. Whoosh! He instantly teleported directly beside the Dragon Clan, then grabbed the Dragon Clan's arm and teleported again. Swish! Jiang Fong vanished into the cosmic starry sky. At the same time, the Taiching martial saint's attack struck the spaceship, smashing it to pieces. Where is he? Where is he? The Taiching martial saint angrily searched around. Did this guy just run away? Damn it! Why doesn't he dare to confront me head-on? Due to Zhang Feng's departure, the energy pressure on Uncle Fong dissipated. Martial saint, it's my fault. I didn't protect the young master well. I'm sorry. The Taiching martial saint frowned. You've already been suppressed. I don't blame you. I received a warning from the head of the Lu family, saying that a martial saint was coming to seize the Dragon Clan. Just as I was about to take action, I received the death notice of Eli. Damn it. This person is a stranger. Probably a martial saint who rushed over from another area. Don't let me encounter him again, or I will make him pay. The more he thought about it, the angrier the Taiching martial saint became. The death of his son had already infuriated him, and most importantly, the Dragon Clan had also been taken away. What did this mean? It meant that the other party had taken away his research. His future was gone. Moreover, there was one more thing. If the other party was indeed from the Federation, with the Dragon Clan as a witness, he could be taken to the Federation court, and he might even lose his life. Even a martial saint could not contend with the Federation court. Damn it, this time I've really suffered a huge loss. Fortunately, Eli's storage ring is still here. He didn't take the treasures inside. After all, Eli was his son, and the Taiching martial saint had given him many treasures, like that life-saving heart talisman. The Taiching martial saint himself didn't even have one. One can imagine how much he valued Eli. Wait. Suddenly, the Taiching martial saint realized something. Where's Eli's storage ring? When did that guy take the storage ring as well? Oh, I see, he took it when he punched through Eli. What a despicable person. Not even sparing the treasures of his juniors? The Taiching martial saint was furious. This bastard was truly a vulture. He took everything away. A martial saint, acting like this, was simply disgraceful. Ah, I must investigate clearly which area you are a martial saint from. Jang Fong teleported, taking the Dragon Clan with him. He didn't engage with the Taiching martial saint, not because he was afraid, but because he felt that if he transformed into Super Saiyan 5, the aftermath could potentially kill this Dragon Clan member. If the Dragon Clan died, then his mission would be meaningless. He was very clear about his goal. From beginning to end, it was this living Dragon Clan member. Whoosh! In an instant, Jang Fong, with the Dragon Clan, landed on a planet. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Jang Fong looked at the Dragon Clan. The creature was entirely green, with some strange stripes, and had 2 antennae on its head. If it weren't for the information panel showing that it was a Dragon Clan member, Jang Fong wouldn't dare believe that the Dragon Clan looked like this. Thank you for rescuing me, dear human friend. The Dragon Clan slightly bowed. You can call me Tian. I really appreciate you. As for injuries, don't worry, as long as our heads aren't destroyed, all injuries can be instantly healed. Jang Fong smiled. This Dragon Clan member indeed had various special abilities, just as the legend said. Well, Tian, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you take me to the planet where the Dragon Clan gathers? I would like to visit your planet. Tian tilted its head. looked at Jang Fong, then closed its eyes to sense again. After a moment, it nodded. Sure, I can sense that you mean no harm and should not hurt my people. Moreover, you saved me. Our dragon clan will welcome you. Tian smiled. Our dragon clan will welcome you. However, the headquarters of the dragon clan is a bit far from here. As it said this, a look of sorrow appeared on Tian's face. I also stumbled into a spatial turbulence to get here. I hadn't figured out the specific situation when I was captured by a few star pirates. After being captured, I overheard them chatting and learned that this is the Eastern Universe region. But my hometown is in the Northern Universe region. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong stumbled and nearly fell. Isn't that a bit far? This is clearly impossibly far. The four major universe regions, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest, are all vast and boundless. Traveling from the Great Mo Mansion to other regions requires a long flight. Not to mention heading to other universe regions. Many martial artists spend their entire lives without leaving their own universe region. Even a dignified martial saint would need several years of flight time to reach other universe regions. I have a special ability that allows me to teleport people, Jang Fong said, looking at Tian. But I need to know the general appearance of the target point. So, tell me what the northern region looks like, and I'll see if I can teleport there. Tian tilted her head and thought for a moment. In the northern region, there are mountains, water, and grass. Jang Fong, can you be a bit more detailed? Do you know any adjectives? Tian pondered seriously. There are tall mountains, and the mountains are covered in green grass. Jang Fong fell into deep thought. After a while, he asked again, where did you encounter that spatial turbulence? If it's still there, we might be able to go to the northern universe region through the spatial turbulence. Jang Fong had already given up on the idea of teleporting to the northern region. This is ridiculous. Tian's ability to express herself is definitely problematic. Or perhaps, due to their different races, their ways of expression are also different. Maybe in Tian's view, she has already described it clearly enough. The place I came from, Tian thought for a moment and said, let me think. I remember. There were a lot of trees, and a river, and then I drank some water before I was captured. Then, I was imprisoned and taken away. Jang Fong, all useless information? Forget it. No matter what, I now know that the Dragon Clan's headquarters is in the northern region. If we reach the northern region, will you be able to recognize the way home? Jang Fong asked soulfully. Tian nodded. If we are in the northern region, I can sense the location of my hometown. Jiang Fong breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as they reach the northern region, they can find the Dragon Clan's base. To go to the northern region, it's best to reach the Martial Saint realm. After all, the flight speed of a Martial Saint is extremely fast. I am currently at the 9th level of Martial Venerable. Just one step away from Martial Saint. Let's try to cultivate and see if I can break through to Martial Saint first. By the way, let's check Eli's storage ring to see if there are any special treasures. As the son of the Taiching Martial Saint, the treasures in this storage ring shouldn't be too shabby, right? I hope there's something that can help me break through. Jang Fong searched carefully, and while the treasures were indeed usable, most were life-saving items, which weren't particularly useful to him. What's this? Suddenly, Jang Fong discovered a black golden token. The information on it also appeared. Name, Fire Cloud Army Token. Note: having this token means you are a regular soldier of the Fire Cloud Army's 3rd Squad. Fire Cloud Army. Fire Cloud? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Jang Fong furrowed his brows and thought carefully for a moment before realizing. When he first arrived in the 9534 area, he had heard the legend of the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor. The Fire Cloud Martial Emperor, hailing from the 9534 area, is an unparalleled genius. He has a unique cultivation method. And among all the martial emperors of the human race, he has the most martial saints under his command. It is said that as long as one is at the 9th level of Martial Venerable and cultivates his technique, there is a 50% chance of breaking through to Martial Saint. This probability is already quite high. Normally, the chance of a 9th level Martial Venerable breaking through to Martial Saint is only 0.1% or even less. This Fire Cloud Army should be related to the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor, right? Jang Fong took out his light brain and searched the internet. Soon, he received the information. The Fire Cloud Martial Emperor represented the human race in battles against foreign tribes, and the Fire Cloud Army was the direct military force of the Martial Emperor. Later, during confrontations with the foreign tribes, the Martial Emperor was injured and fell, and the Fire Cloud Army also suffered heavy losses, with half of its forces dead or wounded. After the Martial Emperor's fall, the Fire Cloud Army followed his last wishes and returned to his hometown, which is the 9534 region. After that, they began to gather strength, continuously recruiting other talents to join the Fire Cloud Army and actively spreading parts of the Martial Emperor's legacy within the army, including methods to break through to the Martial Saint level. As a result, many Martial Venerates joined the Fire Cloud Army, all eager to break through to Martial Saint. Among them was the Taiching Martial Saint. Of course, all of this happened 100,000 years ago, and the current Fire Cloud Army is already quite powerful.
Although it is not as strong as in its peak, it is still formidable. Many people say that the current Fire Cloud army is ready and can engage in battle with the myriad tribes at any time. As for this Fire Cloud army token, it was obtained for Eli by the Taiching Martial Saint. The Taiching Martial Saint understood very well that joining the Fire Cloud army was a great opportunity, so he found a way to use his status as a martial saint to get the martial emperor level Eli into the army. Now, this token has fallen into Jang Feng's hands. A 50% chance to break through to martial saint, recruiting all kinds of talents to join? Jang Fong felt a bit tempted. After all, he was also troubled about how to break through to the martial saint realm. With the martial emperor's method for breaking through, perhaps he could become a martial saint in just a few days. By then, heading to the northern region would be an easy task. Very well, then I'll join the Fire Cloud army first and find a way to break through to martial saint. After that, Jang Fong looked at Tian Tian. After he joined the Fire Cloud army, where would he place Tian Tian? Just leave her on Blue Star. After thinking for a moment, the Scions on the ancient underworld star were all preparing for the planetary competition, so they probably wouldn't have time to take care of Tian Tian. Blue Star it is, and I'll ask Su to take care of her. Thus, Jang Fong turned to Tian Tian. Come on, I'll take you to a place where you can stay for a few days. Don't worry, it's very safe there, and no one will imprison you. Tian Tian nodded. You're a good person, I'll listen to you. Whoosh! Jang Fong took Tian Tian and teleported to Blue Star, to the home in Yunghua. Jiang Yun was cultivating on the ancient underworld star, and Jang Fong was wandering in the universe all day long. In Jiang Feng's home, only Xiaoye remained, acting as a caretaker, regularly cleaning the rooms. At this moment, she had just finished cleaning and was sitting in front of the television watching a show. On the screen, a man in a suit appeared. I'm not bragging, but when I fought Jang Fong back then, wow, what a scene. The man in the suit faced the camera, looking somewhat smug. I'm not bragging, but when I fought Jang Fong back then, wow, what a scene. You've never seen anything like it in your life. At this moment, sitting opposite the man was a host. Mr. Li, you've mentioned many times that the outcome of your battle with Lord Jang Fong was that you were defeated by a single finger, right? Li Xin Yuan snorted, his face full of pride. That's right, I was defeated by Jang Fong with a single finger. Isn't that impressive? The host nodded slightly, a hint of envy on his face. Indeed impressive. May I ask what you were thinking when Lord Jang Fong attacked you with his finger? Li Xin Yuan suddenly stood up, looking at the camera with a serious expression. At that moment, I was thinking, I will never wash the place that was attacked for the rest of my life. This is my glory. Clap clap clap. The audience erupted in warm applause, and then the camera zoomed out, the host also looking enviously. To be able to battle with Lord Jang Fong is indeed a supreme honor. Jang Fong teleported home and saw this scene on the television, his head twitching slightly. Are the TV stations on Blue Star this abstract now? This Li Xin Yuan is the best in the training camp. He was once tasked by the Lord of Ruching to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that he would become famous because of that. Isn't he supposed to be cultivating martial arts? Isn't he quite talented? Speaking of which, this kid used to say he would surpass himself in the future. How did he end up like this? Jang Fong didn't know that when Li Xin Yuan was first defeated, he was indeed full of fighting spirit, only thinking about cultivating to become stronger and then defeating Jang Fong to reclaim everything that belonged to him. But as time passed, he realized that no matter how hard he practiced, the gap between him and Jang Fong only grew larger, until finally he didn't even have the qualification to gaze at Jang Feng's back. At that moment, Li Xin Yuan gave up on chasing Jang Fong. Later, by chance, someone from the TV station found him and made a documentary about him. How strong is the person who can withstand Jiang Feng's finger and not die? From then on, Li Xin Yuan exploded in the online world. He became a superstar. When Xiaoyu saw Jang Fong appear, she quickly turned off the TV. Lord Jang Fong, you're back? Ha, this TV program is indeed a bit ridiculous. I usually don't like to watch this, and I don't know who switched the TV to this program. Jang Fong, thank you for your hard work, sister you. This year, you've been alone in the house, cleaning every day, which isn't easy. I have a few spirit stones here, take them and use them. They might help you break through your realm. There are also some dragon blood and ability enhancing potions, all from the universe, you can use them. Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she helped clean because she wanted the house to be tidy when Jang Fong and Jiang Yuni returned. She never thought about asking for a reward. But looking at Jiang Feng's determined gaze, Xiaoyu accepted. Thank you, Lord Jang Fong. Jang Fong smiled, no need for pleasantries. This is Tian Tian, please take care of him. For a few days. I will probably be gone for a short time, a few days at most, or a long time, several years, before I take Tian Tian away. After saying that, Jang Fong turned to show Tian Tian behind him. Ha! Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly shrank when she saw Tian Tian. An outsider? Not from our human race? It is well known that the human race and other races are in a hostile relationship. Am I really going to take care of an outsider? Jang Fong explained, this is
Our human race's ally, the dragon race, they won't harm the human race. Don't worry, sister you. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. So it's an ally, then it's fine. But she couldn't help but complain in her heart that this green sprite is actually from the dragon race? That's quite absurd. Tian closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then looked at Xiaoyu. You are a good person, I am willing to live with you. Xiaoyu smiled, this green sprite has such abilities? Jang Fong tossed a button to Xiaoyu. The dragon race has many special abilities, sister you can study them slowly in the future. Also, this is a call button. If you encounter any accidents, just use the button and I will come right away. Tian is very important, make sure nothing happens. Xiaoyu held the button. Okay, Lord Jang Fong, leave everything to me. After giving the instructions, Jang Fong used teleportation again and left Blue Star. Inside Zhang Feng's house, Xiaoyu smiled, little sprite, come tell sister, what special abilities do you have? In the universe, Zhang Fong returned to the 9534 area, checked the location of the Fire Cloud Army and directly controlled the spaceship to fly over. After a while, Zhang Fong arrived at the planet where the Fire Cloud Army was located. This entire planet belonged to the Fire Cloud Army. Even the name had been changed to Fire Cloud Star. The weakest soldiers in the Fire Cloud Army are all at the first level of Martial Venerable, of course, excluding Eli, who took the back door. Even if there are a few soldiers at the Martial Emperor level, either their talent is exceptional, or their background is significant. In any case, they are not simple. Then, above the soldiers, there are the squad leaders, usually held by martial saints of the 4th rank or below, including those of the 4th rank. Further up, there are the captains, who can be martial saints of the 4th rank and above. And then, there are the generals. The Fire Cloud Legion has 4 great generals, each of whom is a 9th rank martial saint. They were once the trusted aides of the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor. Above the 4 great generals is the Grand Commander, who was the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor at that time. Now, the Fire Cloud Army has no Grand Commander. Zhang Fong piloted the spaceship, charging into the planet's atmosphere. According to the data, all incoming martial artists can report to the military district as long as their strength reaches the martial respect level. Although I have a soldier's token, the information recorded on the token is Eli's, so I cannot use it. I still need to pass the assessment to join the Fire Cloud Army. Zhang Fong was unaware that, at the moment he entered the atmosphere, a certain formation on Fire Cloud Star was activated. Detected root bone age, 19 years old. In the Fire Cloud Army, there are 4 great generals, and at this moment General Loren was sitting in the monitoring room. General Loren, with her head of red hair, is the only female general among the 4 great generals. She sat in the monitoring room, responsible for observing various information within the Legion, when suddenly, she noticed a prompt. A new martial artist had entered, and the root bone age displayed was 19 years old. 19 years old? So young? Loren was momentarily stunned. Most martial artists coming to Fire Cloud Star are at the martial respect level, and in this realm, most are over 1,000 years old, with some even 3 or 4,000 years old. Seeing a 19-year-old suddenly made Loren think she was seeing things. 19 years old, he should just be a martial emperor, right? Loren stroked her chin. I guess it's another martial saint trying to push someone into our Fire Cloud Army. It's not a problem, after all, a 19-year-old martial emperor is indeed a prodigy. He should easily pass the assessment and become a member of the Fire Cloud Army. In the future, he might even become the 5th great general. Thinking of this, Loren contacted the other 3 generals. A 19-year-old martial emperor, such a prodigy, naturally needed to inform the other generals. Moreover, if he could truly become the 5th general, it would be a major event for the Fire Cloud Army. After the message was sent, only one general responded to Loren, General Barton. A 19-year-old martial emperor? What terrifying talent! This kid must be well nurtured once he joins the army. I even think he might become the Grand Commander. Lauren's mouth twitched slightly. She thought it was already exaggerated for him to become the 5th general. You, on the other hand, are saying he might become the Grand Commander right off the bat. Are you that confident in him? Barton messaged, I'm not joking with you. Think about our previous Grand Commander, the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor. He hadn't even reached the Martial Emperor level at 19. In any case, if we talk about cultivation speed, this kid is definitely extraordinary. Nurture him well, don't let his talent go to waste. And one more thing, Loren, do you know why our Fire Cloud Legion has accumulated so much strength and is considered to have restored its peak? But why haven't we fought against the myriad races again? Loren shook her head. Although she was a general and strong enough, she didn't quite understand the various complexities of war. She really wanted the Fire Cloud Army to return to the battlefield against the myriad races, but the other 3 generals had never shown any intention in that regard. So she kept waiting for the other 3 generals to agree to return to the battlefield. She knew very well that everyone had a deep-seated grudge against the myriad races. The Fire Cloud Army would eventually return to the battlefield. Barton, because we are waiting for the Grand Commander. Without a Grand Commander, Even if we go to the battlefield, we would just be cannon fodder. It is impossible to deal a fatal blow to all races. We, the Fire Cloud Army, either do not return to the battlefield, but if we do, we will inevitably stir up a storm. We have waited for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Even if we are martial saints with long lifespans, it has been long enough, truly too long. Finally, we have waited for such a promising talent. We must wholeheartedly cultivate him. He is very likely the supreme leader we have been waiting for. Loren took a deep breath. She understood that this new martial artist was indeed more important than she had thought. Alright, I will pay more attention to him in secret. I also hope he has the ability to become the supreme leader. Burton sent a message. By the way, this is the opinion of the other two generals. I have conveyed it all for you. I will continue my closed-door training. Do not disturb. Loren. So, after all this talk, you three damn guys are all in closed-door training, ignoring everything, and relying solely on me to cultivate him? What a bunch of fools. Forget it, I can't be bothered to get angry with them. Loren walked out of the monitoring room. She planned to go to the new recruit camp to see that new 19-year-old martial emperor, who was simply too intriguing. Jang Fong piloted the spaceship and landed at the barracks. The Fire Cloud Army's barracks were situated on a vast plain, surrounded by sturdy walls, resembling a fortress forged of steel. At the entrance of the military camp, two soldiers shouted upon seeing the spaceship. Is that a martial respect from the universe? Are you here to join the Fire Cloud Army? Jang Fong stepped down from the spaceship and then stored it in his storage ring, replying, Yes, I am a newcomer, planning to join the Fire Cloud Army. May I ask what I need to do? 1. Soldier approached Jang Fong. Squeeze out a drop of blood to verify your identity. We need to confirm that you are of the human race. Then, you can go to the new recruit camp and wait. Once we gather 5 people, the new recruit assessment will begin. Generally, it takes about a day or 3 to 4 days to gather. Enough. Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. Gathering 5 people to start the assessment? That meant gathering 5 martial respects, right? It would take at most 4 days to gather them. The overall strength of 9,534 was indeed too strong. In the 9527 area, it might take hundreds of years to gather 5 martial respects. I understand. Jang Fong extended his finger and used energy to squeeze out a drop of blood. Here you go. The blood flowed from Jiang Feng's fingertip, radiating a vigorous power that startled the soldiers. Such strong energy, this drop of blood actually contains such powerful energy? I even have an impulse to consume it. It feels like this drop of blood is a great tonic. This person's physical body must be very strong. The stronger the physical body, the more energy the blood contained. This could be considered common knowledge. Please wait here for a moment. We will go test the blood to confirm your human identity. The soldiers' attitude towards Jang Fong became much more respectful. Just relying on his physical body was already so strong. If we consider his martial arts cultivation, he must be a top-tier martial respect. Who would dare to underestimate him? In the laboratory, the martial artist testing Jang Feng's blood was also taken aback. This new martial artist is not simple. Just from this drop of blood, his physical strength is definitely above martial respect level 5. A powerhouse like this is very likely a half-step martial saint. The number of strong individuals in our Fire Cloud Army is truly increasing. After the test, the testing martial artist said to the soldiers, This person is indeed of the human race. He can join the Fire Cloud Army. The soldier acknowledged this and then went to see Jang Fong, informing him that the test was complete and he could go to the new recruit camp to wait. I'll lead the way for you. The soldier took the initiative to guide Jang Fong. The two walked in the military camp for a while and arrived at a room furnished with a sofa and a tea table where 2 martial artists of the martial honor level were already seated. This is the new recruit camp, said the soldier. Those 2 martial artists are also here for the Fire Cloud Army assessment. Feel free to choose a sofa to sit and rest, and I'll take my leave now. Jang Fong thought. It's called a new recruit camp, but it seems more like a lounge. However, with the 2 people here, plus himself, that makes 3. Just 2 more, and they can gather 5 people to start the assessment. Jang Fong thanked the soldier and bid him farewell. He casually found a sofa, sat down, and began to rest. The other 2 martial honor level martial artists looked at Jang Fong with some curiosity. They were sure that this person was definitely not ordinary. After all, when they first came to the new recruit camp, no one guided them. They had come here on their own. This newcomer had an old soldier leading him. What more can be said about this treatment? This person is definitely not simple. He should be a particularly strong martial honor level 9. Of course, I think he might even be a half-step martial saint. Half-step martial saint is a bit exaggerated. That kind of thing is rarer than martial saints. We shouldn't encounter it. The 2 discussed in whispers, mainly because they were too idle and wanted to find a topic. Meanwhile, at the camp entrance, General Loren arrived. General Loren. The moment they saw Loren, the soldiers on guard rushed over. General, we didn't expect you to personally come to the camp. Is there something you need? Loren smiled slightly. Was there a very young martial emperor who just entered the camp? The soldiers were taken aback. A newcomer?
Yes, there was indeed one, and he looked young, but he was a martial honor, not a martial emperor. And no, one soldier scratched his head. There is indeed a newcomer, but that person is a very strong martial honor, with exceptionally powerful physical strength.
Aside from this person, no one else has entered the camp. Loren?
Loren was somewhat puzzled.
Only one martial honor entered the camp? Then, where did that very young martial emperor go? The formation clearly detected him entering the camp. Wait, could it be? Loren suddenly thought of something. Because the other
party was too young, he had assumed that the person could not be a martial honor and could only be a martial emperor. So, is there a possibility that the other
party is a 19-year-old martial honor? If this is true, then this talent is simply too monstrous. Loren instinctively swallowed. A 19-year-old martial honor, especially one that's strong, wouldn't that mean he is bound to become a saint?
Becoming a martial saint is difficult, but it depends on the person. A genius who can become a martial honor at 19 could break through to martial saint in at most 10 years. Before 30, he would definitely make it. Reaching martial saint would be easy. I'm afraid becoming a martial emperor wouldn't be too difficult either. Loren's breathing gradually became heavy. Yes, just as General Barton said, they waited for 100,000 years, and finally, they encountered the one most likely to become the supreme leader.
I need to see him. Loren set off directly towards the new recruit camp.
Why does General Loren seem so anxious? The soldiers whispered among themselves.
It must be because of
the newcomer. That newcomer is probably a super genius, which is why General Loren is so eager. Just from the energy contained in his blood, they all knew Jang
Fong was extraordinary. But they didn't expect that even General Loren was stirred.
Loren, after all, was a martial saint level 9, and a particularly strong one at that, just a step away from the martial emperor realm. It could be said that if Loren broke through to the martial emperor realm the next day, no one would
be surprised.
For such a strong person to behave so out of character, it was truly rare.
Inside the new recruit camp, Jang Fong and his two fellow warriors were waiting for the other two warriors to arrive.
Once they gathered 5 martial masters, they could begin the trial.
At that moment, Loren slowly walked into the new recruit camp. In an instant, she locked her gaze on Jang Fong, not needing a second look. She could sense the boiling blood within Jang Fong, containing immense energy, undoubtedly a top-tier expert.
At the same time, she could also feel the surging vitality emanating from him. This kind of energy could only be found in young warriors, it couldn't be faked.
Jang Fong? Ha!
From the information panel, this person is one of the 4 generals
of the Legion. She glanced at me as soon as she entered. It seems she values me highly? Could it be that she knows my strength through analyzing that drop of blood?
Are you the 4th martial master? Said a martial master with a sword on his back, taking the initiative to greet Loren. With that, we now have 4 martial masters. We just need one more to proceed with the assessment. Loren smiled and said, I am the general here, Loren. The sword-bearing martial master stumbled,
nearly falling to the ground. There are only 4 generals in the Fire Cloud army.
He casually greeted her, thinking she was an ordinary warrior, but it turned out she was a general.
What luck! Would the general blame him for being so forward?
After all, in the Fire Cloud army, the general's authority is above all else.
If the general was displeased, they could easily kick him out of the Fire Cloud army without any issue.
It shouldn't be. Generals can't be that petty. The sword-bearing warrior could only silently comfort himself while forcing a laugh at Loren. Ha, senior, I didn't expect you to come to the new recruit camp for a visit, haha. Another martial master also tensed up. With General Loren present, saying there was no pressure was a lie. No need to be too nervous, Loren said. A slight smile on her lips as she waved her hand. I just haven't been to the new recruit camp in a long time, so I came to take a look.
You all work hard. Keep it up and strive to pass the assessment.
After saying that, Loren walked away directly. This left the sword-bearing martial master confused.
What was that? Just came to take a look and left immediately? What was going on?
The other martial master was also puzzled, unable to understand Loren's intentions. After leaving the new recruit camp alone, Loren flew above the military camp. This time, she simply wanted to see Jang Fong, and upon seeing him, she was very satisfied, young and powerful, full of endless possibilities. The rest will be a judgment of character. I will observe in secret, as long as there are no issues with his character. Then, I will do my utmost to cultivate him. When he becomes a martial sage, he can become the 5th general of the Fire Cloud army.
When he becomes a martial emperor, he will be the supreme leader of our Fire Cloud army.
On the side of Taiching martial sage, he began to investigate Jang Feng's
information.
He even used some special means to create a character profile of Jang Fong.
Since killing Eli, that kid has seemed to vanish, not appearing anywhere.
I've asked several martial sages, and they all said they haven't seen him.
But it doesn't matter. Taiching martial sage silently clenched his fists. I
spent a lot of money to recruit several martial sages, and they all agreed that as soon as they see this kid, they will notify me immediately, and they will join forces to kill him. Killing a martial sage is difficult, but with a few of us old brothers working together, we can definitely take him down.
Not to mention, there are also powerful beings backing us.
Thinking of this, Taiching Martial Sage felt a surge of excitement. That powerful being is a 6th-tier martial
sage. He is also the captain of the Fire Cloud Army. His strength far exceeds my own.
Because I am also a squad leader of the Fire Cloud Army and Eli is also a soldier of the Fire Cloud Army. It is this relationship that makes the other party willing to take action. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures there are, they
wouldn't bother.
Using the Fire Cloud Army to deal with Jang Fong, I truly am a genius. With 6 martial saints plus a few other martial saints working together,
the next time we encounter that kid, it will be his death.
I can imagine the look of despair on his face when my group of martial saints surrounds and attacks.
Jang Fong, this is the price you pay for killing my son. You are our enemy in the Fire Cloud Army. Taiching Martial Saint.
At this moment, Uncle Fong walked up
to the Martial Saint and whispered,
I just compared body types and found that in the 95-27 area there is a martial artist named Jang Fong, whose physique and
appearance completely match that kid.
It can be said that they are the same person.
Taiching Martial Saint instantly became excited. Oh,
so his name is Jang
Fong? Let me see the data. After browsing through it, Taiching Martial Saint's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What nonsense are you talking about? This martial
artist named Jang Fong, according to official data, is only at the martial king level. How could he possibly be that martial saint?
Uncle Fong scratched his head. But they look exactly the same. Taiching Martial Saint waved his hand. On a single planet, there are many people who look similar. Looking at the universe,
it's quite normal for there to be several martial artists who look exactly alike.
You don't need to be so surprised. Keep looking and see if you can find his real data. Uncle Fong. But he really is different.
I truly feel that this martial artist is Jang Fong.
Forget it, if Taiching Martial Saint doesn't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Alright, I'll continue to investigate new martial artists. Uncle Fong resumed his investigation. In the blink of
an eye, 3 days later, at the new recruit camp of the Fire Cloud Army, Jang Fong and the others finally gathered 5 martial venerables.
It's quite absurd.
When Jang Fong first arrived, there were only 3 martial venerables in the new recruit camp. That very evening, the 4th martial venerable arrived.
Everyone
felt that there was no need to wait any longer. The 5th martial venerable would arrive soon.
It was estimated that within 2 days, everyone would be able to participate in the assessment.
But in the end, this last martial venerable didn't arrive until 3 days later. During this process, Jang Fong was getting a bit
anxious.
If it weren't for the protection mechanism of the Fire Cloud Army, he would have wanted to showcase his strength and force the Fire Cloud Army to hand over the breakthrough method to become a martial saint. This protection mechanism was set up by the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor to prevent powerful martial emperors from forcibly seizing treasures within the army. Thus, as long as someone attempted to forcibly take treasures, the Fire Cloud Army could activate the mechanism and
disappear with the treasures.
This is also why the Fire Cloud Army has been here for 100,000 years without any martial emperors coming to seize treasures.
Because of the protection mechanism.
After gathering 5 martial venerables, a squad leader of the Fire Cloud Army, along with his 10-member team, arrived
at the new recruit camp.
The squad leader introduced himself. You can call me squad leader or by my name. I am Martial Saint Pingxi.
Now, let me explain the specifics of the assessment. In fact, it's quite simple. There are 2 types of assessments. The first type is that you will leave the military camp. Outside there are some alien races.
I won't hide it from you, those aliens were all captured by the 4 generals on the battlefield and they come from various races.
You will fight them, and as long as you kill 3 martial venerable level aliens, you will pass the assessment and be able to join the Fire Cloud Army.
Of course, there is a time limit. You must kill 3 martial venerable level aliens within a month.
If you exceed a month, it will be considered a failure. As soon as he
finished speaking, the others began to discuss in low voices.
Killing 3 martial venerable level aliens in a month? How difficult is that? Everyone is a martial
venerable, and in the same rank. It's already hard to defeat an opponent, let alone kill them.
Moreover, everyone here is a martial sovereign level powerhouse.
And when it comes to fighting, it usually takes about 10 days to half a month to determine a winner.
This is just about defeating, not killing. Killing is even harder.
One could say that taking down a martial sovereign level alien in a month is already a difficult task, let alone 3.
The assessment of the Fire Cloud Army is truly challenging.
The Backblade Warrior suddenly spoke up.
Didn't you say there are 2 types of assessments? What is the second type? Martial Saint.
Pengxi smiled slightly. You all must think the first assessment is tough, so the second assessment will be quite simple.
At the very least, there's no life-threatening danger.
You can fight against any of my 10 soldiers. As long as you can win, you can directly join the Fire Cloud Army.
Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment.
They weren't foolish. These soldiers of the Fire Cloud Army were all ruthless individuals who had passed the assessments.
Fighting against
them and hoping to win is definitely an extremely difficult task. In terms of difficulty, defeating a soldier is far harder than killing 3 martial sovereign
aliens. It's tough. No matter which method, it's super hard.
At this moment, Jang Fong stepped forward. I choose to challenge a soldier of the fire
Cloud Army. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial sovereign beside Jang Fong reminded him, brother, are you crazy? The soldiers of the Fire Cloud Army are definitely super strong. You want to fight them? Don't be foolish, it's better to go kill 3 martial sovereign aliens. Yeah, brother, that's a bit irrational. Winning against a soldier sounds easy, but we can't possibly win. Everyone was trying to dissuade him, not wanting Jang Fong to make a wrong choice. Jiang
Fong smiled. Thank you all for the reminder. I have confidence in my own strength. Marshal Saint Pang Si laughed heartily. Very good, very good. He hadn't encountered such a courageous newcomer in a long time. Just for this courage, he greatly admired Jang Fong. Not bad, daring to choose to challenge an old soldier.
During the entry assessment, you truly have commendable courage. Come, which of these 10 guys do you want to challenge?
Jang Fong scanned the soldiers and,
adhering to his principle of keeping a low profile, looked at Marshal Saint Pang Si. Can I challenge you, Pang Si? The 10 old soldiers?
The other 4 martial
sovereigns? Are we crazy, or is he crazy? Are you serious?
Marshal Saint Pang Si sized up Jang Fong, feeling that this kid was not just commendable for his courage, he was simply defying the heavens.
A martial sovereign challenging a second-tier martial saint? Jang Fong nodded. Can I challenge you? If not, I'll just choose an ordinary soldier to challenge.
Marshal Saint Pang Si scratched his head. Theoretically, he could be challenged.
But the problem was, no one had ever done this before. A new recruit martial sovereign challenging a squad leader martial saint was simply too absurd. Alright, since you insist on challenging me, then let's do it.
But I must tell you in advance, I won't go easy on you.
If you lose, you won't be able to join the Fire Cloud Army. Jang Fong nodded, indicating he understood. Then let's go.
Marshal Saint Pang Si directly drew a circle on the ground. We'll fight in the circle. Whoever steps out first loses. Normally, both sides would fight in a ring. However, since Jang Fong was a martial sovereign, Marshal Saint Pang Si felt he could end the fight in a second and didn't
bother to move.
He simply drew a circle on the ground for a quick battle. Jang Fong smiled. Alright, let's fight in the circle. Thus, within the circle, Jang Fong and Pang Si stood facing each other, both ready for battle. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one was paying attention, General Loren was secretly observing the situation. Jang Fong is very young and confident, which is a good thing, but he might be a bit too arrogant. Just arriving at the military camp and wanting
to challenge a martial saint, sigh. Loren shook her head inwardly.
She felt that Jang Fong was so arrogant, which was not good for the Fire Cloud Army.
If Jang Fong were the commander of the Fire Cloud Army and faced an unbeatable enemy, leading everyone to charge would be like seeking death, wouldn't it? Who could bear such a cost?
This boy still needed to be tempered. It seems that in the future, we need to pay more attention to character development, Lauren murmured
softly.
He should not be too arrogant. When doing things, he should prioritize caution. The soldiers of the Martial Saint of Pens also showed strong interest.
How interesting, so interesting.
On the first day of the newcomer's entry, he dared to challenge their squad leader.
Truly, I've never seen such a scene before. Alas, the blade-wielding martial venerable sighed.
Choosing to challenge an old soldier was already absurd enough, but Jang Fong directly challenged the squad
leader. It was simply absurd to the extreme. I really don't know what he's thinking.
Meanwhile, within the circle, the Martial Saint of Pens was continuously
gathering strength. Are you ready? If you are ready, just say start.
I'll say it again, I really won't hold back.
From the very beginning, I will attack with all my strength.
Jang Fong nodded. Using all his strength was best.
Then let's begin.
As soon as Jang Fong finished saying start, the Martial Saint of Pens charged forward, amplifying his will and unleashing all his power. He vowed to defeat Jang Fong in one move.
Then, in an instant, the Martial Saint of Pens, who
was originally charging at Jang Fong, seemed to be punched by someone and flew backward, out of the circle, crashing into the wall and even collapsing it. The Martial Saint of Pens was out of the circle, defeated.
Jang Fong won.
Ah! The watching soldiers and newcomers were all dumbfounded at that moment.
What just happened? In an instant, the Martial Saint who was charging at Jang Fong was eliminated? What on earth was going on?
Jang Fong had been standing still, not moving
at all. He hadn't even made a move. Could it be that the Martial Saint of Pens was faking it? Did he eliminate himself?
No, if that were the case, then the Martial
Saint of Pens would be too abstract, right?
Not far away, General Lauren also frowned slightly. She didn't understand what had happened in that moment.
Pens
charged at Jang Fong, and then his body seemed to be punched by someone, directly flying out. But during this process, Jang Fong never moved, and I couldn't see the trajectory of his strike. This is too fake. Even if it were the Martial Emperor, I could barely see it clearly.
How could I not see Jang Feng's move? Or did Jang Fong use some kind of clone technique? No, that doesn't feel right.
This sudden strike was as if time had been stolen.
Could it be that Jang Fong has some time-related ability? Exactly.
Just at the moment when Pens charged at Jang Fong used his ability, Time Flash. This was the ability he
Obtained after killing the Emperor of Humanity. Time flash. Pausing time for 0.1 seconds. In that 0.1 seconds, Jang Fong completed his Super Saiyan transformation, then punched pens away and returned to his original position, cancelling the Super Saiyan transformation. The entire process was seamless, and no one realized it. The martial saint of pens crashed into the wall, and his body was buried under the bricks. Ah! The martial saint of pens groaned in pain and then crawled out from the bricks. So painful, so painful. It feels like I was punched by someone, and it was a super heavy punch. Was it Jang Fong who did this? But I didn't see him make a move. After all, Pens was a martial saint. Although it hurt a bit, he wasn't injured. He adjusted his state and flew directly in front of Jang Fong. Just now, was it you who hit me? The soldiers and martial venerables watching all looked at Jang Fong, curious if it was indeed him. Jang Fong nodded. My ability is related to time. At the moment of the pause, I directly knock you out of the circle. Everyone suddenly realized, so it was a time-related ability. Tisk, Jang Fong is really lucky to have time-related abilities. This kind of ability is truly formidable. If it's a time-related ability, Jang Fong indeed has the potential to defeat the martial saint Peng Si. So he has such a powerful ability. No wonder he's so confident. The new martial lords couldn't help but exclaim, if I had that ability, I would also want to challenge the martial saint. It seemed they believed that with time-related abilities, anyone could defeat the martial saint. But only the martial saint Peng Si knew that at that time he had wrapped himself in a will enhancement, yet Jang Fong still broke through his defenses. This indicates that Jang Feng's strength, even in a direct confrontation with the martial saint, would not be at a disadvantage. The time ability is nearly the icing on the cake, with the realm of martial lord being able to break through the defenses of a martial saint in the development of martial arts. To this day, apart from this kid, no one else has been able to do it, right? Peng Si couldn't help but reflect. What kind of background does this young man named Jang Fong have? He's really too strong. I'll inform the generals later to see what they think. Peng Si regained his focus and looked at Jang Fong. Well done. You have successfully passed the test. Now, you are a member of the Fire Cloud Army. Here is your identity token. After saying that, Peng Si took out a token, identical to the one Eli had, both black and gold. Jang Fong took the token and observed it for a moment. This token needed to be refined by himself before it could be activated. It's a very simple restriction. Refining it will be quick. With a thought, Jang Fong instantly refined the token successfully. Currently, only Team 6, Team 9, and Team 14 are short of members. You can choose to join one of them. Such information popped up within the token. Joining any team is the same. I'll go with Team 6. Jang Fong chose to join Team 6, and then the information within the token underwent many changes. First, there was something called Fire Cloud Points. Through Fire Cloud Points, various items could be exchanged within the military camp. Among them, methods to break through to Martial Saint required Fire Cloud Points for exchange. To earn Fire Cloud Points, one could kill alien races or complete certain tasks within the Fire Cloud Army. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, different amounts of Fire Cloud Points could be earned. Moreover, Fire Cloud Points could be gifted to one another. For example, Jang Feng's friends could give their Fire Cloud Points to him. They can be gifted? Jang Fong thought of Eli's token. I can take his Fire Cloud Points. After all, he's dead, and no one will want those points. Based on Jang Feng's speculation, Eli was the son of the martial saint, so he should have plenty of Fire Cloud Points. It's likely that the martial saint Tai Ching would transfer Fire Cloud Points to him when he had nothing to do. No need to rush, I'll wait until there's no one around before I transfer the Fire Cloud Points. Jang Fong maintained a calm demeanor. Beside Jang Fong, the Backblade Martial Lord looked at Martial Saint Peng Si. Martial Saint, I have another question. This planet's Fire Cloud Army has raised many alien races. If we kill those alien martial lords, won't the generals feel sorry? After all, it's not easy for an alien to produce a martial lord, right? They specifically cultivate aliens. They can't just be for us to kill, can they? Peng Si chuckled. You're right, they are indeed for you to kill. The army raises aliens to train the soldiers' practical experience against all races. Peng Si continued. Do you think the army raises those aliens for what? It's to train you. On the battlefield of all races, the means of the aliens are ever changing. If you lack combat experience and recklessly enter the battlefield, the probability of death exceeds 99%. We raise so many aliens just to help you accumulate experience. So, go ahead and kill. No matter how many you kill, the generals won't feel sorry. The Backblade Martial Lord nodded. As long as they don't feel sorry, that's good. Then, I choose to kill the alien Martial Sovereign. I'm leaving. The Backstab Martial Sovereign directly left the camp, walking towards the outside. We will also challenge the aliens. The other martial sovereigns made their own choices one after another. Except for Jang Fong, no one chose to engage with the soldiers. Tisk. Martial Saint Peng Si curled his lips. Why is everyone so cowardly? They'd rather fight the aliens than have a go with the soldiers. Oh, except for you. Marshal St. Pingxi laughed heartily and waved goodbye to Jang Fong. The assessment is over, we'll head out first. Brother, see you in the Fire Cloud Army. Jang Fong smiled in response, a farewell of sorts. After leaving Jang Fong, Marshal St. Pingxi contacted General Loren. General, this newcomer Jang Fong is quite extraordinary. Not only does he have time abilities, but he also broke through my defenses. I used will amplification at the time, and still got my defenses broken, so his hard power might be comparable to a Marshal Saint. Loren, upon receiving the message, was taken aback. She knew that after Jang Fong defeated Marshal St. Pingxi using time abilities, she thought that Marshal St. Pingxi hadn't had time to use will amplification, and was taken out by Jang Fong in an instant. After all, how could a Marshal Saint who used will amplification lose to a Marshal Sovereign? But the message from Pingxi stated that he had indeed used will amplification and still lost. Is this person really that terrifying? At that moment, Loren felt a shiver. 19 years old, Marshal Sovereign level, and able to defeat a Marshal Saint head-on. This was both exaggerated and eerie. The other three generals should stop their seclusion and come out to discuss Jang Fong. Loren decided to convene a meeting to thoroughly discuss Jang Feng's situation. Meanwhile, Jang Fong found a place where no one was paying attention, took out Eli's identity token, and glanced at the Fire Cloud points. The token shows that Eli has over 1 million Fire Cloud points. That seems quite a lot. I wonder what the purchasing power is like. Jang Fong transferred the Fire Cloud points to his own token and then browsed the items available for exchange. A special method to condense Marshal Saint will costs 100 Fire Cloud points for a single use. Killing an alien of Marshal Sovereign level rewards 30 Fire Cloud points. Wow, this million Fire Cloud points has strong purchasing power. Jang Fong sighed. As he thought, as the son of a Marshal Saint, Eli had a lot of Fire Cloud points. At the same time, in the 9527 area, on the side of the Federation, Carrot and the others participated in the planetary competition, which was their first time taking part in such an event. Their opponents came from Exlon Star, also newly cultivated natives of the planet for a year. Their average strength was at the 5th level of martial artists. The strongest among them even possessed terrifying strength. At the 6th level of martial artists, the planetary competition was quite a grand event, with participants from both sides battling in specific scenarios. Live-streamed for the residents of the Federation to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, the host stepped onto the stage and began to present. Welcome to the live event of the planetary competition. This time, both participating sides are rookie planets. It's their first time in the planetary competition. Let me introduce Exlon Star. This planet is quite remarkable. It has relatively advanced technology, and the 100 participants here have an average strength at the 5th level of martial artists. The live chat also saw several comments. Wow, an average strength of 5th level martial artists? That's impressive for a rookie planet. Achieving this level of strength is quite formidable. Indeed, coupled with their technological means, they are very competitive. Watch plus V77777 comment 777 has been banned by the administrator. Now, on the other side, we have the participants from the ancient underworld star. The host introduced the ancient underworld star. The era they are in is quite ordinary, still in the tribal age, with no particularly advanced technology. However, their martial arts are quite advanced. As for their specific strength, I won't say much, let's leave some suspense for the audience. The barrage floated by. You, the host, really know how to tease people's appetite. Indeed, creating suspense for this is pointless. Not watching anymore, it's just two weaklings pecking at each other. And now this, I'm out, goodbye. The already sparse barrage dwindled even further. Regardless, the two competing sides didn't care, and they all entered the arena. The battlefield for both sides was vast, completely enough for the 200 of them to unleash their full power. Then, the place where they fought was a primitive jungle. The trees here were very lush, even somewhat obstructing the view. On the side of Exlon Star, the participants wore high-tech battle armor, carrying guns and cannons. These were all items that originally existed on the planet and could be brought to the competition. On the side of ancient underworld Star, everyone wore animal skins and had a gourd hanging from their waist, looking quite miserable. At this moment, the barrage couldn't help but react. My god, what a battle between future warriors and primitive people. I can't even imagine what kind of massacre this will be. So tragic, indeed so tragic, such a one-sided battle is rarely seen. The master of ancient underworld Star is really generous, sending out 100 people, won't they all be shot down? This time, the barrage increased again, as many people wanted to see this battle between future warriors and primitive people. On the battlefield, the natives of Exlon Star were discussing. The terrain is a primitive forest? The humidity here is quite high, some of our electromagnetic weapons might be affected. So annoying, I heard the other side is all primitive people, they must be like fish in water fighting in this kind of forest. Damn it, they have the advantage of terrain. It's normal. I heard that if the strength gap is too large, the terrain will favor the weaker side.
Our strength is too strong. It's normal for the other side to have a terrain advantage. Everyone calm down. Even if it's a primitive forest, it doesn't matter, we can just push through.
In a tall building of the Great Federation, Jochen was also paying attention to this battle.
It's really mass production. Jochen's mouth twitched wildly.
The last time he saw it, it was Beiju Tower
and Carrot, the two of them carrying gourds. This time, he saw that all 100 of them were carrying 5-element gourds,
including that 11-year-old brat, Broly. Even he had one.
Some of the barrage even think they look miserable wearing gourds. Jochen shook his head, powerless to complain.
That thing is a
taboo-level treasure.
You say they are miserable for carrying that? Ha, if they knew the truth. I don't know how many people would want to be miserable but wouldn't even qualify. Oh, the prophecy has started. Jochen looked at the prophecy in the live broadcast room. Prophecy, who will win? The left side is Exlon Star winning, the right side is Ancient Underworld Star winning.
This is a feature of the live broadcast room where the audience uses points to make predictions, choosing
either the left side to win or the right side to win. There is 1 minute for the prediction, and once the minute is up, the betting will close. It will only
be settled once the battle determines a winner.
1 point equals 1 cosmic coin.
The moment the prophecy started, countless people chose to support Exlon Star, and the
points directly crushed Ancient Underworld Star. On the Ancient Underworld Star side, basically no one thought they would win.
Thus, predicting Ancient Underworld Star to win, 1 point could earn 10,000 points, while predicting Exlon Star to win, 1 point could earn 0.0001 points.
As more and more people supported Exlon Star, this point multiplier became increasingly exaggerated.
Even in the end, predicting Ancient Underworld Star to win, if Ancient Underworld Star really won, 1 point could yield over 100,000 points. A few bullet comments floated by. Top-notch stinky water. You can only win 0.000001 points with 1 point.
What a joke. Indeed, is there anyone predicting that Ancient Underworld Star will win? If Ancient Underworld Star really wins, it would be a huge profit in points.
Don't treat people like fools. The ratio looks high, but the problem is, supporting Ancient Underworld Star is like throwing meat buns to dogs.
There's no return.
No matter how high the ratio, if you can't get it back, it's still fake. Jochen looked at these bullet comments and then glanced at the
point ratio.
Sigh, although things like cosmic coins are useless to me. Jochen is a martial emperor, and a very powerful one at that. The number one in the 9527
region. How could he be short on money?
However, he was still very willing to do something like this, or he could easily pick up hundreds of millions of points.
Going all in is a kind of wisdom. I'll go all in on Ancient Underworld Star winning. Ha, I really am full of wisdom.
The prediction limit is 1 million points, and Jochen directly invested all of it. Instantly, the point ratio changed from winning on Exlon Star, earning 0.000001 points per point, to earning 0.1
points per point. The bullet comments erupted. Wow, there's a sucker. Quick, brothers, go all in on Exlon Star. This is free points. Oh my gosh, earning 0.1 points per point. If I invest 10,000 points, I'll earn 1,000 points for free. Who said there are no free lunches? Isn't this it?
Charge, charge, charge. In an instant, as everyone invested points again, the ratio underwent a huge change. Soon, a minute passed and the betting was closed.
The final ratio was 1 to 100.
If Ancient Underworld Star wins, 1 point can earn 100 points.
If Exlon Star wins, you need 100 points to earn 1 point. Oh no, I lost.
The betting closed in a minute. I was still trading treasures for points and didn't get to exchange much before it closed.
Who isn't? What a pity, I only invested 3,000 points. Sigh, I really wanted to invest a bit more. It was free profit. Loss, 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 I didn't invest enough. Looking at the complaining bullet comments in the live stream, Jochen couldn't help but shake his head.
These comments still thought they were at a loss, not knowing the rail hunters were waiting
behind. So naive. Jochen took out a cup of wine and took a gentle sip. Let me give you a lesson. Haha. Calm, elegant.
As the betting closed, this battle officially began.
Karoti and the others entered the primitive forest, and through the perception of their aura, they instantly knew the opponent's location. The strongest is only a 6th level martial artist? That's too weak. Vegeta shook his head. It feels like just sending Broly alone could wipe them out.
Karoti deeply agreed. That kid Broly, although he doesn't train much, he already has the strength of a 6th level martial artist. Moreover, Lord Jang Fong has also said that this kid has a special bloodline and needs to fight more. Then, I have a suggestion, let Broly take on 100.
Vegeta had no problem with that. Alright, we won't intervene, let's watch Broly fight. Broly rubbed his fists. Sure, let me teach them a lesson by myself. I'm also very eager to fight.
In the tribe, everyone thought Broly was too small and no one wanted to fight him. This made him very frustrated.
Now it's good, he can finally take action. Come on, come on.
Broly shouted loudly and charged directly into the primitive jungle. And this scene, broadcasted in the live stream, showed an 11-year-old child, clenching his fists, then screeching as he rushed into the jungle.
Bullet comments, it's a bit funny, this kid is so cute. I want to raise such a lovely child too. Cute, ha, he, didn't you notice? His movement speed, this speed, must be at least that of a 4th-tier warrior. Right? It's really too fast. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I also noticed, how can his movement speed be so fast?
If a child is this strong, how powerful must
these adults be? Could it be that the warriors from ancient underworld star are all quite strong on average? Oh no. If they really are strong, then this is serious.
If the points ratio goes wrong for Aexlong Star, I don't know how many people will go bankrupt.
No way.
I barely scraped together enough points.
Some people have already started to tremble. That's wrong. Even if the people from ancient underworld star are strong, they are stronger than we think. But the natives of Aexlong Star have technological weapons. Remember, at the warrior level, many hot weapons can break defenses. With hot weapons involved, I don't know how ancient underworld star can win.
It's true, unless a warrior reaches the master level or above, most hot weapons can't completely defend against them.
In this
battle, Aexlong Star still has a high probability of winning.
Sigh, let's wait and see. I really have a bad feeling about this. Damn it, can we surrender and lose half? I can't afford to lose all these points. Laughing to death, how can someone be so panicked?
I just said one thing, I'm not panicking at all, I even
want to increase my stake.
Zhou Chen chuckled, indicating that he also wanted to increase his stake.
If it weren't for the 1,000,000-point cap, he would definitely
have increased his stake aggressively. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Broly sensed the opponent's aura and soon approached the natives of Aexlong Star.
That warrior with the long sword on his back is the strongest among all the auras.
Broly licked his lips.
Kill all the weaker warriors, and in the end, I want to face him one-on-one. In Aexlong Star's camp, several warriors were chatting and laughing. Do you think the people from ancient underworld star will suddenly ambush us? Haha, who knows? What are you afraid of? Our energy detectors are nearby. If they dare to come, they will definitely be detected. That's right, with energy detectors, they can't hide. This is the power of technology.
Those natives must not understand the power of technology.
Just as the words fell,
Broly, who was lurking nearby, fired several energy blasts, and the terrifying energy instantly killed several 4th-tier warriors.
Someone is attacking. How is that possible? The energy detector didn't detect any energy. Is the energy detector broken? Damn it! Quickly enter combat mode. Because the attack was too sudden, by the time
everyone was ready, Broly had already killed more than 10 warriors.
It's that little brat. Someone spotted Broly. Although they couldn't understand how such
a small guy had such means, with the battle imminent, they had no time to think further.
Fire!
With the order given, more than 10 warriors, armed with rifles,
opened fire on Broly.
But the result was that Broly didn't dodge at all, taking the bullets head-on and charging towards them.
Hot weapon attacks, ineffective. What kind of monster is this?
The warriors were dumbfounded.
These were super high explosive bullets specifically designed for warriors, yet they couldn't even deal with a child? What a joke. Is this guy even human? Could he be some kind of cyborg? The barrage of comments was also shocked. This is big. This is big. Ancient underworld star is going to win. Oh no, it's a huge upset. It's over, all over. Ancient underworld star sent just one child
and eliminated more than 10 warriors from Aexlong Star. The gap seems a bit obvious now.
Damn. My dad got drunk before and made a prophecy during the points prediction, but he got it wrong, predicting for the ancient underworld star. I thought my family was going bankrupt, but it turns out it was a reversal of fate? Awesome.
Nine Dust knew the strength of the ancient underworld star, so he predicted they would win. There were also some people who might have made a mistake or only looked at the ratio. They also predicted that the ancient underworld star would win. There weren't many of them, but they indeed earned plenty of points. Of course, there were still those who believed in miracles.
Don't worry. Believe in the Aexlong Star. They will definitely win. They must win. Come on, warriors of the Aexlong Star, defeat this evil little brat. Big brothers with guns.
On the battlefield, Broly stubbornly took the bullets and charged in front of this
group of warriors. You guys are hitting me, and it hurts a little. So, let me treat you properly. Bang!
A punch, one, a kick, another.
Although Broly was still
small and his body hadn't fully grown, he was incredibly agile, darting left and right like a flea, taking down most of the warriors from the Aexlong Star.
Enough!
At this moment, the strongest warrior of the Aexlong Star, a 6th-tier warrior with a long sword on his back, stepped forward.
Kid, are you done making a fuss?
After saying that, he directly slashed at Broly with his sword.
The strongest warrior is making a move. We are saved.
The other warriors breathed a sigh
of relief. This little demon is finished.
In the next moment, Broly exerted his strength, directly grabbing the 6th-tier warrior by the top of his head and
slamming him to the ground, creating a trench. After that, Broly casually tossed him aside and looked down at the other warriors. Does this battle still need to continue? Silence, deafening silence.
In the end, this battle concluded with a great victory for the ancient underworld star.
Countless people also took notice of this newly risen star. Who is the master of the ancient underworld star? This is too impressive. How did they cultivate this monster?
Indeed, the master of
the ancient underworld star has an incredible guiding talent.
I'm even more curious about the overall strength of the ancient underworld star. After all, in
this battle, only one child made a move. I'm a bit curious too.
At the same time, the name of Jang Fong,
the master of the ancient underworld star, began to spread continuously. The next battle will be the ranking battle. Beiju Tower glanced at the information sent by Nine Dust. After winning the novice battle, it was time to challenge for the rankings. In the 9527 area, hundreds of powerful stars were waiting for the ancient underworld star to challenge them. Nine Dust said
that tomorrow the third-ranked star has an opening and asked if we want to challenge.
Beiju Tower looked at Carrot. So, what do you think? Should we challenge? Carrot laughed heartily. Do you even need to ask me? Of course, we fight.
The corners of Beiju Tower's mouth lifted. Indeed, don't ask us if we want to fight.
If you ask, it means we definitely will.
For the third-ranked star, I hope they can let us take it a bit seriously.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Thus, Beiju Tower replied to Nine Dust's message, saying they would fight.
After receiving the message, Nine Dust also raised an eyebrow. Zhang Feng's subordinates
were indeed quite arrogant. After winning the first novice battle, they were ready to challenge the third-ranked star. This was a tough opponent.
But thinking
about how they each had a 5-element gourd, Nine Dust shrugged.
What tough opponent could be harder than Beiju Tower and the others? By the way, I also want to thank you all for letting me make a big profit.
Nine Dust sent a message to Beiju Tower and the others.
You won the first battle, and there are official rewards for you. Also, on a personal note, I want to give you some things. Don't rush back to the ancient underworld star. I'll come find you and take you around for some fun.
At the very least, change your clothes, swap the animal skins for battle gear. On this side of Jang Fong, he looked at the millions of fire cloud points in his hand, planning to exchange for a method to break through to Martial Saint and see what the situation was.
Anyway, it only costs
100 fire cloud points for an exchange, and with my million fire cloud points, I have enough to comprehend multiple times.
Jang Fong used his token to exchange for the refinement of Martial Saint's will.
Moments later, a few words appeared on the token. Please enter your coordinates, and shortly, a soldier will
find you to take you to refine the Martial Saint's will.
Jang Fong entered the coordinates, and before long, a soldier approached.
Hello, are you the one who exchanged for the refinement of Martial Saint's will? Jang Fong nodded. Yes, that's me. Here is my token. After confirming the information, the soldier cleared
his throat and said to Jang Fong, alright, before we proceed with the refinement of Martial Saint's will, there are a few important points to inform you. First, the method of quickly refining Martial Saint's will through the Fire Cloud army carries certain risks. In fact, in some places, the human race's official authorities prohibit the use of this method.
Jang Fong, so it's a forbidden technique? The soldier continued. It's not as exaggerated as a forbidden technique,
but it does mean that if you use this method, you only have 3 chances to break through to Martial Saint. The soldier said, if you use this method, you will only have 3 chances to break through to Martial Saint. If after 3 attempts you still cannot reach the Martial Saint realm, you will never be able to break through to Martial Saint for the rest of your life. With normal cultivation methods, you can attempt to break through to Martial Saint multiple times, and
even if you fail, it's not a big deal.
This is also why the official authorities prohibit this breakthrough method. Having only 3 chances is too difficult. Jang Fong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was something serious, but it turned out to be just 3 chances to break through. A small matter, after all.
This is a shortcut. Wanting to quickly break through to Martial Saint, a little risk is normal.
The soldier continued, in addition to the 3 chances to break
through, there are also some minor things you need to pay attention to.
For example, before attempting to break through, try to maintain a balanced mindset. Then, please keep the process of breaking through as confidential as possible. Do not publicize it, as the Great Federation has issued orders prohibiting the spread
of this cultivation method.
Of course, if you cultivate on your own, the authorities won't interfere.
And blah blah blah, the soldier went on to mention
many precautions, but they were indeed minor matters, nothing significant.
Jang Fong nodded. Alright, I understand. Take me to try refining the Martial Saints will.
I am willing to bear the risk of 3 chances to break through. Seeing Jang Fong so decisive, the soldier also nodded. Okay, I will take you there right
away.
Thus, the 2 of them moved together towards a corner of the military camp. Meanwhile, General Loren sent a message to General Barton. Tell those 2 not to go into seclusion anymore. Come out, something big has happened.
Barton was puzzled. What's going on? Is there something big that you can't handle alone? We need all 3 of us to act together? I'm still in seclusion cultivating.
Loren, Zhang Feng's talent far exceeds our imagination. It's hard to explain in a
short time.
Hurry and let them end their seclusion.
Quickly. Barton was somewhat speechless. Forcefully terminating their seclusion?
Is Zhang Feng's matter really
That important? Loren, definitely, hurry up and call them out. Barton was curious, what could be so important that all the generals needed to come out? Is it really that significant? Forget it, let's call them out first. So, Barton called out the other two generals. They were Dennis and Tyler, both generals. Loren, what's going on? We are in a critical moment of cultivation. We might be able to break through to Martial Emperor. How can you disturb our cultivation? Loren said bluntly, come on, at our current level, if we talk about breaking through, it could happen tomorrow. If we say we won't break through, we might never be able to. What we need is not seclusion, but that flash of inspiration. You can't just rely on seclusion, you'll never break through to Martial Emperor in your lifetime. You might as well learn from me and enjoy life. The other three generals felt helpless. Although Loren was right, if you don't cultivate and just enjoy life every day, isn't that even harder to break through? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with her. Loren, what is it? Hurry up and tell us. So, Loren recounted everything about Jang Fong, the 19-year-old martial master, the precious time ability, defeating the martial saint. She covered it all. After hearing the story, the other three martial saints fell silent. After a while, it was General Taylor who sent a message. Are you trying to make fun of us? Are you joking? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that a martial master defeated a martial saint was something they couldn't believe. Loren replied, hee, if you don't believe it, just come out and see Jang Fong for yourselves. Then you'll know everything. The three generals messaged back together, alright, just wait, we're heading out to meet Jang Fong. If he really is as abnormal as you say, he will be the future leader of our Fire Cloud army. No, we should say he is already capable of being the leader. On Jiang Feng's side, he entered a closed room where a huge machine was set up. The machine was complex and had a seat clearly designed for someone to sit in. This is the machine for condensing the will of the martial saint, a soldier introduced to Jang Fong. This machine can create various extreme sensations, such as hunger, pain, and so on. Once you sit inside, you will experience these feelings. Then, it's about using your will to withstand them. Yes, through this method, you can train your will and continuously strengthen it. Ultimately, it may allow you to achieve the transformation into a saint and directly break through to martial saint. At the same time, because the emotions provided by the machine are too extreme, it can easily leave a huge psychological shadow on the martial artist. After 3 attempts, if the martial artist cannot break through to martial saint, they may never reach that level due to psychological issues. This is the so-called forbidden method of breakthrough, the extreme condensation method. Jang Fong sat directly in the machine and said to the soldier, let's go, start it right away. The soldier was a bit surprised. You're not going to prepare a bit more? Just start? Really, those emotions are very extreme. Don't forget the precautions I mentioned before, you need to stay calm. Jang Fong smiled, I'm calm right now, let's begin. The soldier scratched his head, alright then, let's start. The whole process will last a day, so try to hold on. After saying that, he helped Jang Fong start the machine. In an instant, Jang Fong experienced an extreme sense of hunger, the likes of which he had never felt in his life. It was as if he had returned to his childhood when he went hungry every day and scavenged on the streets. No, it was even worse than that time. Calm down, I need to stay calm. Jiang Fong took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. I'm already a martial master, even if I don't eat, I can survive. This is all an illusion, the so-called hunger is just an illusion. I must endure. I can't hold on anymore. Jang Fong felt a bit dizzy. The extreme hunger made him feel like he could eat himself. It was that exaggerated. He wanted to stretch out his arm and take a bite out of his own hand. Willpower, will. Jang Fong gritted his teeth, trying to devour his hunger, while his absolutely calm will was constantly battling against it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and Jang Fong began to feel dizzy and disoriented, as if he were starving, losing even the ability to think. It's all fake, all fake. Jang Fong closed his eyes, feeling extremely weak, unable even to speak. But at this moment, he had only one thought. It's all fake. Hold on, I can do it. Willpower, willpower. The soldier beside him had been watching. Jang Fong isn't shouting or screaming. His willpower is so strong. Generally speaking, martial artists would break down and cry out when they couldn't bear it anymore. But Jang Fong remained quiet. Such endurance, this willpower is extraordinary. The soldier looked at the monitor in front of him. This monitor was connected to a machine, recording Jiang Feng's various physical conditions. If anything unexpected happened, he would immediately stop the machine. So far, everything is within Jiang Feng's tolerance. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time continued to pass, and Jiang Fong was still enduring with sheer willpower. At this moment, Jiang Fong had only one thought: this training method is indeed torturous. No wonder the human race's officials do not allow this method of training to spread, and even in some places, it is outright banned. Is this really training? This is simply torture. Even the most difficult childhood of his life was 100,000 times better than this. After this, I don't even want to try it a second time. I've already developed a psychological shadow. Jiang Fong thought. silently. No wonder it can only be used 3 times at most. It's truly absurd. Previously, Jang Fong had also wondered how those who reached the martial sovereign realm could be so mentally resilient. How could they not withstand even 3 attempts? Now, he understood. It was indeed hard to endure. In the path of cultivation, if you want to take shortcuts, you must pay the price. Ha! Jang Fong let out a long breath, trying to enter a state of complete relaxation. At least in this way, I can feel a little better. The soldier was still observing Jiang Feng's mental state when suddenly, a voice rang out. Jang Fong, is he attempting to condense the will of the martial saint? The soldier was startled, thinking, who is this? Suddenly appearing beside someone, trying to scare them to death? Turning around, he saw the 4 great generals led by Loren. Soldier? Hallucination? The soldier was a bit dazed. What day is it today? The 4 great generals appeared together? Yes, Jang Fong is trying to condense the will of the martial saint. Although the soldier was puzzled, he still answered honestly. He has been condensing for over half an hour. His will is very strong. I've seen many martial artists condensing their will, and his willpower is probably among the top 5. Loren was secretly astonished. Even his willpower is this strong? It should be noted that willpower relies almost entirely on oneself, with no external force to depend on. For example, in terms of cultivation, if a martial artist wants to improve their cultivation, others can provide spirit stones, and the martial artist just needs to absorb them. But if a martial artist wants to enhance their will, even with this willpower training machine, many who have weak willpower are too afraid to try again after just 1 attempt. They are terrified. Those with weak willpower will always remain weak, and even with a machine for training, they won't dare to use it. Those with strong willpower will always be strong. This willpower cannot be enhanced through external forces. It seems he really has talent. Taylor also observed Jang Fong. His physical strength is very strong. I can vaguely sense it. And this powerful willpower speaks for itself. This person achieving the martial saint rank is a foregone conclusion. Becoming a martial emperor, I estimate, won't be difficult either. Dennis nodded. It seems Loren didn't deceive us. This person is almost perfect. If he were to become the commander, the Fire Cloud army would definitely achieve new glory. No, he still has shortcomings, Barton said with a serious expression. He is too young, too weak right now. By the time we train him up, it might take 100 years. And I can hardly wait. I want to return to the battlefield of the myriad races so badly. I want it so much. The other 3 generals looked at Barton with the eyes of an idiot. Shut your filthy mouth. With such a genius right in front of you, you're still being picky. You really can't expect anything good from a dog's mouth. Barton. Damn it. Now there are 2 very important things. Taylor looked at Loren. Jiang Feng's experience dealing with the myriad races, and how he handles team battles. If he can do both perfectly, then when he becomes a martial saint, he will be the 5th general. The Fire Cloud army can also be entrusted to him. Loren thought for a moment and said, as for experience dealing with the myriad races, that's simple. Jang Fong has joined the 6th squad. He can fight alongside them and gain experience in that regard. As for team battles, it should be evident when he fights with the 6th squad. These are all minor matters. At this moment, the soldier shivered beside them. What had he just heard? Jang Fong, who was currently sitting on the machine, was actually the future 5th general? Damn, they needed to build a good relationship in advance. General Dennis spoke up at this time. Don't forget one more thing, we need to confirm Jiang Feng's strength. General Loren has said that Jiang Feng's hard power has reached the martial saint level. Jiang Feng's physical body is indeed very strong, but that level of strength is still not enough for him to defeat a martial saint. Whether Jang Fong can actually win against a martial saint remains a mystery. Oh, General Loren, we're not doubting you, but seeing is believing. Loren chuckled. It doesn't matter, this is actually a minor issue. When Jang Fong joins the 6th squad, he will definitely go out to fight. At that time, you can watch the battle recordings, and you'll naturally know Jiang Feng's strength. How about it? Any questions? The 3 generals shook their heads. No problem then, we'll step back and observe Jang Fong, and based on his training methods, prepare various training resources to provide for him. By the way, I see his physical body is so strong. Has he practiced the 8-9 profound art? If so, we need to prepare the materials. Although the materials for the 8-9 profound art are precious, if we pool our resources together, we should be able to gather enough for him to reach the 5th transformation. Loren waved his hand. Alright, let's do it this way. You 3 go down and gather materials for Jang Fong. When he wakes up, I'll ask him if he has practiced the 8-9 profound art. The other 3 generals replied, understood. Thus, the 3 generals left the room, leaving only Loren and the soldier inside. The soldier sighed inwardly. What kind of treatment is this? What the hell kind of treatment is this? The 4 great generals of the Fire Cloud army are fully preparing resources for Jiang Feng's training. They've practically paved the way for him. Damn, even a pig could take off with this kind of treatment, right? If I had such treatment, I could also become a martial saint. The soldier shouted in his heart. However, the soldier also understood very well that the generals were cultivating Jang Fong solely because he could become an emperor of war. If these resources were given to him, he would only become a martial saint. The gap was still very obvious. Jang Fong had no idea what was happening outside. He was still enduring this hunger that penetrated his soul. Suddenly, Jang Fong felt a loosening in his body and the feeling of hunger disappeared. What's going on? Has my willpower already been trained? I can't even feel hunger just relying on my will? In the next moment, Jang Fong suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Sleepy. It was the feeling of lying on the bed for the first time after staying up for 3 days. If he relaxed even a little, he would fall asleep immediately. Just a quick nap, just a quick nap, just a little nap, and I won't be sleepy anymore. Jang Fong was almost asleep, but in the next moment he forced himself to hold on with sheer willpower. I can't sleep, I'm training my will. If I fall asleep, there will be no training effect. Jang Fong gritted his teeth. This machine was truly insidious, suddenly shifting from extreme hunger to overwhelming drowsiness. What the hell? Are you trying to launch a surprise attack? Sleepy. Because he was especially tired, Jang Fong felt his head had turned into a lump of mush, his eyelids heavy, longing to close his eyes and enjoy a good sleep. Willpower. Jang Fong continued to persevere. Soon, 30 minutes passed, and surrounded by drowsiness, Jang Fong suddenly felt a change. In addition to the drowsiness, that familiar feeling of hunger surged back. Jang Fong, a double attack? At that moment, Jang Fong felt his spirit was about to collapse. It was too hard to bear, both sleepy and hungry. Willpower. Jang Fong remained silent, just insisting on. Time continued to pass, and besides hunger and drowsiness, there were also sensations of pain and cold. Various extreme feelings all rushed towards Jang Fong. This bone-chilling cold. Jang Feng's mindset had gradually stabilized. Since I started practicing martial arts, I haven't felt this way again. This feeling seems to freeze the soul. This cold sensation was indeed terrifying. But at this moment, Jang Fong was enduring multiple extreme sensations and he had gradually gotten used to it. I'm starting to doubt whether these things can really train my will. Will I end up numb in the end? Jang Fong thought to himself. But no matter what, my mindset is indeed unprecedentedly calm, just like the stream on Baozi Mountain, so tranquil. I can feel it. Suddenly, a silvery light flashed in Jang Feng's eyes. Time continued to pass. Soon, a day had gone by, the machine's effects completely faded, and Jang Fong stepped down from it. Jang Fong straightened up, everything around him felt somewhat unreal. Right now, I just feel completely relaxed, my will. Jang Fong clenched his fist. This thing called willpower was elusive, and he wasn't sure if he could break through to Martial Saint. When I have time, I want to try and see if I can break through to Martial Saint. Jang Fong withdrew his thoughts and looked around, discovering that besides the soldiers, Loren was also there. Jang Fong was a bit surprised. This was the second time, right? Since entering the military camp, it was the second time he encountered General Loren. Wasn't it said that the generals of the Fire Cloud Army rarely showed themselves? Could the rumors be wrong? Or did this general of the Fire Cloud Army have a special interest in him? General Loren chuckled and said to Jang Fong, "Have you been practicing the 8-9 profound art?" Jang Fong nodded nonchalantly, yes. Loren's mind stirred. Indeed, Jang Fong had practiced the 8-9 profound art. He must need a lot of resources. After thinking for a moment, Loren said, "Our Fire Cloud Army places great importance on cultivating talents. Your 8-9 profound art can be considered a special talent. If you need it, you can exchange for materials of the 8-9 profound art through Fire Cloud points. To earn more Fire Cloud points, you can take on more tasks and slay some foreign races for the Fire Cloud Army." Loren wanted to observe Jang Fong a bit more, so she didn't plan to reveal everything directly. Only after confirming that Jang Fong was completely fine would she lay everything out and offer various training resources for free. Mentioning the 8-9 profound art now was also to showcase the strength of the Fire Cloud Army to Jang Fong. It would make it easier when revealing everything later. "Look, our Fire Cloud Army is so powerful, if you join us, you can get everything." "Oh, I can exchange for materials of the 8-9 profound art?" Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. Previously, he had only thought about how to break through to the Martial Saint level, completely forgetting about the matter of the 8-9 profound art. In that case, the Fire Cloud Army's assistance to him was indeed greater. Before, I was thinking that after breaking through to the Martial Saint realm, I would leave the Fire Cloud Army directly. Now, I need to change my plan. I won't leave for the time being. I'll wait until I gather the resources for the 8-9 profound art before considering leaving. Moreover, I used to think that 1,000,000 Fire Cloud points was a lot and didn't know where to spend it. Now, it's good, I have a place to spend it. Jang Fong was very clear that this 1,000,000 Fire Cloud points would probably not even be enough to buy 1/10 of the materials for the second transformation of the 8-9 profound art. After all, each transformation of the 8-9 profound art requires a massive amount of resources.
A typical martial saint, even if they emptied their entire fortune, could only cultivate to the third transformation.
It seems I
need to kill more of the alien races, Jang Fong thought. If I can slay all the alien races on this planet, I should be able to earn quite a few fire cloud points.
Right?
Let's do it. I'll go out later and slay all the alien races here.
With Zhang Feng's current strength, he could completely accomplish this.
All right. General Loren smiled as he looked at Jang Fong.
Train well and kill more alien races.
I'm leaving, looking forward to our next meeting.
After saying that,
General Loren turned and left, unaware of what would happen next.
The opponents cultivated by the four great generals could very well be completely annihilated.
At the same time, the soldier responsible for refining the wool machine looked at Jang Fong with a somewhat flattering expression. Lord Jang Fong, do you still
want to continue refining your will?
Let me give you a warm reminder. Generally speaking, the wool refining machine can only be used once, and you can't use
it a second time within a week. Otherwise, it can easily leave psychological shadows. You also know that using this machine makes every aspect of your body feel very uncomfortable. Zhang Fong, what did he do to make this soldier so flattering? Wasn't everything normal before?
Jang Fong had no idea that the soldier, having listened to the conversation of the several generals, had already regarded Jang Fong as the fifth general.
He didn't dare to show any offense. Jang Fong couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it. I won't use the machine for now. I need to go back and cultivate properly. Then I'll kill a few alien races to earn some fire cloud points.
The soldier's mouth twitched slightly.
Are you really going to kill alien races? Do you still need to earn fire cloud points? Just focus on cultivating here, and once you break through to Martial Saint, won't you have all kinds of resources?
Sigh. I really want to tell you the truth. You are a prodigy that all four generals have high hopes for. Forget it, I still can't speak recklessly to avoid displeasing the four generals. Take care. You're welcome to come back and play next time. The soldier could only bow and bid farewell to Jang Fong. After saying goodbye to the soldier, Jang Fong headed towards the lounge of Team 6. Meanwhile, in the 9527 area, at the United Federation, the second battle of Ancient Underworld Star had also begun. This time, the opponent of Ancient Underworld Star was the third-ranked planet, Eugene Star. It was still the familiar live broadcast, still the familiar prophecy, still a one-sided ratio. That's right, this time the ratio was still one-sided. Everyone supported Eugene Star. Indeed, Ancient Underworld Star had shown super strong dominance in the last battle. But what kind of strength does Eugene Star have? An average strength at the Martial King level, ranked third in the region with over 100 million planets in the 9527 area, yet it can rank third. What kind of strength is that? Ancient Underworld Star, a newly emerged planet, has only been cultivating for a year. How could it possibly challenge Eugene Star? What a joke! Even if Ancient Underworld Star was filled with heaven-defying geniuses, after a year of cultivation, they could at most reach the Martial Master realm, right? How could they possibly surpass the average strength of the Martial King realm, Eugene Star? The comments in the livestream kept rolling in. Ancient Underworld Star is not bad, the future is promising, but they chose the wrong opponent. They are too arrogant. They just won their first match against a rookie and dare to challenge the third-ranked Eugene Star. Damn, if they win again, won't they challenge the first place? That's too crazy. Indeed, Ancient Underworld Star needs to settle down a bit. Don't be too impatient. I really think their future is promising. Compared to the various analyses in the comments, Jiuchen didn't care much. All in. All in. Give me all in. Everything all in. All in is a kind of wisdom. Jiuchen remained silent, just going all in. Brothers, we can earn points again, haha. On the battlefield. This time it was a doomsday-style wasteland town with various collapsed skyscrapers. On Eugene Star's side, everyone was dressed in black high-tech battlesuits, each carrying a full set of weapons. As for Ancient Underworld Star, they wore combat suits which Jiuchen had specifically bought before, one for each person, replacing their animal skins. Then, each person had a gourd at their waist, looking quite ordinary. With a shout to start the battle, and a loud roar from Beiju Tower, everyone scattered and charged out. It looked very chaotic, unlike Eugene Star, where everyone stood together in a neat formation, clearly very organized. Comments in the live stream floated by. The gap is indeed large. It's tough for Ancient Underworld Star. I really can't think of how they can win. Karoti was the first to rush into Eugene Star's formation, facing a group of Martial King's attacks, and he was a bit flustered. Until Karoti transformed into his red-haired form. The audience was puzzled. The previously flustered Karoti, after turning red-haired, charged through like a hot knife through butter, taking down everyone. The battle was clean and swift. Eugene Star had no chance to fight back, taken down by Karoti alone. It was similar to the previous battle against Exlon Star, except this time, the one who took them down was Broly. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Is this reasonable? Clearly, just a moment ago, he was falling below, and the next second, he shouted, transformed into red hair, and won? Ha! What the hell? Watching this live stream were also several elders from the Chen family. No wonder Jochin said before that if you encounter someone who can turn red-haired, just kneel. This is too fierce, sweeping through a group
of martial kings?
As for Jochin, he was happily throwing punches.
All in, all in. Oh yeah. If defeating Exlon Star brought some fame to Ancient Underworld
Star, then defeating the third-ranked Eugene Star would make the name of Ancient Underworld Star resound throughout the 9,527 region. You must know, even the
first-ranked planet couldn't crush Eugene Star. In other words, Ancient Underworld Star is now the number 1 in the 9,527 region. They could fully represent the 9527 region to participate in the Great Mo Mansion's planetary competition. Next, we might be heading to the Great Mo Mansion for the planetary competition. Beiju Tower clenched his fists. We must secure first place in the Great Mo Mansion. Give Lord Jang Fong a surprise. In the 9534 region, on
Fire Cloud Star, Jang Fong arrived at the 6th Team's Lounge. This lounge had a hall and 11 rooms, 10 for team members and 1 for the team leader. At this moment, in the hall, there were 9 martial artists, all team members, along with 1 team leader, the Scarlet Martial Saint.
Welcome, welcome, you're the newcomer, right?
The Scarlet Martial Saint expressed his welcome as soon as he saw Jang Fong. Our previous teammate sacrificed during a confrontation, and now that you're here, it just fills the vacancy perfectly. Other team members also smiled and expressed goodwill.
Hello. Jang Fong greeted everyone and then asked, which is my room? I want to go in and rest for a while.
The Crimson Martial Saint said, it's room 6.
Jang Fong nodded and entered room 6. The room was
quite ordinary, just like a hotel room on Blue Star, with a bed and some tables and chairs. Here, try this first.
Jang Fong stood in the center of the room and took a deep breath. A calm state of mind.
Buzz. Suddenly, a silvery light appeared around Jang Fong, and his hair began to float as if blown by the wind.
I can't hold on any longer. This seems to be my limit.
Jang Fong dispelled the silvery light beside him. What he had just used was the free and unfettered ultimate skill. To be precise, it should be the initial stage of the free and unfettered ultimate insight. During the mental training, his state of mind became increasingly calm, and after reaching an extreme calmness, he gained some insights into the free and unfettered ultimate skill. Thus, he tried it out, but unfortunately,
he was still just a beginner, far from achieving true perfection in the free and unfettered ultimate skill.
No worries, with more practice in the future, I might
succeed.
Jang Fong set aside the free and unfettered ultimate skill and began to focus on refining his will to break through to the Martial Saint level.
Let's see how far I am from breaking through to Martial Saint.
Jang Fong closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense his will.
After a while, Jang Fong opened his eyes.
He was still a bit short, but not by much. He could feel that his will was possibly just one step away from becoming a saint.
Next time, when I use that will refining machine again,
I will definitely break through to the Martial Saint realm. He could only use it once a week, which meant that in 7 days, Jang
Fong would surely become a Martial Saint. Great, in the remaining days, I'll go earn some Fire Cloud points.
I'll gather some Fire Cloud points and also practice
my 8-9 mystical skill.
In this way, this journey of mine will be quite fruitful. With that thought, Jang Fong walked out of his room. At this moment, the Crimson Martial Saint was still chatting with everyone, planning how to fight, how to deal with the alien races, and how to earn Fire Cloud points.
The Crimson Martial Saint looked at Jang Fong. Why are you out? Have you rested enough?
Jang Fong smiled. Yeah, I plan to go fight in the alien area.
Do you want to come along?
Since they were on the same team, Jang Fong politely extended the invitation. The Crimson Martial Saint laughed heartily. We won't be going for now, as we just fought with the aliens before. I have a manual of all races here, which records information about various races.
You can check it out. Be careful when going out alone.
After saying that, he tossed a small booklet to Jang Fong, which contained records of the characteristics of various races.
Thank you. Jang Fong took the manual.
He wasn't very familiar with the various tactics of the alien races, so this manual would indeed be very helpful to him. Moreover, besides breaking through to the Martial Saint level, one of Jiang Feng's original goals in joining the Fire Cloud army was to spar with these alien races.
I want to see what unique traits these alien Martial Saints have. Jang Fong prepared his things and walked out of the barracks alone, heading towards the area where the alien races were located.
At the same time, General Loren also received news that Jang Fong had gone to challenge the aliens alone.
Isn't that a bit reckless? Loren looked worried.
I know Jang Fong is strong and can rival a Martial Saint, but going to battle with the aliens alone, without his teammates, is too dangerous. You have to understand, there are quite a few Martial Saints on the alien side as well. If they team up, how will Jang Fong cope? Jang Fong still hasn't realized that battles of this scale must rely on teamwork. But it doesn't matter, the small flaw can be corrected later. It won't have a significant impact.
I quietly followed behind. If danger arises, I can ensure his safety.
Loren flew out of the military camp, hiding in the air to make sure Jang Fong wouldn't
notice him.
As Jang Fong headed towards the battlefield of the alien races, he felt a bit puzzled about what General Loren was doing. Was
She flying in the air, observing him? Did she really have her eyes on his talent, wanting to recruit him into the upper echelons of the Fire Cloud army? Forget it, it doesn't matter.
Jang Fong continued on his way while flipping through the manual, trying to memorize all the information about the alien races. These myriad races are all painstakingly cultivated by the Fire Cloud army, specifically for soldiers to practice against. They try to simulate the brutality of the battlefield among the myriad races.
On Fire Cloud Star, the strongest alien is a 9th-tier martial saint known as the Nine-Headed Bug. As long as you slay one
of its heads and bring it back to the military camp, you can earn over 100 million Fire Cloud points. The fastest way to get rich is to challenge the Nine-Headed Bug. The manual also records that when encountering an alien martial saint, it's best not to kill them, just defeat them. After all, they are sparring martial saints painstakingly trained by the Fire Cloud army. If they all get killed, the Fire Cloud army will be quite troubled. However, the alien martial venerables can be killed at will. Understood, as long as I can earn Fire Cloud points, I won't kill if I don't have to. The manual recorded that after defeating an alien martial saint and obtaining a token, it would count as a kill, and bringing it back to the military camp would also allow for the exchange of Fire Cloud points. Putting away the manual, Jang Fong accelerated, getting closer to the area where the alien races were located. Soon, Jang Fong arrived at the boundary line between the human race and the myriad races, a river. On the other side of the river was the territory of the myriad races. Let's go take a look. Jang Fong flashed and arrived at the opposite bank of the river. He then ventured deeper but encountered not a single alien. Where are the alien territories? Why isn't there a single alien? Suddenly, Jang Fong paused as he noticed his shadow moving. Is this the Shadow Clan? The Shadow Clan lives in the world of shadows and is extremely skilled in assassination. Wherever there is a shadow, they exist. They have also caused a lot of trouble for the human race on the battlefield of the myriad races. In the next moment, Zhang Feng's shadow wielded a black long sword, swiftly stabbing towards him. Although I read about the Shadow Clan in the manual, experiencing it firsthand is still quite astonishing, Zhang Fong remarked. Watching his own shadow attempt to assassinate him felt truly peculiar. Bang! The shadow's longsword struck Zhang Fong, and in an instant, the sword shattered. It couldn't break through his defenses. The shadow paused, seemingly shocked. Why? Was Zhang Feng's physical body so strong? In the next moment, Zhang Fong threw a punch, directly shattering the shadow into pieces. The various techniques of the myriad races are indeed interesting. Zhang Fong accelerated and continued to delve deeper into the alien territory. Let me see the techniques of other races. In the air, Loren secretly gritted her teeth. Zhang Feng's physical prowess was truly terrifying. A full-force strike from a martial venerable of the Shadow Clan couldn't even break through his defenses. What a kid! When I was a martial venerable, I wasn't as carefree as he is. As Zhang Fong continued to venture deeper, he encountered various strange races, such as a race that could control dreams. They tried to lure Zhang Fong into sleep, but it was ineffective and was shattered by Zhang Feng's punch. There was also a race that attacked Zhang Fong with sound, but Zhang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan and sent them all flying with a single shout. Then there was the Illusion Clan, which could transform into the person one most desired to see deep within their heart, completely mimicking their personality. At that moment, as Zhang Fong walked along the road, suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. I am the Dragon God Salama, who has saved the humans of Tian. Tian, you are quite impressive. I can bestow upon you the power of the Dragon God, allowing you to transform into the Dragon God form. It really can't be more real. Even the aura surrounding him is filled with oppressive force. Zhang Fong can feel it. He might not be able to defeat this Dragon God Salama. But Zhang Fong is very clear that all of this is fake, and this terrifying sense of oppression is also fake. Because the system panel shows that the opponent is a martial sovereign of the Phantom Clan. Even the Phantom Clan knows that the person I most want to see is Salama. Zhang Fong raised his hand and fired a ki blast, obliterating the opponent. No one would think that the person I most want to see is Zhang Yundi, right? No way? Zhang Fong continued forward. After all, to see Zhang Yundi, he could just teleport there in an instant. But Salama, that's someone he truly cannot meet, no matter how much he wants to. The few races I've encountered so far have really strange methods. Although they are of no use to me, one can imagine on the battlefield of the myriad races they will undoubtedly cause all sorts of trouble for ordinary humans. As Zhang Fong continued walking, suddenly, he stepped into a certain area, his body lightened, and he flew directly into the air. Gravity? Why has the gravity in this area disappeared? Zhang Fong was startled at first, then immediately thought of the records in the booklet. Special Rule Zone. In the universe, there are places where the rules are different. For example, the normal rule is that there is gravity, but these areas have no gravity. There aren't too many special rule zones, but there are about 5 or 6 in each cosmic domain. The Demon Clan occupies the southern cosmic domain, and within this domain there are also 4 or 5 special rule zones. At the same time, special demon races live in these special rule zones. They are very
adapted to the rules here, and humans would be at a disadvantage when fighting them. Among them, the most famous special rule zone on the myriad races side is the one where all cultivation and divine abilities become ineffective. In there, strength is entirely based on physical prowess. To cope with this special rule zone, humans created special talents, the martial warriors. In short, the battles between humans and myriad races are extremely complex. Besides competing in cultivation, they also have to compete in various other aspects. Special rule zone. Jang Fong floated in the air, trying hard to adapt to the rules here. Generally speaking, special rule zones are inhabited by special alien races. They adapt to the rules here from a young age. These rules are special rules for us, but for them, they are normal rules. In battle here, they hold absolute geographical advantage. Flying techniques are useless too. In this rule zone, no creature can fly. I need to stabilize myself quickly. While Jang Fong was still trying to stabilize his form, several peculiar creatures with sharp claws and teeth flew in from a distance. They were all over 2 meters tall, with elongated bodies, especially their fingers, which were long and thin, comparable to a human forearm. This is the Moon Clan. Jang Fong remembered it being mentioned in the booklet. These few are all martial sovereigns of the Moon Clan. Thankfully, they are not martial saints. If a martial saint of the Moon Clan were to come here and fight in this unsuitable environment, Jang Fong could also be at a disadvantage. The booklet also mentioned that in such places, energy blasts would go out of control. Jang Fong decided to give it a try. He raised his hand and released an energy blast at a Moon Clan member that had charged in. After the energy blast was released, it instantly lost gravity and shot straight up into the sky. Sure enough, I can't even aim properly. However, if I can adapt to the environment here, I can control this energy blast too. While Jang Fong was still adapting, several martial sovereign level Moon Clan members had already arrived not far from him. It's a human. How dare this presumptuous human intrude into our domain? Is this the nth one? Who cares what number it is? Kill. The few Moon Clan members attacked together, extending their arms from a distance to strike at Jang Fong. In an instant, boom! A nameless, powerful pressure surged towards Jang Fong. If it weren't for Jang Feng's exceptionally strong physique, this blow could have crushed his internal organs. What a peculiar method of attack. Jang Fong closed his eyes to sense it. It's about time. I've almost adapted to the rules here. In the next moment, Jang Fong suddenly raised his hand and released an energy ball again. This time, the energy ball didn't fly into the air but quickly and accurately hit a member of the Moon Clan. The impact caused the opponent to stagger. Impossible. The Moon Clan martial artist was utterly shocked. Generally, when humans entered their territory, they needed to adapt for over 10 minutes before they could fight back. But how could this guy adapt completely in just a few seconds? Is the speed of adaptation really that fast? The rules in your territory were indeed quite uncomfortable at first. Jang Fong teleported behind a member of the Moon Clan. But sorry, I've experienced feelings far worse than this. In other words, I can adjust quickly. Whoosh! With a swift chop, Jang Fong killed the Moon Clan martial artist in an instant. What? A one-hit kill? The Moon Clan martial artists were alarmed and began to retreat. This is bad. He might be a human martial saint. We need to retreat. Run. Call for our martial saint to deal with him. This guy is too dangerous. In an instant, the group of Moon Clan martial artists vanished without a trace. Their speed of escape was nothing short of astonishing. So fast, Jang Fong marveled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Even with his teleportation, he couldn't catch up. Forget it. If they want to run, let them. After all, they are just a few martial artists. Killing them wouldn't yield many fire cloud points. Jang Fong continued forward, encountering no more Moon Clan creatures along the way. Thus, he left the area with special rules. Did I just walk out? Jang Fong turned his head, pondering as he looked back at the area with special rules. Weren't they shouting about finding a martial saint when they fled? How come I walked out and the Moon Clan martial saint still hasn't made a move? Could it be that the Moon Clan martial saint is cowardly? Zhang Feng's guess was correct. Upon hearing the reports from the Moon Clan martial artists about encountering a powerful being that could kill martial artists in an instant, suspected to be a human martial saint, the Moon Clan's martial saint decisively decided not to provoke the human martial saint. Why would I provoke a human martial saint? The Moon Clan martial saint lay back leisurely. This is human territory. If I fight with the human martial saint, not only would there be no benefit, but if I were to injure him, I'd have to face the 4 great generals. If I don't fight back and just take hits, that would hurt a lot. So, I'll just lay low and not provoke him. That's it. Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Jang Fong looked at the Moon Clan martial saint with displeasure. So, you're just going to lie here? The Moon Clan martial saint? Who's responding? He sat up, squinting at Jang Fong. A human? Is this the human martial saint my subordinates reported earlier? When did he appear beside me? Ah, you really disappoint me. Jang Fong rolled up his sleeves. Come on, let's have a fight. Stop being lazy. He stepped out of the area with special rules, and seeing that the Moon Clan martial saint hadn't made a move, he turned back and found the Martial Saint's hiding place. Moon Clan Martial Saint. Why would I want to fight you?
The Moon Clan Martial Saint took out a stone. This is my token, holding. It is enough to prove you defeated me, and you can exchange it for fire cloud points.
Take it and leave me alone to rest.
With that, the Moon Clan Martial Saint
tossed the stone to Jang Fong and lay back down. Jang Fong,
get your lazy self up. Jang Fong rushed in front of the Moon Clan Martial Saint and grabbed him with one hand. I want to fight you more than I want fire cloud points.
Let's see who's faster. This sentence is sincere. In this place of special rules, battling a Martial Saint level powerhouse is a rare combat experience for Jang Fong. His Scion blood is boiling. He will thoroughly enjoy this fight. Moon Clan Martial Saint, are you out of your mind? I've already given you the token, and you still want to fight? Do you understand the rules? I give you the token, and you leave. Damn it, did a donkey kick your brain? Get lost, get lost.
The Moon Clan Martial Saint waved his hand impatiently.
Boom! In an instant, a powerful
energy erupted, sending Jang Fong flying.
Moon Clan Martial Saint? I didn't even use much strength. Isn't he a Martial Saint? Why does he feel as weak as a Martial Master? Alright.
Jang Fong stood up from a distance.
You hit me first, or was it a heavy blow? Now you have nothing to say, right? This is a reasonable counterattack. Moon Clan Martial Saint. Isn't this just a scam? Trying to extort me, huh? You're spouting nonsense. The Moon Clan Martial Saint was quite angry.
I didn't use much strength. How could a dignified martial saint not withstand my casual strike? Jang Fong chuckled. Sorry, I'm a martial master, and I really can't take it. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint silver light began to radiate from Jang Feng's body.
Free extreme intense signal. Activate. The Moon Clan Martial Saint's eyes widened. You're just a martial master, and you dare to come and scam me? I see you're looking for death. Then let me give you a lesson.
So you know that the might of a martial saint cannot be offended. With that, the Moon Clan Martial Saint directly made his move, pointing from a distance, and an
invisible energy surged toward Jang Fong.
Jang Fong simply closed his eyes, and at the moment the energy approached, he tilted his head slightly, dodging the
attack. Moon Clan Martial Saint? What's with the cool act? There's no one else here but us. If you close your eyes and act cool, no one else can see it. You keep pretending. The Moon Clan Martial Saint felt quite irritated. A martial master acting like a martial emperor. What are you trying to do? Thus, the Moon Clan
Martial Saint raised his hand, and in an instant, dozens of invisible attacks surged toward Jang Fong.
I'll see how you dodge. With so many attacks, they'll crush you.
Facing these numerous attacks, Jang Fong still did not open his eyes, merely tilting his head slightly.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With micron level displacements, all these attacks were evaded by Jang Fong. Impossible.
The Moon Clan Martial Saint's eyes widened.
This is a Martial Saint's attack method. Even a
martial saint who is extremely skilled at dodging cannot avoid them all.
Not to mention, the opponent is just a martial master. How did this guy do it? You must be a martial saint. Are you here to toy with me?
The Moon Clan Martial Saint felt a surge of anger. A martial master cannot achieve this level.
Very well, I have been patient, yet you keep toying with me. Do you really think I have no temper?
After saying that, the Moon Clan Martial Saint slowly flew into the air, exuding
a terrifying energy pressure. Aren't you good at dodging? Let me see how you dodge this move. My innate technique, moonwheel in the sky. Boom! A dazzling blue
light erupted from the Moon Clan Martial Saint, and in an instant, everything illuminated by the blue light was evaporated into vapor.
However, when the blue
light reached Jang Fong, it could not break through the silver light surrounding him. It was as if a protective shield had isolated all the attacks outside.
What?
The Moon Clan Martial Saint was once again astonished.
One of his big moves, thrown out, and the opponent was completely unharmed? Is the gap in strength too great? Could it be that he is a high-level martial saint? Have I offended him a bit? In that moment, the Moon Clan Martial Saint felt a bit intimidated. Should I apologize? Apologize my ass. Even if you are a high-level martial saint, you cannot toy with me like this. Watch closely. The price of toying with a martial saint. The Moon Clan Martial Saint raised his hand, and in an instant, a pure white light was condensed. Fire! A white light aimed at Jang Fong, and in just an instant, whoosh, the white light had already rushed to Jang Feng's front. This attack speed completely surpassed the speed of light. This was the fastest attack method of the Moon Clan's Martial Saint, and what he wanted was for Jang Fong to be unable to evade. At that very moment, Jang Fong suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils turned completely silver white. The ultimate freedom, one step closer. Jang Fong still sidestepped, looking relaxed as he avoided the attack. Impossible! This exclamation came from Loren in the air. Even if she were to take that strike from the Moon Clan's Martial Saint, she wouldn't be able to dodge it and could only take it head-on, because it was just too fast. How could Jang Fong perfectly evade such a super light speed attack? Who exactly is he? What kind of cultivation technique is this guy practicing? Loren thought that Jang Feng's pupils turning silver white and his incredibly fast evasion were the results Of some kind of technique. I've never seen anything like it. Could it be some secret technique of a martial emperor? That's outrageous. Does Jang Fong also carry the inheritance of a martial emperor? Then, does he still care about the Fire Cloud Army? Just the Fire Cloud Army. No wonder he dares to venture deep into the alien territory alone, with this strength. Who needs to rely on a team?
On the ground, the Moon Clan's martial saint was still attacking fiercely.
You're good at dodging, huh? Let's see how long you can keep it up.
The Moon Clan's martial saint attacked frantically, while Jang Fong kept advancing amidst
the dense attacks, none of which could touch him.
Just like that, Jang Fong moved closer and closer to the Moon Clan's martial saint.
For some reason, as he watched Jang Fong getting closer, the Moon Clan's martial saint felt a bit uneasy.
A sense of inexplicable fear washed over him. Whoosh! As Jang Fong dodged yet another energy attack, he had already arrived in front of the Moon Clan's martial saint.
Ah! The Moon Clan's martial saint shouted and threw a punch at Jang Fong. Don't come any closer. With a loud bang, the punch hit Jang Fong, sending him flying. Moon Clan's martial saint? Loren, who was watching? Ha! Why? Didn't he dodge this time? Could it be that this evasion is some kind of skill and he has reached his limit, unable to use it anymore?
The Moon Clan's martial
saint boldly speculated. If that's the case, then I might have a chance to defeat him, right?
After being knocked away, Jang Fong crashed into several trees,
finally landing on the ground. The silver light on his body and the silver pupils all disappeared. Ouch, that hurts a bit. My ultimate freedom technique is still not perfected.
Just now, facing the Moon Clan's martial saint's attack, he couldn't maintain his ultimate freedom technique and it dissipated directly.
Forget it, I won't practice anymore. Let's end this.
Jang Fong clenched his fists, and terrifying energy erupted around him.
In an instant, boom, countless bolts of lightning fell, striking beside Jang Fong. Not far away, the Moon Clan's martial saint was still contemplating whether to press the attack on Jang Fong. Suddenly, his expression changed. What terrifying energy! This is energy that surpasses a martial saint. Could it be a martial emperor? What's going on? Loren felt a chill run down her spine. Jang Fong actually hid such terrifying energy?
This was martial emperor level. A martial venerable could match a martial saint,
but he could reach martial emperor level? Is that even reasonable? Ah!
Jang Fong suddenly erupted and a powerful aura burst forth around his body.
Boom!
This aura swept out directly, and the moment the Moon Clan's martial saint encountered it, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
To injure me with just an aura. He must be a martial emperor. Whoosh!
In the next moment, Jang Fong appeared in front of the Moon Clan's martial saint, placing one hand on his shoulder. You practiced with me for a while, so I won't make it hard for you. After saying that, he flicked his finger, hitting the forehead of the Moon Clan's martial saint, and with a whoosh, the Moon Clan's martial saint was sent flying.
Alright.
Jang Fong released his Super Scion form and casually picked up the token that the Moon Clan's martial saint had dropped on the ground. In this battle, my progress in the ultimate freedom technique has increased by 1, and I can now achieve white pupils, which can be said to be a standard sign of the ultimate freedom technique.
Thanks to the other brothers who
sent gifts. As I said, the author has no special talents, so I bow to you all. Bang bang bang.
I have already mastered the standard sign of the ultimate freedom technique. Jang Fong looked into the distance. Then, the true perfect ultimate freedom technique is not far off. Let's keep moving. The strongest nine-headed
worm among the myriad races is still waiting for me.
After saying that, Jang Fong continued on his way. Meanwhile, in the air, Loren observed this scene and pondered for a moment.
She silently took out her communicator and sent a message to the three generals. Aren't you collecting materials for the 8-9 profound
technique? I advise you to speed up your collection. The three generals were puzzled. What do you mean? Speed up the collection? Is Jang Fong in a hurry to use it? No way. Didn't we agree to observe for a few days to see what his character is like? Only if his character is fine will we give him the materials. If there are issues with his character, we won't give him the materials even if we have them. Loren chuckled. Character? Don't be ridiculous. No matter how bad his character is, you still have to give him the materials, because he can earn a lot of Fire Cloud points. When the time comes, if he uses Fire Cloud points to exchange for materials, can you refuse? The three generals were skeptical. Exchange materials with Fire Cloud points? What a joke. Can he kill all the martial saints of the myriad races? If he can't kill them, where would he get so many Fire Cloud points? Loren, he can. The three generals? Loren continued to send messages. I think all the various plans we originally set are unnecessary. Just recognize Jang Fong as the supreme commander and hand over all resources to him to assist his cultivation, and that will be it. Really, it saves time and effort, and it's particularly reassuring. We won't even have to think anymore. The three generals? Wait, sister, what you're saying now, why do we all find it a bit hard to understand? Loren, you are looking for other martial saints to exchange for cultivation materials, right? Now, hurry back to Fire Cloud Star, and once you see Jang Fong fighting with all his might, you will understand. everything. The three generals, alright, wait for us, we are heading back right now. We want to see just how fierce Jang Fong is when he goes all out. On Zhang Feng's side, he left the Moon Clan's territory and began to move forward again. There are still a few foreign martial saints auras over there, let's go take a look. On the way to find the nine-headed worm, if he encountered other foreign martial saints, Zhang Fong would also take action to sweep them away. After all, he needed a large amount of fire cloud points. Many foreign martial saints did not have the same mindset as the Moon Clans. Martial saint, upon seeing Zhang Fong, they thought about killing him. Even if this is the territory of the human race, we will still kill you. If they were lucky enough to succeed, it would be revenge against the human race for imprisoning them. Thus, they charged at Zhang Fong, only to be beaten black and blue. I feel like this ultimate freedom technique is fine to practice occasionally, but practicing it continuously feels a bit off. After just battling with a foreign martial saint, Zhang Fong used the ultimate freedom sign again, but this time, he felt something was strange, not smooth enough. It was nowhere near as fluid as when he fought the Moon Clan's martial saint, where the ultimate freedom sign was truly smooth. I should go back and meditate. It feels like cultivating the ultimate freedom technique shouldn't be rushed, and the mindset needs to be very calm, just like the stream on a bun. As Zhang Fong defeated several alien martial saints and continued to advance, he finally arrived in front of the nine-headed insect. The strongest alien martial saint here, a 9th-tier martial saint, had once been a subordinate of the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor during his reign. After the Martial Emperor's death, he had been resting on Fire Cloud Star. It was only after they great generals intervened and persuaded him that he agreed to take on the role of the strongest martial saint among the myriad races. Here on Fire Cloud Star, this nine-headed insect was the king of the aliens. Human. The nine-headed insect was enormous, resembling a small mountain, with 9 heads, each with eyes as large as a human's. One can only imagine how massive this creature was. Defeating me will earn you my token, which you can exchange for many Fire Cloud points. In the Fire Cloud army, Zhang Fong nodded. I understand, nine-headed insect. Let me see your strength. Of course, I also want to witness the special abilities of your race. The nine-headed insect remained silent, but one of its heads opened its mouth wide and unleashed a breath towards Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong swiftly dodged, but in the next moment, he found himself unable to move. Our giant insect race moves slowly, so, the nine-headed insect explained to Zhang Fong. We can transfer our heavy bodies onto you. Whoosh! In the next moment, the nine-headed insect leaped into the air, its massive body blocking the sun. Zhang Fong was stunned, looking at the gigantic nine-headed insect above him. His shock was beyond words. It felt as if he had seen a giant sow suddenly leap up, jumping as high as 20 stories. More astonishing than a pig climbing a tree. This is just too impressive, right? At the same time, the breath that the nine-headed insect had sprayed earlier rushed towards Zhang Fong. Instantaneous movement. Zhang Fong teleported behind the nine-headed insect. At that moment, the nine-headed insect had not yet realized that Zhang Fong had slipped away, and it directly sat down with force where Zhang Fong had been standing. Invincible meteor crash. The nine-headed insect muttered softly. Actually, I just sat down. Boom! The nine-headed insect landed, and the ground was engulfed in a cloud of dust, as if a sandstorm had struck. Are you still alive, human brat? Why can't I feel you? After saying this, the nine-headed insect wiggled its rear. I hope I didn't crush you into meat paste? I really can't feel anything. Zhang Fong flew onto one of the nine-headed insect's heads. I'm right above you. The nine-headed insect was taken aback, then emitted a dazzling light that shot directly at Zhang Fong. When did the nine-headed insect was puzzled? The opponent had such a heavy body. Logically speaking, their movement speed should be very slow. How could they suddenly appear behind it? This was too strange. The light released by the nine-headed insect shot into the sky, allowing Zhang Fong to teleport in front of it and evade the attack. Indeed, you make it hard for me to move, but I don't need to move, right? Let me tell you, this is instantaneous movement. Zhang Fong appeared beneath the nine-headed insect, gathering all his strength. Transform into Super Scion 5. Then he threw a punch. Boom! He sent the nine-headed insect flying into the sky. Let me imitate a bit. Zhang Fong placed his hands on his waist, gathering energy in his hands. Take this, Kamehameha. Suddenly, Zhang Fong placed his hands in front of him, and the energy surged towards the nine-headed insect. Boom! A dazzling white light engulfed the nine-headed insect, and when the white light dissipated, a lean man holding a spear stood in the air. Not bad. That attack actually forced out my second form. The nine-headed insect chuckled. Our giant insect race can condense the power within our bodies, completely, absorbing it to transform into our current slim form. In this state, we are more convenient for battle. However, with gains come losses. After I transform, you will also be able to move freely. Zhang Fong clenched his fist. Indeed, he had felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body before, but that sensation was now gone. Alright, shall we start the second round? Zhang Fong slowly assumed a fighting stance, his hands positioned in front of him. Sure, the nine-headed bug raised his harpoon. Then, let's go. In an instant, Jang Fong and the nine-headed bug clashed. The nine-headed bug attacked Jang Fong with the harpoon, but Jang Fong raised his hand and deflected it. Then, with a punch, he struck the nine-headed bug, sending him flying backward. The way the nine-headed bug uses will seems a bit different. After landing the punch, Jang Fong could sense the enhancement of the opponent's will. It seems like that's the only missing piece. Originally, after using the machine, Jang Fong was just a step away from breaking through to Martial Saint. Today, he had fought multiple Martial Saints, absorbing their methods of will usage, and had accumulated quite a bit of experience. The nine-headed bug's unique way of using will felt like a spark of inspiration that instantly enlightened Jang Fong. He understood. It was that simple. Jang Fong had figured it out. This is what it means to transform will into a saint. Jang Fong suddenly relaxed his fist, reverting from Super Saiyan 5. At this moment, his realm had already reached the first level of Martial Saint. Whoosh! In the distance, the nine-headed bug, having been knocked back, charged out again. To think you could knock me back with a single punch, that's impressive. Let's fight. Again. What happened to that strange transformation of yours? Not going to fight anymore? Seeing Jang Fong revert to his normal state, the nine-headed bug assumed Jang Fong no longer wanted to fight. No, Jang Fong shook his head. The battle must continue. I reverted because I no longer need it. The nine-headed bug bared his teeth, thinking, what do you mean? You don't need to transform to fight me? Are you that confident? I'm still a 9th level Martial Saint. Then let me see how much stronger you've become. The nine-headed bug attacked again, engaging Jang Fong. Jang Fong, in his normal state, was instantly suppressed, unable to fight back at all. As a newly promoted Martial Saint, I really do have some gaps compared to a 9th level Martial Saint. Facing another attack from the nine-headed bug, Jang Fong couldn't defend himself and was sent flying again. The nine-headed bug laughed heartily. Kid, without transforming, you're no match for me. Why don't you just transform? Jang Fong stood up from the ground, clenched his fist, and thought, well then, let's transform a bit. Super Saiyan 1. Boom! Golden energy erupted forth. The nine-headed bug scratched his head, surprised at how many transformations humans had. It was silver before, and now it had turned gold. Forget it, doesn't matter, let's just try hitting him. The nine-headed bug charged at Jang Fong, who also charged at him, and the two clashed again. However, even in his Super Saiyan 1 form, Jang Fong was still being suppressed. Although he could occasionally fight back, he couldn't inflict any effective damage. It seems that using Super Saiyan 1 against a 9th level Martial Saint is completely insufficient. Jang Fong continued to push himself, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 3. Just as he successfully transformed, he was knocked back by the nine-headed bug. What the hell? What form is this? The nine-headed bug felt he was gaining new insights. A human could have so many transformations? That's ridiculous. Super Saiyan 3 isn't enough, then let's go for Super Saiyan. For in midair, after being knocked back, Jang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He then charged at the nine-headed bug again. Bang! This time, Jang Fong gained the upper hand. I think I understand now. Jang Fong calculated. After breaking through to Martial Saint, facing a 9th level Martial Saint, he could resolve it just by transforming into Super Saiyan 4. If it were his previous Martial Venerable state, facing even the weakest 1st level Martial Saint, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 would still leave him without any power to resist. Then, let's end this. Bang! The river wind suddenly launched an attack, a punch that struck the body of the nine-headed bug. Ugh! The nine-headed bug felt dizzy and lost all resistance. Your transformation is strong. Then, the nine-headed bug fainted. In the air, Loren covered her mouth. Had Jang Fong just broken through to Martial Saint? Although she couldn't sense Jang Feng's aura, that energy fluctuation couldn't be mistaken. Jang Fong had broken through and become a Martial Saint. A 19-year-old Martial Saint, and one who can directly defeat a 9th level Martial Saint. Loren turned around and flew towards the military camp, while continuing to message the 3 generals. Where are you 3? Jang Fong has already cleared the level. The 3 generals? Cleared the level? What does that mean? Don't rush, we'll return to Fire Cloud Star in a day. Jang Fong took one of the nine-headed bug's heads as a token, which could be exchanged for Fire Cloud points later. As for the nine-headed bug, as long as it had enough energy, it could reconstitute its head. Alright, let's head back to the military camp. Jang Fong looked in the direction of the camp. All the alien Martial Saints here have been defeated by me, so there should be a pile of Fire Cloud points. This time participating in the Fire Cloud army not only allowed me to break through to Martial Saint but also helped me enter the realm of free and easy ultimate sign-through machines, and I can also obtain materials for the 8-9. Profound art. What a profit. Jang Fong flew into the air, accelerated, and headed towards the military camp. At the entrance of the camp, Loren had just landed when Jang Fong flew over. Hey, General Loren, just in time. Jang Fong called out to Loren. I have a token of a Martial Saint, could you please exchange it for Fire Cloud points?
Loren covered her ears, pretending she couldn't hear, and directly slipped away. It wasn't that she was ignoring Jang Fong, she knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to exchange for materials for the 8-9 profound art. But the problem was the three generals hadn't returned yet and the materials weren't on Fire Cloud Star. No matter how many Fire Cloud points Jang Fong had, it wouldn't help. He couldn't spend them. Jang Fong? Why is General Loren ignoring me? Jang Fong quickly moved in front of General Loren. General Loren, why are you running? Loren, sigh. Loren sighed and said, you want Fire Cloud points to exchange for materials for the 8-9 profound art, right? Jang Fong nodded, that's right. Loren continued, then you'll have to wait a day. The three generals are still out collecting materials and won't be back until tomorrow. Even if I give you Fire Cloud points now, you won't be able to exchange for materials. Jang Fong, so there are no materials on Fire Cloud Star? But you said before that there were materials on Fire Cloud Star? Jang Fong looked at General Loren suspiciously, thinking, can a 9th level martial saint really lie? General Loren exclaimed, who lied? Who knew you could accumulate Fire Cloud points so quickly? In just a short time, you've gathered so many Fire Cloud points. Think about it, the materials needed for cultivating the 8-9 profound art cover various aspects. How could the Fire Cloud army just hand them over to you all at once? Wouldn't they need to be collected slowly? Since collection takes time, think about it, if your speed in gathering Fire Cloud points were slower, it would take a month. A month to gather enough Fire Cloud points. Then, we would have a month to definitely gather the materials. So, do you understand? Whose problem is this? Jang Fong pointed to himself, so, it's my problem? My speed in gathering Fire Cloud points is too fast? Loren nodded vigorously, congratulations, you got it right. Who told you to be so fast? It's not your problem. Whose problem is it? Jang Fong, can you watch your wording? Just because you've lived for 100,000 years doesn't mean you can slander me. I'm really not that fast. Loren shrugged, anyway, there are no materials right now, you have to wait a day for them to return to Fire Cloud Star. Jang Fong sighed, alright, I'll wait a day. Suddenly, Loren changed the subject and said mysteriously to Jang Fong, are you interested in becoming the supreme leader of the Fire Cloud Star? If you are willing to take on this role, everything on Fire Cloud Star will belong to you. Even we several generals will work for you and pledge our loyalty to you. Jang Fong looked at Loren suspiciously, with so many Fire Cloud points I have now, are you afraid I will spend them all and buy up all the treasures of Fire Cloud Star? Is that why you are saying this? Loren stumbled, almost tripping over himself. Don't slander me. We just see your extraordinary talent and want you to lead us. I solemnly extend an invitation to you, let's go together to slay the myriad races. We have been waiting for 100,000 years, just for you as our leader. Jang Fong pondered for a moment and said, I'll think about it. A day later, in the depths of the universe, the Supreme Martial Saint flew above a burning star. He stepped lightly, and a blue light began to spread from beneath his feet. In less than a minute, this blue light enveloped the entire star. Congeal. As the Supreme Martial Saint whispered, the blue light suddenly became several times brighter. In almost an instant, the once burning star was frozen into a sphere of ice. Crack! The Supreme Martial Saint landed, standing atop the ice sphere. It is heaven's will. My divine power, extreme cold purgatory, has actually broken through today, able to directly freeze even a star. The Supreme Martial Saint slowly clenched his fist. Heaven knows that I have encountered enemies, and it is precisely when I need strength, thus aiding my breakthrough. This time, heaven is on my side. 2. The Martial Saint who killed my son, let's see where you can escape to. And all the Dragon Clan you took from me, return them all. The Supreme Martial Saint took a moment to adjust his breath, preparing to continue searching for Jiang Feng's whereabouts. Suddenly, his Fire Cloud military token rang, and a message came through. All Fire Cloud soldiers, squad leaders, and battalion leaders outside, return to Fire Cloud Star. A major event is happening. If you do not return to Fire Cloud Star within a day, your identity as a Fire Cloud soldier will be automatically cancelled. Seeing this message, the Supreme Martial Saint raised an eyebrow. Not being able to return to Fire Cloud Star within a day would result in cancellation of identity? My goodness, this is indeed a major event. Could it be that we are going to war? To kill enemies on the battlefield of the myriad races? Forget it, I'll just go back first. The Supreme Martial Saint flew into the air, heading towards Fire Cloud Star. Meanwhile, on Fire Cloud Star, Jang Fong had just demonstrated his strength, leaving several generals dizzy. So fierce. General Taylor swayed, almost about to fall, but still gave Jang Fong a thumbs up. You are truly powerful, join our Fire Cloud army, lead us to battle against the myriad races. We really need someone as strong as you. General Barton also looked at Jang Fong sincerely. The human race and the myriad races are inherently incompatible. With your immense strength, you will eventually have to step onto the battlefield of the myriad races. At that time, you will also need support. Let's fight side by side. Jang Fong did not respond immediately but pondered in his heart. Indeed, on the battlefield of the myriad races, strong warriors Abound, not for anything else but for the thrill of battle, he would also step onto the battlefield. Although the Scions are powerful, none have reached the martial saint level, they still need time to develop. Having a group of martial saints might truly help him. With this in mind, Jang Fong finally said, I can, but I won't go to the battlefield of the myriad races right now. Whenever I do go, we can go together. That's my only condition. The 4 generals laughed together. We thought it was some big condition, turns out it's just this. Then we'll wait a bit longer. Anyway, 100,000 years have passed, so waiting a few more years doesn't matter. At this moment, General Dennis looked at Barton and chuckled. What did you say before? You said Jang Fong was perfect in every way, just too young, and that it might take 100 years to cultivate him. And now, look at him, does it still need 100 years? Barton scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Aha, don't laugh at me. Who would have thought Jang Fong would be this strong before seeing it with their own eyes? Let's not talk about that anymore, it's a good thing. Jang Fong joining the Fire Cloud Army is a tremendous blessing. Well, I'll go notify the soldiers of the Fire Cloud Army. Outside, call them all back, and announce that Jang Fong is the new Supreme Commander. Anyway, Jang Fong is the strongest among us, I have no objections to him being the Supreme Commander. The other 3 generals also agreed, we have no problem either. In the world of martial artists, strength is the truth. Jang Fong should be the Supreme Commander. Thus, everyone unanimously approved Jang Fong as the Supreme Commander. General Taylor walked up to Jang Fong and took out a storage ring. Inside here are the materials for the 8-9 profound art, enough for you to cultivate to the 2nd transformation. The remaining materials are not yet ready. There's no way around it, our return was a bit rushed. Once we handle everything, we'll go out again and gather more materials for you. Jang Fong smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Jang Fong was currently at the 1st transformation. It would take 9 days to reach the 2nd transformation, and another 9 days to reach the 3rd transformation. A total of 18 days, which was enough time for Taylor and the others to gather new materials. Suddenly, Jang Fong thought of something. By the way, does the Fire Cloud Army have a way to cross the cosmic domain? The 4 generals exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. You came to the right people. This method actually starts with the protection mechanism. You must have heard of the legend that the Fire Cloud Army has many treasures. To prevent other martial emperors from robbing them, the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor specially set up a protection mechanism. As long as a strong person tries to forcibly plunder, we can take the Fire Cloud Star and run away. And this protection mechanism contains the method to cross the cosmic domain. Through the protection mechanism, we can easily cross the cosmic domain. However, speaking of which, some spatial forces scattered a while ago, causing spatial turbulence. It leads directly to the northern domain. I wonder if there are people from the northern domain who have been brought to our eastern domain. Hearing what the 4 generals said, Jang Fong was taken aback. Could it be that the reason for the constant influx into the eastern domain was due to the Fire Cloud Army causing spatial turbulence? Upon careful thought, it seemed very likely. How could spatial turbulence appear out of nowhere? There must be a reason. If we can reach other cosmic domains through the protection mechanism, that's great. Jang Fong was in a good mood. Coming to Fire Cloud Star this time was indeed the right choice. Gentlemen, take me to see this protection mechanism. In a few days, I might want to go to the northern domain. The 4 generals expressed no problem and took Jang Fong to see the protection mechanism. The protection mechanism was actually an extremely complex giant machine, radiating rich spatial energy. If the 4 of us work together, we can activate this machine, then input the coordinates, and we can perform single or multiple person teleportation. Taylor introduced the machine to Jang Fong. At the same time, this machine needs regular maintenance, otherwise, the internal spatial energy might overflow at any time, causing spatial turbulence. Oh, by the way, Jang Fong, since you are now the Supreme Commander of our Fire Cloud Army, why not record your information? That way, you can activate the machine yourself. Thus, Jang Fong recorded his information. After resolving these matters, Jang Fong decided to cultivate for a while. This made the 4 generals feel quite emotional. So young, so strong, and still so hardworking? This kid is truly impressive. Jang Fong returned to cultivate, and the 4 generals went about their own tasks. Thus, a day later, all the soldiers of the Fire Cloud Army had gathered, and the barracks were filled with people. The 4 generals stepped forward in front of the crowd. We have called you all back because there is important news to share. Our Fire Cloud Army finally has a Supreme Commander. Before long, we will march into battle alongside the Supreme Commander against all races. A stir ran through the Fire Cloud Army. A Supreme Commander? They could return to the battlefield? Is it the Martial Emperor? Someone couldn't help but ask. Taylor stepped forward and said, it's not the Martial Emperor, but his strength far surpasses that of a 9th stage Martial Saint. He possesses Martial Emperor level combat power, and most importantly, this person is very young. The future is limitless. Let me introduce to you our new Supreme Commander, Jang Fong. With that, the 4 generals stepped aside, and Jang Fong walked out from the back. Hello everyone, in the future, I hope you will join me in battling all races.
I hope we can eradicate the alien races. The crowd cheered together. Good. Eradicate all races.
Coming to the Fire Cloud army, aside from cultivation resources, their biggest goal was to fight the alien
races.
As long as you fought the alien races, everyone was a brother. At this moment, standing in the crowd, the Taiching martial saint felt a wave of dizziness.
It was him, the one who took away the Dragon Clan and then killed his own child. It was him, the new Supreme Commander? How is this possible? Am I finished?
The Taiching martial saint's hands trembled slightly.
Isn't fate on my side? Then what was the point of my previous breakthrough? How can I contend against the entire Fire Cloud army?
The Taiching martial saint's mindset began to crumble. He had previously wanted to unite with the Fire Cloud army to
deal with Jang Fong.
As a result, that person had directly become the supreme commander of the Fire Cloud army.
How could this be managed? It was simply impossible. To win, Supreme Commander, I report.
At this moment, a captain flew into the air, clasping his fists.
I have a squad leader under me who is searching for your whereabouts everywhere, intending to harm you.
With that, the captain took out a 3D model of Jang Fong, which was made by the Taiching martial saint.
And this
captain was the 6th stage martial saint, the Fire Cloud army captain, Bard martial saint, whom the Taiching martial saint had spent a lot of money to recruit. When he had asked Bard martial saint to take action, the Taiching martial saint had presented Zhang Feng's model and specifically instructed him that this was his enemy, and if he encountered him, he must stop him, and then everyone would take action together to deal with him. The Taiching martial saint had not only told Bard martial saint this but had also explained it to several other martial saints in the Fire Cloud army. Thus, as Bard martial saint stood up, several other martial
saints also flew into the air. Yes, we can testify.
This Taiching martial saint spent a lot of money to recruit us, wanting us to help him take revenge.
We only learned today that his target is Supreme Commander Jang Fong.
This scoundrel must be punished.
Taiching martial saint. The Taiching martial saint fell silent. For a moment he was not surprised by the betrayal of his teammates. If someone else had invited him to assassinate the Supreme Commander, he would have betrayed them too. It was just, I am unwilling. I will fight. Boom.
Before the 4 generals could inquire about the situation, the Taiching martial
saint struck directly. If I don't act now, it will be too late.
The Taiching martial saint charged forward, not believing that everyone was a martial saint and that Jang Fong could truly be that strong. The 4 generals had all said that Jang Fong was just a martial saint. So, he wanted to test whether his newly acquired powers could kill Jang Fong. As for escaping, with the 4 generals present, he definitely couldn't get away, so it was better to fight.
Even if he couldn't kill Jang Fong, if he could capture him, it would make the 4 generals hesitant to act. Divine power. Extreme cold purgatory. In an instant, countless
cold energies spread out, and the martial saints present all took a step back to defend themselves. The cold air of this extreme hell is so heavy. Has Taiching
martial saint broken through? What a great move.
Such a swift attack, even a martial saint above the 6th rank would likely fall for it if caught off guard.
Indeed, very strong.
With this move, Taiching martial saint's hard power barely reaches the threshold of a high-level martial saint.
Taiching martial saint charged
towards Jang Fong, carrying a sky full of cold air, freezing everything in his path into frost.
The 4 great generals are standing beside Jang Fong, showing no intention to intervene. That's great. I want to see how he can withstand my move.
Taiching martial saint extended his palm, unleashing all the cold air, reaching for Jang Fong. At the moment of impact, a terrifying energy erupted from Jang Fong, and his hair turned blue.
Super Scion blue, full power. Jang Fong
raised his hand, creating a protective shield. At that moment, the overwhelming cold air dissipated upon contact with the shield, unable to affect Jang Fong at
all. Impossible. Taiching martial saint's eyes widened.
His extreme cold hell could freeze even burning stars, and a martial saint would have to treat this move
with caution. How could Jang Fong simply block it with a shield? My full power attack can't even break through? Absolutely impossible. Taiching martial saint
roared, channeling more energy, cold air surging forth, vowing to freeze Jang Fong. Suddenly, Jang Fong exerted force, channeling energy, and the cold air emitted by Taiching martial saint no longer spread but rapidly contracted, all shrinking back into Taiching martial saint's body.
What kind of move is this? Taiching martial saint was stunned. The cold air he emitted was actually compressed back into his body with a wave of Zhang Feng's hand. Is this even reasonable? I want to say, sigh, forget it.
Jang Fong shook his head. No need to say more, just kill him directly. With a wave of his hand, the protective shield around Jang Fong converged into a line, slicing horizontally through Taiching martial saint, instantly killing him. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. The already cold barracks felt even colder.
Is it really that simple? Taiching martial saint has been dealt with? No wonder he's the new commander, he's truly strong.
The 4 generals exchanged smiles. They had refrained from intervening to allow Jang Fong to showcase his strength.
After everyone witnessed Jiang Feng's power, they could trust him, preventing any dissent. This Taiching martial saint has indeed helped Jang Fong establish his authority. Then, the four generals stepped forward. You all have seen it, this is our new commander. With him here, the Fire Cloud Army will surely regain its former glory. The soldiers of the Fire Cloud Army shouted in unison, "Glory! Glory!" Everyone looked at Jang Fong with hope, seeing him as the future. After announcing his identity, Jang Fong began to enter seclusion to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. As for the four generals, they also left Fire Cloud Star to gather materials for the 8-9 profound art. Days passed, the first 9 days, the second 9 days, the third. In the 9527 area, the people of ancient underworld star also headed to the Great Mo Mansion, representing 9527 in the planetary competition. They aimed to secure a good ranking. Each participant in the Great Mo Mansion planetary competition was exceptionally strong, and some planets even had martial saints. Although they were few, they did exist. Thus, Beiju Tower and the others did not dare to be careless, deciding to challenge a few weaker planets first to gradually improve their ranking. In the blink of an eye, over 50 days had passed, and Jang Fong successfully reached the 5th transformation of the 8-9 profound art, his physical strength becoming extraordinarily powerful, reaching the 9th rank of martial saint. However, his original cultivation level remained at the 1st rank of martial saint, as he had focused solely on the 8-9 profound art during this time, neglecting his own cultivation. Moreover, in just over 50 days, it was impossible to break through to the 2nd rank of martial saint. Anyway, my current cultivation is enough for now. If I really want to improve, I can find someone to honestly exchange experiences with. For now, I should visit the Dragon Clan first. The sooner I go, the sooner it gets resolved, and I can feel at ease. With this thought, Jang Fong used instant teleportation to return to Blue Star. On Blue Star, inside Jiang Feng's house, Tian was using telekinesis to levitate the sofa into the air, while Xiaoye was cleaning underneath. After finishing, she gave Tian a thumbs up. Your telekinesis is really impressive. Tian blushed a bit from the compliment, and with her green skin, the blush turned yellow. Jang Fong, is that even blushing? Are the Dragon Clan this shy? Jang Fong greeted them. You two seem to be having a great time working together. Lord Jang Fong? Xiaoye turned to look at Jang Fong. You're back? Are you here to take Tian away? Jang Fong nodded. Xiaoye sighed softly, feeling a bit reluctant. After all, Tian had helped her a lot in daily life. Tian patted Xiaoye's shoulder. It's okay, when I return to the Dragon Clan, I'll raise a dog and name it Xiaoye, just to remember you. Xiaoye? Tian stood beside Jang Fong. Jang Fong, let's go. I'm starting to miss home. Jang Fong nodded, said goodbye to Xiaoye, and then teleported away with Tian. Good for you, Tian. Xiaoye took out her phone. Hello, is this the pet company? I want a dog, the ugliest one you have. Yes, I want to raise it, and also make me a name tag that says Tian not. After hanging up, Xiaoye gritted her teeth. You raise a dog, I'll raise one too. Let's see whose dog is uglier. After arriving at Fire Cloud Star, Jang Fong brought Tian to the space machine. Just then, General Taylor was there repairing it, and upon seeing Tian, he was a bit surprised. Is that a Dragon Clan member? Jang Fong nodded. Yes, it's from the Dragon Clan. At this, Taylor reminisced a bit. The Dragon Clan is indeed our best ally. If it weren't for their repeated rescues on the battlefield of the myriad races, I would have died several times. I really miss those days. By the way, little one, do you have a martial saint named Dylan in your Dragon Clan? I fought alongside him before. Is he still alive? Tian was a bit surprised. You actually know Brother Dylan? I never expected that, but Brother Dylan has already passed away. He died in battle 30,000 years ago. The members of the Dragon Clan are few, so every death is remembered by their kin. Taylor, the martial saint, was momentarily lost in thought. Another old friend had fallen on the battlefield of the myriad races. One day, he would reclaim everything from these myriad races. So, are you heading to the northern region? Taylor collected his emotions and looked at Jang Fong. Again, the machine is fine. If you want to use it, I can help you start it. Jang Fong nodded and entered the machine with Tian. Taylor looked at Jang Fong and Tian inside the machine and finally said, Jang Fong, once you reach the northern region, remember to be cautious. The northern region is the strongest among the 4 cosmic domains. Your strength is formidable, but there may be those even stronger than you in the northern region, so be very careful. The 4 cosmic domains of East, South, West, and North. The southern cosmic domain belongs to the myriad races, while the eastern and western domains are adjacent to the myriad races and often engage in battles with them. The northern region, however, has no conflicts, and warriors do not need to fight, allowing martial arts to flourish with countless strong individuals. I understand. Jang Fong replied, and Taylor activated the timespace machine. Coordinates set, northern cosmic domain. Boom! As the machine started, Jang Fong and Tian were both teleported away. In the northern universe, Jang Fong and Tian were transported to a desolate planet where even the oxygen was scarce. Jang Fong waved his hand, enveloping himself in Tian in a protective shield. Tian sensed the direction where the Dragon Clan is located. Tian responded and began to close her eyes to sense. After a moment, she raised her hand and pointed to the north. It's over there, shall we fly over? Jang Fong took Tian and burst into the air. In the northern universe, many things here are quite different from the eastern universe.
While flying, Jang Fong spotted several spaceships. These spaceships were much faster than those in the eastern universe, and even their designs were significantly different. The technological level is advanced and the martial arts level is also superior. Jang Fong accelerated and continued onward. Suddenly, two uniquely shaped spaceships blocked Jang Feng's path. Jang Fong paused. Two martial saints descended from the ships, looking down at Jang Fong. You must be from another universe, right? How embarrassing, as a martial saint, to be flying through the universe with just your body. Truly, how outdated. Are you a bumpkin from the eastern universe or a beggar from the western universe? Jang Fong. So there's regional prejudice even in the universe? It seems that the cultivation resources in the northern region are indeed abundant.
Jang Fong couldn't help but exclaim. Even people like you can break through to become martial saints. In our universe, who isn't a prodigy to achieve the rank of martial saint? Upon hearing this, the two martial saints were furious. How dare this outsider talk back? Does he not know where he is? Let this poor fool see our northern universe's meteor cannon. After saying this,
both returned to their spaceship, activating the ship's attack system with two cannons aimed at Jang Fong.
Attack! As the two urged, the cannons emitted invisible energy, rushing towards Jang Fong. Jang Fong raised a hand and easily blocked the attacks. What?
He blocked the meteor cannon's attack so effortlessly.
Could he be a high-level martial saint?
The two were startled just as they were about to increase their power. In the next moment, Jang Fong threw a punch, using only his physical strength to crush one martial saint, then captured the other, using the grip of truth to begin questioning.
Tell me, why did you attack me? The martial saint replied, you are an outsider. We wanted to kill you and seize the treasures on you.
After all, you are a martial saint from another universe. Even if you die, no one will care.
As cultivators of the northern region, we are confident we can kill you with the meteor cannon of our spaceship. Jang Fong
continued to ask, tell me some basic information about the northern region. The martial saint said, in our northern region, although resources are indeed abundant and martial arts are flourishing, there is severe internal strife. Family forces and sect forces are constantly at odds, none can stand the other. Family forces simply want their descendants to become strong and then control the martial world through their family. As for sect forces, they believe that
within a family, there are always a few good-for-nothings, and such waste should not be given cultivation resources. The so-called cultivation resources should be given to the true geniuses.
In summary, family forces provide cultivation resources to anyone who is part of the family, while sect forces only cultivate true geniuses. Jang Fong stroked his chin. Without external enemies, the human race could easily stir up trouble internally.
Many guiding planets also experience such situations. From what you say, this sect force should be quite strong, right?
After all, they are all geniuses and should crush the family forces.
Yet, they are constantly fighting?
The martial saint replied, yes, many people think that sect forces can crush family forces, but that's not the case.
Many martial artists
in sect forces only know how to focus on their training with a single goal, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts.
In contrast, family forces, although they may not have many geniuses, they are very united and willing to sacrifice their lives for the family. Thus, in certain aspects, family forces can even surpass sect forces. Jang Fong asked again, isn't the Grand Federation here a bit disorganized? So many human experts dying in internal strife, wouldn't it be better to go to the battlefield in the southern region?
The martial saint replied, many martial artists within the Grand Federation are also cultivated by families or
sections.
Overall, within the Grand Federation, they are still engaged in internal strife. How can they coordinate? As for the battlefield of the myriad races, there are tools from the eastern and western regions to hold back the myriad races. We noble people of the northern region need not personally step into the fray. The war with the myriad races is far too distant for us. Jang Fong squinted his eyes, thinking that many martial artists in the northern region likely shared this
martial saint's perspective. After all, the northern region is situated deep in the human rear, and wars are indeed very distant for them. I've got the basic situation figured out. Goodbye.
With a forceful grip, Jang Fong directly crushed the martial saint.
Noble people of the northern region? Sigh, the eastern and
western regions really are two difficult brothers. Jang Fong sighed, taking Tian with him as he directly seized a spaceship.
Let me see this spaceship from the northern region.
Jang Fong familiarized himself with the controls and then started it. Whoosh! It shot out at incredible speed.
This is indeed faster
than the martial saint flying himself.
Unfortunately, in the eastern region, the fastest spaceship is still not as fast as a martial saint. Therefore, many martial
Saints choose to fly themselves to save time. The northern region is quite developed from all angles. As Jang Fong headed towards the Dragon Clan's planet, in another part of the northern region, a wormhole appeared and a resolute-looking young man stepped out. His clothes were very luxurious but had several large tears as if he had been through a fierce battle. Damn it! The young man forcefully tore off the luxurious clothing. The battlefield of the myriad races, the battlefield of the myriad races. At this point, the young man couldn't contain his emotions and cried out. I was born in the northern region and am one of the most esteemed families in the northern region. They all told me that the eastern and western regions are just a bunch of backward savages, but what I witnessed with my own eyes is that they have suffered countless casualties to resist the myriad races and protect humanity. Yet we people of the northern region all die in internal strife. Our internal strife is utterly meaningless. One day, I will unite all the people of the northern region. I will make them understand that the battlefield of the myriad races is not far away. I will lead them to battle against the myriad races. At this moment, the young man silently clenched his fists, vowing in his heart, Xin Xinghe, will absolutely achieve this. I will put an end to the internal strife of the northern region. The planet where the Dragon Clan resides is called Nakexing. It is home to all the Dragon Clan members, and some of them are on the front lines of the battlefield of the myriad races fighting alongside humanity. Jang Fong landed on Nakexing, which was lush and green, with clear mountains and waters. The trees grew very tall and had unique shapes, with straight trunks and no branches, topped with large clusters of leaves. It looked just like fluffy cotton candy. This is Nakexing, the home of the Dragon Clan. Jang Fong, with Tian, was just about to explore the area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, 3 members of the Dragon Clan flew over, looking at Jang Fong and then at Tian. Tian, you're back. You're not dead? The Great Elder couldn't sense your aura and thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The 3 members of the Dragon Clan were very happy, surrounding Tian, and laughing non-stop. Tian pointed to Jang Fong. Thanks to brother Jang Fong, if it weren't for his help, I might not have come back. I encountered a few despicable human beings who imprisoned me and wanted to study me. The 3 Dragon Clan members looked gratefully at Jang Fong. Thank you, brother Jang Fong. Our Dragon Clan members are already few, and your saving Tian makes you a friend of our entire clan. We can sense that you are not an evil person at heart. If you ever need help, feel free to ask us, the Dragon Clan. Jang Fong cleared his throat, thinking to himself, should I be polite? Asking directly for refined dragon blood seems too utilitarian, right? Forget it, no internal strife. Just as Jang Fong was about to say that since everyone was on the same side, he wouldn't hold back and could just ask for a few tons of refined dragon blood, Tian spoke up at that moment. Isn't the Great Elder able to develop potential? I want to take brother Jang Fong over so the Great Elder can stimulate his potential. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. The Great Elder had such an ability? TSK, this guy Tian had been keeping it from him all along without telling him. At that moment, Tian winked at Jang Fong, as if to say, brother Jang Fong, don't mind me. I didn't mean to keep it from you, I just wanted to give you a surprise. The 3 Dragon Clan members thought for a moment, and nodded, letting the Great Elder develop potential? Sounds good. Since Jang Fong is our friend, helping him become stronger is completely fine. Then Tian, shall we lead the way? Tian nodded, sorry for the trouble. And so, the 3 flew ahead while Jang Fong and Tian followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Nemesis, where there was a towering stone pillar, and on top of the pillar was a very ordinary white house. However, the style of the house was a bit strange, resembling a snail shell. The Great Elder lives inside. The 3 Dragon Clan members pointed to the house. We won't disturb the Great Elder, you can go in yourselves. Tian nodded and then led Jang Fong towards the top of the stone pillar. Jang Fong could sense that at the top of the pillar, inside the White House, there were 2 auras. One was incredibly strong, while the other was very weak, as if it could die at any moment. That extremely strong aura is actually at the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. Jang Fong felt a bit excited. This was the first time he had encountered a Martial Emperor expert in reality. Speaking of which, that Chinya. Jang Fong frowned slightly. Back at the Great Federation's martial arts arena, he had encountered a Chinya, and the system panel had said the opponent's strength was unpredictable, but it hadn't shown the specific cultivation level. Is that guy a Martial Emperor? If he is also a Martial Emperor, then this would be the 2nd time I've met a true Martial Emperor. Just like that, Jang Fong and Tian flew to the top of the stone pillar and arrived in front of the house. With a creak, the door of the house was pushed open, and a young Dragon Clan member walked out. Brother Na Lu, Tian waved excitedly upon seeing him. I'm back. How is the Great Elder? Na Lu was indeed the one with the incredibly strong aura at the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. He was the personal guard of the Great Elder, a standout within the Dragon Clan with a cultivation level that could rank among the top 3 in the clan. Tian, you're back.
Na Lu first greeted Tian Tian, then looked at Jang Fong. This human is. Tian Tian introduced again. If it weren't for brother Jang Fong, I might not have come back.
Na Lu suddenly understood and then bowed his head in gratitude. Our Dragon Clan members are few, and we all refer to each other as brothers and sisters. You saved my brother, and I am very grateful to you. If you ever need anything in the future, just find me, and I will do my best to help you. Jang Fong smiled broadly. Don't mention it. A promise from a martial emperor, not bad, a good deal. At that moment, an elderly voice came from inside the house. Is it Tian Tian back? I sensed it long ago. Child, come let me see you. Tian Tian excitedly ran back into the house, eager to meet the Grand Elder. Na Lu made way, signaling Jang Fong to enter. The Grand Elder would like to see you too. Jang Fong nodded and followed him inside. There, he saw a massive dragon elder, resembling a small mountain, reclining in a chair. Unlike Tian Tian and Na Lu, who were about the height of an average person, around 1 meter 70 or 1 meter 80, this Grand Elder was truly enormous, like a small mountain. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder reached out to stroke Tian Tian while looking at Jang Fong. Thank you for saving this child, Tian Tian. I just probed into his memories. You want me to help you unlock your potential, right? The Grand Elder's voice was extremely weak, and his entire body appeared somewhat unhealthy. Jang Fong was afraid that if he spoke too loudly, he might send the Grand Elder away. Jang Fong directly used energy to communicate, not speaking aloud. Grand Elder, will unlocking my potential affect your lifespan? Jang Fong could tell that the entire Dragon Clan held great respect for this Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder were to unlock his potential and he were to perish in the process, wouldn't that make him an enemy of the Dragon Clan? It seems somewhat unwise to go against the entire Dragon Clan just for the sake of unlocking potential. The Grand Elder showed a kind expression. Don't worry, child, unlocking your potential will only bring forth the power within you. It won't affect my lifespan. I am indeed nearing the end of my life, but rest assured, I won't die in a few days. You can speak freely without fear of sending me away. Jang Fong sighed in relief. As long as he was healthy, then I'll trouble you, Grand Elder, to help me unlock my potential. The Grand Elder gestured for Jang Fong to come closer. I need to touch your head to help you unlock your potential. At that moment, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Jang Feng's mind. The immortal touches my crown, granting me longevity? Sigh, just a joke. Jang Fong stepped in front of the Grand Elder, allowing him to place his hand on his head, and then, boom! A faint white aura appeared on the Grand Elder's arm, followed by a similar faint white aura surrounding Jang Fong. Soon, this white aura grew larger, creating a pit in the ground. From the force, how strong! Na Lu couldn't help but take a few steps back. The aura emanating from Jang Fong was terrifying. He had all his energy hidden within. Before, without any sensation, but now that it's released, it's truly powerful. How can such strength be hidden within a mere martial saint? Tian Tian could also feel the energy pressure coming from Jang Fong, so strong. I can't hold on. Ah! With a scream, Tian Tian was blown away by the energy. Help me, brother! Na Lu! Na Lu! Na Lu exerted force, swiftly intercepting Tian Tian. What are you doing, you little rascal? Tian Tian looked helpless. I can't be blamed. The power erupting from brother Jang Fong is too terrifying. I really can't withstand it. It blew me away. Na Lu sighed. Indeed, the energy from Jang Fong was a bit excessive. Then Na Lu noticed that under the immense energy impact from Jang Fong, the wrinkles on the Grand Elder's skin were being blown up. The Grand Elder is so old, it's hard for him to withstand this energy. Na Lu lifted Tian Tian into the air, letting him fly on his own. Take care of yourself, I need to protect the Grand Elder. Then he accelerated, flying in front of the Grand Elder, releasing an energy shield to block the energy impact for him. Truly astonishing, the Grand Elder exclaimed at that moment. I've never seen such terrifying potential in a person. The Grand Elder continued to help Jang Fong unleash his potential when suddenly, Zila, the white aura around Jang Fong transformed into a golden flame with arcs of electricity swirling around it. During the process of awakening his potential, Jang Fong had inadvertently transformed into Super Saiyan 2. What is this? Neru was somewhat surprised. His appearance has changed? Don't humans lack the ability to change forms? The Grand Elder smiled faintly. It might be his hidden power. Neru, focus a bit more. He still has room for improvement. Neru was taken aback. Focus more? What does that mean? Before Neru could ask further, suddenly, the golden flame around Jang Fong surged again, and the protective shield released by Neru seemed to be on the verge of shattering under the impact of this golden flame. How is this possible? I, a dignified martial emperor, could have my protective shield damaged? Neru hurriedly channeled energy to reinforce the shield, and with that, the golden flame could no longer break through. Boom! Suddenly, the golden flame around Jang Fong transformed into a purplish-red color. At the same time, Jang Fong entered the Super Saiyan 4 state. What is this? Jang Fong couldn't help but look at his hands. This purplish-red flame, is it the breakthrough of the Super Saiyan 4 limit? I didn't expect to transform into this form. Jang Fong understood. The forms in Dragon Ball Heroes, if one were to say how strong they are, aren't that powerful, not as strong as Super Saiyan 5. It could be considered a transformation between Super Saiyan 5 and Super Saiyan 4.
A new form. So what about my cultivation level? Jang Fong sensed his cultivation level again.
After the Grand Elder awakened his potential, his current level was Martial Saint 5.
It's not over yet. The Grand Elder coughed lightly. Try not to move around too much. Zhang Feng's expression tightened. It wasn't over yet? There was still potential to be developed? As time passed, the purplish-red flame around Zhang Feng slowly began to change to blue. Light blue, blue, deep blue. The deep blue flame spread out around Zhang Feng. It was the Super Saiyan blue, deep blue. It's over.
The Grand Elder withdrew his hand, coughing several times.
What tremendous potential. Neru also released
the protective shield, feeling utterly astonished. He had nearly been overwhelmed by Zhang Feng's pressure several times while fully exerting his shield. This was merely pure energy pressure. If a real fight broke out, he feared he would suffer a crushing defeat.
I, a dignified martial emperor, am actually inferior to him.
Zhang Fong stood still. After fully unleashing his potential, his cultivation level had reached Martial Saint 9, while also unlocking the Super Saiyan 4 limit.
Breakthrough in deep blue.
The limit breakthrough is a transformation between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5.
Deep blue is a transformation between Super Saiyan blue and Ultra Instinct. In other words, both paths have unlocked a new transformation. Clenching his fist, Zhang Fong looked at the Grand Elder again.
Thank you, Grand Elder, for your help. You saved me years of hard training. From Martial Saint 1 to Martial Saint 9 in one leap, this speed of breakthrough was
indeed quite fast.
Even though Zhang Fong had the transcendent bloodline, which allowed for mutual enhancement, this rate of improvement was still too rapid.
Faster than mutual enhancement.
The Grand Elder merely chuckled a few times. No need to be polite, but when I develop potential, I can also read memories. I hope you
don't mind. It's my passive skill. I know you came to our planet for the Dragon Clan's source power, right?
It truly surprises me that a human can absorb the source power of my clan.
Neru's pupils trembled beside him. Could it be true? A human could absorb the source power of the Dragon Clan? Zhang Fong nodded.
Yes, I hope to enhance the source power of the Dragon Clan within me.
I heard that refined dragon blood can provide me with a lot of source power? The Grand Elder
shook his head slightly. We do have refined dragon blood, but it's not as miraculous as you think.
You humans have overestimated the wonders of refined dragon blood. Unfortunately, in this era,
even our Dragon Clan has very little source power left. For an outsider like you, gathering source power is almost impossible.
Zhang Fong, isn't that just a waste of effort? Zhang Fong felt a bit disappointed. The elder changed the subject. However, you don't need to be too disheartened. In this era, among the Dragon Clan, the one who possesses the most Dragon God source power is me. After I die, you can refine me into a pill, which should provide you with a lot of source power. Coincidentally, I will be dying in a few days, so I should be able to help you. Nalu was shocked. Elder, how can that be?
How can you do that after you die?
Zhang Fong was also a bit surprised. This elder is so willing to sacrifice?
The elder waved his hand.
Nalu, times have changed.
Zhang Fong has great potential, and making friends with him is not a bad thing. As for my remains, they hold no significance.
Besides that, Divine Dragon. Zhang Fong, there is another method. You can summon the Divine Dragon and ask it if there is a way to enhance your source power. Zhang Fong, wait, Divine Dragon? Wasn't it said that only Salama can summon the Divine Dragon?
The elder had a kind expression. This Divine Dragon is one I created.
Myself. Didn't I mention it before? I am the one who possesses the most Dragon God source power in this era.
Therefore, I also have some special abilities, like
creating Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, the source power I contain is also limited, and the Dragon Balls I create are far inferior to those made by Lord Salama. For example, the Dragon Balls made by Lord Salama can summon the Divine Dragon to grant any wish.
It is a true Super Divine Dragon,
whereas the Dragon Balls I
create can only help you fulfill wishes within a reasonable range. If the wish is too extravagant, beyond my capabilities, the Divine Dragon will not be able to
grant it. Zhang Fong.
So it's a watered-down version of the Super Divine Dragon. The elder continued, although my true abilities are not as great as the Super Divine Dragon, it is still a Divine Dragon that can grant wishes. Perhaps it has a way to help you increase your source power.
However, I am dying soon, so you need to act quickly.
Once I die, the Dragon Balls I created will also perish.
Zhang Fong slightly bowed. I understand. Thank you for your help. The elder
waved his hand. We are all friends, no need for such formalities. Nalu, take Zhang Fong with you and help him collect the Dragon Balls.
Nalu was somewhat reluctant. Elder, if I leave, who will protect you?
Please let me stay by your side to guard you in your final days. The elder nodded slightly and then looked
at Tian, then I will trouble you to take Zhang Fong to collect the Dragon Balls. After saying that, the elder took out a Dragon Ball from behind.
Him, inscribed with the number 9 in cosmic script, a ball shining with golden light. I have a total of 9 Dragon Balls.
Once gathered, you can make a wish.
This is the 9th Dragon Ball, Jang Fong, take it first. The other 8 Dragon Balls are in the 8 tribes.
Let Tian accompany you, no one should give you trouble.
Jang Fong took the 9th Dragon Ball, which was somewhat large, about the size of a human basin.
Tian looked at Jang Fong, we Dragon Clan people.
Live in tribes, with a total of 8 tribes.
Each tribe has an elder and several clansmen. Each tribe also has a Dragon Ball. Let's go, I'll take you to collect the Dragon Balls.
Thus, Jang Fong and Tian bid farewell to the elder and flew off into the distance.
Elder. Nalu looked at the elder. Are you really going?
To. The elder waved his hand. Trust me, Nalu, Jang Fong is a friend worth making deep connections with. At the very least, from what I've seen, his friends have all received his help and are doing well.
Our Dragon Clan also needs a backing, do you understand? Without a backing, over time, we might be completely
wiped out by those with ill intentions.
Nara took a deep breath and said nothing more.
On Jiang Feng's side, he followed Tian to
collect Dragon Balls every day. With Tian around, plus the 9th Dragon Ball from the Elder, it showed that the Elder supported Jang Fong whenever they arrived.
At a tribe, they could smoothly obtain a Dragon Ball, and soon, the other 8 Dragon Balls were all collected. After gathering 9 Dragon Balls, Tian directly helped Jang Fong summon the dragon. In an instant, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the entire planet of Nak turned into night. Then, a flash of lightning struck, and a green creature, resembling a lizard, flew out from the Dragon Balls, its size enormous, like a great mountain.
Jang Fong? I mean, wasn't it supposed to summon the dragon?
Tian whispered to Jang Fong, this is the dragon made by our elder. It might be different from what you imagined.
Don't be too surprised. Jang Fong. Ha! After the dragon was summoned, he widened his eyes and stared at Tian. What did you just say? Are you saying I'm ugly? Tian immediately burst into laughter.
Oh, dragon, you're overthinking it.
How could I think you're ugly? I think you're the most handsome dragon. The dragon squinted
its small eyes and didn't dwell on it further. State your wishes.
I can grant you 3 wishes. Jang Fong tried. Can you make me an absolutely invincible powerhouse?
The dragon looked at Jang Fong and shook its head. No, that wish is too difficult, beyond my capabilities. Jang Fong sighed inwardly. It was just, as the elder said, wishes that are too difficult cannot be fulfilled by this dragon. Forget it, let's ask something serious. I want to enhance the source power of the Dragon Clan within me. Do you have any methods? Upon hearing Jiang Feng's question, the dragon was momentarily taken aback, then focused its gaze on Jiang Fong. It then muttered softly, it's truly surprising for a dragon. Why do you have the source power of our Dragon Clan within you?
After a moment of reflection, the dragon said to Jiang Fong, you want to enhance your source power, right?
I have a secret method here, you can take it to practice. After saying that, the dragon's eyes lit up and a set of secret methods appeared in Jiang Feng's mind. The secret method roughly recorded that by killing powerful beings, one could accumulate the source power of the Dragon Clan. The stronger the ones killed, the more source power accumulated.
By killing, huh?
Jiang Fong stroked his chin. The secret method only mentioned killing powerful beings without specifying a race. In other words, the powerful beings on the battlefield of 10,000 races were all Jiang Feng's source power. Moreover, I have a task to kill the martial emperor of another race.
Combining this killing secret method, I must take a trip
to the battlefield of 10,000 races.
At this moment, the dragon spoke again. Now, you still have 2 wishes left. Tian looked at Jiang Fong, curious about what other wishes he had. Jiang Fong thought for a moment and said, can you enhance the abilities of my subordinates? Make them all unlock their potential at once?
The dragon closed its eyes to sense and said, it's too far away, I can't do it, it's beyond my capabilities.
Jiang Fong, then can you teach me the technique to unlock potential? The dragon, this isn't a technique, it's a special ability. If your source power of the Dragon Clan is sufficient, you can also unlock this ability. I can't teach you a technique, that's beyond my capabilities. Jiang Fong realized that as long as his source power was sufficient, he could help others unlock their potential? That's not bad.
However, this dragon really is something. How come it can only grant 3 wishes, and it can't fulfill 2 of them?
This is a censored version, but not like this, right?
The dragon felt a bit like crying without tears.
You should take a look at the wishes you've made. The first one is to be absolutely invincible. How can a mere ordinary dragon like me achieve that? After all, I still have Lord Salama above me. The second wish is to develop all potential. They are in the Eastern universe, so far away from us. How can I develop that? I can't even cross the universe. This is too difficult. And the third wish, skills that you can unlock yourself in the future. What can I help you with? Jiang Fong thought for a moment. To be honest, he didn't have any particularly special wishes. If he really had to make a wish, he felt that there were many wishes that this dragon couldn't fulfill. As for some ordinary wishes, with his current strength, he could basically achieve them all. How about I grant you 3 wishes instead?
Jiang Fong looked at the dragon.
The dragon? Do you think you're funny? Quickly tell me your last 2 wishes. Human. Jang Fong pondered for a while. I guess if I want to gather the materials for the 8-9 profound art, you won't be able to help me. The dragon. The 8-9 profound art, the number 1 divine ability of humans, requires 9 transformations to reach great success. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures contained in the 9th transformation, I truly cannot collect. But Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. You don't have the materials for the 9th transformation, but you can gather the materials for the 8th transformation? The dragon was a bit proud. I don't have the materials for the 8th transformation either, but I can collect the materials for the 7th. Zhang Fong. Then what are you so proud of? I thought you could gather the 8th transformation materials. The dragon widened its eyes. Do you know how precious those materials are? Many materials even the martial emperor doesn't have. I can't even defeat a martial saint, yet I can bring you the materials for the 7th transformation. Isn't that enough? Jiang Fong gasped. The dragon seemed to have a point. If it could gather materials that even a martial saint couldn't, then it could indeed be a little proud. Alright, then bring me 1,000 copies of the materials for the 8-9 profound art 7th transformation, including those for the transformations before the 7th. The dragon? 1,000 copies? Why don't you just go rob them? I can't do that. At most, I can give you 2 copies. Those materials are extremely precious. Gathering 2 copies is already my limit. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. 2 copies? Not bad. One for himself to cultivate to the 7th transformation, and the other to give to his assistant Su Qianli to replicate. By then, if he could replicate 100 copies, everyone could cultivate the 8-9 profound art together. That would be great. I heard that Su Qianli used an ability-enhancing potion, and now he can replicate some ordinary treasures, managing to replicate 10 copies a day. Zhang Fong nodded. Not bad, the plan works. With the 8-9 profound art in the 5 extremes gourd, whether it's divine abilities or magical treasures, it would be enough. Sai, as the master of the ancient underworld star, all I can do is provide a little external force. The rest relies entirely on them. Zhang Fong sighed. Cultivating martial arts still depends on oneself. Zhou Chan? Is that a little external force? More like a billion little bits, right? Brother Zhang Fong, is it too late for me to join the ancient underworld star now? As Zhang Fong made his wish, the dragon provided him with 2 copies of the materials for the 8-9 profound art 7th transformation. The dragon looked at Zhang Fong. Now, you only have one last wish left. Please, make it. Zhang Fong thought for a moment and asked, can you grant someone immortality? Or extend their lifespan? The dragon shook its head. I can't do that. Zhang Fong understood. Indeed, if it were possible, the elder would have already achieved immortality and wouldn't have died of old age. After thinking for a while, Zhang Fong said, can you create a training room for me? Where the time inside is different from the outside, 1 day outside equals 100 years inside. The dragon replied, I can create one for you, but the time flow isn't that exaggerated. I can only make it so that 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. Jiang Fong smacked his lips. How about 2 years? Try harder, create one that lasts for 2 years. Shanlong, can you really bargain for something like this? Ha! At most create one where a day equals 1.5 years, that's the limit. Zhang Fong clicked his tongue, realizing that this old Shenlong indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. Just a little bluff and he gained an extra 6 months. A day plus 6 months means 2 days equal a whole year. That's quite a difference. Then, let's do it this way. Create a training ground for me where a day equals 2 years. Shanlong, didn't we agree on 1.5 years? Shenlong didn't refute but instead focused, creating a training ground for Zhang Fong where a day equals 1.5 years. This is a small world. I've scaled it down into a capsule. Shenlong sent a capsule to Zhang Fong with his mind. When you use it, release the capsule and the world will appear out of thin air. Training inside, a day equals 1.5 years. Zhang Fong sighed inwardly. It seemed 1.5 years was indeed the limit, and he had mentioned 2 years again, which Shenlong completely ignored. Then, thank you, Shenlong. Shenlong snorted, said nothing more, and transformed into a beam of light, shooting up into the sky and dissipating into the air. Tian felt a bit sentimental. From now on, I won't be able to see Shenlong again. Shenlong's wish would take 130 days before he could be summoned again. 130 days, the elder wouldn't last that long. Zhang Fong patted Tian's shoulder, unsure how to comfort him. Brother. Zhang Fong. Tian looked at Zhang Fong. Are you going to enter seclusion for training? Zhang Fong nodded. Yes, I just got so many materials, I need to cultivate for a while. Tian said, alright, I'll take you to a secluded place for training, then I have some things to do. Zhang Fong, what do you need to do? Tian, get a dog. Zhang Fong? Just like that, Tian found a secluded room for Zhang Fong, where he wouldn't be disturbed. Inside the room, Zhang Fong used instant teleportation to return to ancient underworld star. World with different time flow, appear. Zhang Fong tossed the capsule into the air. Before him, a void world floated directly above the tribe, and below this world there was a very obvious stone door.
This stone door was located in the center of the tribe. Entering it would lead to that world with a different time flow. Not bad. Next, I need to call Kuroti and the others back to train properly. This world was prepared for Kuroti and the others because he was cultivating too quickly and they were clearly falling behind. Just like his current opponents, they were all martial saints and martial emperors. They could only fight martial kings or martial lords after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Too weak. Let them train here for a year, and their strength should barely keep up with the version. Jang Fong suddenly thought of something. Right. Su Qianli. Let Su Qianli replicate treasures in this world. He can replicate a bunch in just one day. Jang Fong slapped his thigh and directly arranged for Su Qianli to be the first to enter. Su Qianli entered this world, still a bit curious. Lord Jang Fong, this world is so big, it feels even larger than Yun country. But why is there no one here? Jiang Fong laughed heartily. This world is a treasure land. Training here for a year and a half equals one day outside. You can cultivate here at ease, and by the time you achieve Martial King realm, less than a year might have passed outside. Hiss. Su Qianli gasped. This place was unexpectedly so good? Lord Jang Fong, such a great place, you just let me use it. I really don't know how to repay you. Jang Fong patted Su Qianli's shoulder. It's fine, just keep replicating treasures every day, and that's it. After saying that, Jang Fong threw all the materials for the 8-9 Profound Art 7th transformation to Su Qianli. You should know that this is all the material from the 1st to the 7th transition, and it is piled up into a mountain. Su Qianli? So much material? Even if I copy 10 a day, it would take a long time, right? If I were outside, it might take 100 years to finish copying everything? Wait, suddenly, Su Qianli realized something. If I copy things here for a year and a half, it equals one day outside? That means my output has directly multiplied several times. It just feels like something is off. Lord Jang Fong brought me to this world, it seems, not for cultivation, right? After leaving ancient underworld star, Jang Fong headed to the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion. The headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion is very far from ancient underworld star, and Jang Fong had never been to the headquarters, so he couldn't use instant teleportation. However, Jang Fong contacted Zhou Chen and asked him to take a few photos of the nearby area. With the help of the photos, Jang Fong was able to understand the scene over there. The place where Zhou Chen is located is under a giant clock tower. Very good. Jang Fong thought about this place, then a thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! The next moment, Jang Fong appeared beside Zhou Chen, who was drinking tea by the roadside. Damn! Zhou Chen was startled, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. How did you suddenly appear? Jang Fong said nonchalantly, just a skill of mine. I can teleport instantly. How about it? Want to learn? Zhou Chen silently nodded. I want to learn. Will you teach me? Jang Fong, no. Zhou Chen. After all, this is a supernatural ability. Even if Jang Fong wanted to teach, Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to learn it. Not teaching? What the hell? Zhou Chen pouted. By the way, how did you come over here? Jang Fong said, I brought Beiju Tower and the others back to cultivate. As for the planetary competition, we won't participate for now. Zhou Chen scratched his head. Not participating? That's a pity. You might not know, but Beiju Tower and the others have gained some fame here in the Great Mo Mansion. They are called the warriors with the most hair colors. How about that? Quite fitting, right? Jang Fong. Indeed, there aren't many colors left for the Scions. Their overall ranking should not be high, right? Zhou Chen nodded. Yes, although they are very strong after transforming, there is still a gap compared to the top planets. A martial saint is enough to sweep them away. The gap between them and the martial saint is still large. Jang Fong, so, I want them to go back and cultivate. When they participate in the planetary competition again, they will all reach the martial saint realm and sweep away other planets. Zhou Chen's mouth slightly opened, his face full of disbelief. Jang Fong, do you know what you're saying? You want to train them all to become martial saints? Isn't that too exaggerated? You should know that people have limitations in their qualifications. Many people, even if they have resources, cannot become martial saints. Jang Fong waved his hand. Just wait and see, Zhou Chen, they can do it. By the way, where are they? Zhou Chen, they are participating in the planetary competition. After this match, I won't arrange any new battles. Every battle on Ancient Underworld Star was arranged by Zhou Chen. In a way, Zhou Chen was like their manager. After saying that, Zhou Chen took out a tablet and placed it in front of him. Jang Fong, look, their opponent is a planet with an average strength of Martial Emperor realm. Jang Fong glanced at the live broadcast and noticed the points. Oh, this points ratio, many people think Ancient Underworld Star will win. Zhou Chen laughed. Yes, at first many people looked down on Ancient Underworld Star, but later they realized something was off and started supporting Ancient Underworld Star. At this point, Zhou Chen felt a bit regretful. Everyone was getting smarter, and he could no longer gamble everything. The days of easily gaining points were gone for good. Wait a minute. Jiang Feng's expression suddenly changed as he looked at a passerby next to him. This passerby had just brushed past him. Zhou Chen? What's wrong with you?
Weren't we discussing the ancient underworld star? Interesting, so that's how it is, Jang Fong explained. Zhou-Chen, after the battle is over, you call Bei Juta and the others out, don't let them fight. I have other things to do now. Jiao. Chen looked confused but nodded, indicating he understood.
Then, Jang Fong acted directly, grabbing the passerby.
What a coincidence, Quan-O. With a thought, Jang Fong teleported. Whoosh!
Jang Fong and Quan-O disappeared from their spot and reappeared in the cosmic starry sky. So that's it, the soul detachment ability. You and the human emperor both use this method to preserve your lives. I see, Quan-O, or should I say, the leader of the Z organization. This passerby, who had brushed past Jang Fong, was instantly recognized by him through the data panel.
It was none other than the leader of the Z organization, Quan-O, who
had previously fought Jang Fong. Back when Jang Fong transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and used an ultimate dragon flash, he had killed him.
According to the system
panel, this guy had an ability called soul detachment.
Now, Jang Fong understood everything. No wonder he felt that the human emperor hadn't really died when he killed the human empress.
It seemed the human emperor had also used this ability. A reasonable guess would be that the human emperor had killed Quan-O in their universe to acquire this ability. When Jang Fong observed the parallel universe, he had seen the human emperor's life, but it was only a general observation.
Details like who was killed were not shown.
Therefore, Jang Fong had no idea that the human emperor had killed Quan-O.
Jang Fong, is that you? Quan-O also recognized Jang Fong, his face filled with shock. Impossible, how could you be here? I've escaped to the DMO mansion, how could you still run into me? Quan-O's mindset was somewhat collapsing.
The DMO mansion was so vast, with several major federal headquarters under its command, and each major federal headquarters was divided into thousands of areas. In this situation, the probability of the two meeting again was almost zero.
Yet, they met and recognized each other at a glance. Who could explain this?
Such a coincidental probability, even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this.
Indeed, reality is often more magical than fiction.
Jang Fong chuckled, if you had hidden in a remote star system, I really wouldn't have been able to find you, but hiding in the DMO mansion headquarters.
Wasn't it just a matter of time before I ran into you?
As a member of the 9527 area, Jang Fong was bound to come to the DMO mansion headquarters eventually as his cultivation improved. Quan-O gritted his teeth because there were more resources at the headquarters. He wanted to gather more resources and break through
his cultivation to see if he could surpass Jang Fong.
He knew Jang Fong would come to the headquarters sooner or later, but he thought it would take at least 10 years for Jang Fong to arrive. He never expected that just over a year had passed and Jang Fong was already here.
If I had known, I would have found a remote planet to hide on. Quan-O regretted. But it's okay. I have the soul detachment ability. Even if Jang Fong kills me, I can still escape. It's a pity that all my cultivation and most of my abilities will be given to Jang Fong. Soul detachment could save his life, but after abandoning his physical body, most of his abilities would belong to Jang Fong.
The last time Quan-O died, he had given many abilities to Jang Fong, including his favorite ability, teleportation.
Are you thinking that you can still use soul detachment to save your life?
Jang Fong chuckled. You and I both have the conquest ability, don't you know?
What happens when the conquest ability levels up? Quan-O was taken aback, still processing the information.
Jang Fong directly reached into his heart and activated his ability. With the opponent's blood, he immediately sealed off Quan-O's abilities. The Emperor of Humanity is immune to this ability because he possesses many powerful abilities himself. However, Quan-O has far fewer abilities than the Emperor of Humanity. It's impossible for him to be immune. Whoosh! In an instant, all of Quan-O's abilities were sealed, including his soul's departure.
No! No! Quan-O struggled and shouted. Spare me, I was wrong. Jang Fong, for the sake of us both being from Blue Star, you should let me go. After all, I gave you many abilities back then.
Let me go, I swear, as long as you spare
me, I will never think of seeking revenge on you again. Jang Fong chuckled, thinking to himself, in a role reversal, could you let me go? Enough with the nonsense. Jang Fong exerted his strength fiercely, and with a bang, Quan-O was instantly killed.
At the moment of Quan-O's death, in the distant northern region, a warrior,
dressed in a pink coat, suddenly opened his eyes. One of my avatars has died, how is that possible?
I granted them rebirth, splitting, and various abilities.
Why would they still die? Was it that avatar? The warrior closed his eyes and sensed again. Do-O is alive, Leo is also alive, Kuo is fine too, wait, found. It's Quan-O? The Quan-O from the Eastern Cosmic Domain is dead?
What a useless guy. With that thought, the warrior moved, taking a step.
No matter what,
Quan-O collected quite a few abilities, I can't just let it go. This person dispatched multiple avatars to collect abilities across various regions of the universe, ultimately gathering them onto himself, becoming a master with numerous abilities. His name had long been forgotten, and more people referred to him as the Demon Martial Emperor. Boom! At the moment Jang Fong had just eliminated Quan O, a flash of lightning appeared not far from him, and then a warrior in a
pink coat crossed space to arrive. The demon martial emperor showed a hint of confusion upon seeing Jang Fong. You also have so many abilities? What are your abilities? Conquest? Or absorption? Or perhaps seizure?
Name, Demon Martial Emperor level, 9th stage Martial Emperor. Note, a martial emperor from the ancient times of the human race possessing the ability to absorb. He absorbed many powerful beings in ancient times and gained numerous abilities.
Now he lives in
seclusion, splitting several avatars to help him collect abilities in various cosmic domains.
Jang Fong was also somewhat surprised upon seeing the other party. The Demon Martial Emperor? A 9th stage Martial Emperor? Theoretically, this is the highest realm of martial arts. So, the Quan O I just killed was your avatar?
The corner of the Demon Martial Emperor's mouth lifted slightly. That's right, kid, you have quite the guts to kill even my avatar.
I see you've reached the Martial Saint level at such a young age, which is truly not easy. So, I won't kill you.
You sign a soul contract with me and I can take you as my subordinate. I have to say, the Demon Martial Emperor still has some merit. Zhang Feng's ability to conceal his aura was noticed, but he still saw through Zhang Feng's true
cultivation level. Ha ha ha. Jang Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Demon Martial Emperor, you might have been in seclusion for too long and don't realize the
world has changed. I can also give you a chance, kneel down and bow to me 3 times and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Upon hearing this, the Demon Martial
Emperor frowned slightly. This kid is truly arrogant.
A mere martial saint, even if you have a bunch of abilities to protect you, your strength far exceeds
that of an ordinary martial saint. But do you think you can compare yourself to an emperor?
I am someone who values talent, but I hate those who lack self-awareness.
Even more.
The Demon Martial Emperor slowly raised his hand. Therefore, I hereby announce your death sentence. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious energy burst forth from the tip of the Demon Martial Emperor's finger, directly rushing towards Jang Fong. At the moment it touched Jang Fong, he punched the energy,
shattering it instantly. How is that possible?
The Demon Martial Emperor was momentarily stunned.
Could it be that he was truly getting old? Are young people really this fierce now? A single finger pointing at their own death, shattered by a punch from the opponent? Suddenly, the Demon Martial Emperor noticed something. Jang Fong was engulfed in a purplish-red aura.
Even his appearance had changed somewhat.
Oh, so it's a transformation, the Demon Martial Emperor thought to himself.
Skills or abilities that involve transformation generally enhance strength but come at a cost.
He.
The Demon Martial Emperor chuckled.
You are a 9th stage martial saint, and through this transformation, you've gained power to rival mine.
I suppose the price you paid is quite steep, right?
Let me guess, did you lose half your lifespan? Or is your potential greatly diminished?
Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't recklessly overdraw your future.
Jang Fong
merely waved his hand, his gaze icy as he looked at the Demon Martial Emperor.
Why is a dignified martial emperor still spouting so much nonsense? The Demon
Martial Emperor fell silent for a moment, then began to gather power, preparing to catch Jang Fong off guard.
Truly unaware of his own mortality, he had offered kind advice, yet the other had turned it back on him as if he were the one rambling. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Demon Martial Emperor raised his arm, gathering a
massive purplish-red energy ball above his palm.
Annihilation. The Demon Martial Emperor flicked his hand, sending the energy ball hurtling towards Jang Fong. Jang Fong snorted, then charged straight at the energy ball.
Let me see just how strong the Super Saiyan 4's limit-breaking power really is.
Whoosh! In an
instant, Jang Fong was right in front of the energy ball.
Demon Martial Emperor? Is this guy seeking death?
Facing his own energy ball, not only did he not dodge,
but he also took the initiative to meet it head-on? Then farewell.
The Demon Martial Emperor exerted force, and the energy ball instantly accelerated, directly
engulfing Jang Fong.
Then, the Demon Martial Emperor spread his arms, waiting to absorb Zhang Feng's abilities.
However, there was no reaction at all. Could it be that he didn't die?
The Demon Martial Emperor guessed correctly. Zhang Feng was surrounded by the purplish aura within the energy ball, completely
unaffected by it. Here you go.
Zhang Feng kicked out. Whoosh! He sent the energy ball flying back towards the Demon Martial Emperor at incredible speed, leaving him no time to react before it exploded into fragments.
However, the next moment, these fragments transformed into a pink version of the Demon Martial Emperor, gathering together.
In an instant, the Demon Martial Emperor was revived.
Oh,
Zhang Feng observed the familiar scene and nodded.
It seemed that the Emperor's
regeneration ability was obtained from defeating the Demon Martial Emperor. No matter which parallel universe he had fought this Demon Martial Emperor before,
it's
quite difficult to kill him outright. Let's see if I can seal his abilities.
Jang Fong exhaled, adjusting his state. I underestimated you. The Demon Martial
Emperor looked at Zhang Fong, his tone very calm. It turns out that after your transformation, your strength didn't just match mine, it surpassed it.
The Demon
Martial Emperor flicked his hand.
Then, how about this move?
Suddenly, the demon martial emperor stopped flicking his hand and pointed a finger at Jang Fong. A red energy beam erupting from it. Turn into chocolate for me. Whoosh! The red energy beam shot towards Jang Fong, shattering the moment it made contact with his body, completely ineffective. Immunity to curse-type abilities? The demon martial emperor pondered. No wonder he was a multiple ability holder, he truly had some skills. Flash time. Jang Fong exerted force, charging right in front of the demon martial emperor. He aimed to injure the demon martial emperor and then seal his abilities. 0.01 seconds. Jang Fong reached the demon martial emperor. 0.02 seconds. The demon martial emperor retreated explosively, creating distance between them. Clearly, flash time was completely ineffective against the demon martial emperor. Kid, if you have any other moves, feel free to use them. The demon martial emperor sneered. This kind of trash ability, just don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. Jang Fong snorted, then decided to crush him with sheer strength. With a roar, Jang Fong broke through the limit of Super Saiyan 4 and activated the Kinkai Fist. The purple-red aura around him had almost turned bright red. Whoosh! With a burst of speed, Jang Fong charged behind the demon martial emperor and threw a punch. Too fast. Before the demon martial emperor could react, Zhang Feng's fist pierced through his body. Seal the ability. Activate. After being pierced, the demon martial emperor's body instantly softened, as if it had turned into flowing water, and he lunged toward Jang Fong instead. I'll absorb you. Ha ha, the sealing ability is useless against me. Jang Fong understood. He guessed that the human emperor could be immune to the sealing ability because he got it from this guy. You think you can absorb me? Jang Fong suddenly erupted with rage. Boom! The aura around him surged again, directly sending the demon martial emperor flying. An immortal life form is really troublesome. If I had encountered you for the first time, I might have had a headache. Jang Fong looked at the demon martial emperor, who was stabilizing himself in the distance, still calmly gazing at Jang Fong, even with a hint of joy in his eyes, as if the battle with Jang Fong was just a game. However, Jang Fong suddenly released his hands, canceling the Kinkai Fist state. I once faced an enemy who was even more troublesome and harder to kill than you. To break his immortality, I thought for a long time, and finally, I learned this move. Of course, I'm not very skilled at it yet, just like a beginner. Demon Martial Emperor? What is this guy talking about? Breaking the immortal body? How is that possible? The immortal body is unsolvable. Instantaneous movement. Whoosh! Jang Fong suddenly appeared behind the demon martial emperor, extending his right hand, with his left hand resting on his right arm, while his right hand reached out, palm facing the demon martial emperor. Destruction. As soon as the words fell, a purple energy enveloped the demon martial emperor, and in an instant, his arm turned to dust. For the first time, the demon martial emperor screamed in agony, no longer calm. Impossible. My immortal body, my recovery ability, how could it be broken? The dust from his arm continued to spread, creeping up to his shoulder, then to his body. No, no! As the demon martial emperor screamed, the dusting suddenly stopped, leaving him with half a body. Jang Fong. See, I told you, I'm not skilled at this move yet. But as long as it works, with this move, if the human emperor dares to show up again, he will surely die. Boom! Without any hesitation, Jang Fong instantly unleashed all his power and transformed into Super Saiyan 5. At that moment, the demon martial emperor was still relieved, thankful that he wasn't dead and still had a chance to live. I'm leaving. I'm not fighting this kid anymore, he's a bit too sinister. The demon martial emperor planned to flee, as Zhang Feng's move had destroyed most of his body, making him very wary. Don't even think about escaping. Ultimate Dragon Flash. Jang Fong released his attack, and in an instant, the energy cannon engulfed the demon martial emperor. The demon martial emperor waved his hand, intending to deflect the attack and then run away, but as he encountered the ultimate Dragon Flash, his body was directly submerged. No! How can this move be so strong? No! I'm not willing to. Only a scream remained. Conquering ability activated. Gained a large chunk of ability. He should be dead. Jang Fong stroked his chin. This demon martial emperor most likely did not have a soul that had detached. If he did, the human emperor wouldn't have been able to kill the demon martial emperor back then. Not to mention, the demon martial emperor had been screaming in agony until his death. I consider myself lucky. I caught him off guard with destruction first, then transformed into Super Saiyan 5, tearing through his defenses. He never expected my Super Saiyan 5 to be this strong. Jang Fong was certain that the demon martial emperor hadn't used his full strength, because within the opponent's abilities there was still an ultimate sublimation. If it were unleashed, it could very well lead to a fierce battle. No wonder the demon martial emperor was unwilling to be taken down so easily. Anyone in his position would feel the same. Alright, after this matter is settled, I need to train more in Zhaohua and destruction, Jang Fong said as he transformed back, casually picking up the demon martial emperor's storage ring before using teleportation to return to the headquarters of the Great Federation. At the moment the demon martial emperor perished, several of his avatars, including Do-Oh, also turned to dust. This martial emperor, who had roamed the ancient times of the human race, had fallen. At the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion, Beiju Tower and the others had just finished their battle and, along with Zhou Chen, met Jang Fong. Lord Jang Fong, Beiju Tower greeted him. Jang Fong waved his hand. Let's go back to the ancient underworld star, I'll help you all train to become stronger. With that, Jang Fong took Beiju Tower and the others back to the ancient underworld star in an instant. As for Zhou Chen, he stayed behind at the Great Mo Mansion headquarters, a smile even lingering on his face. Now that you all have left, I have nothing to do. I can visit Scion every day. To be honest, after arriving at the headquarters, Zhou Chen had fallen in love with an ordinary martial artist, no less. Zhou Chen was also hiding his identity while dating her. Scion still doesn't know that my true identity is that of a super strong martial emperor, and that I have a martial saint as my master. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen rubbed his hands together. The day I reveal my identity will surely shock Scion. Damn, thinking about it makes me feel a bit excited, doesn't it? He. On the ancient underworld star, Beiju Tower and Karoti, along with their Scion subordinates, all entered a world with a different flow of time to train. They were full of energy, all eager to reach the martial saint realm. After settling everything, Jang Fong also began his training in the 8-9 profound art, and he was training on the planet Kishing. On the 8th day of his training, Jang Fong completed the 6th transformation and then received news from Tian Tian. The Grand Elder had passed away. Jang Fong attended the Grand Elder's funeral and then left Kishing, returning to the ancient underworld star to continue his training in the 8-9 profound art. In the blink of an eye, Jang Fong had also cultivated the 8-9 profound art to the 7th transformation. All the materials had been used up. After the demon martial emperor's death, he left behind a storage ring. Jang Fong flipped his hand and took out the demon martial emperor's storage ring. There are many treasures inside. If they were to be exchanged for cosmic coins, they would fetch an astronomical price, but these treasures have nothing to do with the 8-9 profound art and cannot be used for training. There's only one way left: exchange all these treasures for cosmic coins and then use the money to buy materials for the 8-9 profound art. Thinking of this, Jang Fong decided to return to Huoyun Star and have the 4 generals help him with the operation to gather some materials. Perhaps these treasures would be enough for him to cultivate to the 8th transformation or even achieve the 9th transformation. After all, the demon martial emperor was a very ancient and powerful martial emperor, and his entire fortune was far greater than that of an ordinary martial emperor. On Huoyun Star, Jang Fong met with the 4 generals. He took out the storage ring and shared his thoughts with them. I want to cultivate the 8-9 profound art. Can all the treasures in this storage ring be exchanged for materials sufficient to reach the 9th transformation? Tyler took the storage ring, examined it, and was taken aback. My God, Commander, where did you get this storage ring? There are so many treasures here from ancient times. It's incredibly valuable. If we really put it to use, it should be enough for cultivating the 8-9 profound art. Jang Fong, should be? Tyler explained, because starting from the 8th transformation of the 8-9 profound art, many materials are rare and hard to find, with prices that are sky high. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Do you understand what I mean? Jang Fong nodded, realizing that the materials were too precious. Taylor said, many materials, those martial saints or martial emperors, they simply don't sell them unless they urgently need certain treasures and are willing to trade. So, having money alone isn't enough. We have to wait for them to sell before we have a chance to buy. According to my estimates, collecting all the materials for the 8 or 9 profound arts might take more than 10 years. Jang Fong frowned slightly. 10 years? For other martial saints, it might not be much, but he had only been cultivating for 19 years. That felt like too long. At that moment, Loren spoke up. If the 4 of us set out together to search for materials, it might be quicker. We could gather everything in about 3 years. However, if the 4 of us go out together, there will be no one to manage the Fire Cloud army, which could lead to problems. Commander, will you personally manage the Fire Cloud army? Jang Fong replied, no, I plan to head to the 10,000 races battlefield soon. Jang Fong rubbed his chin. The lack of management for the Fire Cloud army was indeed a problem. He needed to find someone trustworthy. Then, the scene shifted, and Jang Fong stood before the 9-headed bug with the 4 generals. The 9-headed bug's mouth twitched wildly. So, you all want to busy yourselves with your own matters and leave the management of the Fire Cloud army to me? That's simply turning the heavens upside down. I won't do that. A long time ago, I was defeated by the Fire Cloud army. Now you want me to manage it? You might as well kill me. Jang Fong clenched his fists. The 9-headed bug said, no need to actually kill me. It's just managing the Fire Cloud army, right? I plan to challenge my own weakness. Jang Fong patted the 9-headed bug on the shoulder. Good brother, it's up to you. Thus, the 4 generals helped Jang Fong gather materials while he prepared to head to the 10,000 races battlefield to investigate. As for the Fire Cloud army, it would be temporarily managed by the nine-headed bug. In the Northern Universe region, Qin Xinghe piloted a spaceship and landed on the planet.
Ka-Xing, I heard that there are Dragon Balls here that can grant any wish.
There was a glimmer of expectation in Qin Xinghe's eyes.
To achieve my ambitions, the wish-granting ball is essential.
As soon as Qin Xinghe landed, he was surrounded by several members of the Dragon Clan.
Outsider, what are you doing on our planet?
Qin Xinghe immediately raised his hands. I mean no harm, I just heard there are wish-granting balls here and wanted to make a few wishes.
The Dragon Clan members replied, that's quite unfortunate. You can turn back the way you came. Qin Xinghe, what's going on?
The Dragon Clan members continued, our clan's elder just died a few days ago. Currently, only the elder's original power is sufficient to create Dragon Balls. Others are not qualified. In other words, after the elder's death, the Dragon Balls have also disappeared from this world.
Qin Xinghe felt as if struck by lightning. Had he arrived too late? In my plan, the wish-granting ball is a necessary step.
Qin Xinghe took a deep breath, feeling a bit doubtful about himself.
Was it fate?
No, I don't believe in fate.
I must change everything.
Let the northern region also head to the 10,000 races battlefield.
Qin Xinghe only doubted himself for a moment before regaining his determination.
Thank you for your clarification, goodbye. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Clan members, Qin Xinghe piloted his spaceship and flew away.
Since the wish-granting ball is gone, let's move on to the next step.
Head to the major secret realms and crazily enhance my strength. In the world of martial artists,
strength is the foundation of everything.
Qin Xinghe clenched his fists. To achieve his ambitions, he had to fight hard. On this side, Jang Fong was piloting a spaceship flying towards the battlefield of the myriad races. On the way, he looked down at the pill in his hand, which was given to him by Naru, crafted by the most outstanding alchemist of the Dragon Clan, according to the wishes of the Grand Elder. This pill contained a lot of the Dragon Clan's original
power. Old man, thank you. Jang Fong held the pill and raised it into the air with energy.
Buzz! The pill, enveloped in energy, emitted clusters of golden energy, all of which flew into Zhang Feng's body.
After a while, the original power of the Dragon Clan has greatly increased. Congratulations to the host, unlocking a new ability, potential activation.
This was the Grand Elder's skill. The Divine Dragon had also said that as long as Zhang Feng's original power was sufficient,
he could learn this move. Continue absorbing.
Time passed, and the pill grew smaller. Soon, the pill completely disappeared, and Zhang Feng had finished
absorbing it.
The original power of the Dragon Clan has greatly increased. Congratulations to the host, unlocking a new ability, Dragon Ball Creation.
Dragon
Ball Creation, based on the host's original power, different levels of Dragon Balls can be created. The number of Dragon Balls the host can currently create, 2. The summoned Divine Dragon will try to fulfill the summoner's wishes, but the summoner must pay with their own lifespan.
Jang Fong, now I can create Dragon
Balls, but it seems a bit useless. 2 Dragon Balls summon a Divine Dragon, wishing still costs a life. Feels kind of pointless. Who would wish for that? The more wishes fulfilled by the Divine Dragon, the more the host's original power will increase. Zhang Feng paused for a moment so wishing could increase original
power.
Although my original power has greatly increased, it's still not enough to awaken the power of the Dragon God. There's still a huge gap.
I must find
someone to make a wish, so they can help me accumulate original power. Then, Zhang Feng further explored the precautions for Dragon Balls.
After I create a
Dragon Ball, I can also use it to make a wish, but wishing won't increase my original power. So, it's best to give the Dragon Balls to others to use for their
wishes.
And then, there's the cycle of wishing with the Dragon Balls.
After summoning the Divine Dragon, the Dragon Ball will be dormant for a while, and wishes cannot be made again in a short time. Based on my current original power, the Dragon Balls I create will need to be dormant for 100 days after each use? That's not bad. Then I'll try making a Dragon Ball.
Zhang Feng sat down on the ground and began to channel the original power of the Dragon Clan, trying to create
a Dragon Ball. After a while, 2 shiny golden Dragon Balls were created by Zhang Feng.
It worked. Zhang Feng picked up the Dragon Balls and examined them in
his hand.
They're just a bit small. The Dragon Balls made by the Grand Elder are as big as a human head, while the 2 I've made are smaller than a billiard ball. Next was to create a Divine Dragon, which would be summoned using the Dragon Balls. The appearance of the Divine Dragon made by the Grand Elder is too outrageous. I need to create one that I like. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and created a Divine Dragon according to the aesthetic of the Yun people. The dragon's head and claws were basically perfect. As expected of the Divine Dragon I created, it looks pleasing to the eye. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng fused the Divine Dragon with the Dragon Balls, whoosh. A Divine Dragon slightly larger than a human appeared right in front of Zhang Feng.
You have created me. The Divine Dragon looked at Zhang Feng with a respectful gaze.
Zhang Feng, come, briefly introduce yourself.
How much lifespan do I generally need to pay to make a wish?
The Divine Dragon replied to Zhang Feng, it depends on the size of the wish, at least 1 year must be paid.
If the wish is to become a super strong warrior, it may require exhausting all of your lifespan. Jang Fong clicked his tongue. This divine dragon was truly dark. At least a year of life had to be paid. However, for ordinary people, trading a year of life for a wish was simply a huge profit. Alright, I'll find a planet and send you there. Jang Fong closed his eyes and began to sense the energy fluctuations around him. Soon, he locked onto a planet where most of the martial artists were merely at the martial artist level, with only a few at the martial master level. The energy level of this planet isn't high. It should be very suitable for the divine dragon to exert its power. With the Dragon Balls in hand, Jang Fong flew towards this planet. The planet Jang Fong chose was called Chilan Star. The human race here had been fighting against the Hong Yen tribe for years, making them the main enemy of the human race. As for technology, it was slightly behind that of Blue Star, but not by much. They had airplanes and cannons, among other things. Not bad. Jang Fong flew into the air and then activated his energy, transmitting a message to all the humans. I am a great being of creation. Today, as I pass by your planet, I feel we are fated. Now, I grant you an opportunity. Here are 2 wish beads. Anyone who gathers 2 wish beads can make a wish. After saying this, Jang Fong took out 2 Dragon Balls and imprinted their appearance in everyone's minds. Then, he threw the 2 Dragon Balls out. Done. Jang Fong clapped his hands and left Chilan Star. Meanwhile, everyone on Chilan Star was in an uproar. What just happened? Who was speaking in my head? Some people thought they were hearing things, but when they asked others, they found that everyone had heard those few sentences. It's not an illusion. Could it be that the so-called creator god really exists? Are those so-called wish beads really real? Has anyone seen the so-called wish beads? Soon, Jiang Feng's actions stirred up a huge wave on the internet of Chilan Star. At the same time, many clever merchants directly created models of the wish beads online. After all, Jang Fong had directly imprinted the appearance of the wish beads in everyone's minds. In a live stream, someone took out a freshly made Dragon Ball and shouted, "Family, I'm bringing you benefits. I accidentally got a wish bead. Let's connect on 3, 2, 1. Not 998, not 98, just 9.8 and I'll ship it to your home for free." Behind him, a few people pulled the streamer. "No, this is a wish bead that can fulfill any wish. If you sell it for 9.8, we'll be losing money. You can't do this." The streamer was furious. "Don't stop me. No one can prevent me from bringing benefits to my family." The viewers were stunned, although they knew it was fake. What if one of them was real? The high-ranking members of the human race on Chilan Star were also discussing the matter of the wish beads. This was likely true. After all, a being with such power wouldn't deceive them. But there were only 2 wish beads. Where could they find them? At this moment, a young female scientist adjusted her glasses. "If the wish beads are not from the martial artists of our planet, then we can make a detector to scan for all materials from the universe. So, this is what we call a wish bead detector," the high-ranking members of the human race exclaimed. "Then why aren't we hurrying to make it?" Thus, with the help of the high-ranking officials and various technological enhancements, the human race spent 2 days gathering the wish beads. The high-ranking members of the human race gathered together and summoned the divine dragon. Although this divine dragon was small, it had an imposing presence. As soon as it appeared, it turned the entire Chilan Star into night. "Speak. State your wishes, humans. I can fulfill 1 wish for you. As much as possible." The high-ranking members of the human race said, "Can you make all the Hong Yen tribe on the planet die? So that our human race will have no enemies from now on?" The divine dragon replied, "Yes, but to fulfill this wish, you must pay 30 years of your lifespan. Do you still wish to make a wish?" The high-ranking members of the human race were taken aback. They had to pay with their lifespan for a wish? This felt a bit like a scam, didn't it? What scam? In the world of warriors, what do you get without paying a price? A middle-aged man stepped forward. "In my opinion, paying a certain price to fulfill a wish is a huge profit. Not to mention, it's a wish to make the Hong Yen tribe disappear. Every year, millions of humans die because of the Hong Yen tribe. Now it's just 30 years of lifespan. If you won't pay, I will." Thus, the middle-aged man made his wish. The divine dragon's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Your wish has been granted, now leave." The divine dragon dissipated into the air, vanishing completely. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was visibly aging at a rapid pace. "Quick! Go check if the Hong Yen tribe still exists," a high-ranking member commanded. After an investigation by the human race's leaders, it was confirmed that the Hong Yen tribe was completely annihilated. In this way, the middle-aged man, who had completely aged, laughed out loud. "Worth it. So worth it. Don't say 30 years. Even if I had to trade my life for it, it would be worth it. The Hong Yen tribe is all dead. Ha ha ha." The other high-ranking members of the human race, witnessing this scene, felt their breaths quicken. The divine dragon, capable of granting any wish, truly existed. With the divine dragon, anyone could make a wish. Find the divine dragon. Find the divine dragon. Collect those wishing beads. I want to make a wish too. I want to live forever. Everyone was fervently excited.
The scientists who had previously been studying the detector suddenly changed their expressions. Everyone, it seems the detector is broken. It can't detect
the wishing bead's signals anymore? The crowd was shocked. What? The detector is broken? Hurry up and fix it.
The middle-aged man who had made the wish suddenly raised his hand and said, "No, it's not the instrument that's broken." After the wish was made, I think I heard the divine dragon's voice. The divine dragon said
that we can only make wishes again in 100 days.
The high-ranking members of the human race exchanged glances, all marking this date in their hearts.
100 days.
Jang Fong left Star. Calculating the time, he estimated that it would take them 2 or 3 days to
gather the Dragon Balls and make their first wish.
Let's see how much my source power can increase by then. Jang Fong returned to the spaceship and headed towards
the eastern border.
Although the spaceship Jang Fong piloted was from the northern region and its speed far exceeded that of a martial saint, it still took 2 days to reach the eastern border. Just in time, this moment coincided with the day the human race on Star gathered all the Dragon Balls to make their wishes. After the wish was made, Jang Fong felt that his source power had increased by about 5%.
So much?
Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. He had
thought it would only increase by 1% or even 1,000.
At this rate of increase, as long as I make a few more wishes, my source power could double. Very good, very good.
Moreover,
I can feel that my divine dragon seems to have become stronger as well. Each wish not only enhances my source power but also
boosts the strength of the divine dragon.
After reflecting on this, Jang Fong looked outside the spaceship.
There was a whole row of planets, appearing like a
city wall connected together. This was the border of the Eastern universe. As for these planets, they were all directly created by the human race.
The warriors
fighting against the myriad tribes lived within these planets, and each planet housed a martial emperor. Yes, the rare martial emperors within the cosmic domain were all on the battlefield against the myriad tribes. Here, one could say that it gathered most of humanity's strength.
There was not a single weakling. Just find
a random planet to land on, record my identity first, then head to the battlefield to see how fierce those alien martial emperors are.
Jang Fong landed on the
planet and communicated with the local federation to obtain a deployment card.
This deployment card records your identity and cultivation level, and constantly monitors your physical condition.
If you fall or encounter danger, you can also call for help through the deployment card.
It can be said to be a timely communication device.
At the same time, the deployment card can also record points. Kills of various races or saved humans can be converted into points, which can be exchanged for treasures. Occasionally, there are martial emperor strongmen exchanging treasures on the deployment card.
If I come across materials for the 8th or 9th level of profound skills, I can keep an eye out. Zhang Feng's information was recorded on the deployment card with a cultivation level of martial saint. 9th stage.
After everything was settled, Jang Fong flew out of the planet alone, heading towards the direction of the battlefield of various races.
The battlefield
of various races refers to a certain area of the universe where human experts and alien experts often clash. Due to the fierce fighting, all the planets in this area have been shattered. Near the human side of the battlefield, there are more human experts, with basically no alien presence.
In the central part of the battlefield, the human and various race experts are almost equal. If one continues deeper into the alien side, there are many alien experts, with hardly any human warriors.
Jang Fong stood on a meteorite, controlling it to fly towards the center of the battlefield of various races.
There are too many shattered planets and
meteorites here, it's hard for spaceships to dodge.
It's better to fly with my own body.
Jang Fong had just set out from the human side, so along the way, he
mostly encountered humans, with no alien creatures at all.
It wasn't until he had flown for several hours that he finally encountered an alien creature, a puddle
of water floating in the cosmic space.
This puddle of water is floating motionless. Many humans passing by haven't noticed its special nature.
It's likely that
the various races used some special method to try to infiltrate our human area. Jang Fong raised his hand and directly extinguished the puddle of water.
Just a martial venerable level.
This kind of strength might be considered strong in the cosmic domain, but on the battlefield of various races, it's just cannon fodder.
Let's go deeper.
The puddle of water that Jang Fong casually extinguished was indeed a new lifeform created by the various races to infiltrate the human area
and scout human movements.
They never expected that their years of planning would be so easily thwarted by Jang Fong. However, before the puddle of water died, it recorded the scene and transmitted it to the various races. The various races, watching the footage, began to discuss who this young human was.
He must be a newcomer. How despicable. Just arrived and already ruined our plans.
The geniuses of the human race are indeed like fish crossing the river, countless in number. Just a random newcomer arriving at the battlefield of various races has such means. They are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with.
Less talk. This guy is truly despicable. Our plans have been ruined by him. Damn it. We should retaliate.
This newcomer has great potential. If we can kill him, that would
be best.
Let's unite, find a few strong ones, and work together to eliminate him.
Jang Fong was still unaware that as soon as he entered the battlefield of various races and casually extinguished a puddle of water, he had already attracted the attention of the strong from the various races. Of course, even if he knew Jang Fong wouldn't care, he came to the battlefield to kill strong opponents. He was just afraid that too few strong ones from the various races would come. As Jang Fong reached the center of the battlefield of various races, he began to see more and more aliens, and occasionally, he could even see humans and aliens engaged in fierce battles. "Brother, I beg you to help me." A human, being heavily suppressed, saw Jang Fong nearby and immediately shouted out, "Kill the opponent and all the points you earn will be yours. I also have treasures to give. Help me." Both sides of the conflict were at the martial saint level, but the human martial saint was at the 5th tier while the opponent was at the 6th human race. The martial saints of the myriad races also noticed Jang Fong, and their expressions changed. "Run!" Without any hesitation, the martial saints of the myriad races turned and fled. "Want to escape?" Jang Fong activated his ability, Flash. In 0.01 seconds, Jang Fong directly charged in front of the martial saints of the myriad races. In 0.02 seconds, Jang Fong raised his hand and struck a fatal blow. In 0.03 seconds, the killing secret technique activated, absorbing the energy of this martial saint of the myriad races, transforming it into the essence of the dragon race, enhancing Jang Fong. "It's quite average." Jang Fong released Flash, frowning slightly. The increase was not as significant as that gained from making a wish. "Forget it, any increase is good, the amount doesn't matter." The rescued human martial saint was momentarily dazed, then hurriedly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. If it weren't for you, I might have died." The alien race that had put him in a tough battle was wiped out by Jang Fong with a single move, making the human martial saint regard Jang Fong as a senior. A very powerful one at that. "This is the treasure I mentioned earlier that you used." The human martial saint presented a jade tablet. "It's a forbidden level treasure, carried with you, capable of purifying the mind and spirit with excellent effects." Jang Fong accepted the jade tablet and flew away immediately. "Do you want to continue deeper?" The human martial saint smacked his lips. This senior is really confident in his strength, but he's completely a stranger. Is this his first time in the battlefield of the myriad races? Is he from the human race that just broke through to the martial emperor level? Really strong. As Jang Fong continued to delve deeper into the battlefield of the myriad races, they also dispatched several strong individuals to ambush him. There were 2 martial emperors and over a dozen martial saints working together. The martial emperors were Kishi from the mechanical race and Ling Rue from the ice race. Kishi calculated for a moment, "This human has destroyed our plans and dares to go deeper. His strength is likely not to be underestimated." Ling Rue was unconcerned. "No matter how strong he is, based on the images we've received, he's just a 9th tier martial saint. With the 2 of us martial emperors working together, can he really turn the tide?" Various data flashed in Kishi's eyes. "According to my analysis, this person is already extremely strong. If he has reinforcements to help him, our chances of surrounding and killing him will likely fail." Ling Rue, "Don't be foolish, the possibility of reinforcements is almost zero. How could other human warriors venture this deep? Only this reckless youth dares to go further." Kishi continued, "The possibility is almost zero, but not entirely. We must consider how to remedy the situation if it really happens." Ling Rue, "No need for remedies, trust me, we can just push through with sheer strength. With 2 martial emperors working together, who can stop us?" Kishi, "According to my analysis, with 2 martial emperors working together, the opponent is likely unable to withstand it, but the probability of them being able to withstand it is not zero, so we..." Ling Rue covered Kishi's mouth. "Alright, shut up. If you keep talking, it'll be annoying. Everyone follow my orders and set up the formation here. Based on that person's route, he will likely pass through here." The group of martial saints responded in unison and then busied themselves. Jang Fong was unaware of everything and just kept moving forward. Bored, he also checked the cultivation levels of Karo and the others using the system. In these 2 days of training in that world with a different time flow, it had been 3 years. They had made good progress, but they were still a bit short of reaching the martial saint level. Their usual cultivation level, even the strongest among them has reached the martial emperor realm, with an average strength at the martial king realm, not far from the average martial emperor realm. As long as their average strength reaches the martial emperor realm, my bloodline task will be completed and I can upgrade to the ancient Scion bloodline. Soon, at this cultivation speed, it is estimated that in no more than 3 days, their average strength will reach the martial emperor realm. Very good. Jang Fong calculated another thing, which was the total cultivation level. Due to the existence of the clan function, the total cultivation levels of Karo and the others would directly add to Jiang Feng's own. My current realm is too high. I estimate that they need to reach the martial saint realm to help me improve my cultivation. Their cultivation speed is still a bit slow. I really hope Karo and the others can speed up their training a bit.
Jang Fong laughed heartily, but suddenly, his flying speed slowed down.
What is this?
Jang Fong was somewhat surprised as he looked towards a nearby meteorite, only to see a flower growing on it.
In this cosmic space, there are actually flowers surviving? Could this flower be some kind of treasure? Jang Fong approached the flower, wanting to take a closer look. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding
spiritual energy became chaotic, and Kaisi and Ling Rui, two martial emperors, charged out with a dozen martial saints.
Human race, why don't you surrender? Today is your doomsday.
Jang Fong ignored this group of guys. After all, he had sensed long ago that there were martial emperors from various races lying in ambush.
For him,
his attention was entirely on the flower.
I don't recognize this variety, and I don't know if I can pick it.
Jang Fong hesitated for a moment.
What? If it's a rare flower that can't be picked? If I pick it without permission, that would be a huge loss. Just then, the various races joined forces to activate a formation, and a massive energy beam shot towards Jang Fong.
Jang Fong released an energy shield to protect the flower, then counterattacked.
He punched towards the energy beam. Bang!
The beam shattered instantly.
Not good. Ling Rui's expression changed.
This human race isn't the energy fluctuation at the martial
Saint realm? How is he so strong? He can even break through the combined force of the formation?
It's the 8-9 profound art.
Moreover, he has cultivated it
to an extremely profound level. His physical body is enough to rival a martial emperor. Kaisi revealed the reason.
I told you long ago, this person cannot be underestimated, but you didn't believe me. Ling Rui, can I be blamed for this?
The 8-9 profound art is so difficult to cultivate. Who knew this human
would actually know such a thing?
Zhang Feng's punch, after shattering the energy beam, also caused violent energy fluctuations. Just then, not far away, there was
a team of martial artists escorting something.
The leader was a female martial artist, her face cold, with twin ponytails, wearing a tight combat suit that
outlined her perfect figure. There's a battle. It's the alien martial emperors teaming up against our human martial artists? The female martial artist was
about to go over to support when a crew cut man stopped her. Sister Shui, we can't delay our escort mission. If we go to support and something unexpected happens,
leading to a failure in the escort mission, that would be a huge loss.
The female martial artist, referred to as Sister Shui, merely glanced at the crew cut man.
You dare say such a thing when human martial artists are fighting against aliens? Let me tell you, nothing is more important than the lives of human martial artists. Brothers, follow me, let's eliminate this group of aliens.
With that, the female martial artist took out her weapon, a long spear, and charged forward.
First, her movements extremely agile. Kill.
Seeing the female martial artist charge forward, the others no longer hesitated and followed suit.
Exterminate the aliens.
In the formation of the various races, Kaisi and Ling Rui were on high alert, watching Jang Fong, not daring to act recklessly. In fact, they were somewhat afraid of Jang Fong. After all, their combined strike using the formation was shattered by Jang Fong. If it came down to a real fight, they might suffer
a crushing defeat. What's wrong? If you don't make a move, I will.
Jang Fong shook his hand, just about to strike.
Kill.
A sharp shout came from outside the
formation. Annihilate.
Suddenly, a black spear swept through, directly breaking apart the formation of the myriad races.
Following closely was a dual-tailed girl,
wielding a spear, her expression cold and looking quite dashing.
Brother, are you okay?
Xiao Shuihan stood in front of Jang Fong, facing the two martial emperors of the myriad races. I didn't expect there to be two martial emperors from the myriad races.
You should step back, don't get hurt, leave this to me. Jang Fong, calling me brother? Damn, Xiao Shuihan's looks are quite impressive too.
Being called brother by a dual-tailed beauty made Jang Fong feel increasingly strange.
Human race Xiao Shuihan?
The moment they saw Xiao Shuihan, both Kaisi and Ling Rui were stunned. Xiao Shuihan, a martial emperor of the human race, and an extremely rare female martial emperor, with a cultivation level reaching the 6th stage of martial emperor. Her strength was formidable, having annihilated countless from the myriad races.
Run! The two dared not hesitate any longer and immediately turned to flee.
One Jang Fong was already troublesome enough, and now there
was a female emperor. If they didn't run, weren't they just waiting to die?
Xiao Shuihan raised her willow leaf eyebrows, then with a push of her foot, want to
leave? Stay here. Spear technique. Reincarnation.
As Xiao Shuihan swung her spear, the speed of the two alien martial emperors suddenly dropped drastically.
Wait, don't steal my kills. Jang Fong couldn't hold back.
Damn it, if he didn't make a move soon, these aliens would all be killed by Xiao Shuihan.
These guys are my prey.
To ensure a guaranteed kill, Jang Fong activated the King of Worlds fist, instantly slaying both alien martial emperors and their subordinates.
At that moment, the system task prompt sounded. Successfully killed alien martial emperors, mastered self-extreme intense skill. I wanted to rely on my own cultivation
to master it, but I didn't expect to grasp it through the system. Jang Fong smacked his lips, then felt the source power.
After killing these two martial emperors
and over a dozen martial saints, his dragon clan source power increased again.
However,
I killed an alien martial saint and after he died, he gave me a lot
of source power. Even killing 2 martial emperors didn't yield as much source power. Why? Jang Fong recalled the special nature of this alien martial saint.
The system panel shows he is from the Scion clan, known for their naturally strong physical bodies. Could it be that the stronger the physical body, the more source power it provides? Jang Fong secretly decided to test this next time to see if it was indeed due to the strength of the physical body.
Meanwhile,
Shuehan, seeing Jang Fong instantly kill all the aliens, stood there dumbfounded for a moment.
So strong?
Coming back to her senses, Shuehan clasped her hands and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I underestimated you."
Jang Fong, it's nothing, we're all buddies here. Shuehan? Since the
battle ended in an instant, Shuehan's subordinates only rushed over at this moment.
Kill. Ha? The myriad races? They're all gone? Everyone was momentarily dazed, looking at Shuehan with admiration. It must be Sister Shui. She struck and annihilated all the myriad races.
At this moment, the buzzcut man stepped
forward, looking at Jang Fong. Are you a martial saint? Damn it, why would a martial saint venture deep into the myriad races battlefield? Do you know we almost delayed important matters to save you? Shut up, Shuehan scolded.
Don't be rude. Although this one is a martial saint, he practices the 8-9 profound art, and his physical body is not weaker than a martial emperor. Those alien martial emperors were personally slain by him. It has nothing to do with me.
Buzzcut man. So it was all him who did the slaying?
Shuehan looked at Jang Fong with a hint of apology. Sorry, my brother speaks a bit bluntly.
I hope you won't take offense.
Mainly, we are escorting a treasure and he is just worried about causing trouble.
Jang Fong waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm not that petty. Oh, by the way, with so many people in your team, is there anyone who studies flowers?
Hearing the word flowers, Shuehan paused for a moment, then said softly, I have a bit of knowledge about flowers. Why? As soon as these words came out, the subordinates under Shuehan looked at her with uncertainty. Who doesn't know that the Empress Shuehan is solely focused on killing all races and has formed good brotherhoods with all male warriors?
Privately, they even call her Brother Shui.
Although she is good-looking, no one cares because they truly regard her as one of their own brothers.
As a result, you actually understand flowers? Isn't that something only women are into? What? You say Brother Shui is actually a woman? Ha ha, the sky is falling. Jang Fong didn't know the story of Shuehan. He simply pointed to the flowers in the distance. Look, do you recognize this flower? Is it some kind of treasure? Shuehan followed Jang Feng's finger and looked at the flower, which was wrapped in a ball of energy. Oh, Shuehan glanced at Jang Fong. This energy shield was clearly released by Jang Fong to protect the flower. TSK, I really didn't see that this brother is also a flower lover. Shuehan nodded. Her first impression of Jang Fong was quite good. Jang Fong? Why are you nodding? I asked if you recognize the flower. Buddy, do you know this flower?
Shuehan examined it carefully for a moment and said, this is a rare treasure, extremely uncommon. I estimate that in the entire human race, there are no more than 10 people who can recognize this flower.
You must have a deep understanding of flowers to be able to identify it. Shuehan's subordinates? Wow, Brother Shui, do you really know a lot about flowers? Are you not lying to us? Jang Fong also became interested. Oh? This flower is so rare, is it very valuable?
Shuehan nodded, then shook her head. First of all, this flower itself doesn't have much value, but because it is rare, if you take it out to sell, just based on its rarity, you can get a good price. Moreover, if it's someone who particularly loves flowers, this flower could sell for an astronomical price. Its collectible value is extremely high. It's just, this flower isn't fully mature yet, so you can't pick it. However, you can transplant it, wrapping the flower in energy and then nurturing it elsewhere. Oh, by the way, do you have professional transplanting tools? Be careful not to damage the flower. Jang Fong stroked his chin. For a flower lover, it could sell for an
astronomical price? Thinking of this, Jang Fong looked at the seriously analyzing Shuehan, then glanced at the flower and said, I see you really love flowers. Would you take this flower if I sell it to you? I don't want much, just give me some materials for the 8 or 9 profound skills. Hearing Jang Feng's
words, Shuehan was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she shook her head. No, this flower itself has no value. I won't waste money on something like this.
However, Shuehan's tone shifted, her gaze fixed intensely on Jang Fong.
I know a friend who really loves collecting rare treasures and can help introduce you. When the time comes, you can sell the flower to her and you should be able to get a good price.
Jang Fong looked at Shuehan thoughtfully. The friend you mentioned, could it be you?
Feeling Jang Feng's gaze, Shuehan felt a bit uneasy, thinking to herself, did
you see through my pretense of having a friend? Absolutely impossible. How could my deep scheming be seen through? Jang Fong pointed at the flower. Alright, you
take the flower, then sell it to your friend. I only accept bartering, and I need at least 3 materials for the 9th turn of the 8-9 profound art. You can decide how much this flower is worth in materials. Xiao Shuihan pondered for a moment, her expression serious. Such a precious flower is worth at least 5
materials. I've already paid for my friend, here are 5 materials for you to check.
After saying this, she directly tossed a storage ring to Jang Fong.
Jiang
Fong examined it and confirmed that it indeed contained 5 materials for the 9th turn of the 8-9 profound art, one of which was particularly rare, the kind
that is hard to come by.
"You're a good person," Jang Fong commented. Xiao Shuihan was quite reasonable. She initially offered 3 materials but then voluntarily raised it to 5, which was excellent for long-term business. After all, she was a martial emperor and her connections were likely impressive.
You're escorting treasures, right? Count me in, let's be friends, Jang Fong said, looking at Xiao Shuihan. We're all brothers here, right? Xiao Shuihan happily accepted
the flower, but upon hearing Jiang Feng's invitation, her expression became much more serious. "Yes, we are all brothers, and since you are so strong and willing to help us escort the treasures, I have no reason to refuse. Let's do it together. When we encounter foreign tribes, we'll fight together and drink together." Jang Fong clicked his tongue, thinking no wonder you've become buddies with everyone else. When you're not talking about flowers, you really do seem like a man. Xiao Shuihan signaled to her subordinates, "Let's go, back to escorting the treasures." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Xiao Shuihan and whispered,
"Miss, didn't your mother specifically instruct you not to waste money on flowers?
If you have that money, it's better to exchange it for cultivation resources." Xiao Shuihan frowned slightly. "Uncle Gong, I told you, this is for my friend, not for me." Uncle Gong fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, miss, I
understand. However, once our escort mission is over, I will report this to your mother." Xiao Shuihan huffed, unbothered by the implications, completely at ease.
Saying it was for a friend meant it was for a friend. It had nothing to do with her.
The buzzcut man returned to the group, secretly narrowing his eyes at Jang
Fong, surprised to find such a strong individual among them.
Would their plan still go smoothly?
Thinking this, the buzzcut man secretly ordered his light brain
to send out a message.
"Mad Demon Martial Emperor, our escort mission has encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. We have an additional human martial saint with extraordinary strength, practicing the 8-9 profound art, possessing martial emperor level combat power.
Should we continue with the plan?" Soon, the
buzzcut man's light brain received a reply. "Continue with the plan, one martial emperor is nothing.
This time, we will surely bury Xiao Shuihan. If she dies, the human race will lose another pillar."
The buzzcut man silently clenched his fists. Fine, the plan hadn't changed, so there was no problem. Meanwhile, Jang Fong communicated with the 4 generals through his communicator, informing them that he had obtained 5 materials and they no longer needed to collect duplicates. At the same time, with the deaths of Kaisi and Ling Rui, the higher-ups of the myriad races also took notice of Jang Fong.
According to the last image sent before
Kaisi's death, this young human warrior struck and killed him in one blow. Quite impressive. The Empress Xiao Shuihan was also present, but she hardly made a move, relying entirely on this martial saint. Another martial emperor level combatant, and an exceptionally strong one at that.
What's this person's name? I'll give you 3 minutes. I want all his information.
We've already investigated. His name is Jang Fong.
Not only is he extraordinarily strong, but he's also
very young, only 19 years old.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be an error regarding his age. Unclear, but the human records show it this way.
Moreover, in addition to this, the records also indicate that he can transform into a blonde state, during which his strength significantly increases.
By killing the 2 martial emperors, Kaisi and Ling Rui, he didn't use his golden hair, which means he still held back.
Martial sage Jang Fong is a great enemy of our myriad races. We must pay close attention. There's also information here stating that Jang Fong is an excellent guide.
His subordinate, the ancient
underworld star, has already caught the attention of some high-ranking members of the human race. Very impressive.
A guide? It doesn't matter, it's just about nurturing a few talents. The main target is still this Jang Fong. How do we deal with him? Eliminate him.
The current information is too scarce. We need to engage with him more to figure out his trump cards.
Oh, by the way, isn't the Mad Demon Martial Emperor plotting to kill Xiao Shuihan?
According to the scouts, Jang Fong and Xiao Shuihan are acting together, so let's support the Mad Demon Martial Emperor and let him test the waters.
Very good, indeed. Send a few more martial emperors to assist.
Soon, this group of high-ranking members from the myriad races had made their plans.
Jang Fong followed
Xiao Shuihan's team, encountering several members of the myriad races along the way, all of whom he eliminated with ease.
Moreover, regardless of their realm,
he killed them all in one strike, which made the warriors in the team start to admire Jang Fong. Some even began to directly call him Brother Chen.
With each kill,
Jang Fong finally confirmed one thing. That's right, killing physically powerful members of the myriad races yields more source power.
The realm doesn't matter.
As long as the body is strong, even if the cultivation is only at the martial artist level, one can still obtain a lot of source power. The place of special
rules. Jang Fong immediately thought of this location.
Within the myriad races territory, there is a place of special rules where practitioners only compete.
with their physical bodies disregarding their cultivation levels.
That place is filled with physically strong members of the myriad races.
If I go there and kill
them all, I should be able to gather enough source power. With this thought, Jang Fong glanced at the star map which he had requested from Qiu Shuihan. According to the star map, in another 10 minutes they would complete their escort mission.
After the escort is finished, let's head to the place of special rules.
However, before that, the martial emperors of the myriad races also have value in slaughter. Jang Fong sensed that there were many martial emperors from the myriad races nearby. The battles between the human race and the myriad races have a special rules area where there is no energy, no divine abilities, only
physical strength matters.
This place, filled with numerous rivers, is called the Great Wave Realm, inhabited by alien races, also known as the Barbarian Spirit
Clan.
In the Great Wave Realm, there is a gap that leads directly to the human race.
The Barbarian Spirit Clan of the Great Wave Realm often uses this gap to attack the human race.
Thus, the human race built a checkpoint around the gap, blocking it off completely.
This checkpoint is also known as the Guanjianku. It is
guarded by the super-strong martial emperor of the human race, Yang Jian. At this moment, Yang Jian was in his courtyard feeding his dog when suddenly, a figure
descended from the sky. True monarch, long time no see.
Yang Jian has been stationed at Guanjianku for many years, and since he is the second son of his family, he earned the title of Guanjianko Erlangshen.
Qinya? Yang Jian looked up and saw the visitor, Martial Emperor Qinya. Are you planning to return to the Great Wave Realm?
Within the Great Wave Realm, the human race and the Barbarian Spirit Clan are in conflict, and Qinya is a leader among the human race.
With an exceptionally strong body,
Qinya shook his head, not returning for now. I have a feeling lately that there are opportunities here.
Yang Jian chuckled.
Qinya, you went out this time claiming to seek new body refining methods.
How's it going? Any leads?
I still maintain that the human race has developed body
refining methods to a great extent. If you want to innovate,
it's impossible.
Don't waste your time. Qinya laughed heartily. You're mistaken. This time out,
I did find a new method for body refinement, but the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. The opportunity hasn't arrived.
Yang Jian was taken aback. Did this kid really come up with something new?
Qinya seemed a bit dissatisfied. The development of martial arts in the human race is basically driven by us martial emperors.
Innovating. Is it so strange that I came up with an innovation? Yang Jian replied, alright, no problem.
I certainly hope you all can innovate.
If that's the case, then conquering the Great Wave Realm will have hope.
Qinya looked up at the sky. Opportunities are hard to talk about.
Come, shall we have a drink? Waiting for the opportunity?
Jang Fong sensed it. There were many martial emperor level auras nearby.
It seemed this escort mission was not simple. Just as they were about to complete it, so many alien martial emperors appeared.
Was there a possibility that this was a conspiracy
against Qiu Shuihan?
We're finally about to reach the target point, Qiu Shuihan said, walking at the front of the group. The reward for this escort mission
is substantial. Once the mission is over, everyone will be able to get rich and have a good meal.
That's right, someone agreed. Brother Shui, no, sister.
Shui is right.
Once this mission is over, I'll have enough money and plan to go home and marry a wife.
We feel the same. A couple nearby chimed in. After the mission, we plan to get married. After the mission, I plan to take my parents on a trip, not to get married. I'm about the same. Once the mission
is over and I have money, I plan to buy a high-end spaceship I've always liked. Everyone laughed together, dreaming about the future.
Jang Fong, this is ridiculous. It feels like you all are going to die any second now. This flag is set, it's fully planted. We are making our move. The
buzzcut man's light brain
received the message.
Be careful and assist in secret. This time, I also received help from the higher-ups of the myriad races, aiming to kill Qiu Shuihan and Jang
Fong.
The buzzcut man felt a chill in his heart and saw several beams of light shooting out nearby.
It's an ambush, someone shouted.
It's the martial emperors
of the myriad races. Everyone be careful.
Martial emperors of the myriad races.
Qiu Shuihan's expression turned serious as he immediately took out his spear. How could they appear here? Could it be that this escort mission is a conspiracy? Ha. The mad demon martial emperor laughed loudly as he descended from the sky.
Qiu Shuihan, long time no see? I told you, one day I will kill you. Qiu Shuihan's mood sank. He didn't expect that the leader from the myriad races would be the mad demon martial emperor, a formidable 8th-tier martial emperor. His hard power was much stronger than his own. Qiu Shuihan was originally a martial
artist within the Great Wave Realm, possessing immense physical strength.
In a previous encounter, he had slain a disciple of the mad demon martial emperor. This disciple was highly favored by the mad demon martial emperor, and sending him to the Great Wave Realm was meant as a trial, but he ended up falling. Thus, the mad demon martial emperor was furious and specifically plotted, using some human traitors to issue a costly escort mission, all to set a trap for Qiu Shuihan. Because issuing an escort mission required the reward to be placed under the human race's official banner, the mad demon martial emperor had to offer many treasures for this task.
However, it was worth it.
The Mad Demon Martial Emperor believed that as long as he could kill Qiu Shuihan, no matter how many treasures he had to pay,
it would be worth it.
Not to mention, this time he originally aimed to target Qiu Shuihan, but unexpectedly, Jang Fong got involved, and the higher-ups of the myriad races supported him, which also allowed him to recover some losses.
Not a loss at all, even a gain.
The Mad Demon Martial Emperor waved his hand, and
two helpers appeared beside him, both exuding powerful auras.
One was an 8th-tier Martial Emperor, and the other was a 7th-tier Martial Emperor.
Why are there so many experts? Qiu Shuihan's face turned somewhat grim.
2 8th-level Martial Emperors plus 1 7th-level Martial Emperor, even if I am strong, I
can't win.
Not to mention, beside the Mad Demon Martial Emperor, there is a group of 5th-level Martial Emperor lackeys.
This time, it's really tough. Everyone,
in this battle, we cannot clash head-on, we must focus on breaking through, Qiu Shuihan commanded through voice transmission.
If you can run, then run. I will do my utmost to create an opportunity for you to break through.
That's all, brothers, be careful. Jang Fong scanned the area. There were 3 high-level Martial Emperors here, and the rest, more than a dozen, were all 5th-level Martial Emperors.
Then, let's make our move.
Just as Jang Fong was about to act, the Mad Demon Martial Emperor suddenly turned and looked at Jang Fong. Human Jang Fong, I've heard you practice the 8-9 profound art, and your strength is
extraordinary.
To deal with you, we of the myriad races have specially prepared treasures.
Jang Fong?
Had these guys already studied him thoroughly since he
had just entered the battlefield of the myriad races? This move is enough to deal with you.
The Mad Demon Martial Emperor threw out a glass dome.
The glass dome enveloped Jang Fong. Get away! Jang Fong erupted with energy, intending to repel the glass dome.
Who would have thought that the glass dome suddenly disappeared
and reappeared, already enveloping Jang Fong? He.
The corners of the Mad Demon Martial Emperor's mouth lifted slightly.
Naive, I said, this is a treasure
specifically designed by the high level of the myriad races to target you.
Do you still think you can evade it?
Even if you become 1,000 times stronger,
you cannot escape.
In fighting against us of the myriad races, there is only one path, death. The glass bottle enveloped Jang Fong, and the Mad Demon Martial Emperor formed a hand seal, causing the glass bottle to shrink rapidly, seemingly intending to crush Jang Fong inside.
Stop!
Qiu Shuihan shouted and charged directly at the Mad Demon Martial Emperor.
Don't harm my people.
This shot was as fast as lightning, directly rushing towards the Mad Demon Martial Emperor. Though she said everyone should focus on escaping, she was the first to charge forward. This is the Empress, Qiu Shuihan, who has never feared fighting against alien
races.
Although this bottle was powerful, it couldn't be interrupted while being activated. Thus, the Mad Demon Martial Emperor exchanged glances with the 2 people
beside him.
The 2 Martial Emperors indicated they understood and then attacked Qiu Shuihan.
With just you 2, you think you can stop me?
Although Qiu Shuihan was only a 6th-level Martial Emperor, her physical strength was extremely strong, and with this double boost, she could barely contend with an 8th-level
Martial Emperor. However, this time, it was 1 against 2.
The 2 alien Martial Emperors displayed overwhelming strength, directly suppressing Qiu Shuihan. One of the Martial Emperors struck out, delivering a punch, and Qiu Shuihan crossed her spear in front of her, being pushed back several steps by the blow.
Submit. No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight 2 at once.
Once Jang Fong is refined and the Mad Demon Martial Emperor can act, it will be 1 against 3. Qiu Shuihan extended 2 slender fingers and placed them by her mouth.
Just you 2?
With a gentle bite, Qiu Shuihan bit through her fingertip and then smeared the bloodied finger on her spear. Fully unlocked, Demon Cloud Spear, let me see your power. Qiu Shuihan gripped the spear tightly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes.
Come, let's see if you kill me first, or if the Demon Cloud Spear absorbs me to death, or if I use the Demon Cloud Spear to slay you all.
Boom! A blood-colored aura erupted from Qiu Shuihan.
This is, the 2 Martial Emperors took a step back.
The Mad Demon Martial Emperor said, don't panic.
This is Qiu Shuihan's weapon, the Demon Cloud Spear. Although it is very powerful when activated, it absorbs her life force every moment. As long as we buy enough time, she will surely die.
The 2 Martial Emperors felt reassured. Clearly, Qiu Shuihan had reached a dead end and could only use her trump card.
Meanwhile, Qiu Shuihan's subordinates were also facing attacks from other alien Martial Emperors, unable to spare any effort.
As for Jang Fong, he looked at himself trapped in the glass bottle, trying to use teleportation, but even his abilities couldn't be used. This thing is indeed a treasure. The system panel shows it to be a high-level magical artifact. I should be able to break out with brute force, but the bottle is shattered, which is a bit of a pity.
Let me see if I can leave the bottle unscathed and seize the treasure.
It was at this moment that Qiu Shuihan unsealed the Demon Cloud Spear.
Are you burning your lifespan? Jang Fong frowned slightly but did not make a move.
Let's continue to study how to obtain this supreme treasure.
Qiu Shuihan fought alongside the 2 alien Martial Emperors.
This time, she wielded her spear, and a blood-red aura erupted, surprisingly suppressing the 2 alien Martial Emperors. However, this was merely suppression. Killing them was quite difficult. It's hard to defeat top martial emperor experts, let alone kill them. Xiao Shuihan felt a bit anxious at this moment. If she couldn't protect herself, how could the others escape? Especially Jang Fong, who had come to help her but ended up caught in this battle, facing a life and death crisis. I feel a bit sorry for him. Xiao Shuihan tightened her grip on the spear, contemplating her strategy against the enemy. At that moment, the buzzcut man broke through the encirclement of the martial emperors and approached Xiao Shuihan. Sister Qiu, I'm here to help you. Xiao Shuihan frowned slightly. Are you an idiot? You finally escaped the encirclement, and instead of fleeing for your life, you come here to fight? The buzzcut man replied, we're all brothers fighting side by side. How can I ignore you? Although I may not be of much use, I can at least hold them off for a moment. Sister Qiu, just make your move, I'll assist you from the side. Xiao Shuihan was not one to hesitate and directly responded, alright, let's fight. Xiao Shuihan charged at the two alien martial emperors, who both attacked simultaneously, using their energy to immobilize her. What a great opportunity. Xiao Shuihan's face lit up. This is energy control. While they are controlling me, they can't move themselves. I didn't expect them to use such a deadly technique. It's up to you now, go stab them. At that moment, Xiao Shuihan felt the dawn of victory. Then, she felt a warmth in her body as the buzzcut man stabbed her with a dagger. Alas, Sister Qiu, don't blame your brother. The buzzcut man instantly distanced himself, standing beside the two alien martial emperors. At this moment, you are all doomed. I won't betray, but I will die too. Xiao Shuihan covered her wound, her eyes filled with unwillingness. How could she be so foolish? Facing the joint attack of the alien martial emperors, how could the buzzcut man break through? She hadn't noticed at all. Moreover, the frenzied martial emperor's attack this time was clearly aimed at her. He could issue tasks to the human race, indicating that there were spies among them. She should have realized that there must be a spy within the team. And those two alien martial emperors suddenly used such a controlling technique. It wasn't that they were foolish, but because they knew the buzzcut man would ambush her. How could I be so stupid? Xiao Shuihan gritted her teeth. She didn't resent the buzzcut man, she only blamed herself for not noticing in time. Still not surrendering? The dagger the buzzcut man used to ambush you was coated with deadly poison. The two alien martial emperors attacked Xiao Shuihan. Facing two opponents, you have no advantage. And now you're heavily injured, you have nowhere to escape. Xiao Shuihan stood up, sealing her wound with energy, then raised her bloodied spear. Then I'll carve out a path. Boom! Xiao Shuihan actively charged at the two alien martial emperors, her spear sharp, and the battle resumed fiercely. Tisk! The frenzied martial emperor couldn't help but sigh at this scene. This Xiao Shuihan is indeed one of the most feared human martial emperors among our myriad races. Even at this point, she still fights fiercely. Truly terrifying. But it doesn't matter. The more intense her battle, the faster the poison spreads. She won't last long. And I can deal with Jang Fong right away, joining the fight. Suddenly, the expression of the mad demon martial emperor changed. He manipulated the glass bottle and sensed that it seemed to have undergone a change. It seems I can't hold Jang Fong down anymore. Sigh. Inside the glass bottle, Jang Fong let out a sigh. According to his research, this treasure-level artifact was difficult to seize from the inside. If he wanted to get out, it was best to break through with brute force. Forget it. It seems this glass bottle isn't even qualified to be my first high-level artifact, so be it. Jang Fong instantly transformed into Super Scion 4, smashed the glass bottle with a punch and then stepped over to the heavily injured Xiao Shuihan, patting her shoulder. Sister, you're covered in blood and exhausted, right? Take a break, I'll handle things here. At that moment, Xiao Shuihan felt utterly fatigued, not just from the excessive blood loss, but more so from the toxins within her body. You got out? Xiao Shuihan's gaze was hazy, as if she might faint at any moment. Hurry and go, they're very strong. You're no match for them. Leave this to me, I'll buy you a chance to escape. Jang Fong sent a burst of healing energy, purging the toxins from Xiao Shuihan's body. I said leave this to me, and even now, you still want to be strong? With that, he exerted force, surrounding Xiao Shuihan with energy and moving her aside. The toxins in my body are completely gone? Xiao Shuihan was astonished, carefully sensing her condition. Even her wounds had fully healed. Moreover, had the lifespan she lost before been restored? The healing energy released by Jang Fong is actually this advanced? Xiao Shuihan couldn't believe it, but soon she snapped back to reality, realizing she was enveloped in a sphere of energy. Jang Fong, let me go. Even if you want to fight, I can help you. Don't go into battle alone, it's too dangerous. Jang Fong ignored her, only looking at the two high-level martial emperors in front of him, along with the buzzcut man. You three, and the one beside you. Jang Fong gestured to the mad demon martial emperor. You three high-level martial emperors, come at me together. The mad demon martial emperor glanced at Jang Fong, then suddenly erupted, fleeing backward. Are you kidding? Jang Fong smashed the high-level artifact with one punch. Why would he fight you? If I get involved, Zhang Feng's punch might just kill me.
Not daring to linger for a moment, the mad demon martial emperor fled faster than anyone else. The remaining 2 martial emperors and the buzzcut man were dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, wasn't all of this your plan? Why are you the first to run? Want to leave?
Jang Fong teleported in front of the mad demon martial emperor.
Did I let you go?
With one kick, he sent the mad demon martial emperor back.
Bang! The 2 alien martial emperors caught the mad demon martial emperor and asked in confusion, Mad demon, why are you running? What is there to be afraid of? Even if we practice the 8-9 profound arts, how could we fear him when we join forces? Oh, right, how did he escape from the artifact? Did you let your guard down and fail to channel energy into the artifact, giving him a chance?
They had been engaged with Xiao Shuihan earlier and hadn't dared to be distracted, so they hadn't noticed that Jang Fong had broken out of the bottle. Bullshit. The mad demon martial emperor spat angrily. That guy smashed our artifact with one
punch. How could we possibly win if we joined forces? Instantly, the 2 alien martial emperors fell silent. One punch smashed a high-level artifact? What a joke.
What else could it be? The mad demon martial emperor cursed.
Do you think I ran for no reason? If I didn't run, I'd be dead.
And Xiao Shuihan also heard this, falling silent as well, no longer shouting to fight alongside Jang Fong.
It seems
Jang Fong can handle them on his own.
Swish! Jang Fong returned to
the battlefield, standing before the 3 martial emperors, his clothes billowing without wind. Let's go together. The 3 of them exchanged glances. There was no escaping now, so they might as well fight to the death. Kill! The 3 charged at Jang Fong in unison.
Jang Fong raised a hand, and purple energy
erupted around him, destruction. With a loud boom, he devoured all 3 martial emperors, completely annihilating them.
After mastering the perfect self-ultimate
intent, this destruction came easily to him. The source power within me has increased quite a bit. These 3 were high-level martial emperors, although they didn't primarily cultivate their physical bodies. Their cultivation level meant their physical strength wouldn't be too weak.
Ah, please spare me, sir. The buzzcut man immediately knelt.
Although I have temporarily allied with the myriad races, my heart still belongs to the human race.
No, please don't kill me. Whoosh!
Jang Fong swung out a blade of energy with one hand, directly slaying the buzzcut man.
So much nonsense.
Then, Jang Fong took another step and arrived
at another battlefield. Here, Xiao Shuihan's subordinates were fighting against a dozen first-level martial emperors. Xiao Shuihan's subordinates were all at the
martial saint level, but Uncle Gong was a second-level martial emperor, barely able to hold his ground against this group of martial emperors with the support of
formations.
Both sides were fighting seriously, not daring to let their guard down, until Jang Fong arrived. The martial emperors of the myriad races didn't look closely and instinctively thought it was the mad demon martial emperor coming to support them.
Mad demon senior, why did you take so long to come to our aid? Can those 2 useless ones really delay for so long? Jang Fong chuckled, then went for a heart-piercing move. Ah!
A scream rang out, and the alien martial emperors finally realized it was Jang Fong coming to their aid.
How is this possible? How could the mad demon seniors lose?
They couldn't understand. The 3 top
martial emperors of the mad demon, plus the supreme grade treasure, how could they have lost? You don't need to know.
Jang Fong released his energy, directly
crushing all the alien martial emperors. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Did we get saved? Uncle Gong was momentarily dazed, then looked at Jang Fong. Thank you, senior, for saving my life.
Jang Fong smiled lightly. If there's nothing else, you can leave now and go back to claim your rewards.
I remember you all wanted to go home and marry wives, right?
The high-ranking officials of the myriad races were also paying attention to
this battle.
Among the myriad races involved in this operation, there was a mechanical race that had been live-streaming the fight. As the mechanical race was slaughtered, the live broadcast abruptly stopped. What do you say? One of the high-ranking officials of the myriad races spoke up.
This Jang Fong, he is quite extraordinary.
He was previously trapped in the heavenly bottle, then underwent a complete transformation, with red hair appearing all over his body.
Could he not be human?
No, it should just be a transformation skill. That's not important. What matters is, after he transformed, he shattered a supreme grade treasure with a single punch, the heavenly bottle. After that, he erupted with purple energy, instantly killing an 8th-level martial emperor. His strength is
a bit over the top. Even a 9th-level martial emperor might not be his match.
Only a particularly strong 9th-level martial emperor who also masters various treasures might stand a chance. No, pay attention, he only has this kind of strength after transforming.
Perhaps without transforming, he isn't that strong.
If we can find a way to prevent him from transforming, he might just be a waste.
Easier said than done. How is it possible to stop him from transforming? We don't
have any treasures to prevent transformations. This is troublesome. This suddenly rising martial saint of the human race is too strong.
This guy will likely
be a major headache for us myriad races for a long time to come.
For convenience in the future, let's give him a title. All the martial emperors of the human
race, or the extremely powerful martial saints, after demonstrating their strength, will be given a name by the myriad races for easier reference in the future. The high-ranking members of the myriad races gathered together and pondered for a while. He shattered the prison sky bottle with a single punch, so let's use that as a characteristic and call him the Shattered Sky Martial Saint. The younger generation will see this title and associate it with his power, preventing them from acting rashly. Shattered Sky? I think that's not good, it's too straightforward. After he broke the prison sky bottle, the surrounding space felt shattered. So how about calling him the Cracked Void Martial Saint instead? Cracked Void? That's good. Just mentioning this name will remind people of his punch that shattered the void, which sufficiently reflects his physical strength. We can also be on guard when we encounter him in the future. Yes, title should be straightforward, allowing everyone to recognize his strength. This cracked void can reflect his physical power. Then it's settled. From now on, when we see Jang Fong, we will directly refer to him as the Cracked Void Martial Saint. Titles come in two types. One is self-given, which has a somewhat self-indulgent meaning. The other type is given by enemies, and being given a title by enemies is undoubtedly a symbol of strength. Soon, the database of the myriad races was updated. Cracked Void Martial Saint, with hard power surpassing the 8th level of Martial Emperor, suspected to have multiple transformation forms, extremely terrifying. The classic achievement was a punch that shattered a high-level magical artifact, the prison sky bottle. Not long after the update in the myriad races database, the high-ranking members of the Eastern Cosmic Region also received this news. Cracked Void Martial Saint? Jang Fong? Does he really have such strong power? Some of the high-ranking members were still skeptical, wondering if this was some kind of smokescreen by the myriad races. Can a 9th level Martial Saint be that strong? Jang Fong, a martial emperor of the human race, muttered a few times. This kid, the information from my disciple a few days ago, is the same. Could it be the same person? Forget it, even if it is the same person, so what? His ancient underworld star will definitely be mine. After saying this, the martial emperor decided to head to the ancient underworld star to seize the planet. A martial saint, no matter how strong, should have limits. The information from the myriad races may not be true. Historically, there have been similar records where the myriad races released false information, claiming that a certain martial saint of the human race was extremely powerful, but when they fought, they couldn't win. This caused the human race to take it very seriously, wasting a lot of resources only to find out that the person was useless. Therefore, the information from the myriad races really shouldn't be taken at face value. Let's go to the ancient underworld star. The human martial emperor waved his hand and flew towards the 9527 area. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion, the Mansion Lord was discussing with several martial saints. I heard that the Fire Cloud Army has a new supreme leader? Yes, the 4 of them are exchanging materials for the 8th and 9th levels of profound skills everywhere, wanting to use them for the supreme leaders. Cultivation. That's a good thing. The Fire Cloud Army is a strong force against the myriad races. Everyone with resources should try to help them. The Mansion Lord said while looking at the information. There's one more thing. A new Cracked Void Martial Saint has emerged on the battlefield of the myriad races, and his strength is extremely formidable, causing quite a bit of trouble for the demon race. We should celebrate this. The other martial saints praised, our human race has become stronger. This Cracked Void Martial Saint is great. Great. Although they still didn't know who the Cracked Void Martial Saint was, everyone was very happy that the human race had grown stronger. Just this point was worth celebrating. After the meeting ends, I'll take everyone out for some fun. The Mansion Lord was overjoyed. Oh, right, there's one last thing. The situation of the ancient underworld star. You all know that the spiritual energy there is very rich. This matter must not be spread outside. You few who are doing the reconnaissance, remember to keep it confidential and do not spread it so as not to cause trouble. For the ancient underworld star. I, as a martial saint, care about my reputation, so I naturally wouldn't rob the younger generation of their belongings. But if the news spreads, there will always be some shameless martial saints who, for the sake of a bit of spiritual energy, would brazenly attack the younger ones. It's truly disgraceful. Still, that's the point. What martial saints value most in their long lives is their face. Yet, there are some martial saints who have no regard for it. The group of martial saints laughed heartily. Rest assured, Lord Governor, although the spiritual energy there is rich, it is after all the belongings of the younger generation. We wouldn't stoop so low. Then, they discussed a few more matters, and this meeting came to an end. Everyone followed the governor, planning to have some fun, except for Martial Saint Muir, who walked to a corner and glanced at the message sent by his master. I am on my way to the ancient underworld star. I will arrive within a day. The new martial saint spreading from the demon clan, the Rift Sky Martial Saint, is suspected to be Jang Fong. But it doesn't matter. Even if he is a martial saint, he is not worthy of such a treasure. As the ancient underworld star began to shine in the DMO mansion, showcasing its powerful strength, several martial saints went to investigate the spiritual energy situation of the ancient underworld star. The result was very rich. Muir was one of the investigators.
Coveting the ancient underworld star, Mu'er reported it to his master, hoping to present it as a gift. According to the official records of the 9527 Federation, although Jang Fong has good talent and cultivates quickly, he seems to only be at the martial king level, right? How did he suddenly become a martial saint? Is the gap really that big? Let me take a look. The last record of his cultivation was on the battlefield of all races, where he directly displayed martial saint level strength. Damn, he really is that newly risen Rift Sky martial saint? The cultivation records of the Federation are quite comprehensive, but no one checks them daily, so Mu'er was unaware of Zhang Feng's current level. Even the previous governor did not check daily, and they did not know that the Rift Sky martial saint was Zhang Fong. Before this, Mu'er had always thought Zhang Fong was just a martial king level junior, and such a junior was not worthy of the ancient underworld star. But now, the other party had already become a martial saint. He is a martial saint, and a newly risen powerful martial saint, phew, not to be trifled with. If Mu'er were alone, he would definitely not dare to covet the ancient underworld star, but thinking of his master gave him some reassurance. What if he is a martial saint? Just as his master said, martial saints are not worthy of the ancient underworld star. The path of martial arts is about competing and seizing. What the governor says about face and not robbing the younger generation's things is nonsense in my view. Can face help you increase your cultivation? Humph. Mu'er silently clenched his fists. Presenting the ancient underworld star to his master would surely earn him considerable rewards. Who knows, he might even have a chance to become a martial emperor. To become a martial emperor, I will spare no effort. Anyone who stands in my way will be trampled underfoot. Face is something no one cares about. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield of all races, in the Great Wave Realm, there are houses that have been meticulously designed by the human race, ensuring high safety. At the edge of the battlefield of all races, in the Great Wave Realm, there are houses that have been carefully designed by the human race, ensuring high safety and spaciousness. Although they are called houses, they are more like estates. Those who live here are warriors striding within the Great Wave Realm, along with their families. Xiao Shuihan was originally a warrior within the Great Wave Realm, but she temporarily left due to an escort mission. Now that the mission is complete, she returned to the estate with Uncle Gong. Not to mention anything else, Uncle Gong said, slightly pleased. After completing this mission, we indeed received many treasures and money. I can exchange for a lot of treasures to improve my cultivation. Xiao Shuihan did not speak, as she had not earned much. To express her gratitude, she directly gifted her share of the task reward to Zhang Fong. However, Zhang Fong did not accept it directly. Instead, he asked Xiao Shuihan to help exchange it for materials for the 8-9 profound art. The two had just entered the manor and had not yet reached the reception room when a middle-aged woman approached them. It was Xiao Shuihan's mother, a martial saint-level powerhouse, Saiyan. Madam. Uncle Gong immediately bowed. Although Uncle Gong was a martial emperor, he had followed Saiyan since his weak early years, and it was with the resources provided by her that he was able to step into the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he held absolute loyalty towards Saiyan. This task was a trap. Uncle Gong described the situation to Saiyan, then added, "Miss helped a friend buy a flower." Saiyan looked coldly at Xiao Shuihan. How many times have I told you? You are a martial emperor of the human race. Your only goal is to kill the alien races. Those little hobbies of yours must be put away. Don't let those things harm you. You are a martial emperor. Your identity carries the future of the human race. Xiao Shuihan bit her lip and made a silly expression. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The flower I bought for my friend has nothing to do with me. I don't like flowers at all now. Song Yin stared at Xiao Shuihan for a moment, then said, "Good, I hope you are not lying to me. Go rest for a while, then enter the Great Wave Realm and kill enemies. I hope you can help the human race break through the Great Wave Realm. That way, I won't have let down my expectations of you." Xiao Shuihan nodded. "Okay, Mom, I'm going to rest." After Xiao Shuihan left, Song Yan looked at Uncle Gong again. "You said a new martial saint of the human race has emerged, and he practices the 8-9 profound art with excellent talent? Is that true?" Uncle Gong nodded. "It's true." Song Yan took out a storage ring. "Very well, I have some materials here. You will deliver the materials to him, and remember, it must be free of charge. Do not charge him. He has excellent talent, and once he grows, he will be a great asset to our human race. Go, everything is for the human race." Uncle Gong nodded. This was also the reason he respected Song Yan. Although she could be extreme in certain situations, she genuinely cared for the human race. She was willing to help any outstanding genius of the human race. Jang Fong temporarily left the battlefield of the myriad races. On a border planet, he was researching a new Scion bloodline. The time flow of different worlds was indeed extraordinary. With this, not long ago, the average strength of Bei Juta and others finally reached the martial emperor realm, and Jang Fong successfully completed his breakthrough. Bloodline task Stage 3: Enhance your territory, raising the average strength of the residents to the martial emperor level. Reward: Ancient Scion bloodline.
This bloodline task was completed directly, and now, a new bloodline task emerged.
Bloodline task.
Stage 4: Enhance your territory, raising the average strength of the residents to the martial emperor level.
Reward, Ancestral Scion Bloodline.
The task of Stage 4 was quite difficult. Achieving an average strength of martial emperor level might take a long time to complete.
The ancient Scion bloodline cultivates.
Faster actively and passively increases combat power.
The transcendent bloodline only passively increases combat power. Then the ancient Scion bloodline,
as battles progress, will continuously enhance the cultivation within, including energy recovery. It means it comes with infinite energy. Unfortunately, I already
have a superpower with infinite energy. The transcendent bloodline increases cultivation only after encountering strong enemies. This ancient bloodline can be enhanced as long as there is fighting.
Finally, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, each transformation brings a certain degree of enhancement.
Jang Fong nodded. This ancient bloodline was indeed extraordinarily powerful, essentially encompassing all the abilities of the transcendent bloodline. Next, let's head
to the Great Wave Realm to accumulate primal energy and achieve the Dragon God form as soon as possible. That would be a fulfillment for me.
Ding! The host's strength has significantly increased after acquiring the ancient Scion bloodline, making them the strongest in the Eastern Universe domain.
The Super Saiyan God
mission is complete.
The host is rewarded with the perfect freedom extreme intense skill. The system notification suddenly rang out, surprising Jang Fong.
It turned
out that for this mission, there was no need to challenge the strongest in the Eastern Universe domain. As long as his strength reached the required level, it
was considered complete. When I previously transcended the bloodline, I had the Super Saiyan 5 transformation and could even stack it with Super Saiyan Blue, yet I wasn't the strongest in the Eastern Universe?
Jang Fong found it hard to believe.
He had always thought he was already the strongest in the Eastern Universe
domain. He just hadn't had the time to challenge the original top contender, so the mission was deemed incomplete. But now it seemed that his previous strength
wasn't even the strongest in the Eastern domain.
Wow, the original top contender in the Eastern domain really has some skills.
The strong ones in this universe might not be as simple as I thought.
Jang Fong admitted that ever since he defeated the 9th tier Martial Emperor, he felt that the Martial Emperor was nothing
special. But now, it's hard to say.
The powerful Martial Emperors in the universe might indeed be quite formidable.
However, there's one thing that's a bit
regrettable. My Freedom Extreme Intent and Self Extreme Intent were both completed through system tasks.
TSK, I originally wanted to rely on my own cultivation to unlock them.
After all, my previous transformations were all insights I gained through my own training.
Hey, I even wanted to achieve an accomplishment where all transformations were unlocked solely through my own cultivation. It seems there's no chance for that now. Speaking of which, can I forget these two transformations and then cultivate from scratch? If that's the case, I could unlock them myself again and consider it an accomplishment.
Thinking of this, Jang Fong
couldn't help but laugh.
Forget it, he didn't have that kind of leisure. Since he had already unlocked them, he might as well use them.
I've basically unlocked all these transformations, right?
Jang Fong glanced at his transformations. Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He had even mastered the limit-breaking Super Saiyan. Then there were Super Saiyan Red, Super Saiyan Blue, Deep Blue, Freedom Extreme Intent, and Self Extreme Intent, all unlocked. If he had to say what was left
to unlock, it might just be a mysterious form and a beast form.
All of these transformations belong to Gohan.
What does this kid need so many transformations for?
Jang Fong slightly complained.
Otherwise, I would have already considered myself fully unlocked.
Oh, wait, there's still one Dragon God power activation.
The Dragon God form. The Scion bloodline, fused with the power of Salama, has me a bit excited.
After preparing for a while, Jang Fong flew directly to the
Great Wave Realm.
Just then, on the way, he encountered Uncle Gong flying out from the Great Wave Realm.
Oh, Senior Jang Fong. Uncle Gong hurriedly greeted him.
I didn't expect to run into you. This is a gift prepared for you by my lady. Some materials for the 8-9 Profound Arts. Jang Fong took the materials, glanced at them, and saw that there were quite a few, including 2 rare treasures that were valuable yet hard to find.
Your lady? What does this mean? Is it to thank me for saving you, or is there another reason? Jang Fong asked.
Uncle Gong replied, just use them with peace of mind. My lady simply appreciates your
talent.
Many geniuses have been helped by her.
You just happen to be one of them.
Jang Fong suddenly understood that this lady was likely a warrior who wholeheartedly
served the human race. I see, thank you.
One day, I'll kill a few alien martial emperors as a meeting gift for her. Jang Fong held great respect for such a warrior. To dedicate everything to the human race is truly magnificent. Unlike certain martial saints or martial emperors who completely disregard the younger
generation of humanity and even go so far as to plunder their opportunities. Mu-er martial saint? Are you pointing at me? Just then, Jang Fong received a message. It was the call button from Ancient Underworld Star, a call for help. Kill the alien martial emperor as a greeting gift? Uncle Gong was overjoyed. That's great. My lady loves gifts like that. What you're sending is just perfect. Jang Fong looked at Uncle Gong. Alright, I'll visit another day. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With that, he teleported away. The call button rang. This was definitely not a trivial matter. Ancient Underworld Star might be facing some unexpected trouble. Uncle Gong scratched his head. So urgent? He just left like that? On the side of Ancient Underworld Star, Mu Air Martial Saint, along with his master, descended from the sky, releasing a powerful energy pressure. The person in charge of Ancient Underworld Star, come out. We won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over the ownership of the planet, and we'll let you go. A voice echoed throughout Ancient Underworld Star. Zhang Yundi was quietly cultivating when she heard the voice and immediately stopped her practice. She hadn't gone with the Scions to that world, with a different flow of time. In her words, although the cultivation speed was faster there, her age would also increase rapidly. She didn't want her real age to surpass Zhang Feng's. It just felt strange. Zhang Fong didn't understand this but respected it greatly, as everyone has their own quirks that others might not comprehend. Perhaps, this was just Zhang Yundi's peculiar preference. Someone's coming? After hearing the voice, Zhang Yundi immediately chose to use the call button. After all, someone who could project their voice across the entire Ancient Underworld Star must possess great strength. It was not something a single martial artist could contend with. Whoosh! Zhang Fong arrived at Ancient Underworld Star and quickly noticed the two figures in the sky. One martial emperor, one martial saint. Zhang Fong glanced at the data panel. The martial emperor was named Fei He, and the martial saint was called Mu Er. They're still master and disciple. What are they doing here on my Ancient Underworld Star? Upon seeing Zhang Fong return, Zhang Yundi immediately stood up and trotted over to his side. Brother, they said you need to hand over the ownership of Ancient Underworld Star. They even used energy transmission. One sentence echoed throughout the entire Ancient Underworld Star. Their strength is not to be underestimated. You need to be careful. Zhang Fong nodded, indicating he understood. You go rest over there, I'll go meet them. With that, Zhang Fong flew directly into the air. Zhang Yundi didn't go to rest but stood in place, looking up at the sky. Brother, good luck. In the air, Zhang Fong approached Martial Emperor Fei He and Martial Saint Mu Er, asking, interesting, so it's you who are making a fuss, wanting me to hand over the ownership of Ancient Underworld Star? Upon seeing Zhang Fong, both of them were momentarily stunned. They had seen the information about the owner of Ancient Underworld Star, so they recognized him as Zhang Fong. But the problem wasn't Zhang Fong the Rift Sky Martial Saint? Shouldn't he be on the battlefield of all races right now? How could he appear here? Ancient Underworld Star and the battlefield of all races were quite far apart. There were two possibilities. Either Zhang Fong was not the Rift Sky Martial Saint, or there was some mistake, but that possibility was slim because they could sense a terrifying energy emanating faintly from Zhang Fong. It was definitely Martial Saint level. That left only one possibility. Zhang Fong had a special method of movement that allowed him to teleport back from the battlefield of all races to Ancient Underworld Star. This kid has quite a few special abilities. Mu Er Martial Saint was about to speak, saying, that's right, we are here to collect Ancient Underworld Star, what do you think? But he was stopped by Martial Emperor Fei He. Ha ha ha, you must be the void-splitting Martial Saint, right? The rising star on the battlefield of the myriad races. Fei and the Martial Emperor laughed heartily. It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about it. Your strength is indeed formidable. Before coming here, Fei and the Martial Emperor thought that the void-splitting Martial Saint was just a name without substance. No matter how strong a Martial Saint was, it couldn't possibly reach that level. But now, upon seeing him and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Fong, both Fei and the Martial Emperor felt a bit intimidated. They were reluctant to become enemies with Zhang Fong. Even if they managed to defeat Zhang Fong, he was still so young, with limitless potential, he might even surpass them in the future. It wasn't worth offending such a powerful being over an ancient star. Mu Er Martial Saint? Master, are you backing down now that the moment has come? Why are you suddenly so amiable? However, since the master has spoken, Mu Er Martial Saint dared not say anything further. Zhang Fong glanced at Fei and the Martial Emperor. Stop with the pleasantries. Let me ask you, do you intend to seize the ancient star? Fei and the Martial Emperor quickly explained. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. We just came over to joke around. We didn't mean it seriously. If we really wanted to plunder, we would have acted long ago. How could we still be here talking nonsense? What we said before was just a pure joke. Zhang Yuni, being an 8th-tier warrior, had some strength. Upon hearing their conversation, she roughly understood that their strength was not on par with Zhang Fong. If they had the upper hand, they would have likely attacked already instead of engaging in idle chatter. I was worried they might harm my brother, but it seems there's no need to worry now. These two guys are definitely my brother's enemies. They must die. We can't let enemies live, it's too dangerous. With this thought, Zhang Yuni shouted into the air, brother, don't believe them. They're all bad news. The energy pressure they released at the beginning was filled with intense killing intent. They weren't joking.
Jang Fong chuckled at Zhang Yuni's words, thinking, does your brother
look stupid? Their lies are so obvious, how could I possibly believe them? But he still responded to Zhang Yuni, don't worry, I'll kill them all and won't let them escape.
Fei and the Martial Emperor, along with Mu Air Martial Saint, exchanged glances, their expressions changing, then angrily looked at Zhang Yuni,
thinking, why are you so meddlesome? You think you can just speak up? Can you not shut up for once? Mu Air Martial Saint was even more direct, launching an energy blast at Zhang Yuni. Die, big-chested, brainless woman. I get annoyed just seeing your type. What use is there besides being a bit bigger? Whoosh! The energy blast sped towards Zhang Yuni but was intercepted in midair by another energy blast.
This intercepting energy blast was, of course, released by Jang Fong.
You have some guts, Jang Fong said, looking at the two. You dare to attack someone on my turf?
You must be seeking death. Jang Fong spread his arms, continuously
channeling his energy, and a purple aura surged around his body, activating his self-extreme intent technique. Boom!
Jang Fong completed his transformation, his
hair turning purple, and like Super Saiyan 3, his eyebrows vanished, giving him a fierce appearance. Destruction!
Jang Fong raised his hand, aimed at Mu Air Martial
Saint, and directly launched a destructive energy blast.
Whoosh! The purple energy rushed towards Mu Air Martial Saint, who quickly dodged behind Fei and the
Martial Emperor. Master, he's going too far. He actually took the initiative to attack us. Let's teach him a lesson. There's no need to hold back. Sigh. Fei. And the Martial Emperor sighed. Disciple, are you foolish? Swish.
Fei and the Martial Emperor exerted force, directly capturing Mu Air Martial Saint and placing
him in front of himself, taking the destructive energy blast from Jang Fong head on. Ah!
Mu Air Martial Saint screamed in agony as the destructive energy hit him.
Master, why did you?
Fei and the Martial Emperor's expression was cold. There was no need for so many questions.
Naturally, it was to sacrifice you,
in exchange for Jiang Feng's forgiveness.
Then, with a surge of power, the energy-eroded Mu Air Wu Shang was crushed to death. Liakong Wu Shang, Fei and Wu Di looked at Zhang Fong and said,
I came here today, all because of my disciple's instigation. You can check my communicator, it contains all my disciple's messages. He has been tempting me, saying you are unworthy of possessing the ancient underworld star. Just now, it was he who struck first, attacking your sister.
Now, I will slay him, hoping you can quell your anger. Let's be friends. No, not friends, just ordinary people. How about we part ways here? As if nothing ever happened. Zhang Fong raised his hand, is that so?
Then be careful in your next life.
Whoosh! Another burst of destructive energy shot directly towards Fei and Wu Di.
Fei and Wu Di's expressions changed drastically, thinking to themselves, as a dignified Wu Di, how could I lower myself like this and even sacrifice my own disciple, yet you still dare to strike? If it weren't for my concern about your future, I would have killed you long ago.
Damn it, it seems I have to take action. Today,
Fei and Wu Di also became ruthless, since the other party was so aggressive, he couldn't blame himself. To kill a genius, one must go all out.
Erase him completely, lest he becomes stronger in the future and comes back for revenge. Even now, Fei and Wu Di felt that he should be stronger than Zhang Fong. All the previous humility was merely out of consideration for Zhang Feng's potential. Blood-burning forbidden technique. As soon as Fei and Wu Di made a move, he directly used a forbidden technique.
At the same time, he drew out his weapon, a large blade. In the next moment, Zhang Fong flashed and appeared behind
Fei and Wu Di. Too slow.
A punch, carrying a purple aura, slammed towards Fei and Wu Di.
So fast? Fei and Wu Di was startled and quickly positioned the large
blade in front of him to block.
Bang! As a result, Zhang Feng's punch shattered the large blade, its power undiminished, and struck Fei and Wu Di's body hard. Poof!
Fei and Wu Di spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At the same time, the wound that was hit was entwined with purple energy, continuously
eroding his body. What kind of energy is this?
Fei and Wu Di was shocked. He had never seen such a strange energy that clung to him and couldn't be shaken off.
Moreover, it was destroying his body. Get away!
Fei and Wu Di erupted, trying to eliminate the destructive energy, but it was completely useless.
Zhang Fong
flashed again, appearing above Fei and Wu Di. I said, be careful in your next life.
Boom! A punch directly pierced through Fei and Wu Di's body. Complete destruction.
Zhang Fong clenched his fist, and with a bang, Fei and Wu Di was blown into fragments.
The spiritual energy of the ancient underworld star is indeed rich, but to attract a Wu Di-level powerhouse is quite surprising to me.
After all, when Jiu Chen saw the ancient underworld star back then, he didn't even think
about claiming it for himself.
Zhang Fong sighed. It seemed that greed knew no boundaries.
Some Wu Di were even inferior to Wu Huang. However, after today's battle, no one should dare to come again.
Zhang Fong stood with his hands at his sides, releasing his self-transformation while calling up the light brain that
had been recording.
Upload this battle to the network of the Demo Mansion headquarters.
Zhang Fong commanded the light brain. Thus, this battle quickly spread throughout the DMO Mansion headquarters. A Wu Sheng and a Wu Di joined forces to battle a young man, only to be killed in return. The head of the Demo mansion naturally saw this video. It's Mu'er Wu Sheng and his master Fei and Wu Di? This place, ancient underworld star? From the conversation, this person is Liakong. Wu Sheng, the one who just rose in the 10,000 races battlefield? His methods are so strong, even the Wu Di couldn't retaliate against the purple energy. Too strong, this person is too strong. How can a Wu Sheng be this powerful? As the video spread, many martial saints from the Demo mansion also took notice of this battle. It's our Fire Cloud Army's Grand Commander. The four generals were extremely excited upon seeing the video. Our Grand Commander is indeed incredibly strong. A mere martial emperor is nothing at all. This is our Fire Cloud Army's Grand Commander. The four generals were bursting with pride. Thus, Jang Feng's reputation began to spread for the first time. From martial emperors to ordinary martial artists, everyone came to know of this figure. Meanwhile, in the myriad races region, the name of the sky-splitting martial saint became even more renowned. This means, from today onwards, Jang Feng's name spread throughout both the human race and the myriad races. Or to put it another way, Jang Feng's name echoed across the entire universe. After all, within the universe, there are only two forces, the human race and the myriad races. Oh my goodness, it's Jang Fong. At this moment, Jiu Chen was also stunned after watching the video. I knew long ago that Jang Fong would eventually make a name for himself. I just didn't expect this day would come so quickly. Sky-splitting martial saint, ha 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 ha. Jiu Chen couldn't help but laugh, genuinely happy for Jang Fong. Jiu Chen was sincerely happy for Jang Fong. He knew that Jang Fong could never be an unknown nobody. Brother Chen, why are you laughing so happily? Next to Jiu Chen was a female martial artist, none other than Scion, whom Jiu Chen had mentioned before. At this moment, Jiu Chen and Scion were on a date. Jiu Chen looked at Scion and then took out a tablet, pointing at the video on it. Have you seen this video? The hottest martial saint right now, the sky-splitting martial saint. Scion replied, let me take a look. Scion took the tablet and watched it briefly. What? An impressive sky-splitting martial saint. 1 against 2, and one of them is a martial emperor, yet he managed to slay them both. So strong. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to become a martial saint in this lifetime. At this moment, Jiu Chen crossed his arms behind his back, pretending to be profound. I'm not bragging or showing off. I just want to tell you that I know the sky-splitting martial saint. Scion paused for a moment, then took out a pill from her storage ring. Brother Chen, take this medicine. Jiu Chen? Scion, look at how silly you become, starting to talk nonsense. Your brain isn't working well. You might as well recycle it and get a new one. Jiu Chen? I'm not bragging. I actually fought him before. Jiu Chen was slightly anxious. Back then, I was full of divine power and he had no way to deal with me, forcing him to use 2 types of energy transformations to defeat me. Oof. If it weren't for him mastering 2 types of energy transformations, who knows who would have won or lost back then. Scion slightly facepalmed, feeling that Jiu Chen was hopeless. Even if she wanted to recycle it for him, she probably wouldn't want it. Sigh. Forget it. Jiu Chen waved his hand, planning to continue hiding his identity. When the time is right, he would bring Scion an ultimate shock. The man standing before you is not an ordinary martial artist. The strongest martial emperor in the 9527 region. Parentheses, except for the martial emperor realm on ancient underworld star. A friend of the sky-splitting martial saint, a possessor of a forbidden treasure. The heir of the martial saint. Each of these would be enough to leave Scion dumbfounded. I've been reading a lot of novels lately and I feel like my exposure is somewhat thrilling. Is my behavior similar to that of an exposure story? The more he thought about it, the more Jiu Chen felt thrilled. As for when to expose himself, Jiu Chen shook his head. The time is not right. The time is not right. It must be when Scion encounters danger and he descends from the heavens, stepping on a rainbow to save her from peril. In another place in District 9527, the one-minded martial saint and the true word martial saint, having previously helped Jang Fong and suspecting him to be the reincarnation of the martial emperor, were being hunted by enemies. They were so frightened that they closed themselves off, afraid to emerge. Until this moment, they saw the video. Holy crap! The Rift Sky martial saint taking on 2 opponents. Slaying the martial emperor and the martial saint? Jang Fong? The true word martial saint slapped his thigh. What did I say? It's reincarnation. Reincarnation. How could he possibly slay the martial emperor if he wasn't the martial emperor reincarnated? After saying this, the true word martial saint immediately contacted the one-minded martial saint. Did you see? Jang Fong killed the martial emperor. So strong. With this kind of power, what do we have to fear? The one-minded martial saint replied, indeed, we are the iron-blooded supporters of Jang Fong. Now that Jang Fong is invincible, we don't need to be afraid anymore. No more closing off. Let's go out directly. What's there to be afraid of? If Jang Feng's enemies from his past life dare to come, they'll probably be slain on the spot. The true word martial saint was overjoyed, invincible, invincible. No more fear. Ha ha ha. Little did they know, from the very beginning, they had no reason to be afraid. If they were to blame anyone, it would be themselves for overthinking, imagining the martial emperor's reincarnation in past formidable foes, completely scaring themselves. The spread of this video was extremely wide, and many human martial artists in the 10,000 races battlefield also saw it. Among them were Uncle Gong and Song Yan, the Rift Sky martial saint. Truly a remarkable talent, defeating the martial emperor with the demeanor of a martial saint. Such a genius, it's worth my support for him, Song Yan remarked. That Fei and the martial emperor are both useless. Watching the video, their dialogue shows that they were coveting the treasures of the younger generation. What a disgrace. They've completely tarnished the martial emperor's reputation. Uncle Gong nodded in agreement. The martial emperor often represents strength and mystery, yet with Fei and the martial emperor's antics, as the video spreads, everyone's impression of the martial emperor is bound to plummet. This Fei and the martial emperor truly, with their own actions, have lowered everyone's evaluation of the martial emperor. It's really despicable, Uncle Gong said, slightly angered. Martial saints have very long lifespans, and they care deeply about their reputation. The martial emperor, with an almost eternal lifespan, cares about it even more. If he were still alive, I would definitely give Fei and the martial emperor a good beating. Song Yan smiled slightly, then said with a hint of regret, the Rift Sky martial saint is still a bit young. He shouldn't have directly slain Fei and the martial emperor. If I were him, I would enslave Fei and the martial emperor, making them self-destruct on the 10,000 races battlefield. After all, the martial emperor of the human race should contribute to the human race. Uncle Gong scratched his head, thinking to himself, it's still you. If everyone had your awareness, what would the 10,000 races even be? At the headquarters of the Daemo mansion, the mansion lord was also shocked after watching the video, but after the shock, he immediately sent the video to the high-ranking officials of the Daemo mansion. Did you see the strength of this Rift Sky martial saint, and his way of handling things, so fierce? A martial emperor and a martial saint, both begging for mercy, especially Fei and the martial emperor, even killing their own disciple to plead for mercy, yet still being slain by the Rift Sky martial saint. Who would dare to provoke such a powerful being? I know that some of you previously thought Zhang Feng's ancient underworld star was great and wanted to scheme something. Now, does anyone still dare to scheme? The other high-ranking officials naturally shook their heads. Scheme my foot. Not to mention Zhang Feng's strength, just his personality. Once he sets his sights on you, he will definitely kill you, no matter what. Who would dare provoke him? In this battle, Jang Fong not only gained a great reputation, but also earned a fearsome name. Everyone's first reaction after watching the video was that Jang Fong was too strong. But upon closer inspection, paying attention to their dialogue, one would feel that Jang Fong was too fierce. No one dared to provoke him. Such a ruthless powerhouse, you must be careful in dealing with him, or else your Daemo mansion might be flattened. The master of Daemo mansion coughed lightly, thinking to himself, why would Jang Fong want to flatten my Daemo mansion? Don't talk to me about that, I'm not afraid. The master feigned indifference. I haven't provoked him, so why should I be afraid? It's you all. I repeatedly warned you, fearing that similar incidents would occur. But in the end, Mu'er Wushang still caused such a scandal. So, remember, you are all high-ranking members of Daemo Mansion. When encountering resources belonging to juniors, do not snatch them. Understand? It's not just Jang Fong, there are other juniors as well. In short, from now on, never engage in such matters again. Is that clear? Consider this a wake-up call for you all. The group of Wushang nodded in unison. Rest assured, Master, we will be vigilant. The master shifted the topic. By the way, does anyone have Zhang Feng's contact information? He is the strongest in our Daemo mansion. Adding a contact should not be too much to ask, right? One Wushang spoke up. Zhang Fong is a warrior from the 9527 region. If you contact Sheng Tian Wushang, he should know Zhang Fong. The master acknowledged, planning to find Sheng Tian Wushang later. Wait a minute? The master looked at the communicator and found it was a message from a general of the Fire Cloud Army. They said, this Liakong Wushang is the new commander of the Fire Cloud Army? Hiss, so strong? Upon hearing this, the other Wushangs gasped in shock. This Zhang Fong is actually the commander of the Fire Cloud Army. It should be noted that one of the strongest forces within Daemo Mansion is the Fire Cloud Army, with 4 generals under its command, all at the 9th level of Wu Shang, plus a 9-headed insect and several other Wushangs. Truly, terrifyingly strong. This Liakong Wushang is not only strong himself, but his forces are also so powerful. The master's expression grew serious. A powerful warrior alone isn't that frightening, after all, their influence is limited. But with such a strong force, that becomes quite terrifying. Fortunately, this isn't the northern region. The Fire Cloud Army still has to contend with the myriad races. If it were in the northern region, this position of master would probably have to be given to Zhang Fong. So scary. The other Wu Shangs also commented. With Liakong Wu
Shang leading, the Fire Cloud army has already become the #1 force in Demo Mansion.
Who would dare to object? From now on, they can walk straight through Demo Mansion.
Oh, by the way, I heard the 4 generals were collecting materials for the 8-9 Profound Art? I have a set here, I'll give it to them as a
way to make friends.
Me too, I didn't want to deal with them before, but with Liacong Wuxing around, I might as well befriend them.
I see, they have been collecting materials for the commander, which means they are giving it to Liacong Wuxing? I want to befriend him too. The master nodded, secretly deciding to join in the fun.
Thus, the high-ranking members of Demo Mansion basically all took out materials, deciding to give them to the Fire Cloud army for free, not for any other reason, just to establish a connection with Jang Fong. On the side of the 4 generals, they also received messages from the Wushangs, saying they wanted to donate materials for the 8-9 Profound Art.
I told you so. Tai Lu Wusheng couldn't help but laugh. Once they clarify their identity and tell them the commander is Liacong Wu Di, these people will voluntarily offer their treasures. Loren gave a thumbs up. You really have a good idea. They didn't trade with us before, and I thought they had no materials, but it turns out they were all hiding them so well. This time we're going to get rich with so many materials. Let's quickly integrate them.
The 4 generals got busy, and soon they discovered that combined, these materials were enough for the 8th transformation of
the 8-9 Profound Arts. Great! That means we only need the 9th transformation now.
Quick, tell the Grand Commander, share this good news with him. After the Grand Commander shows his strength, his influence will grow, making it easier for us to collect materials.
If you ask me, why not let the Grand Commander directly use force to plunder them all?
Then the treasures will all belong to our Fire Cloud army. No, doing that would actually make it harder to collect
materials.
Tai Lu, the martial saint, shook his head.
Not to mention that forcibly seizing would tarnish the Grand Commander's reputation. Many martial saints
have their pride. If you show strength, they might befriend you and voluntarily offer treasures.
But if you forcibly plunder, they might never give up their treasures, even to the death. Really, plundering is not a good strategy. Loren waved his hand dismissively. Whatever, anyway, this time we made a huge profit.
The 4 generals laughed. Indeed, they had made a profit, and it was a free one. On Zhang Feng's side, after killing Fei and the martial emperor, he returned to the ground.
It's rare to be back. Why not go to Blue Star to rest a bit and have some fun?
Zhang Fong reached out his hand, looking at
Zhang Yundi.
Zhang Yundi's eyes lit up. Sure, brother, where do you plan to go play?
She naturally took Zhang Feng's hand.
Zhang Fong pondered for a
moment.
Let's have a cup of milk tea. It's been a long time since I've had pure additive-free food. I miss it a bit.
Zhang Yundi. Zhang Fong took Zhang Yundi, and with a momentary move, they returned to Blue Star. Then, they strolled around the streets, bought some delicious food, chatting and wandering about. Today,
Zhang Yundi was wearing a pastoral-style dress, her long hair flowing with the wind and her beautiful eyes reflecting the golden sunlight.
She was completely a vibrant young girl, walking down the street, instantly attracting attention.
For every passerby who looked, Zhang Fong shot them a fierce glare in return, and as more and more people gathered, he found it hard to keep up with the glares. I need to talk to the higher-ups of Yun country. Everyone should wear sunglasses when
going out from now on. Zhang Fong thought angrily.
Suddenly, his communicator rang. He looked down and saw that the 8th transformation of the 8-9 Profound Arts had been collected, and the Lord of the Demo Mansion wanted to add him as a friend.
Let's put these things aside for now and have a good time today.
Zhang Fong walked over to Zhang Yundi, took her hand, and glanced at the passers-by with a bit of pride.
What are you looking at? I can hold hands, can you? Some passers-by spat in frustration, thinking how infuriating it was. If it was just holding hands, why did he have to look so smug? If it weren't for the harmonious society, they would really want to punch him. I'm so mad. A passerby looked at Zhang Feng's smug expression, feeling extremely unbalanced.
How can he hold hands with such a beautiful girl? And she's a super developed girl. I'm so mad, so mad. With a bang, he crashed into a utility pole because he wasn't watching
where he was going. Everything is going wrong. This person almost cried. With that crash, the girl just walked out of sight. I didn't even get to see her for the last time. Come on, man, it's gotten to this point and you're still thinking about that last glance?
Zhang Fong held Zhang Yundi's hand, feeling smug while glaring at every passerby who looked their way, having a great time. He thought that after fighting all day, it was quite fun to play around like this occasionally. And Zhang Yundi was also enjoying the beautiful moment. Of course, what made it beautiful was not the time, but the person beside her. The two walked down street after street, passing by snack shops, playing until evening. Zhang Fong, accompanied by Zhang Yundi, sat on a bench by the roadside, sipping on pure milk tea. Suddenly, Zhang Fong noticed a couple who had just come out of the milk tea shop. Who are they? Zhang Fong squinted, staring at the male for a moment. One is called Xiaoming, and the other is called Xiaohua.
This Xiaoming has some issues.
Through the system panel, Zhang Fong learned their names.
Since the couple was standing together, Zhang Feng's glance caused Xiaohua to feel a bit misunderstood, thinking to herself, what a creep, has he never seen a beauty before? Why is he looking at me? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Xiaohua noticed that there was a little beauty sitting next to Jang Fong who, from any angle, was a flawless beauty. She looked like the heroine from a youth novel, perfect enough to make one want to hug her. Really a creep, already has a girlfriend and still looking at me, how ridiculous. Xiaohua clicked her tongue. A typical case of someone eating from the pot while gazing at the bowl. Jang Fong was unaware of Xiaohua's inner thoughts. He quietly said to Zhang Yundi, "You sit here for a while, I have something to take care of." Zhang Yundi obediently nodded. With that, Zhang Fong walked towards Xiaoming and Xiaohua. Xiaohua was even more surprised. What was this guy's deal? He was already peeking at me and now he was walking over. What did that mean? Did he want my contact information? Wow, he really is a creep to the extreme. His girlfriend isn't saying anything, probably one of those obedient girls, right? Sigh, how infuriating. A scumbag paired with an obedient girl, I really feel sorry for her. Just as Zhang Fong reached the couple and was about to speak to Xiaoming, Xiaohua decisively spoke up. "Sorry, sir, I won't give you my contact information, please leave." Zhang Fong? Zhang Fong looked at Xiaohua in disbelief, thinking, who the hell are you? Why would I want your contact information? Are you really that self-important? Even someone is composed. As Zhang Fong was momentarily taken aback by such a sudden interruption, unsure of what to say. Got nothing to say now, huh? Xiaohua tossed her head back, proudly pulling Xiaoming along. "Let's go, darling, don't talk to people like this, it'll make you look bad." After tugging, Xiaohua found she couldn't pull him away and turned to look at Xiaoming in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" Xiaoming was gazing at Zhang Yundi, his eyes slightly dazed, unable to move. "Xiaohua? You?" Xiaohua was about to say something when Zhang Fong spoke up. "Miss, don't be too narcissistic, okay? I want to have a few words with your boyfriend." Xiaohua. Xiaohua fell silent, then let out a cold laugh. "Go ahead and pretend I don't know your intentions? After I rejected you, you're awkwardly looking for a way out and trying to change the subject, right? Forget it, I'm not in the mood today, so I won't expose you. I'm just here to chat with you." Xiaohua, a bit angry, kicked Xiaoming and then walked away. Xiaoming snapped back to reality and looked at Zhang Fong. "What can I do for you? By the way, you look somewhat familiar." Zhang Fong was a well-known figure in Blue Star, especially in Yonghua. Everyone had seen videos or pictures of him to some extent. It was normal to find him familiar. Not recognizing him was also normal, as no one would expect that a big star from the television would suddenly walk past them. "Oh, I remember now," Xiaoming exclaimed. "You look like Zhang Fong. Are you his impersonator? Are you live streaming, cosplaying as Zhang Fong?" As soon as he said this, Xiaohua's thought stirred. No wonder she always felt he looked familiar. It turned out he resembled Zhang Fong. TSK, poor Zhang Fong, sharing a face with such a creep. Zhang Fong sneered, "Stop pretending. Since I came over, you've been in disguise, acting as if you're mesmerized by the beauty, pretending you don't know me. I guess you recognized me from the very beginning, right? After all, you dared to come to Blue Star, so you must have investigated my identity. Although I don't know who you are, but I advise you to come out sooner rather than later." Zhang Fong noticed Xiaoming, and it was because the system panel indicated that there was a soul of an alien race within this person. Who exactly it was, Zhang Fong did not know. Xiao Hong? What is this development? Could it be that he really isn't a lowly man, and I've misjudged him? What are you talking about? Xiaoming forced a laugh, his face full of despair. "I can't understand what you're saying. Is there some misunderstanding here?" Zhang Fong raised a hand. "If you don't come out, I'll just take action directly. After all, it's just one bystander dying. Do you think I won't make a move?" Buzz. A mass of energy gathered in Zhang Feng's hand. "Run!" Xiaoming could no longer keep up the act and jumped directly into the air. "Accelerate, go!" Without daring to hesitate for a moment, Xiaoming wanted to speed away. But with his strength, how could he possibly escape? Zhang Fong released his aura, directly suppressing Xiaoming, rendering him unable to move. What a weak guy, only at the martial artist level, just like an ordinary resident of Blue Star. Zhang Fong flew into the air, coming to Xiaoming's side. "At this point, are you still unwilling to come out? Fine, let's interrogate you directly." Zhang Fong activated his special ability, the Grip of Truth. "Who are you? What are you doing on Blue Star? How did you occupy his body?" Xiao Ming answered truthfully, "I am a subordinate of King Kalisa, named Jinyu. After Kalisa disappeared in the ancient underworld star, I reported to King Kurd. Coincidentally, King Kurd told me that Kula had also disappeared. So, the two of us decided to investigate the mystery of Kalisa and Kula's disappearance. Later, we learned that the ancient underworld star has a close relationship with Blue Star, so I infiltrated Blue Star and have been secretly investigating it. I used my special ability to exchange and swapped bodies with Xiaoming. My original body is still with King Kurd." Zhang Fong suddenly realized that it was indeed the father of Kulisa who was behind this. "You are quite persistent, so let me send you all away." Zhang Fong pulled hard. "Let's go, take me to see King Kurd."
Jinyu replied, okay, Lord Jang Fong, King Kurd is piloting a spaceship. He is very far from Blue Star, on another desolate planet.
Jang Fong understood.
No wonder he hadn't sensed anything strange on Blue Star. It turned out they were hiding in the universe.
Let's go.
Jang Fong took Jinyu and flew away directly. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was still standing there in a daze. She seemed to have roughly understood that this person was either Jang Fong or just like him.
I met Lord Jang Fong.
It's the real person. Xiaohong was so excited that she could hardly contain herself, but then felt a bit ashamed.
I actually thought Lord
Jang Fong was lowly. I misunderstood him. He was observing the alien beside me, and I thought, it's I. Thinking of this, Xiaohong's face turned red. No wonder. When she opened her mouth, she directly made Jang Fong fall silent.
Really embarrassing.
I hope Lord Jang Fong won't blame me. Phew, but I'm still so excited. I
saw a living person today. I need to go brag to my girlfriends. Xiaohong was overjoyed and immediately took out her phone.
Suddenly, she thought of something. Wait,
the girl beside Lord Jang Fong, could it be Zhang Yundi? Group photo.
Xiaohong instantly thought that she should go take a picture with Zhang Yundi. So, with a nervous heart, she walked up to Zhang Yundi.
Miss Zhang, can I take a picture with you?
Zhang Yundi sat quietly in the chair, and upon seeing the newcomer, she tilted her little face up. No, you're a bad person.
Xiaohong?
Zhang Yundi silently puffed out her cheeks, thinking to herself, I saw it all.
You looked at my brother with a bad gaze before,
and then you spoke to him, being particularly fierce.
Definitely a bad person. I won't pay attention to you.
Jang Fong, in a hurry, flew at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had left Blue Star.
Tell me, where is King Kurd's spaceship?
The urgent button pointed in a direction, over there, on that black planet. At this moment, the urgent button was still under the control of the grip of truth.
Let's go.
Jang Fong accelerated and reached the black planet. Here, there was a super huge octopus spaceship, somewhat similar to Kulisar's spaceship. Jang Fong, with the urgent button, landed directly in front of the spaceship, and then with an energy blast, the spaceship door was blown open.
King Kurd, come out.
At this moment, King Kurd was in the spaceship's control center, wearing a red cloak, squatting on the ground feeding his frog, while next to him was
a humanoid capsule.
Inside this capsule lay the original body of the urgent button. Because the urgent button had used a swap on Xiao Ming, the body currently
occupying the urgent button was Xiao Ming.
King Kurd kept this body, intending to wait until the urgent button's mission was over before letting them swap back.
Is someone calling me?
King Kurd was surprised for a moment, then walked directly toward the spaceship entrance.
Who is it?
From his tone, he sounds so
arrogant.
When King Kurd reached the spaceship entrance, he found the door had been blown to pieces, feeling somewhat angry.
What a bold move, actually.
Destroying my spaceship.
I will definitely skin you alive.
King Kurd flew out of the spaceship and happened to see Jang Fong, who was holding the urgent button.
Looking at Jang Fong, King Kurd instantly recognized him. Wasn't this Jang Fong?
They had investigated multiple times and already knew that Jang Fong
was the master of Blue Star, the master of ancient underworld star.
His hard power surpassed that of the martial emperor, a super strong warrior.
Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the master of ancient underworld star.
King Kurd snorted coldly.
Daring to come find me, you have quite the guts. Tell me, did you kill Kulisar and Kula?
Jang Fong looked thoughtfully at King Kurd.
Haven't you seen today's cosmic news?
King Kurd? Who the hell watches that stuff?
I'm busy attacking Blue Star.
What?
Is there something big in the news? Could it be that you made the news?
King Kurd scoffed.
To make it onto cosmic
news, one must be above the martial saint level. Not just anyone can get on. Thus, King Kurd believed Jang Fong was not qualified to be on cosmic news.
Jiang Fong smiled. So you haven't seen it?
Why say so much? However, you really are a father. You are indeed stronger than Kulisar and Kula. When Kulisar first arrived at Ancient Underworld Star, he used his final form, which was only at the Martial Emperor level. Later, after training, he gained the Golden and Black Gold forms. Kula was the same. When he first arrived, he showed his final form, which was also at the Martial Emperor level.
But this King Kurd, even before transforming,
had a foundational strength at the Martial Sovereign level.
Not simple. Come on, transform and let me see.
Jang Fong shouted at King Kurd.
I haven't
seen King Kurd transform yet.
King Kurd sneered. Transform?
That's really funny. I never need to transform when fighting others. No one has made me transform yet. After saying that, King Kurd flicked his cloak behind him, making a rustling sound.
Boom!
Jang Fong raised his hand, and in an instant, an energy blast pierced through King Kurd's body.
Can you transform now?
King Kurd suffered a fatal blow, staggering back several steps, blood continuously flowing from his wound. What a ruthless method. Your strength is no simple matter. King Kurd did not transform but looked at Jang Fong and said, seeing you so strong, how
about you become my godson? Together, we can dominate the universe. At that time, you and I will share the universe equally. Jang Fong? Has he gone mad? Is he talking incoherently?
Very well, if you still refuse to transform, then go die.
Jang Fong raised his hand again, preparing to send King Kurd away. Wait. King Kurd trembled as he stood up. Alright, I will transform right now, just wait a moment. A glimmer of determination flashed in King Kurd's eyes. His current appearance was still that of a human, after all. He was in the human territory and could not expose his identity as a frozen demon. His final form was very powerful. Once he successfully transformed, it would inevitably attract the attention of the human martial saints. So, if he didn't transform, that was one thing, but if he did, he must kill everyone. Then he would flee quickly, change regions, and continue to hide his identity. Jang Fong, this is all you're doing. 3 minutes. If it exceeds 3 minutes, the human martial saints will discover me, and after showing my full strength, I will kill you within 3 minutes. Just so you know, I will torture you for 2 minutes and 30 seconds and then kill you in the last 10 seconds, followed by 10 seconds to escape. This is my 3-minute plan. Jang Fong? Is this Kurd king bad at math? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Just let him transform quickly. King Kurd clenched his fists, and his human form could no longer be maintained. His body rapidly expanded and his cultivation level continuously increased. It's King Kurd's strongest form. Jinyo watched in excitement. How long has it been? He finally had the chance to see King Kurd's final form again. That powerful strength was simply terrifying. Even the first form of King Kurd is stronger than King Kalisa, this final form. Jang Fong, do you know how strong it is? King Kurd is invincible. Do you understand? Jang Fong glanced at Jinyo. You talk too much. Jinyo paused, realizing he had gotten too excited and forgotten that he was still being captured. Let's send you off first. Jang Fong raised his hand, preparing to eliminate Jinyo. Jinyo looked at Jang Fong, panic rising in his heart. I'm going to die. What should I do? Should I try to exchange? But the other party is too strong. Although the exchange is useful, if the strength gap is too large, the success rate is very low. No matter how low the success rate is, I have to use it. If I don't, I'll die. With no other options left, Jinyo gritted his teeth and used the exchange on Jang Fong. Who dies is still uncertain. Exchange. Jinyo shouted, preparing to use the exchange, and in that instant, Jang Fong teleported, taking Jinyo with him to the control center of the spaceship. Here, it just so happened to store Xiaoming's original body. Jang Fong aimed Jinyo at Xiaoming, and then, exchange. Jinyo expelled a burst of energy, and in an instant, Xiaoming returned to his original form, while Jinyo returned to his original form. What? What just happened in that moment? Jinyo was shocked. Jang Fong teleported with him? He returned to his original form? Xiaoming, restored to his original body, immediately looked excitedly at Jang Fong. Are you Lord Jang Fong? I often read your information on Blue Star. You are my idol. I never expected that a small person like me would have you come to save me. Thank you so much. Xiaoming was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking that after returning to Blue Star, he would definitely become a loyal fan of Lord Jang Fong, and when encountering online trolls, he must deal with them. After Jinyo reacted, he looked at Jang Fong in terror, wondering if he was done for again. Is Jang Fong going to kill him directly now? No, not necessarily. Let's try using the exchange again. What if he switched to Zhang Feng's body? That would be a huge gain. Forget it, exchange. Jinyo opened his mouth wide, exchange. This time, the target is still Jang Fong. Jang Fong raised his hand and grabbed the nearby frog, which was the pet frog previously fed by King Kurd. Whoosh! In an instant, Jinyu and the frog completed their body swap. Jinyu? Rib bit? Jinyu was horrified to discover that he had actually become a frog, and to use the swap skill, he had to say the word swap himself. Now that he had turned into a frog and couldn't speak, wouldn't he be stuck as a frog forever? Not bad. Jang Fong kicked the frog away. Jinyu, you are just suited to be a frog. At that moment, outside the spaceship, King Kurd had completed his transformation, resembling Kulisar's final form, both clad in white, but larger in size. Kulisar might only be 1.5 meters tall, but King Kurd was over 2 meters, a significant size difference. Yet their appearances were almost identical. One could only say, no wonder they were biological father and son. When I transformed, it seemed Jang Fong used teleportation. Where is he now? King Kurd looked around, his brow furrowed. Get out quickly, I don't have much time. King Kurd silently calculated in his mind 3 minutes. The moment King Kurd successfully transformed, the behind-the-scenes martial saint of Area 9527, the sky-piercing martial saint, sensed something unusual. Is it a martial saint-level powerhouse? Or the aura of an alien race? An alien martial saint has infiltrated my area? Not good. I might not win. In a head-on confrontation with this martial saint, call for the high-level martial saints from the Demo Mansion. The sky-piercing martial saint urgently contacted, requesting the Demo Mansion to dispatch high-level martial saints, preferably those who could teleport. They must arrive at Area 9527 within 3 minutes, and work together to kill that alien martial saint. Speed is essential. Otherwise, an alien martial saint could cause too much harm. The Demo Mansion also did
not dare to be careless and immediately dispatched several high-level martial saints using teleportation to reach Area 9527.
On King Kurd's
side, sensing that King Kurd had completed his transformation, Jang Fong, with Xiaoming, flew directly out of the spaceship.
Wow, quite impressive strength. Actually at the martial saint level.
Jang Fong looked at King Kurd. But do you have any forms like gold, or black gold, or purple gold, or diamonds?
King Kurd? What the heck? What are these things you call gold? Stop wasting time. I don't have time for this.
King Kurd charged directly at Jang Fong, determined
to kill him.
At the same time, King Kurd sensed that Xiaoming beside Jang Fong was no longer Jinyu. Jinyu was really useless. In such a short time after my transformation, he was actually taken down by Jang Fong, and even this human could reclaim his body. But it doesn't matter, Jang Fong still has to protect this human, so he definitely can't use his full strength. Thus, my chances of winning have increased by another 10%. With a secret laugh, King Kurd had already charged in front of Jang Fong.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In an instant, Xiaoming only heard 3 loud bangs, and King Kurd was beaten to a pulp, falling from
the air to the ground. Too fast, right?
Xiaoming's eyes widened.
What exactly happened? He didn't see anything, and the enemy was already resolved? King Kurd fell to the ground, equally confused. What had happened?
He only felt he had suffered 3 heavy blows, but he couldn't see how Jang Fong had attacked.
Cough.
King Kurd spat out a mouthful of green blood, collapsing on the ground, unable to get up.
Zhang Feng's 3 attacks were too heavy.
Whoosh! Jang Fong landed from the air, looking at King Kurd in front of him, raised his left hand. Weaker than I expected. What a disappointment. Die.
Buzz. A ball of purple energy gathered in his hand. Wait a minute.
King Kurd gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and shouted,
I have a contract scroll. I can sign a contract with you and acknowledge you as my master. Don't kill me, I can be your subordinate. I have great potential. If I train hard, maybe I can master the golden form you mentioned. Jang Fong paused. Oh, a contract scroll?
It might be worth considering taking him as a subordinate.
How about this? You become my subordinate, and I will give you a time frame, 4 months. If you can master the golden form in that time, I won't kill you. If you can't master it in 4 months, I will still kill you. Even as my subordinate, you must have some value.
King Kurd nodded repeatedly. All right, as long as you don't kill me, I
can train for 4 months and see.
This is my contract scroll. It's a soul contract.
Once signed, my soul will be in your hands. If you want me dead, I will die instantly. And I cannot hide any secrets from you. This is my sincerity.
After saying this, King Kurd presented the soul contract, which was quite brutal, essentially allowing Jang Fong to control Kurd's life and death at will. Clearly, as long as he could survive, King Kurd didn't care about anything else.
Jiang
Fong signed the contract and subdued King Kurd.
Lord Jiang Fong, from now on, we are on the same side.
King Kurd knelt on one knee, his gaze respectful. Your enemies are my enemies. I will definitely help you tear apart all your foes.
Jang Fong waved his hand. Ron, don't forget, you only have 4 months. If you can't master the golden form in 4 months, I will still kill you. Work hard on your training.
King Kurd shivered but quickly adjusted himself, secretly
stealing his resolve. All right.
To survive, let alone the golden form, even if it's the diamond form, I will achieve it.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Jang
Fong was about to return to Blue Star, several voices came from the sky, led by the sky-piercing Martial Saint and his team of Martial Saints.
They were here to hunt down King Kurd.
Hiss, it's only been a little over 2 minutes, and this group of human Martial Saints has already arrived.
King Kurd secretly gasped, thinking that the human reinforcements were faster now.
But fortunately, he had already pledged allegiance to the humans.
As the old saying goes, those who know the times are heroes.
When several Martial Saints arrived, they saw Jang Fong and King Kurd.
Is that the sky-piercing Martial Saint? The expressions
of the crowd changed, and they all flew to Zhang Feng's side, cupping their hands in respect. We have met the senior. Has this alien Martial Saint been dealt
with by you? In the martial world, strength commands respect.
Although they had lived longer than Jang Fong, they had to address him as senior because of his greater strength.
Jang Fong nodded slightly. That's right, I've dealt with him. You can go back now.
King Kurd gritted his teeth. Among these Martial Saints,
there seemed to be a 7th-tier Martial Saint. Such high-level Martial Saints showed such respect to Jang Fong, even calling him senior. It was too ruthless.
He had previously wanted to challenge Jang Fong, which was truly courting death. But it was also good. The stronger Jang Fong became, the better his own life
would be. What was that saying? Even a big shot's watchdog is more noble than an ordinary person.
The sky-piercing Martial Saint is truly formidable. I am Gao Han. I previously sent many materials to the Fire Cloud Army. They are all materials for cultivating the 8th and 9th levels of profound skills.
The Martial Saint. Gao Han looked at Jang Fong and said,
if there is a chance, I would also like to join the Fire Cloud Army. I hope you can give me an opportunity to participate
in the assessment.
The current Fire Cloud army was no longer what it used to be. To join, one must pass a very difficult assessment. At the same time, obtaining the qualification to participate in the assessment was also quite challenging. Therefore, a Gauhan sent various materials just for a chance to participate in the assessment. As for whether I can pass, that's another story. Jang Fong squinted his eyes and looked at the high cold martial saint, indeed having some impression of him. This guy had sent a lot of materials for the 8-9 profound art without asking for anything in return. I can give you a chance to participate in the assessment. You need to find 4 generals, and whether you can pass the assessment depends on yourself. After that, Jang Fong, along with Xiaoming and King Kurd, directly teleported away. The high cold martial saint rubbed his hands in excitement. No matter what, he could finally take the assessment. Even if he couldn't pass, there would be no regrets. Hey, you brat. The other martial saints couldn't help but say a few words. Not bad, you actually have the chance to participate in the Fire Cloud Army's assessment. That's the top force in the Great Mo Mansion. The high cold martial saint scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Back on the ancient underworld star, Jang Fong arranged for King Kurd to enter seclusion to break through to the golden form, then took Xiaoming back to Blue Star, while also beginning his own seclusion to push through to the 8th transformation of the 8-9 profound art. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Jang Fong completed the 8th transformation. This 8th transformation of the 8-9 profound art could match the 8th level of the martial emperor solely with physical strength. If he could cultivate to the 9th transformation, he could crush the 9th level of the martial emperor with just his physical strength. Only one transformation left. Take it slow. This last transformation is also the hardest. Jang Fong teleported to the battlefield of the myriad races. He then found the right position and flew towards the Great Wave Realm. Next, I need to gather the source power. I remember that to reach the Great Wave Realm, I have to pass through the Guanjinku. Guanjinku is the only passage for the human race to the Great Wave Realm. At this moment, under Guanjinku, Yang Jian and Qinya were sitting together, chatting about everything. I heard that your sister made a mistake before and was confined by the Great Federation, Qinya asked curiously. Then, your sister's son went to rescue her, and you fought your own nephew and lost? Yang Jian remained silent, quietly sipping his tea. Qinya continued to press. I also heard that your nephew is only at the martial saint level. His cultivation is worlds apart from yours. I'm really curious, how did he defeat you? Yang Jian remained silent and poured himself another cup of tea. Qinya kept asking. I also heard that he cracked your strongest move. What was it? The heavenly eye? Or the legendary law of heaven and earth? Yang Jian remained silent and poured a cup of tea for Qinya. Qinya, I don't want tea, I just want to know how that kid won. I'm so anxious. At this moment, the dog beside Yang Jian yawned. He threw my blanket out, saying it was the heavenly wind cloak and it was cracked by his nephew. Qinya, what is the heavenly wind cloak? Yang Jian's expression turned cold. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Yang Jian's dog was also a first-level martial emperor of the great demon race, with extraordinary strength. Someone had even given him the title of sun-eating god. The dog yawned again. Then I won't speak. Qinya wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that the Yang family was really interesting. He decided not to ask anymore. Suddenly, Qinya's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. It seems like it's coming. Yang Jian also sensed something and looked towards the sky. What a strong physical body. Whoosh! Jang Fong flashed and appeared in front of the two. You must be the manager of Guanjinku, the true monarch Erlang, right? I am Jang Fong, and I wish to go to the Great Wave Realm. Before coming, Jang Fong had specifically researched the information about Guanjinku and learned about Yang Jian's identity, while also forming a guess that perhaps it was this Yang Jian who had left the myth of the 8-9 profound art on Blue Star. After stating his purpose, Jang Fong looked at Qinya, sighing. He didn't expect this Qinya to actually be a martial emperor. What was this kid thinking back then, wanting to be his disciple? He wasn't even a martial saint at that time. Qinya laughed heartily. I've met the master. Jang Fong waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, that's not true. I never took on a disciple. Yang Jian stroked his chin, sensing some connection between the two. Could there be some gossip to uncover? You two, come tell me about your stories. Let me hear if they're funny. I have a feeling that a martial emperor hiding his identity to seek a master would make for a hilarious tale. Qinya shook his head. Not funny at all, and it's rather meaningless, far less interesting than your heavenly cloak. After saying this, Qinya touched his neck, feeling a chill creeping up his back. Was he underdressed? Jang Fong? Heavenly cloak? What is that? Hurry and tell me about it too. Qinya laughed again and briefly recounted the story, only to feel an even greater chill on his back. Strange, where is this coldness coming from? Jang Fong suddenly realized that Yang Jian was giving his nephew a break, essentially letting him off the hook. Ahem. Yang Jian cleared his throat a few times and looked at Qinya. Didn't you say you were waiting for someone? Now that the sky-splitting martial saint has arrived, it's obvious he is the one you were waiting for. Don't you have anything to say? Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. This martial emperor
Xinya had actually been waiting for him? Xinya nodded, looking earnestly at Jang Fong. Yes, I have been waiting for you. To be precise, I have been waiting for someone who can destroy the Great Wave Realm. Through my calculations, I learned that someone could annihilate the Great Wave Realm, and that person would arrive at Guanjinko soon. I never expected that person to be you. I specifically waited here to implore you to destroy the Great Wave Realm. The Great Wave Realm has always been a thorn in the side of our human race. If you can take action to eliminate the Great Wave Realm, I will spare no effort for any request you have. Even if it costs me my life, I wouldn't care. So, I beg you. Yang Jian was slightly taken aback. Could Jang Fong really destroy the Great Wave Realm? This Xinya had been talking about some impending opportunity lately, but had never made it clear what that opportunity was. This left Yang Jian in the dark about what Xinya was really after. If you can truly destroy the Great Wave Realm, Yang Jian was tempted. Sky-splitting martial saint, if you have any commands. In the future, I will do my best to assist you. The Great Wave Realm is indeed a great enemy of our human race. Jang Fong couldn't help but chuckle. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just about destroying the Great Wave Realm. Even if you didn't ask me, I would still do it. After all, no matter what, I am also a part of the human race. Xinya breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Jang Fong was willing to destroy the Great Wave Realm, which was the best outcome. Sky-splitting, you truly are benevolent. Yang Jian also clasped his hands in respect. Alright, consider it a favor owed to you. Jang Fong looked towards Guanjinku. So, can I head to the Great Wave Realm now? I'm a bit eager. Xinya volunteered. Let me take you to the Great Wave Realm. It's just about time for me to return. Jang Fong nodded, and just like that, the two crossed Guanjinku and arrived at the Great Wave Realm. The Great Wave Realm was mostly rivers, with only a few scattered islands where the human race had gathered to establish some bases. Jang Fong crossed Guanjinku and directly reached a small island. So weakened. After stepping onto the island, Xinya jumped a few times. Sigh, still a bit unaccustomed. Upon arriving in the Great Wave Realm, all my abilities as a martial artist have vanished. Only my physical strength remains. Sky-splitting martial saint, are you managing? Do you feel like you've become much weaker? Don't worry, everyone here is generally weaker. If you can reach the martial venerable realm here, you would be considered a local hero. Jang Fong also sighed. Indeed, this is a place of special rules. Here, not a trace of energy could be sensed, as if energy simply did not exist in this world. At the same time, both divine abilities and supernatural powers could no longer be used. Without the enhancement of the 8-9 profound art, Zhang Feng's physical strength at this moment was at the 8th level of martial sovereign. Jang Fong clenched his fist. I feel okay, just wait a moment, I want to test a few moves. Xinya took a step back. Sure, go ahead and experiment. There's no energy in the Great Wave Realm, so most moves can't be used. Jang Fong closed his eyes for the first move. He tried the King's Fist but found that he couldn't gather any energy at all. It was as if he had exhausted all his energy and wanted to transform. But there was no energy to transform with. The King's Fist, after all, relies on energy to amplify oneself. Without energy, it really can't be amplified. I guess the Super Scion is the same. Jang Fong attempted the Super Scion transformation but still couldn't gather any power. Then, what about the free and unfettered ultimate skill? Jang Fong slowly closed his eyes, then opened them, his pupils instantly turning silver. Wow! Xinya was startled. Transforming form? You can actually transform in the Great Wave Realm? How is that possible? There's no energy here. Where did you get the energy from? Xinya himself had a few enhanced forms, but because there was no energy in the Great Wave Realm, he couldn't use them. Seeing Jang Fong able to change forms, he was utterly amazed. Jang Fong chuckled. No, this isn't a form, it's a technique, just understand it that way. Even in a place without energy, as long as you master this technique, you can use it. Xinya felt a sense of awe, thinking to himself that it was no wonder this warrior was destined to destroy the Great Wave Realm. It was truly unfathomable. Then, what about destruction? Jang Fong suddenly raised his hand, aiming at a stone on the ground. With a bang, the stone was directly blasted away. Seeing this, Jang Fong frowned slightly. This destruction lacked energy enhancement, and although it could still be used, the power was significantly weakened. Facing a pebble, he could only send it flying. It seemed that in the Great Wave Realm, his main method was still the free and unfettered ultimate skill. Xinya, however, was dumbfounded. To send a stone flying from a distance? In the outside world, that was nothing. Any warrior could do it with energy. But this was the Great Wave Realm. There was no energy here. What? You still say you can't use energy? Without energy, how could you send the stone flying? Jang Fong replied. Affirmatively, I really can't use energy. Xinya was uncertain. Really? Jang Fong, really? Absolutely true. Xinya was silent for a moment, then bowed to Jang Fong. How about you take me as your disciple? I also want to learn this technique. Jang Fong waved his hand, not accepting. Alright, let's not waste time. Please introduce the general situation to me. Xinya nodded and said, these islands close to the Guanjing port are considered our human territory. As For the barbarian spirit clan, they are divided into two types. One type lives underwater. After all, 90% of the Great Wave Realm is water. They grow up here and are very adept at water. Our human clan has never been able to break through the Great Wave Realm because of this. In this world without energy, it's very difficult to enter the water and kill enemies. Then, there's another group of barbarian spirits who live on islands, but not these islands. These islands belong to our human clan. The islands they live on are still quite far from us. Now let me tell you about the power system of this world. Since it relies solely on physical strength, everyone's cultivation level is generally not high. Those whose physical bodies reach the martial saint realm are basically considered top tier combatants. For example, I am just at the martial saint level. As for the martial sovereign realm, that's also considered strong. Lastly, the martial emperor realm has never appeared. Shinya said, precisely because it relies solely on physical strength combined with the generally low cultivation levels. Here, weapons are extremely important. You think, no matter how strong your physical body is, you cannot reach the martial emperor realm, but some weapons can withstand attacks at the martial emperor level. In fact, their destructive power can also reach the martial emperor level. Such weapons are considered divine weapons in the Great Wave Realm. Oh, of course, magical treasures won't work because they require energy to activate, and there is no energy in the Great Wave Realm. Jang Fong nodded. Indeed, the power of the physical body is limited, while the potential of weapons far exceeds that of the body. It seems I need to find a weapon to play with, Jang Fong pondered. If he continued to fight with his fists, he might find himself in a tough battle against enemies with top-tier defensive armor. Shinya, Martial Emperor, help me get a weapon. Jang Fong looked at Shinya. I don't have any specific requirements, but it must be able to break defenses. I don't want to encounter an enemy that I can't break through no matter how hard I hit. Shinya cleared his throat. A weapon that must be able to break defenses is essentially the strongest type of offensive weapon. Such weapons are quite rare. However, with Zhang Feng's strength, he is worthy of such a weapon. Oh, wait, what level of strength does Zhang Feng have? I haven't asked that yet, Shinya inquired. Well, Zhang Feng, after being weakened by the Great Wave Realm, what realm can you reach now? Just let me know, so I have some idea. Is it the Martial Emperor realm? In the Great Wave Realm, there has never been a Martial Emperor level powerhouse. If you reach the Martial Emperor realm, you would be the first. It wouldn't be surprising if you were to destroy the Great Wave Realm. Zhang Feng, do you think so highly of me? I'm just an ordinary martial sovereign. Not that exaggerated. If I rely solely on my physical strength without any supernatural powers, I'm only at the 8th level of martial sovereign. Shinya was taken aback. 8th level of martial sovereign? Ha! That's impossible. How could such strength possibly destroy the Great Wave Realm? Shinya felt a bit dazed, because according to his calculations, Zhang Feng had the strength to destroy the Great Wave Realm. So he always thought Zhang Feng's strength in the Great Wave Realm would be exceptionally strong. But the result seems off. You're not lying to me, are you? Zhang Feng? What would I lie to you for? I've only been cultivating for 19 years, reaching the martial sovereign realm. Is that strange? Shinya scratched his head, sighing. This is odd, really odd. By all accounts, how could such strength destroy the Great Wave Realm? Forget it, my calculations can't be wrong. Perhaps Zhang Feng has some other opportunities in the Great Wave Realm. Well, let me take you to the base. Shinya pointed to a base ahead. There are many human martial artists gathered there, including weapons and such, all inside. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing, because there is no energy in the Great Wave Realm, your body will feel hungry. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Feng nodded. Martial artists do not need to eat food because the essence of food is to replenish energy. Martial artists absorb energy themselves, which replaces food. But without energy here means that martial artists also need to eat, otherwise, they will lack the strength to fight. So, this base also stores a large amount of food? Shinya nodded. Yes, the base has everything. Come on, once you go in, you'll know. With that, the two walked towards the base. The base here has extremely high walls, all made of steel, looking very sturdy. Inside the walls are various houses made of steel, an entire steel fortress. Zhang Feng could understand that a base made of steel has better defense and can withstand attacks from the barbarian spirit clan. By the way, looking at the steel fortress in front of him, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something. What about firearms? Can't they be used here either? Shinya nodded. Yes, the rules here are very special. If we humans bring firearms in, they will also become ineffective. Zhang Feng clicked his tongue and then walked to the entrance of the base where a martial artist was standing guard, his body full of muscles, looking very robust. Lord Shinya? Upon seeing Shinya, the warrior took the initiative to greet him. You're back? Everyone at the base has missed you. Then, with some curiosity, he glanced at Zhang Feng, wondering who this person was that returned to the base with Lord Shinya. Could he be some important figure? Shinya nodded in response. Thank you for your hard work. I'll head back to the base first. At the same time, Shinya continued to introduce Zhang Feng. Our human race occupies a total of 13 islands here, and each island has a base. And the head of each base is a physically strong warrior, like me. I am the overall head of this base. Jang Fong nodded in response, observing the surroundings as they walked. The houses were all made of steel, and occasionally they would see a few warriors training vigorously, bare-chested. Within the base, there were also some more leisurely groups chatting together in 3s and 5s. Brother Yun, congratulations. Our base has obtained a treasure. This time, with your strength, that treasure must be yours. Yeah, Brother Yun, congratulations in advance. Jang Fong could hear their conversation. Lord Qinya. As they saw Qinya, passers-by would greet him as well. Thus, Qinya and Jang Fong continued forward, soon arriving in front of a huge warehouse. This is our armory. Qinya indicated for the warehouse manager to open the door. There are many weapons inside. You wanted something with strong destructive power, right? All the weapons hanging on that wall are powerful. Take whatever you want. Jang Fong responded and looked inside the warehouse. There were many racks, each filled with weapons, roughly estimating there were over 10,000 weapons here. Then there was the wall Qinya mentioned, which had only 6 weapons, hanging, each presumably extraordinary. 1 spear, 2 swords, and a stick, 2 swords. Jang Fong carefully examined the weapons and pointed to the stick. Let me take a look at this stick. Qinya nodded, indicating Jang Fong could take it. Jang Fong jumped up, took the stick from the wall, and then swung it a few times. With each swing, the stick emitted a faint red glow. Qinya said from the side, "Can you feel it? This red glow is an energy. It's a special rule." Yes. This stick also carries a rule. According to our tests, the rule of this stick is that it can amplify your strength to a certain extent. Although the material isn't particularly good, weapons that carry rules are very rare. This weapon can be considered a divine weapon in the Great Wave realm. Jang Fong swung it a few more times, feeling that it was incredibly easy to handle. This is it. No need to say more, it feels great to use, I like it. Qinya nodded, alright, as long as you find it easy to use. Since this weapon is in your hands, why not give it a name? Jang Fong waited casually. Names don't matter, since it emits red light. Let's call it the red stick. Qinya? Ha? You name things so casually? Sigh, well, as long as you like it. Jang Fong, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to fight the barbarian spirit clan directly? Qinya asked curiously. Since you just arrived here, I recommend you familiarize yourself with the environment first, and it's best to spar with others to get a feel for the combat style here. I'm worried you might not be used to it. After all, warriors coming here for the first time tend to subconsciously use energy. We had a warrior before who, when he first went to the battlefield to kill enemies, encountered an opening from the enemy. He instinctively tried to use an energy blast to strike his opponent but ended up not being able to produce the energy blast, and instead, the enemy seized the opportunity and severely injured him. The fighting habits developed over the years are really hard to change. You should familiarize yourself a bit more before heading to the battlefield. Jang Fong thought Qinya had a point. These fighting habits needed some adjustment. Alright, I'll find someone to spar with at the base first. Or, Qinya, could you help me find a few stronger warriors? I want to spar with the strong, but since I'm new here, I don't know who is strong. Qinya laughed heartily. Sure, I'll arrange for a few strong ones. Oh, by the way, can you handle a 9th level martial master? Jang Fong indicated that it was no problem. Although his physical strength was currently only at the 8th level of martial master, with the Scion bloodline, taking on a 9th level opponent shouldn't be too difficult. Of course, this is without using the Ultra Instinct. After the two left the warehouse, Qinya led Jang Fong towards the training ground where warriors were sparring. On the way, Qinya called out to a warrior, "Hey, you, go call a few 9th level martial masters over to let them spar with Jang Fong." The warrior replied, "Okay." At the training ground, dozens of platforms were set up and everyone was bare-chested, engaging in fierce duels with cold weapons, enjoying themselves immensely. What a feast of cold weapons, Jang Fong couldn't help but exclaim. After all, in the universe, technological weapons are quite powerful, like the meteor cannon from the northern region. Such pure cold weapon combat could probably only be seen in the Great Wave realm. Indeed, Qinya agreed wholeheartedly. I don't really like hot weapons. I believe that as a warrior, one should fight with cold weapons to experience the thrill of blades and swords. Unfortunately, technology is just too powerful. While the two were chatting, the few 9th level martial masters that Qinya requested also arrived at the training ground. Among them was Yun Qi, a 9th level martial master, who rushed to the training ground upon hearing Qinya's request. Not only because Qinya was the head of the base, but also because of that treasure recently seized by the base. The weapon, a long staff, was said to enhance strength, and within this base, only Yun Qi was skilled in using a staff, plus he was a 9th level martial master. Thus, everyone believed that this long staff would ultimately end up in Yun Qi's hands. Many even congratulated him in advance, calling him Brother Yun and praising him for acquiring the treasure. Upon hearing that Qinya had a task for him, Yun Qi was very eager, hoping to boost his favorability with Qinya so that the treasure would be given to him. If I get that weapon, my strength could increase by at least 30%. Yun Qi was extremely excited. I might even be able to take on a first-level martial saint.
In the Great Wave realm, even the enhancement of willpower was absent, so the gap between a 9th-level martial master and a martial saint wasn't particularly large. Thus, following the order, Yunqi was the first to arrive at the training ground, where he saw Jang Fong standing next to Qinya, holding a long staff. Yunqi was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, why does this weapon look so much like my dream staff?
No way. Qinya wouldn't give the weapon to someone else, right? It must just look similar.
Yunqi swallowed hard, trying not to think too much, and then walked over to Qinya.
Qinya looked at Yunqi and smiled. Oh, you came so quickly?
Good, Yunqi, go spar with Jang Fong for a bit.
He just arrived in the Great Wave realm and is using cold weapons for the first time, so he might not be very skilled. Just give him a little guidance.
Yunqi felt relieved, so it was Zhang Feng's first time in the Great Wave realm?
Then the long staff in his hands definitely wasn't that treasure. How could Qinya possibly give such a divine weapon to a newcomer? It must be saved for me.
Alright, Lord Qinya, I'll go guide him. Yunqi casually picked up a long staff from the weapon rack beside the platform, then jumped onto the platform and looked at Jang
Fong. Come on, let's have a duel on the platform.
This is your first time in the Great Wave realm, and Lord Qinya has specially arranged for the 9th level Martial Sovereign to accompany you for some practice.
I guess you must be quite a hero in the universe as well. However, let me give you a kind reminder, even
if you are a martial emperor outside, not many people will care about that in the Great Wave realm. In fact, some may even harbor hatred towards martial emperors.
They might deliberately seek trouble and bully martial emperors.
So, you need to be careful. If someone picks a fight, it's best to report it to Lord Qinya and
not try to show off. They usually gang up on people,
and no matter how strong you are in the Great Wave realm, you can't take on a group by yourself.
After
saying this, Yunqi swung his long staff and assumed a combat stance. Yunqi had never heard of the name of the sky-splitting martial saint because he had lived in the Great Wave realm for many years and had never left.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't be too surprised. As he said, in the Great Wave realm, not many people care about martial emperors.
Jang Fong smiled and jumped onto the arena. Then let me see your strength.
I hope we can have a good fight. Yunqi laughed heartily.
Alright, let's have a good fight. I like martial artists like you, straightforward and no nonsense.
Then, I won't hold back. With a stomp of his foot, Yunqi
charged towards Jang Fong, his long staff swirling with impressive might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Yunqi's swinging speed increased, at that moment, the long staff in his hand seemed to multiply, splitting into several long staffs. Here it comes. In an instant, Yunqi struck towards Jang Fong, countless long staffs enveloping him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart.
Indeed, there's something to this.
Jang Fong raised his red staff without any technique, simply placing it horizontally in front of him to block. Yunqi sighed inwardly, as expected. Just as Lord Qinya said, he was a newcomer, lacking even a bit of cold weapon
experience.
This defensive move was merely the most basic, just placing the weapon in front.
Should I hold back a little? Just as Yunqi was preparing to ease
up and practice with Jang Fong a bit longer, he saw the long staff in Zhang Feng's hand emit a faint red glow.
Impossible.
This scene struck Yunqi like a bolt
from the blue.
Yunqi couldn't accept it. The long staff in Zhang Feng's hand was turning red.
What did this mean?
It meant that the weapon in Zhang Feng's hand was his fated staff,
the weapon that could amplify strength. But why did Lord Qinya give such a divine weapon to Jang Fong? Shouldn't it be given to him? No.
At that moment, Yunqi's heart was filled with rage. He felt it was unfair. So unfair, he had slain so many barbarian spirit clan members for the human race. Moreover, he was the strongest staff user in the base. How could such a powerful staff not be given to him but to a newcomer? I refuse to accept this. She shouted in his heart, increasing the strength in his hand, not backing down.
Lord Qinya, watch closely. I will defeat this guy and show you that this weapon should belong to me. With a loud bang,
Yunqi struck down with his staff, directly forcing Jang Fong back several steps. What a heavy force.
No wonder he's a 9th level martial sovereign. Considering his skill enhancement, this strike,
even with my red staff amplifying my strength, it almost knocked me over. Jang Fong was quite excited. It had been a long time since he had such a slightly disadvantaged duel. Not bad.
This is what battle is about. Interesting. Come. Again.
Jang Fong steadied himself and charged directly at Yunqi with his long staff. Yunqi was somewhat surprised. This guy, he didn't defeat him with a
full-force strike?
Oh, Lord Qinya's eyes narrowed as he watched this scene. That Yunqi, at the last moment, used all his strength, completely surpassing the level of sparring, but Jang Fong still managed to withstand it. Although Zhang Feng's own strength isn't particularly strong and his weapon skills are quite average, logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to block that strike, yet he did. It seems that within Zhang Fong lies a terrifying potential.
No wonder, in my deductions, he can wipe out the Great Wave realm without any problem. Everything is going to be fine.
But speaking of which, why did Yunqi go so hard?
Is he jealous that Jang Fong used the red stick? This kid still doesn't understand that the red stick in Jang Feng's hands has a greater effect. It's all for the sake of the human race. Xinya shook his head, knowing that Jang Feng's strength was formidable and naturally he should provide all the help he could. Moreover, since ancient times, it has been the rule of martial arts that those with ability should possess the treasures of heaven and earth. Sigh, forget it. Later I'll find another way to compensate Yunqi. After all, he has achieved so much. If it really comes to it, I'll go to another base and find him a top-notch stick. On the arena, Yunqi watched Jang Fong charging at him, silently clenching his fists. No matter how hard you try, I will defeat you directly. I want to prove it to Xinya. Jang Fong rushed in front of Yunqi, intending to strike down with his stick, but Yunqi directly used his weapon to block simultaneously, applying a clever force to deflect Zhang Feng's weapon. Good technique, Jang Fong exclaimed in admiration. Yunqi's move, which deflected his own weapon, was truly exquisite. Following that, Yunqi's attack struck Jang Fong hard, and with a burst of strength he sent him flying. Lord Xinya, watch closely. Yunqi aimed at the airborne Jang Fong. The moment I win, this treasure should belong to me. Whoosh! A stick shot directly at the airborne Jang Fong. Logically, since Jang Fong was sent flying, he had lost control of his body and couldn't dodge, making him a perfect target. The result? Swish! With a strike, Yunqi missed entirely. Jang Feng's body twisted on its own, evading the attack. How could this be? Yunqi, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to attack. After several more strikes, all missed. Although Jang Fong was flying in the air, he seemed to move like a robot, continuously dodging. Clap! Jang Fong landed steadily and looked at Yunqi. Your stick technique is impressive. Although I don't understand cold weapons, I do know a bit about body movement. Let's fight again. To be honest, your attacks are quite effective. Jang Fong had mastered the perfect freedom extreme intense skill, and even without actively transforming, he could easily evade many attacks passively. Body movement? Yunqi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It's a very strange body movement. Even without leverage in the air, he can twist on his own. However, body movement is useless. You can dodge all you want. As long as I can hit you once, you'll be injured. Yunqi gritted his teeth and charged at Jang Fong again. This weapon should belong to me. Jang Fong was momentarily stunned. Weapon? Was he referring to the red stick in his hand? In an instant, Jang Fong seemed to understand. When he entered the base, he had heard passers-by praise that this treasure rightfully belonged to Yungu. So, was it because he took the red stick that Yunqi felt so dissatisfied? Was he feeling unbalanced inside? With a loud bang facing Yunqi's attack, Jang Fong blocked it, but the effect was poor, and Yunqi easily deflected him with his technique. Why does it feel like his strength is a bit greater than before? She was startled but didn't dwell on it. Whatever, even if your strength is greater, you can't possibly be my opponent. I will win. After deflecting Zhang Feng's defense, Yunqi prepared to strike Jang Fong again with his stick. As a result, with a loud bang, Yunqi's stick slammed hard against the ground. Ha! Where's Jang Fong? Yunqi stood frozen in place. Jang Fong had been right in front of him, so his aim should have been perfect, but where did Jang Fong go? Was it a teleportation skill? Impossible. In the Great Wave Realm, there was no energy for teleportation. That only left one possibility, high-speed movement? But how could Jang Fong be that fast? Do you think this red stick should belong to you? Zhang Feng's voice came from behind Yunqi. Yunqi immediately turned around to look at Jang Fong, momentarily dazed. Why had Zhang Feng's hair turned white? Even his pupils had turned white. What kind of technique was this? But none of that mattered. What had he just said? Red stick? Yunqi was infuriated. He shouted, "Are you saying the weapon in your hand is called a red stick? Damn it! This weapon should be called the Thunderbolt Annihilation Red Flame Stick. I had already thought of that name." Yunqi was so angry he felt like he was about to marry Bai Yueguang and had even thought of their son's name, only for Bai Yueguang to be taken away by someone else and then have a child. It was infuriating. Jiang Fong remained calm. Don't say that. Anyway, you think this weapon should originally belong to you? Yunqi glanced at Xinya. I'm stronger than you. This definitely should belong to me. The human race's officials are being too unfair. I refuse to accept it. Jang Fong pointed the red stick at Yunqi. Then let's have another match. I'll let you know why this weapon ended up in my hands. You are simply not my opponent. That speed is so fast. Xinya, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes. He hadn't even seen clearly when Yunqi swung his stick at Jang Fong, who had disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Yunqi. It was really too fast. Zhang Feng's white-haired form seems a bit exaggeratedly strong. On the arena, Yunqi was slightly on guard. Alright, then let's continue fighting. I'm definitely not afraid. After saying that, Yunqi raised his long stick and attacked Jang Fong again. Meanwhile, Jang Fong, in the state of perfect freedom extreme intent, swung out an utterly ordinary stick. Whether in angle, method of attack, or any other aspect, Zhang Feng's strike was truly unremarkable. looking just like a child swinging a stick in a fight. Still, this kind of attack with no technical content, it feels no different, right? Yun Chi's heart stirred, and he attacked Jang Fong with his long stick. He planned to use his own technique to deflect Zhang Feng's attack. Just like that, the two long sticks collided. As Yun Chi was about to use his technique, the next moment he felt Zhang Feng's weapon was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He couldn't deflect it. What? Can't deflect it? How can his strength be this great? Yun Chi's eyes widened. Techniques are indeed powerful, able to use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. But what if it were 10,000 pounds? Could it still be deflected? Even if you could deflect 10,000 pounds, what about 100,000 or 1,000,000 pounds? Yun Chi wanted to deflect the subsequent strike under the state of perfect freedom extreme intent, but that was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely impossible. The overwhelming strength directly crushed the so-called technique. With a bang, Jang Fong knocked Yun Chi's weapon away and placed the red stick against Yun Chi's neck. If I continue to attack, you will die immediately, Jang Fong said calmly. Yun Chi stood there, head down, feeling utterly desolate. I lost. I really can't beat you. I don't deserve to have the Thunderbolt Annihilation red flame stick. Oh no, I don't deserve to have the red stick. You are also a warrior of the human race. Previously, you kindly reminded me, so I know your nature isn't bad. You must have killed many barbaric spirit tribes. Jang Fong sheathed his weapon and patted Yun Chi's shoulder. Now that I've shown my strength, your mindset should be balanced, right? Work hard to cultivate and become stronger. The human race needs you. Yun Chi was momentarily dazed, then clasped his hands in a fist. Sorry, I was a bit short-sighted. Lord Chinya's vision is indeed impeccable. You're very strong, and this weapon should belong to you. But, after hesitating for a moment, Yun Chi said, could we not call it the Red Stick? Even if we don't name it the Thunder Destruction God Red Flame Stick, it should at least have a nicer name, right? In terms of strength, Yun Chi conceded, but when it came to naming, he still disagreed. Jang Fong yawned, pretending not to hear. At that moment, Chinya walked over. Yun Chi, don't be discouraged. Although this weapon isn't yours, I can find another one for you. I guarantee it will also be a divine weapon. Yun Chi lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry for the trouble. Lord Chinya, I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding from before. Chinya waved his hand. It's nothing. You weren't cursing me in your heart, were you? As long as you didn't curse me, it's all good. Yun Chi remained silent. Chinya's mouth twitched slightly. A little cursing is fine, just don't overdo. Yun Chi still didn't speak, and this time, Chinya fell silent too. Ah ha ha. Jang Fong interjected at this moment, saying, so, Yun Chi, shall we continue our spar? I find it quite interesting to fight with you. Don't worry, I won't use my ultimate technique, we'll just have a normal spar. Yun Chi immediately took a stance and looked at Jang Fong. Then let's go. We'll continue. Jang Fong responded and released his ultimate technique state. Then they began to clash again. Chin sighed, thinking to himself that this kid Yun Chi was really something, cursing him coolly behind his back. Next time we have a meal, I'll make it all vegetarian. Not letting him eat meat. TCH. In the Great Wave realm, since everyone was expending a lot of energy, eating meat to replenish energy was very important. Jang Fong and Yun Chi fought for quite a while, and Zhang Feng's skills didn't improve much. After all, skills take time to practice and can't be mastered in a day. However, his physical condition was continuously improving. The bloodline of the ancient Scions was exerting its power, and as the fight progressed, Zhang Fong struck down with a staff, and Yun Chi simply couldn't withstand it, getting knocked to the ground. It's worth noting that Zhang Fong had already released his ultimate technique, defeating Yun Chi, who was at the 9th level of Martial Sovereign, in a normal state. Do you believe me if I say I'm hungry? Yun Chi slumped on the ground, lacking even the strength to stand up. We've been fighting for too long. I'm both hungry and tired, really have no strength left. But, Zhang Fong, what's up with you? Why are you still so energetic? Zhang Fong laughed heartily. Maybe I have exceptional talent. In reality, the true reason was the effect of the ancient Scion bloodline, which provided infinite stamina and energy during battle. Previously, Zhang Fong thought this ability was useless since he had the power of infinite energy. But in the Great Wave realm, where his abilities were ineffective, the effects of this bloodline became apparent. His stamina was completely unlimited. It was truly extraordinary. Sigh. Yun Chi simply lay down on the ground, not moving at all. You know, when we were martial artists, we were afraid of running out of energy, and now that we're body cultivators, we're afraid of running out of stamina. Being a person is really exhausting. If someone could have infinite stamina and energy, wouldn't that be amazing? To be honest, I sometimes fantasize about it too. If I had such abilities, I would definitely be the most dazzling one. Zhang Fong, since we're fantasizing, why not think big? For example, you could directly possess the strongest power in the universe? Yun Chi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Next time I fantasize, I'll think big. But, when I just fought you, I felt your strength increasing as the battle went on. What's the reason for that? Can you keep getting stronger during a fight? Zhang Fong smiled slightly. You're overthinking it. You
Must have just been fighting for too long. Your stamina has dropped, and you feel like my strength has increased.
In reality, it's not that I'm getting stronger, but that you're getting weaker. How could someone get stronger in a fight? If that were true, that person would be ridiculous.
Yunqi scratched his head.
You seem to have a point. It seems I really am too tired and have weakened. Lord Qinya, could you help me and carry me to the training room? I really have no strength left, I can't move.
Qinya waved his hand, sending other warriors to carry Yunqi away. After watching Yunqi walk far away, Qinya looked at
Jang Fong. Can you really get stronger in battle?
Qinya is a martial emperor with a keen eye. He could see that Jang Fong had indeed suppressed Yunqi's strength, which was partly due to Yunqi weakening, but Jang Fong had definitely gotten stronger. He had grown stronger in battle. Jang Fong had no intention of hiding.
Yes, I can get stronger in battle. When I fought Tang Yi before, wasn't I also getting stronger continuously? Don't be too surprised, you were there.
Qin.
Yeah. What was that back then?
It was just a small skirmish. Now that you're at the martial sovereign level, being able to continuously grow stronger in battle
is just too abnormal.
Qinya, how do you do it? You're already at the martial sovereign level and you can keep breaking through.
Also, why didn't you just tell the truth when facing Yunqi?
Jang Fong made a gesture as if smoking in the air. Sigh, I was afraid he couldn't handle the blow. I'm just too kind-hearted.
There's nothing I can do.
Qinya.
So, how did you do it?
Jang Fong shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's just my extraordinary talent.
Qinya. You don't know? Well, if you don't know, then fine.
Qinya took a deep breath.
But no matter what, you truly are the destined person I have my eye on.
That's great. Come on, I'll continue to arrange for you to fight with experts. Hurry up and battle with them. Keep improving your strength. It would be best if you could reach the Martial Emperor level and directly crush the Great Wave Realm.
Let's boost your combat power.
Jang Fong,
there's no need for that. If you keep doing this, there won't be any fun in fighting at all.
I want to spar with the Barbarian Spirit Clan. Not only can I experience their fighting style, but I can also continuously grow stronger. So, there's no need to deliberately grind combat power. When I fight with other races, I can keep improving. If the goal is to enhance strength, constantly fighting a group of warriors to stack power would only feel tedious to Jang Fong. What he preferred was to spar with different strong opponents, allowing his bloodline power to naturally erupt during the exchanges, thus increasing his combat power.
Both methods can continuously improve combat, and there's essentially no difference. Moreover, the second method allows Jang Fong to feel more joyful.
Qinya scratched his head. Fine, since Jang Fong is unwilling, then
he won't arrange for any warriors.
Forget it, you all disperse.
No fighting today.
Qinya said this to the other several martial sovereign 9th stage experts who had come with Yunqi.
Jang Fong?
Wait, why should we disperse? I just don't want to grind combat power. I didn't say I wouldn't fight.
These martial sovereign 9th stage experts each have different techniques and I'm very willing to spar with them.
Qinya?
So aren't you just grinding combat power?
Jang Fong.
Shut up, you don't understand. This is called enjoying the fun of battle.
Qinya.
Fine, I'll admit I don't understand. You take your time grinding, I'm off.
After giving a few martial sovereign 9th stage experts a heads up, Qinya went off to handle his own matters. After all, he hadn't returned to the base for a while, and there were many things he needed to do. These martial sovereign 9th stage experts, some wielding swords and others knives, had very different fighting
styles and techniques.
Jang Fong had them take turns sparring, continuously honing their combat skills. As the battle progressed, the power of the ancient
Scion bloodline was continuously unleashed, reaching the 9th level of martial respect and the 1st level of martial saint.
In the end, Jang Fong fought against
everyone. His final physical strength settled at the 2nd level of martial saint.
Jang Fong ended the battle mainly for one reason: the gap had become too large. Having reached the martial saint realm himself, he could easily defeat all those at the 9th level of martial respect with just a little effort.
Not feeling the joy of battle, Jang Fong decided not to continue fighting.
That's enough, I feel like I've gotten used to the fighting style here. Jang Fong had fought for a long time, and occasionally made some mistakes, instinctively wanting to use energy blasts to attack when he saw openings. However, he quickly adjusted. These small errors were gradually corrected. Having fully adapted to the fighting style here, I can challenge the Barbarian Spirit Clan now. Let's find a few from the clan to test my skills. Jang Fong also discovered something. Within the Great Wave Realm, all martial artists needed to eat to replenish their energy. But he didn't need to. When he fought, his infinite energy was activated, and not eating didn't matter. Even in the Great Wave Realm, I can go without food. But Jang Fong thought for a moment and decided it was better to store some food. After all, he could only maintain infinite energy while in battle. If he wasn't fighting, he still needed to eat. Thus, Jang Fong left the training ground, preparing to go to the cafeteria to stock up on some food. As soon as Jang Fong left the training ground, many martial artists began to discuss, who is this new face? I've been watching him for a while, he's really fierce, first defeating Yunqi, then battling other 9th level martial respect experts, and defeating them all. I don't know him, but he was brought in by Lord Chinya. He must be a martial emperor in the outside world, incredibly strong. So impressive. Being a martial emperor is exhilarating, no matter which world or what rules, he's the strongest. You're wrong. At that moment, a bald man shook his head vigorously. This person is not our martial emperor. And I know him. You all know I left the Great Wave Realm a while ago, and I just happened to see news about this person. This guy is also a renowned figure in the outside world. The sky-splitting martial saint. The crowd gasped, a martial saint? Such a strong guy is merely a martial saint in the outside world? Do you know why he is called the sky-splitting martial saint? The bald man smiled mysteriously and said, let me tell you, this person exploded a supreme treasure of the myriad races, the heaven-trapping bottle. Thus, his fame skyrocketed. After that, he even killed a martial emperor. From then on, no one dared to underestimate him. The crowd collectively gasped. How ruthless. Exploding a supreme treasure and then killing a martial emperor? That's indeed too ruthless compared to his previous achievements. Defeating a few 9th level martial respect experts seems really insignificant. In the cafeteria, Jang Fong arrived at a freezer filled with frozen meat. Oh, of course, this was purely an ice-made freezer, not a refrigerator. There are no technological products in the Great Wave Realm. Are you taking food with you? A chef approached Jang Fong. In the Great Wave Realm, you can't use storage rings. You can only find a backpack to carry food. I suggest you don't take too much, it will affect your movement. Jang Fong nodded, I know, but with a wave of his hand, everything in the freezer before him vanished into thin air. Master Chef, I have my own way of storing food. You don't need to worry. Chef? The chef rubbed his eyes, looking at Jang Fong in disbelief. This was the Great Wave Realm, after all. Without a storage ring to use, how did you store food? My goodness, even the martial emperor Chinya would have to carry food on his back if he wanted to transport it. What is going on here? Jang Fong ignored the chef's astonishment and turned to leave the cafeteria. After all, this was merely the power of the system space, not something that belonged to him. Wait a moment. The chef immediately called out, stopping Jang Fong. This, sir. Yes, this sir, you have such abilities. Have you considered helping transport food? Just so happens, my human race is on the frontline island and is currently in a state of food shortage. It's not easy for the large troop to deliver supplies. The frontline island faces the threat of the barbarian spirit clan, and food is a significant issue. If you send a food delivery team, the front line is too long, and the several islands far from the human race's rear are easily discovered by the barbarian spirit clan during transport, leading to attacks. If only a few martial artists are sent to deliver food, the chances of being discovered by the barbarian spirit clan are extremely low. But because the number is too small, even if they successfully deliver food, it won't be enough to eat. The front line? A glint of battle intent flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. No need to think about it. I came here to go to the front line. Since there's a food shortage, just bring all the food over and I'll help you deliver it. The chef's eyes lit up. You'll just deliver it casually? Sir, that's quite generous. But how much food can you transport? Can you manage a ton? Jang Fong shook his head. Don't ask. Just take out as much food as you have and I'll transport it all for you. The chef was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jang Fong in disbelief. You can deliver as much as we have? Jang Fong confirmed, yes. The chef immediately sprang into action and even sent someone to contact the overall supervisor, Chinya. Lord Chinya, the issue of transporting food to the front line has been resolved. The new martial artist is incredible. He actually has a way to store a large amount of food. When Chinya heard this, he was momentarily taken aback. The new martial artist is incredible? Who is he? How come I didn't know about such a talented person? Then he realized, could it be Jang Fong? It can't really be him, right? Chinya was also somewhat incredulous. He only knew Jang Fong was strong but had never thought that Jang Fong had such means. If it really is him, then this kid's abilities are a bit too much, aren't they? Chinya tidied up his things and hurried towards the cafeteria. But more is better, more is better. The more means we have, the more hope the human race has. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Chinya saw the chef preparing a pile of food for Jang Fong. And then Jang Fong waved his hand, collecting all the food. Wow, it really is Jang Fong. Chinya slapped his arm and walked over to Jang Fong. You have such abilities, you should have said so earlier. That's so cool. But how did you do it? Do you have a special storage ring? One that can be activated even without energy? Jang Fong looked at Chinya with a blank expression. First of all, I have this ability, and you never asked me. Secondly, it's about the same, you could say it's a special storage ring. Chinya gave a thumbs up. Awesome, so awesome. With you here, the front line is stable enough. As long as there is enough food. How can our human race's martial artists be defeated by the barbarian spirit clan? Your ability to transport food is a great achievement. What do you want? Later, I'll help you contact the Domain Lord and have him give you some treasures. The Domain Lord Chinya mentioned is the Lord of the Eastern Universe Domain,
9th level Martial Emperor. Jang Fong stroked his chin. Achieve merit? To be honest, I came here to fight, not to think about these things. But if you insist on giving me some treasures, just get me a few high-level magical artifacts. Oh, right, by the way, get me some materials for the 9th transformation of the 8-9 Profound Arts. It would be best if you could bring out all the materials. Shinya was silent for a moment and said, no problem, you just fight in the Great Wave Realm, and I will help you negotiate with the Domain Lord. I guarantee that everything you mention the Domain Lord will give to you, and not just a little more. Jang Fong smacked his lips. It seems the Domain Lord has quite a few treasures. If I defeat the Domain Lord, does that mean I will be the new Lord of the Eastern Domain? Shinya scratched his head. Theoretically, that's correct, but being the Domain Lord isn't necessarily a good thing. Because once you become the Domain Lord, you'll be burdened with all sorts of trivial matters. I once had the chance to become the Domain Lord, but I gave it up. Indeed, being the Domain Lord can bring a lot of resources and treasures, but the responsibilities on your shoulders will be heavier. After all, the entire Eastern Domain will be your responsibility. You will also need to allocate various resources to the major powers and the strong martial emperors. Anyway, I personally feel that being the Domain Lord, even if you become one, isn't really beneficial. In fact, the numerous trivial matters might even affect your cultivation. Jang Fong nodded. That was true, the entire Eastern Domain was too vast. Just thinking about allocating resources across the cosmic realm was exhausting. I also love to fight, but if you make me responsible for resource allocation every day, I fear I might go crazy. Shinya said, anyway, with your strength, if you want any treasures, just tell the Domain Lord directly. There's no need to think about becoming the Domain Lord, that's a thankless task. Jang Fong filled up with food. Alright, Shinya. I'll leave the resource negotiation to you. I'm heading to the front lines. With that, Jang Fong left the base with a pile of food, looking quite carefree. Shortly after Jang Fong left, the chef approached Shinya with a mournful face. Lord Shinya, bad news. All the food in our base has been taken to the front lines by Jang Fong. Shinya? Shinya was stunned. All the food in the base had been taken away by Jang Fong? What did he need so much food for? Forget it, the front lines also need supplies, so taking a bit more is fine. No worries, our base is very close to Guanjinku. I'll return to the universe, get some food, and come back. Shinya waved his hand. By the way, I can also help Jang Fong request some materials. I believe that with the Domain Lord's intelligence, he will recognize Jang Feng's uniqueness and provide him with ample resources. That's only natural. Normally, just transporting supplies wouldn't earn such a large reward. However, Jang Feng's current strength, along with his future potential and the various things deduced, were enough to indicate that Jang Feng's future was limitless. Faced with such a monstrous genius, the Lord of the Eastern Domain naturally had to offer support. After all, that was the duty of the Domain Lord. Jang Fong left the base and headed towards the front lines. Soon, he arrived at the edge of an island, beyond which was the sea. The nearby islands are home to a large number of humans, serving as humanity's stronghold in the Great Wave Realm. The barbarian spirit clan generally doesn't dare to come close. So, the waters around here are also safe. Only when far from the human territories would the barbarian spirit clan appear in those waters. In fact, I hope some enemies show up in these waters. Jang Fong rubbed his fists, his eyes filled with a thirst for battle. But it's alright, as long as I reach the front lines, there will be plenty of enemies for me to fight. With a leap, Jang Fong plunged into the sea and swam towards the island ahead. The downside of not having energy is that I can't even fly and have to travel by hand. Moreover, humans can't stay underwater for long. If there is energy, a warrior can maintain life even without breathing. But without energy, a warrior cannot stay underwater for long. After all, they need to breathe. If the issue of oxygen can be overcome, and human warriors can breathe freely underwater, then the difficulty of conquering the Great Wave Realm will be significantly reduced. After all, for humans, fighting in water is a natural disadvantage, especially detrimental. Although Jang Fong cannot use energy right now, his physical strength is definitely at the martial saint level, so his swimming speed is particularly fast. Like a deep water bomb, wherever he goes, there are surging waves. According to the map Chinya gave me, starting from their island, if I go straight ahead, the 6th island will be the front line. Jang Fong kept moving forward, passing by some human islands, where people greeted him. Damn, brother, why are you swimming so fast? Is there a battle happening at the front line? We need to hurry and provide support? Jang Fong replied, it's nothing, I'm just taking a stroll. The other party. As Jang Fong swam past the 5th island, he was already very close to the front line, and the sea began to show signs of the barbarian spirit clan. What turbulent waves! In the water, a few members of the barbarian spirit clan were talking. Look over there, it seems like a human, he's swimming forward, and these waves are all caused by him. Yeah, I see it, his speed is so fast, his strength must be impressive. So what if he's strong? This water is our territory. Any human that dives underwater is bound to be cautious, afraid of making waves and being discovered by us. He's so arrogant, recklessly creating waves, clearly challenging us. It means, I'm here, come at me if you can. With such arrogance, how can we let him go? That's true, he is indeed too arrogant, but judging by his speed, his strength is extraordinary, we probably won't be his match. Call the boss. Let the boss deal with him. That makes sense, let's shout. Whoosh! Just as they were discussing, in the distance, a long stick broke through the waves. In an instant, the stick pierced through one of the barbarian spirit clan members. Attack! Someone is attacking. Who is it? The remaining members of the barbarian spirit clan were startled, looking around to find the attacking human. The next moment, Jang Fong had already rushed in front of them. You are the barbarian spirit clan? You do look robust. I assume each of you is quite strong physically? After saying that, Jang Fong no longer held back, directly punching one after another, and all these barbarian spirit clan members were slain by him. Source power increased. Wow, that's indeed a lot. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, killing these martial venerable level barbarian spirit clan members gave him more source power than killing martial saints in the outside world. I've struck it rich, let's exterminate all the barbarian spirit clan in this sea area. When I was rushing over earlier, I heard them mention something about a big brother. I want to see just how strong this big brother is. Zhang Fong closed his eyes to sense the aura. Although there was no energy here, through the aura perception, Zhang Fong could still roughly sense the strength of these guys. Oh, near the island there is a barbarian spirit clan member with a very strong aura. That must be their big brother, right? I'm not sure about his exact strength, let's go take a look. With a burst of speed, Zhang Fong swam over. In the gathering place of the barbarian spirit clan, their leader, Darcy, frowned tightly. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. It's strange, what could it be? Also, why do I feel that the nearby waves are not calm? Is it just my illusion? Beside Darcy, a few younger brothers heard his concerns and immediately swam over, flattering him. Boss, you're really overthinking it. With your strength, what bad things could possibly happen? Yeah, as long as your plan goes smoothly, the frontline islands of the human race will soon be breached by you. At that time, it will be a great achievement. Don't talk about bad things, it's all good things. Exactly. It's not that bad things are going to happen, but good things are going to happen. Darcy's plan was to surround the frontline islands of the human race underwater and then directly eliminate the human supply convoy. By cutting off the frontline supplies, the islands would enter a state of starvation, greatly increasing the chances of breaching the islands. You guys are right. Darcy nodded, but felt somewhat frustrated. But still, a few days ago, I fought that damn woman and lost again. It's really infuriating. She carried a backpack full of food, enough for humans to eat for several days. The younger brothers shook their heads. Boss, you're wrong. Xiaoshui Han is a martial emperor of the human race. Losing to her is not shameful. As for the food she carried, with so many people on the island, it would be gone in a day. How could it last for several days? Besides, Xiaoshui Han was able to break through our encirclement. Wasn't it because we intentionally let her in? You don't need to feel too bad, boss. Darcy sighed. Indeed, they had intentionally let Xiaoshui Han onto the island, but he really hadn't been able to defeat her during their fight. Letting Xiaoshui Han onto the island was because the island was already surrounded. No matter how many people went up, they were just seeking death. As long as they maintained the encirclement and ensured that the humans couldn't break out, then this island would be a death zone. No matter how many people went up, they would die. Getting onto the island was easy, but getting off was hard. The food on the island will become less and less. As long as we ensure they can't break out and cut off their food supply, just 3 days, don't talk about Xiaoshui Han, even if the human lord comes, we will still kill him. The younger brothers laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. Humans without food would grow weaker and weaker. In the end, they would be utterly insignificant. Xiaoshui Han, being a warrior on the front line, knew about the food shortage, so after completing her escort mission, she took some food and returned to the front line. However, even though she was back on the front line, the food shortage issue still hadn't been resolved. With Darcy around, the supply convoy couldn't get close at all. The food transported by individuals was ultimately too little. The warriors on the island had also thought about counterattacking, but Darcy was too powerful. There were hardly any who could match him on the entire island. Not to mention, they had to fight underwater. At most, they could defeat Darcy but couldn't kill him. Shinya and others had also thought of ways, even teaming up to ambush Darcy once, but unfortunately, this guy was incredibly cunning. In the end, he still managed to escape. Moreover, when the human race concentrated their combat power to try to strangle Darcy, the barbarian spirit race took advantage of the other island's weak defenses and launched a full-scale attack, almost breaching one of the islands. Thus, the human race was also in a dilemma and dared not act rashly. In short, Darcy was both strong and cunning, making him very difficult to kill. That said, I still feel that the sea area today is not very calm. Darcy looked up at the sky. Through the water's surface he could see a few patches of clouds. What exactly is? Wait, where is this bloody smell coming from?
Darcy moved his nose. As a member of the barbarian spirit race, they had always lived in the sea and were very sensitive to the smell of blood. It really is the smell of blood. The other younger brothers also smelled it, their brows furrowing. Moreover, this bloody smell isn't from the human race, it's from our companions. Who killed them? Could it be that humans have infiltrated the seabed? Damn it, it's the humans. Again, kill our brother. The only ones capable of killing the barbarian spirit clan in the Great Wave Realm, besides the human race, are no other tribes. It seems that a human has infiltrated the seabed. Darcy's expression became serious. Everyone, follow me and carefully sense the surrounding wave fluctuations to see where that human is. A younger brother pointed ahead. Boss, it seems we don't need to sense anymore. He's coming right at us. Darcy looked over and saw, in the distance, a figure resembling a human was rapidly approaching. The surrounding waves were churning, and at first glance, it was an overwhelming sight. What a bold kid. Darcy waved his hand, and a massive energy formed a vortex, then streams of water transformed into sharp cones, rushing towards Jang Fong. Jang Fong noticed the attack and moved slightly. All of these attacks were evaded by him. What a great movement technique. This person is a stranger. Could he be a new warrior summoned by the human race from the outside? Darcy rubbed his fists, planning to confront Jang Fong. I just lost to Qiushui Han, and I'm quite angry. I'll take it out on you. Although he didn't know Zhang Feng's depth, Darcy wasn't afraid. If anything unexpected happened, he would make a quick escape. He was quite confident in his escape skills. After all, even when all the martial emperors of the human race teamed up, they couldn't kill him. Kill. Darcy twisted his hand, conjuring a steel fork from the seawater, then charged towards Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong flipped his hand and also took out a red stick from the system. Space. What? He conjured a weapon out of thin air? Darcy was taken aback. How did he do that? There was no energy here, and the human race's storage treasures shouldn't work, right? Taking advantage of Darcy's daze, Zhang Fong struck down with his stick, directly hitting Darcy's body and sending him flying. To withstand my strike and not die, this guy's physical strength must be at least at the martial saint level. Zhang Fong pressed the attack, preparing to strike a few more times. Boss. Darcy's younger brothers saw Darcy being knocked away and immediately rushed towards Zhang Fong. You bastard, don't bully our boss. Bang bang bang. Zhang Fong spun the red stick in his hand, and after a few moves, he killed all of these younger brothers. Noisy. Whoosh. Zhang Fong charged towards Darcy. Again. At this moment, Darcy had stabilized his form and, seeing Zhang Fong eliminate his younger brothers, his eyes widened. You killed my brothers? Good, good, good. You successfully angered me. I want you dead. Darcy raised both hands, and countless water columns condensed behind him. All waters returned to the source. With Darcy's furious roar, hundreds of water columns surged towards Zhang Fong. The water vapor intertwined, as if thousands of swords were returning to their origin. Flashy. Zhang Fong tightened his grip on the red stick, slowly gathering strength. Let me show you a strike at full power. As Zhang Fong continued to exert force, the red stick began to emit a faint red glow. The power of rules was activated, amplifying his strength. Boom! A strike was unleashed, carrying a massive wave directly rushing towards Darcy. The huge wave triggered by this strike swept away all the water columns summoned by Darcy. How is he so strong? Dodge! Darcy planned to evade the giant wave, but he found that the wave was too fast and he couldn't dodge in time. With a bang, Darcy was hit head-on by the giant wave, and his whole body uncontrollably flew upwards at an angle. I can't move. Darcy tried to move his body, but it was impossible. The power of the wave was too strong, carrying him away. With a loud crash, he broke through the water's surface, and the force didn't diminish, taking Darcy up into the sky. At the same time, on the frontline island, Qiushui Han was observing the sea area. This area is completely surrounded. What should I do to lead everyone out of the encirclement? Or to kill Darcy? It's really too difficult. I'm underwater, and I'm not even using 8/10 of my strength. If Darcy could come ashore, there might still be a chance to win. But would Darcy come ashore? Impossible. The barbarian spirit clan is doing just fine underwater. How could they possibly come ashore? As this thought arose, the next moment, Qiushui Han saw a figure burst out of the surface. It flew into the air. Ha! This figure looks so familiar. It seems to be Darcy? At a glance, Qiushui Han recognized that the figure flying out of the water was indeed the most troublesome enemy of the human race in the Great Wave Realm, Darcy. How did he get up to the surface? What a great opportunity. I can't beat him underwater, but on the surface I can definitely kill him? Shui Han clenched her fists. Although she wasn't carrying a weapon, she still wanted to give it a try. Just as Qiushui Han was preparing to strike, there was a loud bang. The surface erupted with another explosion. She saw Zhang Fong lift his long staff, burst out from the depths, and leap right above Darcy. At that moment, under the sunlight, combined with the swirling water vapor, it seemed that beneath Zhang Feng's feet there was a rainbow. Bang! With one swing, Zhang Fong brought the staff down, hitting Darcy squarely in midair. Put! Darcy spat out a mouthful of blood, then his body plummeted rapidly, once again being knocked
back underwater. Jang Fong, without hesitation, dove down. Underwater, he continued to beat Darcy. The entire process lasted less than a second, leaving Chiu Shuihan in a daze. Just now, did Jang Fong step on a rainbow while beating Darcy? But soon, Chiu Shuihan reacted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Darcy was at a disadvantage, and it was the perfect chance to kill him. I'll go back and get my gun. Then I'll assist Jang Fong, and together we'll slay Darcy. Chiu Shuihan didn't dare to delay, immediately turning around and returning to the base, fearing that Darcy might escape. She ran at full speed, and in less than 2 seconds, she was back at the base, then spent a second grabbing her weapon filled with killing intent and returned to the shore, taking another 2 seconds. In total, it took 5 seconds. I'm here to help you. Just as Chiu Shuihan was about to dive underwater, the next moment, bang! A loud noise erupted from underwater. And then Jang Fong burst out from the depths, arriving on the shore. What a thrill! Fighting underwater is truly a unique experience. Jang Fong shook his hair, feeling a bit confident. After all, just coming out of the water was almost like just finishing a shower. How could he not look good? Ha! Oh, why are you here? 2. Jang Fong had just finished posing when he looked at Chiu Shuihan in confusion. To be honest, he hadn't noticed Chiu Shuihan before. If he had, he wouldn't have posed so deliberately. It was too ridiculous. Of course, I'm here to help you. Chiu Shuihan lifted the long spear in her hand. Seeing you fighting Darcy, I wanted to come and assist you, aiming to take him down. No, I mean, how did you end up in the Great Wave Realm? Jang Fong looked at Chiu Shuihan. Chiu Shuihan replied, I was originally a warrior on the Frontline Islands. I was just out on an escort mission. Now that the mission is over, I naturally returned to the front line. By the way, I saw you fighting Darcy earlier, but now you returned to the shore alone. Did this guy manage to escape? Sigh, he really is cunning. Sorry, I was still too slow. If I had been a bit faster, if I could have made a round trip in 3 seconds, maybe I could have caught up. At that time, if we teamed up, Darcy would definitely not be able to escape. Saying this, Chiu Shuihan still felt it was too regrettable. It was rare to encounter an injured Darcy, and it was all her fault for being too slow. Jang Fong? Jang Fong couldn't help but tug at Chiu Shuihan's ponytail. Ah, that hurts. Chiu Shuihan tilted her whole body slightly towards Jang Fong. Why are you pulling my hair? Jang Fong released his grip and smacked his lips. I thought you didn't seem very smart, so I wanted to see if you knew what pain felt like. You passed. You know pain when your hair is pulled, you eat when you're hungry, you put down your bowl and chopsticks when you're full, and you know to run home when it rains. A smart girl like you is hard to come by. Chiu Shuihan? What does that even mean? Jang Fong said seriously, haven't you figured it out yet? I've already come ashore and that Darcy was naturally killed. How could he possibly escape? Where's your brain? You're not that big, how can you be so brainless? Chiu Shuihan was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. You killed him? You did it? You took down Darcy? My God, you really killed Darcy? You're not joking, are you? Jang Fong? What's there to joke about? Seeing Jiang Feng's confused expression, Chiu Shuihan realized that he must have just arrived in the Great Wave Realm and didn't know the trouble Darcy posed. It's like this, Chiu Shuihan roughly explained. From being surrounded, to the human race putting in all their effort to kill Darcy, then him escaping, and finally, other islands being attacked. She told Jang Fong everything. Oh, I see. So you all wanted to kill Darcy all along, but couldn't because you were too weak to do it. Jang Fong smacked his lips, feeling a bit mischievous, but thought better of it. After all, it wouldn't be good if he solved a strong enemy that everyone else couldn't kill, making them seem useless. Sigh, let's keep a low profile. Jang Fong patted Chiu Shuihan's shoulder. Buddy, when we get back, let's say that Darcy was taken down by the two of us together. If I say I did it alone, I'm afraid. Chiu Shuihan? Afraid of what? Jang Fong said seriously, I'm afraid you all will start to worship me. After saying that, Jang Fong flicked his hair again and walked towards the base. Chiu Shuihan. You know, despite being a bit cocky and seeming unreliable, Jang Feng's actions really put one at ease. It felt as if with him around, all enemies were nothing. Brother Jiang, I feel like I admire you a little bit now. Chiu Shuihan caught up with Jang Fong and walked with him towards the base. At the frontline base, there were 3 martial emperors managing it together, and Chiu Shuihan was just one of them. The other 2 were her older brother, Chiu Danyang, and another female martial emperor, Julie. When Jang Fong entered the base, he immediately called out, brothers at the front line, you've worked hard. I'm here to bring you food, line up nicely, don't fight, everyone gets a share. Chiu Shuihan walked up to Jang Fong, somewhat surprised. You brought food? Where is it? I didn't see it. Jang Fong flipped his hand, and a piece of meat appeared in his palm. Here it is. Chiu Shuihan's pupils constricted. Storage ability? Jang Fong, he actually has storage capabilities? Before Chiu Shuihan could express her surprise, many martial artists popped their heads out inside the base, looking towards Jang Fong. Is that food? It really looks like food? But it seems like there isn't much, just a piece of meat, not even the size of a palm.
Jang Fong also noticed these martial artists, their physiques looked quite normal, and
they didn't seem malnourished. This brother, you've worked hard all the way here. At that moment, the righteous Chiu Danyang, accompanied by Julie, walked over. This is my wife, Julie, also one of the managers of the frontline base.
Julie nodded at Jang Fong, indicating her welcome.
TSK, no wonder he's the child of
Saiyan. This Chiu Danyang, really impressive, Jang Fong thought to himself.
Because Chiu Dongyun's cheeks were relatively thin, even somewhat sunken, it was evident that he was lacking food. But the other warriors all looked quite normal.
It seemed that after getting food, Chiu Dangyun had tried his best to share it with others, hardly eating himself.
But it's okay, with me here, the food problem is no longer a problem. Bang!
A freezer suddenly appeared, instantly freezing a lot
of food. Come on, where is your cafeteria? I brought a lot of food to deliver to you.
Chiu Danyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jang Fong.
At this moment, the other warriors were also stunned.
They had thought Jang Fong only brought a piece of meat the size of a palm, but
so much?
Does Jang Fong have a
storage space?
To conjure up so much food out of thin air, it must be a storage space.
You have a special storage space, right?
The ordinary warriors shouted
excitedly. In a place like the Great Wave Realm, you can still use a storage space? Jang Fong nodded, acknowledging everyone. I can't thank you enough. Chiu Dangyun stepped forward and bowed. The food you brought is a lifesaver.
With this, we have more confidence in fighting against the barbarian spirit clan.
If there's
ever a need, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water.
Xiao Shuihan leaned in from the side. Big brother, you're so grateful just for some food? If you knew what Jang Fong did, wouldn't you immediately kneel to him? Chiu Dangyun, you girl, can you act a bit more like a lady? Look at any other sister, none of them would talk about kneeling like you do. But what exactly did Jang Fong do to earn such praise?
At this moment, Chiu Dangyun felt a bit curious.
May I ask, brother Jang Fong, besides delivering food, what else have you done?
Jang Fong waved his hand casually and said, nothing much, just ran into a few barbarian
spirits on the way and took care of them. Oh, by the way, what was that barbarian spirit called? Xiao Shuihan, do you remember? I can't quite recall. Sigh, getting old, my memory isn't good.
Xiao Shuihan clicked her tongue, thinking to herself that he had just said he wanted to keep a low profile, right?
But we're all brothers, I understand you.
If it were an ordinary girl, she might not grasp what Jang Fong meant and would really think he had a bad memory or was forgetful. But as a good brother, Xiao Shuihan instantly understood Jiang Feng's intention and directly assisted. Actually, I'm not sure either, just know the other party seems to have a name starting with Shi or something. Seems like it's the leader of the nearby barbarian spirits. Yeah, it should be him.
Big brother, do you know what that leader is called? Xiao Dangyun was momentarily stunned and then blurted out, Darcy?
Xiao Shuihan suddenly slapped her legs, her two ponytails bouncing
along. Yes, that's it.
Jang Fong took care of him effortlessly. I saw it with my own eyes. His clothes were slightly dirty.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many warriors on the scene, upon hearing Xiao Shuihan's words, all transformed into snakes, continuously hissing. My goodness, Jang Fong effortlessly killed Darcy? Is it the same Darcy that all the martial emperors couldn't take down together? So awesome? How did he kill him? Isn't that Darcy very cunning? Everyone
looked at Jang Fong in shock. Even Chiu Dangyun and Julie were equally astonished. Jang Fong looked at Xiao Shuihan with some dissatisfaction. You exaggerated a bit, saying my clothes were slightly dirty. You can't show off like that, it's too deliberate.
Xiao Shuihan's face showed a hint of apology. Sorry, brother, I'll be more careful next time.
Jang Fong nodded. That's more like it, you need to be realistic.
What do you mean my clothes were slightly dirty? My clothes weren't dirty at all. Just took care of a Darcy. Do I need to get my clothes dirty? It was just a casual thing, right? Xiao Shuihan?
Xiao Shuihan was momentarily stunned, then realized that Jiang Feng's act was even more polished than his own. He learned something and made a note of it. Next time he could use it to assist. Their conversation was spoken aloud, so all the martial artists present heard it. When they heard Jang Fong say that Xiao Shuihan's words were too exaggerated, they all felt it was indeed true. No matter how strong one was, to slay Darcy would require some cost. How could one possibly kill the opponent with just a slightly
dirty hem?
But unexpectedly, according to Jiang Feng's perspective, slaying Darcy was actually quite easy. Very casual.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crowd let out a hissing sound again. How strong must he be? Darcy, whom so many martial emperors couldn't slay, was taken down by him alone? Exaggerated, really exaggerated. Could he be the savior of our human race? He can use storage rings in the Great Wave Realm and possesses such formidable combat power. Is he not here to save us? But for something else? Indeed, now that you mention it, it does seem right.
At this moment, Xiu Dangyun was also extremely excited. I didn't expect you to have slain Darcy. My apologies, truly too much respect. Come, let's sit in the house for a while, let me show you some hospitality.
Dear wife, Go get my long-sealed fine wine. I want to drink heartily with this brother. Julie nodded, her face filled with joy. Hearing Xiao Dongyun's words, Xiao Shuihan blinked beside him, seemingly quite clever. Brother, the fine wine you mentioned, is it the one you've treasured for many, many years? Xiao Dongyun nodded, confirming it. Xiao Shuihan raised her fair arm. Count me in, I want fine wine too. Xiao Dongyun chose to ignore her and actively led Jang Fong. Let's go, first to the guest room, we'll celebrate. As for the food, just toss it on the ground, we'll handle it ourselves. No need to trouble you with the carrying. Seeing her brother ignore her, Xiao Shuihan felt a bit dissatisfied, and just then, she noticed a pebble on the ground. Ha! Xiao Shuihan had a flash of inspiration, looking at Jang Fong and Xiao Dongyun walking ahead, then extended her hand, pretending to aim. Lock on, here we go. Xiao Shuihan kicked the pebble, which hit Xiao Dongyun's backside. Ah, so painful, who was that? Xiao Dongyun turned around, looking back but found no one there. Who is it? Who ambushed me? Did you all see? Many martial artists nearby were watching, and Xiao Dongyun thought this group should know who did it. Ah, we don't know. The martial artists shook their heads and walked over to the previous icebox. We didn't see anything, we're going to move the food. After saying that, everyone exerted their strength, carrying the icebox towards the cafeteria. What a joke, all of you are martial emperors, and your siblings, who would dare to meddle in your family matters. They left, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Dongyun frowned slightly. Didn't see it? Could it be that the pebble flew up by itself and hit him? So sleepy. At that moment, Xiao Shuihan yawned as she passed by Xiao Dongyun. You all go celebrate, I'm going to sleep, bye. Xiao Dongyun scratched his head. So, did the pebble really fly over and hit him? Forget it, it didn't matter. Let's go, Jang Fong, let's drink. My fine wine is all brewed from specialties of the Great Wave Realm. You can't find anything like it outside. Jang Fong was slightly interested. Alright, let's go take a look, but I don't drink much. After all, I just turned of age not long ago. Xiao Dongyun? What does that mean? Jang Fong looked up at the sky, his gaze profoundly deep. There's no special meaning, it's just that in my hometown, minors are not allowed to drink. Xiao Dongyun? What does this even mean? The news of Jang Fong slaying Darcy quickly spread. Good. Shinya clenched his fists in excitement. Jang Fong, oh Jang Fong, as soon as you arrived in the Great Wave Realm, the entire situation changed. Our human race instantly gained the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this news, Yunqi was also shocked. Jang Fong is indeed formidable, only in his hands can the red staff unleash its true power. Although he still felt a bit uncomfortable inside, Yunqi had already come to accept the title Red Staff. He would no longer call it the God-slaying staff. The speed at which this news spread was rapid. Saiyan and Uncle Gong, who lived on the outskirts of the Great Wave Realm, also learned of it. It's Jang Fong, he actually managed to slay Darcy. Saiyan was incredibly excited. Although she had never entered the Great Wave Realm, both of her children were on the front lines there, so she naturally knew some of the battle conditions. She was well aware that one of the greatest threats to the human race was Darcy. What a Jang Fong! I knew from the start that he was a talent. And it turned out to be true. Good. Song Yan felt genuinely happy. Uncle Gong added, previously, you gave Jang Fong materials, and he said he would kill a few alien martial emperors as a gift for you. Now, his killing of Darcy might just be the gift he intended for you. In the Great Wave Realm, a martial saint is roughly equivalent to a martial emperor in the universe, so Uncle Gong's statement was not out of place. At this moment, Song Yan felt only one emotion, happiness. She was so happy that she even wanted to find someone to punch just to vent her excitement. Impressive, Yang Jian, who was guarding the Guanjinku, couldn't help but exclaim. That Darcy guy, although not particularly strong, was incredibly cunning. Many martial emperors couldn't kill him, but unexpectedly, as soon as Jang Fong arrived, he resolved. It's the sun-eating god King yawned beside him. The myriad races might not be able to sit still now. After all, with Darcy gone, the situation in the Great Wave Realm is bound to change. Yang Jian's lips curled slightly. It's good if they can't sit still. It would be best if they band together to attack Guanjinku. I haven't made a move in a long time. On the side of the myriad races, upon receiving the news, they were naturally extremely heavy-hearted. Darcy is dead, and he was killed by the Rift Sky Martial Saint. This Rift Sky Martial Saint is indeed our great enemy. He just rose a few days ago, and has already taken down Darcy. What do we do now? With one less Darcy in the Great Wave Realm, it's even harder to restrain the human race. Then let's not restrain them, let's directly besiege the human islands and find a way to push them out. The foundation of the Great Wave Realm is still very deep. The area currently occupied by the human race is just a tiny bit. Indeed, the foundation of the Great Wave Realm is deep, but their internal strife is also severe. If all the barbarian spirit races could unite, they would have likely repelled the human race long ago. Stop talking nonsense. Communicate with a few of the emperors from the barbarian spirit race and see who is willing to attack the human islands. If anyone is willing, we can also send strong warriors to assist them in attacking the humans. Let's ask. It would be best to attack the humans quickly. I estimate that the human race has just killed Darcy and is currently celebrating.
Taking advantage of their celebration to launch a surprise attack will surely lead to a great victory.
That makes sense. I'll contact them as soon as possible.
In the Great Wave Realm, the frontline base of the human race, at night, everyone was celebrating their victory.
Kudanjian was also holding his fine wine, pouring it for everyone. Everyone, let's celebrate our victory. Celebrate our victory.
The crowd was immersed in laughter and joy, while Jang Fong said little and quietly left the banquet. In fact, he wasn't very interested in drinking and celebrating. He had only joined in a little because
everyone else was happy.
Jang Fong walked alone outside the base, looking up at the starry night sky. Hey, why is there a moon in the Great Wave Realm?
Is there a moon here too? Jang Fong posed a soul-searching question, feeling it was a tough one. Perhaps even Chinya couldn't answer it. Will the barbarian spirit plan take advantage of the night to launch a sneak attack?
Jang Fong stood by the shore, feeling the sea breeze coming towards him.
Forget it, no matter how many come, let them come and go without return.
Jang Fong silently clenched his fists, then heard faint sounds coming from the nearby bushes.
Jang Fong? They're really barbarian spirit clan members?
Jang Fong threw a punch into the air, the force of his punch blowing the bushes apart.
There stood Kyushweihan, holding 4 jars of wine, looking very sneaky. Jang Fong? Kyushweihan?
Neither of them expected to meet here, staring at each other in surprise.
Weren't you supposed to be sleeping? Why are you holding a jar of wine? Sneaking a drink?
Jang Fong broke the silence first.
Looking at the shape of that jar, is it your brother's treasured wine? He won't let you drink, so you secretly got it to drink? Kyushweihan replied, no, I'm not drinking wine. I don't like drinking wine,
At this point, Kyushweihan instinctively glanced behind her, confirming that it was just Jang Fong, then whispered, I like flowers the most.
It seemed like she was sharing a secret. Jang Fong? Is it really necessary to be so cautious? You like flowers, not something else. What's there to hide? Besides, isn't it obvious that you like flowers? Kyushweihan looked at Jang Fong in surprise. When I said I like flowers, weren't you surprised? Why is your reaction so bland? I thought you would be shocked like everyone else. Jang Fong.
Come on, big sister, your love for flowers is written all over your face. How could I not notice?
Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Kyushweihan stood there dumbfounded. Huh? Am I that obvious? I thought I was hiding it well.
Jang Fong, so, you're not drinking
wine, holding so many jars, what are you doing?
Kyushweihan bit her lip. I secretly created a garden here, raising many flowers, some of which need wine to nourish
them.
In order to take good care of these flowers, I pretended to like drinking wine, collecting fine wines everywhere.
And my brother's good wine, if fed to my flowers, will definitely make them bloom more vibrantly.
At this point, Kyushweihan was a bit angry, but my brother thinks I want to drink, so he keeps me from drinking and won't even tell me where he hides the wine. Taking advantage of tonight's gathering, I followed him and found out where he hides the wine, right
over there.
After saying that, Kyushweihan pointed to her left. I just stole some wine, planning to feed it to my flowers.
What do you think? Want to go see my secret base? It's all flowers there.
Jang Fong was momentarily stunned, not expecting this girl to pretend to like drinking just to raise flowers.
Truly, she has fully committed to her hobby.
But Jang Fong still didn't understand. It's just raising flowers, not doing anything else. Is it really necessary to be
so cautious?
So, Jang Fong couldn't help but ask, why don't you grow flowers openly? At that moment, Kyushweihan's gaze became somewhat distant because of the human race. Oh no, that's not entirely correct. I'm not that great.
I just don't want to disappoint my mother. Jang Fong suddenly understood. It must
be that Song Yan was strict, teaching Kyushweihan to focus on her cultivation and not waste time on other things.
Then you must be quite hard on yourself. Shueihan shrugged nonchalantly. It's all in the past, it's fine. So, do you want to see the secret base?
At that moment, Shueihan felt a bit nervous. It was the first time she was inviting someone to the secret base, and it felt strangely thrilling.
Her heart even raced a little faster than when she fought against the alien martial emperor.
Jang Fong nodded. Sure, I also want to see what a flower that can drink wine looks like. The sea breeze tousled Shueihan's hair as her eyes gazed into the distance.
Let's go, I'll take you there, but it's a bit far. Not too far, just on the opposite side of this island, another small island.
Because the island is too small, no one lives there, and no one takes care of it. I just use it to grow flowers. Shueihan led the way, still excited. She had grown flowers her whole life, and at this moment, someone finally appreciated them. After all, one of the joys of a flower grower is to have others admire the flowers she has planted. Jang Fong followed Shueihan, crossing a stretch of sea, and arrived at a small island. This island was indeed very small, about the size of Jiang Feng's classroom during his student days, but, although small, the island was colorful and filled with flowers.
This flower. Jang Fong suddenly noticed something. Isn't this the rare flower I discovered back then? How did it end up here? Didn't you say you bought it for your friend? Jang Fong pretended to be unaware, wanting to tease Shueihan.
Xiao Shuihan puffed out her cheeks. You found me out. Actually, I don't have any friends.
This is for myself. Jang Fong was speechless. Was she really this honest? Come here, come here. Xiao Shuihan brought the wine jar to a blue flower. Watch closely, after adding the fine wine, this flower will definitely be stunning.
After saying that, Xiao Shuihan poured the wine over the flower. Jang Fong smacked his lips, thinking that if Xiao Dangyun knew about this, she would be heartbroken. This wine was practically her lifeblood.
As the wine was completely absorbed, the flower emitted a faint
blue hue, and then one by one, the blue petals bloomed, utterly enchanting. It really is beautiful, Jang Fong praised. The flowers you've grown are lovely. Even though he wasn't interested in flowers, seeing this scene was still astonishing. The moment they bloomed was indeed exceptionally beautiful.
Hearing Jang
Feng's praise, Xiao Shuihan was overjoyed. It was the first time someone had seen her flowers without scolding her for being reckless, but instead complimented her for growing beautiful flowers. Her mood was wonderfully strange. The fully bloomed blue flowers swayed with the sea breeze, and Xiao Shuihan glanced at Jang
Fong before looking up at the starry sky.
She loved this moment, it was so beautiful. Hiss. Xiao Shuihan secretly inhaled sharply, then foolishly touched her heart.
Could it be that she...
Boom! Just then, a loud rumble from the frontline base shattered the tranquility of the moment.
What's going on? Xiao Shuihan instantly became alert. Is it the frontline base? Why is there such a loud noise? Could it be an invasion by the barbarian spirit race?
But it shouldn't be, it's
so late.
Jang Fong dashed forward. Let's go take a look, we'll know if we go.
Come on, it might be a fierce battle.
Looking at Jiang Feng's receding figure, Xiao Shuihan patted his heart, feeling a bit relieved that he was interrupted by the sudden voice. Otherwise, his heart felt like it was about to leap out.
But why? Why was his heart racing so fast?
Xiao Shuihan squinted his eyes, as if he had an impulse to get closer to Jang Fong. But they were all good brothers. How
could he get closer?
Suddenly, Xiao Shuihan thought of something. When he used to fight against the alien races with his brothers, they would say that if everyone had a good relationship, they could become sworn brothers. That's it, I want to become sworn brothers with Jang Fong. Xiao Shuihan was extremely excited, but thinking of the voice in the distance, he immediately put down the wine jar and rushed out after Jang Fong. There was no time to admire the flowers. The front line was urgent. At the front line base, everyone was a bit drunk. After all, the wine from Xiao Dangyun was brewed with special materials, and even though they were physically strong, they would still feel a bit tipsy after drinking. Suddenly, the sound of an attack came from the base, waking the drunken crowd up a little.
What's going on? Is the barbarian spirit race invading?
I don't know. Quick, everyone grab your weapons and go take a look.
Oh, okay, where's my weapon? I don't know, but I found my weapon. Are you out of your mind from drinking? Holding a bench and calling it your weapon? Ha! Is this a bench in my hand? Oh, I misread it. This is my weapon, this one. Damn it, can you not grab my foot? I'm not your weapon. Because everyone was drunk, the scene became a bit chaotic. Calm down. Xiao Dangyun shouted, everyone, calm down. Wake up a bit, keep an eye on your weapons, and grab them. Don't just grab anything. After saying that, Xiao Dangyun charged out with a dining table on his back.
Fortunately, I didn't get drunk. What I'm carrying on my back is my weapon, the mountain-splitting axe. Everyone guessed correctly, it was indeed the barbarian spirit race invading, and not just them, but other races within the myriad races as well.
The Scion
race, whose physical strength was already extremely powerful, could fully exert its strength in the Great Wave realm. There was also the fierce demon race among the myriad races. They were also a physically strong group. The myriad races and the barbarian spirit race united to launch a surprise attack on the frontline base tonight, aiming to break through it, or at the very least, to kill the sky-splitting martial saint. In the outside world, the sky-splitting martial saint is very strong, with 8 or 9 profound techniques protecting him. But in the Great Wave realm, he has no special advantages. That's right, in the Great Wave realm, it's the perfect opportunity to kill him. A strong member of the demon race led the charge directly onto the island and arrived at the base's main gate, where Xiao Danyun's wife, Julie, was guarding. At the frontline base, one of the 3 great powerhouses, she was specifically guarding the entrance to ensure everyone could celebrate in peace. So many alien races? Julie's expression changed. There were too many of them, and the frontline base could be in danger. I can't hold them off alone. I need to quickly call for others. After saying that, Julie used all her strength to punch the steel city wall, and instantly, a huge sound spread out. How fast could a martial saint be? As Julie made the loud noise, Jang Fong had already arrived in the blink of an eye. Even Xiao Dangyun, who was slightly slower, rushed out with the dining table on his back. Ah! Xiao Dangyun grabbed the table leg with one hand, shielding the base's entrance. Then looked at the countless alien races in front of him. So many enemies, and other races too? Hiss, if it's just me, it's a bit hard to defend. Those useless guys are all drunk, they really can't be relied on. Julie? So, you're not drunk? Xiao Dangyun blared. What are you talking about? How could I possibly get drunk? I'm perfectly fine. Before the words were finished, Xiao Dangyun rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground, faintly snoring. Julie was furious. What? A useless guy. The enemy was right in front of them, and not only was he drinking, but he had also passed out. No worries. Jang Fong shielded Julie and Xiao. Dang Yun behind him, then took out his red staff, looking at the continuously approaching alien races. Leave this to me, you all stay at the base. At that moment, a long spear shot through the air. With a buzzing sound, it landed on the ground, causing all the rushing aliens to pause for a second. And me. The next moment, Xiao Shuihan descended from the sky, standing on one foot atop the spear. So cool, Julie sighed inwardly. She thought her sister-in-law was really reliable, much better than her hungover brother. Unfortunately, although her sister-in-law was cool, she was still a woman. Ah, what a pity. However, Julie's subordinates didn't stop moving. They directly took Qiu Dangyun back to the base. Meanwhile, many hungover warriors were clamoring to go out and kill the enemy. They were all scolded by Julie. Don't make things worse. Stay inside the base, don't go anywhere, wait for me to get the antidote. The other warriors responded in unison. Oh, okay, Mother Tiger. Julie? Was this the truth coming out after drinking, revealing their private nickname for her? Forget it, it doesn't matter, the antidote is the priority. Julie immediately headed towards the cafeteria, looking for something to sober up. At the entrance of the base, with Xiao Shuihan's arrival, several powerful beings from the myriad races also stepped out. Empress Qiu Shuihan and the Sky Rift Martial Saint, said the leader of the Xin tribe, Kebo. Even from this distance, I can smell the alcohol from inside the base. It seems the other warriors are drunk, right? You two think you can fight against us? The leader of the demon race, Pangwu, chuckled. Why don't you two just join us? Let's wipe out everyone in this base together. That way, no one will know you. Betrayed. Xiao Shuihan raised her willow leaf eyebrows, a surge of killing intent appearing on her small face. Too much nonsense. Watch the spear. Xiao Shuihan exerted a clever force with her foot, instantly lifting the spear from the ground, then caught it with one hand and thrust it towards Pangwu. As expected of the famous empress, even from this distance, I can feel the chill from your spear tip. Pangwu roared fiercely, his body rapidly expanding. The demon race's basic ability, revealing its true form. This had nothing to do with energy, it was merely showcasing one's true power. Boom! Pangwu transformed into a massive beast, resembling a tiger to some extent. As the distance between them closed, Xiao Shuihan thrust her spear, and Pangwu also struck out with a palm. With a loud bang, Pang Wu's claw collided with Xiao Shuihan's spear, a tremendous force surged, causing Xiao Shuihan to stagger back several steps. How's that? Pangwu stomped his foot. Our demon race's physical strength is quite formidable, right? Even if you humans wield weapons, you can't shake us. Die. Pangwu intended to press the attack. And at that moment, Jang Fong also made his move. Then let me see how strong your body is. Kaabo stepped in front of Jang Fong. Sorry, your opponent is me. In an instant, Kaabo charged in front of Jang Fong, engaging in a fierce battle. A 5th-tier martial saint's physical body? In this exchange, Jang Fong found himself at a disadvantage. After all, without using the free and unfettered technique, he was only a 2nd-tier martial saint. Ha ha. While suppressing Jang Fong, Kaabo laughed out loud. I told you, in the Great Wave realm, if we only consider physical strength, the Sky Rift martial saint definitely won't be too strong. And what's the reality? Just as I thought. Just relying on myself is enough to suppress him. For the barbarian spirit tribe, you all directly attack together. Tear apart the human base. The strong of the barbarian spirit clan also stepped forward. Leave the rest to me. With a wave of his hand, the barbarian spirit clan, the demon clan, and the mysterious clan charged together, targeting the frontline base of the human clan. If they break into the base, those drunks might not be able to hold them off, Jang Fong thought. The gate of this base must be defended, but he was currently being suppressed by Kaober, making it difficult to break free. It seems I can't hold back any longer. Jang Fong exerted his strength, emitting a faint silver glow, and with one strike, he sent Kaober flying. Ah! Kaober screamed in agony. Zhang Feng's strike had suddenly become incredibly powerful, hitting him with excruciating pain. Sky-splitting martial saint. This guy, did he just use his trump card? How did he become so strong? As Kaober fell from the air, he saw Jang Fong, glowing silver, guarding the base entrance, slaughtering all the various races that charged forward. No matter if they were from the mysterious clan, the demon clan, or the barbarian spirit clan, whether they were martial venerates or martial emperors, or even the relatively strong 1st-tier martial saints. All of them, the moment they approached Jang Fong, were taken down with a single strike. Let's see who dares to come. Jang Fong stood at the entrance of the base, exuding an aura that seemed to say one man could hold back 1,000. The attacking alien races, upon seeing the gatekeeper Jang Fong, hesitated to attack. So ruthless? Kaober was taken aback, then shouted, "Don't charge from the front. Spread out and attack the human clan's base from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest." Can he really intercept? From all sides alone? As long as we break through one side, we have a chance to occupy the human clan's base. Everyone, let's go. Every base of the human clan is extremely difficult to build.
If we break through one, we all achieve great merit.
As soon as he finished speaking, these alien creatures scattered in all
directions, heading towards other targets.
Tisk. Jang Fong clicked his tongue. Indeed, he couldn't defend all sides alone, which was a bit troublesome.
At that
moment, a loud shout came from the base's city wall. Jang Fong, just go all out.
The base's defense is on me.
At this moment, Xiao Dangyun was full of energy,
showing no signs of drunkenness. Jang Fong, so quickly sobered up?
Julie stood beside him and said, Jang Fong, don't worry, we have things to sober up in the base.
I've already given them to everyone and they are all sober now.
Leave the defense of the base to us. You can kill freely outside.
Jang Fong laughed
heartily, directly throwing his red staff and with one strike pierced through Kaober's head.
Then I shall start killing.
With this strike, Jang Fong directly killed Kaober and also enhanced some of his primal power. Next, the leader of the Barbarian Spirit Clan. Jang Fong scanned the area and spotted a Barbarian Spirit Clan member giving orders among the countless alien races.
It's you!
Jang Fong charged straight over. Meanwhile, around the base, the coalition of alien races
began their siege.
However, with the advantage of the city walls and the presence of two top-tier powerhouses, Xiao Dangyun and Julie, they naturally held their
ground. Ha, alien creatures. Bring more. I'm not done killing yet.
Xiao Dangyun stood on the city wall with one foot, wielding a giant axe, which was his weapon,
the mountain-cleaving axe.
Old Jun, I have something to ask you. Seeing that the battle situation was not so tense, Julie whispered, why do you all call
me Mother Tiger when you're drunk? Who spread that nickname?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Dangyun jumped down from the city wall without hesitation and charged into
the midst of the alien creatures. Come, let's have some fun killing. Come on.
With one axe, he took down an alien creature, looking incredibly valiant.
Julie fell silent. Xiao Dangyun would rather risk his life to engage in close combat with the alien creatures than answer her question. Am I really that terrifying?
At the main gate of the base, Zhou Shuihan was at a disadvantage while fighting against the demon clan's Pang Wu.
Such strong power. Zhou Shuihan looked at Pang Wu
in front of her, feeling somewhat at a loss. It seems that your 10,000 clans have come prepared. You are quite familiar with my moves.
In terms of strength, the two were not too far apart, but
Pang Wu was very familiar with every move Zhou Shuihan made, which was what put her at a disadvantage.
Ha ha ha. Pang Wu laughed a few times. Is it strange? Our 10,000 clans naturally study your techniques.
To counter you, they specifically trained me, making me watch your battle footage every day. I am already thoroughly familiar with your way of attacking.
I am the secret weapon cultivated by the 10,000 clans, specifically to kill you. Zhou Shuihan suddenly exerted her strength, leaping above Pang Wu. Studying my moves? Interesting, then let's see if you can block this move. In
mid-air, Zhou Shuihan spun violently, her two ponytails also spinning rapidly, as if they were about to become propellers.
Take this. Gun technique falling spin. Pang Wu was stunned. What kind of move was this? How had she never seen it before?
Could it be that Zhou Shuihan's gun technique had broken through, and this was a new
ultimate move she had created? I don't know the exact power, so I have to be cautious.
Pang Wu did not dare to be careless and prepared to defend with all her
might.
In the next moment, the spear in Zhou Shuihan's hand flew out. It spun rapidly as it fell swiftly.
It aimed directly at Pang Wu. With a clang, Pang Wu blocked
the spear but felt something was off.
So light, isn't this her ultimate move? There's no power at all. Before Pang Wu could react, Zhou Shuihan suddenly
appeared in front of her, delivering a diagonal kick that sent Pang Wu flying.
Too foolish, cat.
Zhou Shuihan casually caught the spear and smiled.
I didn't even
comprehend a new move. I just made up a name to scare you. While you were defending with all your might, I could sneak attack you.
Pang Wu's true form resembled
a tiger, so calling it a big cat was perfectly fine.
You tricked me.
Pang Wu was furious. This Zhou Shuihan had actually played her.
Even if you kick me, so what?
With your strength, even if you hit me hundreds of times, I won't lose.
Zhou Shuihan just smiled and didn't say much, charging directly at Pang Wu. At
this moment, Zhou Shuihan already had a strategy in mind. Although you are very familiar with my moves, as long as I slightly change it, like falling spin, to catch
you off guard, I will have the chance to turn the tables.
On Jiang Feng's side, he charged towards the leader of the Barbarian Spirit Clan without any technique,
relying solely on brute strength.
One barbarian spirit, one club strike sent flying. Soon, Jang Fong reached the leader. It's over, take this club. The leader of the Barbarian Spirit Clan hurriedly retreated, feeling quite troubled. This sky-rending martial saint was truly not human.
From the moment he activated
his white hair, then struck and killed Kaabo in an instant, to reaching right in front of him, it had only been a few seconds.
Too exaggerated. I can't die. Even if I have to die, I must pass this important information back.
The sky-rending martial saint is not that weak within the Great Wave realm. He has a strange, white-haired form that, once activated, becomes incredibly powerful. The leader of the Barbarian Spirit Clan retreated rapidly while ordering his subordinates to block Jang Fong, but it was completely useless. Facing the obstruction of the barbarian spirit clan, Jang Feng's speed did not decrease at all, and he quickly caught up to the leader. Die! With a club strike, the leader of the barbarian spirit clan instantly exploded. Watching their leader die, many of the barbarian spirit creatures felt a sense of fear.
Should we make a run for it? It seems there's no chance of winning now?
2 of the 3 leaders are dead.
This sky-splitting
Martial Saint is simply too strong. Without him, our ambush would have definitely succeeded. Indeed, he single-handedly killed 2 leaders.
If it weren't for
him, we would have already breached the base. At this moment, the demon clan's Pangwu also noticed the battle situation. Cobra and the leader of the barbarian
spirit clan were both dead. What the hell? How did it come to this? Pangwu couldn't understand. He was still engaged in battle with Joshua Han, and they were already dead? What was the point of fighting? The silver-haired sky-splitting martial saint? Pangwu's attention was divided as he glanced at Jang Fong and saw his silver hair. Joshua Han seized the opportunity. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Look at my spear.
The long spear shot forward rapidly, directly
hitting Pangwu and injuring him. Damn it, I still can't afford to be distracted.
Pangwu no longer looked at Jang Fong but focused intently on Joshua Han. At the same time, he shouted, all brothers heed my command, scatter and flee. If any brother successfully returns to the myriad clans, remember to relay the information. Jang Fong can transform into his silver-haired form in the Great Wave Realm.
His strength is extraordinary.
Previously, Pangwu had been focused on fighting Joshua Han, so he hadn't seen Jang Fong make a move. He only knew that 2 leaders had died. But he was smart enough to guess that after Jang Fong transformed into his silver-haired form, his strength had greatly increased, taking care of Cobra and the others. Therefore, this information must be relayed back. The creatures of the myriad clans, who were already considering retreat, immediately scattered upon hearing Pangwu's command.
Retreat, retreat, retreat. Run, run. Don't let them escape. Xiaodong Yun, wielding a giant axe, was still pursuing. What are you all capable of? If you have the guts, fight me. Why are you running? Julie approached Xiaodong Yun. Yeah, I also want to know, what exactly are you running from?
Seeing that most of his companions had begun to retreat, Pangwu let out a roar and fought fiercely against Joshua Han.
I will force Joshua Han into a corner. Then the strong ones from the human side will definitely come to rescue her.
This way, the humans won't be able to chase down our fleeing brothers. In this way, the brothers will surely be able to relay the
information back.
At this moment, Pangwu knew he had no way out. Jang Fong was rushing towards him, and it was certain death.
He could only try to create an opportunity for the other brothers to escape.
Roar!
Pangwu howled at the sky, his voice booming, even attracting Xiaodong Yun's attention. Joshua Han, I'm going all out against you.
Pangwu lunged forward with all his might, as if a cat pouncing on a mouse, leaping into the air to grab Joshua Han.
You bastard, trying to hurt my sister?
Xiaodong Yun completely ignored Julie beside him and charged straight at Joshua Han.
Don't be afraid, sister, I'm here to help you.
Whoosh! At the same moment, a red long staff shot through the air, piercing directly through Pangwu's head. In his final moments, Pangwu had only one thought: he was
determined to buy time with his inevitable death, but in the end, he was killed in an instant?
It was truly despairingly powerful.
Don't waste time on Pangwu.
Kill every last one of the other fleeing creatures from the myriad clans. Jang Fong turned to pursue the other myriad clan creatures.
Joshua Han looked at
the fallen Pangwu, pulled the red staff from his head, and then sighed. My brother is so strong. The enemy who put me in a tough spot, he just threw a long staff
and took him away. Does that mean if I were to fight him, he could take me down in one move?
Thinking of this, Joshua Han paused. He wasn't one of the myriad
clans and wouldn't be fighting Jang Fong, so there was nothing to fear.
The stronger Jang Fong was, the better it was for the humans.
Hey, wait for me.
Good brother. Joshua Han picked up the long staff and chased after Jang Fong.
Your weapon.
He then aimed at Jang Fong and threw the weapon over.
Thanks, Jiang.
Fong casually took the weapon and then carried away a creature from the myriad races. With weapons, it's faster to kill these myriad creatures. Joshua Han nodded.
Alright, I'll help you. We need to kill them quickly, or else if they return to the myriad races, they'll leak your information. That wouldn't be good for you. Jang Fong was taken aback, thinking, leak information? What's there to be afraid of? Even if they knew my information, they couldn't defeat me. I'm here to
kill the myriad races purely to accumulate source power.
I'm coming too.
At that moment, Xiaodong Yun rushed over. These guys have no fighting spirit left.
They only know how to run. They're no match for us at all. Ha ha ha. Jang Fong.
Casually, Jang Fong took down another barbarian spirit, and then Joshua Han suddenly appeared beside him.
Good brother, how about we become sworn brothers later? Let's be brothers of different surnames. Jang Fong? What the hell are you talking about?
Jang Fong felt his head was not enough, but his hands didn't stop. One strike after another, his source power kept increasing. After a while, the battle was completely over, and Jiang Feng's source power had significantly increased. He didn't know exactly how much it had improved, but it felt like it had doubled. At the same time, because he had been in a fighting state, Zhang Feng's physical strength had also reached the 4th stage of martial saint.
This time, it's all thanks to you.
Xiao Dangyun came to Zhang Feng's side, his eyes filled with gratitude.
If it weren't for you, we drunks wouldn't have been able to
withstand the combined forces of the myriad races. Julie also walked in front of Zhang Fong, expressing her gratitude. Your battle truly saved our lives.
We are immensely grateful.
Seeing everyone thanking Zhang Fong, Xiao Shuihan hesitated for a moment and also walked in front of Zhang Fong, cupping her hands and saying,
Good brother, today's kindness cannot be repaid. We can only become sworn brothers.
Zhang Fong directly interrupted, thinking, why are you still thinking
about becoming sworn brothers?
And the way you said that, coming from you, sounds really strange. Seeing Zhang Fong interrupt, Xiao Shuihan felt as if struck by
lightning. Zhang Fong rejected her. Didn't he want to become sworn brothers with her?
Then, this. Xiao Shuihan felt as if she had lost her soul, even her twin
tails looked listless, no longer swaying.
Looking at Xiao Shuihan's soulless expression, Zhang Fong was a bit confused. What's up with Xiao Shuihan?
Did I just refuse to become sworn brothers?
Why is she so downcast? It was hard to guess, even for a girl like Xiao Shuihan. Her thoughts were difficult to decipher. At that moment, Xiao Dangyun scratched his head. Although it's strange to bring this up now, but this time, it's a great victory, having defeated 3
alien martial saints. Why don't we celebrate with some drinks? Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Julie glared at Xiao Dangyun, still thinking about drinking? Why don't you just go die?
Xiao Shuihan remained soulless, standing still without moving.
Zhang Fong, what do you say? Xiao Dangyun ignored Julie's reaction and looked intently at Zhang Fong.
You contributed the most, I'll follow your lead.
Do you want to drink and celebrate?
Zhang Fong looked at Xiao Dangyun with vacant eyes.
Before we drink, I have a suggestion. Why don't you go check your storage for alcohol? Is there still any left? Don't let this intense battle smash all your liquor. All the liquor smashed, wrong. All the liquor stolen, right. Oh right.
Xiao Dangyun suddenly slapped his leg. I need to go check. We did fight on the island. This time, don't let my wine cellar collapse. After saying that, Xiao Dangyun went straight to his wine cellar.
Julie sighed helplessly and then looked at Zhang
Fong. The battle has just ended, and I still need to return to the base to assess the post-battle damage, so I'll take my leave first.
Zhang Fong indicated
that it was fine, and only then did Julie withdraw to the base, mainly because Zhang Fong had made significant contributions in this battle.
Everyone was subtly starting to center around Zhang Fong.
You really are a good person. Xiao Shuihan came back to her senses, gazing at Zhang Fong with misty eyes.
This way, when
my brother sees the missing wine, he'll think it was broken during the fight and won't suspect that I stole it.
You're so kind, but why don't you want to become sworn brothers with me? Zhang Fong. No, sister, why are you so fixated on this brotherhood thing?
Sister, brotherhood is something 2 guys do.
You're a girl. What's there to swear about? Xiao Shuihan was momentarily stunned. So it turns out that brotherhood must involve 2 boys? Even if I call you brother, isn't that okay? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Shuihan said, then, if we don't swear brotherhood, what other ways can ordinary men and women deepen their feelings? Xiao
Shuihan really wanted to get closer to Zhang Fong, not just be friends.
Zhang Fong thought for a while and said, what other ways are there to deepen feelings? Be siblings? Or be older and younger siblings?
It feels similar to brotherhood, but also different.
Xiao Shuihan looked at Zhang Fong with sparkling eyes. So, do you want to be the younger brother? Zhang Fong? Why would I want to be the younger brother? Don't mess around. Xiao Shuihan understood. If Zhang Fong didn't want to be the younger brother, then he must want to be the older brother? Xiao Shuihan, do you have a younger sister? Zhang Fong smiled. You know, I actually do have a younger sister.
Xiao Shuihan fell silent. If she wanted to be siblings with Zhang Fong, then he had 2 younger sisters and she wouldn't be the
only one.
Thinking of this, Xiao Shuihan felt a bit uncomfortable, so she shook her head. I don't want to be the younger sister either. Thus, Xiao Shuihan was once again troubled. Without brotherhood, without being siblings, what other ways could there be to get closer? However, this time, she didn't ask Zhang Fong but planned to ask her older brother later.
Zhang Fong, you must be quite tired after this battle. Why not go back to the base and rest for a while? Hearing Xiao Shuihan's
words, Zhang Fong grinned. Sure, you should head back and rest too.
I feel like you're acting a bit strange today, a little shy.
After saying that, Zhang Fong patted Xiao Shuihan on the shoulder and then slipped away. Xiao Shuihan stood in place, holding her ponytail, pausing for a moment before turning towards the wine
cellar.
Soon, she arrived at the wine cellar, only to see Xiao Dangyun outside wailing, my fine wine, it's really missing several jars, boo-hoo.
Xiao Shuihan silently walked up to Xiao Dangyun and asked, brother, what do you think are the ways for men and women to deepen their feelings and even stay together? Besides brotherhood? Xiao Dangyun?
He looked at Xiao Shuihan in confusion, wondering how she ended up here, but still helped her with her question, stay
together? Do I even need to ask? Of course, it's marriage. You train and fight every day, so you probably don't have the concept of marriage, right? Marriage is when 2 people
Before he could finish, Xiao Shuihan confidently said, I know what marriage is, it's like you and Julie, I've seen you two get married. Then, Xiao Shuihan fell into deep thought. Marriage is like Julie beating up her brother every day, which doesn't feel good. Can this really deepen feelings? If it were her and Jang Fong, she definitely wouldn't beat him up. At most, she would take him to see flowers every day. So, she and Jang Fong weren't suited for marriage. Marriage isn't good, it's too violent, Xiao Shuihan expressed her opinion.
Is there a non-violent way to interact? Xiao Dangyun? What is this girl even thinking?
Xiao Dangyun was momentarily speechless, and suddenly he realized something. Wait, how do you know my location while I'm here in the wine cellar?
Do you know where the wine is hidden?
After saying this, Xiao Dangyun stared intently at Xiao Shuihan.
Ah, I'm so sleepy. Xiao Shuihan yawned. Bro, I'm tired. I didn't understand anything you just said, I'm outta here.
With that, Xiao Shuihan turned and walked towards the base.
Wait, don't go. Xiao Dangyun tried to catch
up, but he found that Xiao Shuihan was walking faster and faster, and he couldn't keep up.
Are you running away? Did you steal my wine?
The news of the battle at the frontline base quickly reached the human race's rear, and everyone learned that the demon race, the mysterious race, and the barbarian spirit race had united to attack the frontline base. With everyone at the frontline base strong, Jang Fong single-handedly killed 3 leaders, turning the tide of the battle and forcing the coalition of the 3 races to flee in all directions. This is Jang Fong, the one who can annihilate the barbarian spirit
race. Shinya was extremely excited. Jang Fong had only been in the Great Wave Realm for a few days.
First, he killed Darcy, then defeated the coalition of the
3 races. Incredible. Strong. So fierce. Damn it, with Jang Fong here, why not just launch a full-scale charge?
Everyone charged together with Jang Fong and
wipe out the barbarian spirit race.
After saying this, Shinya cleared his throat, saying that, but the foundation of the Great Wave Realm was still very deep. For example, the barbarian spirit race living on the islands, they had only heard of them but had never seen them.
Yes, never seen. The human race learned this
information by interrogating the barbarian spirit race from the depths of the sea. According to their statements, the Great Wave Realm is a huge circular world, and the place where the human race is located can only be considered the outermost area. At the very center of the Great Wave Realm, there is a core island where
much stronger barbarian spirits live, far more powerful than those in the sea. To this, Shinya was half believing and half skeptical. The reason for believing was that the Great Wave Realm was indeed vast, and the area explored by the human race was very limited.
As for the skepticism, if it really was as those guys said, then the strength of the barbarian spirit race was too formidable. The human race had been fighting in the Great Wave Realm for so many years, thinking they had established a foothold, but in reality, they were just wandering on the outskirts. I think the barbarian spirit race should be relatively strong, but not that
strong.
There should be a martial emperor level expert within their race. Shinya expressed his speculation, which was also the common judgment of most high-ranking
members of the human race.
There should be a martial emperor level expert among the barbarian spirit race. After all, they were the natives living in the Great Wave Realm, and it was normal for them to give birth to a martial emperor. Unfortunately, we outsiders can only reach the martial saint level at best. It's too
difficult to reach the martial emperor.
Shinya looked at his own hands. After so many years of body refinement, he was still stuck at the martial saint level, which was really tough. By the way, Jang Fong has made great contributions this time. I'll ask him if he's interested in being the frontline commander.
Shinya decided to head to the frontline to visit Jang Fong.
In a certain deep sea, a powerful figure from the barbarian spirit race received news from the frontline about their defeat. The silver-haired Jang Fong. Humhu, come here and relay the message back to the emperor, and also pass it on to the myriad races. Remember, as before, to conceal part of the information from the myriad races.
Silver-haired Jang Fong, relying on the throne stick,
was able to instantly kill a martial saint of the 5th rank. This strength definitely surpasses that of an ordinary martial saint of the 9th rank.
Has he reached the 1st rank of martial emperor? Has the human race given birth to the first martial artist whose physical body has reached the martial emperor level? If that's the case, I can't wait any longer. A new prey, hehe.
After saying this, a human warrior appeared before the powerful figure of the Manling tribe. He knelt on one knee, looking at the Manling powerhouse in front of him. Humhu obeys the master's command. A few days later, at the frontline base, Jang Fong had
already become the overall commander.
Although Jang Fong did not want to be this commander, everyone supported him in taking on the role, including Shinya, who
had specially come to the frontline hoping Jang Fong would be the commander.
I really don't want to be the commander. I know nothing about commanding. I just want to fight. Jang Fong repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction. You all have really made it hard for me. I'm just a warrior.
You can let me charge into battle, but how can I be the commander?
Shinya said,
Jang Fong, the front line is not like the rear. The weather is getting a bit cold. I'll get you an extra piece of clothing. This was the entire process of Jang Fong becoming the commander.
So, the Lord of the Eastern Domain is not up to it either. Jang Fong stood by.
the shore, watching the constantly surging sea. Shinya told me that the materials for the 9 turns per found art are still missing one of the rarest ones. And now the Lord of the Eastern Domain is personally searching for materials for me. I had always thought that the Lord of the Eastern Domain was very wealthy, and could easily produce many materials for the 9 turns per found art. I didn't expect he couldn't gather them either. However, over the past few days, I can vaguely feel that my cultivation is getting closer to the first level of Martial Emperor. Jang Fong clenched his fist. It's probably because Karoti and the others have been diligently cultivating, which has spurred my own cultivation. Not bad. If they can boost my cultivation, they must also be close to the first level of Martial Saint. Jang Fong took a deep breath. The different flow of time in this world is really useful. The Scions under my command are cultivating hard, allowing me to break through at light speed. It's quite exhilarating. I've also increased my source power quite a bit, but it's still not enough. I might as well go for something big. Jang Fong suddenly looked towards the depths of the sea. Looking at the history of humanity, apart from a few rare warriors, basically, no one has ventured deep into the Great Wave Realm. Even the islands where the Manling tribe lives have never been seen. Why not? I go explore and see what lies in the depths of this ocean. With this thought, Jang Fong planned to set off directly, but suddenly remembered he was the commander. If he just disappeared like that, the entire base would be thrown into chaos. Sigh, I really don't want to be the commander, it's such a hassle. Jang Fong flashed back into the base, directly gathering everyone and announcing his thoughts. The Manling tribe often attacks our human base, so now, it's our turn to attack the Manling tribe. You all guard the base well, I will charge into the deep sea area alone. Upon hearing Zhang Fang's thoughts, everyone admired him greatly. Look, this is the worth of the Sky Rift Martial Saint. After all, this Great Wave Realm is still the territory of the Manling tribe, and humanity is basically in a passive defense state. Before this, no one had ever thought that one day they would dare to counterattack the Manling tribe. Only the Sky Rift Martial Saint, this guy, had just arrived a few days ago and was already preparing to counterattack the Manling tribe. If it were anyone else saying this, I would think they were overestimating themselves. A fool, but if it's the Sky Rift Martial Saint, I believe he can do it. Yes, the Sky Rift Martial Saint is here to create miracles. Support the Sky Rift Martial Saint, it's time for humanity to counterattack. Go for it, go for it, go for it. The warriors in the base were cheering wildly, looking forward to Zhang Fang's actions. Meanwhile, Xiao Dangyun looked at Zhang Fong with some concern. Commander, are you really okay going deep into the sea alone? Do you not need any help? The deep sea area is very dangerous. Historically, some warriors have entered the deep sea region, but out of 10, only 1 or 2 might return alive. You, Zhang Fong waved his hand. No need to talk about history. Do you think any of those warriors can compare to me? Don't worry, I will go to the deep sea area alone, and nothing will happen. Xiao Dangyun thought for a moment and agreed. The strength of the commander was overwhelmingly powerful. Which of those past warriors could match the commander? I understand, commander. We will guard the frontline base well and then wait for your triumphant return. Zhang Fong responded, and then left the base alone, plunging into the sea. Not long after Zhang Fong left the base, Xiao Shuihan sneaked back in. Earlier, she had been giving daily care to Hua. Why did you just show up? Xiao Dangyun immediately called out to her upon seeing Xiao Shuihan. The commander just issued an order. Where did you run off to? Xiao Shuihan was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, did I really get caught just for sneaking out for a few minutes? However, Xiao Shuihan was not flustered at all and even acted nonchalant. I went to patrol the nearby sea area and killed a few barbarian spirits. What's wrong with that? Not convinced? Xiao Dangyun helplessly rubbed her forehead with one hand. How could I not be convinced? You girl, why are you always so brash with your words? Forget it. Let me remind you, try to go out less from now on. We need to hold the base and wait for the commander to return. Xiao Shuihan? Where did the commander go? Xiao Dangyun briefly explained. Xiao Shuihan gasped, thinking to herself that Zhang Fong dared to launch a counterattack against the entire barbarian spirit race alone. That was truly brave. Should I go help? Xiao Shuihan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It was better to stay put. If she encountered a particularly strong enemy, she might end up dragging Zhang Fong down. I'll just stay here and guard the base. Zhang Fong plunged into the sea, continuously moving forward, and the surrounding barbarian spirits gradually increased. As expected, this is the deep part of the sea. It's full of enemies. Zhang Fong was invigorated and directly flipped his hand to take out the red staff. Come on, transform into my source of power. Whoosh! Zhang Fong sprang into action, and the nearby barbarian spirits noticed him. It's a human. My god, how did a human appear here? Impossible. How could a human appear in our barbarian spirit stronghold? This must be a reckless fool, charging into our barbarian spirit stronghold alone. But he's quite strong, we should retreat. Yeah, he can knock one out with a single strike, he's so powerful. Wait, a staff user, could it be the renowned Skybreaker Martial Saint from the human side? It seems to be him. Who else would dare to charge in here alone? These barbarian spirits, knowing they were no match, thought of fleeing, but they couldn't escape.
Zhang Feng's assault. Too fast. His movement speed and attack speed are just too fast. These ordinary barbarian spirit creatures were like wild grass being ruthlessly harvested by Jang Fong. There were only a few dozen barbarian spirits in the vicinity, and Jang Fong quickly slaughtered them all.
Continue forward. The deeper we go, the more barbarian spirits there will be.
Jang Fong sheathed his weapon and pressed on.
As Jang Fong delved deeper, the surrounding waves became
increasingly turbulent. Over at the human base, it was mostly calm, never having experienced such a situation.
The deeper I go, the more turbulent the waves will be.
Jang Fong closed his eyes and sensed the aura around him. He could clearly sense that the barbarian spirit tribe he encountered here was overall stronger than the one he had faced before. The deeper I go, the more powerful the beings become.
Good, let me see just how strong the strongest one is. Jang Fong explored earnestly and soon locked onto the strongest aura nearby.
That's him, let's engage and see his strength. With a burst of speed, Jang Fong swam towards the
location of the opponent.
Half a day later, Jang Fong had already killed countless barbarian spirit tribe warriors.
Although I've been slaughtering all the way, my speed hasn't slowed down at all.
Jang Fong looked at the sea before him. But even so, with my martial saint level speed, after swimming for half a day, I still haven't seen the end of the Great Wave Realm.
This Great Wave Realm is a bit too vast.
The place where Jang Fong was now had
far exceeded the range of the Great Wave Realm estimated by the human race.
For example, the human race estimated the Great Wave Realm to be about the size of a school, but at this moment, Jang Fong had not only burst out of one school but had also run out of the range of several schools.
The Great Wave Realm may far exceed the imagination of the human race,
Jang Fong thought to himself, and suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared directly ahead.
A powerful suction force continuously pulled at Jang Fong. A whirlpool? Where did it come from?
Jang Fong activated his own power and stood firmly in the water.
This suction is strong, but it can't do anything to me?
Jang Fong squinted his eyes, sensing that behind the whirlpool there seemed to be several auras.
These auras are quite different from the barbarian spirit tribe. They aren't from the barbarian spirit tribe? It seems the whirlpool was triggered by them trying to lure me over. After pondering for a moment, Jang Fong decided to go take a look. Those skilled in the arts are bold, there's nothing to fear. With that thought, Jang Fong gave up resisting, yielding to the suction, and in a whoosh, he was sucked into the whirlpool. Following the whirlpool, Jang Fong kept descending, and by the time he emerged from the whirlpool, he was already deep at the bottom of the sea. I am a martial saint level body, I can hold my breath for an hour. Jang Fong estimated the time in
his mind, then closed his eyes to sense the auras. So, the one causing the whirlpool at the bottom of the sea is located.
Because he was deep underwater, the
surroundings were dark and dim, and Zhang Feng's vision was hindered, making it hard to see clearly. However, relying on his aura perception, he could still grasp
the general situation.
As I got closer, the aura perception became clearer. There are a total of 6 auras at the bottom of the sea, one of which belongs to the
barbarian spirit tribe?
The other 5 have very strange auras, unlike anything I've felt before, somewhat similar to humans.
Oh, they're approaching me?
Their speed is incredible. Just from this speed, at least they are at the 9th level of Martial Saint. Jang Fong instantly entered a combat state, and at the same time, a voice echoed in his ears.
Human race's void-splitting Martial Saint, you are truly arrogant.
We of the barbarian spirit tribe have not gone to kill you.
Yet you dare to enter the deep sea area to attack us? You seek death.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures rushed in front of Jang Fong, staring directly at him,
their eyes emitting a faint green light, each one a human.
Although Jang Fong couldn't see clearly when the 5 figures rushed in front of him, the system
panel still displayed their information. Name, Wang Honghu. Status,
body strength, 9th level Martial Saint. Remarks, 200,000 years ago, a peerless genius of the human race, who became a first-level martial emperor at the fastest speed, was the most talented martial emperor of that time. He was hailed as the future of the human race. He then entered the Great Wave Realm, venturing deep alone, and has since disappeared from the world.
Name, Dai Shang. Status,
physical strength, Martial Emperor level 1. Note, a human martial artist from 3 million years ago who once held the position of the Lord of the Great Mo Mansion. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, his foundation was extremely solid, and he possessed the strength to fight above his level. He shone brightly on the battlefield of the myriad races, then entered the Great Wave Realm, delving deep into it with his teammates, after which he disappeared without a trace. The remaining few martial artists, according to their data, are basically all top-tier human martial artists.
Each one represents an era. Are they really humans? But why do their auras feel so strange?
Jang Fong suddenly erupted, silver light radiating from his body.
Free extreme intent technique activate. In an instant, silver light surged forth, illuminating the surrounding environment.
He saw Wang Honghu and the other 4 martial artists, their eyes glowing green, all staring intently at Jang Fong. However, their appearances had changed to some extent, making them look less like humans.
It seemed they had been modified. Modified humans? No wonder their auras are so peculiar. Wait, this is. Jang Fong looked at the green light in their eyes and sensed a powerful mental force. Are they mentally enslaved? That's impossible. Within the Great Wave realm, even mental powers cannot be used. Humans had tested that mental secret techniques were utterly useless in the Great Wave realm. But why were they all under mental control? Sky Rift Martial Saint, you are truly adorably arrogant. At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind the five, exactly the one Jang Fong had sensed earlier, emanating the aura of the barbarian spirit clan. Just like them back then, each one arrogantly entering my Great Wave realm, only to be enslaved by me and become my subordinates. Ha ha ha. I must say, their qualifications are indeed impressive. After so many years of enslavement, one of them has actually reached the martial emperor level. Truly remarkable. I hope you won't disappoint me. I hope that after I enslave you, you can also reach the martial emperor level. Jang Fong narrowed his eyes, having also seen the opponent's data role of the barbarian spirit clan, a physical martial emperor, and at the third level of martial emperor. Current human data shows that there are no martial emperor level experts in the Great Wave realm, but this role and his subordinates have two at the martial emperor level. The human exploration of the Great Wave realm is indeed insufficient. Jang Fong pondered for a moment, planning to extract some intelligence. Your strength is impressive. Jang Fong took a step back, feigning a look of fear. Why? With such strong power, why not charge out directly and annihilate the human stronghold? Roll laughed heartily. Sky Rift Martial Saint, you're not bad. You can actually sense my strength. Considering you're about to die, I'll explain it to you. Not exterminating your human race is naturally to enslave the geniuses of your clan. Roll's face was filled with excitement as he pointed at the five martial artists in front of him. Each of them is a genius of your human race, and they ended up in my hands, becoming my subordinates. Isn't that delightful? By doing nothing, the power under my command continues to grow. It's simply a blessing from heaven. Ha ha ha. Jang Fong, so every martial artist who enters the Great Wave realm has been enslaved by you? Jang Fong suddenly realized why the human records indicated that 9 out of 10 martial artists entering the deep sea would perish. But according to human records, quite a few martial artists had escaped from the deep sea area. Jang Fong quickly understood that these returning martial artists were likely those without much potential, a deliberate ploy by Roll to make the human race think the barbarian spirit clan was weak, leading to more geniuses entering the deep sea to deliver themselves. So, the barbarian spirit clan's battle plan is all you're doing? Pretending to be weak, allowing the human race to underestimate you, and then seizing the opportunity to collect geniuses? Roll clapped his hands. Smart, kid. I just casually mentioned it, and you figured it out right away. That's right, under the Emperor's orders, I am responsible for dealing with your human race. This entire plan was set by me. Under my schemes, your human race has yet to realize that our barbarian spirit clan is far stronger than you think. Our barbarian spirit clan already has the power to annihilate you in the Great Wave realm. However, it would be pointless to simply crush you. Of course, I must seize the opportunity to strengthen myself, continuously enslaving geniuses while sending the useless members of my clan to battle you. I don't care at all about those useless ones you killed. I've long found them displeasing. The geniuses I enslave are all genuine powerhouses. Do you understand? After all these years, I've gained so much. Of course, the most troublesome part is still with the myriad clans. It's somewhat difficult to keep them in the dark because they know very well that the barbarian spirit clan is powerful. However, the Great Wave realm is ultimately the territory of my barbarian spirit clan. As the overall commander, as long as I employ a little strategy, I'll make the myriad clans believe that there is severe infighting in the Great Wave realm, that they cannot spare any strength to combat the human race. Naturally, they won't say anything, and instead, they will send their strong ones to support us. Everything is within my plans. Jang Fong appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was somewhat horrified. The intelligence of the human race was simply too absurd. This role was a third-tier martial emperor, but according to what he said, there was still an emperor above him. What kind of strength is that? At least a 6th-tier martial emperor, or even possibly a 9th tier? The strongest combat power of the human race in the Great Wave realm is merely a 9th-tier martial saint, and there isn't even a 1st-tier martial emperor. They truly cannot compete with the barbarian spirit clan. We knew you would be strong. The human race also speculated that you would have a martial emperor level powerhouse, but we didn't expect it to be this strong. I have another question. Why? Can you use mental power to enslave others in the Great Wave realm? We humans have conducted experiments, and it is clear that mental power cannot be utilized. Here. Roll snorted. How long have you humans lived in the Great Wave realm? Our barbarian spirit clan has lived here for several trillion years. You cannot use mental power, but we naturally have special methods to utilize it. Your understanding of the Great Wave realm is still too superficial. Jang Fong suddenly realized that he had extracted most of the information he wanted. Then come on, let me see your strength. Jang Fong took out his weapon and directly entered a combat stance. Roll let out a strange laugh. You really are interesting. After realizing the gap, instead of thinking of escaping, you want to counterattack? How amusing. Then you 5, go. With a wave of Roll's hand, 5 prodigies from different eras of the human race charged at Jang Fong. Let me see how you resist. Those 5. And by the way, let me tell you something, over the years, I have enslaved as many as 27 prodigies. Even if you defeat those 5, I can immediately call in another 22. From the very beginning, you had no chance of winning. Roll laughed heartily, wanting to create a sense of despair, making Jang Fong give up resistance, which would make it easier to enslave him later. Even your silver-haired form, I already knew about it. In this state, you can reach the Martial Emperor realm, right? That's why I specifically let a Martial Emperor level Diting appear, just to kill you. In short, everything about you is within my calculations. You cannot win. Boom! The 5 prodigies struck simultaneously, throwing punches at Jang Fong. The power of these punches was immense, creating several water columns that struck towards Jang Fong from midair. Then I'll show you that I can win. Jang Fong unleashed all his strength, using the enhancement of the free and unfettered ultimate, and with a quick movement, he dodged these attacks. Bang! The water column struck the ground where Jang Fong had been standing, creating a terrifying dent. Where is he? The 5 prodigies noticed Jang Fong had vanished and looked around. At that moment, Jang Fong had already arrived behind Roll. Take this. A staff swung towards Roll. Roll was also scanning the area, thinking, is Jang Fong really that fast? He disappeared in an instant? Where did he go? Bang! The blow landed squarely on Roll's back, sending him flying. When did he get behind me? Can he be faster than me? Stronger than me? Roll furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Jang Fong was so powerful. I thought the first martial emperor from the human race would only be at the first level, but Jiang Feng's strength seems to be above the 5th level of martial emperor. How is this possible? He has been so low-key and suddenly appears with such power? Forget it, this isn't the time to think about that. The other 22 prodigies, hurry and support me. Roll commanded the other 20 prodigies through his mental power. He then extended his arm. I really underestimated you. I admit you're strong, but our methods are worlds apart. I will use mental attacks. Can you handle it? As soon as he finished speaking, invisible waves erupted from Roll's hand, rushing towards Jang Fong. In an instant, Jang Fong felt a sharp pain surge from deep within his soul, and his body became sluggish. Damn, mental attack. Jang Fong gritted his teeth. In the Great Wave realm, using such long-range attacks was truly against the heavens. He had no power to fight back. If he were outside, with his abilities, he could have been immune. I must act quickly and finish him off. Jang Fong accelerated and charged at Roll. Surround him. Roll maintained his mental assault while issuing orders. Don't let him get close to me. The 5 prodigies attacked together, once again rushing towards Jang Fong. At this moment, due to the mental impact, Jang Feng's movement speed was particularly slow. Faced with the combined assault of 5, Jang Fong could only barely dodge. Although the free and easy extreme skill was powerful, if the opponent's speed was several times faster, or if multiple people attacked together, complete evasion was impossible. Wang Honghu kicked towards Jang Fong, who dodged with the free and easy extreme skill. Good opportunity. At that moment, Dai Shang noticed a flaw in Jiang Feng's defense. This punch was one he could not evade. Dai Shang decisively threw a punch. With a bang, it struck Jiang Fong. Although Dai Shang's hit did not cause fatal damage, it forced Jiang Fong back several steps. This is getting interesting. Jiang Fong wiped the corner of his mouth and then felt a bit dazed, unable to see clearly. This mental attack is quite effective. This is a tricky battle. But that's good. Battles should be like this to be interesting. Watch closely, my full power. Jiang Fong suddenly clenched his fist and a surge of silver light erupted around him. Roll. Die. From a distance, Jiang Fong punched towards Roll, and the water formed a shockwave, rushing at Roll. Roll did not dare to be careless and quickly sidestepped. He could feel the terrifying power contained in that punch. No. This punch is too fast. I must use all my strength to evade. Roll gritted his teeth, temporarily abandoning the mental attack. He concentrated all his power and dodged the punch, then planned to continue using mental impact. But, at that moment, Jiang Fong had already killed a prodigy. The assault of the 5 was instantly shattered. How could it be so fast? I just momentarily lost control of him with my mental power, and he was able to kill a prodigy. Roll immediately used his mental power, intending to further slow Jiang Feng's speed. Not enough, the river wind rushed directly towards Roll. Even though he was currently affected by mental power, his speed was greatly reduced, but the 4-person siege could no longer do anything to Jiang Fong. No matter how much they punched and kicked, they couldn't touch him at all. What kind of freak is this? Looking at Jiang Fong, who was getting closer, Roll felt an inexplicable fear. This is too troublesome, right? Ha! Wait! They're all here. At this moment, from afar, 22 figures broke through the air. They were the other prodigies enslaved by Roll.
The weakest among them was at the 9th level of Martial Saint, and their speed was extremely fast.
In an instant, they blocked Jang Feng's path. Ha ha ha, Jang Fong, let's see how you deal with this.
Roll laughed loudly, creating distance between himself and Jang Fong again, then urged his mental power.
I've got it. As long as I make you suffocate, you're done for. No matter how strong you are, you're just a land creature that needs to breathe. As Roll activated his
mental attack, at that moment, Jang Fong felt as if he were a drowning human, desperately craving air, wanting to open his mouth to breathe.
This mental attack is really annoying. Jang Fong frowned slightly.
He knew very well that he didn't need oxygen that badly right now, but his body was telling him that he had to breathe. If I don't deal with these 26 prodigies, I won't be able to get close to Roll and interrupt his spellcasting.
Ugh. Looking at the 26 human
prodigies in front of him, each one exuding a powerful sense of oppression.
Then, let's show a little of my trump card.
Jang Fong clasped his hands together and placed them in front of him.
Open.
Suddenly, Jang Fong pushed his hands apart, placing them on either side, and an invisible wave emanated from his palms.
Boom.
In an instant, the sea water moved continuously to the left and right, with Jang Fong as the dividing line.
From above the water, it looked as if this area had been directly split in half by Jang Fong.
At this moment, Jang Fong stood on the seabed, with no water flow around him, as if he were standing on land, and he took a deep breath. In that case, the impact of the mental shock is basically gone.
At the same time, my movements can be much faster now. Moving
underwater would ultimately be affected by the water flow, making it impossible to move at full speed.
What?
Roll was completely stunned.
What did Jang Fong do? Did he single-handedly split the sea in half? But how is that possible? Where did he get such immense power? No matter how strong one is, it shouldn't be able to produce such an effect. Only energy could achieve this. The problem is, the Great Wave Realm has no energy. Roll couldn't understand. This was completely beyond his comprehension. This battle is about to come to an end.
Jang Fong suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Roll. At this moment, without the influence of the seawater, Jang Feng's speed was completely unleashed. Even though Roll had a mental shock, it couldn't affect Jang Fong at all.
Die! Jang Feng's fist directly pierced through Roll's body.
Put! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Roll gritted his teeth, intending to retaliate with a punch.
Even if I die, I want to hit you once.
A punch aimed at Jang Fong, but Jang Fong tilted his head and dodged it directly. At the same time, all 26 prodigies reacted and attacked Jang Fong from behind.
Get lost!
Jang Fong suddenly erupted, and the air currents surged wildly around him, sending all 26 prodigies
flying out. Roll's pupils shook. This must be energy, right? Splitting the two sea areas and then being able to knock back martial artists from a distance. What other method besides energy could achieve such a feat? Roll looked at Jang Fong. I'm already a dead man. Given this, can you tell me? How on earth did you do it?
Jang Fong sneered, then let it be a complete death. The river wind surged violently, flinging Roll away, followed by a punch from afar.
The sweeping airflow formed countless blades of wind, slicing Roll into pieces from a distance.
In his final moments, Roll did two things. The first was to command his mental servants
to commit suicide.
Although these human prodigies he had enslaved had been partially transformed, becoming loyal hounds of the barbarian spirit clan, even in death, they could not betray the clan. However, this involved a crucial modification technique that allowed humans to breathe freely underwater. To ensure this technology did not leak, Roll decisively killed them. At the same time, the second thought was to have another batch of his barbarian spirit clan's mental servants notify the emperor. He had been defeated. Jang Fong was incredibly strong, terrifyingly so. Moreover, Jang Fong had means of long-range attack. In his last moments, Roll wanted to extract some information about how he could use long-range attacks but ultimately failed, gaining no information at all. As Roll perished, the prodigies in the distance who were preparing to attack Jang Fong instantly exploded, turning into a mist of blood, leaving no corpses behind. So thoroughly dead? Jang Fong frowned slightly. This group of prodigies could clearly breathe underwater. He had intended to capture a few to study, perhaps allowing human warriors to breathe freely underwater as well. He never expected Roll to guess his intentions and leave no bodies behind. Forget it, I've gained enough from this battle. Jang Fong sensed that killing Roll, a martial emperor, had significantly increased his source power.
Using this destructive power is still quite satisfying.
Destruction, although unable to fully manifest here and unable to destroy anything, could still send things flying. Jang Fong utilized this, pushing it to the extreme, directly shaking the sea area apart. At the same time, sending the prodigies flying was based on the same principle.
Jang Fong could not use energy.
From start to finish, this was an alternative use of destructive energy.
Collect. As Jang Fong withdrew, the surrounding seawater began to surge again, returning to normal, engulfing Jang Fong.
Whoosh! Jang Fong burst out from the depths, floating on the sea surface, feeling his source power.
He had already slain many
powerful members of the barbarian spirit clan in the nearby sea area, and now he had also killed the third-tier martial emperor Roll.
At this moment he felt that the source power within him had reached a certain limit. I can't increase it anymore, even if I continue to kill, my source power won't grow, it has reached its peak. I need to temporarily leave the Great Wave Realm and see what's going on with this source power outside to see if it can directly help me unlock the Dragon God form. Within the Great Wave Realm, Jang Fong could not mobilize the source power within him, so he had to leave first. By the way, I should inform the human race of the intelligence I've obtained. Jang Fong turned and returned to the human race's base. In the core area of the Great Wave Realm, there was a massive island which, from a certain perspective, could be considered a continent rather than an island. This continent was also referred to as the Central Continent by the Barbarian Spirit Clan. Many members of the Barbarian Spirit Clan lived here, and in a corner of the continent there was a strangely shaped giant seashell, nearly as large as a palace. This seashell had layer upon layer, each housing numerous members of the Barbarian Spirit Clan, and at the highest level of the seashell, a powerful barbarian spirit was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a servant under Roll arrived at this level, kneeling on one knee and saying, "I pay my respects to Emperor Wu. I am Roll's servant. He has perished, and according to his last request, I must convey important intelligence to you." Jiang Fang's strength is extraordinary. In his silver-haired state, he surpasses the 5th level of the Martial Emperor and possesses long-range attack capabilities. As for how he achieved this, Luo Air is also unclear. He couldn't extract that information. The King of the Witches slowly opened his eyes. "Are you saying that Luo Air is dead?" The servant replied, "Yes, the opponent is very strong. My master is no match for him." The King of the Witches stood up, his eyes narrowing. "It seems that a remarkable figure has emerged from the human race. You, go convey my orders. Within 5 days, all the Martial Emperor level experts under my command must gather. I will personally take action to annihilate the human race's garrison. This farce should come to an end." The King of the Witches was always very clear about Luo Air's special strategy against the human race, feigning weakness to take the opportunity to enslave the human race's talents. Regarding this strategy, the King of the Witches couldn't be bothered to comment. After all, Luo Air was the overall commander against the human race. Although he was a king, he respected the strategy of the commander. But now, with Luo Air dead, that strategy no longer mattered. It's time to avenge my commander. The killing intent in the King of the Witches' eyes was already overflowing. Luo Air was a talent he valued highly. 5 days. Jang Fong returned to the human race's frontline base and greeted Xiao Dangyun and the others. "I need to leave the Great Wave Realm for a while. I'll leave the title of frontline commander to you. Also, there's something very important I need to tell you." This time, I delved deep into the Great Wave Realm and obtained crucial intelligence. All along, the Barbarian Spirit Clan has not shown its true strength. Jang Fong recounted Luo Air's actions in detail. This immediately shocked Xiao Dangyun. "There's actually such a thing? The Barbarian Spirit Clan has so many Martial Emperor level experts. My goodness, Jang Fong, this intelligence is incredibly important. I'll issue an order for everyone to withdraw from the front line. After all, the Barbarian Spirit Clan is so strong. If they launch a massive attack, our warriors on the front line will be doomed. I need to return to the rear immediately to discuss future decisions with Qinya." Jang Fong nodded, said nothing, and prepared to leave the Great Wave Realm. Then, he saw Qiu Shuihan, who was deeply affected, as if she had lost her soul. Could it be? Even if the Barbarian Spirit Clan is strong, far exceeding the human race's expectations, you shouldn't have that expression, right? Why do you look like you're about to die? Jang Fong asked quietly. Xiao Shuihan replied softly, "The Barbarian Spirit Clan is so strong that we might have to withdraw from the Great Wave Realm, but the flowers I've been nurturing are all gone. So many flowers, I can't transplant them." Jang Fong suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Shuihan had such an expression. It was indeed unbearable to lose so many cherished flowers, which were probably the culmination of her life's work. "Forget it, I'll help you." Jang Fong looked at Xiao Shuihan. "My storage space is a bit special. It can directly store flowers and transfer them perfectly. When you need them, I'll give them back to you." Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Xiao Shuihan looked at him with shining eyes. "Good brother, you're a bit handsome now. I'm increasingly tempted to swear brotherhood with you." Jiang Feng? "Alright, I'm leaving the Great Wave Realm. I'll collect your flowers along the way, and then, these flowers will be temporarily stored with me. Once you find a place to keep them, I'll help you place them there." Xiao Shuihan nodded repeatedly, having no objections. "What are you two talking about?" Xiao Dangyun approached with a curious expression. Xiao Shuihan turned to look into the distance. "Nothing, big brother, let's hurry up and pack our things to withdraw from the front line." Xiao Dangyun scratched his head. "Okay." Thus, the warriors at the frontline base were packing up, preparing to withdraw from the front lines. Jang Fong, having left the base, took the opportunity to collect all the flowers nurtured by Qiushuihen using the system space and then headed towards Guanjinku. At Guanjinku, Jang Fong encountered Qinya and relayed the situation once again. Qinya was also taken aback and ordered all human warriors to immediately retreat to the rear.
They were to be ready to evacuate the Great Wave Realm at any moment.
Jang Fong left the Great Wave Realm alone, and at that
moment, the surging energy within him completely erupted. Jang Fong could feel that he was truly just one step away from the first level of the Martial Emperor. At the same time, the Dragon Clan's essence within him was also brimming. After this source of power is fully gathered, it seems I still need to refine
it myself. I can't just unlock it directly?
Jang Fong sensed it and found that it indeed needed some refinement.
Then I'll find a place to enter seclusion and refine it. I should be able to refine it all within a few days.
Jang Fong used instant teleportation to find a secluded spot and began his seclusion.
Here we go.
Jang Fong mobilized the Dragon Clan's essence within him and started the refinement process.
A day later, on the ancient underworld star, Karoti and Beiju Tower, among others, emerged from their seclusion. The Scions on the ancient underworld star, including Beiju Tower, had all come out. The reason was simple. In a world with a different flow of time, they had cultivated for several years while also benefiting from the special bonuses provided by their clan tasks. The Scions' cultivation speed had increased, along with various auxiliary tools, allowing each of them to reach the Martial Saint Realm in a stable manner. In the stable Martial Saint Realm, we should reclaim everything that belongs to us. Beiju Tower clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. The planetary competition of the Great Mo Mansion, the name of this strongest planet, should belong to our ancient underworld star. Karoti agreed. Yes, let's head to the Great Mo Mansion headquarters and become the first planet, today.
Thus, this group of Scions filled with powerful fighting spirit prepared to head to the Great Mo Mansion headquarters. At the same time, King Kurd, although the flow of time was different in another world, had only taken a little over 3 months there to master the golden form, and he had not gone back on his word. King Kurd, who had mastered the golden form, was also surprised to discover that our frozen demon clan had such
a form.
Subsequently, King Kurd continued to work hard in his cultivation, trying to master a higher form, and finally, when everyone emerged from seclusion,
together, he succeeded in achieving the black gold form.
Thus, he followed the Scions out, intending to take on the role of a coach to help the Scions secure the
top position in the planetary competition.
Everyone, prepare to set off, King Kurd shouted, ready to depart.
Just then, a thunderous sound echoed through
the air as a massive octopus spaceship broke through the atmosphere of the ancient underworld star.
It was none other than Khalisa's spaceship. Is that Khalisa? King Kurd was momentarily stunned. How did his son come to the ancient underworld star? Karoti and the others also noticed Khalisa. This aura seems to be Khalisa's, but why? It feels different from the Khalisa we knew before. Beiju Tower spat. No matter what, he dares to come to the ancient underworld star. He's really asking for death. Let's go, let's take him down together. This time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. Karoti nodded and then looked at King Kurd. Beside him, Khalisa is your son, right? If we kill him, will you be sad?
King Kurd laughed indifferently. Our frozen demon clan does not speak of familial ties. If necessary, I wouldn't mind doing it myself. After saying this, King Kurd even revealed an evil smile.
Karoti scratched his head. No familial ties?
You, frozen demon clan, really are cold-hearted.
Father. At that moment, Gohan walked over and looked at Kakarot. Can I join this battle? I want to test my strength.
Gohan, who was originally just a child, had spent many years in a world where time flowed differently, and he had successfully grown up and mastered the Super
Saiyan 2 transformation. Shut up. In this battle, it's not your turn, you junior.
Broly snorted coldly. He had also grown up by this time.
I haven't had a chance to fight before, but now it's my turn. Gohan shrank back a little. This Uncle Broly was still very strong. If he fought, Gohan would just let it go. Alright, stop arguing. Let's go meet this Kulaiza. North Kuta was the first to fly out.
Let me see just how strong he really is.
Let's go. King Cold and the others followed North Kuta and flew out together. At this moment, Kulaiza's spaceship landed and he slowly walked out of the ship. Kulaiza now looked somewhat different from
usual, with a metallic sheen reflecting off his body, a result of technology.
Having inherited the technological planet of Cooler, Kulaiza had successfully completed the replication technology, creating a group of his own clones, the Metal Kulaiza. Although they are clones, my strength is almost the same as the original, or even stronger. Kulaiza looked around the ancient star. First, I'll send out a clone to test the depth of the ancient star. As long as there are no major issues, I will directly send the Metal Kulaiza army to occupy the ancient star. Kulaiza was brimming with confidence. This was the confidence that the Metal Army gave him. Strong. Then, Kulaiza witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. Kakarot and the others descended from the sky, including his own father, King Cold. Ha! What's with your appearance? Everyone was stunned upon seeing Kulaiza. Had he transformed himself into a metallic life form? Father. Kulaiza looked at King Cold and instinctively took a step back. You, how could you be with these guys? You. King Cold chuckled. Kulaiza, would you like to join Lord Jiang Feng's team? As your father, I can tell you that I have some contractual means. If you are willing to become Lord Jang Feng's servant, I will take you in.
There's an old saying among humans, those who know the times are wise. I hope you don't fail to recognize what's good for you.
Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take drastic measures. Hearing King Cold's words, Kuliza couldn't help but scoff. What a waste. I can't believe you've sided with Jang Fong. How embarrassing. Do you even deserve to be my father? Then there's no helping it. I will grant you death. After saying that, Kuliza clenched his fists and suddenly unleashed his power. Boom! He transformed directly into the black gold form. Father, you've been a waste your whole life. You probably don't even know what this form is, right? Kuliza mocked. King Cold couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it just the black gold form? Do you think you're the only one who has it? After saying that, King Cold unleashed his power. Boom! He also transformed into the black gold form. Kuliza? How could this old man also transform into black gold? King Cold sighed. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed.
Your base combat power is still only at the martial sovereign level.
With that, what makes you think you can defeat me at the martial saint level? Goodbye, worthless son. King Cold struck directly, punching through Kuliza's body. The speed was incredibly fast. Not a shred of mercy was shown. Ugh! Kuliza stared wide-eyed, looking at King Cold with hatred. But soon, Kuliza was dead, his gaze completely dimming. Oh no! Kakarot and the others slapped their thighs in frustration. King Cold, how could you do this? Did we agree to take him on together? Why did you strike first? It's rare to have an enemy, and you, of all people. Everyone was quite displeased. How could it be like this? You just attacked without a word. Even if you wanted to make a move, shouldn't we at least play rock paper scissors first? Whoever wins gets to strike. That's how it should be. Ah ha ha. King Kurd scratched his head. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Next time, I promise I'll let you all go first.
In the vast expanse of space, a considerable distance from ancient Underworld Star, there was a massive spaceship filled with metallic Khaleesas, all wearing grim expressions.
What? How can King Kurd be this strong? Damn it! With King Kurd on ancient Underworld Star, how can I seek revenge? Can any of us combined even defeat King Kurd? After all,
he's already at the martial saint
level in his normal state.
A group of metallic Khaleesas discussed among themselves and reached a conclusion. Going to ancient Underworld Star now would be seeking death. It would be better to return to the base and wait until everyone breaks through to the martial saint level before considering anything else.
If my normal state could reach the martial saint level, our Black Gold Khaleesa Legion would be invincible.
Thus, the Khaleesas, who were initially filled with fighting spirit and vowed to take revenge, decided to temporarily abandon their hatred and focus on training for a while before making any moves.
Whoosh! Just like that, the Khaleesa spaceship distanced itself from ancient Underworld Star.
Not long after the spaceship left, Bei Judah and the others also flew out in their ship, closely
following the Khaleesa's vessel. This guy, his aura is so obvious. Does he really think we can't sense it? Bei Judah snorted coldly. Although I don't know how
he managed to create so many clones. This time, we'll follow him to his lair and take him down in one fell swoop.
Karoti was warming up while reminding King Kurd, we agreed. This time you won't make a move, we'll handle it. King Kurd nodded repeatedly, definitely, definitely. After a while, they followed the Khaleesa's spaceship and landed at the Khaleesa's metal base. Here, metallic Khaleesas were continuously being produced as if on an assembly line. Wow, what an interesting place. The technology here is surprisingly advanced. Bei Judah stepped out of the spaceship and looked around. The Khaleesa naturally noticed that the martial artists from ancient Underworld Star had followed him all the way and discovered his secret base. Damn it! You actually tracked me all the way here. The Khaleesa glared at Bei Judah and the others. How insidious. You are truly insidious. Bei Judah waved his hand. Let's talk, let's go straight to battle. We came here to kill you. In an instant, Bei Judah transformed into Super Saiyan 4.
Seeing Bei Judah about to make a move, the others said nothing, as this had already been decided on.
The spaceship. Bei Judah won the rock paper scissors, so he was the first to go.
The Khaleesa watched as Bei Judah unleashed his aura, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes.
Ha! My father isn't making a move? He sent this waste to fight me? How could he possibly defeat me? The Khaleesa didn't take Bei Judah seriously
at all, thinking he could take him down with a single move.
Whatever, if I can kill one, that's one. With a command, several metallic Khaleesas charged at Bei Judah. But Bei Judah merely waved his hand, and an energy blade formed, slicing through. Boom!
This group of Khaleesas was all slaughtered.
Martial Saint. Level? Another Martial Saint? The Khaleesa was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. How is this possible? The last time we went to ancient Underworld Star, they were still so far from the Martial Saint level. What on earth is going on? Bei Judah flew into the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. You don't need to know. Superpower. Activate. Prince's battle tactics.
Bei Judah directed countless energy missiles at the metallic base of Khaleesa.
In an instant, the metallic
base, along with those metallic Khaleesa, was engulfed by the missiles.
Ah! With countless screams echoing, these Kalisa were slaughtered. Karoti closed his eyes. To sense, the aura of Kalisa has dissipated, it seems, this time they are truly dead. King Kurt stood with his hands behind his back, his face showing no emotional fluctuations, as if he were a cold-blooded killer. Now that we've dealt with the trouble of Kalisa, we should head to the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion, right? We must fight for the title of the strongest planet for Lord Jang Fong. No problem, let's go. Wait, let Beijuta finish releasing his superpower. Can't he just stop directly? He can't stop, this is his superpower. After releasing it, he must exhaust all his energy before he can stop. He has to exhaust all his energy to stop? This move is too deadly in actual combat, right? This superpower isn't very good. Exactly, that's why the prince's battle tactics are not advisable. Troublesome, I don't want to wait. At this moment, Broly stepped forward, charging directly behind Beijuta and knocked him out with a slap. Let's go. After saying that, Broly carried Beijuta and flew towards the spaceship. Karoti, your method is simple and brutal. Let's go. The group returned to the spaceship and then flew away from the planet, also destroying it to prevent any potential retaliation from Kalisa. Thus, Kalisa was completely dead. The enemy we once had to look up to has now been easily dealt with, Karoti said with a hint of nostalgia. We have truly become too strong. Now, Beijuka walked over. He was Beijuta's son, now grown up, and he said, there's still one enemy. I heard my father mention that you encountered someone who called himself the Human Emperor. He seems not to be completely dead. If we have the chance to fight again, I believe you won't lose again. Mentioning the Human Emperor ignited Karoti's fighting spirit. Yes, if we get another chance, we will definitely win. Absolutely, we won't lose again. Lord Zheng Feng's enemies will all be defeated by us. The spaceship sped through the universe, getting closer and closer to the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion. At the headquarters of the Great Mo Mansion, Jiuchen was currently facing some trouble. To be precise, it wasn't really trouble, but Jiuchen thought so anyway. He even felt that this was a great opportunity to reveal his identity and show off. The situation was that Jiuchen and Xian Air had obtained a treasure during an exploration, and this treasure had caught the attention of another group of martial artists. The leader of this group of martial artists was named Xia. Xia, along with a group of people, surrounded Jiuchen, bluntly stating that if he didn't hand over the treasure, they would kill him. In response, Xian Air panicked and said, Brother Chen, let's quickly hand over the treasure. They are coming on strong. We are just ordinary martial artists and can't compete with them. Jiuchen, of course, looked disdainful. Where did these random people come from to dare block me? Do they know who I am? Xia angrily shouted at Jiuchen, hand over the treasure. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to the capable. You two useless ones are not worthy of possessing them. Jiuchen chuckled, heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to the capable. I support this statement because I am stronger than you. 3 seconds, Xia, I only give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if you don't escape, I will make you regret it for a lifetime. Xia, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Just a martial king. When Jiuchen interacted with Xian Air, he was concealing his identity, and his outward cultivation was merely that of a martial king. Jiuchen just smiled for a moment and then said, 3 seconds have passed, don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's over. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Jiuchen, directly suppressing Xia and the others. After all, the strongest among Xia's group was only at the 3rd stage of Martial Emperor. Compared to Jiuchen, they were far behind. Hiss. Xian Air gasped in surprise, looking at Jiuchen. Brother Chen, how are you so strong? This aura, you are a powerful Martial Emperor. The corners of Jiuchen's mouth rose wildly. Yes, this is the feeling. He had been hiding his identity just for this moment to show off. Wrong. To be precise, I am an extremely powerful martial emperor. My master is even a legendary martial saint. Did you think? I told you before, did you still think I was bragging? Xian Air inhaled sharply. Hiss, Brother Chen, you're really amazing. Xia, being suppressed, was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Jiuchen to have such a significant background, but stop pretending here. Do you know who I am? Do you think you're the only one with a martial saint background? My master is the most favored disciple of the martial saint, and I am my master's most favored disciple. With one word from me, I can call my master over, and my master can call the martial saint over. What do you count for? Now, immediately, let me go, and then kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I will call my master over. Upon hearing this, Jiuchen instantly found it amusing, thinking this person really knows how to show off and even dares to compare backgrounds. It was quite funny. No matter how impressive the martial saint you call is, can he be more impressive than my brother? My brother is the sky-splitting martial saint. You want me to kneel? Jiuchen waved his hand, directly pulling Xia in front of him with energy, then slapped him down. You're shouting so happily. What will you do if I don't kneel? Call your master over? Go ahead. Then Jiuchen kicked Xia, sending him flying and rolling on the ground several times. Xian air watched. With some reluctance, Brother Chen, are we going a bit too far? If we beat him like this, he'll hold a grudge against us. What if the martial saint comes after us? Zhou Chen waved his hand. Wrong, if he were stronger than me, we would have died long ago. A guy like him, if he had the upper hand, would be much more ruthless than us. As for the martial saint, I said, it doesn't matter. Xia looked at Zhou Chen in embarrassment, gritting his teeth. Fine, you brought this on yourself. Dare to hit me like this, I'll call my master over. You stop now, don't interrupt me, I'm going to send a message. If you have the ability, don't leave. Zhou Chen stood there, looking relaxed, indicating that he was fine with whatever, he wouldn't stop him. So, Xia took out his communicator and began messaging his master, saying he was being beaten. His master was shocked. Didn't you say your master's master is a martial saint? Xia, it's better not to say. Once I said it, he hit even harder. He even said, go ahead and call, I'll beat your master too. Xia's master was alarmed and quickly contacted his own master, the martial saint Gao Han. Upon learning that his most beloved disciple's disciple was being beaten, Gao Han decided to step in and help. Just right, I didn't pass the Fire Cloud Army's assessment a few days ago and I'm quite angry about it. The anger in Gao Han's eyes was intense. Just take you guys to vent my frustration. Thus, Gao Han headed straight to the headquarters of the DMO mansion. Gao Han was a high-level martial saint of the DMO mansion, and his cave was near the DMO mansion headquarters, so he quickly arrived at the scene. Good boy, dared to bully my disciple. Gao Han landed in front of Zhou Chen. You really have some guts. He said it himself, my master's master is me, and you still won't let him go? Let me see what you're made of. After saying this, the high cold martial saint directly suppressed Zhou Chen with his aura, then waved his hand to grasp Zhou Chen's treasure. This thing of yours, is it the Five Extremes Gourd? The treasure of the sky-piercing martial saint? So that's it, you are one of the disciples of the sky-piercing martial saint? You really have some guts. Even the sky-piercing martial saint has to be cautious when he sees me. You're just his disciple, and you dare to provoke me? The sky-piercing martial saint is merely a low-level martial saint and naturally wouldn't dare to offend a powerhouse like the high cold martial saint. Hearing the high cold martial saint's words, Xia felt ecstatic inside. It's stable. Everything is stable. The opponent's backing martial saint is far inferior to his own ancestor. Xian Air's expression changed drastically. So, Zhou Chen's master is not as good as the opponent's? Isn't that the end? If you have the ability, let me go. Zhou Chen struggled, wanting to take out his communicator to call Jang Fong for help, but being suppressed, he couldn't take out the communicator at all. I still have an older brother, The high cold martial saint waved his hand impatiently, completely suppressing Zhou Chen. So much nonsense, in this DMO mansion, who doesn't know my high cold's reputation? Even if the mansion lord comes, he has to give me some face. The high cold martial saint couldn't be bothered to listen to Zhou Chen's nonsense, and as for the older brother Zhou Chen mentioned, it was truly laughable. The high cold martial saint believed that no matter who came to DMO mansion, they must give him face. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Zhou Chen's older brother at all. No one could do anything, not even the mansion lord. That's how confident he was. Moreover, you, a martial emperor-level warrior, how strong can your older brother be? I'm in a bad mood today and you just happened to run into my gun. So I'll torture you a bit. The high cold martial saint prepared to strike. Zhou Chen couldn't speak and could only kick his legs wildly, feeling panicked. This guy really deserves to die. He hadn't even had the chance to bring up his background before being silenced. It's over. This time it's really over. Am I really going to perish here? What a failure. Zhou Chen. At this moment, Bei Juta and the others had just arrived at the DMO mansion headquarters. Sensing Zhou Chen's aura, they rushed over. Upon arrival, they saw Zhou Chen being held in the air by someone with energy, as if he were about to die. Grabbing my brother Zhou Chen, Bei Juta shouted angrily. Stop. The high cold martial saint, hearing this, turned impatiently, thinking to himself, who is this? Looking for death? Daring to obstruct me? Turning around, he saw a group of people, but of course, the high cold martial saint didn't take these guys seriously, except for King Ku Erda. The high cold martial saint recognized King Ku Erda, the guy who followed Jang Fong. He was related to the sky-splitting martial saint. High cold. Greetings, senior. Upon seeing King Ku Erda, the high cold martial saint remembered that this ice demon clan was subdued by the sky-splitting martial saint and was his servant. High cold, greetings, senior. I didn't expect to have the fortune of meeting you here. The high cold martial saint took the initiative to greet King Ku Erda, his attitude humble, completely changing from his previous arrogance. To be honest, the high cold martial saint didn't think much of King Ku Erda. After all, in his eyes, King Ku Erda was just an ordinary martial saint, easily suppressed. But there was no way around it. Who told him to have a big backer? Being a servant of the sky-splitting martial saint? Even if he was just a servant, the high cold martial saint didn't dare to be careless. Bei Juta and the others were taken aback, looking at King Ku Erda in surprise. They thought to themselves, you old guy, does your name carry that much weight? This guy was so arrogant before, and now he's suddenly so obedient upon seeing you?
King Kurt explained, it's not because of me, but because of Lord Jang Fong.
I followed
Lord Jang Fong before, and he saw it. At the same time, he felt a bit emotional. See, I said it earlier, even if it's just a big shot's watchdog, it's still much
stronger than an ordinary martial artist. What high-level martial saints can compare to Lord Jang Fong? Upon hearing King Kurt's explanation, Bejuta and the
others suddenly understood. So that's how it is, no wonder. Quickly let him go, Jiu Chen is our agent, Bejuta said to King Kurd. King Kurd nodded, then looked at the Cold Martial Saint. Cold Martial Saint, let me introduce you, these people are all under Lord Jang Fong. Lord Jang Fong has an ancient dark star, and
they are all residents of that star. The Cold Martial Saint's pupils constricted, they are under the Split Sky Martial Saint? Doesn't that mean they are members of the Fire Cloud Army?
I've met you all, I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with the Split Sky Martial Saint. I was rude before.
King Kurd
continued, and they are here to participate in the planetary competition.
The person you have captured is our agent.
Well, he is also a good friend of Lord
Jang Fong.
The Cold Martial Saint was taken aback and immediately released Jiu Chen. You have such a big background, why didn't you say it earlier?
It's all a misunderstanding.
After saying that, the Cold Martial Saint looked at Xia. You scoundrel. Look at the trouble you've caused.
From today on, I will expel you
from the sect on behalf of your master. The Cold Martial Saint then turned to Jiu Chen. This kid has nothing to do with me anymore. Kill him or torture him, it's
all up to you. I can even take action on your behalf.
Don't mention being a disciple. Even if it were my closest disciple, I would still have to strike. What kind
of identity does the Split Sky Martial Saint have? Is he someone you can offend?
Jiu Chen regained his freedom and lightly coughed, thinking that Lord Jiangfeng's reputation is indeed powerful. Once it's brought up, no matter how impressive someone is, they become insignificant. Xia, however, turned pale. The Split Sky Martial Saint, they are actually all related to the Split Sky Martial Saint. This Jiu Chen is actually a friend of the Split Sky Martial Saint.
Is it really that outrageous?
It's like walking down the street, casually kicking a stray dog to death, and then the other party says it's the beloved pet of the Lord of the
Mo Mansion. Am I really that lucky? At this moment, Bejuta stepped forward. We are reasonable people and won't bully others with our power, so tell us, what exactly is going on?
Bejuta and the others still have principles because they represent Jiangfeng when they are out, so they won't act recklessly to avoid
tarnishing Jiangfeng's reputation.
Xia lowered his head and said, Jiu Chen obtained a treasure, and I thought he was just an ordinary martial king, so I wanted to bring my brothers to kill and seize the treasure. I didn't expect his strength to be so formidable, but I wasn't afraid, so I brought out my backing.
Then he didn't back down, saying something about backing, and that's how it went.
A killing intent appeared in the Cold Martial Saint's eyes. So, it was all because you
wanted to kill and seize treasure?
Xia shrank his neck. Yes, I thought Jiu Chen had no status. The Cold Martial Saint secretly gritted his teeth. What a useless thing. Clearly he also has some background, yet he would think of doing something like killing and seizing treasure.
Jiu Chen also sighed. Alas, it's really
scary. If I didn't have some strength, I would have really been killed by him. Xia fell silent for a moment, kneeling on one knee in front of Jiu Chen. I beg you, my lord, to be magnanimous and spare me this once. I won't dare to act recklessly again.
Bejuta waved his hand impatiently. Shut up, listening to you talk is annoying. Since it's all your fault, killing you is what you deserve. However, you are just a martial king. Killing you would be a waste of time. If you are willing to offer some treasures, extremely valuable treasures, we can let you go. Otherwise, it's still death.
Xia was so excited that he almost
stumbled. Is it enough to just take out the treasures?
Please wait a moment. I have some treasures here, all for you. After saying that, Xia immediately pulled out a pile of treasures, all gifts from his master. One of the treasures made Gao Han Wushang's mouth twitch. It was clearly something he had awarded to his disciple. It seemed that his disciple truly favored Xia, passing the treasures on to him. Forget it, Gao Han Wushang said with a helpless expression. Clearly, he had a pile of treasures, yet because he coveted the other party's ordinary treasures, he ended up losing all his own.
Simply. Karoti, standing nearby, suddenly had an idea. Why bother with all this trouble?
Just take them out one by one from the storage ring, and throw the storage directly to us. Xia paused for a moment, then without hesitation, took out all the treasures he had on him.
Then he cautiously asked, Can I leave now? Bejuta glanced at Xia indifferently. You can go. If we encounter you oppressing ordinary martial artists again next time, we will definitely kill you. Xia immediately ran away, not daring to look back, while feeling extremely fortunate that he was weak enough that the other party couldn't even be bothered to kill him. That's great. Being weak is good. I will be the weakest martial artist from now on. Xia fled wildly. Gao Han Wushang sighed, then clasped his hands and said, Everyone, I will take my leave first. I sincerely apologize for this incident. If there is a chance, I will personally come to apologize and prepare a great gift for you.
Gao Han Wushang was a high-level martial saint, so the great gift he mentioned would naturally be substantial.
Bei Juta nodded in acknowledgement, and only then did Gao Han Wushang fly away. Watching the two of them fly off together, Jiuchen couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, it's still Zhang Feng's reputation. So impressive. When will I be able to be like Zhang Fong? What can I say?" At this moment, Jiuchen was simply envious. Envious to death. This is true showboating. He hadn't even arrived, yet just relying on his reputation, he had already shown off. Unlike me, always hiding my identity, wanting to make a big show, only to end up with a huge mess. Chenggu, so you really aren't sick? Xaner looked at Jiuchen with admiration in her eyes. You really are. Friends with the Liakong martial saint, you're so cool, really so cool. Hearing Xaner's words of admiration, Jiuchen felt much better. Of course, your brother is that awesome. After saying that, Jiuchen flicked his hair somewhat flamboyantly. Xaner continued, so, Chenggu, since you can meet Zhang Fong, can you ask him to take a photo with us? I admire him so much. Jiuchen stumbled, almost falling. So you admire Zhang Fong? What a waste of feelings. Sigh, what a hard life it is. Jiuchen's face was filled with complex expressions. Zhang Fong, I feel I will live my whole life in your shadow. But wait, one day, I will become as strong as you. At this point, Jiuchen felt he couldn't believe it himself, deciding to change his words to be 1/10 as strong as Zhang Fong. 1/10 should be reasonable, right? If I work hard, I should be able to do it, right? Jiuchen frowned, suddenly recalling the other party's transformation. That amplified their strength by dozens of times. Forget it, 1%. Being 1% as strong as Zhang Fong is enough. After saying that, Jiuchen still felt it was unreasonable, so he could only grit his teeth and say, 1,000. Really, it can't be lower. Do I not care about my face? After all, I am the first martial emperor in the 9,527 area, not counting the Scions. Alright, Bei Juta patted Jiuchen on the shoulder. You have already become a mascot, so stop thinking about getting stronger. Come on, mascot, let's book a planet. We are going to start dominating the rankings. The planetary ranking of the Great Mo Mansion, every planet in the top ranks, all of them, bring them down. Jiuchen was taken aback for a moment, then incredulously asked, "Are you saying this so arrogantly because you've reached the martial saint realm?" After saying this, Bei Juta and the others revealed their cultivation levels. All of them were martial saints. Jiuchen, as their agent, he was well aware that after reaching the martial saint realm, Bei Juta and the others had transformed, and their strength was thousands of times that of an ordinary martial saint. Such power could indeed make them the #1 planet in the Great Mo Mansion. But how did they achieve this? Just a few days ago, they were all ordinary martial kings. How could they improve so quickly? Were they cheating? Bei Juta chuckled. How could you possibly understand Lord Zhang Feng's methods? We trained in another world where the flow of time is different. We have already spent many years there. Jiuchen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder. He then looked at Broly. So, you are that little rascal? I thought you looked familiar but didn't dare to confirm. My goodness, you've grown so big now? Wow, you're a real strongman. Broly's muscular build exuded an overwhelming presence. Broly clenched his fist. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Jiuchen shook his head. What could I possibly have a problem with? By the way, can I also go to that place to train? In the future? I really want to get stronger, especially want to. Bei Juta smiled. Of course, no problem. If you want to go, just go. We're all friends. Now, hurry up and choose our opponents. Jiuchen nodded, then took out a tablet and began to arrange a planetary duel. At the same time, Jiuchen felt a bit excited. The people from Ancient Underworld Star had suddenly become stronger. They definitely didn't know. They probably thought Ancient Underworld Star couldn't defeat a martial saint, so wouldn't that mean he could plunder points again? I'm rich. Jiuchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Playing poker is a kind of wisdom. A few days later, in the place where Zhang Fong was in seclusion, he successfully refined the power of the Dragon Clan's origin and unlocked the Dragon God form. However, I didn't expect that this Dragon God power needs to be continuously accumulated. Zhang Fong clenched his fist, a faint golden light radiating around him. The Dragon God power has 3 levels, and Zhang Fong had only reached the first level. Even so, Zhang Fong had greatly benefited. To break through to the second level, he needed to continue accumulating the origin power. Once he accumulated the origin power to its limit again, he would reach the second level. The first level of Dragon God power has the following characteristics. Zhang Fong slightly activated it. A faint golden light emanated from him, which at first glance resembled the golden aura of Super Saiyan, but it was different. The Super Saiyan aura was more violent. The golden light on Zhang Fong was very gentle. At the same time, a faint golden halo appeared behind Zhang Feng's head, while his hair color remained the same. Normal black. Why does this thing look so much like the angelic halo from Dragon Ball? Zhang Fong couldn't help but complain slightly. But no matter what, once
He activated the Dragon God power. Jang Fong could feel that his strength had greatly increased. He wasn't sure how many times it had increased, but it seemed to be similar to the free and unfettered technique. It should be noted that this was only the first level of Dragon God. If he reached the third level, he might just crush the free and unfettered technique. Then, because Jang Fong reached the first level of Dragon God power, his Dragon Balls also upgraded, turning into 5 Dragon Balls, and wishing no longer had side effects. Additionally, due to the upgrade of the Dragon Balls, the origin power brought by wishing increased. This meant it was a positive cycle. The source power increased, the Dragon Balls upgraded, and after the upgrade, the wishes brought even more source power. Simply put, the more source power there is, the more source power there will be. In addition to these 2 points, Jang Fong also mastered various special abilities controlled by the Dragon Clan. It's released. Jang Fong let out a light breath, having released the Dragon God state. Let's return to the Great Wave Realm and continue to slay that group of barbarian spirit clan, striving to gather enough source power for the 3rd stage of the Dragon God. Killing the barbarian spirit clan can indeed quickly accumulate source power. Just as Jang Fong was about to exit his seclusion, he suddenly received a message from the Lord of the Eastern region, roughly saying that he had successfully gathered all the materials for the 9th transformation of the 8-9 profound art and was on his way to deliver them. Jang Fong was delighted and sent a coordinate. Soon, the Domain Lord arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Domain Lord dropped off the materials and flew away. After all, as the Lord of the Eastern region, he had various matters to attend to every day. He really is busy. Jang Fong shook his head. The Lord of the Eastern region was essentially a tool, running around doing work for others. No wonder Chinya didn't want to be the Lord of the Eastern region back then. Alright, I'll start cultivating the 8-9 profound art now. This is the final transformation. Jang Fong entered seclusion once more. The final transformation had already reached the 9th day. What Jang Fong didn't know was that during these 9 days, too many things had happened. The first event that occurred during Zhang Feng's 9 days of seclusion was the rise of the ancient underworld star. The current first planet of the Great Mo Mansion was indeed the ancient underworld star. When the ancient underworld star first rose, some people were puzzled about where such a planet had suddenly emerged from, with members so powerful inside. But once they heard it was a planet under the command of the Void Martial Saint, they were no longer surprised. So it was the Void Martial Saint? That made sense. The Void Martial Saint is truly formidable, not only himself but also his subordinates. I just wonder when he will reach the Martial Emperor realm. Probably soon, right? With the Void Martial Saint's talent, breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm is just a matter of time. No doubt, in our current era, the human race most likely to break through to the Martial Emperor realm should be the Void Martial Saint. Because the ancient underworld star became the first planet, the clan's mission was also completed, the overall bloodline improved, the cultivation speed increased, and it became easier to achieve other transformations. Just 3 days after the mission was completed, Kakarot suddenly attained enlightenment, directly comprehending the mysterious form, which astonished Kakarot and the others. Was there such a form for Super Science? Kakarot was still not satisfied. I feel that there is another form beyond the mysterious form. I can sense it, but unfortunately, my current strength is still insufficient. I need to continue cultivating to master it as soon as possible. Due to the plant's functional abilities, the moment Kakarot mastered the mysterious form, Jang Fong also grasped it. However, Jang Fong was completely unaware of this and continued his seclusion to cultivate the 9th transformation. After the ancient underworld star became the first planet, the Lord of the Eastern region personally came to meet a few of them. Are you interested in the 10,000 races battlefield? With your strength, you will surely shine brightly on the battlefield. Beiju Tower said, not for now. We feel we are still too weak and plan to continue our cultivation. After taking the first place, Beiju Tower and the others intended to return to the ancient underworld star to continue their hard training. Once everyone's strength reached a certain limit, they would exit seclusion. At that time, they would wreak havoc on the 10,000 races battlefield. Kakarot added from the side, we all want to fight on the battlefield, especially against strong enemies, but unfortunately, our current cultivation is indeed weak. Domain Lord? You are still weak? Kakarot nodded, of course we are weak. I can't even defeat King Cool. I'm about the same as Beiju Tower. We want to study to develop a stronger form. Karo is a Super Saiyan god, and Bejuta is a Super Saiyan. For both of them have heard Jang Fong mention the transformations above them, Super Saiyan 5 and Ultra Instinct. Naturally, they must pursue this with all their might. Domain Master, alright, I look forward to seeing how strong you become. When you want to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races, remember to contact me. Bejuta agreed without issue. Thus, the matters on the Scion side came to a close. Meanwhile, in the Great Wave Realm, as King Wu launched a full-scale attack, the human race experienced the terrifying power of the Great Wave Realm for the first time. Fortunately, Jang Fong had notified them in advance, and everyone stayed at the Guanjingku. When they saw the situation was not right, they all urgently retreated and left the Great Wave Realm. The Barbarian Spirit Clan. watched as the human race left the Great Wave Realm feeling helpless. Indeed, within the Great Wave Realm they were the martial emperors, but outside, the human race could annihilate them as if it were child's play, especially that Erlangshan, who was frighteningly strong. Retreat! King Wu was in a bad mood. He had thought that by ambushing the human race he could kill many human experts and avenge Roll, but unexpectedly the result was like this. The human race escaped too quickly. Leave a few martial emperor level experts to guard the Guanjinku. If the human race wants to enter the Great Wave Realm again, just kill them directly. After issuing this order, King Wu retreated. Outside the Great Wave Realm, everyone felt a bit disheartened. They were just driven out? Sigh, ever since I became strong, I've been fighting in the Great Wave Realm and have never left. Now that I've suddenly left, I don't know what to do. Who isn't? I'm feeling a bit lost too. Same here. Too many martial artists had been in the Great Wave Realm for a long time without returning to the universe. Shinya looked at the crowd, some were excited, some were confused, and others were at a loss. Everyone, Shinya spoke up, just treat this as a vacation, go rest. You've all tried fighting on the front lines and must be exhausted. Take a good break, have some fun. Get familiar with the current human technology. Many of you don't know that human technology has developed significantly. So, for a month, feel free to play. A month later, we will gather at Guanjinku. If nothing else, if we still can't go to the Great Wave Realm, I'll take you elsewhere to challenge other races. What do you think? Upon hearing Chinya's words, everyone felt reassured. Alright, a month of rest, just like a vacation, and then we'll deal with new enemies. Ha, sounds good. I've fought on the front lines my whole life, I'm just afraid there won't be any enemies left to kill. That would truly leave me lost. As long as there are enemies to fight, I'm fine. Alright, Lord Chinya, we will follow your lead. Just like that, the martial artists who had been battling in the Great Wave Realm took a vacation. Vacation time. At this moment, Zhou Shuihan also felt a bit lost. For the first half of her life, she had been in seclusion to grow stronger, with her mother providing various resources, so she didn't need to go out and could just stay home in seclusion. After becoming strong, she directly followed her brother to the front lines. Occasionally, she would go out for escort missions or similar tasks. Now, suddenly having a vacation, she didn't know what to do. How about I randomly find a battlefield and go kill some races? Zhou Shuihan thought for a moment and realized she really had nothing else to do. As for gardening, all the flowers were with Jang Fong and she hadn't chosen a new garden yet. Shinya sensed the fighting spirit in Zhou Shuihan and advised, Zhou Shuihan, don't go fight, take a break and enjoy life. After a month, we can fight again. You can also experience our human technology, it's really quite useful. For example, some light brains can chat with you and answer any questions you have. Zhou Shuihan? Any questions can be answered? Zhou Shuihan's eyes lit up, deciding not to go out to fight just yet but to find a light brain to ask about her questions. Thus, Zhou Shuihan, Zhou Dangyun, and Julie returned home together, informing Song Yan of the general situation. Song Yan was also quite surprised upon hearing this, not expecting the barbarian spirit clan to be so strong. Now that we have a break, we plan to rest for a few days and then go on a trip together, Zhou Dangyun said, looking at Julie, and the two exchanged smiles. Finally, they could take a break for a while. Although Song Yan was concerned about the human race, since Chinya had said it was a holiday, she naturally wouldn't force the children to fight. Well, you all should take a good rest. As for Zhou Shuihan, she quietly found a smart light brain, deciding to ask it a few questions. Zhou Shuihan used the light brain to inquire, is there any relationship between men and women that can last a lifetime? Light brain, marriage, Zhou Shuihan, marriage is too violent, is there a non-violent option? Light brain, some couples may have tendencies towards violence but more often, they can coexist peacefully. Equating marriage with violence is completely wrong. Zhou Shuihan was taken aback. So marriage didn't equal violence? Then, please give me examples of various types of marriage. At that moment, Zhou Shuihan decided to study hard to make up for her shortcomings. 2 days later, Zhou Dangyun packed his things and planned to tell his mother that he was going out. While searching for his mother in the yard, unexpectedly, Zhou Dangyun witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. In a corner of the courtyard, Zhou Shuihan was trying to walk in clumsy high heels. What the hell? Zhou Dangyun couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell, am I hallucinating? His sister, actually wearing high heels? Ha, doesn't she only wear combat boots? Is the sun rising in the west? Oh no, it should be said that the sun has exploded. Zhou Shuihan, what are you doing? Making such a fuss, you scared me? Zhou Shuihan looked at Zhou Dangyun with dissatisfaction. Zhou Dangyun, did I scare you? Turns out it was me who scared you? You have no idea, you scared me half to death, okay? This is really going to give someone a heart attack. Have you been possessed by someone? How can you prove you are you? Why are you wearing women's clothes? Zhou Dangyun looked seriously at Zhou Shuihan, thinking that if she showed any signs of being possessed, he would definitely strike hard and capture her. Zhou Shuihan looked at Zhou Dangyun, hesitated for a moment, and then kicked the high heel right into his face.
Xiao Dangyun gave a thumbs up. Alright, no problem, still the familiar sister. What a weirdo, Xiao Shuihan commented, then tossed away the other high heel. Sigh, what a troublesome thing, it's so uncomfortable to wear. And this, the light brain says it's charming. Where's the charm in this? I think shooting the alien martial emperor with a gun is what real charm is. Xiao Shuihan tried on the high heels because after a few days of study, she finally figured out the general situation. She should want to marry Jang Fong, so the next step was to find a way to pursue Jang Fong. The light brain said that high heels and a little skirt would help enhance her charm. So she tried on the high heels, but the result, they were so damn hard to wear, not really suitable for her. Hey, bro, come here. Xiao Shuihan waved at Xiao Dangyun. Xiao Dangyun? Why does her tone sound a bit fierce? This girl, she doesn't want to use me as a punching bag to practice boxing, does she? Although a bit apprehensive, Xiao Dangyun still walked up to Xiao Shuihan. What's up? Xiao Shuihan asked seriously. Bro, how did you meet your sister-in-law? Xiao Dangyun breathed a sigh of relief. So it was this question. It's simple, your sister-in-law beat me up once and I thought she was very charming. Then she hit me a lot, and we got married. Xiao Shuihan? Forget it, you can go. Xiao Shuihan waved her hand helplessly, feeling that her brother should be an exception and not a reference case. Xiao Dangyun chuckled. What's wrong? You look troubled lately, is there someone you like? Let me guess, which talented person from our human race could it be? There can't be many, right? The most outstanding one, someone you often interact with, it wouldn't be Jang. Bang! Xiao Shuihan threw an uppercut, sending Xiao Dangyun flying into the sky. Damn, that hurts. Xiao Shuihan, what the hell is wrong with you? Forget it. Tell our mom I'm going traveling. Xiao Dangyun cursed as he flew away. Jang Fong had completed the 9th transformation of the 8-9 profound art, and after 9 days, he emerged from his seclusion. Finally, I did it, the 9th transformation. Jang Fong clenched his fist. With just this 8-9 profound art, he could crush a martial emperor at the 9th level. At the same time, after reaching the 9th transformation, he could also use the law of heaven and earth, greatly enhancing his strength. Alright, I can return to the Great Wave Realm now. Wait, hold on. Jang Fong suddenly noticed something. He had gained a transformation. Mysterious form from cockroach? Not bad. The mysterious form's amplification was far inferior to Super Saiyan 4 and was basically useless unless he could advance to a beast form. Come on, cockroach, I believe in you. If it really doesn't work, you can find a godfather and let him offer you to the heavens. With that thought, Jang Fong planned to tell cockroach to find a godfather. Suddenly, Jang Fong felt something was off again. The energy within him was boiling continuously, rising. This is... Jang Fong closed his eyes to sense it. It was an increase in cultivation. He had broken through. I haven't absorbed energy recently. How did I break through? Oh, I get it. It's cockroach and the others. They must have also broken through, which stimulated my cultivation. Great, Martial Emperor first level. Here I come. Jang Fong closed his eyes and began to break through. After 27 seconds, Jang Fong successfully broke through and stabilized his realm. Martial Emperor, first level. Thus, Jang Fong officially became a Martial Emperor. I didn't expect so many things to happen outside while I was in seclusion, and my cultivation broke through as a result. Jang Fong let out a sigh. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to go to the Great Wave Realm anymore. He planned to visit the Human Emperor's parallel world. The Human Emperor, he didn't die back then. After returning to his world, he must have thought about getting stronger, and then seeking revenge. But how could I give him that opportunity? Before he invades, I'll invade his world first and wipe him out. With that, Jang Fong activated his abilities and began to sense the parallel universe, but after sensing for a long time, he couldn't find the Human Emperor's parallel universe. How could this be? Jang Fong frowned and searched again. After several confirmations, Jang Fong finally accepted the fact that the Human Emperor's parallel universe had disappeared. No, to be precise, the Human Emperor and I are counterparts from different universes. We are coordinates that can sense each other. Now, I can't sense him, which can only mean one thing: he is dead. It's really hard to believe that he actually died. Jang Fong still recognized the Human Emperor's strength, but he never expected that the Human Emperor had fallen. He just didn't know how he died. Was it in a battle against other universes, then killed by a strong opponent? Or was it in a war against the myriad races, killed by them? Or perhaps he went to the Great Wave Realm, weakened, and was ambushed by the Barbarian Spirit Clan? Jang Fong couldn't figure it out, but the Human Emperor was indeed dead. Sigh, the world is truly unpredictable. I thought you would be a decent opponent. Jang Fong felt a bit bored. With the death of the Emperor, it meant there was one less strong opponent to spar with. There's no fun in fighting. With a thought, Jang Fong instantly teleported to Guanjinku, planning to return to the Great Wave Realm. As soon as he arrived at Guanjinku, he saw Yang Jian feeding his dog. Oh, is that the sky-splitting martial saint? No, have you already broken through? Yang Jian was surprised to see Jang Fong, then congratulated him. Congratulations, sky-splitting martial emperor.
From now on, our human race has gained another martial emperor.
Jang Fong smiled in response. It's just the first level of martial emperor. True monarch, I am heading to the Great Wave Realm now. Has anything happened there while I was in seclusion? Yang
Jian said, not long after you left, the creatures of the barbarian spirit clan launched a full-scale attack. Now our human race has evacuated from the Great
Wave Realm. There's no one left inside.
Jang Fong nodded, not surprised. After all, the barbarian spirit clan was quite strong, and it was normal not to be able
to hold them off. So if I enter the Great Wave Realm now, does that mean I will be the only human there? Yang Jian laughed. That's not wrong, but you must be extremely careful when you enter.
One misstep and you might be surrounded by the barbarian spirit clan.
After all, you will be the only human there. Jang Fong
waved his hand. No worries, my intention in going to the Great Wave Realm this time is to deal with all the barbarian spirit clan. After saying that, Jang Fong flew directly towards Guanjinku, and Yang Jian couldn't help but admire. Entering the Great Wave Realm alone, the sky-splitting martial emperor really has guts.
Just how strong is his true power?
In this situation, Jang Fong still had the confidence to enter the Great Wave Realm alone, which clearly indicated that his hard power was very strong.
He might even be at the 9th level of martial emperor, or even stronger. Truly a prodigy. How did such a prodigy cultivate? What did he eat to grow up?
While Yang Jian was pondering, suddenly two figures flew in from the sky. Yang Jian felt they looked familiar. One of the figures was
none other than his nephew, Chen Xiang. The one beside him was his friend.
In the air, the two figures were arguing incessantly.
Chen Xiang's friend said, "You say you defeated the true monarch Erlang before? I don't believe it." Chen Xiang replied, "What would I gain from lying to you? Forget it, I can't be bothered to
waste words.
We've arrived at Guanjinku, I'll show you personally. With one axe, I can break his strongest move, the heavenly cloak. Your brother is just that strong." After saying that, Chen Xiang took out his weapon, an axe. Chen Xiang's friend nodded, "Alright, I'll watch your performance. I'll record a video, and if you defeat the true monarch, I'll upload it online. Help you get some likes." Yang Jian
fell silent for a moment. Then, he saw Chen Xiang flying
over with his weapon. Yang Jian, do you dare to come out and fight me? Ha, come out and die. I'm in a bad mood today and I need to vent by beating you up. Yang Jian,
sigh, this is really troublesome. I'm going to sleep, you deal with these two juniors.
After saying that, Yang Jian returned to his cave, leaving only his dog behind. Suanri God, do you really want me to get involved in your family matters? Sigh, so annoying, what should I do? Should I just blow him away? You wouldn't want to eat dog meat hot pot, would you?
Suanri God felt a bit overwhelmed. Thinking it over, he decided to let out a breath. Instantly, a fierce wind arose, blowing Chen Xiang and his friend off balance, sending them flying.
Ah, the wind is so strong. Chen Xiang was filled with rage as he was blown away. Lucky for that kid Yang Jian, he dodged a bullet. If it weren't for this wind blowing me away, I would have definitely chopped him to death. Seeing this scene, the friends nodded, thinking to themselves that such confidence didn't seem like pretentiousness. It seemed that Chen Xiang truly had the strength to defeat Erlang. Shan, impressive.
Inside the Great Wave Realm, Jang Fong had just arrived when he noticed something unusual.
Here. It seems I can mobilize the power of the dragon god?
Jang Fong closed his eyes to sense it. It wasn't just his illusion, it was real. He could use the power
of the dragon god, even in the Great Wave Realm. I really didn't expect this.
Jang Fong clenched his fist with one hand, activating the first level of the dragon
god's power.
At the moment of activation, Jang Fong felt a surge of powerful energy within him, and at the same time, he could also use his own abilities.
Wait, after activating the dragon god's power, I can directly use my abilities and energy, ignoring the rules of the Great Wave Realm?
This was truly a surprise, as
all martial artists in the Great Wave Realm were unable to use energy. Ha ha ha, this dragon god's power is indeed powerful. Jang Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud.
This laughter startled the barbarian spirit clan near Guanjinku, where there were 4 martial emperor realm experts arranged by the Black Emperor,
all guarding the area. Who is it, laughing so wildly? Could it be a human martial artist? The 4 martial emperors erupted instantly, flying towards Jang Feng's location.
Soon, they saw Jang Fong, surrounded by a faint golden light,
and the faint golden energy halo behind him. What is this?
The 4 martial emperors were dumbfounded.
Is it energy? Is what this guy has on him energy? But why? Oh, 4 martial emperors, guarding the gate here, right? Jang Fong
also saw the 4 of them and grinned. Very well, let's see how my moves fare against you.
First move, Dragon Fist.
Jang Fong fiercely urged his energy, his whole body glowing with golden light, followed by a golden divine dragon appearing behind him, and he punched out. The divine dragon and Jiang Feng's fist charged towards the 4 martial emperors.
Roar! In an instant, the divine dragon devoured all 4 of them, its momentum unyielding as it surged backward. The residual force of this punch rushed into the ocean, directly evaporating a large area of sea. Ha!
Jang Fong withdrew his fist, standing tall, quite satisfied with the
power of this move. Is there anyone still alive?
Jang Fong turned to look at the 4 barbarian spirit clan martial emperors. 2 were dead, 1 was gravely injured and on the brink of death, and 1 was barely hanging on. What kind of move is this? The barely surviving martial emperor asked. Jang Fong raised a hand, directly using energy to grab the other. You don't need to know, Soul Search.
Jang Fong directly used his new ability, Soul Search. He didn't know
which Scion awakened this ability, but due to the clan function he directly obtained the same ability. After a while, Jang Fong acquired all of the others' memories, and as soon as he moved, he choked the guy to death.
So that's how it is, Jang Fong whispered.
After the Soul Search, Jang Fong gained a deeper
understanding of the Great Wave Realm.
First, the Great Wave Realm has a central continent where all the elites of the Great Wave Realm reside. All are powerful. In addition, there are 9 emperors, each at the 9th level of martial emperor, with extraordinary strength.
The Black Emperor is just one of them. Above the 9
emperors, there is an even stronger existence, referred to as the God King by the people of the Great Wave Realm. This God King, in terms of strength, isn't much
stronger than the 9 emperors. The main reason is that he possesses an item.
Relying on this item, he can control the life and death and freedom of all barbarian spirit clan members, which is incredibly formidable. At the same time, deep within the Great Wave Realm, there exists a Divine King realm.
It is said that only the Divine Kings know its location, and it houses rare secret techniques.
Lastly, there is one crucial question. Why are some powerful beings within the Great
Wave Realm able to use mental attacks?
In fact, it is due to the human race's misunderstanding of the special rules of this place. The special rules understood by humans indicate that in this area, the rules completely vanish.
For example, in the Great Wave Realm, the rules regarding energy have entirely disappeared.
However, this is not the case. The rules have not vanished but have merely changed.
Taking mental power as an example, within the universe, activating mental power requires concentration and then activation.
But in the Great Wave Realm, this method does not work. To activate mental power, one must draw from the external environment, similar to absorbing spiritual energy, taking it into the body, storing it, and then using it. This is how the rules have changed. Using methods from the
universe will naturally fail to invoke mental power in the Great Wave Realm.
Furthermore, collecting energy is the same. As long as the method is correct, one can
absorb energy even within the Great Wave Realm. However, the barbarian spirit race is also researching methods to collect energy, and they have yet to crack. It's only by knowing the method can one absorb energy.
So, the so-called special rules of this place mean that the rules here are different from those outside. Not that they have disappeared. Jang Fong nodded, then looked at the last barbarian spirit, the one on the brink of death.
Slavery.
Jang Fong used a mental
attack.
This was a slavery secret technique he had obtained from soul searching earlier.
Ugh.
This barbarian spirit was already on the verge of death and facing
Zhang Feng's enslavement method. It naturally had no power to resist. In an instant, it was enslaved by Jang Fong. Healing.
Jang Fong then used a healing
technique, successfully restoring its body.
At this moment, Jang Fong planned to use this individual to infiltrate the central continent, then enter the Divine King realm to seize the secret techniques inside, as well as the treasures held by the Divine King. With the Divine King's treasures, he could, with a thought, kill all the barbarian spirits, instantly accumulating a vast amount of primal power. If he were to kill them one by one, it would be far too slow. Of course, more importantly, were the secret techniques. According to the information obtained from soul searching, those secret techniques were particularly powerful.
Jang Fong
felt that if he comprehended them, he might be able to break through and become much stronger.
I greet my master.
After recovering, the barbarian spirit martial emperor immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully looking at Jang Fong.
The enslavement method of the barbarian spirit race was quite perfect. The other party could not rebel. Jang Fong nodded. According to your companion's memories, your name is Rama? Rama, yes, that is my name. Jang Fong, you barbarian spirits have sealed off the Guanjinku and dispatched several martial saint-level experts, one of whom is your disciple, right? You will now take me there and let
your disciple take me to the central continent, claiming that I am a genius. Then, you will stay stationed near Guanjinku, and any barbarian spirit experts who approach here must be killed on sight. The news of the deaths of the 3 station martial emperors must not leak out. If the news of 3 out of 4 station martial emperors dying were to leak, even a fool would know something was wrong, so it must not be disclosed.
Rama indicated understanding, assuring him to leave it to him.
Following that, Jang Fong activated his ability to disguise all things, transforming himself into a barbarian spirit.
The effect of this ability was indeed excellent. After Jiang Feng's transformation, his aura and physique were completely identical to that of a barbarian spirit. Finally,
Jang Fong waved his hand, releasing the dragon god power, and the golden light on his body dissipated.
At that moment, all the abilities and energy on Jang Fong
vanished, returning to a normal state. Not bad. The effect of disguising all things is still in place. Jang Fong looked at Rama.
Let's go, it's time to act.
Thus, Rama took Jang Fong deep into the sea and encountered several martial saint realm members of the barbarian spirit clan.
Upon seeing Rama, these members immediately bowed and said, "Martial Emperor Rama, may I ask what your orders are?"
Rama looked at his disciple and said, "Xiao Guang, come here.
This is a genius I discovered in the nearby sea.
You will take him back to the central continent and introduce him to Emperor Wu.
Do you understand? Do not be negligent. His talent is something I have never seen in my life."
Hearing Rama's words, Xiao Guang immediately replied, "Master, you can rest assured.
I will handle this matter and guarantee there will be no issues."
He nodded and then looked at the other martial saint realm members of the barbarian spirit clan. "You all
search the nearby sea thoroughly and do not let any humans infiltrate.
I will take care of the situation at Guanjinku, you do not need to approach." The other martial saints responded, "Yes." After giving a few more instructions, Rama left directly, while Xiao Guang was responsible for escorting Jang Fong.
Xiao Guang moved swiftly through the water with Jang Fong. "My master said you have excellent qualifications. May I ask what your current cultivation level is? And how old are you?" Jang Fong put
on a shy demeanor, "I am just an ordinary martial emperor and I have been cultivating for 20 years.
Xiao Guang couldn't help but gasp in surprise, reaching
the martial emperor realm in 20 years was indeed impressive. No wonder his master valued him so highly.
"Let me ask you again, with your talent, why didn't you go to the central continent earlier? What are you doing in the outer seas?"
"There are no resources here. Staying here is a complete waste of your talent. If you had gone to the central continent earlier, with resources, you might have already reached the martial sovereign realm."
A 20-year-old martial sovereign would be unparalleled in the history of our barbarian spirit clan.
Jang Fong scratched his head. "I have limited experience and was born in a remote area. I
didn't even know about the central continent.
It was only by chance that I encountered Martial Emperor Rama and learned about all this." Jang Fong had the memories of the barbarian spirit clan, and he knew that many geniuses born in remote areas were unaware of the central continent. Therefore, his answer would not raise
any issues.
What a pity, then. Xiao Guang did not question him but instead felt regret for Jang Fong.
"But it's okay, once you enter the central continent, you
will surely soar. By then, you will be a martial saint of our barbarian spirit clan, or even a martial emperor.
We can fight against the humans together, haha."
When it came to humans, Xiao Guang showed his displeasure. "Tell me, why are those humans so despicable? We were living well in the Great Wave Realm, yet they
insisted on invading us. Sigh, clearly, we were not interfering with each other, so why invade us?
Now look, they were directly driven away by our barbarian spirit
clan. Let's see if they dare to come back." Truly asking for trouble.
Jang Fong remained silent. It was something no one could clarify.
Whether the humans invaded the
barbarian spirit clan first or the barbarian spirit clan invaded the humans from Guanjinku first was too far back in history for anyone to know. But regardless, the enmity between the two clans had become too entangled and both sides wanted to eliminate the other.
Moreover, the humans have had a long-standing notion of
unification, and this remaining southern region is the target of all humans,
unifying the entire universe.
Xiao Guang continued, "Those humans are incredibly
persistent.
Don't think that just because we've driven them out now, just wait and see.
Sooner or later, they will return, and they will come back stronger.
I have fought against them and know them too well.
It's a pity that we cannot defeat the humans in the outside world. If we could, we would have long since eradicated the humans."
While Xiao Guang spoke various things to Jang Fong as they traveled, they finally saw the central continent.
"We're almost there," Jang Fong murmured.
Xiao Guang smiled. "You're a really nice person, a great listener.
I've said so much and you listened to it all." Jang Fong, "Even if I didn't
want to listen, I had to, since we're traveling together."
"Oh, right."
Xiao Guang suddenly remembered something.
"I haven't asked for your name yet. I need to introduce you to King Wu later and you can't go without a name." Jang Fong replied, "Just call me Jiu Chen."
Xiao Guang clapped his hands. "Good name.
Let's go. I'll take you to meet King Wu.
Although King Wu is high and mighty, he treats our manling tribe quite well, so you don't need to feel too much pressure. For example, this time when the human race was destroyed, it was because they killed Luo Air. To avenge him, King Wu directly ordered a full military strike.
Among
the 9 great kings, King Wu is the most protective, a good king."
Jang Fong nodded, indicating he understood.
After coming ashore, Xiao Guang led Jang Fong to a uniquely shaped house where there was an old man from the manling tribe who raised many horse-like creatures.
Jang Fong searched his memory and learned that
these creatures were called Tian Nyo by the manling tribe, known for their incredible speed, specifically used for traveling.
"You've been in the water all this time, haven't seen these before, right?"
Xiao Guang flipped over and mounted a Tian Nyo.
"This central continent is vast. If you don't ride a Tian Nyo, you'll get very tired while traveling.
Don't underestimate the Tian Nyo. Its speed is only slightly less than that of a martial saint.
But one thing, the martial saint is no match for the Tian Nyo in terms of endurance.
Take me for example, when I run at full speed, I'm faster than a Tian Nyo, but I get tired quickly.
In contrast, the
Tianyo can run for a long time, it's a great thing.
Come on, do you want me to teach you how to ride?
Jang Fong declined, saying he would try it himself. After saying that, Jang Fong flipped over and mounted a Tianyo, which tried to run off wildly, but Jang Fong exerted force and subdued it.
Oh, you controlled it so quickly? Xiao Guang couldn't help but exclaim at the sight.
Truly a genius, you learn things so fast. Xiao Guang thought that Jang Fong, encountering the
Tianyo for the first time, could learn it directly because of his high aptitude. So much so that he learned everything quickly. Ha ha.
Jang Fong just smiled.
In reality, it was simply a case of using brute strength to achieve miracles. Plus he had experience riding from the Manling tribe in his mind. Combining the two, he was able to ride right away. Let's go, to meet King Wu. Hearing you talk about how great King Wu is, I'm getting a bit impatient.
Xiao Guang also chuckled,
then tossed some coins to the owner and rode off. Jiu Chen, keep up.
Jang Fong rode the Tianyo, and after about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the place where King Wu resided. A huge, uniquely shaped conch shell, layer upon layer. Jang Fong could sense a powerful aura at the very top. It was probably King Wu. Legend has it that King Wu also came from the deep sea, born into poverty, and later through his own efforts arrived at the central continent, step by step, to reach where he is today.
Truly inspirational.
Jang Fong nodded. No matter the tribe, there are always such inspirational strong figures.
Let's go. We are going to meet the king.
Xiao Guang led Jang Fong into the conch shell, climbing layer by layer towards the highest level. Along the way, Xiao Guang couldn't help but speak again. It is said that this conch-shaped house was specially made by King Wu.
Do you know what that represents? The conch is a product of the ocean area.
By forging his residence into this shape, King Wu reminds himself of his humble beginnings and the need to cultivate diligently. Only then can he stand firm.
In the central continent,
one must never be negligent. Jang Fong nodded but did not respond. Soon, Xiao Guang and Jang Fong arrived at the top level.
Xiao Guang, meet the emperor.
After saying that, he gave Jang Fong a wink.
Emperor, this is the genius my master asked me to introduce to you. His name is Jiu Chen.
A 20-year-old martial emperor realm expert.
Exceptionally gifted.
Moreover, he comes from a humble background, a genius from the deep sea region.
Jang Fong cupped his hands. I have met the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up as he looked at Jang Fong, a 20-year-old martial emperor? From the deep sea region? That talent is indeed remarkable.
It is well known that the deep sea region lacks resources. Reaching the martial emperor realm at 20 is quite
an achievement.
This implies that if he were born in the central continent, he could reach the martial sovereign realm by 20.
Excellent qualifications. More
importantly, the Black Emperor also came from a humble background, and seeing a similarly impoverished genius naturally gave him some goodwill.
Very good, child. Come, let's do a test.
As long as you prove that what you said is not false, I will recommend you to the Divine King realm, where the best cultivation resources of the Great Wave realm are available, along with various secret techniques.
For you, it would be a great opportunity. Zhang Feng's mind stirred.
One of his main goals had appeared, the Divine King realm. Only the Emperor can summon the Divine King and then rely on the Divine King to guide him to the Divine
King realm.
There, various powerful secret techniques are the foundation of the Great Wave realm. Jang Fong grinned. Alright, Black Emperor, how do you plan
to conduct this test? I will definitely cooperate.
The Black Emperor gestured for Jang Fong to relax. Child, you don't need to be too nervous, it's just some
simple tests. First, we will check your bone age.
Through special means, the Black Emperor tested Zhang Feng's bones and determined his age to be 19.
The Black Emperor? Ha! Wasn't it said that he was 20? The Black Emperor was momentarily stunned. Jiu Chen turned out to be this talented?
Jang Fong scratched his
head. So I'm only 19?
I might have remembered it wrong. It's my mom who told me my age, and I always thought I was 20.
Jang Fong was well aware
that they could detect his age, so he deliberately claimed to be 20. This way, during the test, there would be a contrasting comparison, and everyone would
be amazed. Oh, so you're only 19?
It would leave a deeper impression on the Black Emperor and make it easier to obtain some resources.
Xiao Guang beside him gasped in shock.
How ruthless. He initially thought being 20 was already extraordinary, but unexpectedly, he was only 19.
Ridiculous. Too ridiculous.
You are definitely a rare talent in our barbarian spirit clan for thousands of years. The Black Emperor felt increasingly appreciative of Jang Fong.
Now, next, let's test your combat power.
I'll find a martial emperor realm expert for you two to spar a bit, so I can see how strong you are.
Don't be nervous, even if you lose, it doesn't matter.
You're a genius, after all, your cultivation speed is fast and your realm is unstable, so it's normal not to be able to defeat your
opponent.
The Black Emperor, fearing Jang Fong might overthink, took the initiative to comfort him. He felt that Zhang Feng's cultivation speed was too fast, and it was normal for someone with an unstable realm to be beaten by an opponent of the same realm. Jang Fong nodded, looking harmless. Alright, Black Emperor, I will listen to you. The Black Emperor clicked his tongue, thinking how obedient he was. Seeing this, Jiu Chen reminded him of his younger self, who was just like
Unfortunately, he didn't have a good master. Now, I have it. The Black Emperor made a silent resolution. Helping the current Zhou Chen is like helping my past self. Everything I couldn't obtain back then, I will make up for Zhou Chen here. When the time comes, I'll tell the Divine King to give Zhou Chen more body refining secret techniques in the Divine King realm. Ah, how wonderful. After thinking all this, the Black Emperor waved his hand, calling over a marshal. Emperor Expert, come, you go spar with Zhou Chen. The martial Emperor Expert scratched his head. Are we fighting right here? Although our realm is not high, we are still at the martial Emperor level. The aftermath of our fight might damage your decorations here. This floor is where the Dark Emperor resides, filled with various decorations that he likes. The Dark Emperor chuckled. Do you think I haven't thought of what you just said? After saying that, the Dark Emperor turned the armrest of his chair, and not far away, a secret chamber appeared. You two, fight in the secret chamber. The martial Emperor Expert replied, oh, okay, I'll go over now. Jang Fong followed him, while Xiao Guang stood behind Jang Fong, cheering him on. Come on. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter, just give it. You're all. The martial Emperor Expert, hearing Xiao Guang's encouragement, shrank his neck, thinking that even this great master of the martial saint realm was cheering for his opponent, and the Emperor was also cheering for him. Should I hold back a bit? Winning outright might seem a bit inconsiderate, right? The Dark Emperor saw through the martial Emperor Expert's thoughts and said, this battle is just to test Zhou Chen's practical combat ability. You must go all out and not fake anything. Otherwise, The martial Emperor Expert felt a chill and quickly lowered his head to respond. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will give it my all. After saying that, he looked seriously at Jang Fong. Come on, brother Zhou Chen, let's fight. Jang Fong let out a breath, feeling a bit of pressure in his heart. I must be careful not to knock him out with one punch, revealing too much strength and causing the infiltration plan to fail. If the infiltration plan fails, I might not be able to enter the Divine King realm and would lose several powerful secret techniques. I hope it goes smoothly. If it really doesn't work, I can only take the route of forceful suppression. Jang Fong comforted himself, thinking that if worse comes to worst, he could give up the secret techniques. He shouldn't put too much pressure on himself and should maintain a calm mind. After adjusting his mindset, Jang Fong looked at his opponent, the martial Emperor Expert. Well then, come on. You attack first. The martial Emperor Expert nodded and then threw a punch directly at Jang Fong. Jang Fong sidestepped and avoided the punch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Xiao Guang screamed in excitement. Amazing, that movement technique. Zhou Chen, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in movement. The Dark Emperor also nodded. Not bad, really not bad, very impressive movement technique. One was at the martial saint realm, and the other at the martial emperor realm. Their eyes were naturally sharp. Jang Fong only revealed a bit and they could tell that his movement technique was strong. Jang Fong. So, does that mean the strength I displayed is a bit too strong? Thinking this, Jang Fong decided to hold back a bit and then threw a punch at the martial Emperor Expert. From the opponent's attack to Jang Fong dodging and then counterattacking, the whole sequence flowed smoothly, earning praise from Xiao Guang. As a result, the martial Emperor Expert took Zhang Feng's punch head-on and he was momentarily stunned. It doesn't hurt? What's going on? I don't know, but never mind, I'll kick him. The martial Emperor Expert immediately kicked out, and at the moment Jang Fong was hit, he took a few steps back voluntarily, pretending to be kicked away. The observing Dark Emperor remarked, it seems that in terms of strength, Zhou Chen is somewhat lacking. A punch landed on the opponent, and he didn't even react. Xiao Guang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the movement technique is impressive, but the strength is a bit lacking. After being kicked away, Jang Fong secretly gritted his teeth, feeling that he had held back too much, and it didn't hurt at all. But it's fine, I've already mastered the force. I should be able to perfectly portray the martial emperor realm. Ding! As the battle progressed, the host's bloodline continued to boil, and the physical strength broke through, reaching the 5th stage of the martial saint realm. Previously, Zhang Feng's physical strength was at the 4th stage of the martial saint realm. Now, as the battle progressed, the Scion bloodline was activated, directly allowing him to break through. Jang Fong. No, it's not that I broke through early or late, but just when I was getting familiar with my power, I broke through. Doesn't that mean I have to get used to my power all over again? Alright, I'm just joking. It doesn't really matter. Hit. While Jang Fong was complaining, the martial emperor expert didn't hesitate and launched an attack, a flying kick coming straight at him. Jang Fong immediately displayed his agility, dodging the attack and then countered with a punch. Bang! With this punch, Jang Fong adjusted his strength and sent the martial emperor expert flying. Oh! Xiao Guang exclaimed in amazement again. This time, the attack seems to be very effective. One punch and he sent the opponent flying? The Emperor of the Wu was also curious about how this was possible. Earlier, his strength wasn't enough, but now it was. What was going on? Could it be that Zhou Chen had concealed his strength before? But why would he do that? Jang Fong, seeing his opponent being sent flying,
Spoke at that moment. I just came ashore and wasn't quite familiar with the fighting style, now I'm used to it. According to the memories Jang Fong had received, many of the barbarian spirit clans struggled to adapt to ground combat when they first came ashore, so this explanation posed no issues.
Upon hearing Jiang Feng's explanation, the Emperor of the Wu felt a pang of sympathy.
Yes, he remembered when he first came ashore, he was also bullied by many martial artists weaker than
himself.
Fortunately, he had managed to rise step by step. This Jiao Chen was indeed just like his former self. It was truly heart-wrenching.
Go for it, Jiao Chen. Show your full strength and let them see the bond between us.
Of course, this was the Emperor of the Wu's inner thoughts, he didn't voice them. After all, being in a high position, such outbursts would undermine his authority.
Do your best. The Emperor of the Wu quietly cheered for Jang Fong. Even if your
chances of winning are extremely slim, I still hope you can create a miracle.
Wow.
Just then, after Jang Fong sent the martial emperor expert flying with I punch, he seized the opportunity while the opponent was adjusting his stance, quickly closed the distance and delivered a knee strike to the opponent, sending him flying again. Following that, he unleashed several punches, knocking the martial emperor expert unconscious.
Is that it? Did he win? The Emperor of the Wu was somewhat dazed.
It felt a bit unreal. In the Emperor of the Wu's eyes, Jang Fong came from a small place with nothing, practically all alone.
In contrast, his
opponent, this martial emperor expert, was one of his subordinates. He had undergone various training under him and was truly a master among the martial emperor
realm.
Yet now, he had been defeated so easily. Something's off, this is definitely not right. The Emperor of the Wu stared intently at Jang Fong, as if
trying to discern something. This guy, could he be a spy? From the human race?
No, that's impossible. Humans can't infiltrate our Great Wave realm.
Even if they did, how could they disguise themselves as a barbarian spirit clan? That's impossible. Could he be a strong warrior under another emperor? Did they send Jiao Chen over to make him a spy?
But that doesn't make sense. If they had such a talented subordinate, they would definitely train him themselves. Why would they send
him to me?
I can't figure it out. Jiao Chen's strength is definitely suspicious.
He couldn't have achieved this on his own. Xiao Guang
was also dumbfounded on the side. This Jiao Chen was too powerful. Facing a martial emperor expert of the same realm, he dispatched him effortlessly, leaving the
opponent with no chance to fight back. It should be noted that this was a martial emperor under the Emperor of the Wu.
Xiao Guang believed that if it were him, even if he suppressed his cultivation to the martial emperor realm, he might not be able to secure a win against his opponent.
What on earth is going on? Could it be that this Jiao Chen has some issues?
Xiao Guang also sensed something was off. It was really a bit too strong.
Jiao Chen, the Emperor of the Wu, suddenly looked
at Jang Fong with a serious expression.
Tell me, why are you so strong?
You clearly come from a small place. How can this be?
Are you lying? In reality, are you a spy sent by another force?
After saying this, the expression of the King of Wu became even more serious. The King of Wu was very confident. Below the martial Sate realm, no one would dare to lie in the face of his pressure. He wanted to see what the truth really was.
Jang Fong did not show any unusual reaction,
simply responding normally. I was indeed born in the deep sea area. There's no need to deceive the emperor.
My strength is slightly stronger, perhaps because I have fought a lot since I was young. I always think about how to make my attacks stronger.
Then I practice my punches every day, and over time, I created my own set of boxing techniques that can unleash power far beyond my own.
The King of Wu was taken aback, creating his own boxing techniques?
Jang Fong was only at the
martial emperor realm, yet he could create his own techniques? Wasn't that too monstrous? However, he probably wouldn't lie.
After all, my pressure was so strong. Just now, in front of me, he definitely wouldn't dare to lie, so it's highly likely to be true. The King of Wu was very confident in his pressure. He felt that Jang Fong could not possibly be lying. That meant the other party was indeed a super genius. It seems like I've struck gold. After all, even I, at the 9th level of the martial emperor, have only created a few sets of techniques. The King of Wu suppressed his inner excitement and then put on a casual expression.
Creating your own boxing techniques? Humph. Do you think you're something special? Let me tell you, self-created techniques also depend on the level. The boxing techniques you created are, in my view, absolutely full of flaws. Come on, show me your boxing techniques so I can review them. Xiao Guang. It feels like the emperor is a bit proud. Clearly creating boxing techniques is already genius enough. Why not just praise him? Why insist on saying it's nothing special? As for being full of flaws, isn't that the case?
A martial emperor creating his own techniques will naturally have flaws. That's completely normal.
And if you want to point it out, why not just say it directly? Why insist on saying you want to review them? Do you really think I don't know your thoughts? Isn't it just an excuse to want to critique Jiao Chen's boxing techniques? Sai, can't you be a bit more straightforward? Just say what you mean.
If the King of Wu knew Xiao Guang's thoughts, he would definitely curse under his breath. What do you know? It's precisely because Jiao Chen is too monstrous that he needs to be slightly suppressed.
Otherwise, being too arrogant will ruin him. He must be kept low-key and restrained. Jang Fong was unaware of the inner thoughts of the two. He simply followed the King of Wu's instructions and practiced the boxing techniques again. This was a set of techniques he obtained from soul-searching, classified as martial venerable level, perfectly suitable for showcasing and building his super genius persona. The King of Wu watched Jang Fong perform the boxing techniques, his eyes flashing with surprise. This set of techniques indeed had flaws, but the level of this set of techniques had already reached the martial venerable realm. In the deep sea area, without any secret manuals to reference, and being only at the martial emperor realm, he could still create a martial venerable level manual. This was simply a miracle. So perfect, really so perfect. The greatest genius in the history of the barbarian spirit tribe is him. The King of Wu clapped his hands, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Jochen, this set of boxing techniques is very good, but here, it can still be modified. After saying this, the King of Wu began to demonstrate one move after another for Jang Fong, who also displayed his extraordinary comprehension. For every move the other pointed out, he directly understood it. He learned incredibly fast. Of course, Jang Fong could learn so quickly entirely because these techniques were too basic. He already knew them. Everything was to build his persona. This is what comprehension is. The King of Wu taught Jang Fong, and as time passed, he felt a bit of tremor in his heart. He had seen powerful ones, but never had he seen someone this powerful. Teach one move, and he would learn one move. The speed of comprehension is too fast.